others traverse dimensions with invincibility, while I am burdened with a 7-day reprieve. I have become Jiraiya, yet possess merely the strength of a Chunin, and am bound to the beating system that dictates my path to power. Even more despairing is the ultimate task issued by the system. Attain the prowess of an elite Jonin within 7 days. Gazing at the dwindling chakra of merely 0.09 and the ominous countdown of the death clock, I made a decision that defied ancestral teachings. I burst from the hospital, seeking out Tsunade, who was indulging in drink. Tsunade, strike me. With vigor. Aim for my face. Shizen, don't run. Use your medical ninjutsu to stimulate my pressure points. Naruto, stop practicing the Rasengan and come punch me. To survive, I must convert every capable fighter in Konoha into my experience pack within these 7 days. This is not mere training. It is a frantic race against death. Chapter 1. Awakening the Dreaded System. I swear I'm from another world, not the real deal. Do you believe me? Wong Kai stammered, drenched in sweat, as he faced the furious blonde beauty before him. His hands involuntarily clenched, the softness at his fingertips momentarily distracting him. Jiraiya, the blonde woman erupted, her fist, the size of a cauldron, crashing into his face before he even comprehended the situation. Crack! His cheek was instantly crushed to one side, 2 molars flying out as the world receded swiftly from his view. Boom! With a thunderous noise, he crashed to the ground after breaking through several walls. Thud! A figure appeared, leaving a massive crater in the ground, dust swirling around. Amidst the haze, 2 eerie red glows flickered ominously. Wong Kai jumped, startled. What the hell? At that moment, he clutched his injured face, staring horrified at the advancing silhouette. Ding! The ultimate beating system is initializing. Ding! The ultimate beating system is successfully activated. Commencing data panel loading for the host. Whoosh! The mechanical voice abruptly ceased, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Yet, what precisely did this ultimate beating entail? Before he could ponder further, the figure began to unleash a relentless barrage. Oh crap, boom ding! Host has received critical damage. Strength 1. Chakra 0.005. Boom 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 ding. Host has received critical damage. Taijutsu 1. Chakra 0.005 ding. Host has received critical damage. A flurry of fists rained down upon him, his abdomen feeling as if it were being struck repeatedly by a freight train, leaving no room to heed the notifications. Ugh! Wong Kai felt the edge of death closing in. Damn it, he hadn't even grasped the situation before he was on the brink of demise. How utterly tragic. Was it a crime to doze off for just a moment during work hours, only to find himself transported to another world, and to inadvertently provoke a violent girl, bearing the brunt of unjust punishment? He wanted nothing more than to weep. Finally, just as he sensed the onslaught on his abdomen had ceased, a shadow loomed larger, speeding toward his head. Ah! Bang! With a jolt, his consciousness slipped away. Before losing awareness, he thought he heard a frantic cry. Lord Jiraiya, are you all right? Wong Kai awakened, staring at the ceiling, the earlier beating fresh in his memory. He felt utterly desolate. Was this the price of sloth? Wah! He couldn't help but cry. Lord Jiraiya, what has happened to you? A delicate face suddenly appeared. He was taken aback. She was rather beautiful. Yet recalling his previous humiliation, he felt a pang of sorrow, his nose tingling and tears spilling forth despite his silence. The girl hastily placed her hand on Wong Kai's chest, a green glow emanating from her palm. How remarkable! Wong Kai was astounded, suddenly. Lord Jiraiya. Startled by the girl's voice, he looked down to find his left hand had unknowingly found its way on her backside. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. As he watched the girl spring up and distance herself rapidly, he cursed inwardly and forced a smile. To his surprise, she fled, her hair standing on end, bolting out the door. Lord Jiraiya, your wounds are fine now. I must take my leave. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Wong Kai in stunned silence. After a moment, he came to his senses. Wong Kai sat cross-legged on the floor, finally recognizing the reality of his situation. Traversing dimensions was one thing, but why did it have to be as Jiraiya, this lecherous old sage? Now he had even offended a young girl. Though familiar with the world of Naruto and fond of Jiraiya's character, he never wished to embody him. Being a lecher was one thing, but his fate was even more tragic. Not only would he be slain by his own pupil, but he would also end up with his remains unaccounted for. Suddenly, He remembered the system that seemed to awaken when he was beaten yesterday. System? He tentatively called out in his mind. Ding! A light chime brought a smile to his face. Indeed. Whoosh! Please check the data panel. Host. Before his eyes, a series of data appeared. Host. Jiraiya. Strength 9. Taijutsu 8. Jinjutsu 5. Speed 9. Chakra. 0.09 Kakashi, hereinafter referred to as Kak. Strength. Chunin. A multitude of question marks flashed across his forehead. Hey system, is this strength accurate? Isn't Jiraiya supposed to possess Hokage-level power? Host hails from another world, currently possessing subpar strength, and has yet to fully merge with the body, resulting in a reduction of the original strength. The mechanical voice showed no trace of emotion. Wang Kai. But at this moment, he wished to strangle this wretched system for its mockery. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure. He recalled the memories of his original self. It appeared to be the time when he was searching for Tsunade alongside Naruto. So, was it Tsunade who had assaulted him yesterday? And what about that girl, Shizen? He rubbed his forehead, feeling his face flush. In his previous life, he had been a white-collar worker. How had he come to inherit Jiraiya's lecherous persona upon traversing? Taking advantage of Tsunade was one thing, but she was decades his senior, and Shizen was still a young girl. Wouldn't this lead others to deem him disrespectful? However, since the system indicated that he had yet to fully merge with this body, his previous indiscretions must have been instinctive reactions. Wang Kai cursed inwardly. He must change. Otherwise, where would he hide his face, having lived 2 lives? After successfully shifting the blame, he released a long breath. At that moment, he noticed a red dot at the bottom right corner of the panel, labeled Personal Center. Upon clicking it, he discovered only 2 functions, a newbie reward and an experience log that he nearly burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, there was a newbie reward. He eagerly opened it. Host has acquired half-sage body. Fusion complete, what? Wang Kai rubbed his ears, believing he had misheard. Upon closer inspection, the designation was truly half-sage body. System, I have heard of the sage body. What exactly is this half-sage body? The half-sage body refers to possessing half the traits of a sage body. The trait acquired by the host is a vibrant and vigorous life force, endowed with remarkable regenerative capabilities. He was momentarily speechless. You say a reward is a reward, but what on earth is a half reward? Will I still be able to attain the perfect sage body? Upon system upgrade, the host will receive the reward. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Having endured so many blows from Tsunade yesterday, he emerged unscathed. It must be the effect of this sage body. Not too shabby. He mused. He navigated to the experience acquisition records. Host received a critical hit. 1 time, strength. 1, chakra, 0.005 cards. Host received a critical hit. 1 time, taijutsu. 1, chakra, 0.005 cards. Host received a critical hit. 1 time, taijutsu. 1, chakra, 0.005 cards. Host received a critical hit. 1 time, jinjutsu. 1, chakra, 0.005 cards. Wang Kai. System. How is this experience growth calculated? Beep. The system classifies the damage received by the host into several levels. As the words fell, a series of data appeared before him. Received a terrifying critical hit once. Single attribute 20, chakra 0.05 cards. Received a critical hit once. Single attribute 1, chakra 0.005 cards. Received a heavy blow once. Single attribute 0.5, chakra 0.002 cards. Receive an attack once. Single attribute 0.1, chakra 0.001 cards. Notice, the damage sustained by the host is assessed by the system at its discretion. Upon seeing this, he foresaw his unfortunate fate of being relentlessly beaten. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. This is not merely a pitiful situation. It's a curse upon his ancestors. How many beatings must he endure to grow stronger? He began to reflect on the misdeeds of his past life, questioning why heaven had to torment him so. Had he truly committed such grave sins? After all, he only set off firecrackers in his neighbor's dog's food bowl, ignited its tail with a lighter, accidentally tugged a strand of hair from a girl in front of him at school, made the class teacher's cat wear stinky socks, and even trimmed its whiskers. He awkwardly scratched his head. Upon consideration, it seemed he had indeed caused quite a ruckus. System? Is there any way for me to not feel pain when I get hit? He tentatively inquired. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, they must first endure hardship and toil. Wong Kai. Great. This means he has to endure it. The sins of his past life now haunt him in this one. He felt the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. The key issue is that he fears pain. The memory of yesterday's beating was still vivid in his mind, though he wouldn't die. System, does this mean I am now immortal? He suddenly asked. If that were true, then what was the point of becoming stronger? He could simply lie down and focus on retirement, indifferent to the Akatsuki or the Ninja World War. As he indulged in these thoughts, a cold, mechanical voice interrupted. In light of the host's emergence of decadent thoughts, the system will automatically upgrade. Beep. System upgrade successful. Task issued. Please elevate your power to the elite Jonin level within 7 days. Failure to complete the task will result in the annihilation of the host's soul. Countdown. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Wong Kai. What the hell? I merely spoke out of turn. How did this become a matter of life and death? Annihilation. Damn it all to hell. After cursing for a while, he lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. He wanted to cry. He didn't want to die. Just hearing the word annihilation made it clear that if he failed, not only would he not return, but his next life might also be in jeopardy. He hurriedly asked, System, what level is required to be considered an elite Jonin? Beep. With a soft sound, a row of data was instantly presented before him. Minimum strength required for elite Jonin level. Strength, 50 Taijutsu, 50 Jinjutsu, 30 Speed, 50 Chakra. 1 card. Wong Kai was stunned. What the hell? After taking such a severe beating yesterday, he only gained a smidgen of progress. How long would it take to reach elite Jonin status? Right from the start, it was hell. He wanted to look for loopholes, but after that little slip of the tongue, his life had been shortened to 7 days, and he immediately abandoned that thought. After a moment, he calmed himself. Since he was here, he might as well accept his fate. Slowly rising to his feet, he gazed out the window and let out a deep breath. From this day forth, I shall be known as Jiraiya. At that moment, he noticed the neatly arranged clothing beside him and rubbed his forehead. Naruto was fulfilling his bet with Tsunade to learn the Rasengan within 7 days. Calculating the time, the agreed-upon date was the day after tomorrow. Since he couldn't escape his identity as a pervert for the time being, he might as well take advantage of it. Currently, the closest expert was Tsunade. As long as she was willing to help, he could surely elevate his strength swiftly. With that thought, he sprang to his feet and donned his clothes. Time was of the essence. There was no time to waste. He dashed out the door. Chapter 2. Pain and Pleasure. Tsunade had just stepped out, intending to try her luck at the casino. However, Orochimaru's promise lingered in her mind. She immersed herself in reminiscing about the beautiful past with her lover and brother, feeling both enamored and helpless. Jiraiya wandered the streets until he finally spotted a familiar figure, his heart leaping with joy. Yet, thinking of the impending beating made him hesitate. Forget it. Whatever happens, he just needed to survive. He dashed after her. Tsunade, wait for me, it's early. Smack. A light sound echoed. Since he had to endure a beating anyway, he might as well take advantage of the situation. He chose the most direct approach. Tsunade. Her train of thought was interrupted, and feeling a sudden shock to her backside, Tsunade immediately exploded with rage. Boom. Beep. Host received a critical hit. 1 time, strength. 1 chakra. 0.005 cards. Boom, boom, boom. Beep. Host received a critical hit. 1 time, Jinjutsu. 1 chakra. 0.005 cards. A relentless barrage. Jiraiya lay in the pit like a rag doll, utterly incapacitated. Tsunade, still unsatisfied, kicked him fiercely, sending him crashing into a building. After casting him a furious glance, she turned and walked away. Ouch! He let out a painful whimper, followed by a string of curses. This hurt so much. And it was his own doing. How infuriating. In his helplessness, he distinctly felt his body rapidly healing. A flicker of joy surged within him. Minutes later, he was fully restored. Glancing at the rising data, it wasn't much, but it brought him a step closer to completing his task. Jiraiya rose, dusted himself off, and sprinted in the direction Tsunade had departed. This time, he found her in an arcade. Tsunade was engrossed in her game. He crept up stealthily behind her, thinking to himself that she was still lost in sorrow, completely unguarded. Then, he He reached around her from behind and gave her a firm squeeze. Woo! What a thrill! Tsunade felt an inexplicable pressure on her chest. Her face flushed, and with a swift glance back, she caught sight of the grinning Jiraiya, igniting her fury. Beep! Thus, Jiraiya spent the day in a blend of pain and pleasure. When he returned to the inn, it was already deep into the night. Naruto had yet to come back. Jiraiya sprawled on the carpet, opening the data panel. Host, Jiraiya. Strength, 33. Taijutsu, 31. Jinjutsu, 19. Speed, 33. Chakra, 0.425 cards. Power level, Jonin. Jiraiya beamed with delight. He had managed to seize opportunities 6 or 7 times today, yielding quite a decent haul. At this rate, he estimated he could complete his task in just 2 days. However, Tsunade's strikes were indeed merciless. Had he not protected himself well, he might have lost something essential. He cursed the wretched system under his breath. For the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to continue tomorrow. Although he feigned reluctance, a flicker of anticipation began to stir within him. The following day, Jiraiya eagerly rushed to the inn where Tsunade was staying, only to find Shizen alone. Recalling the misunderstanding from the previous day, Jiraiya prudently stood at the door, keeping his distance. Hello, Shizen, where's Tsunade? I need to speak with her. Lord Jiraiya? Lady Tsunade left quite early this morning. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya frowned. Had she gone to the casino so early? It was to be expected. A gambler hardly pays heed to the passage of time. He waved dismissively at Shizen. All right then, I'll go find her. Goodbye. Shizen watched his hasty departure, her face a mask of confusion. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya has lost his wits after being beaten that day? He seems off somehow. Suddenly, she recalled how she had been taken advantage of the previous day. Her cheeks flushed, and she huffed. Lady Tsunade was right to discipline him. Lord Jiraiya ought to amend his ways. With that, she closed the door and retreated inside. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, filled with enthusiasm, scoured various gaming halls, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he spotted Tsunade's silhouette in a remote casino. Without hesitation, he employed the same approach. Ding! Host has received a critical hit. Once again, he endured a beating. Fuming, Tsunade stormed off. Is Jiraiya out of his mind? Not only did he take advantage of me, but now he's become addicted? She could not fathom how. After enduring so many blows yesterday, each delivered with lethal intent, he still appeared unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Her mind had been plagued with the pain of lost loved ones, and Jiraiya's incessant interruptions had become an unbearable annoyance. Today, she had intended to try her luck at the casino, yet that insufferable man had latched onto her once more. Tsunade felt on the verge of breaking down. Glancing back, she saw him languishing in the pit like a broken doll, and she swiftly made her escape, seeking refuge elsewhere, intending to confront Orochimaru the following day. Today was off the table. She refused to gamble any longer. If Jiraiya were to attach himself to her again, it would drive her mad. In just 2 short days, that wretched man had taken so much from her. That damned fool! Tsunade cursed vehemently before quickening her pace, fleeing toward the distant forest. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Tsunade had already fled. Once he regained his composure, he reminisced about the softness he had just experienced, still tinged with a hint of fragrance, utterly enchanted. Not to mention, there is an art to taking advantage. His previous actions have been somewhat clumsy, leaving little room for enjoyment. Yet today, he savored the experience to the fullest. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Observing the astonished onlookers around him, he awkwardly scratched his head. My sincerest apologies. Please, continue. With that, he tossed down a wallet and fled the scene. Afterward, he scoured every casino in town, but failed to catch sight of Tsunade. Sitting cross-legged atop a tall pillar, he opened his interface, arms crossed. Host, Jiraiya. Strength, 35. Taijutsu, 32. Jinjutsu, 21. Speed, 34. Chakra, 0.455. Rank, Jonin. Upon reviewing this, his brow furrowed in discontent. There was a slight increase, but not nearly sufficient. What now? It seemed the advantage had vanished, and she was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she had fled entirely. If she were to forsake tomorrow's invitation from Orochimaru, his own life would truly be in jeopardy. With this thought, Jiraiya felt as if he had been stepped on by a cat, immediately springing into action, racing toward Tsunade's inn. Finally, after knocking on the door and seeing Shizen's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it appeared she had not bolted. Seeing the long-suffering expression on Jiraiya's face, Shizen felt a pang of confusion. Yet, recalling Tsunade's impending meeting the next day, her heart filled with concern. She grappled with whether or not to reveal the truth to Jiraiya. Noticing her hesitance, Jiraiya understood her worries and smiled reassuringly. It's all right, Shizen. Have faith. Tsunade knows what she's doing. With that, Jiraiya decisively departed. Shizen stared after his retreating figure, momentarily stunned. What does Lord Jiraiya mean by that? Does he know something? That shouldn't be possible. Lady Tsunade wouldn't have told him. How could he find out? However, hearing his words, have faith. Tsunade knows what she's doing. Her furrowed brow began to relax. Once she calmed herself, Shizen chuckled softly indeed. Aside from her questionable luck, Lady Tsunade is a genuinely good person. I should trust her. Gazing at the empty corridor, she smiled lightly, murmuring, Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. After descending the stairs, Jiraiya felt considerably lighter. It seems Tsunade still harbored some lingering attachments. However, the matters to come would require Naruto's persuasive tongue to convince her to return to her role as Hokage. As a time traveler with a godlike perspective, he had clarity regarding the unfolding narrative. He was privy to not only the intelligence, but also the influential figures behind the ninja world. Thus, he would no longer need to laboriously gather information. He would rectify the regrets of the former Jiraiya. And having taken so much from Tsunade, he could not allow her to live out her days in solitude. Thoughts swirled in Jiraiya's mind. She still held onto her grievances, which must be resolved. First, he would have Naruto cure Tsunade's hemophobia, and once she returned to the village as Hokage, he would slowly pursue her. It is said that proximity breeds affection, and the mere thought filled him with anticipation. After all, the mission must be completed, and she must once again take the mantle of Hokage. Jiraiya eagerly devised his plans. Tsunade had now hidden herself away, making it difficult to take advantage of her, but with Orochimaru looming tomorrow, he felt no urgency. The day was still young, and Naruto was likely still immersed in his training. He decided to check on his fortunate disciple. Chapter 3. Naruto's successful training of the Rasengan. Rasengan. Boom. The distant sound of explosions echoed through the air. Jiraiya stood atop a large rock, surveying the chaos around him. Little whirlpools scattered across the ground, and he couldn't help but harbor a sense of admiration. Naruto, with his exuberant personality and remarkable resilience, was indeed a character he held in high regard. Witnessing Naruto's panting yet determined demeanor stirred a sigh within Jiraiya. His parents had sacrificed themselves for the village, and as the son of a hero, Naruto had not received the recognition he deserved. The burden of responsibility on the third Hokage was undeniably heavy. Although he was nominally Jiraiya's mentor, the third had long since departed to meet his fate, leaving little room for complaints. After all, the deceased deserved respect. Yet, one culprit remained, Danzo. But alas, he was a wretched soul who would eventually receive his due. Jiraiya clapped his hands together. Well then, lecherous sage? With a swift motion, he delivered a sharp thump to Naruto's head. If I hear you call me that again, you'll regret it. Jiraiya growled. Naruto, clutching his head, erupted in outrage, insisting on the right to call him lecherous sage. Jiraiya intended to treat him gently, but Naruto's refusal left him no choice. As his teacher, it was his duty to guide him onto the right path. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. What are you planning, lecherous sage? Naruto inquired, sensing danger and stepping back, his voice trembling. Nothing much, just a little lesson on respecting your elders. Before Naruto could protest, Jiraiya delivered another slap. Boom. Naruto was sent flying. Wow, the thrill of hitting someone is surprisingly delightful. Jiraiya mused, looking at his palm, excitement coursing through him. After enduring so many beatings, it felt refreshing to turn the tables. I'll teach you to be lecherous. Lecherous sage. Boom. I'll teach you to respect your teacher. With each strike, Jiraiya grew more animated. His strength was at the level of a jonin, so he didn't fear inflicting serious harm, believing in Naruto's remarkable recovery abilities, especially with the Ninetales' assistance. After another blow sent Naruto flying, suddenly, red chakra enveloped him. Jiraiya's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, the Ninetales. What a splendid resource. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a swift hand sign, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. Rasengan. Seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya was momentarily distracted, Naruto's clone quickly began to form the Rasengan. Compress the chakra. Maintain it. Naruto shouted, a blue orb gradually coalescing in his hands. He darted forward and thrust it toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya intended to dodge, but the experience laid before him was too tempting to resist. Surely, this attack would carry immense power. Boom. The Rasengan connected with Jiraiya's abdomen. In that instant, as Naruto pushed the swirling sphere into Jiraiya's body, regret washed over him. He desperately wished to retract the attack, but it was too late. He could only watch as the spiraling winds collided violently with Jiraiya's midsection, followed by a pained scream as Jiraiya was sent sprawling backward. Ouch! That hurt like hell! Jiraiya exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of delight. In that fleeting moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host has achieved a critical hit. Strength 1, Chakra 20. Impressive. Jiraiya inwardly rejoiced, though the pain in his abdomen was searing. He glanced down to find his shirt torn with a gaping wound resembling a vicious whirlpool. Why is it always my stomach that gets injured? Can it be somewhere else? That would hurt less. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. Are you alright, lecherous sage? Naruto rushed over, his red chakra dissipating. Upon seeing Jiraiya's condition, guilt washed over him. I'm sorry, lecherous sage. Cough. You little brat. Even in this state, you won't change your words. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. But seeing Naruto's forlorn expression softened his heart. I'm fine, Naruto. Naruto's face lit up at the reassurance, but Jiraiya's demeanor turned serious. From now on, you must walk your own path. Huh. Naruto blinked, urgency creeping into his voice. Lecherous sage? Why? I feel like I'm at my limit. You must strive hard to realize your dreams. As your teacher, I believe in you. Jiraiya said weakly, his gaze drifting toward the sky as if nearing his end. Wait. Lecherous sage. You said you were fine. What's wrong? Please don't scare me. Cough. Before I leave this world, how I wish to hear you call me teacher. Cough. It seems that wish. Jiraiya's voice trailed off, growing faint. In an instant, it struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue. Lecherous sage. I mean teacher. Don't scare me. I'm so sorry. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Jiraiya's lips curled into a smirk, and with a sudden leap, he sprang to his feet. Naruto, tears streaming down his face, froze in shock. That's more like it. Calling me teacher rolls off the tongue much better. Such a lack of respect. Jiraiya laughed, patting his hands together. Noticing Naruto still frozen in place, Jiraiya's heart sank. Oh no, did he get too scared? Suddenly, Naruto lunged, throwing himself onto Jiraiya, sobbing uncontrollably. Teacher, I didn't mean it. I won't ever do it again. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling awkward. He had expected Naruto to react with anger, but was instead met with this emotional outpouring. With a soft sigh, he reflected on Naruto's lonely childhood. His sole ambition to become Hokage to earn the recognition he craved. This little prank seemed to have hit him hard, leaving a lasting impression on his heart. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such jokes in the future. Come here, Naruto, Jiraiya said, ruffling Naruto's hair and smiling. It's all good now. You did well. Your Rasengan is a success. What? Naruto looked up in astonishment, then erupted in joy. Jiraiya thought to himself, this kid really is simple-minded. Naruto, let us do it again. Yes, Naruto exclaimed, enthusiasm surging as he formed hand signs. Rasengan. With newfound determination, he crafted the Rasengan. The chakra swirling in his hands forming a perfect sphere. Boom. The ground erupted beneath them, leaving a massive crater. Hooray, I did it. I succeeded. Naruto cheered. Dancing with joy, Jiraiya also broke into a smile. Come on, Naruto, attack me. Naruto, still brimming with excitement, danced about joyfully. Fantastic. I finally did it, Jiraiya remarked. Chapter 4. Acknowledging the disciple, supporting Tsunade. Thud. Ah, why did you hit me? Jiraiya crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, just to cool you off. Huh. Hurry up, continue. Do you think you can just stop now? At your current level, who has time to wait for you to perfect your technique in the midst of battle? Now that you've succeeded, you must hold yourself to even stricter standards. Otherwise, how will you ever catch up to Sasuke? At the mention of Sasuke's name, Naruto instantly sobered. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, I will give it my all. All right, come on. Form the Rasengan. Hit me. Here, hit this. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing his abdomen. After all, he had grown accustomed to being struck. His belly, having healed from previous blows, bore only faint traces of dried blood. Naruto stood frozen in place. Ah no, call me master, Jiraiya bellowed. Oh, master. Why do I have to hit you? Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he declared, do you understand what you currently lack? Power. The Rasengan you just formed was so weak, how can it possibly hurt anyone? Moreover, allowing you to strike me is also a means to refine my own skills. It enables me to better perceive the flaws in your Rasengan. Hurry up, no more dilly-dallying. If you don't come, I'm leaving. Naruto's eyes welled with tears. Though the perverted sage had his flaws and his master was somewhat unreliable, the fact that he was willing to put himself at risk to teach Naruto was genuinely moving. Besides, he had long desired for his master to accompany him in training. And now that wish had come true, he could hardly contain his joy. However, after his previous misstep, he found it difficult to strike. Seeing Naruto hesitate, Jiraiya's irritation flared. You may have the luxury of waiting, but I do not. Time is of the essence. The more you endure, the closer we get to completing the task at hand. With that thought, Jiraiya shouted, hurry up, you brat. You won't hurt me. Upon hearing this, Naruto complied. After all, he had successfully struck his master before without causing any harm. His gaze hardened with resolve as he began. Rasengan. Finally, Jiraiya's wish was fulfilled. Ding. Host receives a heavy hit. 1 time, power, 0, 5, chakra, 0, 002. Jiraiya noted that aside from the first time Naruto unleashed the Nine Tails chakra, the data reflected only 0, 5 thereafter. He shook his head, realizing Naruto's strength remained too feeble to significantly aid him. A wry smile spread across his face. As dusk approached, he opened his panel to review his data. Host, Jiraiya power, 3, 8 taijutsu, 3, 5 genjutsu, 2, 3 speed, 3, 7 chakra, 4, 9 strength. Jonin. After an entire afternoon, the data had only increased slightly. Jiraiya reclined on the ground, a hint of joy lighting his expression. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Though the increase was modest, he was one step closer to his goal. He estimated that in 2 days, he would complete the system's task. Now I want to have to face annihilation from the system. Turning to glance at the unconscious Naruto, he smiled gently. You've worked hard, little one. After nearly a week of relentless practice, Naruto had not only mastered this technique, but had also gained considerable proficiency. Even with his exceptional stamina, he had reached his limits. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. This kid truly possessed remarkable tenacity. As a mentor, he felt a genuine sense of pride. Rising, he lifted Naruto into his arms. The little fellow was not heavy. Perhaps due to childhood malnutrition, he was now quite slender. Children of this age in his past life were often taller than adults, and in comparison, Naruto indeed showed a significant disparity. Softening at the sight, Jiraiya smiled gently. Well then, little one, I shall take care of you from now on. With that, he carried Naruto slowly towards the inn. At that moment, his mindset subtly shifted. He had truly embraced his role, fully acknowledging his disciple. Jiraiya slept soundly until the thunderous knocking at the door jolted him awake, reminding him of Tsunade's meeting with Orochimaru today. Naruto, groggy, opened his eyes. Master? What's wrong? Jiraiya shook his head and rose to open the door. Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade hasn't returned all night. Is everything all right? Don't worry, Tsunade is quite formidable. She'll be fine. Shizune was in a state of anxiety, her heart racing. After days of trepidation, she had finally managed to sleep soundly last night, only to awaken nearly at noon. Noticing the absence of anyone nearby, she hurried over. Wait a moment while we tidy up. Shizune, you lead the way. With that, Jiraiya yawned and turned to begin his morning routine. Shizune felt a bit disoriented. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya truly knew about the matter? Moreover, he seemed to have changed significantly, though she couldn't pinpoint how. Nodding absently, she followed him into the room. Shizune, what brings you here? Naruto sat up, surprised to see Shizune. Naruto, good morning. Hurry and wash up. We need to find Lady Tsunade. Shizune pondered quietly. It was highly likely that Lord Jiraiya was aware of the situation. His calm demeanor suggested that everything was under control. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade was indeed trustworthy, except when it came to luck. What about Lady Tsunade? Bang. No time for idle chatter. Hurry and wash up. We need to set off. Jiraiya, unable to tolerate Naruto's incessant questioning, smacked him lightly on the head, urging him to get ready. Naruto grumbled and quickly dashed into the bathroom. Lord Jiraiya, do you know? Shizune hesitated for a long moment before finally asking. Jiraiya tilted his head and glanced at her, amused. This young girl had been fretting for ages, and it turned out she was concerned about that. I understand. Don't worry. Tsunade will make the right decision. Besides, if anything goes awry, I'll be here. Jiraiya smiled reassuringly. Shizun blinked in surprise. Then, she nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Let us hurry up and find her so we can resolve this. Jiraiya urged again. Oh, right. Shizun quickened her pace, leading the two towards their agreed-upon location. Jiraiya surveyed the remnants of the shattered streets and mused. Indeed, a violent woman, but I like it. As Shizun was about to say something, Jiraiya moved to the other side of a wall. There, he discovered a green outer robe emblazoned with a striking red and black gambling character. Picking up the robe, Jiraiya shook off the dust. Staring at the glaring symbol, he felt somewhat speechless. The black gambling character looks ominous. If you don't lose, who will? He folded the robe neatly and handed it to Shizun before beginning to form hand seals from memory, expecting to feel awkward with the initial seals. He was surprised to find that they flowed from him as if instinctively ingrained in his very bones. Jiraiya glanced over his shoulder at Shizun, realizing that the body's instincts were not entirely misguided. Now we're all set. I needn't worry about revealing any clues, just following my instincts. Summoning technique. With a soft pop, a large yellow and white toad materialized. Great toad, please take us to find Tsunade. We beg of you. Certainly. Hey, oink. Jiraiya cast a disinterested glance at the toad before ignoring it completely. This was truly a moment meant for him to shine. Moreover, he was eager to expedite his arrival, as the mighty toad would lead the way, conserving energy while hastening their journey. Should Tsunade be vanquished and captured by Orochimaru, he would find himself bereft of a place to grieve. Shizun, Naruto, quickly come up. We must depart. Jiraiya called out. As Naruto and Shizun steadied themselves, the powerful toad leapt forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Shortly thereafter, they spotted 3 figures in the distance. Tsunade sat on the ground, her face stricken with terror. A young man in purple attire, wearing glasses, emanated a blue glow as he slowly approached Tsunade. Mighty Toad, could you please hasten your pace? Jiraiya urged, suppressing his inner fury. Simultaneously, he made a mental note regarding Kabuto for daring to threaten those he cared about. Kabuto, you are finished. Just as he prepared to strike, Kabuto sensed a shadow looming over him and swiftly evaded the impending danger. Chapter 5. Timely Arrival. Taunting the serpent with a resounding thud. The mighty toad landed firmly beside Tsunade. The force of the impact propelled Kabuto backward. Jiraiya had already leaped forward, cradling Tsunade and swiftly retreating to a safer distance, shielding her from the debris. Tsunade, are you alright? Naruto exclaimed as he jumped down from the toad, followed closely by Shizun, who clutched a pig tightly. Jiraiya gently placed Tsunade on the ground, his heart aching at her distress. However, he recognized that he was not a trained medical professional. It would be Naruto who needed to assist Tsunade in overcoming her hemophobia. Thus, his next task was to confront Orochimaru. Naruto, I leave Kabuto to you, and Shizun. Take good care of Tsunade. Given that the ensuing battle would likely not require the mighty toad, Jiraiya sent it back to Mount Myaboku. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had been incapacitated by Tsunade's covert drugging, leaving him with only 30% of his chakra. Although he now possessed full strength, he was merely a jonin, a stark contrast to his original power as a Kage. Nevertheless, with an omniscient perspective and considerable resilience, he felt confident in his ability to remain unscathed. His animosity towards Orochimaru had waned, primarily serving to provide Naruto an opportunity to heal Tsunade while simultaneously gaining experience. Orochimaru, long time no see, Jiraiya greeted warmly. However, Naruto could scarcely comprehend, why is Kabuto battling Granny Tsunade? Jiraiya then recalled the history between them during the Chunin exams. Casting a glance at Naruto, he chose not to engage further, redirecting his attention to Orochimaru. Heh, Jiraiya, it seems you've changed quite a bit. Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated, laced with a hint of malevolence. Jiraiya could not help but acknowledge. Indeed, aside from his repulsive jutsu, Orochimaru remains rather handsome. Oh, you seem to have grown even more dashing, Jiraiya boldly added. Orochimaru paused, momentarily taken aback, before narrowing his eyes. It must be my imagination. You still appear quite foolish. Unfazed, Jiraiya replied. Come now, Orochimaru, summon the great snake. I wish to see if it has improved. Orochimaru emitted a cold laugh. Kabuto, it seems your blood is flowing just in time. Lord Orochimaru, please unbind your left hand, Kabuto requested. Orochimaru clenched his teeth, tearing off the bandages from his hand. Kabuto dipped his fingers in blood and traced a line across Orochimaru's arm, forming hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. A plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a colossal purple snake instantly. Are you not summoning Manda? Orochimaru inquired coldly. Haha. To deal with you, Manda is unnecessary. The statement darkened Orochimaru's expression. Hey, Orochimaru, don't call me for trivial matters. Be careful, or I might devour you. Jiraiya casually observed the massive snake across from him, clearly at odds with Orochimaru. Hey, can that long serpent see me? Jiraiya cheerfully waved at the giant snake. What? His words sent the snake into a frenzy. Kabuto, who intended to explain, fell silent. Kabuto, I will handle Jiraiya. You take care of the others. Kabuto hastily evaded, though he yearned for a chance to battle one of the legendary Sannin. With the great snake in play, he decided to exercise restraint. Jiraiya, catching the hint of regret in Kabuto's eyes, murmured, if I weren't currently preoccupied, I would certainly make you regret it. Just wait, there will be ample opportunities. He then turned his gaze to the massive serpent. Hey, you long worm. Your opponent is me. If you dare, come over. With that, Jiraiya took off running. The ensuing commotion was considerable, and he wished to maintain distance, not wanting to disturb Naruto and the others. Orochimaru, consider this a freebie from me. That creature must perish. The serpent roared and immediately pursued him. Hee. Thank you. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Jiraiya was swift, but the serpent was swifter, quickly closing the gap. He evaded left and right, finally leading the serpent far away. Hey, come on, serpent, strike me. Let's see if you have the strength. The serpent, enraged, roared and lashed its tail viciously. Boom. Damn, that was powerful. Jiraiya cursed under his breath as he was sent flying, hurtling hundreds of meters away. Ding. Host has suffered a critical hit. One time, strength 3, chakra 0 1 point. Hearing the system notification, he felt a surge of joy. 3 points from a single attack. Not bad. Orochimaru, observing the figure propelled backward, rasped, this guy won't be killed by a mere strike, will he? Even I couldn't withstand such force. With a thunderous crash, Jiraiya's form slammed into the ground, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Ahaha. Damn Jiraiya. This time, you must be done for. The serpent cackled triumphantly, having expected a struggle but instead achieving a swift victory. Just as it began to revel in its triumph, a figure emerged from the smoke. Humph. Jiraiya spat, defiantly challenging. You long worm. Your strength is lacking. Did you just finish your mating season? So weak, so feeble. What? At that moment, aside from his tattered clothing, Jiraiya was virtually unscathed. Both the serpent and Orochimaru stood frozen in disbelief. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's brazen words, the serpent erupted in fury. Die. Its tail lashed out again like a whip. Ding. Host has suffered a critical hit. One time, Taijutsu 3, chakra 0 1 point. Jiraiya reveled in the rising statistics, but was overwhelmed by pain. Before he could land, the serpent charged at him again, its massive tail delivering another brutal assault. Ding. Host has suffered a critical hit. One time, Taijutsu 4, chakra 0 12 points. Ding. Host. Ugh. Jiraiya cried out in agony. It hurt, but he felt his body rapidly recuperating. He was enjoying the experience. After a wild barrage, the serpent began to tire. It had been years since it had unleashed such fury, and today, it was genuinely angered. Now, let us see if you can survive. As it gazed at Jiraiya, still attempting to rise amidst the dust, the serpent gathered its strength for one final, crushing blow. It then looked down at the gaping hole it had created, panting with exhilaration. Jiraiya, no matter how strong you are, can you survive this blow? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, perched atop the serpent, stood in stunned silence. He suddenly sensed something amiss. Jiraiya was undeniably strong, but the mere idea of enduring the attacks of the serpent, Manda, with sheer physical resilience was beyond his comprehension. Even for him, enduring just a single blow would cost him half of his life, let alone in his current condition. With both hands incapacitated. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. Jiraiya had withstood it. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Though Orochimaru could not discern Jiraiya's state, an instinctual feeling told him that Jiraiya was unharmed. This thought struck him with astonishment. He had anticipated that vanquishing Jiraiya would require considerable effort, but instead, he found himself merely a spectator. It appeared that Jiraiya was deliberately inviting Manda's attacks, showing no signs of defense whatsoever. Contemplating this, Orochimaru's expression darkened. It seemed that after their long separation, Jiraiya had changed significantly. He was curious about what schemes he might be harboring. As he pondered, Jiraiya's wounds had completely healed. He stretched his limbs, delighting in the sound of cracking joints. Manda was surprisingly effective. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya was close to completing his system task. Moreover, the speed at which he recovered was astonishing. He opened his data panel to check his statistics. Host, Jiraiya, Strength, 47, Taijutsu, 46, Jinjutsu, 28, Speed, 47, Chakra, 0935. Although he yearned to laugh heartily, the task was not yet complete, so he opted for a more subdued demeanor. If Manda could muster just a bit more effort, the task could be fulfilled today? With this thought in mind, Jiraiya sprang out of the deep pit. Hey, Great Serpent, those last few moves were quite impressive. I almost thought you were too busy mating in your lair to maintain your strength. Jiraiya pretended to shake his head and stretch his neck. What? Manda was infuriated, nearly losing his composure. Hold on, Manda. Suddenly halted by Orochimaru's command, Manda was seething with dissatisfaction. Stop whining. Orochimaru, be careful. I might just devour you right now. Orochimaru remained unfazed and calmly remarked, it's best to pause for a moment. Jiraiya's current state is quite peculiar. Don't you find it strange? He has withstood so many of your attacks and remains unscathed. It's highly irregular. Upon hearing this, Manda also sensed something was amiss. Despite his fiery temperament, he was not foolish. He composed himself and spoke gravely. What do you suggest we do? Chapter 6. Manda is injured, and Orochimaru escapes. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and began to contemplate. Manda was displeased by the interruption. This guy is ruining my chances. Hey, Orochimaru, I have no ulterior motives. You know how simple-minded I am. I can't concoct any schemes. Hurry and let your great serpent attack. Let us see who is stronger. Jiraiya hastily clarified, fearing that Orochimaru might command Manda to retreat to his lair. The moment he explained, however, Orochimaru became even more convinced that Jiraiya was hiding something. Huh, have you ever heard a thief confess to being a thief? Jiraiya, I never expected you to have developed such cunning after all these years. Jiraiya nearly exploded at this remark. Damn it, I am not cunning. I merely wish to endure some blows and gain strength. Why does it make me seem so scheming? Sensing Jiraiya's unusual demeanor, Orochimaru's mind flickered with a thought. Could he be stalling for time? Turning his head, he saw Kabuto being hurled away by Naruto's Rasengan. Orochimaru scoffed, Manda, he is stalling for time. Let us go and eliminate Tsunade and the others. Manda glared fiercely at Jiraiya. Do not command me in that tone. You cannot kill him. Eliminating Naruto and Tsunade would be more troublesome than taking him down. Orochimaru retorted instantly. Manda, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and promptly turned to attack Tsunade and the others. Jiraiya noticed this and felt a wave of dread. At this moment, Naruto had defeated Kabuto but had paid a hefty price, suffering a severed chakra network. Tsunade was frantically performing medical ninjutsu, tears streaming down her face. The situation was perilous for them, and Jiraiya immediately pursued. His strength had not yet reached that of an elite jonin, and his speed was limited. He could see the distance between them growing increasingly vast, causing him great frustration. He swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, a massive red toad appeared, equipped with a dagger and a pipe in its mouth. Bunta, stop them. Without waiting for Bunta to grumble, Jiraiya barked the command. In a critical situation, Bunta leapt into the air. Suddenly, the immense weight pressed down on Jiraiya, forcing him to cling tightly to Bunta's back. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Bunta, heedless of the burden, drew his dagger and made a precise throw. Whoosh! The enormous dagger shot towards Manda like lightning. Clang! Manda sensed danger from behind and hastily evaded. But it was too late. His serpentine body was pinned in place. Just that brief moment of pause allowed Bunta to leap closer. Orochimaru sensed impending danger and prepared to act first. While Tsunade was preoccupied with her healing, he intended to seize control of her. If he could dominate Tsunade, Jiraiya would undoubtedly be cautious. Jiraiya disowned his intent. At that moment, he had adapted to the sudden fluctuations in weight. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped forward with great force. Boom! He reached Tsunade's side just in time. Manda, exhausted from the exertion and now pinned by the dagger, let out a furious roar. Jiraiya, you foul toad. Next time, I will not let you escape. With a thunderous crash, Manda vanished from sight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood face to face, and upon witnessing Manda's disappearance, Jiraiya felt a tinge of regret. It seemed that today's task would go unfulfilled. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Tsunade's fear of blood should be manageable now. He called out to Bunta, "Thank you for your hard work. You can return now." Orochimaru's expression darkened. Jiraiya's carefree demeanor irked him immensely. Bunta responded with a huff and vanished with a loud bang. Hee. It seems that the development of new jutsu is not solely my domain. Orochimaru smirked. Although he was unaware of the new technique Jiraiya had developed, it was clear that he was currently no match for him. Oh, Orochimaru, do not underestimate yourself. You are quite formidable as well. Come, test your strength against me. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then sighed regretfully. It seems today's objectives cannot be met. Jiraiya, let us meet again next time. Watching Orochimaru slowly sink into the ground, Jiraiya shook his head. This guy is truly cautious. In the distance, Kabuto smirked, forming hand seals as he too departed. Jiraiya frowned. He murmured, "You managed to escape swiftly this time. I'll settle the score the next time we meet." With the crisis averted, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Cough. Due to his severed chakra network, Naruto, unconscious, spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed directly on Tsunade. Her body trembled instantly, yet she continued her healing techniques without pause. Jiraiya nodded. It seemed that the situation was no longer dire. Naruto was remarkably resilient. After all, he was the protagonist, so he had little to worry about. Quietly stepping aside, Jiraiya opened his panel to check his data once more. Host, Jiraiya, Strength, 47, Taijutsu, 46, Jinjutsu, 28, Speed, 47, Chakra, 0935, Strength, Jonin. He felt a pang of regret. So close. That guy, Orochimaru, should have put up more of a fight. What if I hadn't retaliated? However, he merely grumbled, feeling elated nonetheless. The task required 7 days, yet he was on the verge of completion in just 3. It seemed he could. Recalling the past, Jiraiya immediately silenced himself. He must not entertain such thoughts. If the system were to deceive him again, he would be doomed to a life of hardship. Jiraiya shook his head, and soon a smile graced his face. As anticipated, Naruto was unharmed. After exhausting herself, Tsunade fainted. Jiraiya volunteered to carry Tsunade, reasoning that Shizune was still young and Tsunade too heavy, leaving the burdensome task to an adult. Shizune, upon hearing this, shot him a look of disdain. However, she was also injured and could only allow Tsunade to endure a bit of discomfort. Upon returning to the inn, Jiraiya reluctantly set Tsunade down under Shizune's watchful gaze. Everything would be fine. Perhaps in time, she would be his wife, and he would have the pleasure of caressing her. He silently reassured himself. Though he was somewhat older, love knows no age. Perhaps it was the lingering obsession of his former self for Tsunade that intensified Jiraiya's ambitions. As dusk approached, Tsunade gradually regained consciousness. Sensing something amiss in her body, she shot Jiraiya a fierce glare. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose, and feigned innocence. Concerned for Naruto, who had sustained serious injuries, Tsunade quickly rose to his side. After careful examination, she confirmed he was indeed fine, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. "What about Orochimaru?" she inquired softly. "He has departed," Jiraiya replied. "Did you deliberately let him go?" Tsunade probed, raising an eyebrow. Jiraiya scratched his brow and nodded. "Orochimaru is a formidable foe. Why waste effort trying to eliminate him?" Tsunade scrutinized Jiraiya, searching for something within his calm eyes, but found them inscrutable. After a brief moment, she averted her gaze. "Shall we have a drink?" she suggested suddenly. Jiraiya was taken aback, unsure of her intent. "But your injuries. I am a healer. I know my limits." She interrupted. "Very well." Inside the tavern, Tsunade remarked, "You've changed quite a bit," as she sipped her sake. Ha. Am I even more handsome?" Jiraiya replied, beaming. With a sidelong glance, Tsunade dismissed him. Jiraiya, feeling a tad awkward under her scrutiny, hastily raised his cup to alleviate the tension. He was oblivious to Tsunade's thoughts, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Having previously taken advantage of her to gain experience and data, the current awkwardness was palpable. Jiraiya drank heavily, yet remained sober. A glance sideways revealed a faint blush on Tsunade's face, indicating she had begun to feel the effects of the alcohol. Suddenly, she spoke, "Give me some time. I will think about my response." With that, she cast a glance at his frozen hand and rose to leave. At that moment, Jiraiya wished he could vanish into the ground. He quickly surveyed the area, relieved to find no one was watching, and exhaled deeply. How embarrassing. What did her words mean? Was her heart beginning to soften? Chapter 7. Resolving minor troubles and playful banter with Naruto. What? Tsunade agreed to become the 5th Hokage? Naruto exclaimed incredulously. Bang! Jiraiya could not help but deliver a playful slap to Naruto's head for his theatrics. Hey, why did you hit me? Jiraiya shot him a glare, prompting Naruto to quiet down, muttering, the 3rd Hokage was highly respected, and Tsunade looked too. Bang! A slap sent Naruto sprawling backward. You talk too much. Tsunade has finally agreed, and you're just making things worse. Did Sasuke come to save you? Jiraiya clapped his hands together and turned to Tsunade, saying, Come. Try this dish. Those recovering from a hangover should eat light to nurture their stomachs. Here, have some tea. It's also good for your stomach. Shizen, watching from the side, supported her forehead in exasperation. After returning from a night of drinking, both Tsunade and Jiraiya had been acting strangely. During this meal, she felt incredibly awkward as Jiraiya piled food on Tsunade's plate, which was already overflowing. Had he forgotten about others at the table? However, understanding the situation, she chose to remain silent, unlike Naruto, who had previously faced consequences for his outbursts. Tsunade's forehead began to twitch in irritation. Seeing this, Jiraiya sensed trouble brewing. Oh dear. My beloved disciple has just stepped out. Let me check on him. Shizen, wide-eyed, watched Jiraiya flee and thought, does he really not know how Naruto left? But as Tsunade's gaze fell upon her, Shizen suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and exclaimed, My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly departed. Once outside the tavern, Shizen sighed in relief. This atmosphere was unbearable for a young girl like her, caught in the middle. On the journey back to Konoha, Jiraiya, under the guise of training, continued to have Naruto practice his Rasengan on him. After several days, Naruto finally reached the level of an elite jonin. Opening his data panel, Jiraiya noted, Host, Jiraiya Strength, 51 Taijutsu, 51 Jinjutsu, 32 Speed, 54 Chakra, 1 card Strength level. Elite Jonin Jiraiya felt an urge to cheer in triumph. Each point was hard-earned. Although his strength had not fully returned to its original form, he had at least gained enough to protect himself. In future confrontations with formidable foes, he would not merely endure blows, but could retaliate. The thought thrilled him. Suddenly, Tsunade suggested they visit a nearby hot spring. Though he found the idea of a mixed bath intriguing, he was determined not to cross any boundaries, especially now that he harbored thoughts of holding Tsunade close. However, unable to resist Tsunade's repeated requests, he ultimately acquiesced. He understood her desire to indulge in some games of chance. Thus, he decided to indulge her whims, while also resolving minor troubles along the way. Glancing at the two figures lurking in the distance, he shook his head and sighed softly. Are you not joining us for the hot spring? Naruto, clad in a bathrobe, asked curiously. You go ahead, stay here and relax. I'll be back shortly. Once Jiraiya's figure vanished from view, Naruto grumbled, still claiming you're not a lecherous sage. You're probably off to some strange place. In a nearby corner, not far from the hot spring inn, Jiraiya confronted two suspicious individuals. Who are you, and why are you secretly watching us? He had already deduced their identities and motives, but chose to feign ignorance for the sake of appearances. Sir, we are from Ikichigai. Tsunade owes us a gambling debt. Our boss insisted we retrieve it, and we followed her here after not finding her for a long time. Patiently listening to their story, Jiraiya smiled lightly. I see. However, Tsunade has already settled her debts. Furthermore, your elder, Jiro, has been aware of this for quite some time. Haven't you gone back to confirm? What? The two men stood frozen in shock. After a lengthy silence, the long-haired man trembled as he asked, Is that true, sir? Jiraiya chuckled softly. Of course. Tsunade and your elder Jiro are friends, and the debt was cleared over a year ago. If you wish to verify, simply ask your boss. It seems you haven't returned home in quite a while, have you? The two men hung their heads in shame. 3 years of obsessively pursuing a debt while neglecting their home demonstrated remarkable perseverance. They certainly deserved admiration. Afterward, the two men wept tears of joy, embracing one another as they cried aloud. Jiraiya, uninterested in their emotional display, turned and left. Their appearance served as a reminder to him. Tsunade's gambling problem was indeed a headache, and it was likely that no amount of wealth could suffice to cover her losses. He had previously inquired with Shizen, who confirmed that Tsunade's debts were extensive. The savings accumulated over decades of her former self were insufficient to cover even a fraction of her losses, which was quite troubling for Jiraiya. Now that she had returned to the village as Hokage, relying solely on her salary, it was doubtful she could even afford to eat while repaying her debts. Scratching his head, Jiraiya thought, I must devise a proper plan. In the event that she truly becomes his wife, the burden of gambling debts could drive him to madness. The hope of her quitting gambling seems rather bleak, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. Fortunately, this world is not as constrained as the previous one. Overall, strength is revered, as long as one possesses sufficient power. The extravagance of a spouse becomes inconsequential. Individuals like Jiraiya would never suffer distress over monetary matters. To put it plainly, the significance of strength cannot be overstated. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya has found a compelling reason to become stronger. The journey ahead is arduous. However, as a time traveler, he refuses to be unreasonable. While gaining strength is imperative, earning money is equally essential. Moreover, the avenues for financial gain in this world are plentiful, instilling him with confidence. Alas, it seems the task of repaying debts will fall upon his shoulders. This realization jolts him. Is he truly subjecting himself to such self-inflicted suffering? He chuckles bitterly, noting the profound influence of his former self. Nonetheless, he harbors grand ambitions. Should he succeed, not only will Tsunade's gambling debts be settled, but she could gamble daily without worry. Yet, those matters can wait for another time. He shakes his head and strolls leisurely towards the hot spring inn. Upon returning to the inn, Naruto is comfortably soaking in the hot spring, thoroughly enjoying himself. The past few days of training have been exhausting. Nevertheless, the results are evident. Not only has he become increasingly adept at utilizing the Rasengan, but its power has also significantly amplified. Jiraiya approaches the spring, disrobes, and leaps into the water with a splash. The sudden disturbance rouses Naruto from his reverie. Good master. Naruto notices something amiss in Jiraiya's gaze and manages to suppress the honorific that nearly escaped his lips, though his tone remains exuberant. How outrageous. Jiraiya, feeling playful, slaps the water's surface, sending splashes everywhere. Naruto, drenched by the unexpected wave, is infuriated. That is too much. I'll retaliate. Rasengan. Naruto prepares to unleash his ultimate move. Observing this, Jiraiya quickly seizes a bathrobe and dashes away. Despite his strength, it would be inconsiderate to ruin someone else's hot spring. Unwilling to back down, Naruto grabs a robe and pursues him relentlessly. Jiraiya, intent on allowing Naruto to vent his frustrations, leads him to a riverbank outside the village. Standing above the water, he leisurely watches as Naruto races towards him. Seizing the moment, he gathers chakra in one hand and forms a small water sphere, hurling it at Naruto's face. Bang! The water ball strikes Naruto squarely. Hey, come on. Humph. Rasengan. Naruto retaliates, forming a sphere to launch back at Jiraiya. Wait, are you serious? At that moment, Jiraiya's robe is empty, and if it gets damaged, how will he return? Jiraiya curses Naruto's lack of restraint and prepares to dodge. Unexpectedly, Naruto smirks and shifts direction, smashing the sphere down onto the water's surface. Splash! The water erupts, drenching Jiraiya completely. Haha, you fell for it, master. You're so foolish. Hey, you little rascal, have some cunning. Well then, don't blame me for not holding back. In a flash, Jiraiya conjures dozens of palm-sized water spheres. What? Naruto exclaims, startled, and attempts to flee. Too late. One by one, the water spheres rain down on Naruto, drenching him thoroughly. The two engage in a playful water fight for quite some time, relishing their youthful exuberance. After their revelry, they lie beneath a large tree by the riverbank, gazing up at the clouds. A gentle breeze carries a faint floral fragrance, creating a sense of tranquility. Jiraiya can't help but sigh, wishing for such pleasant moments to last forever. Just as he is lost in thought, he hears the sound of quiet sobbing nearby. Turning, he finds Naruto, tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya is taken aback, nearly jumping at the sight. Thank you, master. Naruto's voice is sincere and heartfelt. Recovering from his surprise, Jiraiya shakes his head, smiles gently, and ruffles Naruto's hair. The young boy has endured much hardship in his childhood, with few friends. Every emotional connection he forms is genuine. Jiraiya reflects that if he were to endure Naruto's experiences, he cannot fathom how he would have turned out. Fortunately, fate has allowed him to be Naruto's mentor, and he vows to care for him well. Naruto wipes his tears and turns his head. No elder has ever accompanied me in training or play like you have. I am truly happy. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, reclines once more, staring at the pristine clouds and feeling the wind caress him, a smile forming on his lips. He closes his eyes, savoring the moment. As dusk approaches, Jiraiya awakens Naruto. We've been out long enough. It's time to return. Tsunade should have finished meeting her friends by now. Naruto stretches, feeling invigorated. Upon returning to the inn, they change into fresh clothes and prepare to dine, only to encounter Tsunade walking toward them. She appears relaxed, the previously hidden gloom in her eyes now vanished. Jiraiya's expression brightens. It seems Tsunade has finally let go of her burdens. At this moment, she radiates ease, blooming like a peach blossom in June, exuding charm. Where have you two been? I haven't seen you all day? Tsunade inquires curiously. Nowhere special. Jiraiya replies with a grin. Tsunade shoots him a sideways glance. What kind of look is that? What are you scheming? Jiraiya scratches his head awkwardly. I just suddenly thought you looked much more beautiful than yesterday. I almost mistook you for a fairy. Yikes. Jiraiya discreetly kicks Naruto away and playfully approaches Tsunade. Tsunade raises an eyebrow, spitting out a retort. You smooth talker. Let us go eat. All right. What do you want? It's on me. In the meantime, Shizune stands frozen, a gust of wind ruffling her hair. A sense of unease stirs within her. Could it be that Jiraiya is pursuing Tsunade? Realizing this, she shakes her head. No, Tsunade is still attached to her uncle. She shouldn't easily fall for Jiraiya. A sense of urgency wells up in Shizune's heart. However, considering that Tsunade has been subdued and grieving for many years after her uncle's passing, she feels both empathy and conflict. A soft sound interrupts her thoughts. Shizune shakes her head. Regardless of the situation, she resolves to fill her belly first. The affairs of adults are theirs to decide. She is still young and cannot control everything. If they truly become a couple, all she can do is wish them well. With clarity, Shizune feels a weight lift from her shoulders and quickly catches up to them. Days later, Jiraiya and his companions finally return to Konoha. Gazing at the familiar yet strange gates of Konoha, he feels a sense of nostalgia. So this is what the Hokage Gate looks like in reality. Resembling a grander version of ancient courtyard doors. Calming his emotions, he follows Tsunade through the gates. Oh, Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade. The guards greet them promptly with polite bows. Jiraiya responds warmly. Hey, Jiraiya, what do you plan to do now? Tsunade inquires, tilting her head. First, let us grab a bite to eat. Now that I've brought you back, my task is complete. The higher-ups are probably waiting for you, and your responsibilities will increase from here on. Faye, you're the only one who knows how to enjoy life. Why don't you join me? It's not too late to eat before getting busy, Jiraiya suggests. Forget it. Since I've decided to return, I'd rather get started early to avoid more nagging from those two. Hey, you've already agreed, so it's too late to back out now. Jiraiya reminds her with a smile. Tsunade flicked her wrist and turned to leave. Oh right, Jiraiya called out suddenly as he gazed at her retreating figure. Tsunade turned her head, furrowing her brow. Don't miss me too much. If you do, I'll come to see you. With that, Jiraiya promptly made his escape. Tsunade stood stunned, watching his fleeing silhouette, feeling both angry and embarrassed. She cast a cold glare at Shizune, who was stifling laughter beside her. Shizune's expression froze as she quickly silenced herself. Observing Tsunade's furious departure, Shizune felt a wave of unease. Tsunade's emotions were becoming increasingly volatile. Hey, master, put me down. Let me go? Naruto shouted, attempting to resist. Yet Jiraiya effortlessly held him up with one hand, his stride unwavering. I still need Tsunade to treat Sasuke and Lee. Upon reaching a street, Jiraiya finally set Naruto down and solemnly asked, Naruto, do you think the village is more important, or is Sasuke more important? Naruto blurted out, of course, it's… Naruto gazed at Jiraiya in confusion, not quite grasping the question. If you had to choose between the village and Sasuke, who would you choose? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto dejectedly replied, I would choose the village. That's settled then. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, patiently explaining. Tsunade has just returned and must immediately assume her duties as Hokage. The entire village's affairs will rest on her shoulders. At this moment, you must understand the bigger picture. Besides, Sasuke's injuries are not life-threatening. Trust me, once she finishes her work, she will come to treat your friend. After pondering Jiraiya's words, Naruto found them reasonable. Although he was unaware of the intricacies of the Hokage's responsibilities, It was evident that protecting the numerous civilians and ninjas as the strongest figure in the village was no easy task. The best he could do was not to add to Tsunade's burdens. Trusting his master, Naruto's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Seeing this, Jiraiya enthusiastically declared, "Let's go. Ramen time. It's on me." Upon hearing ramen, Naruto instantly perked up. "Oh yes. Awesome." Jiraiya turned to leave. "Hey, master, Ichiraku ramen is this way." Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled. Haha, I forgot." Naruto couldn't help but scoff. "Last time we went together, did you really intend to treat me to ramen?" Given their previous experiences, he harbored a hint of skepticism. Noticing the peculiar look in Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya casually wrapped an arm around his shoulder and guided him forward. "Of course I mean it. You lead the way, and today it's all your choice." With a mix of doubt and excitement, Naruto headed toward Ichiraku ramen. After devouring 7 large bowls, he contentedly patted his full belly and let out a satisfied burp. After a brief respite, Jiraiya settled the bill and announced, "Let us go see Tsunade. She should have time now." Naruto jumped up in excitement. "I'll bring Tsunade to treat Sasuke right away." Chapter 9. Visiting Rock Lee and witnessing a heart-wrenching scene upon arriving at the Hokage building. Tsunade emerged just as Jiraiya and Naruto approached. "How did it go?" Jiraiya inquired with a smile. "The 2 old geezers just briefed me on some matters. The specific duties will commence once I officially take over," Tsunade replied, shrugging her shoulders. "What brings you here?" Naruto eagerly stepped forward. "Tsunade, you have time now, right? I brought you to the hospital. Sasuke is seriously injured, and so is Lee. They both need your treatment." Tsunade nodded, then turned her gaze to Jiraiya. "And you? You don't miss me, but isn't it fair for me to miss you? I just came to check on you." Jiraiya shrugged in response. Tsunade shot him an annoyed glare before turning back to Naruto. "Lead the way." Naruto scratched his head and suddenly asked, Master, is this what adult love is like?" "What? But you smack." Jiraiya swiftly delivered a firm slap. "You talk too much." Naruto collapsed to the ground, stars in his eyes. Jiraiya shot him a glare before turning back to Tsunade, his face beaming with a smile. "Let us go together." Tsunade interjected. "Hey, the hospital is this way." Shizune observed the 2 retreating figures alongside the unconscious Naruto, feeling quite bewildered. At Konoha Hospital, following the nurse's guidance, Jiraiya accompanied Tsunade to the patient ward. Inside, a girl with pink hair stood, her face filled with curiosity as she eyed them. Jiraiya's heart stirred. "Is this Sakura?" He quickly shook his head, with a protective mindset. He found it hard to harbor any fondness for the girl. If it's Naruto, there's no issue. If it's Sasuke, then we have a problem. Gazing at her pink hair, Jiraiya silently speculated that Naruto's affection for Sakura might stem from his father's genes. After all, his mother had red hair. Thus, subconsciously, Naruto might have an innate fondness for Sakura's pink locks. If Sakura had any feelings for Naruto, that would be one thing, but her heart seemed entirely devoted to Sasuke, leaving Naruto oblivious to her disinterest. It was quite the irony, as Naruto foolishly pursued her affections. However, whom the girl liked was her prerogative, and he had no right to meddle. All he could do was guide Naruto onto the right path. A gentle and considerate girl like Hinata was quite appealing to him. Even in his current life, if not for the significant age difference, he might have even considered pursuing her. Sighing, he resolved to focus on instructing his foolish disciple. Just then, Naruto burst into the room, brimming with excitement as he prepared to boast to Sakura. His foolish demeanor only fueled Jiraiya's irritation further. Without hesitation, he delivered another slap, knocking Naruto out cold. He did this deliberately to prevent Naruto from witnessing any intimate moments between him and Sakura, which might only cause him pain. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. With a long sigh, he glanced at the unconscious Naruto sprawled on the stairs and shook his head. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a quizzical glance, but since her purpose was to treat patients, she chose to ignore him and walked straight to the bedside. Sakura, surprised by Jiraiya's roughness, silently speculated about their identities while stepping aside to give them space. Tsunade activated her healing jutsu, and soon, Sasuke's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. Gradually sitting up, Jiraiya had no intention of lingering in discomfort, so he exited the ward, grabbing Naruto by one foot and dragging him along. As for Tsunade mentioning another unconscious Kakashi, he decided to postpone that. Although Kakashi was an ardent fan, his skewed priorities were unacceptable. As a disciple of the 4th Hokage, he had little obligation to Naruto, but his blatant favoritism towards Sasuke was intolerable, considering Kakashi was technically his grand student. Jiraiya mused whether he should take the opportunity to impart some wisdom to him. As his thoughts wandered, Jiraiya found himself at Naruto's home. Upon entering, he waved his hand in disgust. What is that smell? A glance around nearly made him jump in horror. How could Naruto's living space resemble a pigsty? The floor was strewn with snack wrappers. Several unfinished instant noodle containers cluttered the table, and the soup in a bowl had dried up, with a few cockroaches scurrying away in fright beneath the wrappers. This kid, Jiraiya thought, he needs a serious intervention. Resolutely tossing out all expired food from the fridge, Jiraiya suppressed his rising frustration as he cleaned the room. Being a master felt more like being a housekeeper. After tidying up, Jiraiya clapped his hands together and prepared to return to the hospital to check on Rock Lee. The duo of taijutsu practitioners was straightforward and powerful, and fostering a good relationship with them would greatly benefit him. Just as he descended the stairs, ding! Due to the host's prolonged failure to accept system tasks, the system will automatically issue one. What? Jiraiya hurriedly opened the data panel. Ding! The strongest taking hits system has automatically upgraded. Ding! System upgrade successful. Ding! A task has been initiated. The host must attain the level of a shadow within a year. Subsequently, a series of data automatically appeared on the panel. Minimum shadow level strength. Strength, 200, taijutsu, 200, jinjutsu, 150, speed, 200, constitution, 200, chakra, 5 cards. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at the data before him. How many beatings would he have to endure to reach this? After enduring so much hardship, he had finally managed to barely meet the previous requirements. And now these daunting numbers made his scalp tingle with anxiety. Moreover, who could inform him that this system was not self-upgrading? He had thought that simply meeting the requirements would suffice. After the last task had not been issued, he had been filled with joy, believing that the days of hardship were behind him, only to discover that manual upgrades were still necessary. System, is there no reward? The host's lack of initiative in upgrading has resulted in the forfeiture of this reward, the system replied. Jiraiya expressed his frustration, but ultimately resigned himself to his fate. He felt that this system was sent by the heavens to punish him. Fortunately, this time he had ample time, which was a relief. Though he lamented the loss of his rewards, he perused the data panel. Host, Jiraiya strength, 51 taijutsu, 51 jinjutsu, 32 speed, 54 chakra, 1 card strength. Elite Jonin, he let out a sigh. How many trials would he have to endure to achieve his goal? Tsunade was now unreachable. Once she became busy, she would likely have little time for him. Furthermore, after the embarrassment of the previous encounter, he felt too ashamed to approach her in that manner again. Fortunately, there were many skilled individuals in the village, including the formidable Might Guy. With his assistance, Jiraiya's progress would surely accelerate. If he could minimize the beatings he received, that would be a priority. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya hurriedly made his way to the hospital. After inquiring with a nurse, he easily located Rock Lee's hospital room. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from around the corner of the corridor. Tsunade was offering medical advice to Lee. Observing the dejected expression on Lee's face, Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy. A young man with little talent, who had gradually transformed into an exceptional taijutsu practitioner through sheer determination, had faced struggles that could not be adequately described in just a few words. Tsunade's brief remarks seemed to nearly determine Lee's fate, though Jiraiya knew Lee would ultimately recover. Witnessing such a process was undeniably tragic. Might Guy stood beside Tsunade, fervently praying, anxious yet hopeful. Tsunade eventually proposed a plan with a 50% success rate, a gamble between life and death. Upon hearing this, Rock Lee silently limped away. Jiraiya watched his retreating figure with a heavy heart. The struggle against despair and the eventual rise from it was, in its own right, a form of growth, albeit a challenging one. He rationally chose not to interfere, concerned that his presence might alter the outcome of Lee's surgery. He felt compelled to take some action. Tsunade approached him, her expression revealing surprise at Jiraiya's demeanor. Jiraiya forced a smile, asking, "Do you have time for a drink?" Tsunade hesitated, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 10. An agreement with Tsunade. What is with that expression? Tsunade inquired, taking a sip of her drink. Jiraiya glanced at her, remaining silent. After a moment, he spoke. "I was pondering whether being a ninja is truly that significant." "What?" Tsunade looked at him, her head tilted in curiosity. Jiraiya offered a wry smile, continuing, I hold great admiration for the bond between Lee and his master. Now that Lee is facing this ordeal, I can't help but wonder how much it pains him. If he were to truly abandon his path as a ninja, what would that scenario look like? Tsunade lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Jiraiya pressed on. If it were up to me, I would choose life over being a ninja, to lead a comfortable existence. That is what I aspire to. Yet for Lee and others like him, becoming a ninja is their obsession, their pursuit, their ideal, even to the point of risking their lives. Tsunade regarded him with a flicker of interest in her eyes. While I may not fully agree, I genuinely hope they can achieve their ideals. For I understand that their greatest motivation is the desire to protect. It is precisely because they are kind-hearted and wish to safeguard those they love that they are willing to pay any price. Jiraiya's gaze became resolute as he locked eyes with Tsunade, continuing, in the same vein, I too am willing to make that not-so-glorious choice if the day comes. For I wish to protect those dear to me. Tsunade's eyes shifted slightly, visibly moved. Thus, Jiraiya beamed, I believe in you. You will succeed. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Jiraiya's smile seemed to imprint itself deeply in her memory. Are you so certain that Lee will choose that path? Jiraiya nodded. He has people he cares for, and those who love him. He would risk everything, even his life, for them. His words were filled with an unwavering conviction. Tsunade smiled. Well, I always lose when it comes to bets. In that case, I'll wager with you this time. Jiraiya was taken aback, then laughed. This time? You're bound to lose. Tsunade grinned. This time, I actually hope to lose. If he truly makes that choice, I will bet everything to ensure his recovery. Jiraiya shook his head. If you lose, you must become my girlfriend. Tsunade paused, then broke into a radiant smile. Deal. As Tsunade departed, Jiraiya watched her retreating figure with a twinge of concern. With the Hokage appointment imminent, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with work. Yet he felt powerless to assist her. To take her place as Hokage? No, he lacked the cunning for such a role. In his previous life, he had merely been a humble office worker, focusing solely on his duties. Being thrust into a leadership position was beyond his capabilities. System, do I have any points? Can I exchange them for rewards? Apologies. But the system does not provide an additional reward mechanism. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya clenched his fists in frustration. Ultimately, he could only smile in resignation. All the pressure currently rested solely on Tsunade's shoulders. He took a deep swig from his drink, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. Very well. It seems I must revise my plans. I shall first earn some money to alleviate her burdens, and once this hectic period passes, I will accompany her to unwind. Curse it, the influence of the original self is becoming increasingly pronounced. The following morning, Jiraiya roused the sleepily blinking Naruto, informing him that he would be leaving the village for a few days and urging him to take care of himself at home. What? What about my training? Naruto exclaimed, suddenly alert. With a thud, Jiraiya delivered a lesson filled with love, saying, training is rooted in life, and life is equally grounded in training. When one delves deeply into training, everything becomes a form of training. Naruto stared at Jiraiya in bewilderment. Wake up, Jiraiya insisted. Regardless of how you train, I advise you to enhance your physical abilities. When I return, if your physical condition meets the standard, I will teach you a truly formidable ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is that true? Jiraiya nodded. Remember, strengthen your physical capabilities. If you're uncertain, consult my guy. However, if I return to find your physical condition lacking, do not expect the new ninjutsu. Naruto paused, then filled with determination, exclaimed, yes. Master, I will meet the requirements. Jiraiya chuckled softly and nodded as he departed. At that moment, the streets bustled with activity. As he passed by a shop, he caught a glimpse of something that immediately piqued his interest. Jiraiya, carrying a bag, arrived at the Hokage building. With a slight sense, he detected a presence within the office. The long scarf indicated it was Konohamaru, that little rascal. Well, he would leave it to Naruto after all. He turned and walked away. After a winding journey, I finally arrived at Tsunade's residence. The courtyard she inhabited was modest, bordering on impoverished. If Hashirama were to learn that his granddaughter had brought her family to such a state, one can only imagine his reaction. While he was known for his gambling tendencies, he had the Vortex clan steward, so things never reached this dire level. Observing the scene before me, one could only click their tongue in dismay. Knock, knock, knock. Shizen yawned, momentarily distracted by Jiraiya at the entrance. Lord Jiraiya? So early, is there something amiss? I seek Lady Tsunade. Oh, Lady Tsunade began reviewing documents upon her return yesterday and worked late into the night. She should still be resting. Shizune, is that Jiraiya? A voice suddenly called from within. Shizune replied and quickly added, Lady Tsunade is awake. You may enter, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. She'll likely be busy soon. I've brought her some food. Please give it to her. I shan't enter. Inform her that I'll be out of the village for a while. Oh. And I've arranged for some pastries to be delivered daily from the Kamarakan family. Remember to collect them. I've already settled the payment. Nanny? The Kamarakan family? Shizune was taken aback as she accepted the bag. Jiraiya waved his hand and quickly departed. Once she regained her composure, Shizune peeked into the bag and gasped. The Kamarakan family's premium 24-karat gold jelly. She promptly shut the door and hurried back inside. Lady Tsunade, what is the commotion so early in the morning? Tsunade, rubbing her head with a toothbrush in her mouth, muttered in annoyance. Oh, is it Lord Jiraiya? He has brought you some pastries. Shizune, upon hearing Tsunade's voice, regained her composure. What pastries? The Kamarakan family's premium 24-karat gold jelly. Nanny. Tsunade instantly darted forward, snatching the bag and gazing at the gleaming jelly with delight. She adored this delicacy, though it was far too expensive. Deep in debt, she had no funds to indulge in such luxuries. A sly smile crept onto her face. Oh. Tsunade-sama, please wipe your mouth. The foam from your toothbrush is about to fall into the bag. Shizune cautiously reminded her. Tsunade's gaze snapped to her, narrowing her eyes, which startled Shizune. She quickly waved her hands. Haha, Lady Tsunade, I don't like it. It's all yours. Tsunade nodded, satisfied, wiped the foam from her mouth, and gleefully dashed back to her room to savor the treat. Oh, by the way, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya mentioned he will be away from the village for a while and that he has arranged for someone to deliver jelly daily. He is treating you. Tsunade, intrigued, looked at Shizune. When did he say that? Shizune shook her head. Tsunade snorted lightly. Well, it's considerate of him. However, when he returns, he must fulfill his previous promise. She had initially thought Rock Lee would take some time to consider, but to her surprise, after a night of drinking with that fellow, Lee had come to her, agreeing to undergo the surgery. This filled her with both joy and a hint of conflict. Tsunade glanced at the jelly in her hand, then broke into a smile. Well, that can wait. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of anticipation began to bloom within her heart. Chapter 11. The Plan for Prosperity. After leaving Tsunade's home, Jiraiya promptly made his way towards the outskirts of the village. This time, he had a clear objective. However, he needed to find a suitable location first. Over the next few days, Jiraiya wandered through numerous places, but to no avail. Either they were too noisy to allow for focus or too deserted to be convenient for living. Sitting cross-legged beneath a large tree, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Wait a moment. Jiraiya suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing he had forgotten the sacred training ground. He immediately leapt to the ground. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a small green toad with white whiskers and eyebrows appeared. Little Jiraiya, it's been a while. Hee, boss, long time no see. This time I intend to retreat to Mayaboka Mountain for a while, so I'd like to request your assistance. Oh, that is splendid. The kids will surely be thrilled. Jiraiya scratched his head and let out a dry laugh. Just wait a moment. I'll summon you as soon as I return. All right, Jiraiya responded. Boom. The sage instantly vanished from sight. Moments later, Jiraiya felt a tug of summoning. With a smirk, he formed hand seals and performed the summoning technique. Boom. Jiraiya vanished in an instant. As the scene shifted, he beheld his surroundings, awestruck by the breathtaking beauty. The serene environment and the rich natural energy in the air enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. Though he had memories of such scenes, experiencing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. Kid-s mom. Little Jiraiya has arrived. The sage called out to a distant figure, Shima. Haha, Jiraiya, just in time. I'll hurry and prepare a meal for you. Jiraiya immediately smiled. Thank you, big sister. Shima waved her hand and departed. Hey, Jiraiya, what brings you here today? A booming voice echoed above him. Thankfully, Jiraiya was prepared. Otherwise, such a loud voice could have been deafening. Wentai, I'm planning to retreat here for a while. TCH. I Haven T settled the score with you from last time. Jiraiya hurriedly waved his hands. Come on, don't be so petty. In a few days, when I'm free, I'll let you have your way. Nanny? Wentai was taken aback, his tone turning serious. Is there a more formidable enemy? The sage's expression grew stern, sensing the gravity of the situation. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands. Haha, no. This time I want to focus on my writing. Both the sage and Wentai nearly stumbled. Wentai shot him an incredulous glare. Mayaboka Mountain is a sacred training ground. Are you not taking this seriously? Jiraiya dismissed him, uninterested. Boss, I'll leave things in your hands for these days, he said earnestly to the sage. Don't worry, little Jiraiya, you're like family here. No need for formalities. Hey, Jiraiya, are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Jiraiya pointed to the sky, his expression changing. Wow, look, a flying saucer. Huh, Wentai blinked, turning his head to look, scanning the area, but found nothing. When he turned back, Jiraiya had vanished without a trace. Just as Wentai was about to explode, the sage interjected, Wentai, for the next few days, just let little Jiraiya be. Allow him to focus on his writing. Wentai grumbled, humph. Once he has finished, I'll give him a proper lesson. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had found a quiet and comfortable spot. Though lacking a cozy room, the lush, soft grass made for a pleasant resting place. He pulled out several books from his travel bag, his original works from the Paradise of Affection series. While he had a general idea of their content, the specific details were somewhat hazy. After spending some time reading through 2 of the books and analyzing the plots and structures, he shook his head in dismay. What a letdown. Aside from the first book, The Tale of Tenacity and Perseverance, which was slightly more upright, the rest are merely romantic tales drenched in innuendo. The writing was passable. He pondered how, in his previous life, he had encountered far superior works. Yet, these mediocre pieces had become immensely popular. What a peculiar world. In his past life, his original works would barely be considered entry-level. Shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Jiraiya created dozens of shadow clones and began to write, having read countless works. While he hadn't memorized them all, their essence served as invaluable reference material. Whether it be fantasy, romance, comedy, time travel, fan fiction, martial arts, or cultivation, he planned to draft a dozen or so books and publish them. The thought of the royalties sent a thrill through him. Moreover, there exists a source of passive income that is simply delightful. Furthermore, this world bears no connection to past lives, alleviating concerns over copyright issues. It is undoubtedly a lucrative scheme. Relying solely on earnings from being a ninja to support a spendthrift wife would be utterly exhausting. The original self toiled for decades, completing missions yet amassed only a mere few million, far less than 2 or 3 Asuma. Of course, he could seek out a currency exchange for some extra earnings. But as a ninja of the great village, he scorned such menial acts of killing and smuggling. Constantly on the move would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny from other nations, which would be quite troublesome. Ultimately, Jiraiya resolved to write. He would first accumulate some initial capital, then publish his works and establish cultural enterprises, becoming his own boss and publishing his own books. How splendid that would be, with money flowing in like a river. Naturally, he held little personal interest in this endeavor. Were it not for his plans to marry Tsunade, he would have dismissed the hassle altogether. After all, one ought to spoil their own wife. If she enjoys spending, then let her spend. After all, a man must possess a certain lavishness. With fervor, Jiraiya began his creative process in Mayaboka Mountain, unbeknownst to the grave events unfolding in Konoha. Tsunade, with her fists clasped under her chin, furrowed her brow in concern. Rock Lee's surgery had been a success, and his condition was steadily improving. However, at this critical juncture, Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, had defected. After some contemplation, she decided to send Shikamaru to lead a team to intercept him, hoping to bring Sasuke back. Upon issuing the order, she turned in her chair, gazing into the distance, her brow still knitted. Having been busy all night, her neck ached slightly. With the third Hokage's death leaving a myriad of problems, the emergence of Sasuke now added to her burdens. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained blissfully ignorant of the turmoil in Konoha, utterly absorbed in his creative thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would refrain from interference. This was Naruto's affair, and having a friend with whom to share both rivalry and camaraderie was a significant blessing in life. At that moment, he was engrossed in his writing. In the past, he had been preoccupied with work, his heart hardened to the world of words. Yet lately, his enthusiasm had surged. The characters were entirely within his control, the world wholly his creation. In this realm, he was a deity. What a wretched system, let it be damned. The initial intention of earning money had long since faded from his mind. He was now simply a vessel for expression, reveling in this world of his own design. Jiraiya, dinner's ready. The voice of the sage, Jiraiya's mentor, echoed from afar. Don't wait for me. You all start without me, he shouted without lifting his gaze. The sage, upon hearing this, felt an urge to rush over. Child, the young Jiraiya is surely in the throes of inspiration. We mustn't disturb him. Just wait a moment and let him finish. The sage's companion replied, but I can't stand children who neglect mealtime. It's infuriating. The sage could only offer comfort, reminding her that Jiraiya had often praised her cooking, devouring everything she made, even the leftovers. Reluctantly, she relented. Fine. Who knows where he gets these ridiculous theories? He claims that leftovers are a testament to a chef's skill. Do I need to prove myself with scraps? I'm merely concerned for his health. Yes. These children are far too worrisome. The sage quickly agreed. With her irritation somewhat abated, she muttered, when he finishes, I'll ensure that this little rascal learns his lesson. Neglecting meals will lead to a future devoid of promise. The sage could only remain silent. Human life is but fleeting, and with Jiraiya already past 50, how many futures could he possibly have? They're all children. Let them be. Each one more troublesome than the last. Chapter 12. Establishing relationships, comforting Naruto as dusk fell. Jiraiya finally set down his pen after a marathon of writing. He shook out his stiff wrists, gazing with satisfaction at the towering stack of manuscripts before him, erupting into a hearty laugh. Haha, surely, wealth awaits me now. 2 weeks, 20 books, millions of words. Who else can boast such a feat? Elated, he stretched, forming hand seals to disperse his shadow clones. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh no, he hadn't eaten. Oh no, I'll be in for another lecture from the sage. The past few days had been blissful, devoid of worries, allowing him to immerse himself entirely in his work. Yet the sage's admonishments were relentless. He felt the warmth of elder care, a long-lost comfort, but too much warmth could become overwhelming. He hurried back when a thunderous voice boomed, startling him nearly into a panic. Jiraiya. He rubbed his head sheepishly, facing the sage's furious expression. He racked his brain for words of flattery and reassurance, ultimately managing to pacify her anger. It must be said, the sage's insect delicacies were surprisingly delightful. The original self had found such dishes difficult to swallow. Yet Jiraiya relished them. During past holidays, he had often sampled various delicacies, from silkworms to bamboo worms, ants, and bees. Moreover, the unique geography of Miyaboku Mountain lent a subtle sweetness to the insect dishes that was quite fragrant. Jiraiya thoroughly enjoyed it. After a hearty feast, he reclined comfortably on the ground, his stomach full. The sage surveyed the empty plates with satisfaction before beginning to clean up. Young Jiraiya, have you finished your writing? He nodded. Yes, I have. I plan to return tomorrow. The sage furrowed her brow, displeased. I had intended for you to leave right after your work. But now I think I'll stay an extra day. I wish to savor one more breakfast prepared by the lady chief. This news pleased the sage, who replied, You rascal. You must learn to eat on time. If you ever wish for food again, you know where to find me. Jiraiya felt warmth bloom in his heart, nodding emphatically. Having crossed into this world, it seemed that these two sages were his only true elders. Though somewhat nagging, their care was genuine. The following morning, after a delightful breakfast, he bid farewell to the two sages and departed Miyaboku Mountain. Upon returning to Konoha, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Suddenly, he recalled that this was around the time Sasuke had fled. He wondered how everything had unfolded. Ah well, first I shall send out the manuscripts, and then I will see how they fare. With a plan in place, he returned to his residence, retrieving 20 scrolls from his bag. After much deliberation, he resolved to take his time. After all, 20 books with millions of words. Just one manuscript stood nearly 2 meters tall. It would be best to mail them one by one to avoid causing a stir. He selected a particularly profound scroll, summoned a spirit, and divided it into dozens of sections. Though still somewhat thick, they remained within the realm of what an average person could manage. To expedite responses, Jiraiya made his way directly to the postal station within Konoha, seeking out a swift-footed ninja. A swift-footed ninja is a professional entrusted with the life and death protection of packages, ensuring their safe arrival at their destination. While they could also be referred to as couriers, ordinary couriers do not risk their lives for the goods. Their speed is of utmost importance. After dispatching the parcels in batches, he clapped his hands together and set off toward the Hokage building. Setting aside thoughts of his apprentices, he first desired to check on his future bride. Previously, I had wagered with Tsunade, believing I would emerge victorious. Now, I must ascertain the outcome to find some solace. After all, neither of us is getting any younger. Knock knock. Come in. The moment she laid eyes on Jiraiya, Tsunade was taken aback. You're back? Indeed. He chuckled lightly. I am here to see if my bet has borne fruit. Tsunade instantly recalled their previous promise. With so many pressing matters lately, it had slipped her mind. Now, suddenly reminded, her cheeks flushed. Ah, it seems I have triumphed. I presume Lee's surgery was a success, right? Haha. Tsunade was somewhat astonished. This fellow was remarkably well informed. I should know? Let us settle our relationship promptly, so I can rest easy. Jiraiya interjected cheerfully, cutting off her excuses. After a brief pause, a smile graced Tsunade's lips. I agree. Hooray. In a flash, Jiraiya bounded to Tsunade's side and swept her into his arms. The sudden shift left Tsunade momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, she felt herself lifted off the ground. Creak. A head peeked in, and the atmosphere grew tense. Moments later, oh dear, Lady Tsunade seems to be out. Not in the office. Shizun quickly grasped the situation, panically uttering the words before hastily shutting the door and fleeing. Tsunade's face was now as red as an apple. Just as she was about to express her anger, Jiraiya kissed her. The warmth on her lips rendered her mind blank. It wasn't until she sensed a hint of breathlessness that she regained her senses, only to find Jiraiya swiftly retreating. Hee. Tsunade, this is a gift from you. I adore it. Haha. I will come to fetch you tonight for our date. Before Tsunade could respond, her face flushed with indignation, Jiraiya vanished. Long moments passed before Tsunade regained her composure. She touched her lips, still warm, and then a smile crept across her face, leaving only a faint blush. With a soft huff, she muttered, TSK. At our age, still engaging in such antics. Yet, Tsunade's smile only grew brighter. Shizun, having escaped the Hokage building, glanced back at the distant Hokage office, her heart racing. The provocative scene she had just witnessed was quite the eye-opener. Furthermore, it appeared that Lady Tsunade was shy, and perhaps even a bit happy. Would they not engage in further displays of affection? Shizun's heart skipped a beat. Having witnessed such a thrilling spectacle, she feared she might have disrupted that lovely atmosphere. Surely, Lady Tsunade wouldn't silence her. Realizing this, Shizun hurriedly fled the scene. At that moment, work and reports were the least of her concerns. Nothing was more important than her own life. Just then, Jiraiya emerged and chuckled upon seeing Shizun's frantic escape. What an amusing sight. TSK, TSK, TSK. Still a naive little girl. Ah well, I shall check on my precious student. From the Hokage's guard, he learned that Naruto and the others had returned and were recuperating in the hospital. After expressing his gratitude, Jiraiya set off for the hospital, stopping to pick up a few items along the way. Inside the hospital, Naruto sat on his bed, lost in thought while staring at a scratched forehead protector. Jiraiya peered through the window, observing Naruto's head and hands wrapped in bandages, shaking his head. Then, he leapt through the window. Startled, Naruto looked up, momentarily dazed. What's this? Feeling down? Jiraiya asked with a smile. Naruto turned his head away, muttering, no way. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. It seemed the bond between friends was something beyond his influence. He would let it be. He approached the bedside and gently placed his hand on Naruto's head. Feeling the warmth of Jiraiya's hand, Naruto turned to look at his master. If you wish to regain your friend, then strengthen yourself. As your teacher, I have faith that you will ultimately bring him back. Naruto's blue eyes shimmered, glimmering with tears. But don't get too emotional. Hurry and recover. I have a powerful technique to teach you, but if you don't meet my expectations, you'll be in for a beating. Jiraiya feigned a fierce expression, clenching his fist. Naruto's eyes brightened, filled with fervor. Don't worry, master. I will become stronger. Chapter 13. A duel with Kakashi. After comforting Naruto, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief. Having such a pure-hearted and carefree student, though occasionally worrisome, was indeed a rewarding experience. Leaving the hospital room, he decided to check on the other young ninjas. Pursuing Sasuke, the others had also sustained considerable injuries, so it was fitting to pay them a visit. Guided by a nurse, he arrived at Choji's room. At that moment, Choji had awakened and was resting against the bed. With a flourish, Jiraiya swung open the door. Who are you? Oh, Choji. I am Jiraiya, Naruto's teacher. I heard you were quite injured, so I came to see you. Choji felt a bit overwhelmed. It was his first visit from someone outside his family or teachers, especially one of the legendary Sannin, causing his heart to race with excitement. Jiraiya beamed broadly. Haha, you've had a rough time, so I brought you some gifts. Saying this, he retrieved a small scroll from behind him. Forming hand seals, he summoned with a puff of smoke. Bang! Choji was bewildered, but after the white smoke cleared, his eyes widened in astonishment. Limited edition gourmet chips. I bought out all the chips in the village for you to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Choji was instantly moved to tears. Jiraiya-sama. Well, Tsunade said you shouldn't eat them just yet, so get better quickly. They're all yours. Choji nodded vigorously. Overwhelmed with happiness, Jiraiya chuckled inwardly. This little guy was quite innocent too. Hey, Jiraiya-sama. Suddenly, 3 figures entered. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Ino. Ha ha ha, you all have arrived too. I want to interrupt further. Choji, strive to recover soon. By the way, Shikamaru, remember that Choji can't eat the chips yet, so keep an eye on him. They're all his once he is healed. Huh. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Shikamaru finally responded, expressing his gratitude. Jiraiya waved his hand and turned to leave. Shikamaru. I want a bag. Shikamaru shot him a glance. Choji, Lady Tsunade said you can't eat those yet. We'll talk about it once you're healed. Saying this, Shikamaru stepped forward to collect the pile of chips. Watching the chips disappear, Choji looked as if his soul had been snatched away. But soon after, he clenched his fist. Eyes ablaze. I must recover swiftly. I won't let Jiraiya-sama's gift go to waste. Shikamaru sighed, supporting his forehead, feeling speechless. Right, Choji. Hurry and get better. Ino placed the flowers she held into a nearby vase, smiling. Choji nodded earnestly. Jiraiya continued to visit Kiba and Niji, bringing them gifts as well. Niji's injuries were severe, nearly costing him his life, and he remained unconscious. Even Jiraiya felt a pang of shock upon seeing Niji's wounds. Thankfully, he was now safe. His visits to the young ones weren't a mere whim. He had always cherished these characters, and their injuries were significantly tied to his own student. Thus, it was only right to show them some concern. Upon exiting the hospital, he climbed to a high building, gazing quietly at the distant scenery. Tsunade was still busy, and he wondered if she would have time for their date today. He stood there until lunchtime approached. I wonder if Tsunade has had her meal on time. I must go check. With that thought, Jiraiya prepared to head out to buy some food. With a soft sound, a figure appeared behind him. You're back. Jiraiya nodded. Turning to face the lifeless eye of a fish opposite him, Kakashi felt a twinge of disbelief. During his last hospitalization, Jiraiya had not come to visit him. Yet today he had taken the initiative to seek him out. Kakashi, you have grown weak, Jiraiya remarked casually. Kakashi was somewhat puzzled, sensing an unusual demeanor from Jiraiya today. However, to be labeled as weak was something he could not tolerate. Although he could not compare himself to the legendary Sannin, he had earned the title of a genius ninja. Thus, the term weak seemed ill-fitting. Let us train. I feel you have been slacking off lately. If you meet my requirements, I shall gift you my latest manuscript. Initially hesitant, Kakashi's eyes sparkled at the mention of the manuscript. He had intended to inquire about information regarding the Akatsuki organization and discuss Naruto's situation, but now a delightful opportunity had presented itself. Despite the likelihood of receiving a beating, the prospect of acquiring the latest manuscript was worth it. Resolutely, Kakashi nodded. In a desolate area outside the village, Jiraiya and Kakashi stood facing each other. Currently, Jiraiya's strength was at the elite Jonin level, comparable to Kakashi. His desire to engage in combat with Kakashi stemmed not only from a wish to provide Naruto with an outlet, but also to hone his own combat skills. Although he could utilize a variety of jutsu, he still lacked a certain naturalness and flexibility. While he could endure punishment, he did not wish to be perpetually battered. After all, the pain was quite real. He had sought strength to avoid suffering, and to seek pain after gaining power was akin to masochism, which he certainly was not. As Kakashi observed Jiraiya, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. Faced with Orochimaru, he had nearly no chance of victory, and Jiraiya, being one of the legendary Sannin, was certainly formidable. Nevertheless, he was curious to gauge how he measured up against one of the Sannin. Slowly adjusting his forehead protector, he revealed a crimson Sharingan. Oh, a 3-tomo. I see, Jiraiya mused, shaking his head. Kakashi had inherited the Sharingan in honor of his late friend, yet without the appropriate bloodline and chakra to sustain it. His strength had stagnated. It could be said that his current abilities relied heavily on the evolution of the Sharingan. Once a youthful prodigy, he now found himself reduced to a mere measurement of potential, a rather disheartening fate. However, due to his exceptional combat intelligence, he was often referred to as 50-50. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. This would be a challenging encounter. Forgive me, Jiraiya-sama. With that, Kakashi swiftly launched several shuriken. Jiraiya promptly dodged. A sound sliced through the air as another shuriken hurtled toward him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Kakashi formed hand seals with lightning speed. In Jiraiya's line of sight, a single shuriken multiplied into countless copies. Ninjutsu Needle Hell. Jiraiya's white hair instantly elongated, hardening and enveloping him tightly. The sound of clinking echoed as the barrage of shuriken was deflected. In that moment, Jiraiya unleashed ninjutsu, Lion's main technique. Strands of hair surged forth, lunging at Kakashi. Kakashi leaped back, simultaneously forming hand seals for fire release, Great Fireball Technique. The massive fireballs collided with the advancing strands of white hair, producing a thunderous roar. Jiraiya sighed softly. His strength was still insufficient. Such a basic fire technique had managed to hold back his hair. He lamented internally, but did not falter. Casting Fire Release, Fire Bullet. A towering inferno surged toward Kakashi. Sweat beaded on Kakashi's forehead. Is Jiraiya-sama trying to take me out? With no time for hesitation, he formed seals for Water Release, Water Barrier. The two elements clashed with a deafening crash, releasing a cloud of steam. Jiraiya smirked, initiating ninjutsu, Needle Hell. Countless sunban erupted from within the mist. Realizing the danger, Kakashi reacted swiftly, erecting Earth Release, multi-layered mud wall. Instantly, four stone walls emerged around him, successfully blocking the sunban. Understanding that he should not overexert himself, Jiraiya retracted his hair. Kakashi, utilizing his Sharingan to anticipate Jiraiya's movements, released a sigh of relief. Kakashi, next, we shall engage in taijutsu, Jiraiya declared, launching himself forward with a powerful kick. Kakashi's expression hardened. The lingering mist provided a tactical advantage for his Sharingan. As Jiraiya delivered his kick, Kakashi swiftly sidestepped. Jiraiya twisted his body to follow through with a back kick. Kakashi crossed his arms in defense. Boom. He was sent stumbling back several meters. That was quite the force. Kakashi shook his numbed arms, preparing to counter Jiraiya's advance with a leaf great whirlwind. Jiraiya ducked just in time to evade the attack. Kakashi followed with a swift kick. Jiraiya caught Kakashi's leg, throwing him with tremendous force. Kakashi felt his body go out of control. So fast. As he soared through the air, he caught sight of Jiraiya closing in, prompting him to form seals. Boom. Substitution Technique. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. I said taijutsu. Why resort to ninjutsu? He decided to let it go. After all, he was dealing with a younger generation. Earth Release. Crumbling Tooth. Jiraiya sensed an anomaly beneath his feet and leaped to evade. Bang! Kakashi shot up from below, but struck nothing but air. Frustration welled within him. Yet he acknowledged that his opponent was indeed extraordinary. Jiraiya, having evaded, charged forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat once more. The two exchanged blows with great vigor. Eventually, Kakashi began to tire, and Jiraiya seized the opportunity, executing a throw that sent Kakashi sprawling. Jiraiya recognized the need to hold back. Kakashi was indeed a formidable opponent. Although Jiraiya had the upper hand in taijutsu, the advantage of Kakashi's Sharingan forced him to exercise caution, as his every move was anticipated. It could be said that aside from leveraging his superior strength to suppress Kakashi, he could not land a decisive blow. Of course, neither had gone all out. Jiraiya still had sage techniques to utilize, while Kakashi had yet to reveal his trump cards. This encounter marked a true initiation into this world for Jiraiya, and he relished the experience. Approaching Kakashi, who was gasping for breath yet wore a bewildered expression, Jiraiya felt a hint of surprise. To be honest, he had contemplated landing 1,000 years of pain on Kakashi multiple times, but each attempt was skillfully avoided. Ultimately, he had to concede. Still a bit weak. Kakashi rolled his eyes, inwardly lamenting. Were it not for his extensive experience and the advantage of the Sharingan, he would have faced numerous near-death encounters. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Finally, the ordeal was over. Kakashi sighed in relief. He had managed to optimize the potential of his Sharingan, but Jiraiya gently shook his head. Kakashi paused, then understood. He knew what Jiraiya intended to say, yet the Sharingan was a legacy from his friend, one he could never forsake. Seeing the determination in Kakashi's eyes, Jiraiya smiled softly and produced a scroll. I have just completed a new manuscript. It's quite lengthy and hasn't been published yet. Be sure to return it once you've finished reading. With a final reminder, Jiraiya turned to leave. Kakashi gazed at the scroll in his hand, offering a wry smile. For the sake of this, he had endured quite the trial. He couldn't quite discern whether it was a gain or a loss. Chapter 14. Delivering lunch to Tsunade. From this battle, Jiraiya had gleaned much. His sage body possessed a robust vitality, rendering him largely impervious to ordinary injuries. In other words, his resilience far exceeds his consumption, and his stamina is indeed remarkable. After enduring such a prolonged battle, his energy remains largely intact. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for him to gain an advantage over Kakashi. Suddenly, Jiraiya had a thought, his eyes glinting with inspiration. He anticipated an opportunity to engage in a fierce competition with Tsunade. Yet, it seemed that mealtime had passed. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. Uncertain if she had eaten on time, he ventured onto the streets to purchase 2 meals and strolled leisurely towards the Hokage building. "Come in." Tsunade's voice called out without her lifting her head upon hearing the noise. Jiraiya entered her office, and at a glance, he noticed a considerable pile of documents cluttering her desk. Tsunade was engrossed in reviewing them. A pang of sympathy struck him as he softly inquired, "Have you eaten yet?" Tsunade glanced up, somewhat surprised. "What brings you here?" "I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I came to check on you." "Oh, not yet. I'll eat once I finish this." With that, Tsunade returned her focus to her work. Jiraiya approached her desk directly, choosing not to disturb her. He placed the meal box at the corner of the table, propping his head up with one hand as he began to admire her quietly. To his surprise, Tsunade's serious demeanor was exceptionally captivating. Her light blonde hair, the purple diamond mark on her forehead, her delicate brows, and her fair skin combined to create an undeniable beauty. Of course, this was a visage maintained through her medical ninjutsu. In truth, her natural appearance should show signs of aging. Jiraiya found himself curious about Tsunade's true face. Given her character, even at the age of 80, she would likely retain this youthful guise. In the original narrative, it was only after being gravely injured by Madara that her true, aged face was revealed to others. Jiraiya suddenly snapped back to reality. Why ponder such things? Isn't it delightful to have an ageless goddess to behold daily? What a conundrum. He shook his head and continued to admire her. As he watched, he noticed a faint blush creeping onto Tsunade's cheeks. Jiraiya blinked, feeling as if he had been caught. "What are you staring at?" Tsunade could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "At my beautiful future fiancé." Jiraiya blurted out, causing Tsunade's face to flush even more. "Enough. I'm done. Finish your meal and leave me to my work." Jiraiya chuckled softly. "Honestly, your serious work face is incredibly alluring. I can't help but want to marry you sooner." Tsunade, her face still red, retorted angrily, "Get lost. You're so presumptuous. I've only agreed to be your girlfriend, and you're already talking about marriage. Do you think so little of me?" "Not at all." Jiraiya hastily waved his hands. "It's because I like you so much that I want to claim you as mine before someone else tries to take you away." Tsunade, uninterested in his antics, shot him a glare before grabbing the meal box from the table and devouring its contents. She was truly struggling to endure his clingy nature. "Don't rush. It's all your favorite food. Eat slowly. Let me tell you, you can be Hokage for now, and when you want to retire, just come home. I'll take care of everything. It's all up to you." Jiraiya envisioned the future, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. "What if I want to gamble? Can you support me then?" Tsunade teased. "Absolutely. If you want to gamble, I'll support you. No stakes too high. Just don't use me as a wager. As long as I'm around, I'll cover everything for you." Tsunade paused, slightly moved by his words. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, giving a huff. "Anyone can say nice things. It does sound pleasant, though." Jiraiya watched her eat with keen interest, choosing to remain silent. Unaccustomed to being scrutinized, Tsunade felt her face growing warmer, her irritation mounting. She hastened her eating. Once she finished, Jiraiya promptly offered her a tissue. "Use this to clean up." Tsunade shot him a resentful glare, but took the tissue nonetheless. As she wiped her mouth clean, Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction before excusing himself. Just as he stepped out, he recalled their evening date and returned to remind her, "What time will you be working until tonight?" "I'll come to pick you up." "Not sure, probably quite late." "If it gets too late, let us just skip it," Tsunade replied without looking up. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, swiftly leaping to her desk, fixated on her. Tsunade felt uncomfortable under his gaze, instinctively shrinking back. "This is our first date after establishing our relationship. No matter how late it gets, I'll wait for you. I won't take no for an answer," Jiraiya declared resolutely, a hint of stubbornness in his demeanor. Tsunade, exasperated, relented. "Fine. I'll find you once I'm done." No need. I'll come to get you. Just focus on your work. With Tsunade's promise secured, Jiraiya waved cheerfully and left. Watching his retreating figure, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, unsure if her decision was the right one. Once close friends, their relationship had suddenly transformed, and she felt somewhat ill at ease. Moreover, this guy seemed to have changed into someone entirely different lately. His flirtation was relentless, and she found herself powerless against it. Reflecting on how many years it had been since she felt this reliance on someone, a strange sensation surged within her, leaving her feeling awkward. Let us take it one step at a time. Although he seems carefree, he is dependable when it matters. Shaking her head, she resumed her review of the documents. As Jiraiya exited the Hokage building, he encountered Shizune. Lord Jiraiya, are you here to see Lady Tsunade? Shizune inquired politely. Yes, I brought her lunch. Being Hokage doesn't mean she should skip meals. Look at the time. She hasn't eaten yet. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to express his concerns, oblivious to how verbose he had become. After listening to his suggestions, sweat trickled down Shizune's forehead, and she offered a sheepish smile. Ah, that meal has been prepared for her already. Lady Tsunade can be a bit stubborn, but when you show up, she'll eat right away. So, Lord Jiraiya, it would be wise to keep encouraging her. Noticing Jiraiya's unusual expression, Shizune hurriedly switched to compliments. Feeling a little embarrassed, Jiraiya realized that it was indeed Tsunade's own issue. All right, I misunderstood the situation. I'll make sure to supervise her from now on. Shizune, you've worked hard. Go on and attend to your duties. He waved his hand and hurriedly left. Shizune sighed in relief, watching his retreating figure. She was happy that Lady Tsunade had Jiraiya's care and concern. Most importantly, it relieved her of some burden. Yet, she couldn't shake a feeling of slight grievance. Never mind, work takes precedence. Jiraiya was hungry. Originally, he had bought 2 meals intending to share lunch with Tsunade. However, she was too occupied with work, and he felt it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb her. I'll wait until tonight. For now, I'll grab a quick bite. Jiraiya headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. In his previous life, he had always enjoyed noodle dishes. Although Ichiraku's ramen could use some improvement, it was still a delightful meal. Hey, old man. 1 bowl of deluxe ramen. You choose the ingredients. I'll just eat. The chef, turning to see the white-haired Jiraiya, remarked with slight jealousy. You call me old man? You look older than me. Nevertheless, the customer was always right, especially a valued one, so the chef smiled and hastened his preparation. Jiraiya didn't even notice the issue with the address. Having navigated the professional world for 5 or 6 years, he was not yet 30, while the chef's daughter was already 18. It seemed natural to be called old man. However, considering his current age, he might very well be old enough to be a father. As he gazed at the large bowl of noodles placed before him, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a delightful aroma enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. Slurp. Jiraiya feasted heartily. Hey, when are you holding a ramen competition here? He inquired between mouthfuls. Lord Jiraiya, it seems you are older than I am. He couldn't resist correcting. Jiraiya paused, scratching his head awkwardly, and chuckled. Ha, it's a habit. So, what's this competition about? Jiraiya was taken aback. Could it be that Ieyasu has yet to consider such an event? Oh, the ramen competition involves participants racing to see who can consume the most noodles. The victor receives a prize. The main purpose is to promote and attract attention. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, this is a splendid idea, but organizing such an event would require considerable investment. Given my current capabilities, it seems unfeasible. What's wrong? Are you having trouble understanding? He snapped back to reality and laughed. Lord Jiraiya, your suggestion is excellent. However, with my humble establishment's resources, it might be a bit beyond my reach. Perhaps I shall consider it when I am more capable. Jiraiya looked surprised. Well, from what I recall of competitions I've seen in my previous life, they seem to be a few years away, which might indeed be a stretch for the present. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Chapter 15. Finalizing cooperation matters. A thought flashed through Jiraiya's mind. I could sponsor it. Consider it an investment while testing my plan. His spirits lifted. He exclaimed, your ramen is delightful. I believe we can organize a competition. Don't worry about the finances. I can sponsor it. All I need from you is to help with the promotion. Excuse me? He gasped in shock. Lord Jiraiya wants to sponsor? If that's the case, the competition would certainly attract attention. However, promoting for Lord Jiraiya? What would I be promoting? Surely not the Paradise of Affection series. His face flushed at the thought, and he quickly shook his head. No, I still have my business to consider. Promoting such books would tarnish my reputation. He resolutely declined. Jiraiya appeared taken aback. Must you refuse so outrightly? As one of the legendary three, do I not deserve at least a moment's hesitation? Or should I hide my face? Realizing he had been somewhat impolite, he forced a laugh. Lord Jiraiya, if it involves promoting your books, it might affect my shop's reputation in a way you can understand. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. This fellow was quite perceptive. He merely mentioned promotion, and the implication was grasped. He soon relaxed, realizing the concern was about the content of the books. However, there seemed to be a facade of seriousness. As he pondered this, Jiraiya regarded him with an odd expression. Although I haven't read your books, I've heard from others that they are somewhat inappropriate. Not explaining was one thing. But once he did, Jiraiya's gaze grew even more peculiar. His face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Jiraiya wiped his mouth and stated earnestly, "Don't rush to refuse. The books I intend for you to promote will not contain inappropriate content. If you doubt it, I can show you. I have a copy here that hasn't been sent out yet, making it a first-hand experience." Iyasu's eyes glimmered with interest. Then, during the competition, "If you manage to sell just one book, I'll share a portion of the profits with you. What do you say?" After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, "Very well, Lord Jiraiya, but I must first review the book to ensure it's suitable. Once confirmed, we can discuss the details." Jiraiya nodded. "I didn't bring it today, but I'll bring it for you to see tomorrow." Just then, two customers entered the shop, prompting him to attend to them. Jiraiya decided not to intrude further, bid his farewell, and departed. As he left the shop, Jiraiya felt increasingly elated. His manuscript approval should be a mere formality, but waiting for the payment would take time. Now, with this opportunity, he might not earn a fortune, but he could certainly establish his reputation. Reflecting on his previous life, Jiraiya was indeed a well-known author, though that notoriety was somewhat inflated. Among the known ninjas, his only true fan was Kakashi. What he sought was not just a loyal audience, but a brand of his own. In modern parlance, he aspired to create a personal intellectual property. He wished for a name that, upon recognition, would evoke fascination for all his works. However, he needed a pen name to maintain an air of mystery and prevent readers from focusing on his identity rather than his writings. Joyfully, he contemplated his future plans. Lord Jiraiya. His reverie was interrupted, and he felt a twinge of annoyance. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man in a green bodysuit with a watermelon-shaped head, his eyes brimming with tears. "Ah, guy, what brings you here?" "Lord Jiraiya, thank you for your concern for my pupil. Lee told me you visited him and left him some money. I am deeply grateful." Jiraiya, observing his sincere bow, felt a bit embarrassed. After a moment, he sighed, "Guy, please take good care of Lee. He is a fine boy and will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. As you two train together, injuries are inevitable. So use that money to acquire more medicinal supplies. It's my way of showing concern." Upon hearing this, my guy was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. "Guy, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. To the best of my ability, I will do everything I can. Let us strive together for our youth. Let us not waste our youth." At the mention of youth, Guy perked up as if invigorated. Nodding vigorously, Guy bowed deeply again. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. I sincerely appreciate your recognition on behalf of Lee." Jiraiya, overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, finally spoke. Guy, if you have time, I could use your help. Don't feel hesitant about it." Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, I am at your service. How about tomorrow?" Guy nodded eagerly. Once they had set a time, Jiraiya exhaled in relief. He had expected to struggle with this, yet it turned out to be quite effortless. Guy was indeed innocent. It was precisely this simplicity that allowed him to reach heights in martial arts that others could only dream of. With Guy's assistance, he believed his strength would improve rapidly. Not bad at all. In just one day, he had resolved so many matters and gained much. Jiraiya returned to his residence, elated, and began selecting the books he would promote. After much deliberation, he finally chose a humorous yet motivational book. An artist from his previous life once said, "The core of comedy is tragedy." In reality, much joy is often built upon the suffering of others. Coupled with the motivational element, it became an intriguing concept. Such literature would appeal to both children and adults, broadening its audience. Once promoted, it should garner significant attention. Having settled on the book, he left his home. Initially planning to present it the following day, He reconsidered and decided to act swiftly, as he had some free time. Arriving at Ayasu Ramen, he found the shop temporarily empty. "Hey, I brought the book." With a gleam in his eyes, he swiftly approached the table and extended his hands. "Do you possess the summoning technique?" Jiraiya suddenly inquired. Lord Jiraiya, I am merely an ordinary person. I do not know any ninjutsu." Jiraiya nodded in understanding. "Very well. This book is still just a manuscript and may be somewhat voluminous. It would be best if we went directly to your room. I will summon it for you. And you simply need to keep it safe." Ichiraku was somewhat bewildered, but since Lord Jiraiya had spoken, he decided to comply. He instructed his daughter Shobu to watch the shop and led Jiraiya to his bedroom. The bedroom was quite nice, clean, and spacious. "Shall I place it on the floor?" Jiraiya nodded. Summoning technique. In an instant, Jiraiya formed hand seals. With a soft thud, Ichiraku's eyes widened in astonishment. My apologies. It appears there are quite a few. Please bear with it for now." The manuscript, exceeding 500,000 words, piled up to nearly 2 meters high. Fortunately, Jiraiya had divided it into several sections upon summoning. Even so, it occupied a significant amount of space, causing the once spacious bedroom to feel somewhat cramped. "I have organized the chapters and volumes for you, and the page numbers are marked. Just pay a little attention when you read." Noticing Ichiraku's prolonged silence, Jiraiya shook his head. Is it truly such a shock? He decided to leave Ichiraku to his thoughts and turned to exit the room. The sky was still bright, and there was ample time before the evening's date. Jiraiya intended to find a place to rest for a while. He lay down in a loft near the park, gazing at the distant sky and clouds, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 16. A date gone awry. Stealing a hidden cup noodle, a gentle breeze wafted through, the sunlight warm, and the fresh air carried a subtle floral fragrance that was refreshing. It had been over a month since he arrived in the world of Hokage. As he looked at the distant sky, Jiraiya felt a sense of relaxation and immense contentment. Without the system's tasks, he mused that he might have lived a life of utter monotony. He felt akin to the youthful Shikamaru, reluctant to trouble himself and preferring to take things easy. Alas, tasks still awaited him, and now with a girlfriend added to the mix, there was much responsibility to shoulder. Lord Jiraiya? Shikamaru's voice broke his reverie. "What are you doing here?" Speak of the devil, and he shall appear?" Jiraiya squinted slightly, turning his head to glance before returning his gaze to the clouds. Come, let us admire the clouds together." Shikamaru, taken aback, nodded and lay down beside him, resting his head on his hands. The two fell into a comfortable silence, relishing the moment of serenity. As the sun began to set, Shikamaru finally rose. "Lord Jiraiya, I shall head home now." Jiraiya tilted his head, smiling and waving goodbye. Watching Shikamaru's retreating figure, Jiraiya's gaze sparkled. Though they had exchanged no words, he sensed Shikamaru's calmness and nonchalance, albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, for a 12-year-old, such traits were entirely normal. What was remarkable, however, was Shikamaru's wisdom that surpassed that of his peers. Jiraiya greatly admired him, and he mused that Shikamaru's future wife seemed to possess a temper that could rival Tsunade's. Oh my! Jiraiya couldn't help but reflect. Well, it's about time I checked on how Tsunade is faring at work. He decided to keep the evening's date simple and rose, strolling leisurely towards the Hokage building. I never thought Lord Jiraiya had such interests. He seems quite similar to me. Shikamaru pondered on his way home. As a member of the new generation, he had little interaction with the older generation. Coupled with his lazy nature, he hardly engaged with elders outside of his parents and teachers. Today, having someone accompany him to watch the clouds filled him with unexpected joy. If only Choji were not in the hospital, had he not had some free time today, he would have missed this delightful laziness. With a light chuckle, Shikamaru developed a fondness for Jiraiya. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, he gradually made his way home. As he gazed upon the lights of the Hokage's office, Jiraiya couldn't help but reflect on the struggles of the role. Thank goodness I declined the position of Hokage, otherwise I would be utterly swamped. His thoughts turned to his girlfriend, feeling a twinge of concern. Well, I will simply be her support, he reassured himself. Upon entering the office, Jiraiya placed the snacks he had brought on the table and quietly seated himself to wait. Tsunade glanced up at him as he entered but quickly returned to her work, not having time even for her favorite snacks. The more he observed, the more he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Finally, as night fell and the stars twinkled, Tsunade let out a long sigh, stretching her limbs and appearing much more relaxed. What a hassle. If you hadn't been watching me the whole time, I wouldn't have had to rush so much. Tsunade complained. A smile crept across Jiraiya's face as he rose and approached her from behind. I am concerned for you. If you finish your work early, you can get a good night's sleep. If you keep this up every day, your health will surely suffer. He spoke gently. Don't move. Let me give you a massage. And afterward, we shall go enjoy some late-night snacks. Tsunade nodded, grabbing a snack from the table and devouring it eagerly. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Jiraiya urged as he diligently massaged her shoulders, chiding her gently. Ugh, you are so annoying. Like an old woman. Tsunade retorted. Jiraiya merely smiled silently. Feeling her body gradually relax, his movements became increasingly gentle. Before long, a soft snore escaped her lips. Is she asleep? Listening to her gentle snores, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. He sighed helplessly, then turned off the lights and gently lifted her in a princess carry. Tsunade nestled her head against his chest, finding a comfortable angle, and drifted into a deep slumber. Jiraiya's gaze flickered. It seemed he needed to expedite Kakashi's training so he could take over sooner. Tsunade's daily exhaustion was becoming increasingly difficult for him to witness. Observing Tsunade asleep, Jiraiya shook his head. As he passed the break room, he did not linger. The stiff, oversized bed offered little comfort, and he did not want her to have to endure sleeping in such a cold place. He cradled her and slowly made his way home. As he walked, he proceeded slowly and cautiously, fearful of waking Tsunade. At last, they arrived home. Jiraiya paid no heed to the astonished expression of the silent shinobi, bypassing her and carrying Tsunade directly into the bedroom. After covering her with a blanket, he gently kissed her forehead before exiting. Once outside, Jiraiya felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Upon returning to his residence, he remembered that he had yet to eat. While there were street vendors outside, they hardly sufficed to quell his hunger. He made his way to Ichiraku Ramen, only to find the lights extinguished. Suddenly, he recalled that Naruto had some delicious instant noodles in his collection. That should suffice, he thought. As a mentor, it was only reasonable to accept a small token of gratitude from his student. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Jiraiya joyfully made his way to Naruto's home. He retrieved a spare key and entered without hesitation. Naruto's abode was modest, yet significantly cleaner and tidier than during his initial visit. Moreover, the refrigerator was devoid of expired food, indicating a more structured lifestyle, a notable improvement. Jiraiya smiled slightly as he began to search. Before long, he discovered over 20 boxes of premium instant noodles. His expression brightened. With Naruto still in the hospital and likely to remain there for several days, these noodles would soon expire if not consumed. As a mentor, he felt it was his responsibility to alleviate his students' worries. Jiraiya busily boiled water and prepared the noodles, efficiently completing the task in one go, soaking all of the instant noodles. Not to mention, since his arrival in this world, his appetite had dramatically increased, soaring to levels that surpassed his previous life. He could now confidently call himself a true glutton. It is precisely for this reason that he proposed to Ichiraku the idea of hosting a ramen competition, primarily with the intention of indulging himself without cost. Ding! As the time arrived, Jiraiya excitedly rubbed his hands together, picked up his chopsticks, and took a mouthful. To his astonishment, it was indeed quite delightful. The flavor surpassed even that of instant noodles from his previous life. Bursting with freshness, the aroma was intoxicating, leaving a lingering taste on his palate. The noodles were springy, rivaling even the famed Ichiraku ramen. In a word, it was exquisite. Slurping noisily, Jiraiya devoured one bowl after another, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Soon, he commenced on his second bowl, then a third, until he had consumed every last cup, finally reclining in his chair, satisfied. Burp. Yet, he still felt somewhat unsated. The deliciousness was simply insufficient in quantity. Nevertheless, being his own disciple, he decided to reserve the last box for him. Afterward, Jiraiya cleaned up the remnants and swiftly tidied the area before locking the door and heading home. Before long, he found himself lying in bed, drifting into slumber. In the hospital, Naruto, deep in sleep, suddenly shivered and slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a bewildered expression. Had he been plagued by a nightmare? He seemed to have no recollection of it. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Bang! With a soft thud, Naruto collapsed back onto the bed, soon resuming his light snores. Chapter 17. Might Guy assists in training at the break of dawn. Shizune stood at the door, rhythmically knocking. Tsunade, still groggy, rose from her bed, rubbed her head, and yawned as she opened her bedroom door. Lady Tsunade, there's important work today, Shizune said with a hint of annoyance. I know. Tsunade suddenly inquired. Shizune, how did I return yesterday? Taken aback, Shizune quickly replied. Lord Jiraiya brought you back. Tsunade frowned, a sense of conflict washing over her. It seems yesterday's date fell through, she mused. Did he say anything while bringing me back? Shizune shook her head. What was his expression like? Shizune was puzzled and somewhat surprised that Lady Tsunade was concerned about Lord Jiraiya's demeanor. Surely, they hadn't quarreled? His expression was quite neutral. He merely mentioned for me to rest early before he departed. Tsunade responded with an "oh," before turning to wash up. As she brushed her teeth, Tsunade's mind was tangled with thoughts. Could he truly be upset? What should she do? Though not her first experience with romance, the suddenness of it all at her age made her somewhat uneasy. That fellow had been so invested in their date, only for it to fall apart. He must be feeling quite disheartened. She felt an urge to make amends. But what did he enjoy? Tsunade suddenly realized that her understanding of Jiraiya's daily life was alarmingly limited. His past pursuits had either involved peeping in bathhouses or seeking inspiration for his writing. Now he seemed to be preoccupied with her, as if that hobby had vanished entirely. Surely, she couldn't let it remain that way. She found herself perplexed, her head throbbing. It appeared that over the years, she had indeed overlooked him. At least he had a firm grasp of her preferences, which was both heartwarming and touching. Gazing into the mirror, she was momentarily lost in thought before resolving to pay him more attention moving forward. Unbeknownst to her, a seed of affection was slowly taking root within her heart. Lady Tsunade, breakfast is ready. As she approached the table, Tsunade beheld a spread of her favorite delicacies. Her emotions complex. Lady Tsunade, these were just delivered by Lord Jiraiya. Tsunade nodded and began to eat slowly. Meanwhile, before dawn, Jiraiya had already risen. Standing atop a rooftop, he watched as dawn broke in the east, a sense of joy swelling within him. He hadn't anticipated such freshness in the early hours of the Hokage world. The early bird catches the worm. He recalled his agreement with Guy to train together. Guy was likely already warming up. It wouldn't be due to arrive too early, allowing him to stretch his muscles first. Since he was due for a beating, he needed to prepare himself, though it wasn't a pressing concern. After the last system upgrade, he had been inundated with trivial matters and hadn't kept track of things. With a year to fulfill his tasks, he felt ample time. However, the thought of impending punishment made his mouth twitch involuntarily. Never mind, I must hasten to improve. My life is at stake. He opened his status panel. Host, Jiraiya Strength, 53 Taijutsu, 53 Jinjutsu, 34 Speed, 56 Chakra, 102 Power Level. Elite Jonin. After a spar with Kakashi yesterday, he had gained a slight boost. Closing the panel, he smiled faintly before swiftly dashing towards the outskirts of the village. Lord Jiraiya? Guy asked. Are you certain this is the correct way to train, by taking a beating? With confidence, Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Rest assured. Let us begin, but hold back a bit. I might not be able to handle your full strength just yet. Consider this a warm-up. I wish to gauge your power. After numerous confirmations, Guy hesitantly began to channel his chakra. Jiraiya was someone he deeply admired, and in many ways, he regarded him as a benefactor. The thought of striking his benefactor with such intensity weighed heavily on his conscience. Unable to resist Jiraiya's persistent requests, he reluctantly complied, as it was a favor for his benefactor. Observing Guy as he gradually gathered strength, Jiraiya pondered. In the original storyline, Guy unleashed the 8 gates, delivering a decisive kick to defeat the Akatsuki member, Kisame. The original strength undoubtedly surpassed his current capabilities. However, since his arrival in this world, his strength had diminished significantly. He likely possessed only the power equivalent to Guy's 5th gate now. Having not endured a beating for almost a month, his body felt somewhat stiff. So he decided to test the waters initially, not wanting to be overly demanding. After all, pain was indeed real. With a loud shout, Guy warned, Lord Jiraiya, be careful. Leaf, great whirlwind. Boom. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya felt as though his head might explode, sent flying through the air. What the hell? I didn't ask you to kick me in the face. Ding. The host received 1 critical hit, speed 4, chakra -0. 02. Crash. Jiraiya landed heavily on the ground. Thud. Quickly recovering, he sprang back to his feet. As Guy launched another kick, Jiraiya raised his hand and shouted, Guy, wait a moment. Huh. Guy felt a flicker of hope. Was that it? When hitting someone, It's a rule not to strike the face. How about the stomach instead? Guy was somewhat baffled, but since his benefactor had made a request, he naturally obliged. He nodded. All right, let us begin. Boom. Guy executed a flying kick, sending Jiraiya tumbling once more. Ding. The host received one critical hit. Taijutsu 1, chakra -0. 005. Ding. As time passed, Guy gradually opened the 8 gates, reaching the 5th gate. Ding. The host received one critical hit. Jinjutsu 4, chakra -0. 05. Jiraiya felt pain coursing through his body, yet he was secretly pleased to see his stats soaring. It appeared that befriending Guy had indeed been a wise decision. However, it was a bit trying for Guy. Despite remaining the aggressor, the strain brought on by the 8 gates was substantial. Theoretically, once the 4th gate, the healing gate, was opened, the body would enter a danger zone. Having undergone years of excessive training, Guy could now instantaneously open the 7th gate. But such an action would only provide a brief duration of strength. Jiraiya understood that although Guy's power would significantly increase when he activated the 7th gate, the duration would be fleeting, lasting only a couple of minutes at most. Afterward, he would require several days to recover, making it a rather unwise trade-off. Kai could only maintain the 5th gate state, allowing for a slightly prolonged duration. However, the anguish of this dull blade cutting through flesh left him feeling somewhat anxious. Kai, do you have any methods for rapid recovery that won't harm your body? He gasped, lying on the ground. After prolonged exertion, he was nearing his limits. Lord Jiraiya, if you wish for swift recovery, the only option is a medicinal bath. After opening the 7th gate, my limit is 3 minutes, and I would need 3 days to regain my strength. However, with a medicinal bath, that time can be reduced to 8 hours. Jiraiya's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he immediately asked, Kai, what ingredients do you need? I will procure them. Kai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. Lord Jiraiya, while the medicinal bath is indeed effective, it is prohibitively expensive. The cost of a single bath likely equates to 2 to 3 months of an ordinary ninja's salary. This is why Lee and I are often frugal. Even so, we seldom indulge in medicinal baths, only purchasing some health supplements unless severely injured. Jiraiya, resolute, replied, Don't worry about the cost, Kai. As long as it enhances your strength, I will find a way to obtain the necessary materials. Under Jiraiya's firm insistence, Kai ultimately provided him with a list of ingredients. Upon reviewing the prices indicated, Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Indeed, they were exorbitant. His decades of savings would cover barely over a month of daily medicinal baths for Kai, a staggering expense. Yet, for the sake of improving strength, Jiraiya was willing to spend. After all, money is meant to be spent. He then created a shadow clone to begin purchasing the ingredients. Observing Kai's condition, Jiraiya regretfully decided to conclude their training for the day. After calculating the time, he noted they had trained for less than 2 hours. He sighed softly and glanced at his status panel. Host, Jiraiya's strength, 68 taijutsu, 70 jinjutsu, 44 speed, 69 chakra, 112. Jiraiya was elated. His progress had been substantial. If he were to open the 7th gate, he might soon attain the strength of a Hokage. However, he quickly shook his head. Given Kai's current state, forcibly opening the 6th or even 7th gate would impose an excessive burden on his body, leading to injury. Jiraiya would never consent to that. Kai, let us dine. My clone will acquire the medicine. This evening, come to my home for a medicinal bath. Rest well, and if possible, we shall attempt to open the 7th gate tomorrow. Kai nodded in agreement, feeling guilty about the expense Jiraiya was incurring. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. We are all from Konoha, fighting for the youth of our village. There is no need for formality. Strengthening your abilities will also aid in enhancing my own. Kai's eyes welled up with tears at the sincerity of Jiraiya's words, and he nodded earnestly. Jiraiya, unable to withstand that earnest gaze, awkwardly scratched his head. Throughout the morning, Tsunade appeared distracted, ultimately managing to complete her tasks with great difficulty. At that moment, she rested her head on her hand, staring blankly at the documents before her. Shizun stood nearby, hesitant to offer any reminders. Since leaving her home that morning, she had sensed something was amiss with Tsunade. Usually chatty, today she had been silent, often lost in thought during work hours. Completely out of sorts. As the clock approached noon, Shizun took the initiative to bid farewell and leave. To her surprise, Tsunade did not even lift her head. Shizun shook her head. Sigh, it must be love's folly. Exiting the Hokage building, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance, her expression shifting as she quickly departed. Chapter 18. The night before leaving the village, a meeting Kai's exhaustion was severe, and Jiraiya had no choice but to escort him home, picking up some breakfast along the way. Their training had begun around 6 o'clock, and it was now barely 9. Watching Kai finish his meal before resting, Jiraiya finally took his leave. Subsequently, he visited the hospital to check on Naruto, and then he made his way to a park loft to indulge in some leisure. It was not until noon that he ventured into town to buy food for Tsunade. Upon entering, Jiraiya placed the food on the table and noticed Tsunade still lost in thought, completely oblivious to his arrival. He found this curious. Tsunade seemed off today. He opened his palm and waved in front of her, speaking up, "Tsunade? What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Tsunade snapped back to reality, her gaze rising to meet his familiar face, her expression one of astonishment. "When did you arrive?" Jiraiya shook his head, teasingly saying, "You seem a bit off. With all this work, how can you be dazed? What are you thinking about?" He then joked, "You're not thinking about me, are you?" Caught off guard by his words, Tsunade's face flushed. "Wait." Jiraiya was taken aback by her reaction. "Are you really thinking about me?" His heart leapt with joy. "What on earth could you be thinking?" He watched her a bit amused as she averted her gaze. "So, even a fierce woman has her moments of infatuation? Get lost. Who's thinking about you?" Jiraiya chuckled, deciding to cease his teasing. He thoughtfully arranged her lunchbox. "Since you can't focus on work, let's eat first. If you're thinking about me, I'm right here. Look at me as much as you want." Tsunade shot him a glare, eating her meal in frustration. How embarrassing. To let this guy see me like this, it's mortifying. If it weren't for worrying about his feelings, I wouldn't be so conflicted. However, after pondering for a while, she could not figure out how to make it up to him, which was quite vexing. Jiraiya observed the fluctuations of emotion across Tsunade's face. Puzzled by her reaction, he found her quite endearing. After a while, Tsunade finished her meal, and Jiraiya began to tidy up. Despite his desire to linger, he understood the boundaries. As the village leader, his presence here might distract her. Moreover, it seemed that her feelings toward him had subtly changed, which was a joyous development for him. He was in no rush. There would be plenty of time in the future. With a gentle smile, Jiraiya prepared to take his leave. "Hey!" Tsunade's soft, gentle voice abruptly broke the silence, causing Jiraiya to jump slightly. He looked at her in disbelief. Accustomed to Tsunade's bold declarations, her sudden softness caught him off guard. But truthfully, it was indeed sweet and pleasant to hear. "You're not upset about yesterday's date falling through, are you?" she asked cautiously, her demeanor adorably tentative. Jiraiya suddenly realized that she was distressed over the matter. She actually cared about his feelings? His heart soared with joy. This was how a girlfriend should behave. He softened his expression, set down the lunchbox, and knelt beside her, taking her hand in his. "I'm not angry. I'm just worried about you. I know Konoha is currently in disarray, with the third Hokage leaving behind many issues, and I feel helpless. As for the date, it was merely an excuse to spend more time with you. There's no need to dwell on it. Watching you eat and escorting you home brings me joy. That is what truly warms my heart." Tsunade felt touched by his words. Jiraiya continued, "I only hope that amidst your work, you remember to eat on time. That is my greatest wish at this moment. And if there is anything you need me to do, just let me know. Rest assured, I will do my utmost." His firm yet gentle words washed over her like a warm breeze, filling her heart with a comforting sensation. It had been so long since she felt such care and love. Jiraiya held her hand gently and kissed it softly. "Don't lose focus. Concentrate on your work. Let us finish up early tonight, and I'll prepare a feast for you." Tsunade felt her worries dissipate and nodded with a smile. As Jiraiya was preparing to depart, Tsunade called out to him, her expression serious. "By the way, regarding the Akatsuki organization you mentioned earlier, do you have any new discoveries?" Jiraiya turned to face Tsunade, hesitating slightly. In this world of Hokage, perhaps no one understood the Akatsuki better than he did. Yet, many matters were not to be disclosed prematurely. Should he divulge the intelligence about the Akatsuki to Tsunade? What if circumstances changed beyond his control? Suddenly, he shook his head and chuckled. With his powerful abilities, he could grow stronger even through adversity. What was there to fear? He seated himself across from Tsunade and spoke earnestly. "The Akatsuki is a mercenary organization that does not belong to any nation. Their current objective is the tailed beasts. However, in the past 3 years, they have posed no threat to Konoha, so you need not worry." "Is the information reliable?" Tsunade inquired. Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Seeing her contemplative demeanor, Jiraiya refrained from interrupting. After a while, Tsunade lifted her head and smiled. "All right, I understand now. A smirk graced Jiraiya's lips as he declared with unwavering resolve, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you or Konoha. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Her heart warmed, and she beamed. I believe in you. Jiraiya's face broke into a smile. Ah, one more thing, Tsunade continued, her tone serious. Sasuke's defection means Naruto will surely cause trouble, and Sakura will follow suit. Her implication was clear, and Jiraiya understood Naruto's nature well. According to the original storyline, Sakura was already contemplating leaving the village on her own, and Naruto would not stand idly by. Though Jiraiya found it hard to agree with his youthful apprentice's taste, he sighed, realizing that the situation was complicated. Indeed, given Sakura's deep feelings for Sasuke, it was highly likely she would attempt to leave on her own, and Naruto would undoubtedly follow her. Why not issue a mission instead? I can take them out for a bit of fresh air, he suggested. Tsunade pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After finalizing their plans, Jiraiya rose and said with a smile, Then I shall set off tomorrow. No matter what, you must return home tonight. I will prepare a grand meal for you to showcase my culinary skills. After all, it's the first meal I've ever cooked for my girlfriend. Tsunade chuckled lightly. All right, it's a promise. Jiraiya found her formality amusing. Is it just a meal? Why so serious? He thought. But remembering her distress over their previous date being cancelled, he felt relieved. Her seriousness was merely a reflection of her feelings, which was indeed a positive sign. With a carefree grin, he added, I'll pick you up in the evening. Keep up the good work. Leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. With a mission on the horizon, he anticipated being away for several days and needed to discuss plans with the owner, Tucci. Hello? Oh, I am. Why are you here alone today? Jiraiya asked, taking a seat. I am replied with a hint of reproach. It's all your fault, Lord Jiraiya. What? How is this my fault? Jiraiya questioned, puzzled. I am, unwilling to elaborate, said, My father is in the back. You can find him there. Jiraiya scratched his head, wondering if Tucci had become so engrossed in his work that he was neglecting the shop. Sure enough, when he reached the back, he found Tucci sitting on a small stool, intensely focused on his manuscript. His speed was remarkable. He finished a page in mere seconds, treating each page like a precious treasure. Even though he read quickly, he organized the pages meticulously afterward, demonstrating his dedication. Tucci looked up, and tears welled in his eyes. In an instant, he leaped forward and knelt before Jiraiya, fervently grasping his leg, overwhelmed with emotion. Lord Jiraiya, it's magnificent. Thank you. I promise. Jiraiya, taken aback, exclaimed, What on earth? If he didn't know the context, an outsider might think he had bullied Tucci. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jiraiya said slowly, Since you've made that promise, you can start planning tomorrow. I will be on a mission, possibly for several days, and you'll be in charge of all promotional matters. Jiraiya, unable to contain his frustration, shouted, Can you please stand up when you speak? Tears and snot were smeared on his leg. Didn't he realize that? If not for the fear of hurting him, Jiraiya would have slapped him. At Jiraiya's outburst, Tucci immediately complied, springing to his feet. Lord Jiraiya, your book is incredible. However, if we are to promote it, we need to print copies, which may take some time. Jiraiya frowned, suddenly recalling that his manuscript was 50,000 words long. Even if printed in batches, it would require considerable time. He wondered about the printing efficiency in this world. How long do you think it will take? Actually, Lord Jiraiya, it's not necessary to print it all at once. We can start with a portion as a sample to pique readers' interest, garner some attention, and then gradually release the rest. Jiraiya nodded, recognizing the wisdom in this marketing strategy. If we're going to do this, let us do it big. I have several more books to publish, and my ultimate goal is to establish a cultural empire and reap substantial profits. However, we must take it slow at first. He appraised Tucci once more, realizing that he possessed a certain intelligence. He was indeed a talent worth nurturing. You will have full authority over this endeavor. I will only focus on writing and financing, and the rest is up to you. At this, Tucci became ecstatic. Oh, by the way, when promoting, please don't use my real name. Let's use a pseudonym. How about I love eating Ichiraku Ramen? Taken aback, Jiraiya responded, But, Lord Jiraiya, you already have a fan base. Why not use your real name? Shaking his head, Jiraiya replied, Even the owner of this ramen shop knows my previous reputation. Others will know even more. Tucci's face flushed with embarrassment at this remark. I want to change that perception. Moreover, using this name could increase your visibility, allowing us to help each other. Tucci beamed with delight. Jiraiya continued, if possible, keep my authorship a secret. If you can manage that, I will let you see all my manuscripts first. Tucci was electrified with joy. Lord Jiraiya, you can trust me. I will ensure everything remains confidential. That is my promise. Jiraiya nodded. However, while promoting the book, do not forget your primary business. The shop must remain open, and your ramen needs to shine during the competition. You cannot let me down. Tucci eagerly agreed, promising to uphold his responsibilities. Let us go. Leaving your daughter to manage the entire shop alone, you must be quite the trusting father. Aren't you worried she will be overwhelmed? Jiraiya remarked. I suppose I'll have to give you the manuscripts in batches from now on. With that, Jiraiya descended the stairs. Tucci was momentarily stunned, then suddenly alarmed. He glanced at the room filled with manuscripts, lingering for a moment, then hurriedly left, locking the door behind him. When Ayam saw Jiraiya return to the shop with her father, her heart filled with joy. She quietly thanked Jiraiya. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled softly and shook his head. Chapter 19. Showcasing culinary skills in the afternoon, Jiraiya's shadow clone had already procured the medicinal ingredients. Initially planning to have the clone prepare them at home, Jiraiya decided to deliver the herbs to Guy's house, bringing along some food as well. Guy had awakened and appeared somewhat invigorated. Guy, I will be on a mission tomorrow and will likely be away from the village for the next few days. Rest assured. Lord Jiraiya, when you return, we shall continue our youthful training together. Jiraiya pondered. This conversation feels slightly off, doesn't it? Never mind. He means no harm. As dusk fell, he ambled out of the park, making his way toward the Hokage building. Just as he approached, he spotted Tsunade exiting, with Shizun trailing behind. You're out early today? Jiraiya remarked in surprise. Of course. I put in a tremendous effort this afternoon and completed my work ahead of schedule. Tsunade beamed. And Jiraiya readily gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. Tsunade's lips curled into a smirk. Shall I reward you with a token of affection? Jiraiya proposed, causing Shizun, standing behind Tsunade, to turn crimson and silently cover her eyes. Get away. There are so many people around. Tsunade's face flushed instantaneously, and she hastily declined. What's the harm? Can a Hokage indulge in romance? I merely wish to give you a reward. He swiftly pecked Tsunade's cheek. Shizun, watching from her spot, peered through her fingers. Tsunade's face turned as red as fire, warm enough to fry an egg. Ha! Jiraiya laughed, fully aware that with Tsunade's prowess, if she truly wished to evade him, he would surely miss. Since he had succeeded, it implied her tacit acceptance. With a cheerful grin, he took her delicate hand and led her toward the market. Shizun hesitated, a wry smile forming on her lips, musing, should I follow or not? What are you dawdling for? Shizun, hurry up and join us to buy some groceries. Jiraiya's voice rang out, providing her with reassurance. I suppose I'll just be an invisible presence, ensuring I don't disrupt them. Once her thoughts settled, Shizun quickly caught up. What vegetables do you fancy? Choose freely. I shall take charge of the cooking. I promise you'll be satisfied. Having spent over 20 years single in his previous life, primarily to spare his parents worry and to honor them upon his return home, he had diligently learned an array of culinary delights. While his skills may not be extraordinary, they possessed a unique flair. Oh, and Shizun, feel free to select as well, don't hold back. Jiraiya declared confidently. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his self-assuredness. She recalled how, during past missions with the legendary three, he could burn fish. Had he truly honed his culinary skills over the years? The prospect seemed somewhat dubious. Though she had agreed to share dinner largely to compensate for her absence the previous day, his newfound confidence made her feel rather hasty. What if his cooking turned out to be unappetizing? It seems I've dug myself a pit I must inevitably jump into. Jiraiya, oblivious to her inner turmoil, began selecting ingredients, as the two remained indecisive. After gathering a substantial amount of groceries, Jiraiya nudged them to leave, remarking that it was getting late and the produce was losing freshness. Gazing at the wilted vegetables, he grumbled. Tsunade quickly reassured him, no need for such extravagance. We can simply eat something casual. Absolutely not. This is my first meal for my girlfriend. It must be taken seriously. I guarantee it will be unforgettable. Thunderstruck. Tsunade felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her heart. Oh no, unforgettable. At that moment, she was certain that what lay ahead would be astonishing. Whether in delight or dread, all she could do was pray for mercy, hoping he would refrain from overdoing it. Shizun looked at Jiraiya with curiosity, astonished to discover that he was not only considerate but also a capable cook. How impressive. Tsunade-sama is truly fortunate. She turned to observe Tsunade's profile, her heart sinking slightly. Tsunade's expression was heavy with worry, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Shizun glanced back at Jiraiya, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping in. In the kitchen, Jiraiya was hard at work. Shizun intended to assist, but was promptly shooed away by him. What nonsense! Cooking for my girlfriend? How could I allow anyone to interfere? The clattering of pots and pans made Tsunade's brow twitch, her restlessness palpable. How is it going? Tsunade quietly inquired of Shizun. Shizun shook her head, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of ingredients and unfamiliar techniques. I have no idea. Seeing the panic etched on Tsunade's face, she cautiously asked, Does Jiraiya-sama really know how to cook? With a sigh, Tsunade admitted, I'm not sure. When we were on missions, he could even ruin grilling a fish. His culinary prowess remains a mystery to me. Shizun's brow began to twitch. After a nervous chuckle, she said, Well, Tsunade-sama, since Jiraiya-sama is so dedicated to cooking, I'll refrain from interrupting. I seem to have remembered something I need to attend to. I'll check on that. Buzz. Tsunade swiftly intercepted Shizun, who attempted to escape. You aren't going anywhere. You're staying with me, even if it kills you. Shizun's eyes filled with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. Tsunade remained unwavering. Stay put. Come on, it's time to eat. Jiraiya prepared a feast of 5 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. A veritable banquet. Wow, Shizun exclaimed. Jiraiya-sama. These dishes look incredibly appetizing. Jiraiya beamed with pride. Naturally. Just look at me. Sit tight. Let us dig in. Tsunade, initially apprehensive, felt her worries dissipate as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, invigorating her senses. Come, try this braised pork. I must tell you, it's my favorite dish. And this steamed fish. Eat plenty. It's nourishing, especially for someone as exhausted as you. Of course, my Tsunade is already quite clever. Noticing a slight change in Tsunade's expression, he quickly corrected himself while serving them both. Delicious. Shizun continuously gave her approval with a thumbs up. The delightful flavors not only tantalized her taste buds, but also unveiled a new realm of culinary wonders. She realized fish could be prepared in such a manner. Pork could be both visually appealing and delectable, and the vegetables and mushrooms utterly transformed her worldview. As Tsunade savored her meal, observing the man beside her busily serving her while chattering away, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction welled within her. Life could indeed be so warm and beautiful. The meal was a joyful affair, leaving everyone content. Tsunade leaned back on the sofa with a contented sigh, cradling her slightly rounded belly, feeling pleasantly full. Remarkably, despite Shizun's young age, her appetite was surprisingly large. Aside from Jiraiya, she had consumed the most, showing little sign of it affecting her. Ha! Tsunade-sama, you look like you're a few months pregnant. Shizun suddenly realized her words might have been ill-timed, meeting Tsunade's fierce gaze and quickly retracting her head. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, indeed. Tsunade, how about we get married soon and aim for a real baby? Tsunade's face flushed crimson, her eyes narrowing dangerously at Jiraiya. He felt a surge of joy. Shizun was truly a remarkable ally. Silently, he gave her a thumbs up. Shizun could only smile wryly. Realizing that amidst the clash of these two titans, it was best for her to tread carefully. Jiraiya volunteered to clean up the dishes. Unable to argue, Shizun retreated to her room and locked the door, fearing for her life if she remained with Tsunade. After tidying the kitchen, Jiraiya approached Tsunade, speaking softly. I may leave soon, so take good care of yourself in the coming days, and remember to eat regularly. Tsunade nodded and remarked, It's merely a few days of missions. You're being rather tedious. Just don't think of me when the time comes. Humph, as if I'd think of you. Only if you were a stunning blonde beauty. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed, and she feigned a readiness to strike. Jiraiya deftly seized her hand, speaking softly, in the upcoming period. The Akatsuki organization should remain dormant towards Konoha, so you need not worry. Should any troublesome matters arise, await my return. Although he understood that, during this time frame, aside from essential tasks, no significant issues were likely to occur, it was better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared. The world could change in unforeseen ways due to his presence, yet he aimed to conclude his missions as swiftly as possible. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Jiraiya then released her hand and turned to depart. Be safe, he called back, flashing a confident smile. Watching his retreating figure, Tsunade suddenly felt a pang of emptiness in her heart. The stillness of the living room made the sound of a pin drop audible. She sighed softly, slowly returning to her bedroom. This night, she was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 20. The Three's Journey. A mission outside the village after leaving Tsunade's home. Jiraiya returned briefly to his residence to collect a change of clothes before heading directly to the park to wait. In the afternoon, he utilized his sensory ninjutsu to observe Sakura visiting Naruto in the hospital, noticing the determination in her eyes. Jiraiya speculated that she would take action that very night. He settled down to wait patiently. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, presenting a beautiful scene. Jiraiya sat quietly on a branch of a large tree, savoring the moonlight. Soon, he detected a figure approaching from a distance, standing lost in thought before a stone bench. Jiraiya shook his head, thinking, this young one is quite the romantic. Though the object of affection is not my apprentice, it surely complicates matters for Naruto. Just as Sakura prepared to leave, another figure descended beside her, startling her. Sakura. Naruto gazed at her quietly. After a brief explanation, her resolve to depart remained steadfast. Naruto smiled gently, saying, I won't dissuade you. Do as you wish. However, I intend to accompany you. Sakura was taken aback. Though it's just the two of us now, we will always be a team of three. At his words, Sakura felt a surge of emotion. The two then slowly walked toward the gates of Konoha. Jiraiya observed this, shaking his head, his conviction regarding their mission growing stronger. Naruto must be guided properly. If you admire someone and they reciprocate, that is mutual affection. But unrequited devotion? That is simply foolishness, and one deserves such a fate. As the two approached the village gates, Jiraiya's form gracefully landed behind them. Both were startled. Master Jiraiya? Hey, you two. Do you know what it's called when you leave the village without permission? It's called desertion. Naruto retorted immediately. It won't matter if you try to stop us. With that, Jiraiya struck him with a swift slap. You foolish child. A second punch sent Naruto sprawling. Do you not understand the current state of the village? You're only causing trouble for Tsunade. Struggling to rise. Naruto was about to respond when Sakura interjected on his behalf. Jiraiya, uninterested in her defense, cut her off. And you're not my apprentice. So I have no reason to strike you. If you don't learn your boundaries, I'll have Tsunade revoke your ninja status. Sakura was immediately taken aback, her head drooping in dismay. Jiraiya cast her a glance and continued, Tsunade assigned you a mission to investigate the Sound Village in the land of rice. Therefore, you may leave the village now. I will accompany you as your superior. Sakura's expression brightened instantly. Naruto, crawling over, scratched his head and laughed. Master is so considerate. Humph. If you continue to act recklessly, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Naruto shivered at the prospect. Let us go, Jiraiya said with a simple tone. Under the moonlight, the trio stepped beyond the village. Lying in bed, Tsunade tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Worry gnawed at her. Orochimaru was no weakling. And with that prodigious ninja Yakushi Kabuto by his side, she feared for their safety. She regretted agreeing to investigate the Sound Village. As a village leader, she knew that such indecision was unwise, yet she could not suppress the emotions stirring within her. After a long while, she sighed deeply, standing by the window, unable to find peace. The trio traveled through the night, finally reaching the land of rice before dawn. Along the way, Sakura and Naruto chattered incessantly, while Jiraiya paid them little mind. The scenery of the land of rice was indeed splendid, if not for the lurking darkness beneath. It could serve as a sanctuary for retirement. He felt no urgency regarding this mission. Ostensibly, they were there to investigate Orochimaru and the Sound Village, but in reality, he was seizing the opportunity to correct the misguided thoughts of the two youngsters while also stirring up some events. Finding Orochimaru would be troublesome. However, the most concentrated information would undoubtedly be found in the entertainment districts. The more chaotic the place, the more mixed the crowd, bandits and ninjas alike, making information retrieval easier. Jiraiya was acutely aware of this, having frequented such places for years, not only for reasons of indulgence, but also to gather valuable intelligence. However, for him, this was quite a dilemma. Setting aside his lack of experience in such matters, Tsunade had now become his girlfriend, and the thought of engaging with other women felt uncomfortable. Yet, the search for Orochimaru must continue, especially since Sakura was no easy fool to deceive. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya recalled a little girl from the Fuma clan who had ambushed Naruto and Sakura, only to be saved by them. She had ultimately led them to Orochimaru. Thus, if they could find this girl or her three companions, they would uncover Orochimaru's south hiding place. Jiraiya pulled out a map, contemplating their destination before making a decision. Naruto and Sakura, puzzled by his sudden pause to study the map, approached to see. Jiraiya, uninterested in their inquiries, folded the map and continued onward. What is going on? Master want to even tell us where we're headed. It's so dull. Will this even lead us to Sasuke? Naruto complained with discontent. Naruto, don't be like that. Master Jiraiya surely has his reasons. We just need to trust him. Sakura replied softly, although she felt that Jiraiya had grown somewhat distant. She was willing to endure a little discomfort if it meant aiding in the search for Sasuke. We are now seeking the Fuma clan. They aspire to revive their clan and have allied with Orochimaru. If we locate them, we will find Orochimaru, Jiraiya stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Sakura's face lit up with joy. How did you know, master? And why would the Fuma clan ally with such a despicable man? Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya cast him a sidelong glance and replied, the Fuma clan, like other families within Konoha, needs a powerful ally. Once, a war caused the ninja families in the land of Rice to decline, and at that moment, Orochimaru appeared, promising to help them achieve their dreams of revival, leading them to ally with him. After speaking, he abruptly shook his head, shifting his tone. However, seeking protection and revival through such means is destined to lead to self-destruction. Sakura was momentarily bewildered. Naruto scratched his head, equally puzzled. To attain true strength, one must rely solely on oneself. You are fortunate to have the first Hokage and various esteemed clans that established Konohagakure, crafting a relatively peaceful environment for you. The second Hokage further instituted numerous beneficial mechanisms for the village, and while the third Hokage may not have made significant contributions, under his leadership, peace has generally prevailed. Sakura listened intently. During her theoretical classes at school, she excelled, and at this moment, through Jiraiya's elucidation, she discovered a fresh perspective. Naruto, however, scoffed, incredulous that such an accomplished figure as the third Hokage was unknown to his master. Bang! Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and slapped Naruto lightly on the back of the head. Foolish apprentice, you need a good dose of reality. Noticing Sakura's earnest attention, Jiraiya nodded inwardly, recognizing her diligence. Ignoring Naruto, he continued, you see, you do not live in a world of peace, but rather within a peaceful ninja village. In the realm of ninjas, strength reigns supreme. The third Hokage, though indecisive, has maintained temporary peace within, yet jeopardized long-term strategies. Other ninja villages eye us warily. I trust you are aware of the true purpose behind each Chunin exam. Have you noticed that a Wagakure and Kumogakure have never participated? Do you know why? Sakura, captivated, shook her head. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Naruto and explained, because they believe themselves strong enough to refrain from engaging with us. They do not wish to reveal the capabilities of their new generation. In the event of a national conflict, they would possess a significant advantage. Sakura suddenly comprehended. But, Lord Jiraiya, isn't our land of fire the strongest among the 5 great nations? Jiraiya shook his head. That is merely our wishful thinking. Since we are on this topic, what do you define as the strongest? Isn't the strongest the one with the highest overall strength? Sakura queried, puzzled. You are mistaken. The strongest is one who instills fear in all, one who, when they choose to act, does so with overwhelming might. Jiraiya's voice resonated powerfully, leaving Sakura momentarily dazed. Why is the land of Rice so feeble? Their ninja strength is lacking, relying on external powers. Do you believe Orochimaru is strong? Sakura and Naruto nodded. But is he the strongest? They shook their heads. Precisely. Although Orochimaru's hands are crippled, his aura of intimidation persists, bolstered by his cunning intellect. Anyone contemplating an offense must weigh their options carefully. Speaking of a sensitive topic, the reason Sasuke was chosen is that he seeks power. He desires to grow stronger. A sentiment Naruto can surely relate to. Naruto's expression grew grave. Last time, Sasuke had the chance to kill you, yet he refrained. Do you know why? Naruto's gaze locked onto Jiraiya. With a sigh, Jiraiya replied, because you are his final bond. Killing you would undoubtedly make him stronger. Yet he does not wish to elevate himself through such means. Principally, he still desires to rely on his own strength, not only for his original ambitions, but also to genuinely defeat you once he becomes truly powerful. Naruto was taken aback. Since you did not stop him last time, it signifies that your strength has already fallen behind. And you too, Sakura. Sakura, lost in thought, looked up at Jiraiya's voice, bewildered. Do you not feel that the gap between the 3 of you is widening? I do not deny your genuine feelings for him. but you are unable to keep pace with him. To pursue him, you must grow stronger and possess the strength to stand beside him with poise, rather than merely relying on emotions to bind him. That is mere folly. If you persist in such thoughts, I am afraid you may not reach the end of this journey. Jiraiya's words pierced her heart like needles. She felt wronged, heartbroken, and distressed. She was acutely aware of this reality, yet her emotions for Sasuke had led her astray, even to the point of obsession. She could not control herself. Jiraiya sighed internally. Were it not for her fixation, she would not have recklessly attempted to sneak out of the village. As for Naruto, he was just a foolish child. He decided to take his time in guiding him. Chapter 21. Meeting Orochimaru. After a considerable period of walking, the trio arrived at the most bustling street in the land of rice. Throughout the journey, Jiraiya had refrained from further conversation. Sakura remained deep in thought, her expression complex. Naruto, too, had grown silent, appearing somewhat lost. He had already offered the necessary reminders, confident that both individuals felt a stirring within them. How they chose to act, particularly Sakura, would depend on her insight. Nevertheless, Jiraiya had faith in her. In truth, aside from her facade of disdain for Naruto, which masked an underlying reliance, Sakura possessed a commendable level of understanding and potential. All he could do was to separate this foolish apprentice from her and guide him back onto the right path. Beyond that, he had no qualms about Sakura's behavior. After all, it was of no concern to him. Moreover, she was the best candidate to inherit Tsunade's abilities, even for the sake of his wife. He ought to slightly adjust his attitude. They found a restaurant where they feasted heartily, and afterward, Jiraiya led the two back down the street. Once outside the town, they took a moment to rest by the roadside. Naruto and Sakura were oblivious to Jiraiya's intentions, but complied wisely. Jiraiya, lost in thought, recalled that they should be nearby. They could only wait patiently. As he silently activated his sensory ninjutsu, Jiraiya observed a radius of several hundred meters around him. By midday, Naruto, growing impatient, was about to grumble when Jiraiya smirked slightly. Ah, a little fish has taken the bait. Clang. Several shuriken erupted from the nearby bushes. The trio immediately evaded. Who goes there? Naruto leaped into action, launching two shuriken, as a petite figure tumbled out from the underbrush. Who are you? Are you one of Orochimaru's subordinates? The girl paused, internally questioning whether she had misidentified them. As Naruto prepared to attack, the girl swiftly produced a smoke bomb. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Within his sensory range, the girl's fleeing figure was unmistakable. Come, follow closely. Watch your step for traps, Jiraiya cautioned, leaping effortlessly into the air. At this moment, the girl was nearing the edge of his barrier. Naruto and Sakura, upon hearing his words, swiftly followed. Be cautious, do not alert the snake. Jiraiya led the two from a distance. Eventually, they trailed into a grove where the figure finally halted. Jiraiya distinctly sensed the presence of three others nearby. He chuckled softly. Let us go, let us have a chat with them. Upon noticing Jiraiya and the others, the hidden trio's expressions darkened as they emerged. Kazuma stared in astonishment at his former companions, exclaiming, What brings you here? Naruto was about to shout, but Jiraiya preemptively struck him down to avoid disrupting his plans. Turning his gaze to the four, Jiraiya smiled. Hello. Could you guide us to Orochimaru? I am a friend of his and have some matters to discuss. Humph. You're from Konoha? You're nothing but trouble, coming to bother Lord Orochimaru, sneered a long-haired man. Jiraiya's expression darkened. How ungrateful. I extend my courtesy. And you insult me? Since you refuse to listen, I have no choice but to take action. Buzz. Jiraiya vanished from his spot. What? The three men's faces changed drastically, while Kazuma looked on with trepidation. Bang. In an instant, two of the men collapsed unconscious. Hey, Dragonfly, considering you are a girl, I shall spare you, Jiraiya remarked, casting a glance at an ugly figure with protruding teeth and a hunched back. Lead us to Orochimaru. Should you dare to transform, I wouldn't hesitate to send your three companions to their demise. The expression on Dragonfly's face shifted dramatically, cold sweat pouring down her brow. How could this person be so well acquainted with her vulnerabilities? Moreover, even if she transformed, she sensed that she would not stand a chance against him, particularly with hostages in his grasp. Sasami, the wind demon, sat helplessly on the ground, her expression vacant. She had not anticipated that the person she had previously ambushed would possess such formidable strength. After much internal struggle, Dragonfly resigned herself to the circumstances. Very well. I will take you there, but you must promise not to harm them. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I shall not let you go. Jiraiya paid her threat no heed. Though this individual appeared grotesque, she would emerge beautiful when she broke free from her confines. Yet, to wager one's life for transient power and beauty seemed lamentable to Jiraiya. Besides, they were merely unfortunate souls striving for their ideals. He shrugged, reassuring her, rest assured. I keep my promises, and perhaps in the future, you will even thank me. Sakura and Naruto stood in stunned silence. Sakura marveled at Jiraiya's prowess, while Naruto was taken aback to discover that the ugliest among them was, in fact, a girl. The group traversed in silence until they arrived at a cavern entrance, the dark void exuding an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, Jiraiya's barrier sensing technique detected Orochimaru's presence, a smirk gracing his lips. Here we go. With a swift motion, Jiraiya appeared behind Dragonfly, delivering a swift blow to render her unconscious. You. Dragonfly managed to utter a single word before succumbing to darkness. Sasami, take care of your kin. We are about to engage in battle. Lead them away from here. And your other kin are on Windhorse Path. Go find them. Jiraiya turned to Sasami, offering a brief directive. Sasami, momentarily stunned, nodded mechanically. Observing her dazed demeanor, he urged, if you wish to keep them alive, pay attention and hurry. Naruto, Sakura, we move. Meanwhile, within the underground palace, Orochimaru's spirit stirred, a sinister smile curling his lips. Ah, it seems my old friend has come to visit. Lord Orochimaru. Shall we prepare to leave? Kabuto suggested. Orochimaru shook his head. It is too late now. Jiraiya's sensing technique has already locked onto us. He won't let us escape easily. In that case, we might as well meet him head-on. Kabuto's gaze flickered, choosing silence. As they navigated through a series of traps, Jiraiya effortlessly dismantled each one. They arrived at a vast plaza where two figures emerged. Ho ho ho. Jiraiya, it has been a while since you last sought me out, Orochimaru remarked ominously. Ha ha. I simply missed you. Also, I wish to avenge Tsunade. Oh, it appears you two have grown closer, Orochimaru noted, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Jiraiya laughed nonchalantly. That was thanks to your assistance. Much appreciated. As an old friend, I wish you well, but if you seek to avenge her, you must possess the capability. Orochimaru retorted coolly. Of course, I wouldn't have come here otherwise. However, how about we change the rules of engagement today? Jiraiya proposed suddenly. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Play? Jiraiya, it seems you have changed considerably. You were never this arrogant before. So how do you wish to play? Jiraiya smiled lightly. Everyone evolves, don't they? I wish to teach Kabuto a lesson. It's understandable for you to bully Tsunade, as your peers, but I found it quite uncomfortable when Kabuto embarrassed her in front of me. However, if I step in, it might seem like bullying. Thus, I would like my two disciples to take on Kabuto. What do you say? Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were momentarily taken aback. Then, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Huh? Have you grown so arrogant that you wish for your disciples to perish? Then let it be. Kabuto, it's your turn. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting as he replied, rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, I shall give it my all. Although being underestimated by the legendary Jiraiya is quite disheartening, I shall not dismiss his goodwill. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, was already prepared for action. Sakura, however, was entranced by the word disciple, her heart warming slightly. Naruto, Sakura, it's your turn now. Sakura, remember, defeating him will lead you to Sasuke's whereabouts. Do not show mercy, Jiraiya gently reminded. Sakura nodded earnestly. Naruto shouted, I will defeat you and find Sasuke. Had it not been for the need to maintain morale, Jiraiya would have intervened. Across from them, Kabuto wore a disdainful smile as the three prepared for battle, poised for action. Chapter 22, Naruto and Sakura's battle against Kabuto. Jiraiya and Orochimaru retreated slightly, clearing the arena for the three. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed the hand signs and struck first, with Sakura following closely behind. Jiraiya shook his head. This guy? Relying on the same move repeatedly. Just like in the original story, he charges in recklessly. Though he has good instincts, his combat style is too simplistic. It seems I must train his combat instincts more diligently. Kabuto, on the other side, was already prepared defensively, biding his time. In the blink of an eye, Naruto engaged Kabuto. Sakura, with her innate understanding, leaped from a distance, unleashing several shuriken to create distractions. Jiraiya nodded, pleased with their synergy. As Kabuto skillfully dealt with Naruto's clones while keeping an eye on the incoming shuriken, he remained unfazed. Truly, he was a genius ninja. Jiraiya couldn't help but admire Kabuto's abilities. Despite his brutal teaching methods, one couldn't deny that his students were remarkably skilled. At that moment, Kabuto exhibited the prowess of an elite jounin. While Naruto's shadow clones were numerous, their individual strength was lacking. Fortunately, Naruto's Uzumaki lineage granted him abundant chakra, further amplified by the Nine-Tails' subtle influence. In essence, Naruto's move was a test of endurance. Thus, despite its obvious drawbacks, over time, Naruto held the advantage. However, against an experienced and exceptionally talented ninja, it was a different story. Kabuto's hands shimmered with a violet-blue light as he deftly dispatched Naruto's clones. His movements were fluid, reminiscent of a dance, captivating to behold. Moreover, he still appeared to have plenty of energy left. Jiraiya sighed, shaking his head. These two still have room for improvement. The battle stagnated due to Kabuto's restraint. After observing for a while, Orochimaru, feeling bored, rasped, "Kabuto, enough of the games, finish this." Kabuto leaped out of Naruto's encirclement, a smirk on his lips as he replied, "I haven't had enough fun yet, but since Lord Orochimaru has requested, I shall take things more seriously." With those words, Kabuto's expression sharpened, the chakra surgical knife in his hand becoming increasingly solid. In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed having elevated to an entirely new level. What? Naruto's clones found themselves caught off guard, many being eliminated in an instant. Anger flashed across Naruto's face, and he roared, charging forward recklessly. Jiraiya facepalmed, feeling exasperated. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of Naruto's clones remained. "Now, Naruto, let's see how you escape." Clang. Kabuto raised his hand to deflect a shuriken. Glancing at Sakura with a nonchalant tone, "Sakura, don't rush. Your turn will come soon." Naruto, brimming with fury, shouted once more, multiple shadow clone technique. This time, Naruto was accompanied by merely a dozen shadow clones. Surprisingly, he did not charge forward recklessly. Instead, they formed pairs and began to mold chakra orbs. In the blink of an eye, each clone held a blue chakra sphere. Naruto unleashed a barrage of spiraling spheres. Kabuto's expression finally shifted. Numerous Narutos, each gripping a spiraling sphere, propelled them forcefully toward Kabuto. He hastily dodged, skillfully neutralizing the attacks with unexpected maneuvers, narrowly evading each spiraling assault. Once he managed to escape, Kabuto exhaled in relief, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Had he been struck, he would likely have sustained severe injuries. Damn it, none of them hit. Naruto inwardly lamented, feeling powerless. Kabuto's agility, combined with his extensive combat experience, rendered Naruto unable to gain the upper hand for the moment. At this juncture, Sakura also arrived by Naruto's side. "Naruto, what should we do?" Sakura expressed her concern. "I will defeat him, then rescue Sasuke." Upon hearing Sasuke's name, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sakura's eyes. Jiraiya observed with keen interest. Though Naruto's combat style was rather singular, it undeniably posed some trouble for his opponent. Kabuto, not lacking in strength, was already feeling the strain. Jiraiya crossed his arms, curiously watching the scene unfold, uncertain of what unexpected actions Naruto would take next. As the most unpredictable ninja among the Hokage, he felt a sense of anticipation. Observing that only the 2 were left in the arena, Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. Declaring, "Now, I will deal with you." Naruto shouted angrily, "You underestimate us." Spiraling sphere. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward. Kabuto smirked and raced ahead as well. "Prepare to die?" Naruto roared. Yet, Kabuto adeptly rolled forward, evading the attack. By the time Naruto realized, Kabuto was already racing toward Sakura, with her eyes widening in shock. Sakura found herself momentarily dazed at the sight of the rapidly approaching Kabuto. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, snapping back to her senses. Resolutely, she grasped a kunai, refusing to retreat. The clash was intense, but Kabuto seized an opportunity and inflicted serious harm on Sakura before Naruto could arrive. Fury surged within Naruto as he watched Sakura's figure gradually fall. His blue eyes transformed into red slitted pupils. Kabuto was ready to deliver the final blow. In a fit of rage, Naruto charged forward. What? By the time Kabuto reacted, Naruto was already upon him. Boom. Kabuto was struck hard in the back. His body propelled forward and crashing heavily to the ground. Oh! From a distance, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with surprise. The Nine Tails? He smirked, intrigued. Jiraiya observed the entire sequence, remaining aloof. Noting Sakura's injury, he sensed the situation but chose not to intervene. Though her wounds were grave, her life was not in jeopardy. He shook his head. Pursuing one's beloved without strength could indeed lead to hardship. Boom. Suddenly, Naruto erupted, delivering several ferocious blows to Kabuto. Jiraiya keenly perceived that Kabuto had sustained considerable damage. Watching the agitated Naruto, he furrowed his brow. The unleashed chakra of the Nine Tails significantly enhanced both his explosive power and speed. However, Jiraiya understood that his stamina was insufficient. As anticipated, after several attacks, Naruto's movements began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Kabuto swiftly leapt away, gasping for breath, astonished. Previously, during the Chunin exams, he had underestimated Naruto's transformation. Now, in direct confrontation, he realized how formidable he truly was. Although Naruto's recovery ability was astonishing, the toxicity of the Nine Tails chakra was no exaggeration. Even with all his might to suppress his injuries, the excruciating pain remained unbearable. The battle seemed to reach its climax. Sakura lay unconscious, Naruto was in a frenzy, and Kabuto's expression grew grave. Just as Naruto prepared to strike again, Jiraiya intervened. Appearing behind Naruto and knocking him unconscious with a swift hand chop, Kabuto stared in bewilderment at Jiraiya's actions, utterly perplexed. His expression quickly morphed into one of alarm. Jiraiya smirked and charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Kabuto's face, the force and speed of which left him no time to react. The sudden shift in the battlefield caught Orochimaru's attention, his gaze turning cold. Yet, he refrained from intervening. Boom. As Kabuto crashed to the ground, Jiraiya delivered a fierce knee strike to Kabuto's abdomen. Ah! Kabuto screamed in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Jiraiya followed up with a spinning kick, sending Kabuto flying. Kabuto tumbled to Orochimaru's feet, slipping into unconsciousness. Jiraiya, taking advantage of others' misfortune is not a commendable habit. Orochimaru hissed with a chilling gaze. Oh, don't take it personally. Jiraiya shrugged. This is merely a lesson for him. Had I intervened from the start, he wouldn't be merely injured. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. If it weren't for our past, I would almost suspect you were an imposter. In my recollection, you would never stoop to such actions. Jiraiya remained unconcerned. Who knows? After all these years, haven't you transformed into this wretched figure? Orochimaru scoffed. Let this end here for today. You should be moving to another location. We can catch up next time. I must take Sakura back for treatment. Jiraiya walked slowly toward the unconscious Naruto and Sakura. What is your true objective? Orochimaru inquired. He could not believe that Jiraiya had traveled such a distance solely for his apprentice to face Kabuto. That was simply too absurd, even somewhat tiresome. Jiraiya turned his head, a grin on his face. Did I not mention before? I came to relieve Tsunade's grievances. Orochimaru snorted. Jiraiya turned back, stating, Orochimaru, considering our past camaraderie, I must advise you to refrain from needless slaughter. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to defend against a fatal strike. If you cannot be killed, you may be sealed. And if you cannot be sealed, you may be banished. At that point, you will have nowhere to call home. Also, Tsunade is now under my protection. I do not wish for you to meddle with her again. If you truly harbor even a shred of sentiment, you may attend our wedding. With that, Jiraiya lifted the two and departed. In the aftermath, Orochimaru observed Jiraiya's swift retreat, his expression darkening, yet an unusual glint emerged in his eyes, gradually forming a cold smile. Meanwhile, Jiraiya hastily exited the underground palace with the two in tow. Upon examining Sakura's injuries, he frowned, realizing the severity of the situation. Several tendons had been severed. Without timely treatment, she could suffer lifelong disabilities. However, he did not regret his actions. This journey served to make both of them aware of their disparities. He trusted that Sakura, with her intelligence, would discern the path she needed to take moving forward. As for Naruto, he was merely brought along to hone his skills while observing his combat style for the purpose of devising a strategic plan tailored to him. Regarding the encounter with Orochimaru, the primary reason he refrained from engaging was his lack of certainty in ensuring the latter's demise. In such a case, it was wiser to conserve energy. His subsequent warnings were merely a reminder, subtly revealing Orochimaru's vulnerabilities. Whether or not he heeded the advice was of little concern to Jiraiya. What mattered was making his stance clear. His display of unscrupulous behavior was intended to convey, I can expose my weaknesses to you, but do not provoke my wrath, or I will resort to any means necessary. Currently, Konoha, or more explicitly, Tsunade and Naruto, represented his vulnerabilities. Should Orochimaru persist in his obstinacy, he would not hesitate to disregard the rules of combat. Chapter 23. Tsunade takes on disciples, a bet between two. Summoning technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, summoning Fukasaku the sage. Boss, my disciple has been injured, and it seems too late to rush back to Konoha, so I wish to employ the reverse summoning technique. The revered Sannin, Jiraiya, examined Sakura's condition with a grave expression before acquiescing. Just a moment, my young self. Naruto had already established a contract with Myoboka Mountain, making it relatively easy to reverse summon there. However, for Sakura, who lacked such a contract, it required considerable effort from both of them. At last, the trio, accompanied by two frogs, returned to Konoha. Thank you, boss and big sister. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude before hastily escorting the two to the hospital. Along the way, he couldn't help but grumble. If only I had the Flying Thunder God technique, traveling would be so much more convenient. This back and forth is quite a hassle. System? Is it true that rewards can only be obtained during upgrades? Jiraiya mused. In his past life, he had seen protagonists gain incredible talents or rewards, which seemed immensely satisfying. Yet for him, to grow stronger, he had to endure beatings, and even a small ambition could lead to a short life. Truly dismal. Ding. Yes, host. Could you perhaps reveal the rewards in advance? Although Jiraiya understood the improbability, a glimmer of hope remained. With each system upgrade, the host will receive rewards, which are random and include selections of advanced ninjutsu, advanced ocular techniques, including the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and other special ocular techniques, and selections for special physiques. The system elucidated, leaving him astounded. In an instant, he felt a sense of warmth. However, he pondered what the special ocular techniques entailed. Before he could delve deeper, they arrived at the hospital, and he had to set that aside for the moment. After ensuring Sakura was settled, Jiraiya sighed in relief. The hospital was bustling with doctors, and with Tsunade's presence, there should be no issues. Yet, he couldn't help but feel concerned for her. As for Naruto, he suffered no significant injuries, besides a few scrapes. He had fully recovered under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya sent a shadow clone to take Naruto home while he remained at the hospital. How could she sustain such severe injuries? If we had been any later, she might have faced lifelong disability. Tsunade emerged from Sakura's ward, immediately berating Jiraiya. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. Yes, you're right, my dear, it's all my fault. I'll be more cautious next time. Huh, who's your dear? Don't spout nonsense. Tsunade retorted, shooting him a glare. He quickly followed her, eagerly inquiring, how is Sakura? Is she all right? Tsunade grunted in response. And you? Tsunade raised an eyebrow in confusion. Did you miss me? Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. Tsunade's face flushed instantly. Get lost. Who would miss a pervert like you? With that, she swiftly departed, eager to escape the awkwardness. Jiraiya, momentarily stunned by her rebuke, soon wore a broad grin. I am indeed a pervert. In the past, my lewdness was for missions, but now, it is solely for you. His playful voice echoed in the corridor as they walked further apart. In the shadows, Shizune clutched her documents, her cheeks flushed. Jiraiya-sama is so blatant. There are so many people in the hospital. The next morning, Sakura, despite her condition, mustered her strength to arrive at the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama, I request to be taken as your disciple, she implored, catching Tsunade's attention as she was busy. Tsunade paused, examining Sakura's arm, still bandaged. She set down her documents and, after a moment of contemplation, smiled. Sakura Haruno, I've heard from Kakashi that you are intelligent and resilient, so I accept. However, Sakura's expression brightened at Tsunade's words. I am very strict, so be prepared. Yes, Sakura replied earnestly. Naruto, your physical abilities are currently inadequate, so for now, focus on mastering the Rasengan. Come, attack me. Initially intending to train with Might Guy and the others, who were all on missions, he reluctantly settled for Naruto. Naruto was accustomed to such demands and began to form the Rasengan, launching it forward. Humph. Stupid teacher, you ate my cherished cup noodles. Naruto seethed with resentment. Last night, he had awakened from hunger, ready to indulge in his prized noodles, only to find the cupboard nearly empty. He thought a thief had ransacked his home and rushed to Jiraiya's place to complain, only to find him groggily admitting to the crime. Naruto was devastated. This morning, upon learning that his teacher would embark on another grueling training session, he was determined to unleash his frustration on the Rasengan. Rasengan. By noon, Naruto lay exhausted on the ground, devoid of chakra. This damn teacher. I'm completely worn out, and he seems unaffected. At least he could sustain some injuries to ease my frustration. Unaware of Naruto's thoughts, Jiraiya looked at the collapsed boy with admiration. This kid truly has vast chakra reserves. His endurance is impressive. He executed dozens of attacks this morning. Quite remarkable. He checked his status. Host, Jiraiya. Strength, 74. Taijutsu, 75. Jinjutsu, 46. Speed, 74. Chakra, 12. How delightful, he thought, reveling in the growth of his own data thanks to Naruto's efforts. Watching Naruto, he found him increasingly agreeable. If he could harness the fox's chakra, his power would surely multiply. However, he shook his head. At present, Naruto's physical condition was insufficient to withstand the Nine-Tails chakra. Should he fall prey to its malevolent influence, it would be too late to rectify the situation. Jiraiya called out, leaving Naruto to rest while he returned home to prepare a meal for Tsunade. Ever since she had tasted his cooking, she had developed a craving. Upon his return, she had subtly hinted at her desire for more. Jiraiya was pleased by this. The adage held true. One must first capture a woman's heart through her stomach. He prepared a 4-dish meal and soup, packing it neatly before heading to the Hokage building. As he passed the Ichiraku ramen shop, he hesitated but chose not to stop. He had dined there the previous night and had been dragged in by Naruto, realizing he was overwhelmed with work. After hearing that Jiraiya had initially pressured him into neglecting his duties, he had devoted himself to the shop, balancing his time between work and printing duties. Jiraiya could only smile wryly. Managing a shop was exhausting enough, and now with his own demands, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had considered giving him a larger cut of the profits, but he had promptly refused. Jiraiya-sama, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel undeserving of any extra profit. Being able to read your exceptional works in advance is already a blessing. I do not wish for more. I simply hope to read more of your masterpieces when time allows. Jiraiya, unable to argue, conceded. For now, he would refrain from visiting Myaboka Mountain, easing the burden on his friend. Soon, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Come in. Jiraiya placed the food on the guest table and quietly took a seat nearby. After a while, Tsunade stretched and smiled at him. What have you cooked today? It smells wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Tsunade immediately indulged in her meal, while Jiraiya skillfully approached her from behind to begin massaging her shoulders. By the way, Sakura asked me to take her on as a disciple today, and I agreed. Tsunade mumbled. Let's eat first. There's no rush. We can discuss it after the meal, Jiraiya gently replied. After a thorough feast, Tsunade even licked the bottom of her bento box clean. Jiraiya chuckled at her and then took out a tissue to tenderly wipe her mouth. I have a disciple now too. What do you think? Tsunade boasted. Jiraiya smiled lightly and proposed. How about we make a bet? Tsunade's interest piqued. What shall we wager? Let us see whose disciple excels more. We'll set a 3-month period and have them compete at the end to determine the victor. If I win, you will marry me. What do you say? Tsunade shot him a glare, dissatisfied. And if I win, what happens then? If you win, then I'll marry you. Jiraiya responded nonchalantly. Get lost. In the end, I would be the one at a disadvantage. Tsunade retorted. How could you be at a disadvantage? If you marry me, I would be the head of the household. If I marry you, you would manage the household finances. Dream on. It hasn't been long. And you already want me to marry you. Jiraiya feigned grievance. We're getting older. We must seize the moment. Tsunade blushed and quickly turned her head away. It's settled then. Jiraiya declared decisively, fearful of her rejection, swiftly packing away the bento box and vanishing in an instant. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then realized she might have been tricked. Her expression turned irate, but soon the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. Marriage? What an unfamiliar concept. Yet, perhaps there is a hint of anticipation? The next day, what? Master is marrying Tsunade. Naruto exclaimed incredulously. Bang! Jiraiya delivered a playful smack to his head. Remember, focus on your training. If you lose, I won't teach you any new jutsu. To motivate Naruto, he had to resort to strong words. But that's Sakura. How could I do that? Naruto protested. Get lost. Jiraiya shot an annoyed look at the ungrateful boy. Although winning or losing wasn't paramount, it concerned his future standing at home, so he couldn't afford to be careless. It seemed his plan to matchmake Hinata and Naruto needed to be expedited. This kid is utterly clueless. Being a master to such a foolish disciple is not easy. Jiraiya grumbled internally. Come, hit me. You want to eat until you complete 1,000 Rasengan. The mention of training ignited Naruto's passion. OSS. At noon, Might Guy arrived with Lee. Lord Jiraiya, we just returned from a mission and heard you were looking for us? Might Guy inquired earnestly. Jiraiya nodded. Yes. I wanted you both to train with me. OSS. Teacher Guy, the mission is complete. Let us start our training immediately. Their youthful exuberance was somewhat awkward. Lord Jiraiya, shall we begin at once? Naruto, seeing this, also wished to join in but was promptly pushed aside by Jiraiya. Your strength is too weak. Go aside for now, and I'll let you know when I'm done. Naruto huffed in dissatisfaction. Eventually, he moved to the side to spar with Rock Lee, eager to test the power of Might Guy after opening the 7th gate. After all, the medicinal herbs were prepared, and once the training ended, he could let Guy return home to recover. He had confirmed several times, even consulting Tsunade, that the medicinal bath would expedite recovery without harming his foundation. 8th gate. The opening of the healing gate. Guy bellowed. A green energy emanated from him, startling even Jiraiya, who was several meters away. 8th gate. The opening of the shock gate. With another roar, the green energy transformed into blue steam. Jiraiya instinctively began to retreat. The surging waves of air left him slightly breathless. Lord Jiraiya, I'm coming. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. This felt distinctly terrifying. System, I want to really die, will I? He silently questioned. Rest assured, host, you will not die. For now? Jiraiya paused at the word for now. Before he could process it, bang. Jiraiya felt a heavy blow to his chest. Crack. He distinctly sensed a rib fracture, and the powerful impact dislocated his limbs. Ding. Host has received a critical hit. Power 10, Chakra 0. 15 cards. Ugh. Jiraiya could not muster the strength to express his excitement. The pain rendered him speechless. He was sent flying, crashing into over 10 trees before hitting the ground with a thud. Boom. Jiraiya struggled to rise. The 8th gate's power was indeed formidable. Luckily, he had the system, otherwise, that hit could have been fatal. Bang. A blue shadow suddenly appeared before him, delivering another kick to his abdomen. Ding. Host has received a critical hit. Speed 10. Chakra 0. 15 cards. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flying back once more. Ding. Host has received a critical hit. Speed 10. Chakra 0. 15 cards. Ding. After enduring numerous attacks, Guy unleashed the daytime tiger. Boom. 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 Countless high-pressure air blasts relentlessly bombarded Jiraiya. He felt as though illusions danced before his eyes, continuously spitting blood as he was hurled backward. After several seconds, Guy ceased his onslaught. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground like a limp fish. On the other side, Guy lay exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Naruto and Lee, watching in astonishment, could only stare in shock. Is Lord Jiraiya still alive? Lee asked tremulously. Naruto appeared oblivious, still frozen in place. It took Jiraiya a full 10 minutes to recover his strength. Once his injuries had healed sufficiently, he let out a long breath. This was genuinely perilous. He began to doubt whether he would survive if Guy opened the 8th gate. The power unleashed was simply beyond human capability, terrifyingly impressive. Yet the results were extraordinarily gratifying. He hurriedly opened his status panel. Host, Jiraiya's strength, 155 taijutsu, 153 Genjutsu, 94 speed, 154 chakra, 267 cards strength level, elite Jonin. Oh my goodness. Jiraiya was left speechless, then erupted in joy. His data had doubled. Previously, after enduring so many beatings for an upgrade, he had barely gained a fraction. Yet, Guy achieved such a leap in just one instance. Absolutely astonishing. Jiraiya suppressed his elation and approached Guy, who was now completely drained, lying limply on the ground. Guy, thank you. It seemed somewhat ridiculous to express gratitude after taking such a beating, but what could he do? His system was truly a burden. Regardless, Guy had expended so much for his benefit. Lord Jiraiya, you are remarkably strong. To only sustain such minor injuries is impressive. I admire you greatly. Teacher Guy? Master. At that moment, Naruto and Lee snapped back to reality, rushing over. Jiraiya merely glanced at them, uninterested in further conversation. Guy, let us take you back for a medicinal bath. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. No need for courtesy. You have exhausted yourself for my improvement. and I feel quite embarrassed at being so polite. As Jiraiya encountered Guy, the latter inhaled sharply in surprise. Jiraiya furrowed his brows, taken aback by the extent of the damage. Subsequently, he deliberately slowed his movements. Jiraiya-sama. There's no need to be so cautious. I can endure. Guy forced a smile, though speaking became evidently more arduous for him. All right, Jiraiya responded, not wishing to prolong the situation. He swiftly hoisted Guy onto his shoulder. Since pain was inevitable, it was better to expedite the medicinal bath, thereby sparing him some suffering. A soft whimper escaped Guy's lips, tears streaming down his face. You two continue training. I will return. Jiraiya called back to Naruto and Lee. Both wore expressions of concern and nodded in agreement. As they watched Jiraiya swiftly carry Guy away, Lee weakly remarked, That Jiraiya-sama, he's not human, is he? Naruto mechanically nodded in affirmation. They found it hard to believe that despite enduring numerous attacks, Jiraiya remained unscathed. He had not employed any form of defense, and yet the outcome appeared reversed. Lee understood the immense burden that the Eight Gates technique imposed. He empathized with Guy's condition, but was bewildered by Jiraiya's resilience. Clenching his fists, he resolved, if Jiraiya-sama is this powerful, we must train diligently. Naruto, join me. We must grow stronger and prove that our youth is not inferior to that of teacher Guy. Naruto nodded vigorously, yes. We will certainly grow stronger. All right. 100,000 push-ups and 200,000 sit-ups. Begin. With that, Lee commenced a frenzied set of push-ups, his pace nearly blurring. Naruto hesitated, feeling somewhat resistant to this approach. However, recalling his master's previous suggestion to consult Might Guy to enhance his physical prowess, he quickly followed suit, inspired by Lee's example. Meanwhile, Jiraiya hurriedly brought Guy to his home. Under Guy's direction, Jiraiya swiftly prepared the medicinal solution. The small room soon filled with a potent bitter aroma. As Jiraiya placed Guy into the solution, another cry of pain escaped him. Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt. Even Guy, who had endured extreme training, was suffering so greatly, highlighting the severe side effects of the Eight Gates technique. With only his head above the liquid, Guy sighed in relief. Jiraiya-sama, it's fine now. After 8 hours in the medicinal bath, I should be restored. Guy? I'm so sorry for the pain I've caused you. Jiraiya exclaimed. Don't say that, Jiraiya-sama. I admire you deeply, and since you took the hits, I can endure this pain. With your provided medicinal solution, I am already fortunate. Jiraiya ceased his apologies, reminding Guy to recuperate fully before departing. Elated, he contemplated the prospect of another training session the following day, anticipating task completion. Upon arriving at the training ground, he observed two figures fervently performing push-ups. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. These two were indeed diligent. He refrained from interrupting their efforts. At noon, he continued his routine of delivering lunch to Tsunade, then watched the group train in the afternoon before resting in the park's attic. In the evening, he prepared dinner at Tsunade's residence. The day had been immensely fulfilling. The next day, Guy had fully recovered, brimming with vitality. Jiraiya excitedly prepared to endure another session of vigorous training. He distinctly noticed that Guy's endurance seemed to have increased. The immediate result was a significant surge in his abilities. After bringing Guy home for a medicinal bath, Jiraiya eagerly opened his status panel, nearly bursting with excitement. Chapter 25, System Upgrade. Mizuki seeks trouble host. Jiraiya strength, 235 taijutsu, 233 ninjutsu, 156 speed, 236 chakra, 5002 power level. Kage system, upgrade. Jiraiya, filled with joy, immediately initiated the upgrade. He vividly recalled his last experience, where he had missed out on rewards due to not upgrading proactively. This time, he was determined not to repeat that mistake. Ding. Upgrading. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host has attained Kage level strength. Please select 2 rewards from the following options. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's excitement made his hands tremble. The prospect of choosing rewards during this upgrade was exhilarating. He pondered that perhaps the system wasn't as treacherous as he had thought. This was a delightful surprise. He perused the rewards. Option 1. Perfect Sage Body, Unlimited Chakra. Option 2. Perfect version of Flying Thunder God Technique. Option 3. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Option 4. Injury-free version of 8 Gates. Option 5. Basic version of Rinnegan. Option 6. Advanced version of Byakugan. Option 7. Basic version of Tensigan. Jiraiya stared at the options. Overwhelmed by their richness, he yearned to possess them all. However, Recognizing the rarity of being able to choose two, he refrained from greed. After much deliberation, Jiraiya ultimately chose the Flying Thunder God and the Eight Gates techniques. The Flying Thunder God had long been an object of his desire. Although he could learn the Eight Gates from Guy and maximize its potential due to his physique, witnessing Guy's agony made him abandon that thought. Enduring pain was one thing, but inflicting it upon others was another matter entirely. Now, with the injury-free version available, he felt elated. As for the Rinnegan and other unique ocular techniques, he deemed them unnecessary for the time being. He could always select them during the next upgrade. After finalizing his choices, Jiraiya received a notification. Ding. Host selection successful. Rewards distributed. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded Jiraiya's mind regarding the Flying Thunder God technique and the Eight Gates. He could hardly contain his glee. However, the Flying Thunder God technique remained temporarily unusable, as it required leaving a personal mark at the designated location. Despite the inconvenience, Jiraiya understood the importance of patience. He continued to explore his panel, growing puzzled. System, why were no tasks issued this time? Due to the host's rapid strength enhancement, the system has opted not to provide prompts. However, since the host has expressed this need, ding. Task issued. Please elevate your strength to 6 pads level within 2 years. Ding. Following this, the panel displayed rows of data. Minimum strength requirements for 6 paths level. Strength. 10,000 Taijutsu. 10,000 Ninjutsu. 8,000 Speed. 10,000 Chakra. 5,000 Jiraiya erupted in exasperation. Damn it. Just moments ago, he had considered the system a benevolent ally, only to find himself ensnared in a treacherous predicament. This was a hellish trap. After venting his frustrations, Jiraiya felt disheartened. He wished he could slap himself for his foolishness. Why did I even speak? He lamented. Last time, my strength increased by roughly 3 to 4 times. But now it's nearly 100-fold. This is maddening. Lost in despair, Jiraiya felt as if he might suffocate under the weight of his reality. Eventually, he resigned himself to his fate, feeling tears well up. Had he known, he would have chosen the perfect sage body for its infinite chakra. Now, with chakra demands reaching millions, this was not merely a trap, it was a generational curse. In the following days, Guy continued to assist Jiraiya in enhancing his strength. Afterward, he returned home to soak in a medicinal bath. Jiraiya gazed at the rising data and felt a sudden discontent. Perhaps he should just let Kai kick him to death. He pondered. If he were to open the 8 gates, he would likely achieve his goals swiftly, but he promptly shook his head. Opening the 8 gates would surely lead to Kai's demise, and he only had one chance. With a resigned sigh, he accepted his situation. 2 days later, Kai received an S-rank mission. After recuperating, he departed from the village. Jiraiya, for the time being, found himself unable to locate a suitable training partner. Unfortunately, Naruto's strength was too weak. He had grown somewhat disdainful of Naruto's contributions to his data. Thus, he decided to embrace a more languid lifestyle. His strength had reached that of a Hokage, so he had little to fear from potential adversaries. He began to relish his days, enjoying leisurely hours beyond lunch and dinner with Tsunade, spending the rest of his time either napping or gazing at clouds. On this particular day, Naruto, feeling dejected, sought out Jiraiya. Master, I believe my physical condition has improved significantly. Shouldn't you teach me that powerful ninjutsu? Jiraiya shot him a disapproving glance. Where do you think you stand? Whether your physical condition has truly improved is for me to decide. Go back and continue your training. But practicing alone is so dull. Jiraiya glared at him fiercely. Instantly silenced, Naruto left with a sullen expression. Jiraiya turned his head away, muttering to himself. The little brat wants to grow stronger, but can't endure solitude. Truly a hopeless case. With that, he slightly squinted his eyes and lazily resumed basking in the sun. Humph. After walking quite a distance, Naruto huffed. Master really knows how to make excuses. He just wants to be lazy. However, a thought crossed his mind. It had been several days since he last saw Sakura. I'll go check on her, he decided. But it seemed Sakura was training with Tsunade, so he thought, never mind. I'll ask Tsunade. Sakura, I'm here, Naruto exclaimed as he bounded towards the Hokage building. Upon arriving outside the Hokage's office, he unexpectedly overheard Tsunade discussing matters related to Orochimaru. His curiosity piqued. He perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Although he couldn't fully comprehend, it appeared Tsunade had instructed Ino and Asuma to interrogate someone at the prison. A flicker of excitement flashed through Naruto. The last time he had fainted, His master had claimed it was due to overexertion, a notion he had never accepted, harboring a lingering frustration deep within. Now, hearing news of Orochimaru, his determination surged. He immediately dashed away, forgetting entirely about his earlier intention to visit Sakura. It wasn't until sunset that he finally located the prison Tsunade had mentioned, a massive high bridge connected to the other side, beneath which flowed a molten river of red magma, exuding an eerie air. Naruto charged forward, facing no obstacles. Upon reaching the prison hall, he discovered two figures lying on the ground. Ino? Asuma? He gasped in shock. Noticing other unconscious leaf ninjas around, he felt a mix of suspicion and astonishment. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Medical ninjas rushed in to tend to the two, who were then carried away. The following day, Tsunade learned of Ino and Asuma's injuries, and her expression darkened. Fortunately, they were alive. What happened? Jiraiya entered, noticing Tsunade's grave demeanor. She looked up at him and sighed. I sent Ino and Asuma to a prison to interrogate a prisoner, but something went wrong, and they both got hurt. It was my oversight. Jiraiya was taken aback, but then his gaze sharpened. Is that scoundrel Mizuki causing trouble again? Humph. How dare he make my wife suffer? He must be tired of living. The frustration he had bottled up over the past few days found a target. Jiraiya clenched his fists in determination. Come, let's eat first. Afterward, I will accompany you to check on them. Tsunade was about to refuse, but Jiraiya insisted, first, we eat. There's no rush. Trust me, I've got this. Tsunade hesitated but eventually nodded. Observing her quickly finish her meal, Jiraiya noted her underlying anxiety. Although the situation in Konoha had stabilized, minor issues continued to arise. Any misstep at this juncture could incite unrest in the village and draw the attention of external foes. Let us go. We'll check on them together. Once Tsunade finished her meal, Jiraiya swiftly packed up the lunchboxes and pulled her out of the office. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tsunade expressed her apologies to Ino and Asuma and inquired about the specifics of the incident. Tsunade! A loud shout rang out. Boom! Jiraiya delivered a powerful blow, sending Naruto flying. The medical staff nearby stared in shock, sweat pouring down their brows. Thank you for your efforts. Please take him to the hospital. Jiraiya casually instructed them before stepping into the ward. Ino and Asuma lay on the bed, astonished. That was quite a blow. Isn't he worried about causing a problem? Tsunade shot him an incredulous look. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. No worries. He's my pupil. He can take a hit. Tsunade returned to her office, feeling relieved. Remembering Jiraiya's words as he left, warmth filled her heart. Don't worry about this. Just rest up. I'll handle it. Jiraiya's firmness was somewhat overwhelming. Yet there was a comforting feeling in being protected. With that guy on the case, and with the cooperation of other ninjas, the prisoners in the prison should be dealt with swiftly. Tsunade glanced at a somewhat worn piece of paper on her desk, covered in a list of medicinal herbs. Although curious, she trusted that since he had guaranteed everything would be handled, the truth would soon be revealed upon his return. With that thought, she immersed herself in her other duties. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiraiya encountered the returning Tonton, who, though he couldn't understand everything, grasped the general situation. Tonton, lead the way. Tonton paused but, with Jiraiya's encouragement, turned and dashed off into the distance. One must admit, despite being a pig, Tonton was quite adorable. With a lovely pink hue, he wondered how it would taste. Suddenly, Tonton shivered, its petite body trembling slightly. However, it dismissed the thought as excessive worry and readjusted its focus, continuing forward. In his past life, Jiraiya had heard that pigs possessed remarkable abilities. Not only were they intelligent, but their sense of smell surpassed even that of dogs. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he could see the truth in the claims. Before long, he caught a glimpse of Shizune's trail. After a thorough examination, he confirmed it was indeed her. Summoning technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals and summoned a communication frog. Go inform Tsunade to send someone here to retrieve Shizune and the others. Please. The communication frog nodded and vanished with a pop. Then he turned to Tonton. Sniff around and see if they carry any other scents, especially two strong and distinct ones. Find out where those scents led. Shizune and the others had been attacked by the Wind God and Thunder God. They were both robust and likely left a potent scent behind. Tonton sniffed carefully, nodded, and then sprinted in a specific direction. Jiraiya followed closely behind. The duo arrived at an open area. Boom. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared. Bang. Jiraiya unleashed a punch upwards. Boom. A large boulder shattered instantly. He quickly scooped up Tauntaun, cradling it protectively. Boom, boom. Two enormous figures descended, creating a cacophony. Another figure followed closely behind. Is that you, Jiraiya? Mizuki, upon landing, looked at him in disbelief. Jiraiya, uninterested in Mizuki, focused on the two towering figures ahead, genuinely astonished. The sight before me, with such an astonishing degree of corpulence, was akin to standing before a younger sibling, utterly shocking. Although the two individuals were rather naive, once they had caused trouble, they must accept the consequences. With a cold chuckle, Jiraiya gently addressed the adorable little piglet in his arms. Tauntaun, you may return now. Inform Tsunade that I shall resolve this matter shortly, allowing her to conclude her work early. I will come to fetch her later. Having spoken, he set the creature down onto the ground. Understanding the impending battle, Tauntaun twitched its nose, shook its rear, and swiftly departed. Jiraiya then shifted his gaze towards the Wind God and Thunder God, refraining from unnecessary words. The suppressed fury within him erupted instantaneously as he flashed before the two. Noticing their stunned expressions, his demeanor hardened. Unlike Tsunade, who merely delivered a light reprimand for mistakes, he showed no mercy. Anyone daring to harm his wife would receive an unforgettable lesson. Boom. With two powerful punches, the massive forms of the Wind God and Thunder God were propelled like cannonballs, crashing violently against the mountainside, producing a thunderous echo. Stars danced before their eyes. Brother, I think I see stars. Me too, but it hurts so much. Wah. Jiraiya swiftly advanced, delivering two slaps. Do not think of escaping. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death. As he struck, he warned the nearby Mizuki. His calm tone reminiscent of Yama, sending a chill down Mizuki's spine, rendering him immobile. However, witnessing the pitiful state of the Wind God and Thunder God, Mizuki trembled like a leaf. He understood that if Jiraiya caught him, his fate would be even more tragic. Resolutely stifling his fear, he prepared to flee. Once he believed he had distanced himself sufficiently, he relaxed, leaping forward with newfound speed to make his escape. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoed behind him. It's your turn. At that moment, Mizuki's hair stood on end. Jiraiya grinned ominously. While the Wind God and Thunder God had fled prison over a trivial matter, he would show no leniency towards Mizuki, the instigator. To pursue an illusory power, even at the cost of harming his fiancée, such a person did not deserve to live. Meanwhile, the Wind God and Thunder God knelt obediently on the ground, their faces bruised and battered, their heads swollen with lumps, presenting a rather ghastly sight. As Jiraiya ceased his torment, they whimpered in relief, yet dared not move or utter a sound. Chapter 26. Mizuki's Beast Transformation. Mizuki's agonizing screams echoed throughout the valley, causing the Wind God and Thunder God to shudder incessantly. Brother, that person is so brutal. Wah. Shoo. Don't speak. We must not let him know we're talking. The Thunder God immediately covered his mouth with his hands, frozen in place, too terrified to move. Jiraiya had beaten Mizuki to the brink of death. Not a single part of him remained unscathed. Please stop. Mizuki pleaded weakly. Tell me, where is your secret base? Jiraiya asked coolly. I will take you there. Jiraiya shot him a glance before turning towards the Wind God and Thunder God. You too. Return whence you came and behave yourselves. Do you understand? They nodded vigorously, terrified of Jiraiya's wrath. If I hear of any riots in prison again, I shall have you both hung and starved for 10 days, and I will beat you daily. Understood? Upon hearing this, they froze, their bodies quaking violently. They exchanged horrified glances, wanting to speak, but unable to release their hands from their mouths. Then they turned to Jiraiya, nodding frantically. Satisfied, Jiraiya commanded, Now, hurry back to the prison, or you shall go without food today. The brothers, as though granted a reprieve, immediately sprang to their feet and began to run for their lives, the ground shaking beneath them as they stirred up clouds of dust. Their figures swiftly receded, their speed astonishing. Only after they had distanced themselves significantly did the brothers allow their tears to flow with the wind. Brother, I shall never leave the prison again. It's too terrifying. Wah. 10 days without food. Wah. Come on, brother, let us hurry. We'll be safe once we return. Jiraiya clapped his hands and then, with a stern expression, turned back to Mizuki. Lead the way, he commanded coldly. That way. Mizuki shuddered, struggling to lift his hand to point in the direction. Jiraiya promptly set off, following Mizuki's guidance until he finally discovered a dark cave entrance. He dragged Mizuki inside. Upon seeing the cave entrance, A glint of malice flashed in Mizuki's eyes. Humph. If only I had consumed the potion left by Lord Orochimaru, I would not be in such a pitiful state. Mizuki seethed inwardly. Yet, the current circumstances filled him with despair. The legendary Sannin was not someone he could easily deceive, no matter how cunning he thought himself. Jiraiya, perceptive to the sinister glint in Mizuki's eyes, narrowed his own slightly. I fear not your potion. I fear your cowardice. Still wish to struggle? I shall grant you that chance. He was well aware of the state Mizuki would be in after consuming the potion and the ultimate fate that awaited him. However, for someone devoid of humanity, who even regarded his cherished Irika as a thorn in his side, there was no room for sympathy. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to act decisively. The best solution for such an obstinate individual was to eradicate the threat entirely, lest he cause further troubles in the future. This upheaval had already given Tsunade a headache. He could hardly bear to watch her suffer. Jiraiya tossed Mizuki to the ground, then found a rock to sit upon. You may begin now. I am granting you this opportunity. Mizuki collapsed on the ground, momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. Jiraiya shook his head internally. This fool would not shed tears until faced with a grave situation. Did he truly believe he could defeat him merely by consuming a potion? It was futile to hold on to any hope for such a person. What? Were you not seeking an opportunity? Go ahead, I await your attempt. Mizuki's expression darkened as he struggled to rise, making his way deeper into the cave. At this moment, he fought to suppress any grandiose proclamations, waiting instead for the potion's success. Just yesterday, he had covertly stolen ingredients from the Nara household, so all that remained was to brew them in the correct proportions. The thought of the immense power he was about to acquire filled him with excitement. He smirked internally. The legendary Jiraiya was so arrogant. It seemed he must teach him a memorable lesson. At that moment, Mizuki felt a surge of confidence. He swore to make Jiraiya pay dearly. Jiraiya, uninterested in Mizuki's self-aggrandizing thoughts, closed his eyes to review his status panel. Host, Jiraiya's strength, 485 taijutsu, 483 jinjutsu, 388 speed, 484 chakra, 1512 power level, Kaga level in just 3 days. Especially under the influence of Gai's 7th gate, his statistics had risen considerably. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy within. However, to reach the 6 paths level, he would need to endure being pummeled by Gai 100 times. The mere thought made his scalp tingle. Nevertheless, upon attaining the 6 paths power, he could choose from those special ocular techniques, which was not without merit. If he could acquire them all, would he not be invincible in the shinobi world before the arrival of the Otsutsuki? And there was that unknown ocular technique. Jiraiya recalled it must belong to a certain lineage. Alas, he thought, I must not dwell on this. The more I think, the more excited I become. The road ahead is long and arduous. Haste is ill-advised. Steady and resolute, Jiraiya mused. Suddenly intrigued by how much power Suemu would gain from the potion, would it perhaps enhance his own abilities? This thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. If the potion could significantly bolster his strength, he would not hesitate to spare Suemu's life. Otherwise, Jiraiya opened his eyes to observe the bustling figure before him, a hint of interest igniting within him. Unbeknownst to Suemu, who was eagerly awaiting the refinement of the concoction, he had unwittingly become a mere tool in Jiraiya's hands. At last, all the ingredients were prepared. He approached a stone platform adorned with various indentations, meticulously pouring the liquid into place before activating a mechanism that caused the liquids to converge in a singular direction. At that moment, a series of hissing sounds erupted as the potions merged, ultimately coalescing into a sinister blood-red hue. Suemu erupted in laughter. With this, I shall grow stronger. Jiraiya, I will make you suffer as I have, and I will reclaim my pain tenfold. As Suemu staggered forward, clutching a vial of the crimson potion, Jiraiya smirked and scoffed. Is it finally ready? Stand up straight. Hurry up. No dawdling. A fierce expression crossed Suemu's face. You shall regret your decisions. He retorted. Enough with the prattling. Villains often perish from their verbosity. I have given you a chance. Squander it, and I shall come for you. Jiraiya's patience wore thin. Surely, one must allow room for performance, no? Previously, I merely tormented your body. Now, I aim to plunge you into despair before your end. With a furious roar, Suemu's physique began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In an instant, he grew taller, his arms expanding to the girth of barrels, 3 crimson streaks appearing along his biceps. Jiraiya observed with keen interest. It was his first encounter with such a beastly metamorphosis. Moments later, the red markings cooled to black, forming grotesque patterns across Suemu's face. An astonishing sight that left Jiraiya genuinely surprised. His delight grew as he considered the potential strength of those arms. Such robust limbs should pack a significant punch. But, I wonder, can you transform further? This form seems insufficient. Enraged, Suemu steeled himself. Despite the immense energy drain of his second form, he resolved to inflict severe damage on Jiraiya before enduring the inevitable torment. Since you seek death, so be it. With another furious cry, Suemu transformed once more, adopting the fearsome visage of a beast with a human face. Goodness, Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, you appear quite formidable. But how powerful can you truly be? Come now, little kitty. In a fit of rage, Suemu lunged, delivering a powerful punch that struck Jiraiya squarely in the face, causing him to stagger back. Huh? Have you come to appreciate my prowess? The legendary Sannin? Merely this. Jiraiya smirked, spitting disdainfully. Is that all the strength you possess? How disappointing. I wonder where you derive such confidence, you fool. Is that it? If not, it's my turn. Suemu, momentarily stunned by the humiliation, unleashed a flurry of desperate attacks upon Jiraiya, his fists flying with reckless abandon. Yet, even amidst the onslaught, Jiraiya merely took a few steps back. After nearly 100 strikes, Suemu's vigor waned. Jiraiya wiped the drool from his mouth and spat. Observing Suemu, now a mere shadow of his former self, Jiraiya opened his interface and cursed, "What a useless wretch. I believed I might gain something from you, but you have wasted my time. Had I known this, I would have ended you sooner. What are you?" Suemu gasped, disbelief etched across his face as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Indifferent to his plight, Jiraiya seized him by the throat, concluding his wretched existence. Though it was his first act of murder, he felt no discomfort. Perhaps it was the influence of his former self. Jiraiya brushed off his hands and swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. The ground beneath them morphed into a small swamp, slowly engulfing Suemu's lifeless body. Chapter 27. Hinata's visit. Having dealt with Suemu, Jiraiya employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the village, heading directly to the Hokage Tower. This was no trivial matter. Though the mastermind was vanquished, protocol must be followed. After detailing the events to Tsunade, she regarded the tattered piece of paper before her and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya glanced at the paper, explaining, according to Suemu, this was left for him by Orochimaru. Upon investigation, I discovered the prescription to be a defective version. While it could enhance one's strength, it consumed the very essence of life. After consuming it, Suemu became frenzied, ultimately exhausting his vitality and succumbing. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Well done. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with mischief. Is that all? Nothing more? Tsunade, momentarily taken aback, approached Jiraiya and pressed a kiss upon his cheek. His expression brightened instantly, but it soon soured. You reward me with a kiss? I must return the favor. Without waiting for her reaction, he embraced her and pressed his lips against hers. Tsunade initially resisted but soon relented, allowing him to savor the moment. Suddenly, a white-haired man with a masked face appeared, ready to speak, but upon witnessing the scene, his eyes widened in shock. The atmosphere thickened with tension. With a resounding slap, Tsunade shattered the silence, sending Jiraiya flying. Bang! The office door splintered as both Jiraiya and Kakashi were flung out. Jiraiya, Kakashi. Ah, sensei, could you please refrain from hitting me so hard next time? From his hospital bed, Naruto cautiously inquired, is it all right? Jiraiya, seated by Naruto's bedside, slowly peeled an apple with a kunai. Next time you disrespect Tsunade, you'll see how I handle you. Naruto instinctively shrank back, glancing curiously at Kakashi, whose head was wrapped in bandages. Wishing to inquire about Kakashi-sensei, yet reason cautioned against it. After all, asking might lead to a beating. Jiraiya remained silent, peeling an apple and handing it to Naruto, who carefully accepted it and began to eat joyfully. Jiraiya continued to peel another apple. Kakashi, with one eye wide open, felt a bit parched and wished to ask Naruto for some water. As for Jiraiya, he dared not give commands. A quick glance from Jiraiya startled Kakashi, prompting him to hush, pull up the blanket, and retreat his head, still haunted by the memory. It was indeed terrifying. What if it was merely the discovery of a trivial matter or a reprimand from his crush? Yet he felt equally implicated. Why was all the blame laid upon his shoulders? He recalled being chased by Jiraiya with a stick for nearly half the village, ultimately unable to escape his fate. He wished to retaliate, but Jiraiya fought like a madman, relentless and swift, with a formidable recovery rate. He would rather endure 10 punches than refrain from delivering a kick to the groin. How could that not be frightening? Not to mention the painful memories of being punctured by the secret technique. The thought alone was excruciating. With that, Kakashi silently vowed to never provoke the Hokage again. Now, the Hokage had seemingly become Jiraiya's cherished possession. Moreover, those in love could indeed be quite fearsome. Suddenly, the sliding door creaked open, revealing a blue-haired girl, delicately holding a bouquet of flowers as she cautiously stepped inside. "Is that Naruto?" "Jiraiya-sama." Upon hearing her voice, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Wow, is that really Hinata?" After traversing time and being entangled in various tasks, he had yet to meet the fabled princess. He had been intending to find an opportunity to see her, but today she had come to him. Indeed, the young girl was exquisitely beautiful, with white pupils and blue short hair, her bangs gently framing her forehead, giving her a fresh and innocent appearance, while her chubby cheeks exuded childlike tenderness and charm. Upon seeing her, Jiraiya's face broke into a broad smile. "Oh, isn't this our little Hinata? Here to see Naruto? Ha ha ha, do come in, sit here. Here, have an apple, just peeled, enjoy." Jiraiya's enthusiasm resembled that of a doting father as he ushered Hinata to sit beside the hospital bed. "Hinata, what brings you here?" Naruto asked, his face a picture of confusion. Jiraiya, wishing to spare his foolish apprentice from embarrassment in front of Hinata, suppressed his irritation and swiftly changed the subject. "Little Hinata, don't mind Naruto. He's just a silly boy. Just returned from a mission, I presume?" Hinata, flustered by Jiraiya's warmth, nodded shyly upon being questioned. "Was the mission tiring?" "Not at all. Make sure to stay safe out there, all right? If you encounter any trouble, just call on Naruto. He'll do his utmost to help." Naruto stared in shock at Jiraiya, wanting to interject, but was silenced by Jiraiya's fierce gaze. "Right, Naruto?" Jiraiya turned to Naruto with a smile, who felt an inexplicable chill rise within him. He hastily nodded. Yes. "Hinata, what Master Jiraiya said is true." Hinata's face flushed crimson. "This is for Naruto. I hope he gets better soon." She shyly presented the flowers, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiraiya immediately signaled to Naruto, who understood and quickly accepted the bouquet. As Naruto took the flowers, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Hinata's small hand, causing her to feel as if she had been electrified. Her cheeks reddened even more, as if she might steam. Jiraiya, witnessing this, felt an immense joy blooming within him. This boy, though lacking in romantic nuance, was still worth nurturing. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Jiraiya thought it best to wrap up soon, lest Hinata faint from embarrassment. "Hinata, you still have training to attend to, right? If you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. I've been frequently guiding Naruto, and you're welcome to join us." Yes, thank you, Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya looked at the bashful Hinata with great fondness. "That is fine. But remember to train moderately, and be careful not to get hurt," Jiraiya earnestly advised, treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed the stark contrast in Jiraiya's demeanor, feeling utterly perplexed. This Jiraiya was adept at changing his expressions, compared to the maniac who had nearly sought his demise. This was a different person altogether. Kakashi resolved to keep his distance from this Jiraiya, convinced that his mental state was questionable. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Jiraiya beamed like a blooming flower. Kakashi, seeing this, quickly shut his eyes, pretending to be oblivious. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at the fainting Kakashi, his expression hardening as he shot a disdainful look in his direction. What a brooding fellow, and still a perennial bachelor. Such a character should be kept away from Naruto to prevent leading him astray, Jiraiya thought, growing increasingly vigilant. As for Naruto and Hinata's relationship, it appeared to still be in its naive phase, warranting minimal interference. Although Jiraiya's intentions were deliberate, they were primarily for Naruto's benefit, who was rather thick-headed. Hinata's affections for Naruto were evident. She had admired him since childhood, secretly nurturing her feelings for years, a dedication and persistence that few could match. Therefore, Jiraiya resolved to assist her as they grew. With this in mind, he contentedly returned to the bedside. However, Naruto still required proper guidance. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, meeting his meaningful gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 28. Hinata's team task application after leaving the hospital. Jiraiya realized that reforming Naruto's mindset would require a gradual approach to avoid backlash. He felt a twinge of sympathy for himself, having worried so much over a mere apprentice. Heading to the market to procure ingredients, Jiraiya planned to return home to prepare dinner for Tsunade. Jiraiya-sama. He halted, turning to find none other than her. Jiraiya-sama. I finally finished reading it. It was fantastic. Aren't you supposed to be at the shop? Why do you have time now? Gasping for breath, she explained, the printing house informed me today that part of the book has been printed. So I closed the shop for the day to work on the cover and other details. I came to discuss with you. Jiraiya nodded, understanding her dedication. You've certainly been working hard. I trust you to make the decisions. By the way, how is your ramen competition coming along? Are you prepared? Nodding, she replied yes. Pretty much ready. It's mainly about selecting the venue. Everything else, including the slogans and promotions, is on track, as they're all coordinated with your works. But when do you think we should schedule it? Jiraiya pondered briefly before decisively stating, let us set it for 2 weeks from now. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. Can you manage? If it's too much, feel free to hire someone for assistance. Also, is your budget sufficient? With a smile, she assured him. Yes, the money you provided is more than enough to organize several such events. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, reminding her, do take care to rest. Don't overexert yourself, as that would be counterproductive. After exchanging pleasantries, she took her leave. With the competition now taking shape, Jiraiya felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Upon returning home, he busied himself in the kitchen, cheerfully carrying a food container towards his office. Upon spotting Jiraiya, Tsunade paused her work, her face lighting up with joy. Oh, what brings such joy today? Jiraiya inquired with a smile. Sakura has made remarkable progress with her palm sage technique. Tsunade boasted, her head held high. By the way, yesterday you merely mentioned a competition. You haven't specified what they will compete in yet. Do hurry and share the details. Jiraiya observed her with a peculiar expression before bursting into laughter. What is so amusing? Tsunade's beautiful brows furrowed. I was pondering whether you're so eager to marry me, or perhaps to have me enter your household. Tsunade's face flushed crimson as Jiraiya chuckled once more. Ouch! He inhaled sharply, quickly rubbing his arm after she playfully struck him. Stop wasting time and speak, Tsunade retorted, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. Jiraiya laughed even harder, but, mindful of avoiding her wrath, promptly replied, whatever you wish. Tsunade's irritation flared at his nonchalant demeanor. Best 2 out of 3. How does that sound? Yes, splendid. Jiraiya feigned bashfulness. One might wish to strangle him. Just then, Shizen burst through the door, rushing in only to see the two engaged in playful banter. And she instinctively turned to retreat. It's fine, Shizen. If you have something to discuss, please proceed. Do not mind me. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Jiraiya stated with a serious expression. Shizen paused, then turned back, sheepishly announcing, Hinata and her companions are seeking a mission. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Where are they? Just outside. Let them in. Jiraiya moved aside, watching as the 3 entered, a touch of surprise on their faces. Tsunade-sama. Oh, and Jiraiya-sama. The trio greeted them. And Jiraiya nodded appreciatively, admiring the young ones. Hinata, as the destined granddaughter-in-law, naturally garnered his affection. Kiba's personality mirrored Naruto's, somewhat brash, yet possessing a touch more wisdom, making him a promising talent. As for Shino, though quiet and fierce, he was astute in battle, appearing somewhat intimidating due to the insects that surrounded him. Nevertheless, he was an excellent prospect. Tsunade-sama. We wish to search for the Mikazuki bug. Tsunade gasped. The Mikazuki bug? Is that not the one referred to as the dream bug? However, I have heard it has been extinct for quite some time. Jiraiya, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow before a smile broke across his face. Hinata truly cares for Naruto, doesn't she? It seems she knows the reason behind his injuries, and at Shino's suggestion, she has enlisted their help. Jiraiya couldn't help but admire her thoughtfulness. However, the thought of that stubborn apprentice irritated him. He had refrained from punishing him today due to his injuries, but he resolved to find time to rectify that later. Due to concerns over its extinction, our Inuzuka clan ceased its usage long ago, but there should be some remnants left. Shino elaborated. Tsunade pondered momentarily before asking. The Mikazuki bug should lay eggs every few years, correct? This year is indeed the year for laying eggs. Moreover, it is currently the hatching season. Tsunade understood. There should still be remnants from Sasuke left in the village. Kiba interjected. Hinata appeared excited. If the Mikazuki bug could catch a scent, it might lead them to Sasuke's location. Tsunade turned, hesitating. The situation in the village was still somewhat precarious. Most ninja were occupied, and only a few lower-ranked ninjas were without tasks. Yet she knew they were all striving to enhance their skills. Given the current circumstances, it would be better to allow them to focus on improving their abilities. In case of any unforeseen events within the village, there would be capable individuals to step in. She finally spoke, "I cannot accept your proposal. Therefore, I cannot agree." The three were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Hinata's face fell in disappointment. Jiraiya, feeling sympathetic, glanced at Tsunade and discerned her concerns. However, he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. It was a rare chance for Naruto and Hinata to connect, and it would also serve to train them. "Lady Hokage, I believe we should allow them to give it a try," Jiraiya said. Tsunade looked at him in surprise. He felt awkward adopting such a serious demeanor, but knew he had to maintain Tsunade's dignity in front of the children. "I am aware of the village's situation. Allowing these lower-ranked ninjas to undertake a mission will keep them engaged and provide them with valuable experience. Besides, I will be there to manage any emergencies that may arise." Tsunade regarded Jiraiya earnestly for a long moment before shifting her gaze to the trio. "Very well, I agree, but you must prioritize safety." The three instantly beamed with joy. Tsunade then issued the command, appointing Shino as the team leader. "Lord Hokage, I propose we include Naruto in this mission. What do you think?" Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, blinking. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him before nodding in agreement. "Shino, you are responsible for informing Naruto. Ensure he does not cause any trouble. The mission will commence tomorrow morning." "Yes." Once the youngsters departed, Jiraiya approached Tsunade with a charming demeanor, gently massaging her shoulders. Shizune discreetly excused herself, closing the door behind her. "Thank you, my dear wife, for your leniency." Tsunade shot him a sharp glare, but chose not to correct him, letting out a soft sigh. "I wonder how their mission will unfold. With that mischievous Naruto involved, it's bound to be precarious. Oh dear, why worry about it? Naruto is a fool, as you can see. Hinata clearly has feelings for him. Shouldn't we provide them with opportunities to interact? That would be a significant achievement. However, I must have a serious talk with Naruto when I get back. Oh, by the way, let us eat. The food has gone cold." Jiraiya quickly arranged the food neatly on the table. Tsunade smirked, beginning to enjoy her meal. Chapter 29. Teaching Naruto that evening. Jiraiya visited the hospital to discuss the mission with Naruto. Upon learning that this lead could help them find Sasuke, Naruto's previously despondent heart leaped with renewed hope. Bang! Jiraiya playfully slapped him to cool his enthusiasm. Ignoring Naruto's sulky expression, Jiraiya was determined to foster their relationship during this mission. After all, Naruto was still a child, lacking sensitivity when it came to emotions. To him, Hinata had merely been a peculiar girl. Thus, he decided to approach the matter from a different angle. "Naruto, who is the girl you like the most?" Naruto paused, puzzled, and replied, "Sakura. Does she like you?" Naruto lowered his head, a crestfallen expression crossing his face. "She likes Sasuke. She doesn't like me," he murmured, filled with grievance. "Does that upset you?" Naruto nodded slowly, but then shook his head. Jiraiya observed him with newfound respect. This boy had come to such an understanding. Yet, Naruto's forced smile tugged at his heartstrings. "You are familiar with this feeling, are you not?" Huh. Confusion spread across Naruto's face. What if there were someone who secretly loved you? And even knowing you have feelings for Sakura, how do you think she would feel? "What?" Naruto exclaimed, incredulous. Jiraiya continued, "When you are injured, she worries for you. When you are sad, she quietly watches over you from afar. She might even be willing to sacrifice everything for you, even her life. How should you treat her?" Naruto stared blankly at Jiraiya, but soon lowered his head and muttered softly, "No one would like me. Since I was little, everyone has kept their distance, calling me a demon fox, even hitting me. How could anyone possibly like me?" Listening to Naruto's confession, Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. This young lad had endured so much pain. His heart softened, and he thought to himself that perhaps he should refrain from hitting him in the future. Gently ruffling Naruto's hair, he spoke in a warm tone, "Do not belittle yourself. It is true, there is a young girl who has liked you for many years, but you simply have not noticed." Naruto lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Jiraiya. "Don't look at me like that. I know." "Really?" Naruto's face lit up with anticipation. "Then what if you find out who likes you? What will you do?" In an instant, Naruto fell silent again. He truly liked Sakura, but part of it stemmed from his disdain for Sasuke. In their class, Sasuke was always the center of attention, while Sakura and other girls flocked around him. He had always felt alone. After being placed in the same class as Sasuke and Sakura, his jealousy of Sasuke intensified, and he began to see Sakura as somewhat of a tool. Of course, there were reasons he was unaware of, stemming from his father's bloodline. After all, Kushina had vibrant red hair. Thus, with this innate affinity, coupled with his rivalry with Sasuke, Sakura became a significant part of his heart. At this moment, Jiraiya's sudden mention of this left him somewhat flustered. What was he to do? Should he give up on Sakura? He was torn. Jiraiya patiently waited, not rushing him. Such matters must be contemplated by Naruto himself for him to truly let go and confront his feelings. After a long while, Naruto finally raised his head and declared with determination, "Master, I will treat her well and protect her." A look of appreciation spread across Jiraiya's face. He patted Naruto's head and praised, "Good, you have the spirit of a man. You said it yourself. Treat her well, protect her." Naruto nodded. Then, "Master, who is this person that likes me?" Jiraiya leaned in close to Naruto's ear, whispering mysteriously, "It's Hinata." "What?" Naruto nearly jumped up in shock. As if he had just ignited a firecracker, Jiraiya playfully struck him affectionately, dispelling his astonishment. Noticing Naruto rubbing his head in distress, he quickly added, "Do you think Hinata is a strange person?" Naruto nodded vigorously. Jiraiya shot him a look of exasperation. "That's because she likes you. She becomes shy and struggles to speak around you. But do not be fooled by her timid demeanor. She is a strong person." Naruto responded with an "oh" and nodded. Indeed, during the Chunin exams, Hinata had fought Neji, sustaining heavy injuries, yet still managed to stand tall. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Naruto was beginning to understand. "Do you remember who was the first to bring you medicine after your match with Kiba?" Naruto's eyes brightened. "It was Hinata." "Exactly. She was worried about you, which is why she came to bring you medicine." "And what about Sakura? Did she bring you any?" Naruto shook his head. "Then if Sakura were injured, would you bring her medicine?" Naruto immediately nodded. "There you go. You like Sakura, so you care for her. Hinata cares for you, which is why she is concerned for you. She is not a strange person." Jiraiya gently guided him, finally clearing the fog from Naruto's mind. After a prolonged silence, Naruto lifted his head again and said, "Master, you are right. Hinata does like me. I used to feel the same way about Sakura, and now that I understand, I will protect her." Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Your next task is to protect Hinata. If anything happens to her, just wait until I get back to deal with you." He then reminded him. Naruto shrank back slightly, nodding earnestly. "Master, how did you know that Hinata brought me medicine during the Chunin exams?" Jiraiya replied, "This kid remembers the unimportant things but forgets the crucial ones." After a few casual remarks, Jiraiya instructed him to rest easy and that they would set off at dawn. He glanced at the empty hospital bed beside him. Kakashi had already been discharged. He had not been severely injured. Aside from some pain in a specific area, it was nothing serious. Jiraiya scoffed softly and then left the ward. The next day, the group gathered. Naruto's attitude towards Hinata was noticeably different. His gaze would often dart toward her, almost shyly. Hinata, being perceptive, had already caught on to Naruto's subtle actions. Jiraiya watched with great interest as the figures of the young ones receded into the distance. He felt a sense of relief. With a soft sigh, he thought to himself, "Ah, youth." At a distant lake outside of Konoha village, Jiraiya stood quietly upon the water's surface. The area was surrounded by mountains, desolate and uninhabited. He took a slow, deep breath. Then, crossing his arms, he called out, opening the 8 gates, the initial gate. A wave of energy surged around him. He felt the world become crystal clear in an instant. His heart swelled with joy as he continued, opening the 8 gates, the healing gate. Opening the 8 gates, the joyous gate. He did not cease until he reached the 7th gate. At this moment, a torrent of blue chakra erupted from his body, and a powerful gust of wind surged outward. The surface of the water erupted into tremendous waves, crashing outward as if a mountain had fallen. Jiraiya marveled at his own pristine skin, feeling a surge of delight. This was indeed the uninjured version. It was entirely different from Guy opening the 7th gate, where every part of his body bore immense strain. The initial gates were manageable, but after the 6th, blood would seep from the skin due to the pressure. In contrast, with the uninjured version, there was minimal strain on his body, merely a consumption of stamina. He reveled in the unparalleled power coursing through him. Was this the sensation of possessing great strength? Ever since acquiring this technique, He had not had the opportunity to test it. Now, with his troublesome apprentice absent, it was the perfect moment to experiment. He was eager to discover what it felt like to open the 8 gates. Jiraiya's brow flickered as he declared, "Opening the 8 gates, the death gate." Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as an immense chakra burst forth from Jiraiya. The water in the lake was instantly displaced, creating a hollow space. He watched in astonishment as golden light enveloped him, shining brilliantly even in daylight. At that moment, his emotions were beyond words. This feels a bit like becoming a Super Saiyan. He felt his physical capabilities surge, rendering him light as a feather. He swung his fist, and the air erupted with a resounding crack. Jiraiya laughed heartily, feeling invincible. He believed that with a single punch, he could shatter a mountain. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he focused intently. He quickly began to ascend, almost like climbing stairs, directly into the sky. The wind whistled past his ears as his vision expanded. His heart raced with excitement. Indeed, as depicted in the original work, Guy could walk on air after opening the 8 gates. Jiraiya tried it himself, and, to his delight, succeeded. Although he still fell short of completely unfettered flight, he was nonetheless satisfied with his progress. Jiraiya raced through the valley, treading upon the air, occasionally erupting into a boisterous laugh that might have led onlookers to believe he had lost his sanity. After a considerable time, he returned to the center of the lake, where the water level had receded significantly. Fortunately, there were no villages nearby. Otherwise, the commotion he caused would surely have alarmed many. Jiraiya retracted the 8 gates technique, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was uncertain of his own strength, yet he sensed that if he were to spar with Guy, utilizing the same level of the 8 gates, he would emerge victorious. Clenching his fists, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Finally, he would no longer be easily beaten. With another hearty laugh, he vanished from his original spot. Chapter 30. The initial encounter with pain of the 6 paths. Jiraiya, I have a favor to ask of you, Tsunade declared solemnly after finishing her meal. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Speak freely. It is my duty to alleviate the worries of my beloved. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance before continuing. Previously, I dispatched a team to Rain Village, but they have inexplicably gone silent. I need you to investigate what has transpired, and, if they are still alive, bring them back. Jiraiya frowned. During this period, the Akatsuki should have already eliminated Hanzo of the Salamander. If that were the case, the intelligence operatives from other villages would naturally be purged. Is there a problem? Tsunade inquired, her expression grave. All the jonin in the village have been dispatched on missions, and I couldn't find anyone else to send. Jiraiya waved a dismissive hand. Do not fret, this is a trifling matter. As your husband, it is only natural that I assist you. Hee. However, Jiraiya hesitated to reveal his suspicions. For now, they remain mere conjectures. In the original storyline, Jiraiya had merely conducted reconnaissance and had not yet engaged with Rain Village. It seemed that his arrival had already altered certain events to some degree. Flirtatious as ever. We aren't married yet, so refrain from such titles. It would be inappropriate if others overheard. Tsunade reprimanded him, though her expression softened. But what? Jiraiya laughed heartily, scratching his head. It's nothing. In that case, I shall depart shortly. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to voice his thoughts. With his current strength, he should fear no one, even if he encountered pain of the 6 paths. At this moment, Nagato manipulating the 6 paths of pain should not be as formidable as depicted in the original tale. Thus, it would be prudent to first make contact with his 2 disciples. Be safe, Tsunade called as Jiraiya prepared to leave, suddenly turning back. I'm departing. If you're concerned, would you like some consolation? Tsunade paused for a moment before responding. Come here. Initially thinking he would gain nothing, Jiraiya was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. Tsunade stood and kissed him gently on the lips. Jiraiya discreetly activated his sensory barrier, hoping this time he would not be interrupted. Savoring the lingering sweetness of the kiss, he relished the warmth, with a hint of garlic flavor. He resolved to use less garlic in his next meal preparation. Noticing Tsunade's blush, he playfully squeezed her hand. I must go? I'll probably be away for several days, so take care of yourself. Tsunade's expression turned anxious. If there's danger, prioritize your safety. It's acceptable if the mission fails. Jiraiya shook his head. I must fulfill my beloved's request. Worry not. I am quite strong. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Jiraiya returned home to pack 2 sets of clothing. Just as he was about to exit the village, he recalled something and made a detour to Ichiraku Ramen. I'll be on a mission for the next few days. You'll handle the ramen competition. If I haven't returned by then, you may decide what to do." The attendant was momentarily taken aback before nodding in understanding. Jiraiya concluded his business and left. If he wished to participate in the ramen competition, he likely had only a week's time, which felt rather rushed. However, with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could swiftly return once he reached Rain Village. He had become quite proficient in this technique, and this excursion would serve to compensate for his limited markings. Standing by the window of the Hokage office, Tsunade was filled with concern. She hoped that this time, nothing would go awry. Beyond her worries for Jiraiya, she was also apprehensive about Rain Village. The inexplicable disappearance of their diplomatic personnel raised alarms. With her keen political acumen, she sensed the implications. Could it be that Hanzo of the Salamander had altered his stance? Meanwhile, Jiraiya traveled for 2 days and finally arrived at the outskirts of Rain Village. Breathing in the damp air, he cursed under his breath, "This wretched weather." He then gazed into the distance. The confrontation that was originally years away was now upon him much sooner than anticipated. A smirk creased Jiraiya's lips. He wondered how his 2 disciples viewed him now. Were they still as cold-hearted as depicted in the original story? Shaking his head, he strode forward, choosing not to sneak in. This time, he was acting on the Hokage's orders, merely here to assess the safety of the village's diplomatic personnel. As the rain drizzled down, it transformed into a light shower upon his entry into the village. Jiraiya distinctly sensed the minuscule chakra contained within the raindrops. He directed his gaze toward the distant buildings, his feet carrying him forward. The streets were sparsely populated. Jiraiya could not help but lament the small population of this minor nation. Combined with such dreadful weather, it was no wonder that development was stunted. Following his memory, he made his way to Hanzo's residence, arriving at a heavily guarded estate. For sentinels stood watch, eyes fixed on Jiraiya. He presented his credentials for negotiation. Inter-village interactions naturally left behind some overt intelligence personnel. Though all nations were irked by this, none would hastily eliminate them entirely, for information was paramount. While there was a risk of intelligence leaks, it also served as a means for major nations to convey their intents. All nations tacitly understood this. However, overt security exchanges still required the shadow of each village's leader. "Please wait," the lead guard said coldly before turning to enter the estate. After a considerable wait, Jiraiya was granted entry. He shook his head, bemused. These 2 disciples were quite cunning, far more astute than that fool Naruto. He could already predict that the individual he was about to meet was likely Konan. The outright elimination of intelligence personnel was not consistent with Hanzo's character. Although he had lost his fighting spirit in his later years, he still possessed a clear understanding of the situation and would not recklessly offend a major nation at such a critical juncture. Jiraiya followed the guard through several security checkpoints until he finally entered a room. Through a screen, he caught sight of an elderly man clad in a samurai robe. A smirk crept across Jiraiya's face. "Lord Hanzo?" he inquired tentatively. "Jiraiya, it has been many years. What brings you here this time?" Hanzo wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "I came to catch up with my 2 disciples." Hanzo's pupils instantly constricted, frozen in place. After a moment, he commanded, "You all may leave. I wish to converse with my friend." Once the guards had exited, Jiraiya relaxed and sat on the floor. "Konan, it's been a long time." Judging from Hanzo's earlier reaction, Jiraiya felt a sense of clarity. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the side, cloaked in black with red cloud patterns, the Akatsuki. "Sensei, when did you recognize me?" Konan's voice chimed. Jiraiya, uninterested in elaborating, merely shrugged and replied dismissively, "You are my disciple, naturally. I would not fail to recognize you." Konan hesitated, words caught in her throat. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. At this moment, it appears that Konan still harbors kindness within her heart, suggesting there is hope yet. She spoke softly, "Since you are here, Hanzo must have already been slain by Nagato." Though framed as a question, her words resonated with certainty. Konan was taken aback, falling silent. Perhaps it was the influence of her original self. Jiraiya let out an inexplicable sigh. Has Yahiko truly departed from this world? Upon hearing this, tears welled in Konan's eyes. From a distant, towering structure far from the manor, a slender young man with red hair tightened his expression. He murmured, "Konan, you still possess a tender heart." Observing her reaction, Jiraiya felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was merely a girl yearning for a peaceful existence. The loss of her beloved would undoubtedly have a profound impact on her. regardless of the influence of her original self or his own past experiences. He felt a flicker of pity and affection for this young girl. I am sorry. Conan shuddered, staring blankly at Jiraiya. As your teacher, I failed to protect you all, and I feel immense guilt. Suddenly, a slender black rod shot swiftly from outside the building. Jiraiya sensed a looming threat. In an instant, he shifted, cradling Conan in his arms to evade the attack. Although he understood the strike was aimed at him, he acted decisively to shield Conan from any harm, swiftly carrying her away from the house. In Jiraiya's embrace, Conan remained in a daze. He gently set her down and moved aside. Nagato, since you have arrived, why do you not show yourself? At this moment, the guards outside had vanished without a trace. A sound of footsteps echoed, and a young man with orange hair appeared, thin black rods protruding from his face. Jiraiya had witnessed individuals adorned with piercings in his past, but seeing someone with rods embedded in their face was a first for him, and it was rather unsettling. He understood those black rods were not mere decorations, but chakra receivers, which made him feel uneasy. Nagato, using Yahiko's corpse as your puppet, if he were aware. What do you think he would feel? Silence. Jiraiya-sensei, you have no right to speak. Jiraiya's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. As your teacher, I indeed failed to protect you all. This is my fault. Hearing Jiraiya's words through Yahiko's lifeless body, Nagato momentarily froze before contempt surged within him. Since you are aware of Yahiko's demise, do not feign emotional ties to bind us. Both Conan and I are striving for Yahiko's ideals. You need not lecture us on that. What I wish to know is how you acquired our information. At this point, Conan finally regained her senses. Gazing at Jiraiya in disbelief, he shook his head, whether he wished to speak or not. Even if he did, they would not believe him. If you wish to strike, then do so, Nagato. If you truly aspire to realize Yahiko's vision, come forth yourself and do not desecrate his remains. That would be a profound disrespect. After speaking, he turned to Conan. Nagato is unlikely to be swayed. This confrontation is probably unavoidable. If you still recognize me as your teacher, keep your distance. Once I have dealt with Nagato, I will escort you both back to Konoha, and I will ensure Tsunade heals his legs. What? Conan looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. He smiled gently. I mean what I say. There is still hope for Nagato's legs. Conan stood frozen, uncertain of her choice. At this moment, her heart was filled with hesitation. One side was her former teacher, the other her close friend. Yet, her teacher's assurance of healing Nagato's legs began to sway her towards Jiraiya. Noticing her indecision, Jiraiya spoke softly. Be good. Soon, your teacher will take you back. With that, his gaze shifted into the distance. At that moment, Nagato atop the distant tower wore a shocked expression. He had not anticipated that his legs might still be salvageable. The medical conditions in Amigakure were subpar, but if the legendary medical sage intervened, perhaps his legs could be restored. However, watching Jiraiya's nonchalant demeanor, Nagato felt a sense of unwillingness. He and his companions had established the Akatsuki. After Yahiko's death, he and Conan had endured immense suffering, finally seeing some progress. And he was not ready to relinquish it easily. Silence. Boom. The Yahiko puppet swiftly darted before Jiraiya, a black rod thrusting forward. Jiraiya adeptly evaded. Shinra-tensei. Jiraiya felt his body being involuntarily drawn toward Yahiko. What? This is indeed troublesome. Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya's figure vanished from sight in an instant. The Yahiko puppet was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, it sensed danger. Shinra-tensei. A powerful repulsive force surged from within it. Jiraiya cursed inwardly, his body propelled backward. Thud. He flipped in midair, landing gracefully. He glanced at the now distant Conan, feeling relieved. It appeared she still possessed some compassion and refrained from attacking. His gaze sharpened. It seemed he needed to conclude this swiftly. 8 gates. Opening of the first gate. Jiraiya instantaneously opened the 7th gate, a blue chakra aura erupting around him. What? Nagato's pupils contracted, his expression tightening. Shinra-tensei. The Yahiko puppet unleashed its repulsion. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming force barreling towards him, but it merely impeded him slightly. With unparalleled speed and explosive power, he broke through that terrifying repulsion, reaching the Yahiko puppet in an instant. This is bad. Nagato's expression changed dramatically from afar. He prepared to launch black rods to obstruct Jiraiya. Sensing the impending danger, Jiraiya accelerated once more. Bang! Yahiko was sent flying. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The Yahiko puppet's body ricocheted like a ball through the air, Nagato attempted to regain control for a counterattack, but it proved futile. It was only when Jiraiya struck the puppet again that he finally ceased his assault. Nagato, now furious, prepared for a fierce retaliation, but he was taken aback. He could no longer control Yahiko. Jiraiya smiled gently, extending his hands forward. Open. A series of metallic clinks echoed as several small black rods fell to the ground. He then approached Yahiko's corpse, lifting it and walking toward a stunned Konan. Chapter 31. Bringing Konan and Nagato back to Konoha. Konan, please retrieve Yahiko's body. In death, we must show respect. Though the earlier commotion had been significant, each attack had been executed with care. Due to Nagato's chakra infusion, the damage was not severe. Furthermore, his strikes primarily targeted those black rods, shattering critical areas while removing smaller ones. Thus, Yahiko's body remained largely intact. Jiraiya placed Yahiko's body before Konan, speaking softly. The corpse was cold and devoid of emotion. Perhaps it was the prolonged contact with the remains of a loved one that led to such obsessive thoughts over the years. Fortunately, he still had the opportunity to salvage the situation. Konan gazed at Jiraiya with a complex expression. He replied with a light chuckle. Striving for an ideal is not wrong, but you must be aware of your true feelings. Konan, you are doing wonderfully. Now, I will go seek out Nagato's true form. Once I handle him, I will take you both back to Konoha and ask Tsunade to treat him. Once he recovers, I will assist you in realizing your ideals. Konan was momentarily stunned, her eyes shimmering with tears. Jiraiya, noticing her distressed demeanor, felt his heart soften. He approached her gently, ruffling her hair and murmuring, "Little one, do not cry, it will not suit you." Konan nodded softly. Before long, she noticed a few figures appearing not far away. Jiraiya smiled at her. "Wait quietly. Your teacher will be here shortly." "Okay." Xiaonan obediently nodded. As she watched the figure gradually fade away, a flicker of hope surged within her heart. Since her tumultuous childhood, she had found solace in the care of Yahiko and Nagato. Later, when she met Jiraiya, the camaraderie among their little group flourished. However, after Yahiko's tragic demise and Nagato's loss of his legs, she was engulfed in despair, yet as a loyal friend, she felt compelled to endure. Ultimately, she was merely a young girl with a kind heart yearning for a tranquil life. Typically, she kept her emotions deeply buried, hesitant to reveal them. Yet, with Jiraiya's comforting presence, she once again experienced that long-lost warmth. Her expression softened, gazing at Yahiko's lifeless body on the ground. A wave of sorrow washed over her once more. Ever since Nagato expressed his intention to fulfill his ideals in Yahiko's likeness, she had not seen him so peacefully still. Clutching Yahiko's cold hand, a unique scent lingering, tears streamed down her face. Jiraiya observed the four figures before him, the purple Rinnegan flickering. Puzzled, he wondered if one had yet to arrive. He shook his head, realizing he needed to hasten to Nagato's true form. Otherwise, entangled with these individuals, he would indeed find himself in a predicament. Having felt the origin of chakra through the black rods on Yahiko, Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, and he formed a cross with his hands, unleashing the eighth gate's death door. Boom! A radiant golden light erupted from his entire being. He turned his gaze toward a towering structure in the distance. The source of chakra within the black rods was located there. With a powerful leap, the four opponents reacted swiftly. A burly man formed hand seals, summoning a giant puppet eagle. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Lowering his gaze, he noticed two dark figures rapidly approaching him. He recognized them as the Shura Path's monstrous rocket arms. Seizing the moment while airborne, Jiraiya dashed away at an astonishing speed, nearly untraceable by the naked eye. He glanced back briefly, noting that aside from the massive eagle still in pursuit, the two rockets seemed to have vanished. With this realization, he quickened his pace, unleashing his full power. Sonic booms erupted around him as he surged toward the grand edifice. Summoning the technique. Bang! Several figures emerged. Nagato's expression turned icy. He understood that Jiraiya's objective was his true form. Unable to catch a glimpse of him, he decided to lie in wait. Although his mastery of the Rinnegan's abilities was still somewhat lacking, he was confident he could eliminate this former mentor. Jiraiya remained oblivious to Nagato's confidence. However, even if he were aware, he would simply smile lightly. "Kid, your master is no longer the same as he once was." Boom! A thunderous explosion marked Jiraiya's emergence. 5 figures stood ready for battle. Jiraiya understood now. He had discovered their location. He glanced at the chakra projector behind the 5 and shook his head. It was clear he could not proceed without dealing with them first. Without hesitation, he charged forward. The hungry ghost path barely had time to react before Jiraiya's fist obliterated it. Earlier, he had restrained himself out of consideration for Yahiko, but now, with no such concerns, he unleashed his full might. Boom. Finger missiles. The Shuro paths swiftly retaliated, but alas, their speed was far too sluggish to match Jiraiya. Without hesitation, Jiraiya launched an attack. The Shuro path hastily summoned its mechanized armor. If it could not pursue, it would defend itself. A massive serrated blade instantly shielded it. Jiraiya, undeterred, struck with a powerful punch. Boom. The Shuro path could not withstand the blow and exploded. Without pausing, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, dismantling the puppets one by one. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Although the 8 gates had left him unscathed, the chakra expenditure was significant. Were it not for his extraordinary stamina, he would likely be in a precarious situation by now. Nagato, infuriated yet astonished by the ease with which his 5 comrades were dispatched, reflected on his time under Jiraiya's tutelage. Though he had never witnessed Jiraiya's full strength, he could sense that the current Jiraiya was far more formidable than before. Nagato, come with me. I will heal your wounds, and I shall support your ideals in the future, Jiraiya stated calmly. Nagato remained silent. Don't force me to knock you out. While the outcome would be the same, I prefer to avoid such violence. Jiraiya shrugged. Seeing Nagato's continued silence, his patience waned. Fine either way. I'll need to teach you a lesson, whether now or later. Nagato's expression darkened as he prepared to act. In an instant, Jiraiya activated the 8 gates and appeared beside Nagato. Bang! With a swift strike, he knocked him unconscious. Having completed this, Jiraiya dusted off his hands. At this moment, Nagato's physique had not yet become the gaunt figure depicted in the original narrative. Several black rods protruded from his back, sending a chill down Jiraiya's spine. This is simply horrifying. He gazed at the enormous outer path Geto Mazo behind Nagato, murmuring, "Is this the shell of the 10 tails? Truly magnificent. But how can I detach Nagato from it?" After much contemplation, he could devise no solution. Ultimately, he could only smile helplessly. Then, he vanished from the spot. Flying Thunder God Technique. Jiraiya reappeared beside Xiaonan. At that moment, she had already gathered Yahiko's body. Noticing the tears still wet upon her cheeks, Jiraiya offered her a tissue. Xiaonan, I have knocked Nagato unconscious. Do you know how to remove him from the outer path Geto Mazo? Xiaonan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Jiraiya's heart swelled with joy. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Whoosh! Their figures vanished in an instant. And Xiaonan found herself beside Nagato, a look of disbelief on her face. What is this? Jiraiya smiled gently, offering no explanation. Come on, Xiaonan. Let's get Nagato down quickly so we can return to Konoha. Oh, by the way, are our village's intelligence personnel still alive? Jiraiya suddenly inquired with a serious tone. Xiaonan paused, then nodded. We only recently killed Hanzo. With the regime change, there are numerous affairs in the village. I have yet to address them, so I merely confine them. Jiraiya's heart soared with relief. It seemed he had arrived at just the right moment. Had he delayed even slightly longer, those intelligence personnel might have faced execution at the hands of Nagato's ruthless nature. After exerting considerable effort with Xiaonan, they finally managed to extricate Nagato from the outer path Geto Mazo. Gazing at its enormous, grotesque visage, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. It was likely that Kagaya had already learned of his actions. He wondered how she would respond. If only he possessed the Rinnegan, he could simply banish this outer path Geto Mazo to another dimension for potential future use. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he turned to Xiaonan. Take me to see those intelligence personnel. My mission this time is to bring them back safely. Xiaonan nodded. Jiraiya hoisted Nagato onto his back, trailing behind Xiaonan. They arrived at a secluded underground prison, where Jiraiya peered through the bars to see several unconscious individuals. Confirming their safety, he expressed his gratitude to Xiaonan. She gently shook her head in response. Jiraiya silently left several flying thunder god marks behind, then smiled at Xiaonan. Let's go? I'll take you to the Konoha hospital. As he spoke, he placed his hand on her shoulder. In an instant, the three appeared near the gates of Konoha. Even though it was not her first experience, Xiaonan still found it hard to believe that such a vast distance had been traversed in the blink of an eye. Is this the legendary flying thunder god technique? Conan's eye shimmered. The renowned jutsu of the fourth Hokage, Minato. Indeed impressive. Jiraiya smiled gently. This flying thunder god technique, after all, was bestowed by the system, and in its perfected form, slightly surpassing Minato's version. However, While it is quite convenient, it does consume a considerable amount of chakra. Carrying two individuals across such a vast distance left him somewhat drained. Fortunately, his formidable recovery ability allowed him to regain his strength in mere seconds. Let us proceed to the hospital. Initially intending to head straight there, Jiraiya reconsidered, fearing it would draw undue attention. If certain individuals were to learn of their arrival, it could lead to unforeseen complications. He wished to avoid any hassle. After registering with the two guards at the entrance, Jiraiya instructed one to summon Tsunade to the hospital. With that said, he carried Nagato while guiding Konan towards their destination. Chapter 32. Nagato's recovery from leg injury. Are you hurt? Tsunade rushed in, spotting Jiraiya waiting outside the ward, accompanied by a blue-haired girl. Outside the village of Konoha, Jiraiya had suggested they change their attire. Konan immediately formed hand seals, and in an instant, transformed into ordinary clothing. There was no alternative. Itachi and Kisame had already visited Konoha, and their distinctive outfits were well known. To avoid causing a stir, Jiraiya had to take such precautions. Seeing the worry etched on Tsunade's face warmed his heart, and he gently shook his head. I am fine. The mission is complete, and the intel team will return shortly. I came back to seek your assistance in treating someone. Tsunade then turned her gaze towards Konan, a familiar sensation washing over her. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and realization dawned upon her. Jiraiya tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her to remain calm. This is Konan, one of the three young ones we encountered back then, and my apprentice. I brought them back because Nagato was injured, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade composed herself, casting him a meaningful glance. However, this was not the moment for extensive inquiries. She entered the ward. Konan felt a pang of anxiety. Jiraiya patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. Tsunade's medical skills are exceptional, and there should be no major issues. Seeing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Konan felt her heart gradually settle. The two waited outside the ward. After a considerable time, Tsunade finally emerged. Jiraiya noticed the beads of sweat on her forehead, and his heart ached. Every return seemed to burden her with more troubles, and he felt a twinge of guilt. You have worked hard. Jiraiya stepped forward, retrieving a tissue to wipe the sweat from her brow. With others present, Tsunade slightly turned her head, took the tissue, and began to wipe herself. He has sustained severe injuries to his muscle tissue. Fortunately, the cells have not completely lost vitality, and there is a possibility of recovery. Upon hearing this, Konan's heart steadied, tears glistening in her eyes. She bowed her head in gratitude towards Tsunade. Do not mention it. You are his apprentice, and thus, my junior as well. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, continuing, Though I mentioned the possibility of recovery, there are still certain risks involved. Her gaze shifted to Jiraiya, noting that his injuries were somewhat similar to Lee's, albeit slightly less severe. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. After Tsunade finished speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with him before departing from the hospital. Jiraiya remained behind, offering comfort to Konan. When he awakens, you must tell him that the final choice rests with him, but I hope you can persuade him. Your situation is perilous. Once I handle my affairs, I will return to speak with you openly. With that, he left the hospital. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Tsunade was gazing out the window with her back turned to him. Speak, what exactly transpired? Her calm voice resonated. Jiraiya offered a wry smile before recounting the events. However, he omitted the fact that Nagato and Konan were leaders of the Akatsuki. He merely stated they had encountered them on the road. Tsunade turned around, her expression a mixture of skepticism. Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. Revealing the complete truth now would undoubtedly complicate matters. Moreover, Kaguya was likely already aware of certain developments. He needed to devise a careful plan. After a moment, Tsunade spoke, I believe you. But are you certain you are merely acquaintances? Her gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. What are you implying, Tsunade? Seeing his feigned ignorance, Tsunade's frustration boiled over. You two are not involved in that manner, are you? Upon finishing her sentence, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Jiraiya raised his hands in mock surrender. What manner are you referring to? Please clarify. Boom. Tsunade could no longer contain herself and delivered a punch directly at him. Jiraiya's pupils dilated. Oh no, she's jealous. He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of her wrath. In a split second, he opened the fifth gate, swiftly catching her fist just in time. Tsunade's surprise at his quick reflexes was evident. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya pulled her into an embrace, softly saying, She is merely my apprentice. Do not be jealous. I've assured you, you are the only one in my heart." At his words, Tsunade's anger dissipated. Jiraiya sensed her tension easing and sighed in relief. Indeed, a strong-willed wife should not be trifled with. "If you were to stray, I might just let you off," Tsunade murmured. Jiraiya chuckled. "That will be the day." "Oh." Jiraiya's smile froze on his face as he comforted Tsunade. He decided not to rush to the hospital. Instead, he would allow Konan to persuade Nagato. Currently, with his Six Paths puppets destroyed, even if he wished to wreak havoc on Konoha, he lacked the means. Thus, Jiraiya felt no apprehension. He ventured outside the village, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Rain Village prison, bringing several intelligence personnel back to Konoha. "Nagato, you are awake. Tsunade-sensei said you can recover." Upon seeing Nagato's eyelashes flutter, Konan impatiently exclaimed. Nagato opened his eyes, a complex expression in his gaze. In truth, he had never completely lost consciousness. The moment Jiraiya indicated that his leg had a chance of recovery, he felt a flicker of hope. Moreover, Konan had subtly begun to align herself with their teacher's side. Furthermore, this so-called master had consistently respected their opinions and had not acted against them directly. Although he was still skeptical, after Tsunade's treatment, his mindset gradually shifted. "Konan, do you think Jiraiya-sensei truly intends to help us realize our ideals?" Konan was momentarily taken aback. Lowering her head in contemplative silence, the two fell into a heavy quietude. As dusk fell, Jiraiya prepared a meal, bringing a portion for Tsunade before heading to the hospital. "Konan, Nagato, you must be hungry. Come and have something to eat." Jiraiya set a variety of dishes on the small table beside the hospital bed. The rich aroma instantly filled the room, making one's mouth water. Konan couldn't help but swallow hard. Jiraiya ruffled her hair, smiling. "Go on, eat. If it's not enough, I'll prepare more when I return." Konan glanced at Nagato, then picked up her chopsticks, serving some food into Nagato's bowl before starting to eat herself. Observing this, Jiraiya shook his head. Yahiko's departure had left Nagato too deeply entrenched in his convictions. It would take more than a moment for him to change. After finishing their meal, Konan voluntarily gathered the dishes and headed to the washroom. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, who sat silently on the bed, and sighed softly. "Do you understand how perilous your current situation is?" Nagato lifted his head, his gaze intense. "That man claiming to be Uchiha Madara has already come for you, hasn't he? Behind him lies a force you are ill-equipped to contend with. Should you persist in your obstinacy, attempting to convey the anguish of war through your suffering, the ultimate outcome shall be your demise, and it will inevitably bring peril to Konan as well." Nagato was taken aback, his pupils narrowing. Jiraiya continued. "Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this information. I am acutely aware of your abilities, those of Uchiha Madara, and all the elite members of your Akatsuki organization. To speak boldly, even with the nine-tailed beasts at your disposal, I possess the confidence to eliminate you before you can obliterate Konoha." While this statement contained an element of exaggeration, Jiraiya harbored no fear when it came to confronting members of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression began to shift. "However, I shall not proceed in such a manner. You and Konan are my disciples, and I bear guilt over Yahiko's death. Therefore, I will look after you both. If you aspire to establish a world devoid of war, I shall support your endeavor." After saying this, Jiraiya grasped his hand. Nagato was momentarily stunned, then instinctively sought to resist. Jiraiya wasted no words. In an instant, a mark appeared on Nagato's arm. "This is my Flying Thunder God seal. If you find yourselves in trouble, simply infuse it with chakra, and I will arrive post-haste." At that moment, Konan returned. "Konan, come here." Although she was puzzled, she complied. Jiraiya left a mark in her palm, then vanished without a trace. "In the event of any danger, just inject chakra into it, and no matter where you are, I shall come immediately," Jiraiya assured them. Konan's eyes sparkled as she nodded. After Jiraiya departed, Nagato scoffed softly. "Is this mark merely to facilitate tracking us?" In response, Konan remained silent. The hospital room fell into a profound stillness. Chapter 33. The ramen competition begins. "Master, I have returned," Naruto exclaimed upon arriving at Jiraiya's residence. Jiraiya was preparing a meal intended for Tsunade and Konan. "It smells delightful. Master, are you welcoming me back?" Jiraiya shot him a glance, perplexed at Naruto's sudden arrogance. "Since you're here, just wait. We will soon pay a visit to your senior disciples." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. "When did you take on new disciples? Why must I call them seniors?" Jiraiya dismissed his queries with indifference. Nagato had already been hospitalized for 4 days, and Tsunade had performed surgery on him. Now, they were merely waiting for his recovery. Enough chatter. If you keep this up, I'll give you a beating. Naruto sulked, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After returning from a failed mission, he was met with his master's disdain, and now he had to contend with new senior disciples, which was infuriating. Let us go. I'll save you some food for later. I've prepared it already. Jiraiya declared as he left the house, carrying 2 large food containers. Reluctantly, Naruto followed him. They first stopped by the Hokage's office, where Naruto waited until Tsunade finished her meal before departing. Outside, he simmered with frustration. I should have sought out Sakura instead, he thought resentfully. Subsequently, he accompanied Jiraiya to the hospital, where they encountered Konan and Nagato. This is your senior sister and your senior brother. Jiraiya introduced them. Konan, Nagato. This is your junior disciple. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call upon him. Naruto, Konan chuckled lightly. Over the past few days, Nagato had made significant progress in his recovery, and Konan's mood had improved significantly as well. Observing her master's attitude toward Naruto, she found it amusing. Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, senior brother. Under Jiraiya's watchful gaze, Naruto reluctantly greeted them. However, as he gazed upon Nagato's striking red hair, he felt a sense of familiarity. Konan acknowledged him and reached out to pat Naruto's head. He instinctively dodged. Konan was not offended. Suddenly, a flurry of paper fluttered around them. Before Naruto stood dozens of beautifully packaged cup noodles. His eyes widened in delight. Jiraiya had previously informed the two about Naruto's fondness for cup noodles, prompting Konan to purchase some specifically for him. You're amazing, senior sister. Naruto quickly changed his tune. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched in annoyance. Aside from Nagato's silence, Naruto and Konan engaged in lively conversation. Upon learning that Konan's ninjutsu involved paper, Naruto was utterly astonished. Using paper as a weapon is incredible. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, Jiraiya interjected, Konan, Nagato, there will be a ramen competition in Konoha the day after tomorrow. If you are interested, you should definitely attend. Besides, Nagato's injuries are nearly healed. In a short span of days, Nagato's recovery was visibly remarkable. Even Jiraiya wondered if he had somehow enhanced his abilities. Generally, with such injuries, one would require 10 to 15 days of rest post-surgery. Yet Nagato's innate capacity had facilitated such swift healing. Reflecting on his heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, it was not unexpected that he possessed such recovery abilities. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. Konan paused momentarily, feeling a flicker of interest as she glanced at Nagato. He hesitated briefly but then nodded in agreement. On their way home, Jiraiya encountered Hinata, who was out shopping. Naruto greeted her, and Jiraiya waved as well. Hinata, how was your mission? Was it arduous? Did you sustain any injuries? Although he was already aware of the mission's failure, he couldn't help but ask upon seeing her. Ah, no. Thud. Jiraiya kicked Naruto aside. Naruto-kun. Hinata's expression shifted to one of concern. Jiraiya waved dismissively, reassuring her, do not worry, Hinata. This is merely part of my training regimen for Naruto. He has some matters to attend to, so he will be leaving. Upon hearing this, Hinata fidgeted with her fingers. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Hinata, will you be participating in the ramen competition the day after tomorrow? Hinata hesitated and shook her head. Jiraiya's heart sank. This was not the response he had anticipated. He quickly added, Naruto will be participating too. He particularly enjoys girls who can eat a lot. It would be a shame if you did not come. He feigned disappointment. Hinata's eyes widened, and she immediately changed her mind. Oh, I would like to participate as well. Jiraiya's expression brightened as he promptly instructed, remember, the day after tomorrow. If you secure first place, Naruto will surely like you even more. With that, Jiraiya departed. Hinata stood there dazed. The notion that Naruto likes her echoed in her mind, refusing to dissipate. After Jiraiya had walked some distance, he noticed Hinata still standing in place, and he chuckled to himself. This shy girl truly had a remarkable talent for blushing. Shaking his head, he decided to leave her be. 2 days swiftly passed, and the ramen competition was set to commence. Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had intended to participate as well, but considering the relationship between Naruto and Hinata, he ultimately sighed. If I want to eat, I can always have someone make it for me later. During this time, he had completely refrained from involvement, allowing everything to be arranged by one individual. It was obvious how challenging it was for them. Hence, Jiraiya resolved that should his book receive favorable promotion, he would reward them with a portion of the profits. To his surprise, he received a response from the publisher regarding the manuscript he had submitted. The editor's letter praised the quality of his content, stating that it would be printed and sold next month. Additionally, the publisher had sent him a small advance payment. Though it was not a significant amount, the publisher's assurance filled him with confidence for his future endeavors. Upon arriving at the venue, he spotted Naruto, Hinata, and the other members of Team 12. He mused that the upcoming competition would surely be intense. He soon spotted the figures of Konan and Nagato not far off. Nagato had fully recovered, walking as normally as anyone else. While Jiraiya felt a surge of joy, a slight frown creased his brow. His keen perception noted the presence of some peculiar figures surrounding Nagato. Umbu? No, Jiraiya shook his head. Tsunade would not be so brazen as to send people to monitor them when she knew they were her students. Thus, only one possibility remained. With a glint in his eyes, Jiraiya approached the two and gave Nagato a warning. They had already noticed they were being watched, which was to be expected. As outsiders, they would not seek too much, merely being observed. Jiraiya cautioned them to act with care, avoid causing disturbances in the village, and to contact him immediately if anything arose. Konan nodded, while Nagato remained expressionless. Jiraiya felt helpless in response. He could only pray that Danzo harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to take action. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette. A smile crept across his lips as he approached. What brings our esteemed Hokage here? Tsunade shot him a glance. Is it not permissible for the Hokage to enjoy some leisure time? Of course not. Come, let us find a higher vantage point. It's too crowded here. With that, Jiraiya took Tsunade's hand and led her towards a distant platform. Tsunade allowed herself to be pulled along. Upon reaching the elevated area, they were greeted with a broad view of the competition grounds, devoid of the surrounding bustle, a stark contrast to the noise within the venue. Do you wish to participate in this competition? Jiraiya suddenly inquired. Tsunade paused, then shook her head. I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Such contests are best left to the youth. I have no desire to join in. Jiraiya, placing his hands on her shoulders, replied earnestly, we are still young. In my eyes, you will always be my little girl. Tsunade scoffed. After a brief silence, she suddenly remarked, if you were to see me in my old age, you would not think so. Her tone bore a hint of melancholy. No matter how she maintained her youthful appearance, the truth remained. She was no longer in her prime. Jiraiya reassured her, even so, you will always be my beloved. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. May I see what you would look like in old age? Tsunade was taken aback, then turned her head away, her meaning clear. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Jiraiya felt a weight of anticipation. He had prepared himself for rejection. But then, as if she had made a decision, Tsunade turned to him and said seriously, are you serious? Jiraiya nodded. This thought was not new to him. In his previous life, he had been under 30. Having traversed time, he admired Tsunade's beauty, but as their bond deepened, influenced by the emotions of his former self, his feelings began to shift. He was uncertain if he truly loved her. Although subconsciously she had already become his cherished one, he wished to confirm it. If she were to lose her beauty, would he still care for her as he had before? He sought to verify his true feelings. While this thought had not yet consumed him, he was aware that if he allowed these emotions to fester, the day the illusion of love dissipated would mark their separation. Passionate affection could only lead to ephemeral dreams. Even with the influence of his past self, now he was the main entity, unable to discern his true heart, which was futile. Upon hearing his request, Tsunade smirked and said, all right, I will show you once, but I hope you won't be frightened. Jiraiya was taken aback. He had not expected her to agree. As the words left her lips, Tsunade's visage began to transform, her fair skin becoming wrinkled, her golden hair fading to white, and her once proud figure sagging. Earth release, earth wall. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, and 4 low walls erupted around them, enveloping the two within. The confined space left only the two of them. Chapter 34. Hinata wins the ramen contest. Is this what Tsunade looks like in old age? In an instant, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Everyone ages, including himself. Compared to his previous life, Tsunade's ability to maintain her beauty was remarkable. Moreover, life is fleeting. Having someone by one's side is truly a rare gift. He smiled gently, reaching up to caress her cheek, feeling her soft yet wrinkled skin, and then wrapped her gently in his embrace. What now? I still find your aged appearance quite appealing. At his words, tears sprang to Tsunade's eyes. Decades of solitude had left her feeling desolate, Yet in these short 2 months, she had experienced boundless warmth. In revealing her most vulnerable side, she was taking a gamble. A gamble that had always ended in loss was the truest reflection of her life. Once she won, something significant would surely occur. She had won, and decisively. She knew she had encountered her true soulmate. In this moment, she felt both joy and trepidation. The joy of finding her true love, yet the worry that winning the gamble might lead to misfortune. Unaware of Tsunade's thoughts, Jiraiya held her quietly. He had never felt her so fragile. As if a mere breeze could topple her. "Will you marry me? Please?" Jiraiya suddenly whispered. 3 months is too long. I cannot wait any longer. Tsunade abruptly pulled away. Gazing at Jiraiya's face, tears streaming down. "Do you know what I was just thinking?" Jiraiya paused, his expression solemn. "I was betting on whether you would still love me after seeing my true self." Understanding dawned on Jiraiya, and a smile spread across his face. "You won, didn't you?" Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya gently shook his head, brushing away her tears with his fingertips, softly assuring her, "Do not worry. I am quite resilient. Nothing will happen. And who says that winning a gamble must result in misfortune? Perhaps it signifies a pivotal decision in your life." As he spoke, Jiraiya silently questioned in his heart, "System, will I die easily? If the host sustains damage beyond the system's threshold, death is possible. However, no force in the ninja world has surpassed the system's capacity." Jiraiya immediately felt reassured, his smile radiating even brighter. He produced a ring from his pocket, crafted from rare materials. He had intended to present it on the day of the competition, but fate had conspired for this moment. Following the custom from his previous life, he knelt on one knee. "My lady Tsunade, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a dazed expression, curiosity evident. But upon hearing his words, she smiled. "I will." She extended her wrinkled hand, which Jiraiya gently took and placed the ring upon her finger. The ring was slightly oversized. But as it slid into place, Tsunade's features gradually returned to their youthful splendor. Jiraiya gazed at her in astonishment. Tsunade beamed. "How do I look?" Without hesitation, Jiraiya rose, embraced her, and kissed her deeply. After a long while, Tsunade finally felt a slight breathlessness, her body growing weak, entirely supported by Jiraiya's arms. Her face flushed. She struggled slightly. Jiraiya, sensing the moment, released her lips. "It's settled then. You are now mine." Tsunade smiled blissfully. Jiraiya smirked and continued, "And from now on, no more hitting me when I take advantage of you." Tsunade shot him a glare, ready to retort. Jiraiya added, I still haven't had my fill. Let us do it again." After they entwined for a while longer, Jiraiya reluctantly dispelled the jutsu. The surrounding walls fell away. At this moment, the ramen competition in the distance was about to commence. Jiraiya suddenly produced 2 binoculars from behind him. "Here, this will give you a clear view." Tsunade's expression turned peculiar. "You rascal, you don't mean to say you've been secretly watching young ladies every day, do you?" Her eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a hint of danger. Jiraiya immediately raised a hand to the sky. "By heaven's virtue, my wife is so beautiful that I have no need to spy on others." Tsunade promptly reached out, and Jiraiya felt a sharp pain in his side. "Ah, so it was you all along, making me feel like something was amiss while I was bathing." Jiraiya thought to himself, wishing he could slap his own face. Wasn't this an admission of guilt? He bore the pain and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh dear. I won't spy any longer. I promise to watch openly, all right? Attention all participants, the competition is about to begin. Please take your seats and prepare." Naruto, Hinata, and Choji had already taken their positions. Shikamaru leisurely approached the side to act as the referee. He had little interest in the competition, but upon seeing the task requirements, he decided to join in. How could he not accompany his friends who were competing? It was a perfect opportunity to unwind after a tiring mission, and such a spectacle was indeed rare. With dozens of contestants and a multitude of spectators around, Shikamaru found it somewhat amusing. Among these participants, aside from Naruto, who could possibly rival Choji? The Akimichi clan was renowned for their eating prowess. "Ha ha ha, this time I will undoubtedly claim first place," Kiba exclaimed triumphantly. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Kiba, I won't lose to you." Choji's eyes sparkled with determination. Ramen. Lee declared, "Naruto, I will not be defeated by you. Even in a ramen eating contest, I will unleash my youth." As the competition commenced, Shikamaru announced, "The time limit is 30 minutes, and the countdown begins now." At his command, everyone began devouring their ramen ravenously, the sound of slurping filling the air. As the minutes passed, numerous empty bowls began to accumulate around the contestants. Many could only manage 3 or 4 bowls before they were forced to concede, leaving the competition with regret. Meanwhile, Naruto and Choji had mounds of empty bowls surrounding them. A truly astonishing sight. Finally, as the competition neared its conclusion, Naruto pushed himself to finish one last bowl. He had stacked up an impressive 22 bowls and felt elated, convinced he would claim victory. However, he soon discovered that Choji had already consumed 31 bowls. What? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, casting a forlorn glance at Choji. In the end, he could only mutter, "I lost." Kiba and the others had already been carried off the stage. After tallying the results, Shikamaru was taken aback. He looked incredulously at the petite figure announced as the winner of the ramen competition, Hinata. Both Choji and Naruto widened their eyes in disbelief, turning to look at her. Hinata gently let out a contented burp. Noticing Naruto's gaze, her cheeks flushed and her hands fidgeted beneath the table. From the vantage point above, Jiraiya and Tsunade watched the scene unfold. "Hinata can eat that much?" Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. Jiraiya chuckled, naturally. As a refined young lady, she has been trained to conduct herself with restraint, rarely allowed to indulge like this. I suspect her inability to match Niji's prowess is largely due to her not being adequately nourished. Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance. "You truly have a way of guessing." Jiraiya glanced at her, then at Nagato and Konan in the audience, and sighed softly. "What is the matter?" Tsunade inquired. "I initially thought Nagato and Konan would participate, but it seems they are merely here as spectators," Tsunade suddenly remarked. Jiraiya paused, then forced a smile. He understood her implication. Although Nagato was his student, his ideology needed correction, and with the influence of Toby and others, it was unlikely he would choose to stay. Tsunade had refrained from probing further out of trust, a sentiment Jiraiya appreciated. After a moment, he said, "I will send them away tomorrow." Tsunade's expression shifted slightly. "You know that's not what I meant." Jiraiya squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I know what I am doing." He then turned his gaze to the horizon. "There are matters I cannot yet disclose. I will share everything when the time is right." Tsunade remained silent, giving a gentle nod. She had faith that he would not act against her or the village. Chapter 35. The first confrontation with Danzo Master. "We are leaving." Konan's voice trembled slightly. Jiraiya felt a pang in his heart. He escorted the two to a secluded valley far from Konoha, preparing to part ways. He could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to send them back instantly, but Nagato expressed a desire to take a walk and observe. Jiraiya obliged, having already conveyed his warnings and demonstrated his strength, knowing Nagato was not foolish. "If you encounter any danger, be sure to inform me immediately," he reiterated to Konan, who nodded in response. "Here, this is my homemade meal for your journey." Jiraiya handed her a scroll, which she accepted slowly. He ruffled her hair. "Stay safe. I will always be your master." With that, Jiraiya vanished in an instant. The feeling of separation was indeed bittersweet. Given Nagato's temperament, he likely would not wish to see Jiraiya for a while. His worries were more for Konan. Jiraiya ambled back toward Konoha when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he halted, disappearing from sight. After parting ways with Jiraiya, the two walked silently toward the land of rain. Suddenly, several figures appeared around them, each wearing peculiar masks. The leader stepped forward and coldly stated, "You, the child of the Uzumaki clan, we are members of Konoha Zumbu. Lord Danzo has summoned you for a visit." All eyes were fixed on Nagato, showing little interest in Konan. "Do not resist. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action." Nagato smirked coldly. The mastermind behind Yahiko's death, aside from Hanzo, was Danzo. Now, he had the audacity to seek him out. Konan was the first to act, her body instantly transforming into countless pieces of paper. The root members were startled and quickly went on the defensive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leader showed no reaction, instantly having his throat slashed by Konan's paper shuriken. The remaining members wasted no time, unleashing their jutsu and charging at the two, disregarding their fallen leader. For them, the mission was everything. At this moment, Nagato had lost the power of the 6 paths and was significantly weakened. Yet he was not a mere ordinary ninja to be easily subdued. In an instant, none of the root members were left standing. Konan let out a sigh of relief. Currently, her strength was somewhat strained against such numbers, and Nagato's leg injury had just healed, making it unwise for him to overexert himself. Summoning the outer path as Golem again would incur considerable damage and fatigue. Thus, Conan took on a greater share of the enemies. Jiraiya stood silently on a distant tree, observing the scene. He nodded slightly. These two youngsters indeed possessed commendable strength. The ninjas from Root were all exceptionally powerful, having survived numerous battles, their skills undoubtedly formidable. The ease with which they dispatched their foes spoke volumes of their abilities. Watching them move further away, Jiraiya approached the fallen bodies, sighing inwardly. These individuals had become mere tools for Danzo to achieve his political ambitions. It was a tragic fate. They had lost their basic emotions, and with Danzo's manipulative influence, they were unable to escape. Death was perhaps a form of liberation from their suffering. He silently lamented. I hope you may be reborn into a fortunate life in your next incarnation. Fire release, fireball. Those corpses were reduced to ashes in the fierce flames. Jiraiya clapped his hands. These two little ones must have discovered my presence. Otherwise, they would not have left such glaring flaws. Jiraiya shook his head and turned to leave. Hokage-sama, my people have been inexplicably attacked outside the village. You must provide me with an explanation. Danzo, with his arm and right eye wrapped in bandages, leaned on a cane as he entered the Hokage's office, speaking with a righteous tone to Tsunade. Danzo, what do you mean by this? Why should I owe you an explanation? Tsunade replied, feeling a headache coming on. Danzo, relying on his seniority, clearly did not regard her as Hokage, which was infuriating. Yet, she could not afford to lose her temper easily. Revealing her anger could lead to unforeseen traps laid by him. A temporary diversion was necessary. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, a voice came from the doorway. Danzo, what has happened to you? Jiraiya was taken aback upon entering the office. To be honest, he was genuinely startled. Although he had long been aware of Danzo's eccentricities, seeing him in person still made his eyes twitch. Jiraiya? What is wrong with me? Danzo replied. What has happened to your arm? The last time I saw you, it was perfectly fine. If you are injured, you should seek Tsunade's help. She is a renowned medical expert. However, I recall there haven't been any large-scale battles since the Third Great Ninja War. How did your arm end up like this? Jiraiya suppressed his disgust, deliberately provoking Danzo. After assisting Nagato and Conan, he knew this old man would not behave, so he had rushed back. As expected, upon entering the Hokage building, he immediately heard Danzo's aggressive voice, which only fueled his anger. Though he wanted to eliminate this repugnant creature, he refrained from doing so to avoid bringing trouble to Tsunade, whom he cared for dearly. My injuries are an old ailment. Do not divert the topic. I am speaking about the issues my people faced outside the village. Hokage-sama must give me an explanation. Danzo smoothly returned to the subject. Explanation? What explanation? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Jiraiya, mind your own business. And do not pretend to be ignorant. You know exactly what I mean. Danzo coldly snorted. Jiraiya shook his head. Today, he must thoroughly annoy this man. Danzo, you insist on the Hokage providing you with an explanation. I would like to ask, who are those people? Danzo disdainfully replied. Of course, they are mine. Then it is precisely that. Your people seek accountability from others. Isn't that akin to a dog chasing its tail? No, wait. That does not apply to you. In any case, you are looking for the wrong person. You should turn to yourself. Danzo's expression darkened considerably. My people are all part of Konoha, and as Hokage, she must investigate thoroughly. Oh, I see. Did they receive orders from the Hokage? Do they have proper documentation for leaving the village? What were their mission requirements? Were these communicated to the Hokage? Danzo, infuriated, retorted, sharp-tongued. Jiraiya, are you the Hokage? Who are you to stand here speaking to the Hokage? Jiraiya shrugged. I am a part of Konoha. Naturally, I must assist Hokage-sama in resolving issues, lest those inept old fools continue to cause trouble. Konoha cannot withstand turmoil. Jiraiya was unyielding. Danzo was left speechless, but he could not resist inquiring, what is your plan? Danzo shot him a cold glance. What could you possibly propose? How about you relinquish your position in Root, or rather, place all Root members under the Hokage's command? This way, you would have fewer worries and could enjoy a peaceful life sooner. Oh, and another thing, since you are unwilling to have Hokage-sama treat you, willingly enduring pain for Konoha is admirable, and it troubles us younger generations. Thus, I suggest that Hokage-sama grant you the best retirement benefits, allowing you to live in peace. Simultaneously, Hokage-sama should take action to cure your ailments, as we only hope for your good health to witness Konoha's flourishing. Jiraiya believed his own words. Observing Danzo's discomfort brought a smirk to Tsunade's lips, which she struggled to suppress, though her mouth slightly curved upwards. She continually reminded herself not to laugh, then turned her gaze to Jiraiya. This guy had a knack for clever repartee. Danzo's face darkened, his grip on his cane trembling with suppressed rage. Ah, Danzo, your face seems to be growing darker. Quick, Hokage-sama, we must have our esteemed advisor examined. We cannot allow him to collapse in the Hokage's office. It would be ill-fated for someone to perish in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, undeterred, continued to stoke the flames. Danzo clenched his cane tightly, stifling his fury, before letting out a cold snort and turning to leave the Hokage's office. He knew he had to concede this time. His arm's secret could not be exposed. If anyone discovered his condition, he would surely face collective backlash. Though he had no fear, it would still be a nuisance. As soon as Danzo exited the office, Tsunade's laughter echoed. Ha! Jiraiya, I never knew you had such talent. Where? It is all thanks to Hokage-sama's excellent guidance. Came the playful exchange between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Danzo squinted his eyes. These two did not regard him at all and were openly mocking him. How contemptible. Danzo coldly shot a sidelong glance at the two chatting behind him, feeling disdainful. Let them revel for a time. He then left without looking back. Inside the office, Jiraiya's gaze turned frosty. This is just a warning. Do not provoke me. Otherwise, I will spare no effort in eliminating you. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. Tsunade noticed, but chose not to dwell on it. She had long been displeased with Danzo, and now that someone was dealing with him, she was happy to watch the spectacle. After enough laughter, Tsunade's expression turned serious as she asked, "You did kill those people, did you not?" Chapter 36. Naruto's training. At Tsunade's words, Jiraiya paused, then shook his head. Tsunade frowned, falling into silence. Be more cautious in your actions. Danzo is quite troublesome. He is likely keeping an eye on you. After a moment, Tsunade reminded him. Jiraiya shrugged. It's fine, you are protecting me. If he truly goes too far, I wouldn't mind intervening. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. This guy was becoming increasingly reckless. However, with him around, she could worry less. Facing off against Danzo, she did not possess the courage for such a desperate struggle. Master, why didn't you call me when the senior brothers and sisters left? Naruto complained, visibly disgruntled. Jiraiya scratched his head, explaining, I forgot. I forgot. Moreover, yesterday you went on a date with Hinata, and I felt rather hesitant to disturb you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face immediately flushed crimson. Who went on a date? Bang! Jiraiya, in a fit of annoyance, gave him a light smack on the head. While it was one thing for Hinata to feel shy, your bashful expression is simply asking for a scolding. Naruto, cradling his head, felt utterly wronged. All right, now that I have time, you need to train diligently. You've been rather lazy lately. Naruto retracted his head, sulking. Today, you shall run 5 laps around the village while doing a handstand. You won't be allowed to eat until you've completed it. Naruto cried out in despair. Bang! Jiraiya immediately offered him a motivational encouragement. Thus, Naruto set off, beginning his handstand run around the village. Jiraiya observed him, shaking his head. This guy won't realize the need for improvement until he faces some challenges. The entire afternoon was spent under Jiraiya's watchful eyes as Naruto trudged along in his handstand. Along the way, he encountered some friends and teachers, lamenting his plight. After fulfilling the task, Jiraiya took Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen, intending to treat him. Hey, I want a large bowl of char siu pork ramen. Naruto shouted eagerly as soon as he entered the shop. Naruto, all right, just a moment, came the response without looking back. I'll have one too. Jiraiya chuckled. Turning around in surprise, he soon wore a delighted expression. Jiraiya-sama, after we finish eating, I need to discuss something with you, Naruto said, tilting his head with curiosity. Jiraiya thought to himself, it must be about the ramen competition yesterday. He hadn't had the chance to address it due to being with Tsunade. Just as he was about to inquire about the promotional efforts for his book, Naruto, having eaten to his satisfaction, rubbed his belly contentedly. Jiraiya sent him back first while he remained behind, waiting for the shop to close. The shop was almost empty, nearing closing time. Since he had entrusted the busy ramen competition and the book promotion matters, the shop's closing time had been shortened by nearly 3 hours. As soon as closing time arrived, a notebook was produced and handed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, this is the list of orders received after yesterday's promotion. Please take a look. There are still some orders that will likely be finalized in the next couple of days, the attendant said excitedly. Jiraiya perused the list, his eyebrows arching in surprise. So many orders? The smile on Jiraiya's face grew ever brighter. He had never anticipated this. While he was aware that his book would not be lacking in quality, the volume of orders was astonishing. Over the past month, although he hadn't fully grasped the printing progress, he had received occasional updates. In just one day, not only had all previously printed copies been sold out, but there were also nearly several times more orders. Jiraiya found it hard to believe. These are all orders from various bookstore owners. Currently, only the first volume of your book has been printed, but it is extremely popular. However, with the surge in orders, Jiraiya-sama, I plan to collaborate with several printing houses. What do you think? Jiraiya nodded at this, pondering for a moment before decisively stating, how much capital would be needed to establish a printing factory? The attendant was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Jiraiya-sama, I have no knowledge about that. If you intend to set up your own printing factory, it is indeed a good idea, but the initial investment would be substantial, and it would be quite difficult to recoup the costs in the short term. Jiraiya shook his head. He wished to create a brand, which necessitated having his own printing channels. Given the current situation, the printing speed could not keep up with the sales speed, which sparked his desire to establish a factory. You need not worry about the location and premises, just help me inquire about the equipment. Upon hearing this, the attendant nodded. However, this does place quite a burden on you. Once the book sales begin to generate profit, you may take 20%. After bidding farewell, Jiraiya sought out Naruto. He found Naruto sitting on a high platform, lost in thought. Snap! What are you so engrossed in? Jiraiya chuckled as he patted Naruto's head and sat beside him. Naruto shot Jiraiya an annoyed glare. Master, could you please refrain from hitting my head? You always do this. It's infuriating. Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed. My apologies. I'll try my best. Naruto then gazed into the distance. Jiraiya felt a flicker of curiosity. Such a contemplative state from Naruto was rare. What's wrong? If you have something troubling you, share it with me so I can cheer you up. Naruto lowered his head and suddenly spoke softly. Master, when will I have the strength to bring Sasuke back? Jiraiya was taken aback. Oh, this kid is worrying about that at night? He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Rather than asking me, it ultimately depends on you. Naruto turned to look at Jiraiya, bewildered. Sasuke is probably still training hard, right? If you truly wish to bring him back, you must put in the effort. As you are now, you are indeed lacking. However, noting the waning hope in Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya changed his tone. With me as your master, what do you have to fear? As long as you diligently follow my guidance from now on, I assure you, you will advance significantly in your training. Naruto was taken aback, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. And I believe you can do it. Naruto's gaze grew resolute. Starting tomorrow, aside from missions, I will double my training. Yes, master. I will strive hard. Jiraiya smiled and turned his gaze toward the distance. He had already begun to formulate plans for Naruto's upcoming journey. Since some events had shifted, it was imperative to enable Naruto to grow stronger swiftly. Whether it be the future Obito or the impending threat of Kaguya, he had to be prepared. He cherished keeping everything within a safe perimeter. Though he could endure a beating, he had forged deep connections in this world of shinobi, and he wished to protect them. He did not want any unforeseen disruptions to his peaceful life. Speaking of which, the tasks assigned by the system remained incomplete. What a bother. The following day, Jiraiya rose early as usual to rouse Naruto. Today, your task is to fully utilize your shadow clone technique and begin running laps around the village perimeter. Yes, multiple shadow clones. Naruto formed hand seals, and in an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared around him. Jiraiya sensed the energy and nodded in approval. Go all out. Run as hard as you can. You can stop when you're utterly exhausted. He instructed. Hundreds of Narutos excitedly cheered and began to sprint forward. Watching the multitude of Narutos racing, Jiraiya smiled slightly. The method of training through the shadow clone technique was proposed by Kakashi. Although that guy could be aloof, his strengths were evident. He was level-headed and capable of seeing the bigger picture. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly be the next Hokage. However, since the last time he had been dealt with, they had rarely crossed paths. Jiraiya had inquired with Tsunade, who mentioned that he had been dispatched on a mission. Jiraiya could only let it go for the time being. Approaching midday, Naruto and his clones lay exhausted on the ground. Jiraiya leaped down from a tree and cheerfully announced, "You can now dispel the clones." At this, Naruto immediately complied. Boom. Naruto felt as though his brain had been struck with a heavy blow, and his entire body was suddenly overwhelmed with fatigue. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile. This method truly could only be executed by Naruto. Thankfully, with the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, otherwise, an ordinary person attempting this would genuinely risk death. Currently, the intention was merely to enhance physical fitness and mental capability. Once these improved, the training of ninjutsu should progress significantly faster. He also hoped to help Naruto reach an understanding with the Nine Tails sooner. He was genuinely curious to witness the new form of Naruto in his Nine Tails transformation. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips as he carried Naruto back home. Chapter 37. Unfulfilled Marriage. Preparing to leave the village upon returning home, Jiraiya began to prepare lunch. As he completed his meal and prepared to leave, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Observing the emptiness of his surroundings, he felt a pang of jealousy. The house he resided in was rented. Although he was financially well off, the original owner had spent most of his life on missions, rarely having a fixed place to call home. Thus, he was not particularly picky about his living conditions. The house was modest yet equipped with basic amenities, but it lacked the warmth of a true home. Reflecting on his sudden departure from his previous life, he wondered about his parents' well-being. He sighed deeply, shook his head, and closed the door behind him. Tsunade, savoring her meal, noticed Jiraiya's unusual expression. "What is troubling you?" she inquired. Jiraiya glanced up and shook his head, indicating there was nothing amiss. "If there is nothing wrong, why do you look so sorrowful?" she pressed, setting down her chopsticks and softening her tone. "If something is bothering you, share it with me. I can help bear the burden." Jiraiya met Tsunade's concerned gaze, then shook his head once more. If he expressed his longing for his parents, it might evoke her own painful memories. "Speak up," Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, startling Jiraiya. Indeed, she is a formidable woman, he thought, bemused by her authoritative demeanor. Reluctantly, he confessed, "I miss home." Tsunade frowned. "But you are in Konoha. What do you mean by home?" Jiraiya forced a wry smile. "I miss my parents." Tsunade froze, her expression tinged with melancholy. Jiraiya understood all too well. Tsunade had never met her parents since birth, raised instead by her grandparents. After the passing of her grandfathers, she was left with only her grandmother and younger brother. Following her brother's death and the loss of her lover, she had departed Konoha, unwilling to return to that place of sorrow. His words had undoubtedly resurfaced her anguish. As soon as the confession left his lips, Jiraiya regretted it. Indeed, Tsunade slowly sank back into her seat, her eyes lost in thought. Jiraiya stepped forward and embraced her gently. After a long moment, he spoke softly. "I long for a home." Tsunade gradually regained her composure. With a sigh, Jiraiya continued, "After struggling for decades, feeling sentimentality now feels somewhat embarrassing. However, since you have promised to marry me, shall we establish a home sooner rather than later?" Tsunade trembled slightly before nodding, but soon shook her head. She broke free from his embrace, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Now is not the right time," she asserted, her expression darkening. Although the situation in Konoha was relatively stable, their strength had yet to recover. As Hokage, if she married, it would undoubtedly stir up considerable turmoil. Other nations would surely take notice, and it was possible that Konoha could descend into chaos because of her wedding. Jiraiya was taken aback. He had not considered this aspect. He clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes as a flicker of madness ignited within him. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Tsunade with softened eyes. "I apologize for the burden I have placed upon you." Tsunade was momentarily stunned before shaking her head. Returning home, Jiraiya brought some food for Naruto and arrived at Naruto's house. Naruto was still asleep. He quietly sat by the bed, his mind wandering. In the original story, the protagonist was set to leave Konoha with Naruto for 2 years of training soon to evade the Akatsuki. It seemed this timeline must be accelerated. Initially, his longing for his parents was a fleeting sadness, yet it had unexpectedly ignited his desire to settle down with Tsunade sooner. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Holding a high position came with many constraints. Tsunade had her own burdens to bear. As her fiancé, he felt compelled to take action. A determined smile crossed his face as he resolved to prepare. "Nanny? Master, are you leaving the village for training?" Naruto awoke at dusk, incredulous at his master's announcement. He had thought it was merely a simple mission, but the duration would be prolonged. If his master left, would that not hinder his own training? "Then I shall go with you," Naruto exclaimed urgently. Jiraiya tousled his hair, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Of course, you must not fall behind in your training. We will rely on you to protect Konoha in the future." Jiraiya spoke sincerely. Naruto's expression shifted from astonishment to delight. His master had such high hopes for him. He resolved to work even harder, unaware that Jiraiya genuinely wished for him to grow stronger so that he could retire in peace. Prepare yourself. I will discuss this with Tsunade shortly, Jiraiya stated, feeling the necessity to inform her. He had refrained from mentioning it at lunch to gauge Naruto's reaction. He knew Naruto would want to accompany him, but he still wished to ask him directly, considering the journey would be lengthy and fraught with danger. I plan to leave the village for a while. It may take some time, Jiraiya said as he began to knead Tsunade's shoulders after she finished her meal. All right, Tsunade responded, thinking he was going on a reconnaissance mission. This time, I want to take Naruto with me, Jiraiya continued. Tsunade frowned slightly, turning to look at him. I want him to improve his strength and gather intelligence. It may be a long absence from the village. Tsunade fell silent. After a moment, she fixed her gaze on Jiraiya and asked, Is it absolutely necessary? Jiraiya nodded. Yes. Very well. I agree, but you must prioritize your safety, Tsunade replied, her tone firm. Jiraiya smiled in agreement. Upon my return, we shall marry. Tsunade hesitated, her lips pressed together, as if words were caught in her throat. Jiraiya understood her unspoken concerns. Regardless, I am determined to marry you, he declared, his voice filled with conviction. Tsunade burst into laughter at the unexpected proclamation. All right, she replied. And after Jiraiya escorted her back home, he departed. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. She understood the implications of his final words. Perhaps he sought to secure a promise from her. Comforting herself, she stepped inside her house. Jiraiya headed to Ichiraku Ramen, informing them of his impending departure, which would be of uncertain duration, likely quite extensive. Upon hearing this, their brows furrowed with concern. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, assuring them, There's no need to worry. I leave the publication of my books in your capable hands. By the way, I've written a few new ones with some unique themes. Please take a look and let me know which two you find most appealing for publication. If it becomes overwhelming, feel free to hire someone to assist. Although they were partners, Jiraiya appreciated their meticulousness and felt reassured by their dedication. Upon noticing several scrolls laid out on the table, he paused momentarily before his expression brightened. There's no need for such formality. I genuinely enjoy reading your works, and it brings me joy to know you trust me. Jiraiya responded with a smile. These manuscripts are extensive, similar to the previous one, so whenever you wish to read them, you can invite Tintin to assist you. Understood. If it's convenient for you. Could you give me one right now? She asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Of course. He followed her to the bedroom, where he noticed the manuscripts had vanished. Just to clarify, the adjacent room was previously a storage space. Your manuscripts were numerous, and I feared they might be damaged. So I had some bookshelves custom-made. This way, it remains tidy and aesthetically pleasing. He led Jiraiya to the neighboring room, which was simply furnished with several large bookshelves, neatly displaying his manuscripts. Jiraiya nodded in approval, appreciating the effort. I apologize for the trouble, she said, scratching her head sheepishly. Lord Jiraiya, it would be more convenient for me to keep the manuscript in my room for easier access, and I shall organize it later. Upon returning to Naruto's residence, he had already packed his belongings. Say farewell to your friends tomorrow morning. Once you leave, who knows when you'll return? Naruto nodded in agreement. After Jiraiya departed, Naruto lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, filled with excitement, yet tinged with a hint of worry and reluctance. All his friends were in Konoha, and with his departure, he would be unable to see them for a long time. Jiraiya, however, was more at ease. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could return at any moment if he desired. Nonetheless, he was hesitant to reveal this ability for fear that Danzo, that old schemer, would not remain idle. Having been mocked by Jiraiya previously, it was likely that he would refrain from any actions for a while. With Tsunade keeping him in check and the situation in Konoha still unstable, even if Danzo had ulterior motives, he would not act at this juncture. Despite his nefarious methods, it was undeniable that some of his actions had indeed benefited Konoha. Thus, Jiraiya felt reassured. Should any issues arise, he could always rely on the communication toad to relay messages. This time, he was resolute in making the nations pay a price. Since they wished to stir up trouble, he would preemptively overturn the table. Jiraiya's gaze gradually took on a dangerous glint. Chapter 38. The first encounter with the immortal duo the following day. Naruto bid farewell to his companions. Hinata and the others were out on a mission and not in the village. He left her a letter along with a small gift, a pair of gloves, selected with Jiraiya's assistance. He anticipated that when Naruto returned, it would likely be winter. Although ninja possess formidable physiques that are resilient against the elements, it was the thought that counted. Initially, Naruto had no intention of doing so, but he couldn't resist Jiraiya's affectionate care. Thus, the master and disciple set off on their journey. Outside Konoha, on a patch of grass, a figure emerged from the ground, observing the two figures in red and yellow from a distance. The Jinchuriki has left the village, White Zetsu remarked. Indeed, Black Zetsu replied. What could they be up to? I do not know. Ensure White Zetsu follows them from a distance. We shall report back to Obito. Understood, Black Zetsu affirmed. That Jiraiya is quite powerful. Even pain suffered at his hands, so we must not underestimate him, he cautioned. Yet, thanks to him, Pain's legs were healed, and now Pain's strength has advanced to another level. White Zetsu softly noted. Indeed, Black Zetsu replied. Then his body slowly melted into the ground, vanishing from sight. Jiraiya sensed the presence of someone spying on them, but upon careful investigation, he found nothing. Could it be White Zetsu? He thought, feeling vexed. It seemed he needed to hasten Naruto's communication with Kurama. With his current perception abilities, he could not detect White Zetsu. 5 days later, Jiraiya led Naruto out of the land of fire. Along the way, he instructed Naruto to continuously create shadow clones for training to enhance his physical capabilities. If he could no longer endure, he was to rest on the spot. As they traveled, Naruto's physical condition improved rapidly. Although he did not understand the purpose behind this, he followed his master's instructions diligently. Over the course of several days, though he did not feel particularly stronger, he sensed a subtle difference. Jiraiya could only shake his head. Fortunately, he was too lazy to explain. Otherwise, it would have been exhausting. They entered the land of rivers, where Naruto once again collapsed from exhaustion. Jiraiya sighed. This kid is managing to endure longer each time. I wonder if he can withstand the chakra of the Nine Tails. Oh well, better to be safe and train a bit more. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted from a distance. Jiraiya frowned. From the sound, it was clear that ninjas were engaged in combat. Curiosity piqued. He hoisted Naruto onto his back and set off towards the source of the noise. Finally, he arrived at the scene of the battle. A tall, lean man with green eyes, wearing a black cloak adorned with red clouds, stood nonchalantly nearby. Opposite him stood 3 ninjas bearing the Sand Village forehead protector. Facing them was another man clad in a similar black cloak, with gray hair styled in a pompadour and purple eyes. He wore a rogue ninja forehead protector and carried a large red scythe on his back. At that moment, half of his cloak was torn, and he was furiously charging at the trio, brandishing his scythe. Akatsuki? Kakuzu? Haiden? Jiraiya realized, narrowing his eyes. The last time Sand Village had pursued Sasuke, they had aided Konoha. Seeing them in peril now, he could not remain idle. Jiraiya dispatched a shadow clone to carry Naruto away from the scene, while he cautiously approached the center of the battlefield. Kid, who are you to dare come here? Since you are here, why not join our evil god cult? Haiden asked eagerly upon seeing Jiraiya. Jiraiya smirked. And how does one join? Oh, it's quite simple. Just let me kill you. Then you can meet the evil god. Haiden grinned wickedly. With a cold smile, Jiraiya declared, open the 8th gate, the death gate. Get back. Kakuzu shouted from a distance, yet his body remained still. He understood that Haiden would not die, but this white-haired man was formidable. In an instant, Jiraiya appeared behind Haiden. With a swift motion, he executed a hand strike. Haiden was abruptly bisected. Without pausing, Jiraiya continued his assault, swiftly striking again. Haiden screamed as he realized his upper body had been separated from his lower half, transforming him into a horrific abomination. Now, he was unable to perform any technique. You bastard! How dare you? Haiden shouted in disbelief, a hint of madness in his eyes. Jiraiya laughed coldly as he crushed Haiden's hands and feet before him. Even with Kakuzu's assistance, it would be difficult for him to rise again. Jiraiya then turned his gaze to the 3 sand ninjas. You all need to leave this place quickly. Having said that, he glanced back at Kakuzu. Kid, you are strong, but also quite arrogant. Jiraiya shrugged. The legendary Kakuzu simply stood there, watching as his comrade was tormented. Kakuzu's pupils constricted in shock. You know us. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Of course. The immortal duo has long been the subject of my admiration. You bastard. Kakuzu, hurry and help me. I demand this bastard pay for his actions. Haiden screamed from the ground. Jiraiya felt annoyed. Hey, he called out to the 3 sand ninjas who had not yet left. You 3, come here and help me out. The 3 sand ninjas exchanged hesitant glances. I just need to borrow your socks. Or even your underwear will do. I want to stuff this guy's mouth. What? Haydn exclaimed, struggling even more. The expressions of the three changed. This guy is not human. However, one of the leaders recognized Jiraiya's identity and nodded. He instructed a companion to retrieve his underwear from the bushes. Ugh, how long has it been since you washed these? They stink, the leader exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust. His subordinate, somewhat embarrassed, approached with the underwear in hand. Jiraiya too caught a whiff of the foul odor, his face revealing his distaste. Just shove it in his mouth. Kakuzu, Kakuzu, help me. Haydn cried louder. Shut up. Kakuzu barked angrily. He then turned his gaze back to Jiraiya. Kakuzu, quick. Without hesitation. The subordinate pried Haydn's mouth open and stuffed the underwear inside. Finally, peace returned to the world. All right. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now. Jiraiya waved his hand and said a few words. The leader of the group bowed to him and promptly departed. Captain, who was that person? Why did he save us? One of the subordinates inquired curiously after they had walked a considerable distance. That was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. The leader replied, his expression grave. I had the fortune of meeting him during the Third Great Ninja War, but I never imagined he would come to our aid today. The two subordinates were astonished. So that's one of the legendary Sannin. His strength is indeed formidable. They had been assigned a mission to investigate a murder case in the Land of Rivers, and never expected to encounter such terrifying individuals. The young man had withstood the full brunt of 3 attacks without a scratch, which was almost beyond belief. We must report this back quickly. With that thought, he urged his companions to quicken their pace. Are you really Jiraiya from Konoha? Kakuzu asked, entirely ignoring Haydn's struggles. He was inherently cautious. From the moment Jiraiya made his move, he recognized that this man was no ordinary opponent. Despite his own self-proclaimed strength, he wanted to ascertain his adversary's identity in order to evaluate whether it was worth engaging. Jiraiya smiled faintly. Oh, you actually know me? Kakuzu smirked. One of the renowned Sannin. You're worth quite a fortune at the exchange. Jiraiya spread his hands and chuckled. I know that too. But it all depends on whether you have the capability. If not, your head should fetch a good price as well. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, eager for a chance to visit the exchange for the first time. After all, Kakuzu had lived long enough. His demise mattered little. If he could subtly save Asuma's life in the process, why not? Have the capability? You'll find out soon enough. With a flourish, Kakuzu removed his coat. Jiraiya's pupils dilated at the sight. Chapter 39. Naruto's new stage of training. Good grief. Jiraiya cursed under his breath, his scalp prickling in horror. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself. This was truly not human. The grotesque scars on Kakuzu's body appeared as if stitched together, horrifyingly hideous. While he had not been particularly fazed when watching the anime in his past life, witnessing it in person was genuinely nauseating. I can't take this anymore. 8 gates. Open the death gate. Let us finish this quickly. Kakuzu reacted immediately, his back surging as the stitched threads abruptly snapped. For figures erupted from his back, spewing countless black threads from his mouth. Ugh! Jiraiya retched at the sight. The action of opening the 8 gates was interrupted. The more he immersed himself in the world of Hokage, the more his worldview was shattered. Now, confronted with such a revolting sight, he found it difficult to cope. Previously, he had thought it would be a walk in the park to deal with this guy, but now, blast it. Don't let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. One step forward created a massive crater in the ground as he fled the scene. It was unavoidable. It was simply too disgusting. Kakuzu watched in astonishment as the enemy fled in utter disarray, utterly perplexed. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet his opponent had turned tail and run. The figure vanished in the blink of an eye, and he had no intention of pursuing. He retrieved the earthbound Haydn and, after adjusting his garments, approached him, yanking out the fabric lodged in Haydn's mouth. Ugh, that bastard. If I encounter him again, he'll pay dearly. Haydn immediately began to rant as soon as he was freed. Kakuzu scoffed, keep talking, and also your mouth shut. Haydn promptly fell silent. Kakuzu glanced at Haydn's hands and feet, which had been reduced to a pulpy mess, frowning. His abilities could only reconnect severed limbs. This situation was rather troublesome. Kakuzu, what is the situation? Haydn asked quietly for once. Kakuzu shook his head. All 4 limbs are crushed. I can't reattach them. Then, he looked at Haydn, his gaze flickering. This guy couldn't be killed, but surely he would be worth a considerable sum if exchanged. With that thought, he hoisted Haydn onto his shoulder and slowly made his way away. Thanks. Once I recover, I'll make that guy pay. Shut up. All right then. Jiraiya had been retching beneath a large tree for quite some time, still feeling queasy. Trembling, he trudged away. After much effort, he finally reached his shadow clone. Naruto was still fast asleep. He collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the sky. What the hell? I'm truly at my limit. I need to keep a lower profile from now on. The world is vast and filled with wonders. I've seen people killed, but I've never encountered anyone who could disgust someone to death. With that thought, Jiraiya staggered to his feet, retching again. That night, Naruto finally awoke. Master, what are we having for dinner? Ugh. Jiraiya felt utterly drained at that moment. Though his recovery abilities were strong, the psychological trauma he had endured was undeniably potent. Coupled with a day of fasting and having vomited considerably, he felt weak. Figure it out yourself and stop asking me. Jiraiya turned away, suppressing his discomfort and responding impatiently. Naruto looked at his Master S, turned back, puzzled. However, he understood that his Master S actions were always for a reason, so he refrained from asking further. Asking would only lead to punishment. Recognizing this, Naruto wisely chose to remain silent. The following day, Naruto resumed his training. Jiraiya advised him to take it easy and not to overexert himself. He informed Naruto that he needed to recuperate for a couple of days. By morning, the turmoil in his stomach had subsided significantly, but he was undeniably hungry. Jiraiya sent Naruto into the woods to gather some wild fruits to quell his hunger, which provided a slight alleviation. Jiraiya lamented, "That blasted Kakuzu. Once I regain my strength, I need to properly train my endurance. Next time we meet, I'll give everything to take him down. I don't mind disgusting others, but I won't tolerate being made to feel ill myself." He also glanced at the points panel, noticing no increase in data. Previously, taking a beating had made him stronger, but this nauseating experience had been pure torment. Jiraiya cursed Kakuzu's ancestors in his heart, feeling far from satisfied. 2 days later, Jiraiya finally felt completely recovered. Although Naruto was puzzled about what exactly Jiraiya had endured, he wisely refrained from asking. During these days, apart from their resting periods, they devoted all their time to training. Their progress was exceedingly slow. Whenever Naruto fainted from exhaustion, Jiraiya would carry him along until he awoke, allowing him to eat a bit before continuing their training. After another 2 days, they finally arrived in the land of wind. The vegetation around them began to thin, and the ground became increasingly sandy. Indeed, Jiraiya's first destination was Sunigakure. Aside from Konoha, he intended to visit each of the other 4 great nations, essentially to challenge them. To put it simply, he aimed to conquer them. Along the way, he would also earn points for himself. With 5 months remaining to complete his mission, that should be ample time. As Jiraiya gazed at the seemingly endless yellow desert, he felt a pang of nostalgia. In his past life, he had traveled to the northwestern part of his homeland, experiencing the breathtaking scenery of vast deserts and the setting sun. Now, witnessing such a scene brought back fond memories. However, it was currently midday, and the air was searing hot. Naruto's training grew increasingly intense, as hundreds of individuals were rapidly doing push-ups under the scorching sun. Jiraiya utilized earth release to create a shady spot, lounging comfortably on the ground. The soft, sandy earth felt remarkably pleasant. Considering the situation, it was likely that the higher-ups in Sunigakure were already aware of their presence. Jiraiya mused inwardly. Before coming, he had received a directive from Tsunade. With the identity of a messenger, he remained indifferent. However, should the sand-hidden village make an appearance, he planned to confront them directly. If not, he would proceed with Naruto at a leisurely pace. Eventually, after Naruto fainted once more, Jiraiya carried him back to a shaded area. When Naruto regained consciousness, Jiraiya smiled gently. "Naruto, your physical condition has improved remarkably over these days, so I have decided it is time to commence the next phase of your training." "Nani?" Naruto exclaimed, bursting with excitement. After examining Naruto, Jiraiya noted that his chakra had significantly replenished. "This won't do. Naruto, I want you to create over 10 shadow clones and exhaust all the blue chakra you possess." "Huh." Naruto was puzzled but quickly agreed, launching into an intense training regimen. It was only when he felt utterly fatigued that Jiraiya permitted him to dispel the clones. Although a little dizzy, Naruto managed to stay upright due to his enhanced physique. This was also why Jiraiya had advised him to retain some chakra. "Now, focus your mind deeply into your abdomen and sense the red chakra. If you can access the space you entered during your last summoning of the fox, I will continue to guide you." Naruto nodded, gradually delving deeper into his consciousness. He found himself in a dimly lit space filled with a ferocious chakra. He walked slowly down a corridor until he reached a massive iron-barred door. Once again, he felt a surge of trepidation. Although it was not his first encounter with the Nine Tails, the sensation was still daunting. What does my master want with me in this place? The Nine Tails within the cage merely cast a fleeting glance at him before ignoring him completely. It had observed Naruto's training closely. Although it was curious about the intentions of the white-haired man, it sensed a connection to itself. With this thought, it snorted in discontent. Boom. Naruto was caught off guard and sent flying. His consciousness abruptly returned to reality. What did you see? Did you encounter it? Jiraiya inquired as Naruto opened his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. Naruto nodded. Master, is it the monster within me? The last time I saw it, I couldn't get a clear look. He scratched his head. Jiraiya chuckled softly and nodded, but then he quickly corrected himself. However, it is not a monster. The Nine Tails narrowed its eyes, a glimmer of danger flickering within them. It will be your companion in the future. Huh. Naruto was perplexed. You had a painful childhood, didn't you? Jiraiya asked. Naruto froze. A hint of melancholy in his gaze as he nodded gently. So does it. Naruto was taken aback, his eyes clouded with confusion. The Nine Tails in the cage narrowed its pupils in disbelief. This one is rather different. It perked up its ears, listening intently. Noticing Naruto's reaction, Jiraiya calmly recounted the Nine Tails' history. From its birth to its enslavement by Uchiha Madara, and finally its defeat by Senju Hashirama, which led to it being sealed within Uzumaki Mido. After a series of events, it ended up sealed within Naruto. The Nine Tails was already astounded. It could not fathom how this boy knew so much about its connection to the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya was unaware of the Nine Tails' reaction but was confident it could hear him. Whether it absorbed the information was uncertain. His goal was to sway Naruto. Thus, it is not a monster, but a living being. It has merely been enslaved by malevolent forces and sealed away, so you must treat it kindly. Hearing the word kindness for the first time in ages stirred an inexplicable sadness within the Nine Tails. It let out a cold huff. Humans are cunning creatures. This one surely has ulterior motives. Naruto listened intently, determination shining in his eyes. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled his hair and said, in fact, it has siblings. It is the youngest but also the strongest, and its true name is not Nine Tails. Naruto blinked, filled with anticipation. The Nine Tails perked its ears, quietly listening. Chapter 40. The Abduction of Gaara. Its name is Kurama. The Nine Tails' pupils contracted in astonishment. After so many years, hearing its name evoked nostalgia, sorrow, resentment, and confusion within it. Master, what are its siblings called? Naruto asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. There are a total of 9-tailed beasts, and since Kurama is the youngest, there are 8 siblings. People refer to them by the number of tails they possess, so the one-tailed beast is called Shikaku, which is sealed within Gaara. Upon hearing a familiar name, Naruto became increasingly excited. Jiraiya continued with a smile. The 2-tailed beast is called Matatabi, and the 3-tailed beast is Isabu. Kurama's shock deepened. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths passed away, they had all gone their separate ways to recuperate, until Kurama was discovered by that detestable Uchiha. The other tailed beasts had been distributed among different nations by the Hokage of Konoha. The most common names Kurama had heard were Demon Fox, Monster, or Weapon, but it had never encountered a human who could name all the tailed beasts. What intrigued it further was that it sensed no malice from Jiraiya. This meant that what he said was sincere. At that moment, curiosity about Jiraiya's identity filled it. After a long period of contemplation, Naruto finally spoke. Master, will I meet them in the future? Jiraiya nodded. Whenever you have the time, go visit that space more often and spend time talking with it. It has been imprisoned for many years and is currently very irritable and filled with malevolent thoughts. You must endeavor to understand it and draw closer to it. When you reach the point where you can fist bump, that's it. Jiraiya demonstrated, then continued. You will be able to understand each other's intentions and become true friends. For now, you must continue to work hard. OSU. Naruto vowed. Jiraiya smiled gently before turning his gaze to the distance, where several figures appeared. Have they arrived? Jiraiya smirked. Good. It saves me from wandering aimlessly in the desert. The lack of water is troublesome. Lord Jiraiya, we have received a message from the Hokage. We apologize for our tardiness. The 4 men were exceedingly polite. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Let's go. Lead the way. Naruto was brimming with excitement. Upon learning that their destination was the sand-hidden village, he was elated. It had been a long time since he had seen Gaara. And now he not only had the chance to visit him, but also learned that the tailed beast within Gaara was named Shikaku. He was eager for the journey ahead. This blasted sandstorm is truly terrifying. Jiraiya observed the raging winds and sands outside the cave, feeling somewhat envious. Having experienced sandstorms in his previous life, he understood their troubles. He had thought that after gaining strength in this life, he would be fearless against such weather. He rushed forward excitedly before the sandstorm hit. Naruto followed closely behind. The sand-hidden villagers were terrified, lamenting their plight. However, duty called, and they had no choice but to keep up. As a result, Jiraiya had a first-hand experience of what it meant to be arrogant. Countless grains of sand whipped into his mouth and eyes, causing him to scream in pain. He immediately activated the fifth gate. Suddenly, the surrounding space was forcefully pushed apart by the momentum surging from within him. Yet, his vision remained completely obscured. He suddenly heard a faint voice from Naruto. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He dashed towards the sound, catching a glimpse of a colossal figure in the distance. As he approached, he discovered that it was a colossal scorpion. Its formidable pincers loomed before Jiraiya like a small mountain. At that moment, the giant scorpion raised its tail, brandishing its massive stinger, and lunged toward the group. Naruto and the others were still reeling from the shock. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he accelerated, launching himself forward and delivering a powerful punch to the scorpion's back. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. In an instant, Jiraiya had vanquished the immense creature. He then swiftly gathered the others and dashed out of the swirling sandstorm, eventually finding refuge in a cave where they could finally breathe easy. The group was left coughing up sand, one of them suffering so severely that grains had lodged in his eyes, causing him to writhe in pain. Jiraiya scratched his head in annoyance and then smacked Naruto across the face. Still shaken, Naruto was sent flying, crashing against the cave wall. Jiraiya muttered in frustration, expressing his curiosity about the situation and questioning why Naruto had followed him, as it only complicated matters. Naruto, dazed from the impact, was silent, while the others, despite their discomfort, dared not speak. The one with sand in his eyes sensed the turmoil and ceased his whimpering. Jiraiya offered an apology, shifting the blame onto Naruto. The others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of pity and disbelief at having such a master. After this minor incident, Jiraiya resolved to be more serious. They would discuss matters upon arrival in Sunagakure. A second mishap was not an option. On the third day, they finally reached Sunagakure. At that time, the Kazekage had yet to be appointed, and only Maki, a high-ranking official, came to greet them. Lord Jiraiya, welcome to Sunagakure. Additionally, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of Sunagakure for your assistance in saving Winmaru and others. Jiraiya was taken aback, realizing Maki referred to the incident involving the immortal duo a few days prior. He waved his hand dismissively, assuring him it was merely a small act of kindness, as allies like Konoha and Sunagakure should support one another. You are aware of the mission I have come for, correct? Maki nodded, confirming that the Hokage had mentioned it in a letter. Let us rest today. Tomorrow I will show you around. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head. Let us speak plainly. I am not interested in idle chatter. Before we discuss the mission, I wish to challenge your strongest warrior. Though the Kazekage is absent, I know your so-called weapons are still present. Bring him forth. Maki was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of confusion followed by a narrowed gaze. Lord Jiraiya. Tsunade-sama has instructed that military orders must be adhered to. Jiraiya urged him to hurry, expressing impatience. Rest assured, I will show restraint and not use my full power. Maki's demeanor darkened. He realized Jiraiya intended to single-handedly challenge Sunagakure. Did he not fear jeopardizing their relationship? Jiraiya shrugged, inviting Maki to think as he wished, confident that he could handle whatever came his way. Meanwhile, Naruto stood by, bewildered. Hadn't they come to visit Sunagakure? Wasn't this supposed to be about meeting Gaara? His master seemed to be leading them into a precarious situation. Observing the increasing number of Sunagakure ninjas surrounding them, all with dark expressions, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He considered tugging at Jiraiya's sleeve to urge him to tone it down, but ultimately thought better of it. If his master truly became enraged, he could not withstand the fallout. The nine tails within Naruto smirked, intrigued by the prospect of Jiraiya challenging an entire village. He wondered if Shikaku could endure such a confrontation. Though he had never fought Jiraiya, he sensed an undercurrent of threat emanating from him, which piqued his interest. In that case, Lord Jiraiya, please proceed. I will summon our strongest to accept your challenge. Maki's voice was frigid, yet he dared not act rashly. Based on the intelligence Winmaru had brought back, Jiraiya was exceptionally powerful, and caution was paramount. Jiraiya gestured for him to lead the way. They were taken to an expansive arena. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted several figures in the crowd. One carried a large gourd on his back, flanked by a man and a woman. A smirk played on Jiraiya's lips as he turned to Naruto. Naruto, if anything goes awry, simply surrender without resistance. Did you hear me? Wait, what? Naruto replied, confused. However, realization dawned upon him, and trepidation filled his heart. His master was not merely jesting. They were indeed stepping into a lion's den. With his slight frame, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of so many Sunigakure ninjas. Just hold on. I'll be back soon. With a soft thud, Jiraiya vanished in an instant. The Sunigakure ninjas reacted immediately. In truth, Jiraiya had replaced himself with a shadow clone before arriving. While he stealthily approached Gaara, casting an illusion and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Gaara far from Sunigakure. Though the actions unfolded in mere moments, they were intricate and deliberate. With his plan in motion, Jiraiya grinned. The area was desolate and flat, an ideal battleground free from interruptions. Gaara blinked in disbelief as the surroundings transformed. His pupils narrowed, and he leaped back instinctively. Gaara, summon Shikaku. Take this opportunity to rest. Gaara stared incredulously at Jiraiya. Once he confirmed it was not an illusion, his expression hardened. He had been effortlessly brought to this location, indicating that his opponent was formidable. You covet the tailed beast within me, do you? He asked coldly. Jiraiya, growing impatient, replied, No, I merely wish to engage it in combat. You had best act swiftly. Naruto remains in your village. If you delay, you must consider the consequences. What? Gaara was once again taken aback. Naruto had been left behind in Sunigakure, and his disappearance would surely drive the villagers into a frenzy. Who was this man? There was no time for contemplation. In that case, prepare yourself. With that, Gaara formed hand seals. Shikaku stirred restlessly within him. In an instant, Gaara fell unconscious, and Shikaku erupted from him, shaking the earth with its roar. A cloud of dust rose, forming into a massive tanuki. Jiraiya shook his head. What an eyesore. Thankfully, after encountering that repugnant Akatsuki member, I can tolerate this sight. He called out, Hey there, big guy. I'm here to spar. Show me your true strength. Ahaha, you dare boast so brazenly? Since you're giving me this opportunity, I'll make you understand what regret truly means. Gaara's demeanor had stabilized, and Shikaku would not typically emerge so easily. However, Jiraiya's disruption had broken the seal within him. Gaara quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He understood that his opponent was not someone he could contend with. Reluctantly, and with concern for Naruto still in the village, he released Shikaku. Boom. Shikaku struck with merciless precision, sending Jiraiya flying. He cried out in surprise. It had been a long time since he had felt such force. This power far surpassed that of the Great Snake. Ding. Host has received one critical hit. Power, 9. Chakra, 0-15. Wow. Impressive. The power is almost on par with the 8 gates of Konoha. Wind release, vacuous bullet. Boom. Before Jiraiya's body could touch the ground, Shikaku launched another attack. Bang. A fierce and immense gust of energy surged forth, striking Jiraiya with force. Pain coursed through his body, yet his heart soared with exhilaration. Thus, Shikaku relentlessly unleashed a barrage of assaults, tossing Jiraiya around like a mere rag. Witnessing his opponent in such a wretched state, Shikaku let out a maniacal laugh. Here comes your final blow. Buzz. With a resounding echo, a colossal black sphere of energy began to coalesce before Shikaku. Jiraiya's pupils dilated. Tailed Beast Bomb. This weapon possesses formidable power. At that moment, he felt a shiver run down his spine. System, can my body withstand the force of this Tailed Beast Bomb? Rest assured. Host, your current physique is capable of enduring it. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. With a thunderous explosion echoing through the heavens, Jiraiya spread his arms wide, offering no defense, and directly faced the oncoming Tailed Beast Bomb. At the instant of collision between the bomb and his body, the world fell into an eerie silence. But then, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Jiraiya felt as if his body were disintegrating. Every inch of his skin, every single cell seemed on the verge of being torn apart. He could not emit a sound and succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the chaos. Bang! A soft thud. Jiraiya's body crashed to the ground, covered in cracks. he instantly regained consciousness, his body drenched in cold sweat. This brush with death was utterly chilling. Thankfully, the system was reliable. He checked his status panel. Host, Jiraiya's strength, 645 taijutsu, 584 speed, 425 jinjutsu, 582 chakra, 346 points. The increase was significant, with just the tailed beast bomb granting him a surge of points that raised his individual stats by 50, and his chakra had also seen substantial growth. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Although his attack power was somewhat inferior to that of the 8 gates, the latter's endurance was commendable. Coupled with the tailed beast bomb, a weapon comparable to a nuclear bomb, which had awarded him even more points than his initial confrontation with the 8 gates. Jiraiya rose from the ground, brimming with joy. He noticed that as his points accumulated, his recovery rate accelerated. Such severe injuries healed within moments. Astonishingly, a surge of confidence welled up within him. Hey, you formidable creature, you're quite impressive. Come on, let's continue. Just as Shikaku prepared to withdraw, he was taken aback to see Jiraiya standing unscathed, his surprise evident. Kid, you took a direct hit from my tailed beast bomb and emerged unscathed? At that moment, a hint of retreat flickered in Shikaku's heart. It was clear he was up against a formidable opponent. It had been ages since he encountered someone entirely immune to his attacks. Reflecting on 2 previous adversaries of terrifying strength sent shivers through him. Now, this white-haired fellow seemed to be absorbing the punishment without any defense, which left Shikaku astounded. This was quite a prickly situation. Retreat. Shikaku began to contemplate fleeing. Jiraiya, ever perceptive, sensed the shift and called out. No wonder Kurama said you're a coward. Shikaku, I haven't even attacked yet, and you're already thinking of fleeing? What? That foul fox dared to say such a thing about me? Shikaku erupted in fury, re-entering his violent mode. Only after granting Jiraiya a few hundred more points did Shikaku finally collapse from exhaustion. The greatest advantage of the tailed beast is its stamina and abundant chakra. However, that was only relative. Encountering a peculiar being like Jiraiya was simply Shikaku's misfortune. Jiraiya chuckled inwardly. Shikaku was simple-minded. A little provocation sent him into a rage. After several rounds of taunting, he managed to accumulate a significant number of points. Exhausted of chakra, Shikaku begrudgingly retreated into Gaara's body. Jiraiya gazed at the unconscious Gaara, a smile creeping onto his face. He must have had a good rest today. He hoisted Gaara's body and swiftly returned to the outskirts of Sunagakure. Maki and others stood at the village entrance, their expressions grave as they focused on the figure approaching from afar, who was carrying someone. Jiraiya arrived before them. Here. Gaara has fallen asleep. He is fine. I've temporarily dealt with Shikaku. There's nothing to worry about. You boast shamelessly. Who exactly cleaned up after whom? Shikaku roared from within Gaara. There was no recourse. Once he returned to Gaara's body, Jiraiya had sealed him away. Now, he could only seethe in impotent rage. Maki and the others stared at Jiraiya in shock. They had already sensed the earth-shattering battle from a distance. Observing Jiraiya's tattered clothing, they understood the ferocity of the conflict. Jiraiya laughed nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, feel free to have someone check. I mean no harm. I merely engaged in a skirmish with Shikaku. By the way, where's Naruto? You haven't given him any trouble, have you? Jiraiya finally remembered his apprentice. Yet he felt no anxiety. Currently, relations between the 2 nations were amicable. Although vigilance was maintained, Naruto's life was not at stake. Moreover, with Kurama residing within him, even if Naruto faced a life-threatening situation, Kurama would not remain idle. Naruto Uzumaki has been detained. We will release him once we confirm Gaara is unharmed. Maki stated coldly. Jiraiya smirked. Then there's no problem. Let us officially commence my mission. Remember to assign me some talented individuals. This time, he was ostensibly sent by Tsunade to liaise with Sunagakure, yet in reality, he aimed to showcase his prowess. Not only did he want them to recognize his strength, but he also intended to instill a sense of caution within them, so that they would think twice before making any rash moves. Unifying the shinobi world was not on his agenda. Once he grew more powerful and became invincible in the shinobi world, he might consider it, but for now, he had no such aspirations. Such matters were best left to those with greater ambitions. His desire was simple, to enjoy a peaceful life with family, undisturbed by anyone. Presently, Tsunade, as Hokage, was constrained by her duties. To marry her soon, he had to take such actions. However, with Tsunade's requirements, he needed to instruct and lead a group for 2 weeks under Sunagakure's arrangement. Jiraiya was in no rush, treating it as a leisurely endeavor. That night, he lay down in the accommodations provided by Sunigakure and fell into a deep slumber. Bang! The door slammed open, and a figure rushed in. Jiraiya opened his eyes to see Naruto glaring at him with anger. Embarrassed, Jiraiya scratched his head. "Ah, you're back. How was your time in prison?" Naruto exploded like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Master, you big bad guy. How could you leave me here alone while you went off to do important things? Do you know how I spent the day? While you were here napping. That is outrageous." The mere mention of it set Naruto off. He felt wronged. Throughout his life, he had never been to prison. Alone in the cold, bleak cell, with its meager surroundings and those scrutinizing gazes. He hadn't experienced such a thing in a long time. Everything was orchestrated by this master of his. Jiraiya chuckled, allowing him to vent. Fortunately, after his outburst, a knock echoed from outside. Jiraiya quickly dashed to the door. "Ah, is that Gaara? Naruto was just thinking of you. Please, go in. I'll find something to eat." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly exited. Naruto, hearing Jiraiya's voice, felt a surge of irritation. Yet, upon seeing his friend, he was filled with joy. His greatest wish in coming to Sunigakure was to see Gaara. Now that he had, he was naturally delighted. Jiraiya stepped out of the inn, shaking his head. The recent outburst from Naruto nearly rendered my ears deaf. However, it must be acknowledged that the boy was indeed wronged this time. I shall make amends gradually. For now, I shall seek sustenance. Lord Jiraiya, are you in search of food? Allow me to guide you. As he stepped outside, Jiraiya encountered a shinobi from Sunigakure. The sensation of being watched was rather discomforting. Yet, he understood the necessity. After all, it was a tumultuous period, and his actions during the day would undoubtedly attract attention from the higher-ups. Jiraiya chose not to dwell on it. "What is your name?" he casually inquired. "Lord Jiraiya. My name is Yura." Jiraiya paused momentarily. The name resonated with familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the undercover agent of Sasori. After Sasori departed from Sunigakure, he had employed a secret technique to seal part of Yura's memories. Only upon reactivation would those memories resurface. In the original narrative, this individual had cleared the way for the artistic duo, allowing them unobstructed access to Sunigakure. With a smirk, Jiraiya contemplated whether to expose the boy. Yura, sensing the unusual gaze from Jiraiya, felt a twinge of discomfort but quickly dismissed it. "Come with me, Lord Jiraiya. I shall take you to our village South Snack Street, where the fare is truly delightful." Jiraiya nodded, setting aside any lingering thoughts. Enjoyment first. Matters of the future could wait. Chapter 42. Taking on apprentices in Sunigakure the following morning, Jiraiya roused Naruto, and, after completing his morning routine, promptly descended the stairs. Today, he intended to meet the apprentices assigned to him by Sunigakure. "Lord Jiraiya, this way please." Upon seeing the two descend, Yura hurried forward. Jiraiya nodded, indicating for him to lead the way. After traversing several streets, they arrived at a vast training ground encircled by wire fencing. This area served as a training site for lower-ranking shinobi. At present, a multitude of individuals had gathered. Jiraiya focused his gaze and observed a group of children, slightly smaller than Naruto, standing at attention before a row of adult shinobi. "Lord Jiraiya, there are 10 classes here. Please choose whichever you prefer," Yura announced. The standing adult shinobi also turned their attention towards Jiraiya. He rubbed his nose and replied, "Anyone will suffice." Yura nodded. "In that case, Lord Jiraiya, you shall take class 9. Jiraiya acquiesced. With only 2 weeks to spare, guiding these children would merely serve as a means of cultivating his own spirit. As for whom to teach, he had no preference. He would welcome any and all. Could there be a more foolish apprentice than Naruto? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the corner of the training ground. The figure, with gray hair and a face marked by scars, exuded an aura of deep envy and insecurity. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This child appeared to be of a similar age to Naruto, yet his circumstances seemed rather tragic. He surveyed the uniform ranks of shinobi and shook his head, pointing at the boy. "I want that child. You may assign me 2 more." Yura was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of concern. The boy, appearing bewildered, swiftly realized he had disrupted the order of the training ground. He instinctively recoiled and turned to flee. Seeing this, Jiraiya swiftly moved to block the boy's path. "Hey, little one, why are you running? I want tea bite." The boy halted, lowering his head in apology. "I'm sorry for disturbing your order. I shall take my leave." Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "No harm done. Do you wish to train with me?" It's only for 2 weeks. The boy paused, gazing blankly at Jiraiya. Then, with a look of indifference, he replied, I lack any talent for ninjutsu. The village would never allow me to become a shinobi. With that, he attempted to sidestep Jiraiya and depart. Intrigued, Jiraiya wasted no words and seized the boy's wrist, teleporting them back to the center of the training ground. How about it? I want this one. You can assign me 2 others afterward. Ura's expression was complex as he hesitated. Lord Jiraiya, this child possesses no talent for ninjutsu. He is essentially a failure with little prospect. The village will not permit him to occupy such a position. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. There are no bad apprentices, only poor teachers. If I am to instruct, I shall choose the student. The other 2 are your concern. I have made my decision on this little one. He regarded Ura with amusement before turning to the boy, gently asking, What is your name, young one? The boy, sensing a glimmer of hope, looked intently at Jiraiya and declared, My name is Jiro. Jiraiya paused, the name sounding faintly familiar. This boy was rumored to be a genius in taijutsu from Sunigakure. In the original narrative, he had engaged in a battle with Lee. Lacking ninjutsu talent, he had faced scorn and derision until he was discovered by Gaara and finally became a shinobi. A smile crept across Jiraiya's face. It seemed he had stumbled upon a hidden gem. Well then, Jiro, for the next 2 weeks, you shall train with me. Are you willing? Jiro nodded eagerly. Although he was unfamiliar with the man before him, he recognized that any shinobi of high standing from the village must possess significant status. This was his chance, an opportunity to transform his life and realize his dreams. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, ruffling Jiro's hair playfully. Be prepared. My training is quite rigorous. Jiro stood at attention, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will give my all. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. He then turned his gaze towards Ura, who, after much internal conflict, ultimately consented. Moments later, 2 young girls approached Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, this is Chiyo and Yum. They will form a new class with Jiro. They are now under your guidance. Jiraiya nodded. As they conversed, the petite, slightly plump girl approached Jiro and began to engage him in conversation. Jiraiya's gaze held a depth of meaning. After finalizing the members, he led the group to a secluded area. Now, you little ones, please introduce yourselves. Jiraiya exchanged a glance with Naruto, who promptly understood. Hey everyone, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Hello, I'm Chiyo. Hi, I'm Yum. I'm Jiro. Jiraiya nodded. For the next 2 weeks, you will be my disciples. Should you encounter any confusion during training, feel free to ask me. They all nodded in unison. Next, you will begin physical training. Jiro, you have likely undergone considerable taijutsu training, correct? Jiraiya looked at Jiro, who nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Led them in physical training. Actually, let us postpone that for a moment. I'll find you a larger space. This area is too confined. After exchanging farewells with Ura, Jiraiya took the group outside to train. The purpose of this arrangement was primarily for appearances. Sunigakure did not expect Jiraiya to impart significant knowledge. As long as no lives were lost, Jiraiya's expectations were duly met. He guided the group to a vast expanse of desert outside the village. All right, begin. Remember, chakra is the fusion of physical and mental energy. The chakra that one possesses can be significantly enhanced through training, meaning that by improving physical and mental strength, one can also increase their chakra reserves. In their current state, your chakra levels are insufficient and your physical abilities are lacking. Aspiring to learn advanced ninjutsu at this stage is premature, though, of course, Ji Luo is an exception. With this remark, Ji Luo's gaze dimmed somewhat. Jiraiya then shifted his tone, stating that Ji Luo's talent is distinct from yours, thus warranting a different approach. Qian and Yimu, you must enhance your foundational strength through this method. It is imperative. Rest assured, Naruto will accompany you during your practice, and I shall elucidate the intricacies of ninjutsu later this afternoon. The group nodded in agreement. Naruto, provide Ji Luo with a set of weighted gear, and then we shall commence. Remember, give it your all. Jiraiya instructed, directing his attention to Naruto. Understood. Naruto replied enthusiastically. Let us begin, he declared, forming hand signs. And in an instant, thousands of Narutos appeared in the arena. Ji Luo and the others were left in awe. This is utterly astonishing, Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Yimu was rendered speechless, merely nodding mechanically. Ji Luo, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure, determination shining in her eyes. Jiraiya observed this with appreciation, nodding in approval. This individual possesses a formidable inner strength, truly a prodigy capable of independently developing techniques rivaling the 8 gates. Although Suna may be indifferent, having taken it upon himself to instruct them, he could not afford to be negligent. He must uphold his own reputation. Chien, Yimu, you may also begin. Follow Naruto's lead and exert yourselves. This is for your own benefit. The two nodded in agreement. Ji-Luo, already aware of the task at hand, donned the weighted gear and began to follow Naruto's lead. Jiraiya watched them fervently training, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, before stepping aside to find a shaded spot and gazing into the distance. The cool morning air of the desert greeted him as the sun rose. Casting its radiant red glow, the sprawling sand dunes appeared magnificent, reminiscent of scenes he had witnessed in his past life in the Northwest. He couldn't help but reminisce. Feeling a pang of nostalgia, his thoughts drifted to his parents and friends from his previous life. I wonder how they are faring. I truly miss them. As time passed, afternoon arrived. Jiraiya unfurled the summoning scroll, and a feast materialized on the ground. The desert still bore the brunt of the blazing sun, and the oppressive heat pervaded the air, causing even the long-resting Jiraiya to break a sweat. Come and eat, he called out. The group had been diligently training. Naruto's shadow clones were nearly exhausted, while Ji-Luo struggled to complete her push-ups, panting heavily. Chien and Yimu had succumbed to heat exhaustion under the relentless sun. Jiraiya had already moved the two girls to the shade. Training in such weather indeed required immense willpower. Naruto, being of the Uzumaki clan, possessed exceptional chakra levels and recovery capabilities, while Ji-Luo, a mere commoner, had persisted solely through sheer determination, a feat not to be underestimated. Jiraiya felt a growing admiration in his heart. If properly trained, could she not become another Might Guy? Upon hearing Jiraiya's call, Naruto felt a surge of joy. He had not eaten lunch and was quite famished. Ji-Luo, however, remained unfazed, her persistence fueled solely by will. Jiraiya poured some water for the two. Naruto immediately dispelled his shadow clones and staggered over, Ji-Luo trailing slightly behind. First, drink some water. They gulped down the liquid eagerly, finishing a substantial cup before Jiraiya swiftly took it away. Easy now. The reason Jiraiya had them endure until now without food or water was intentional. He wanted to gauge how long these young ones could hold out. The outcome was as he had anticipated. Chien and Yimu, lacking in physical conditioning, had indeed struggled. While Ji-Luo had sufficient willpower, yet her physique still required improvement. Since the focus was on physical techniques, she must endure what ordinary individuals could not. With persistence, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable progress. After a hearty meal, Jiraiya chuckled softly, suggesting, "Why not take a nap? Upon waking, I will teach you some additional techniques." Ji-Luo hesitated momentarily. Jiraiya smiled gently, reminding her that training should balance effort and rest. Excessive fixation might yield counterproductive results. Ji-Luo nodded in understanding. The two girls had already sprawled in the shade, succumbing to slumber. Jiraiya shook his head with a light laugh. Indeed, he found it hard to be stern with his female disciples. Naruto, too, collapsed into sleep, as such moments of relaxation were rare for him. Moreover, he had truly exerted himself. Over the past few days of training, he had noticeably felt his physical capabilities strengthen. Furthermore, with his master's guidance, he had taken to visiting the space of the Nine Tails to converse with it during the last couple of days. After being expelled on their first encounter, the subsequent visits seemed to have been tacitly accepted by the Nine Tails, who no longer drove him away, much to Naruto's delight. Ostensibly resting, his consciousness was instead engaged within the realm of the Nine Tails. "Hey, you little brat, can you keep quiet for a moment? Or do you want me to obliterate you right now?" The Nine Tails growled, exasperated. This annoying chatterbox was relentless. It attempted to disrupt him, but for reasons unknown. Its malice seemed to have little effect on him. Ultimately, it was absorbed and neutralized by an inexplicable force. This was an experience it had never encountered before. Coupled with the tales it had overheard from Jiraiya regarding its past, a subtle change had begun to take root within its heart. Its feelings toward Naruto were no longer marked by the initial aversion. Yet, this pest was still insufferable. "Arc, Nine Tails, are you unwilling to listen? Shall I find another way? Get lost. I reside within your body. I am fully aware of everything you've experienced, so there's no need for you to recount it to me." Naruto scratched his head, then chuckled. "Oh, I nearly forgot that." The Nine Tails cast a disdainful glare, exuding its contempt. "Nine Tails, do you wish to come out? Naruto suddenly asked solemnly. The Ninetales paused, then smirked wickedly. Of course. What? Are you willing to let me out? Naruto nodded. Though my master has advised me that the time is not right yet. Every time I see you alone in there, I feel a pang of sadness. If possible, I would like you to come out and experience the world for yourself. It must have been ages since you felt the breath of freedom, hasn't he? The Ninetales was taken aback, gazing into Naruto's earnest eyes. It felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, nostalgia flickered in its gaze. Freedom? What a strange yet familiar term. Decades had passed. This word seemed to have drawn a line between itself and its former self. Yet, as the strongest of the tailed beasts, finding itself in a position where it needed a child to feel pity for it was truly lamentable. Get lost. The Ninetales suddenly snorted, roaring in anger. Naruto was instantly sent flying back. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to his body. His eyes opened, momentarily stunned, but soon filled with resolve. Ninetales, I will train diligently and strive to release you soon. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales glanced at the cage with a nonchalant expression before closing its eyes, choosing to ignore him. Yet, a flicker of anticipation stirred within its heart. Naruto rose and ventured into the scorching sunlight, activating his shadow clones to resume his frenzied training. Jiraiya observed this with a shake of his head. The process of winning over the Ninetales would require patience. He pondered whether it was time to reveal the truth about Naruto's parents. Yes, it was indeed time. If the Ninetales were to undergo a transformation in its sentiments, such revelations ought to be shared. Concealing it indefinitely would weigh heavily on his conscience. As for Naruto's ultimate choice, he could hardly be bothered. All he cared about was not causing trouble for Tsunade. It also afforded him the opportunity to meet his parents, alleviating some of the void within him. Upon witnessing Naruto beginning his training, Zero stood and approached him. Zero, you need not come over. I have matters to discuss. He called softly, glancing at the two little girls still sound asleep and shaking his head. Zero turned to look at him and replied, I lack the talent for ninjutsu and can only rely on hard work to make up for it. This is my only remaining gift. Master, please call for me once Nimue and the others awaken. With that, Zero moved off into the distance to continue his training. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before smiling. This fellow is truly intriguing. He pulled out a fan and gently waved it to cool the two little girls, who were sleeping soundly in the heat. Did Jiraiya choose Zero? Maki asked in disbelief. Yura nodded. After a moment, Maki shook his head. Never mind. It's merely a formality. Let him do as he wishes. Just keep an eye on him to ensure he doesn't stir up any trouble. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Yura to leave. He pondered quietly. The Leaf Village's unilateral decision to send Jiraiya for communication was unexpected for Sunigakure. He remained uncertain about Konoha's true intentions. The scene from the previous day when Gaara was kidnapped still sent chills down his spine, though fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Yet, this had heightened his sense of vigilance. Jiraiya was indeed a formidable opponent. Previously, when Kazuma and the others returned, they had mentioned his strength, which he had not fully grasped until now. He realized he had underestimated him. To engage the tailed beasts without sustaining injuries was truly remarkable, given Sunigakure's current strength. It seemed insufficient to contend with him unless they summoned the two retired elders. With this thought, Maki shook his head. As of yet, Jiraiya had not committed any irreparable actions, and Sunigakure had not reached a critical juncture necessitating the involvement of the two retired elders. Doing so would be unnecessarily disruptive. Perhaps it would be best to take it one step at a time. The selection of the Wind Shadow had not yet been officially appointed. Gaara's strength and reputation still required enhancement. Even if they and Sunigakure wished to act, they would be powerless. After a while, Maki sighed deeply. Since Orochimaru's attack on Konoha, Sunigakure had lost its fourth Kazekage, and the village's combat capability had diminished significantly. The number of capable ninja was dwindling. As a senior member of the village, he felt immense concern. It is indeed a difficult situation. Chapter 44. Telling Naruto about his heritage as dusk fell. Jiraiya provided some explanations regarding the conventional methods of training ninjutsu, allowing them to comprehend on their own. Naruto was somewhat dull, so he did not need instruction on these matters for the time being. For Zero, the emphasis was primarily on sharing insights into physical techniques. As for Chiyo and Nimue, one excelled in unique Sunigakure ninjutsu and jinjutsu, while the other specialized in medical and reconnaissance skills. After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya imparted some knowledge of jinjutsu to Chiyo and shared reconnaissance techniques with Nimue. Nimue, Your eyesight is exceptional. You can refract distant images through water droplets. However, unlike Konoha's Byakugan, you must protect your eyes, as your vulnerabilities are apparent. If exposed to intense light, your advantage may swiftly turn into a disadvantage, Jiraiya advised earnestly. Ninu nodded seriously, indicating she understood. Jiraiya smiled broadly, ruffling her hair. Though the two little girls lacked certain talents, they displayed commendable insight and quick learning ability. If trained well, they could become excellent ninja in the future. Observing their earnestness as they absorbed the information, he sighed inwardly. He and Naruto were merely temporarily residing in Sunagakure. The future path lay ahead of them to tread alone. After explaining the key points to Chio and Nimue, Jiraiya decided to engage in hands-on training, allowing Zyro to attack him. He aimed to help Zyro accumulate experience through practical combat. When night fell, they finally concluded their training. Jiraiya returned to Sunagakure with the group, treating them to a hearty meal before parting ways. Back at the inn with Naruto, who was preparing to wash up and sleep, Jiraiya asked, "Naruto, how is your relationship with Kurama progressing?" Although only a brief 2 days had passed, he believed that as long as Kurama underwent changes, Naruto's interactions with him would become increasingly smooth. "Kurama doesn't reject me anymore, but it did get angry with me this afternoon." Naruto scratched his head in response. "Oh, what did you say to it?" "I didn't say much. I just asked if it wanted to come out. I felt a bit sorry for it and wanted to do something." Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh at that. Naruto looked at him in confusion, completely perplexed. "Humph, that guy is just too irritating." Kurama within Naruto seethed at Jiraiya's mocking demeanor. It had sensed Jiraiya's thoughts, and the feeling of being seen through was infuriating. "Master, did I say something wrong?" Naruto inquired. Jiraiya finally quieted down, shaking his head with a smile. This guy is truly naive. With Kurama's proud nature, to be called pitiful, it would surely fly into a rage. However, it only expressed anger, indicating considerable change. Jiraiya contemplated silently. After a moment, he nodded. "It seems the time has come to reveal your heritage to Naruto. Naruto, the moment is nearly upon us. I intend to tell you about your lineage," Jiraiya suddenly said with a serious tone. Naruto was taken aback, a bit bewildered, but soon his expression fell. Unlike the expectations he had imagined, Jiraiya seemed somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he continued, "Your parents are heroes of Konoha. You are not without family." Jiraiya softly recounted the stories of Minato and Kushina, while Naruto kept his head down, revealing not a hint of emotion. Then, he noticed Naruto's shoulders beginning to tremble. Jiraiya's heart softened, and he stood, ruffling Naruto's hair. Later, Kurama was summoned. "Your father, Minato Namikaze, and your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, sacrificed themselves to protect you and the village." Naruto lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya felt a pang of compassion. Having endured numerous rejections and cold stares since childhood, yet still maintaining a sincere heart, he admired Naruto greatly. No snowflake is innocent before an avalanche. He was no saint. Had it not been for Tsunade, he would not have cared about Konoha's fate. Once Tsunade stepped down, he planned to take her away to a place far removed from it all, indifferent to Naruto's antics. Whether it be revenge or protection, it would no longer concern him. However, during Tsunade's tenure, if Naruto harbored resentment, as a teacher, he would willingly bear it. With this thought, he fell into silence. After a while, Naruto dried his tears, his gaze fluctuating before gradually calming. "Master, do you have any photos of them?" Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "Once your relationship with Kurama improves further, you will get to see them." Naruto was taken aback momentarily before his expression softened, a smile emerging. "Master, thank you." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, slightly shook his head. "Your father was also my disciple. It is my responsibility for not returning to Konoha sooner to look after you. If you hold any grievances, feel free to express them. I will bear them all." Naruto shook his head. "Throughout my life, I have never felt familial warmth from others. It is you who have given me this. I will not blame you. Today, you have told me about my parents, and I now know that they were both remarkable people, kind-hearted individuals. I am truly happy." Jiraiya felt a mix of emotions, then shook his head. This guy likely harbored no rebellious thoughts, even if it leads him to vengeance. "Let us take it one step at a time. Master, what about my mother?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Your mother is quite beautiful, with a head of red hair. You'll see for yourself when you meet her. However, she can be a bit boisterous." Naruto laughed heartily. "Haha, is my mother just like me?" Jiraiya playfully smacked him. "What do you mean, just like you?" It's you who takes after your mother. Naruto scratched his head, correcting himself with a smile. Yes, that's right. I can't wait to meet them. Hope radiated from Naruto's face. Jiraiya nodded in encouragement. Then work harder, enhance your physical abilities. Build a good rapport with the Nine Tails, and I'll tell you how to meet them. Okay. Naruto nodded vigorously. In the following days, Jiraiya took Naruto and the others far outside the village to train. Except for the first day when he didn't allow them lunch. He brought plenty of food in the days that followed. Despite the hardships, they found immense joy in such lavish meals, which were rare treats on ordinary days. With Jiraiya's encouragement and the desire to see his parents soon, Naruto pursued his training with greater fervor, increasing the number of shadow clones he created. Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled. Typically, if Naruto overexerted his chakra, the tailed beast's chakra would surge forth and threaten to consume him. However, since leaving Konoha, his chakra had remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of leaking. Jiraiya stroked his chin, deep in thought. In the original story, Naruto's frantic training required Yamato to suppress him. It seemed that the Nine Tails was cooperating with Naruto quite well. It wouldn't be long before they achieved perfect synergy. The thought brought Jiraiya joy. His disciple growing stronger meant fewer burdens for him to bear, allowing the master to relax. Moreover, it would assist in his own training, enabling him to complete tasks more swiftly. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. The training of Tsukuro and the others was also progressing vigorously. After a few days, they had made significant improvements. The two young girls had now grown accustomed to napping in the afternoons. Jiraiya continued to fan them, akin to a doting father. He even imagined that when he married Tsunade, he would want to have a son first, followed by a daughter, encouraging his son to take on responsibilities early and help care for his sister. What a wonderful family it would be, doting on their daughter. On the fourth day, Jiraiya could no longer contain his restlessness. His hands itched for action. Seizing the opportunity while the others were training, he returned to Sunagakure and brought Gaara out again. After a few days of recovery, Shikaku should be fine. It was time for Jiraiya to indulge in some fun. He was determined not to leave without fulfilling his desires. Gaara once again became a tool for him. Old grudges and new grievances propelled him into a frenzy, unleashing everything he had. Moreover, Gaara had realized that this fellow had come looking for a fight. He received every attack without resistance, willingly acting as a punching bag. Gaara reveled in it. Unable to escape, could he not vent his frustrations? Years of pent-up resentment and inner fury poured out unreservedly onto Jiraiya. Jiraiya, in turn, delighted in the pain and pleasure. Lost in the experience, the bond between man and beast formed an unspoken understanding. Chapter 45, Gaara and Shikaku. Gaara. Once you assume the role of Kazekage, I hope you will take good care of Tsukuro. After finishing his bout with Shikaku, Jiraiya brought Gaara to the training site of Naruto and the others. Sitting in the shade, Jiraiya spoke up. Gaara had just awakened and was momentarily taken aback. Do you really believe I can become Kazekage? He asked. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. It's not about me believing in you. You must believe in yourself. He then gazed at Naruto in the distance. I must admit, this guy has something special. Even someone as obstinate as Gaara, who would kill to assert his existence, can be influenced. Quite impressive. Gaara was once again stunned, then turned his gaze towards Naruto, his resolve gradually solidifying. All right, I will. Jiraiya glanced at Gaara and smiled. Besides earning others' acknowledgement, don't neglect your training, otherwise, the gap between you and Naruto will only widen. Always remember, strength is the foundation that determines everything. Gaara appeared somewhat bewildered but nodded. Jiraiya shook his head. This young man was still a bit too young to fully grasp the concept. Nevertheless, he continued, remember to treat Shikaku well. Being a Jinchuriki does not necessarily equate to misfortune. Perhaps it is fate providing you with a close companion. Work well with it, and one day, you will understand each other and grow stronger together. After that, Jiraiya left him to ponder. Gaara remained still for a long while, unable to calm his thoughts. In the days he had sparred with Jiraiya, he had begun to sense the turmoil within Shikaku, frustration, injustice, pain, and hope. The emotions of a creature that resembled humanity astonished him and resonated deeply within. Now, hearing Jiraiya's words, he felt profoundly moved. Indeed, since childhood, he had been targeted by his father, treated as an uncontrollable weapon. How was Shikaku any different? Imprisoned within a Jinchuriki, it too had life and thought. Was this treatment fair? As for killing, Gaara had taken many lives, some of whom were innocent. Morally, He and Shikaku shared the same guilt. Now, with a flicker of hope, he began to wonder, could humans and tailed beasts truly become friends? He found the answer within Jiraiya, and his heart gradually cleared. He sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his mind within Shikaku's sealed space. A massive raccoon was tightly bound by a large purple chain. Shikaku, I'm sorry. Gaara spoke softly. Humph. Don't be so insincere. I want to be easily swayed by a Jinchuriki. Shikaku's sharp and arrogant words exploded in Gaara's ears. He staggered back a step, staring at Shikaku for a moment before slowly sitting down on the damp ground without a care. Shikaku, you must feel lonely too. Someone told me that for the bonds we cherish, we can possess great power. Right now, I am striving to find my own bonds and gain people's acknowledgement. I believe you seek that too. Gaara whispered. Don't conflate me with you. I have no interest in such trivial matters. With that, Shikaku turned its head away. Ignoring him, Gaara's gaze flickered, but he resolutely declared, Now, I feel I have gained something more. I hope to earn your acknowledgement, Shikaku. Humph. Shikaku scoffed, falling silent. Gaara sat quietly in the inner space for a long time, unwilling to leave. Gaara, what brings you here? Naruto, having finished his training, came bounding over, exclaiming. A hint of joy could be heard in his voice. Gaara returned to reality and softly replied, I came to see you all with Lord Jiraiya. Lord Gaara. Lord Gaara. Sekiro humbly addressed him. Chio, though a bit timid, also called out. Jiraiya ruffled the hair of the two young girls. Don't be afraid. You're all from the same village. Gaara is working hard to change himself. Soon, he will be your Kazekage. Gaara glanced at Jiraiya with gratitude in his eyes. The two girls nodded, and Chio grew bolder. Jiraiya summoned a feast, and they all savored the delicious food, laughing and chatting merrily, creating a lively atmosphere. Naruto, I am envious of you for having such an excellent teacher, Gaara remarked while sitting beside Naruto. Indeed, how fortunate. My master has given me the feeling of having a family, for which I am immensely grateful. Naruto smiled as he glanced at the few individuals resting in the distance. Gaara, you should join us in our training. My master says we will be leaving in a week, and I wish to train alongside you so we can grow stronger together, strong enough to protect and pursue those we cherish. Naruto's gaze was intense as he looked into Gaara's eyes, speaking with determination. Gaara briefly met his gaze before shifting his eyes to the horizon. All right, with Gaara's participation, Naruto's enthusiasm soared even higher. Jiraiya also found more opportunities to spar with Shikaku. After a few days, their scores skyrocketed, and Naruto's grin seemed to stretch toward the heavens. Meanwhile, the battle between man and beast left Naruto and others in awe. Isn't my master incredibly strong, along with Shikaku? Naitmu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Under Jiraiya's guidance, the others began to change their attitude toward Shikaku. Although some fear remained, it no longer felt like terror. It's crucial to understand that fear is deeply rooted in the soul, while apprehension is merely a physical instinct. After all, Shikaku's imposing form would instill a hint of dread in anyone who beheld it. The others nodded in agreement. Naruto had long since grown accustomed to this. The scene was reminiscent of when Gai-sensei attacked. However, Kurama, the nine-tails within Naruto, frowned. This white-haired fellow is truly peculiar. He allows Shikaku to assault him without any defense. Although he suffers severe injuries from each attack, he recovers completely in mere moments. It's utterly baffling. Kurama pondered. This remarkable regenerative ability reminded him of a certain individual who sent chills down his spine. Hashirama Senju. Could it be that this fellow is his reincarnation? Realizing this, Kurama quickly shook his head. That fool Hashirama possesses no cunning. Despite his immense power, his mind is remarkably simple. Even though he sealed me away, I can sense that much. Moreover, this white-haired individual seems to know his origins all too well, unlike that naive oaf. How strange. How utterly strange. As the most powerful tailed beast, Kurama immediately recognized the oddities and intentions surrounding Jiraiya. It appears he intentionally allows Shikaku to attack. What could his motives be? Kurama remained fixated on the scene of the two combatants, his brow furrowed. Jiraiya examined his data panel. Host, Jiraiya, Strength, 1024, Taijutsu, 921, Jinjutsu, 886, Speed, 919, Chakra, 612. His spirits lifted immediately. After being struck by Shikaku thrice, his data surged impressively. He began to feel reluctant to leave Sunigakure. Should I simply remain here for half a year? Complete my mission before departing? He mused. Soon after, He shook his head. His purpose for coming was to resolve Tsunade's lingering concerns and return home to marry sooner. Other countries also possess tailed beasts. There is no need to fixate solely on Shikaku. With this realization, Jiraiya carried the sleeping Gaara to join Naruto and the others. Master, you are truly remarkable, Chiyo and Nightmu exclaimed with admiration. Despite enduring a barrage of blows, they remained largely unscathed, aside from some torn clothing. Such strength transcends the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. These two little ones have such sweet tongues. He set Gaara down and ruffled their hair. You must train diligently. One day, you too shall become this formidable. The two girls' faces lit up with joy as they nodded vigorously. Although Zyro remained silent, his eyes brimmed with admiration. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had nearly passed. Tomorrow, Jiraiya would prepare to leave Sunagakure. Upon learning of their impending departure, Chiyo and Nightmu's eyes welled with tears. Jiraiya felt a pang in his heart. Despite the brief 2 weeks, he had grown fond of these two girls. Nightmu was lively and endearing, while Chiyo was composed and kind. Both were wonderful girls. Do not be disheartened. I will have the opportunity to visit you again, Jiraiya said, gently patting their heads with a smile. Master, you must come see us. They urged eagerly. Jiraiya nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Allow me to extend a small gift to you. The two, although puzzled, obediently extended their small hands. Jiraiya left a flying thunder god mark in their palms. This is my unique mark. If you ever miss me, simply infuse it with chakra, and I will sense it and come at once. Although their talents might be limited, he did not wish for the little ones he taught to face danger in the future. He could not bear to witness them suffer as Nagato and others had. Master, can we infuse chakra into this mark at any time? Nightmu asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Jiraiya was taken aback, and a vein pulsed on his forehead. He promptly cautioned, this mark cannot be infused at will. If overused, it will lose its efficacy. Only in dire situations should you infuse it. This little one, so clever and mischievous, might end up using it daily. He wanted to ensure they understood. Nightmu's expression fell at his words. Chiyo comforted her. This is already wonderful. If we miss Master too much, we can take turns using it, allowing us to see him more often. Jiraiya glanced at Chiyo, silently nodding. This little girl truly understands. Chapter 46. Departure from Sunagakure. As for Zyro, Jiraiya dismissed any notion of his involvement. Judging by Nightmu's demeanor, it seemed she had feelings for Zyro. With her around, if any insurmountable challenges arose, Nightmu would not turn a blind eye. Moreover, Zyro possessed his own pride and would likely refuse assistance. After reassuring the two girls, Jiraiya sought out Gaara. Gaara, I leave Zyro and the others in your care. Gaara nodded. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. In these past few days, my relationship with Shikaku has improved. Jiraiya was taken aback, not expecting this development. It was surprising to learn that Gaara had indeed made progress. If he and Shikaku could truly bridge that gap, he would no longer be easily defeated by adversaries like Deidara in the future. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. I will look after Zyro and the others. Zyro possesses exceptional talent in taijutsu. Much like Rock Lee, they are both geniuses. I am immensely grateful to you, Lord Jiraiya, for providing me with such a capable ally. Gaara bowed deeply, expressing sincere gratitude. Jiraiya accepted it with ease. Zyro, standing nearby, had a glimmer in his eye, a hint of moisture reflecting his years of effort. In Jiraiya's presence, he found respect and equality, and now he was granted such an opportunity. His gratitude was beyond words. Jiraiya ruffled his hair. The path ahead is yours to tread alone. Your breathing techniques are indeed commendable, but remember to prioritize your physical condition. Balance your training and rest. Do not leave your body with hidden injuries. For your own sake and for Nightmu and the others, you must grow stronger while also protecting yourself. I understand, Master, Zyro replied, slightly choked up. Jiraiya smiled and turned his gaze to Gaara. This is a letter I have written for you. Read it after I depart tomorrow. And be sure to burn it afterward. Gaara accepted the envelope, a look of confusion on his face, but he nodded in understanding. Since everything is clearly stated, I will depart with Naruto tomorrow morning, and you need not see us off. I cannot bear the scene of farewell. Gaara, I wish you success in becoming the Kazekage ahead of time. Good luck. Thank you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled nonchalantly, waved his hand, and departed. Zyro and Gaara gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Zyro, from now on, you shall be my bodyguard. Since Lord Jiraiya has placed his trust in me, I will nurture you well, and I too shall strive to become the Kazekage. Zero nodded earnestly. After bidding farewell to the two, Jiraiya sought out Maki to inform him of their departure the following morning. Maki exchanged polite remarks and consented to his request. At last, they could send this esteemed sage off. Though the 2 weeks had passed swiftly, he had been anxious, fearing unforeseen events. Although it was against protocol, the departure of an envoy must still be conducted with decorum. However, Jiraiya's resolute demeanor dispelled such notions. He was willing to do anything to ensure an early send-off, especially since he had little else to do. He felt a sense of relief. Have you said your goodbyes to Gaara? Upon returning to the inn, Jiraiya began to pack his belongings. Naruto nodded, somewhat melancholic. Who knows when we will meet again? Jiraiya replied with a smile. Once you grow stronger, you can come and go as you please. Naruto nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, before dawn, Jiraiya awoke Naruto, and they departed from Sunigakure. The morning air was quite cool. As they watched the sky gradually brighten, they walked slowly towards the rising sun. I wonder how that guy's doing. It's been so long without news. Tsunade, having finished her paperwork, sat by the window, lost in thought. Ino, hearing her murmur, couldn't help but chuckle. Lady Tsunade. When Lord Jiraiya used to leave, he would be gone for years, yet I've never seen you miss him this much. Tsunade turned her head, giving her a sidelong glance. Ino shivered involuntarily, wishing she could slap herself. She had been so busy lately that she had almost forgotten. And today she had spoken out of turn. Tsunade's gaze returned to the distance, and she sighed softly. Times have changed. That guy used to be carefree and foolish. But now that we are together, it feels almost surreal. Ino was taken aback by Tsunade's words. Has Lady Tsunade really changed? She had braced herself for a scolding. But instead, it seemed that Lord Jiraiya had indeed had a significant impact on her. After a moment, Ino said, I suppose Lord Jiraiya must be facing some troubles. With his temperament, he must be thinking of you. Really? Tsunade turned to look at Ino again. Oh, really? Ino replied nervously. Tsunade paused, sighing lightly. Ino felt a sense of relief. Lady Tsunade's attitude is so strange, it feels somewhat unsettling. Indeed, love can leave one perplexed. I must resolutely avoid falling in love. Ino secretly made up her mind. Gaara opened the envelope left by Jiraiya, his expression gradually growing serious. The letter revealed that Yura was an undercover agent of the Akatsuki, infiltrating Sunigakure, with a sealing technique placed within him. Only when the technique is undone will Yura regain his memories as an undercover agent. Indeed, Jiraiya ultimately revealed Yura's identity. However, he entrusted this information not to Maki and the higher-ups, but to Gaara, although Gaara had yet to take office. Informing him of this matter seemed of little consequence. However, in the long run, it would be greatly beneficial for Gaara. Jiraiya cared little for Sunigakure. Having taken on a few apprentices and having formed a bond with Naruto, he was willing to lend a hand. This information was meant to prepare Gaara. When necessary, Yura could be used to ensnare the Akatsuki duo. Jiraiya clearly outlined this point as well. The letter detailed the abilities of Deidara and Sasori, their common jutsu, and their weaknesses. Gaara's expression darkened. Such detailed intelligence had never before reached Sunigakure. He contemplated reporting it to the higher-ups, but then shook his head. To receive such intelligence from Jiraiya was already a great favor, especially with the mention of the weaknesses of the two Akatsuki members. As long as his strength continued to rise, once he became the Kazekage, he would possess ample authority to issue commands, fortify defenses, and eliminate the two would pose no issue. This information was given to him out of trust, and he did not wish to betray that trust. To his astonishment, he learned that the disappearance of the third Kazekage had ultimately led to the outbreak of the Third Shinobi War, a masterstroke by Sasori of the Red Sand. Watching the letter burn to ashes without leaving a trace, Gaara clenched his fists. Then, through the window, he gazed into the distance and murmured, Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Throughout the day, Jiraiya and Naruto traveled out of the Land of Wind. They had taken their time on the way there for training, so their pace was quite slow. Today, Jiraiya urged Naruto onward, swiftly exiting the Land of Wind. It was not until evening that they finally rested in the woods. Master, why are we in such a hurry today? I barely had any time to train. Naruto complained. Jiraiya shot him a glare. Should I tell you that it's because I'm feeling down about our farewell? Humph. You truly lack understanding of human emotions. Hurry up and sleep. We'll start training tomorrow. Your weighted gear seems a bit light. I'll get you a new one tomorrow. Ooh. Naruto cheered immediately. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. This guy has a penchant for self-punishment. After a long day's journey, Naruto hastily ate a bit and collapsed into sleep. Jiraiya shook his head and opened the map to examine their position. They were currently within the borders of the Land of Birds. The environment here was starkly different from the endless deserts of the Land of Wind. It was lush and verdant. However, his destination was not the Land of Birds, but the Land of Earth. The only nations that posed a threat to Konoha were the 5 great nations. Aside from maintaining a friendly relationship with Tsunagakure, Iwagakure of the Land of Earth and Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning had a rather strained relationship with Konoha. Although he possessed Tsunade's orders, Jiraiya understood that this journey would not be calm. However, he was not afraid. The only concern was having Naruto alongside him, which proved to be somewhat troublesome. Well, one step at a time, we'll see how it goes. If worst comes to worst, I still have the Flying Thunder God technique, so I need not fear for Naruto's safety. Chapter 47. Confrontation with the Iwagakure ninja for several days. Jiraiya and Naruto trained in the Land of Birds. He noticed that Naruto had been unconsciously manifesting some red chakra. To his astonishment, this energy, while wild, could be contained, and Naruto showed no signs of being overwhelmed. This filled him with immense joy. It seems that Naruto and the Nine Tails have begun to establish a preliminary rapport. Master, I'm still not very adept at using the Nine Tails chakra. After finishing his training, Naruto stumbled over to Jiraiya and muttered. Jiraiya glanced at him and shook his head. The Nine Tails has been sealed away for so long. Such emotions cannot be resolved in a day or two. You must take your time and not rush. The fact that you can use its chakra without being affected is already a significant improvement. Do not be ungrateful. Although he wished for Naruto to grow stronger soon, both to ease his own worries and to aid Naruto's growth, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Moreover, the most crucial step was for Naruto to fully realize himself. Otherwise, even if he were to connect with the Nine Tails later, he would still be influenced by its latent malevolence. Well, after resting well, let us catch a couple of rabbits later. We shall feast on roasted meat today, Jiraiya cheerfully instructed. Clearly, he was quite idle, but he found his master far too lazy. Naruto grumbled in dissatisfaction. Jiraiya cast a glance, too lazy to engage further. After all, isn't it the purpose of taking on a disciple to command them? Complaints aside, as long as the task is accomplished, that suffices. Jiraiya understood this well. At worst, he could simply offer a dose of affectionate encouragement. Naruto, after a brief respite, clambered to his feet and ventured into the woods to hunt for game. Upon his return, he bore 2 rabbits and a wild chicken in his hands. Jiraiya nodded subtly. Despite his clumsiness, he had certainly improved over the past few days. His wilderness survival skills had become increasingly refined. Fishing and bird catching had become second nature. Naruto, well done. A word of official praise prompted Jiraiya to rise and begin tidying up. After all, the cooking was still his responsibility. He could not endure the culinary disasters that Naruto concocted. One must never compromise on the quality of food. This was his lifelong creed. It was precisely for this reason that his care for Tsunade predominantly revolved around matters of sustenance. Not only should the food be delectable, but it must also be nutritionally balanced. Even something as simple as barbecuing required an adept hand to manage the heat and flavor. As for Naruto's culinary attempts, they were best left unspoken. After a hearty meal, the two reclined on the grass to rest. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Jiraiya and Naruto instantly became alert, swiftly dodging to avoid danger. Upon steadying their gaze, they found 2 shuriken embedded in the ground where they had just stood. Jiraiya's expression hardened as he glanced toward a large tree in the distance. Who goes there? Naruto shouted first, then activated his shadow clones, launching 2 shuriken towards the far-off tree. Clang! The 2 shuriken were deflected, revealing a woman clad in a dark green combat outfit, wielding a long blade. Jiraiya observed her forehead protector and smirked. Oh? Has Iwagakure come to greet me so promptly? They were now quite close to the border of the Land of Earth. While he anticipated a hostile reception from Iwagakure, the immediate confrontation caught him off guard. Who are you, and why do you approach the Land of Earth? The woman's cold voice prompted a frown from Jiraiya. Was she feigning ignorance, or did she genuinely not recognize him? Logically, having only spent 2 weeks in Tsunade's message to the Tsuchikage should have arrived by now. Yet, the Kunoichi appeared completely unaware of his identity. We should be asking you, why did you attack us? Naruto jumped up, pointing accusingly at her. This is the border of the Land of Earth. Your intent to intrude has compelled me to act in defense. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Compelled to act? It seemed this individual was deliberately playing ignorant. That old coot Inoki likely sought to assert his authority, whether targeting Konoha or him. Now that this confrontation had arisen, he could not be held accountable. With a smirk, Jiraiya remarked, "This should still be the territory of the Land of Birds. A full 2 kilometers from your Land of Earth. When did Awagakure's territory expand so significantly?" The woman remained stoic, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the two of them. "Don't think I'll show mercy just because you're a woman," Naruto shouted in anger, preparing to charge forward. In an instant, dozens of figures clad in red armor and the IWA headband materialized beside the woman. Jiraiya sneered. It appeared Awagakure was resolute in preventing his passage. In that case, he had no need to hold back anymore. If courtesy failed, then he would resort to force. "Naruto, this is your responsibility. Deal with them. You have 5 minutes." Jiraiya instructed casually. Recently, Naruto's strength had surged. Despite still being a genin, he had reached a level akin to a jonin. Coupled with Jiraiya's enhancements to his taijutsu, he should manage these foes without issue. "All right, master. Watch me. I guarantee I'll take them down," Naruto boisterously declared, summoning dozens of shadow clones as they charged forward. "Earth release, Earth pillar," the woman shouted. Boom. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar as explosions rippled towards them, obliterating the leading clones in an instant. Naruto's clones multiplied once more, surging toward the IWA shinobi. Jiraiya observed the skirmish from a distance, shaking his head. This boy charged recklessly into battle. Fortunately, his agility had improved significantly during this time. However, with the added burden of weights on him, facing so many IWA shinobi, including Jonin and Chunin, was indeed a daunting task. Earth release, Earth flow wall, Rasengan. The battlefield resounded with chaos. Jiraiya occasionally noted observations in his small notebook. This is good. Speed it up a bit here, and be more defensive. The Rasengan's power seems a bit diminished. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed, and the opposing ninjas were visibly fatigued. Yet Naruto remained invigorated, launching relentless assaults. Only when his companions began to fall did the woman cast a reluctant glance at Naruto and Jiraiya, preparing to flee. Bang! Jiraiya shifted his form. How could he allow a gift delivered to his doorstep to escape so easily? "You." The woman barely uttered a word before succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiraiya slung her over his shoulder and tossed her alongside the other IWA shinobi. "Look at this. Just a brief skirmish, and we have so many issues." What was promised as 5 minutes turned into over 10. Clearly, there's more training to be done. Jiraiya shot Naruto a glare. Naruto shrank back slightly, then exclaimed, "I promise I'll meet the requirements next time." "TCH. Jiraiya scoffed. Next time. Always talking about the next time. Focus on getting it right each time first." At this, Naruto fell silent, contemplating for a moment before raising his head to ask, "Master, what shall we do with these people? We can't possibly take them all with us." Jiraiya refrained from executing them. He understood that Inoki possessed a volatile temperament, likely intending to send a message to Konoha without escalating to war. While he could eliminate them, that would contradict his objective. He aimed to subdue them, not instigate conflict. The loss of dozens of lives could spark discord between the two nations. Thus, despite his irritation, he instructed Naruto to show restraint. "Hang them upside down from the trees. And bring that kunoichi along. We'll deliver a gift to the Tsuchikage." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but his expression gradually shifted to one of understanding. Bang! Jiraiya did not hesitate to slap him. This kid clearly had some nonsense brewing in his mind. "Ouch! Master, why did you hit me? I didn't say anything." Jiraiya shot him a glance. Naruto quickly recoiled. "You carry her. Let us go. Since the Tsuchikage welcomes us so warmly, we should reciprocate with enthusiasm." "Why do I have to carry her? You are the one who left this woman behind." Naruto grumbled. I'll carry her. Is that satisfactory?" Jiraiya, exasperated, chose not to engage further. Lazy people always have too much to say. This brat is simply asking for a lesson. Wait, let me teach these people a lesson first, so they don't take us for fools. Jiraiya suddenly rubbed his hands together, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached the suspended IWA shinobi. Chapter 48. Inoki gets duped nanny. Naruto exclaimed, witnessing his master's actions, his astonishment palpable as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a moment, he finally blurted out, "Master, you are utterly wicked. Don't worry, think of it as a game." Would you care to join in? Jiraiya said, continuing his actions nonchalantly. Naruto turned his head away, then took a step forward, retrieving a kunai as he cautiously approached. As time passed and dusk settled, Jiraiya clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Naruto had become fully engrossed in the unfolding events. Jiraiya scoffed, "TCH. This brat says he doesn't want to, yet his body is undeniably honest." When Naruto finally ceased his actions, all of the suspended IWA shinobi had been stripped of their hair and eyebrows. Bald heads glistened under the twilight, reflecting a golden hue. "Let us proceed. I have also placed a seal upon them, ensuring they shall not grow back anytime soon," Jiraiya called out, then turned to depart. Naruto hurriedly hoisted the female ninja onto his back and rushed to follow. "Master, what about this female ninja? Should we?" Jiraiya cast a surprised glance at him. Noting the boy's mischievous demeanor, "I have other significant uses for her." Haha. Naruto shot him a peculiar look, wondering if his master had once again indulged in some odd obsession. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, silently trailing behind. The woman, having had her chakra sealed, would not awaken anytime soon, so there was no need to worry about her sudden outbursts. The duo swiftly made their way towards a bustling street in the land of birds. Jiraiya and Naruto located an inn, settling both him and the female ninja. Before Jiraiya departed for the medical facility to procure some medicinal herbs, he found a secluded spot in the outskirts and began his preparations. It was not until midnight that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that such meticulous tasks were not his forte. However, gazing at the jar filled with concoction, a smile crept across his face. He sealed the jar within a scroll, meticulously erased any traces, and returned to the inn. Upon seeing Naruto sound asleep, Jiraiya felt a surge of irritation. This kid truly has no worries. Here I am, working through the night, and he is sleeping. With that, he couldn't help but give Naruto a light slap. Huh. Naruto jolted awake, and Jiraiya feigned innocence. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Naruto, still disoriented, covered his face and nodded, then finally registered, "Master, you're back?" Jiraiya shed his outer garments and comfortably reclined. "Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we will enter the land of Earth." "Oh, all right," Naruto replied, and within moments, he was snoring. Jiraiya, cradling his head, stared at the ceiling, contentedly contemplating his plan to embarrass Inoki before drifting off himself. "Master, will this work? Won't I be recognized?" Naruto, transformed into the female ninja's likeness, voiced his concerns. "Do not fret, merely run, and remember to appear a bit unsteady. Once we reach the outskirts of Awagakure, I shall revert you back." Naruto nodded and complied. Jiraiya observed Naruto's figure and then glanced at the still unconscious female ninja, a smirk forming within. As Naruto reached the designated location, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, switching the two and retreating to a distance. From afar, Jiraiya watched as two Awagakure ninjas approached to check on the female ninja. Having released her seal, she gradually began to regain consciousness. "Where am I? Oh, it's Ryoyu. Are you all right? Did you not go on a mission?" inquired the slender-faced man, rubbing her head. Ryoyu suddenly recalled something and sprang to her feet. "I must see Lord Tsuchikage. I have important matters to report." "All right, I will assist you." Though Ryoyu limped, she was unclear about the events that had transpired, yet felt compelled to relay her mission. Being near the village brought her some comfort. "Yako, stay here. I will take her to see Lord Tsuchikage," the slender man instructed before leading her away. Jiraiya observed as they gradually disappeared from sight, a smile playing on his lips. "We shall wait here. If anything arises, conceal yourself, and I will attend to some matters. I shall return to fetch you." A sudden unease gripped Naruto. "Master, you're not planning something, are you? The last time you left me, I ended up in prison for a day." The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Master, I want to come with you," Naruto whispered. Jiraiya adjusted his position, lying back on the ground, glancing over at him. "You are too weak. It would be perilous for you to accompany me." "I'm not afraid of danger," Naruto retorted. "I find you a burden." "But," Naruto protested, "just stay put. You can still run if necessary. If you need to discard the weighted gear, do so, as long as you can escape. Wherever you are, I will always be able to find you." Reluctantly, Naruto nodded, yet a flicker of determination ignited within him. He must grow stronger. He could not allow his master to look down on him forever. One day, he too would regard Jiraiya with disdain, just as his master did him. Meanwhile, Ryoyu, supported by the slender-faced man, began to feel a heat rising within her, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" the slender man asked. Gritting her teeth, Ryu shook her head. "I must inform Lord Suchikage as soon as possible. The sooner he knows, the sooner he can make arrangements." She persevered through the rising heat in her body, pushing onward. The slender man, recognizing her determination, quickened his pace. Within minutes, they arrived at the Suchikage's office. Inoki sat in his chair, rubbing his back, having just bent down to retrieve a document that had fallen, resulting in a strain. "Ah, Ryu, you've returned so early from your ambush," Inoki remarked, furrowing his brow. The slender man assisted Ryu to the back and then departed. Now, only Ryu and Inoki remained in the office. "Lord Suchikage, I have important news to report." Ryu, her consciousness fading, managed to assert. Suddenly, a figure materialized. Inoki had no time to react. With a soft thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Hiss! Inoki attempted to leap away, but unexpectedly strained his back again, momentarily immobilizing him. In an instant, he inhaled a significant amount of gas. Jiraiya smiled faintly. "Inoki, enjoy this gift I have prepared for you. I wonder if you will still be of use." Previously, when the female ninja had fled, she injured her foot, and Jiraiya had taken her to a doctor for a quick bandage, during which he inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on her foot, an inconspicuous detail to most. He also placed a seal on her. Upon encountering Inoki, she would activate it, allowing him to appear instantly. The plan unfolded smoothly, and Jiraiya clapped his hands together, exiting the office and closing the door behind him. He also placed a seal on the office, ensuring that no one would notice any disturbances within for the time being. Inside, as Inoki struggled with his back pain and looked up, a figure suddenly lunged at him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he stumbled, only to find Ryu, completely unclothed, her eyes wild with frenzy. "Ryu!" "Ah!" Jiraiya, disguised as an Iwagakure ninja, stood guard outside the door. Sensing the unfolding drama within the office and quietly lamenting, this old man still has it. However, he worried that if Inoki strained his back further, he might not survive the encounter. Suddenly, he spotted two figures, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, approaching down the corridor. Jiraiya quickly moved towards them, not wanting to interrupt Inoki's moment of pleasure. "Should I say something? If this results in Kuratsuchi gaining a sibling, I wonder if he would come to thank me?" "Lord Kuratsuchi, Lord Akatsuchi, Suchikage has instructed me to inform you that a spy has infiltrated the village. Please secure the village and conduct a thorough investigation." Jiraiya feigned urgency. "Understood. We will head there immediately." The two men's expressions turned serious as they promptly turned to leave. Sensing that the office's climax was nearing, Jiraiya smirked slightly, preparing to follow them. Earth release, stone fist. Suddenly, Huangta let out a thunderous shout, his right hand enveloped by rock, striking fiercely towards Jiraiya's face. "Have I been discovered?" Jiraiya swiftly stepped back, sensing an ambush. "Chidu, go check on father. I will handle this one." Huangta bellowed, charging again at Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Huangta vanished in an instant, racing towards the Tsuchikage's office. Jiraiya, uninterested in the skirmish, evaded a few attacks before losing interest. In terms of speed and strength, Huangta fell far short of Guy, likely holding back due to their presence in the Tsuchikage's building. Jiraiya found him rather unimpressive. Unless he could acquire a substantial amount of experience points in one go, he had no desire to endure such trivial skirmishes. After all, one endures pain to grow stronger. Petty conflicts were best avoided. "Ah!" Chida shouted. Huangta jolted. Was something happening over there? Worry crept into his heart. Jiraiya, disinterested in continuing the battle, executed a substitution technique and vanished to a distance. "Huangtu, don't forget to thank me when you have younger siblings. And remember, I have photos, so don't think of silencing me." With that, Jiraiya fled into the distance. Huangtu wanted to pursue, but halted, turning back towards the Tsuchikage's office, puzzled by the meaning of Jiraiya's words. Once in the office, Huangtu was met with the same astonishment as Chidu. Chidu finally grasped the situation. "Earth style, earth flow wall." Two stone walls rose instantly along the corridor. "You stay here and deal with this. I will head outside," Chidu declared before swiftly departing. Huangtu finally regained his composure, his face flushed. He understood Chidu's intention. This matter must not be seen by outsiders, and as his son, it was his responsibility to handle it. He stepped into the office, where the curtains had been drawn at some point. On the floor lay Inoki, propped up painfully, akin to a puddle of mud, groaning incessantly, while a female ninja lay unconscious atop him. In that moment, He comprehended the earlier remark. His expression darkened as he moved forward to pull the woman away from Inoki. At that instant, he staggered slightly as he stood. This is not good. Huangtu struggled to escape the office, but collapsed instead. Moments later, he succumbed. Chapter 49. The marriage of Inoki, Jiraiya, and Naruto found a street where they enjoyed a hearty meal. Afterward, they sought a patch of grass to lie comfortably. Indeed, this life was rather enjoyable. There was excitement, and there were beautiful moments. Although he had stood guard outside, he had witnessed everything that transpired within. One must admit, the doctor from the clinic had not deceived him. The medicinal effects were indeed potent. Were it not for his own system, he too might have fallen victim. Nevertheless, it stirred a thrill within him. When could he have a similar experience with Tsunade? It had been many days since he last saw her, and he found himself missing her. Perhaps he should return for a visit? Jiraiya contemplated. Yet he shook his head. With such a significant incident involving the Tsuchikage, it was likely that they were being hunted worldwide. Given Naruto's temperament, remaining here could spell disaster. Never mind. Once this was all over, he could spend every day with Tsunade. Temporary hardships were for the sake of a brighter future. Search. You must search. Inoki awoke in the hospital bed, roaring at Chitu, only to aggravate his back injury. Huangtu lay on another bed, holding his forehead, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Had Chitu not arrived swiftly, he might have faced a more dire fate. Although uninjured, the poison had just been purged, leaving him somewhat weak. What about Lianyu? Chitu asked weakly. Inoki's expression grew increasingly somber, his eyes narrowing. As the Tsuchikage, such an incident demanded he eradicate any threats to his reputation. That old man who plotted against you claimed he has photos. Huangtu mumbled. What? Inoki spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious. Master, doctor. A day passed without any unusual occurrences, leaving Jiraiya perplexed. Logically, the hidden stone should have been searching for him everywhere by now. It had been a full day. Yet he had seen no ninjas come to capture him. Could the old man have swallowed the matter? Or was he perhaps already deceased? Jiraiya mused. He needed to investigate. Just in case anything had transpired, he had to be prepared. After instructing Naruto to find a hotel, he returned to the Tsuchikage's building. Disguising himself as a subdued ninja, he began to patrol the area. As for interrogation, he could not be bothered. Slowly unearthing the truth would yield more surprising results. Time was on his side. He first visited the hospital and unexpectedly overheard Huangtu's name in a corner. Huangtu, perhaps we should eliminate Lianyu. Despite this being an accident, for the sake of our master's reputation, we must act decisively. But he said he has photos. Huangtu replied weakly. I have already investigated. There exists image processing technology that could achieve this. For now, I will suppress this matter. I have dispatched Haitu on a mission and he won't return soon. Even if it leaks, only a few will be aware. If we make this technology public, it should silence the others. Huangtu could only sigh deeply. A smirk crept onto Jiraiya's lips. Such thoughts had crossed his mind. He had no intention of letting that female ninja perish, to humiliate Inoki. He needed to devise a plan. He stealthily departed. Moments later, he returned, swiftly launching a kunai and then using the flying thunder god technique to vanish. Who? Chitu reacted first, evading the attack. However, the kunai was not aimed at the two. Huangtu discovered a letter attached to the kunai. Upon reading it, the veins on his forehead bulged. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Chitu hurried over. As they read the threatening message, their expressions darkened. Are we to be led by the nose like this? Chitu voiced his discontent. After a moment of contemplation, Huangtu exhaled softly, striving to regain his composure. Let us consult Father. After all, this concerns him, and the final decision rests with him. Huangtu's demeanor deflated like a deflated balloon. How outrageous. Both Chitu and Huangtu fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, he confirmed that the surroundings were clear. Even the nurse checking in had been sent far away. What should we do, Father? He has only given us 2 days. If you do not marry, he will send the photos to the various feudal lords. Inoki felt torn. To kill or not to kill? He hesitated, for they were ninjas from the village. Yet, not killing felt like a blow to his pride. With a heavy sigh, Inoki lamented, having lived so long, can I not preserve even this bit of reputation? At my age, what decorum is there in marrying? Besides, that girl is only around 20. Marrying her, what would happen in my later years? Father, you should go ahead and marry. I have no objections. Naturally, the most important thing is that he will arrive in 2 days. Regardless, we must ensure he stays. Huangtu suddenly declared. Chitu nodded in agreement. What if that fellow doesn't show up? If I lose my reputation at this age, it would truly be a disgrace. If he doesn't come, I will scour every corner of the earth to find him. Huang Tu clenched his fists, speaking fiercely. After a moment, Di Mu sighed. Very well. I shall speak with Liang Yu. If he does not arrive the day after tomorrow, I will have no choice but to resign. The old man's voice trembled slightly. Di Mu waved his hand, dismissing the two. After a considerable pause, he finally stumbled out of bed. A dull pain lingered in his waist, but he could not afford to dwell on it at that moment. After much hesitation, he knocked on the hospital room door and entered. At that moment, Liang Yu was staring blankly at the ceiling, still struggling to believe what had transpired. Liang Yu, my old bones cannot apologize enough. Now that matters have unfolded, for the sake of your honor and my reputation, I hope you will marry me. As soon as the words left his mouth, it felt as though the world had collapsed around Di Mu, utterly drained of strength. Liang Yu trembled on the hospital bed, turning her head to glance at the small figure standing at the foot of her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks unknowingly. Do not worry, if you are unwilling. I shall not force you. In a few days, I will retire and ensure you have a safe path ahead. If you decide, come find me then. Di Mu sighed softly before turning to leave. I am willing. A voice came from behind. Di Mu paused in his tracks. Turning around, he looked at the woman on the bed with a heart full of compassion. Very well, this wedding may be somewhat humble and not widely known. Do you agree? Liang Yu nodded. Di Mu gazed at her for a long moment before nodding in agreement. Good, focus on your recovery. Tomorrow, I will send someone to fetch you. With that, he departed. Liang Yu watched as his increasingly hunched figure left, feeling a mix of grievance and growing resentment towards that white-haired man. This grudge must be avenged. Wiping her tears, Liang Yu's gaze hardened with determination. Upon returning to the inn, she found Naruto was absent, presumably out buying snacks. Jiraiya shook his head. He was now certain that Di Mu was fine. Sending word to Huang Tu and the others was merely to prepare them. It would be best to summon the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki as well. That would be beneficial. Just the thought of it excited him. Hey, master, why are you back so soon? Naruto walked in, a dumpling in his mouth. Enough chatter, go find something to eat. Also, give me the snacks in your hand. Without further ado, Jiraiya snatched the food from Naruto's grasp, tossing him a stack of money and turning back to sit on the bed. Initially, Naruto wore a face of discontent, but upon seeing the weighty coins in his hand, his spirits lifted. My master really is generous. After having taken so much from me back then, now he gives me this all at once. What a windfall. Master, I'll be right back. Naruto flattered, then dashed down the stairs. These dumplings are delightful, soft, sticky, with a hint of milky fragrance. Jiraiya took a bite, feeling pleased. He wondered if Di Mu and the others would follow the course he envisioned. If the Four Tails and Five Tails did not show up, it would be a pity. He would have to put in the effort to search for them himself. With one hand resting on his head, chewing on the dumpling and holding a skewer, he dreamed happily. Would the day after tomorrow bring him surprises? Chapter 50. The Jinchuriki. Old Purple takes action. Naruto. Starting tomorrow, your physical training will be paused for a while. That evening, Jiraiya instructed Naruto. What? Master, does this mean I can proceed to the next stage of training? Jiraiya shook his head, then nodded. Naruto's strength had become adequate. He now possessed some self-defense capabilities, allowing him to learn stronger ninjutsu. He understood Naruto's attributes well. As for developing new ninjutsu, it posed considerable risk at this time. Physical capability was one aspect. On the other hand, after he resolved these matters, he intended to take Naruto to Myobokuzen to learn sage arts. This would be a significant stepping stone in Naruto's prowess. Communicating with Kyuubi would take time. Resolving its animosity was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. He was quite at ease with this. In the original story, Naruto relied on the assistance of Yagura from the Hidden Mist to utilize Kyuubi's chakra. However, Jiraiya did not desire that. He wanted Naruto and Kyuubi to become intimately bonded partners to maximize Naruto's potential, which would consequently enhance his own strength as well. For now, it was a slow process. Really? Naruto had no inkling of Jiraiya's thoughts, nor did he perceive the conflict in his nodding and shaking his head. As long as the master agreed to teach him new ninjutsu, that was enough to make him happy. Jiraiya nodded. They would head to Iwagakure the day after tomorrow. So there was ample time. Tomorrow, he would start by teaching the basics of illusion techniques. This kid was rather slow-witted. It would likely take some effort. Yes. Keep it up. Jiraiya watched as Naruto held a significantly larger version of the Rasengan, feeling quietly pleased. This kid, as he had anticipated, had managed to learn the advanced version of the Rasengan within a day, even if he had not grasped the basics of illusion techniques. Now, he had physical techniques, ninjutsu. The next step was to improve proficiency. This, he would leave for Naruto to practice on his own. Boom. A thunderous noise reverberated through the sky. The ground was struck, creating a massive circular crater, dust exploding and scattering rapidly in all directions. Jiraiya stood at a distance, furrowing his brow. Wasn't this a bit too ostentatious? Such a display would likely attract attention. Wow, Master, the power is tremendous. It's so much more powerful than the Rasengan. Naruto cheered, shouting towards Jiraiya. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of air being sliced through rang out. Naruto quickly dodged. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The agreed time was not until tomorrow. He had no desire to get entangled with these individuals. Naruto, let us go, don't engage with them. Jiraiya called out, turning to flee. Huh, Master is just running away? Naruto stared at his retreating figure, momentarily dumbfounded. He had expected his master would let him handle the situation. With no other choice, he could only flee. Dropping a few explosive tags to create a cloud of smoke, Naruto swiftly vanished. The pursuing ninjas were momentarily halted. When they burst through the smoke, Naruto was nowhere to be found. The leader crouched down, finding a trace on the ground, and commanded, pursue. After shaking off a few of them, Jiraiya instructed Naruto to create shadow clones and scatter in different directions while he led Naruto back to the street. Changing into another guise, the two strolled for quite a while, filling their arms with snacks before finally finding an inn to rest. The next day, they both slept until noon. Jiraiya stretched comfortably and, after giving Naruto some advice, departed. Before leaving, he purchased a bouquet of flowers. When congratulating, one must not forget gifts. Upon reaching the street, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing outside a Wagakure. Looking closely, he saw many ninjas standing guard at the entrance, alert and ready. Among them were two particularly striking figures, one clad in purple attire and armor, with red hair tied in a small bun and a grand beard, the other donned a hat, face masked, and dressed in red armor. Old Purple. Han. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, the fun begins. If only Yimu could join as well. He was eager to test the might of Yimu's dust release. Forget it. Let us take advantage of this opportunity with these two. Haha. The friends from Awagakure are quite hospitable. Old Purple. Han. And what was it, Chidu? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before greeting them. Indeed, it's you, Jiraiya. A burly man with a bushy beard bellowed. Oh, and Huangtu is here too? Seeing Huangtu move, Jiraiya exclaimed in displeasure. Don't rush. It's a day of great celebration, and I'm here to offer my congratulations. Such a lack of courtesy. Huangtu, unable to contain himself, rushed towards Jiraiya, fearing that if the conversation continued, his father's reputation would be utterly tarnished. The others, still somewhat confused, quickly followed suit, charging towards Jiraiya. Let South move to another place. If you break your family's front door, you'll have to compensate me. Jiraiya deftly evaded, retreating several hundred meters. Huangtu pursued relentlessly. Don't even think about escaping. Earth release. Earth stone pillar. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath Jiraiya erupted with sharp, bamboo shoot-like rocks. Jiraiya hastily dodged, finding a desolate area with few creatures. Exposed rocks, and no buildings, far from Awagakure, was an excellent place to showcase his skills. He paused and turned to face the pursuing Huangtu, followed closely by a throng of people, including Han and Old Purple. Jiraiya smirked, spreading his arms. Come on, let me see just how much strength the people of Awagakure possess. Boom. Huangtu charged forth with Earth Release, Rock Fist. His hands instantly transformed into solid rock. A resounding crash echoed as Huangtu's fist struck Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya grunted, his body flying backward. The others stood frozen in place. Was it really that simple? Han and Old Purple simply sat down. Given Huangtu's strength, it should pose no significant problem, since Inoki had requested their assistance. They merely needed to ensure he didn't escape. Yet it seemed that Inoki had perhaps been overly cautious. Ding. The host has received a critical hit once, Power 4. Chakra 01 card. The alert sounded, causing Jiraiya to frown. A bit weak, isn't it? At this level, he is on par with the Great Serpent. Oh well. Since I'm here, let us take full advantage. Before he could rise, a massive fist came crashing toward his face once more. Jiraiya chose not to evade. allowing Huangtu to vent his frustration. Huangtu unleashed a flurry of attacks. Ding! The host has received a critical hit once. Taijutsu 5, Chakra 001 card. Ding! The host has received a critical hit once. Speed 3, Chakra 001 card. Huangtu continued his assault until he was completely exhausted. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. Huangtu, seeing that his heavy blows had no effect, intended to seal Jiraiya's movements with this technique. Jiraiya let out a soft grunt. In an instant, he vanished and appeared behind Huangtu. If he got caught in this technique, it would indeed be troublesome, especially since it was powerful enough to briefly control even the Ten Tails. Bang! Huangtu reacted quickly, turning to throw a punch, but Jiraiya seized his arm, lifting him and slamming him hard into the ground. You! Huangtu's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you had enough? It's my turn. Jiraiya interrupted, delivering a punch to Huangtu's abdomen. Ugh! Huangtu let out a painful groan. Jiraiya opened the 8 gates and launched his attack. Huangtu, already severely drained, was further weakened by using powerful techniques, and now faced Jiraiya's relentless onslaught. His body shaking like a sieve. Jiraiya secretly admired him. Truly a man of iron will. Even after being beaten like this, he merely grunted, not letting out any cries of agony. Gradually losing interest in playing around, Jiraiya kicked Huangtu toward Chitu and the others, shouting, "Who's next?" Chitu caught Huangtu. His expression grave. "I'll go?" Old Purple stepped forward. "That's up to you," Han remarked calmly. Old Purple nodded. Jiraiya smiled, rubbing his hands together. "Old Purple, how about letting Han join you? It might be a bit dull with just you." Old Purple scoffed, though unsure how you obtained our information. "Underestimating me will come at a cost. We'll see if you can withstand it." Jiraiya shrugged. "Fine, you can give it a try. Just remember, don't hold back. Otherwise, I might lose control and retaliate." Chapter 51. Old Purple and Han join forces. Old Purple narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Boom. With a resounding explosion. Old Purple's entire being transformed, the tailed beast chakra surging forth from within him, enveloping his body in a dark crimson aura, for tails erupting behind him, radiating an overwhelming presence. The surrounding sand and gravel erupted outward from Old Purple's center. Jiraiya shielded his eyes with one hand, his smile growing ever brighter. Not bad. Is this the power of tailed beast chakra? Quite formidable. Bang. Old Purple vanished from his position, shattering the ground beneath him. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. His speed was indeed astonishing. Much faster than Huangtu. Boom. Jiraiya felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was slammed into the ground by Old Purple's fist. Ugh. Ding. The host has received a critical hit once. Power 11, Chakra 012 card. Jiraiya ignored the pain, feeling a surge of joy. Indeed, this striking ability rivals that of Guy. When I faced Shikaku, Gaara was utterly ineffective, and due to internal constraints, Shikaku's power was not fully realized. Both Old Purple and Han can utilize tailed beast chakra to some extent, far surpassing Gaara. Boom boom boom. Ding. The host has received a critical hit once. Taijutsu 10, Chakra 012 card. Ding. The host. Jiraiya grew increasingly excited as he absorbed the blows. The data was rising rapidly. As he got back on his feet, he noticed a purple-black tailed beast bomb forming at Old Purple's side. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Jiraiya was engulfed by the tailed beast bomb. After the earth-shattering blast, Old Purple breathed heavily, relieved. He should be dead now. Though Inoki had tasked him with bringing Jiraiya back alive, this guy was too resilient, despite using all his strength. He still stood up time and again, and his recovery ability was truly terrifying. This tailed beast bomb should leave him in ruins. Whoosh. A figure emerged. Han appeared beside him. "What are you doing here?" "I've already dealt with it." Old Purple, reverting back to his human form, remarked in dissatisfaction. "No. He is still fine." Han replied grimly, gazing at the swirling dust ahead. "What?" Old Purple squinted, and a dark figure gradually emerged from the haze. Ugh, how annoying. Jiraiya twisted his waist, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, this tailed beast bomb is indeed stronger than Shikaku's. Did you notice anything? Old Purple's expression darkened. He survived a direct hit from a tailed beast bomb without a scratch. It's astonishing. Is he truly an immortal? Han shook his head, stating that he hadn't engaged yet. He hadn't found any vulnerabilities, only noting the incredible recovery speed. Incredible recovery speed, you say? Han nodded. I observed closely. Every time he was attacked, his body sustained some level of damage, yet he recovered almost instantaneously. The more Old Purple listened, the more terrified he became. Is this fellow even human? Next, I'll join the fray as well. Even the most extraordinary recovery abilities have their limits. As long as we maintain our assault and exceed his recovery speed, we will surely be able to slay him, Han declared solemnly. Old Purple nodded in agreement. Jiraiya stood at a distance, slightly unable to hear clearly, yet it appeared that the two were preparing to strike together. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. Now this was more like it. Otherwise, would his journey have been in vain? Attack! Han bellowed, his body instantly shifting into a semi-tailed beast form. 5 tails emerging behind him. Lao Zi swiftly followed suit, also transforming, as both figures moved rapidly. They were coming. Jiraiya's expression hardened. Boom, boom, with 2 explosive sounds. The attacks from Lao Zi and Han flew in an instant. Jiraiya cried out in pain, his body being tossed back and forth by their blows. Ding! The host suffered a critical hit, body technique 14, chakra 015. Ding! Under the relentless assault from the two, the intensity of the attacks Jiraiya endured escalated. As the onslaught reached its climax, Han and Lao Zi jointly coalesced a tailed beast ball, significantly larger than the previous one. Whoosh! A thunderous sound erupted. The earth was instantly enveloped by a semicircular sphere of light, dozens of kilometers in diameter, with a grand momentum rippling outward. The surrounding land was rapidly obliterated, and those who had managed to flee far enough, like Cheeto, looked on in horror at the distant scene. Thankfully, Han had instructed them to keep their distance, otherwise, they too would have been affected. Even so, they still felt the overwhelming heat and debris rushing toward them. Were their opponents truly this formidable? A diminutive figure appeared beside Cheeto and the others. Old man, Master, Lord Suchikage. Just as the words left their lips, a deafening explosion resonated in their ears. Earth style, Earth flow wall. The group immediately reacted, collectively performing the ninjutsu. The ground before the gate of a Wagakure erupted, raising a stone wall dozens of kilometers long to block the colossal wave approaching from afar. Rumbling. Even so, those sheltering behind the stone wall remained shaken. The chakra fluctuations emanating from the wall made them acutely aware of the immense energy it contained, defying all logic. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Despite being so far from the battlefield, such destructive force still emanated. How potent must the explosion at the epicenter be? I feel like my earth flow wall is barely holding up. Indeed, the group exchanged anxious whispers, their expressions filled with dread. Inoki's face was grave. Even having anticipated the formidable strength of his opponents, the sheer might of this battle was astonishing. It seemed he too would have to intervene. With the stillness beyond the stone wall, Inoki leaped over it, instructing, "You stay here and guard. Cheeto, you direct." Having spoken, he soared toward the heart of the battlefield. Cheeto and the others also retracted the wall, staring in shock at the flat terrain ahead and the enormous pit in the distance. Jiraiya was in considerable discomfort. This sensation was even more agonizing than his initial encounter with the tailed beast ball. The feeling of his body being torn apart was harrowing. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening. He struggled to rise, regaining his composure after a minute, and gazed at the 2 figures lying in the distance, exhaling a sigh of relief. These 2 were indeed extraordinarily strong. The power of that tailed beast ball was staggering. He opened his data panel. Host, Jiraiya, Strength, 2001, Body Technique, 1879, Jinjutsu, 1672, Speed, 1998, Chakra, 14572. His eyes widened. Feeling his body rapidly recovering, he almost burst into joyous laughter. These 2 had contributed significantly to his stats. What talent! What fortune! As he approached the 2, Jiraiya had already healed his wounds. Looking at the unconscious duo, he shook his head. It seemed the side effects of such tailed beast transformation were indeed severe. It harmed both the wielder and the target. Thankfully, he had instructed Naruto to proceed step by step. Once he formed a bond with the tailed beast, not only would his strength soar, but the side effects would also dissipate. Dust release, original world separation technique. With a powerful shout, Jiraiya was instantly enveloped in a transparent cubic barrier. Almost immediately, excruciating pain coursed through his body. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion erupted within the confined space. The outer layer of Jiraiya's body began to disintegrate. He cried out in agony, then struggled to rise. In the blink of an eye, his skin was seeping blood, presenting a ghastly sight. It felt as if he were being skinned alive, every inch of him ablaze with pain. Yet, moments later, he restored himself to his former state. As the transparent cube vanished, he stepped out, shaking his head. So, this was dust release. Truly troublesome, Jiraiya muttered. Had he not possessed the system and formidable recovery capabilities, such a terrifying strike capable of disassembling a person to the atomic level would have surely killed him. Fortunately, this technique only harmed his skin. Emerging from the smoke, he locked eyes with Inoki, who was reaching for Lao Zi and Han. Both men were taken aback. The atmosphere in the arena instantly froze. Soon after, Inoki's face turned pale with shock. You actually withstood my original world separation technique. Jiraiya shrugged. It was indeed rather painful. You nearly stripped my skin away. Inoki realized this was a situation he had not anticipated. He had assumed that after battling Lao Zi and Han for so long, they would be exhausted, allowing him to deploy dust release and finish them off in one swift strike. Now, however, his opponent claimed it had merely injured his skin. Is the groom not supposed to care for the bride? Inoki retorted. You scoundrel, Jiraiya teased. Inoki quickly regained his composure, fuming. Though he prepared to strike, he hesitated, aware that with Lao Zi and Han in such poor condition, engaging in battle here would jeopardize their safety. Chapter 53. Return to Konoha Master. Where shall we go next? After agreeing with Inoki, Jiraiya headed straight back to the inn, leading Naruto southward. Jiraiya cast a glance at him, saying nonchalantly, We are heading to the land of lightning. You must seize this opportunity to train hard, as a battle may await us. Do not embarrass me. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes brightened. This was the perfect chance to test his strength. Yes, Master, I will not disgrace myself. Smack. Is that all the spirit you have? You must win. Jiraiya scolded him. I got it. Stop hitting me. Naruto replied, annoyed. Jiraiya, uninterested, changed the subject. How is your relationship with Kurama now? During these days, he had not inquired further, allowing Naruto to explore on his own. Naruto scratched his head. Kurama hasn't spoken a word to me. It's all been me talking. Has it shown any signs of impatience? Naruto shook his head, no? Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. It seemed there was hope. Well done. The first step to making someone like you is ensuring they do not harbor any dislike. Only when they do not dislike you can you proceed further. Rest assured, Kurama will eventually open up to you. You two will undoubtedly become inseparable partners. Humph. Kurama scoffed. That scoundrel speaks as if he knows me well. Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed, Oh. It seems Kurama just spoke. Jiraiya. Kurama. Master. Hold on. Let me see what Kurama wants. It must miss me. Jiraiya. Kurama. With that, Naruto sat down. Entering his consciousness space, Jiraiya was somewhat speechless. The way he spoke sounded akin to caring for an infant. Yet, had Naruto truly progressed to such a level? Without even needing to enter his consciousness space, he could sense Kurama's words. It seemed his growth was extraordinary. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes. What happened? Does Kurama have any requests? Naruto scratched his head. Once I entered, Kurama ignored me. No matter how much I asked, it wouldn't say a word. Jiraiya instantly understood. Are you sure it wasn't cursing? However, upon witnessing Naruto's dejection, he offered words of comfort, reminding him that their relationship had made significant strides and urging him not to lose heart. Naruto nodded in agreement. I will be away for a while, likely returning by evening. You should find a place to stay in a nearby village. I will come to find you later, he advised. Naruto insisted, Master, where are you going? I want to go too. Jiraiya shot him an exasperated glare. What business do you have? Focus on nurturing your bond with Kurama. I have pressing matters to attend to. Who is Kurama to you, you scoundrel? Once I am out of here, you will regret it. Kurama retorted indignantly. Hey. It seems Kurama is speaking again. Master, you should go. I will check in again. With that, Naruto promptly closed his eyes. Jiraiya sighed. Fine. This allows me to act freely. With that, he ventured into the distance, having not returned to see Tsunade in a long time. He found himself missing her greatly. Initially intending to leave a shadow clone to accompany Naruto, he realized that if the clone strayed too far from the original, it would dissipate. So he opted to be straightforward with Naruto instead, saving himself the trouble of deception. Given the current circumstances, this suited him perfectly. After distancing himself, he swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Konoha. Gazing at the familiar gates, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled his initial astonishment upon seeing them after his arrival. Now, they seemed oddly endearing. Haha, Tsunade, I'm back. After greeting the two guards, He purchased some food along the way and headed straight to the Hokage building. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Inside the office, Tsunade was alone. Upon seeing her golden hair, he felt a surge of delight. Although it had only been a little over a month since their last meeting, it felt as though an eternity had passed. What brings you here? Tsunade asked without looking up, her head still buried in numerous documents. He approached her desk, observing the captivating figure so intently focused on her work. Feeling a pang of sympathy, noticing the silence, Tsunade lifted her head and was taken aback upon seeing a familiar face, her heart fluttering. Haha, I passed through the village and thought I would drop by to see you. How have you been? Miss me? Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, Tsunade had swiftly moved to his side, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Isn't this a bit excessive? As he felt the warmth of her presence, he instinctively tightened his hold and whispered, I'm back. The office fell into a momentary silence. After a while, Tsunade regained her composure and released him from her embrace. Still lost in the moment, he heard her ask, So, you haven't been injured, have you? She began inspecting him from head to toe. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Come on. What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, ordinary folks can't harm me. Relieved to see him unscathed, Tsunade sighed, but then her expression grew serious. If you're fine, then what is the purpose of your return? Wow, that was a quick change of mood. After being away for so long, you didn't even send a word. Do you know how worried I was? The last part of her sentence was barely audible, and noticing the flush on her face, Jiraiya thought, is she feeling guilty? He then smiled warmly, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. I missed you so much that I decided to return halfway, just to see you. Tsunade blinked in surprise and asked, what about Naruto? Naruto is still on the mission I assigned him. He hasn't returned yet. Tsunade's expression shifted. You left Naruto alone out there? Jiraiya shrugged. Relax. There's no need to worry. His strength is nearly on par with that of a Jonin. Aside from being a bit slow-witted, he is quite capable. Even if he encounters an enemy, he can run away. Tsunade remained unconvinced. Generally, Genin undertake missions in teams, at the very least in pairs or trios, to prepare for situations where they might be surrounded by enemies. Even Maru, known as the mightiest Genin of Konoha, always had support on missions. Not to mention, Naruto's circumstances are exceptionally unique. I merely returned to see you. I won't take long. I will head out shortly. Tsunade hesitated, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. You go ahead and finish your work. After that, I'll cook for you at home. Trust me, I know Naruto's abilities better than anyone. Tsunade nodded reluctantly and returned to her work. Meanwhile, Shizune entered, momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiraiya, but quickly greeted him warmly. Jiraiya responded with a gentle smile. With motivation, efficiency increases. Tsunade completed what used to take her an entire afternoon in less than an hour. Let us go. Jiraiya observed the relieved expression on Tsunade's face and chuckled softly. He naturally took her hand, leading her out of the office, only to run into two advisors. Tsunade, leaving your post this early seems a bit excessive. Mito spoke sternly. Jiraiya, weren't you supposed to be on a mission? Why are you here? Tsunade fought the urge to snap back, replying, I have completed my work. If there is an emergency, Shizune knows where to find me. Right now, I am going to eat. Jiraiya chimed in with a laugh. Don't worry, gentlemen. I won't let her neglect her duties. At your age, you should know better than to jeopardize your position over trivial matters. Koharu remarked before departing. Jiraiya suppressed the impulse to reprimand her and smiled at Tsunade. Let us go eat. These two old geezers, acting all high and mighty. I'll have to put them in their place someday. Besides, since my arrival here, I have witnessed Tsunade's hard work. It's infuriating to hear them speak that way. Tsunade felt a surge of indignation. Jiraiya, wishing to maintain a good mood, pulled her along. Chapter 54. Making friends in Takigakure. Let me tell you, during my time away, I missed you to the brink of madness. Jiraiya exaggerated, incessantly serving Tsunade dishes from his bowl. Tsunade listened intently, her pace of eating noticeably slowing. Noticing a grain of rice on her lips, Jiraiya tenderly wiped it away, causing Tsunade's cheeks to flush. She shot him an annoyed glance. In the past few days, she had indeed worried a great deal. Had it not been for the message from Suna, she would have been entirely unaware of his escapades. Now that she saw him safe and sound, her spirits lifted considerably. After finishing their meal, the two snuggled together on the sofa until a knock at the door interrupted them. Jiraiya sensed Shizune's return and thought, this girl knows us well. Understanding that they wanted some private time together, she had skipped dinner. Now that it was late, he could only shake his head in regret. I have to go? I'll come back to see you when I have the chance. Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya waved goodbye to Shizune and left. Jiraiya's strength is growing ever more formidable. Shizune couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, if it weren't for the report from Suna stating that he had fought against Shikaku and emerged unscathed, I would find it hard to believe. Tsunade replied with a smile. That is how it should be. My man must be strong. Shizune burst into laughter. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Shizune quickly covered her mouth. It seems he wasn't lying to me after all. Tsunade's tone softened. What do you mean? Ignoring her, Tsunade smirked and headed back to her bedroom. Lord Raikage, we have received word from Konoha that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, intends to visit us in Kumogakure for an exchange. A golden-haired man wearing round sunglasses reported. A dark-skinned, burly man with slicked-back yellow hair sat in the main seat. Deep in contemplation. Fourth Raikage, what is Konoha's intention? He asked coldly. According to intelligence from the sand and rock villages, Jiraiya engaged in a skirmish with the Jinchuriki from various villages before departing. The rock village suffered the most severe attack, yet the village itself remained unscathed. A nearby woman, small in stature and with dark skin, responded, Mabu-e, have you tracked down this individual? There is still no concrete information. But his next destination should be our Cloud Village. She replied, Humph. If he dares to wreak havoc in Cloud, I shall not spare him. The Tsunade of Konoha sent him here for communication. What demands does he have? Mabu-e shook her head, stating only that it was for communication without further details. Recent reports indicate that Jiraiya faced resistance upon entering the rock village, and inexplicably, he later appeared outside the village, engaging in battle with high-ranking officials, including 2 Jinchuriki. Their strength was formidable, and our intelligence operatives could not approach. The ultimate outcome remains unknown, a blond man remarked. The Raikage pondered before instructing, notify the border forces. If they encounter any Konoha ninja, they are to inform me immediately. Yes. The blond man quickly exited the office. Raikage, will you be going personally? I inquired. This is Konoha's test. I shall ensure they recognize the might of the Cloud Village. Keep a close watch on him in my absence. Mabu-e appeared taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Master, where are we headed next? Naruto asked, holding half of an ice cream as he walked. Jiraiya took a sip of his ice cream, gazing into the distance. We should be nearing the Takigakure village. Let us linger here for a few days, explore, and practice a bit. Naruto fell silent at this. In recent days, he had spent most of his time conversing with Kurama as per his master's instructions. Aside from indulging in food and leisure, neglecting his training, Jiraiya discerned his inner thoughts and chose not to engage. This guy has grown accustomed to being tormented. Now he thrives on it. One day without suffering, and he feels restless. How peculiar. However, in the short term, besides teaching him sage techniques or developing new jutsu, there are few ways to enhance his power. Unless he can open his heart to Kurama, his strength will surge explosively. Yet, I do not wish for him to encounter this just yet. Practicing sage techniques requires tranquility. This fellow lacks even that awareness. Premature exposure to sage techniques will yield adverse effects. Now I finally understand why. In the original work, Naruto's 3-year training resulted in minimal growth. The reason was that those years were foundational for his future learning of sage techniques. At this age, even the most mature child remains a child, if not guided properly. They may stray towards extremes, much like Uchiha Itachi. Naruto, in a more flattering light, possesses a childlike heart and a pure nature. Yet frankly, he can be rather foolish. He requires significant refinement. Let us go. I'm a bit tired. Let us soak in the hot springs. Jiraiya declared cheerfully after finishing his ice cream. Another soak? Master, I still wish to train. Naruto mumbled. Didn't I tell you? Everything can be a training opportunity. Enjoying life is also a form of training. You must gradually adapt. When I deem the time is right, you can commence rigorous training. Naruto pouted him. I fear you merely wish to be lazy. What did you say? Jiraiya feigned innocence. Nothing. Master, let us hurry. I too wish to enjoy the hot springs. He exclaimed, hastily moving ahead. Jiraiya shook his head and followed. How boring. A blue-haired girl yawned, perched on a stone atop a hill, lacking interest. Hwayan, where did Fama go? She inquired of a nearby jonin. Lady Fama has left the village. Her whereabouts cannot be disclosed, the jonin replied sternly. TCH. If you want to say, then don't. Can I go into the village to play? I promise not to leave. The girl scoffed, but then showed a hint of eagerness. After a moment's hesitation, Huayan nodded. All right, this time, I will definitely make friends. Fei, you can only stay within the village. Do not venture out, as instructed by Lady Feima. All right, I understand. Fei exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand before darting away. Huayan, what if something happens to her? Hurry and follow. Another Jonin said, visibly displeased, and immediately set off in pursuit of Fei. Huayan sighed and followed suit. Master, where are we headed next? Naruto asked, feeling refreshed as they exited the hot spring district. Let us find a scenic spot and take a nap, Jiraiya suggested. Glancing at the sun, the weather in the ninja world is splendid, predominantly sunny with fresh air. Such days are perfect for an afternoon slumber. Huh. Naruto's expression turned sour. After soaking in the hot springs, shouldn't we exercise a bit, stretch our muscles? No. When I arrived, I spotted a delightful place perfect for an afternoon nap. After a nice rest, we shall seek food, Jiraiya exclaimed, excitedly heading in a particular direction. Naruto reluctantly followed. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Naruto. Would you like to be my friend? Startled, Naruto took 2 steps back and pointed at the unexpected figure, exclaiming, What are you doing? Appearing so suddenly could scare someone to death. Oh dear. Well then, would you like to be my friend? Fei asked with wide eyes, filled with endless hope. Huh. Why? Naruto frowned, perplexed. Jiraiya observed this scene, a smile curling his lips as he recognized the little girl. He glanced into the distance, where 2 figures were approaching. It seems Naruto has found a playmate. Well, Naruto, since you have a friend here, I'll take a stroll. Oh, and perhaps rest a bit. Enjoy yourself. I'll come find you later. Master, don't give me orders. Naruto shouted. This girl suddenly appeared and spoke such strange things. It's too odd. Jiraiya merely shrugged, uninterested, and waved at the approaching figures as he departed. That little girl is quite lively. With her accompanying Naruto, there's no need for concern. Besides, 2 lively souls together make for quite the excitement. Given Naruto's nature, he'll likely bond with her quickly. This shall suffice for a few days, easing my mind. I'm Fei. What is your name? Do you have any wishes? What do you like? Fei chattered incessantly, trailing closely behind. Naruto covered his ears. Even with his innocent nature, he found her somewhat bothersome at that moment. Yet, deep down, he felt an inexplicable desire to connect. It's that brat Chome. Kurama, after a long absence, opened his eyes, a hint of disdain crossing his lips. Naruto's consciousness instantly entered their shared space, where he saw Kurama awake and looking at him. Wow, Kurama, you're awake. Kid, that girl is the Jinchuriki of 7 Tails, Chome. Nanny? Naruto gasped in astonishment. Not only surprised by Kurama speaking to him, but also realizing that this girl harbored the same fate as him, being a Jinchuriki. His expression brightened. Kurama, thank you. With that, he waved goodbye to Kurama. I'll visit you again. Watching Naruto's disappearing figure, Kurama snorted, Humph. Who wants you to come? After that, he closed his eyes once more. Chapter 55. Naruto meets Fei in the tailed beast space. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto enthusiastically introduced himself to Fei. She seemed taken aback for a moment, but her face soon lit up with joy. You're Uzumaki Naruto? That is wonderful. Would you like to be my friend? Fei promptly inquired. Naruto sized her up. Within her, there resides a tailed beast, specifically the 7 Tails Shomiai. My master had previously mentioned that I would encounter them in the future, and indeed, that moment has arrived. Intrigued, he couldn't help but reflect on his past, recalling his own yearning for companionship and the joy of playing with friends. This girl, undoubtedly, shares a similar experience. With this thought, Naruto nodded emphatically. Upon seeing Naruto's agreement, Fu leaped up joyfully. Hooray! This is wonderful. I finally have a friend beyond just Fumo. Naruto looked at Fu in confusion. Fumo? Who is that? Oh, she must be my friend. He realized. He then extended his fist with a grin, saying, Come on, let us bump fists. This is what my master taught me. If you meet a tailed beast friend, you can communicate through a fist bump. Although Fu was perplexed, she promptly extended her fist. Surely, what her new friend's master said couldn't be wrong. At the moment their fists collided, the world around them plunged into darkness. Both stared in horror at what lay behind each other. Humph. Shomiai, you've been sealed within a little girl. Kyubi exclaimed, opening its eyes. Kyubi, aren't you in the same predicament? Wow. Who is this great fox? Ah, and this large worm behind me. Is that a tailed beast? It's my first time seeing one so closely. Naruto gazed at the enormous purple worm across from him, feeling a tinge of melancholy. I'm sorry, Kyubi Shomei. Shomei was taken aback, astonished that Naruto knew its name. Aside from interactions among tailed beasts, it had never heard its name from a human, especially in an apologetic context. Who are you? How do you know my name? Shomei inquired, struggling against the tight purple chains binding it. Naruto, you're amazing to recognize the giant worm behind me. I've only heard Fumo mention it. Fu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Naruto clenched his fist tightly. Fu, they are tailed beasts. Behind me is the nine tails, known as Kyubi, and behind you is the seven tails Shomei. Like you, I am also a Jinchuriki. Naruto's gaze was intense as he looked at Fu, his eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Gradually, Fu calmed down. Naruto, tell me their story. Sure. Naruto recounted all the knowledge his master had imparted about tailed beasts. Kyubi narrowed its eyes. Though it had heard these tales through Naruto's body before, hearing them directly from Naruto stirred something within it. Shomei stood frozen. Incredulity etched on its face. Kyubi, why does he know these things? Since the old man passed, no one has understood us like this. Shomei communicated through the unique means of tailed beasts. It was that white-haired fellow who told him. I'm not sure. Shomei was momentarily stunned. Is it this guy's master? It pondered. Indeed, this is the case. Hence, it is not only we Jinchuriki who have tragic backgrounds. Kyubi and the others share the same plight. Humans, in their selfishness, have treated them merely as weapons and sources of power, unaware that they too possess emotions and thoughts. My master said that becoming a Jinchuriki is not necessarily a misfortune. Perhaps they were sent by the heavens to become our intimate partners and friends. Thus, I am striving to gain Kyubi's acceptance. I believe that one day, Kyubi and I will reach an understanding and become close friends. Upon finishing, Naruto's eyes shone with determination. Kyubi seemed momentarily lost in thought before turning its head away with a huff. Fu grew increasingly excited as she listened. She turned to Shomei. Will you be my friend? Shomei was still entranced by Naruto's words, unable to respond. Kyubi, it seems your Jinchuriki is quite impressive. Kyubi snorted dismissively. Just a foolish brat. Shomei shook its head slightly, sensing a change in Kyubi. It then looked at Fu, slightly nodding. Within her, it saw everything she had endured, and it felt a fondness for this innocent and lively girl. However, simply accepting her seemed somewhat hasty. How can I become your friend? Fu asked upon seeing Shomei shake its head. Shomei remained silent. Get close to it, chat with it more, and then trust what its master has told me. Naruto advised. Fu turned to Naruto, her eyes filled with excitement, nodding vigorously. My master also said that when they can bump fists with us, then we can lift their seal and set them free. At that moment, Fu gazed at the immense purple chains binding Shomei's neck, feeling a pang of sadness. This is our unique means of communication as Jinchuriki. It's just that, this is my first time in this space, and I'm so glad to meet Shomei. Naruto looked at Kyubi and Shomei, joy radiating from him. I believe you can as well. One day, we will all coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts and become close friends. Indeed, the two returned to reality. Fu, why are you running so fast? Huayan and the demon wolf had approached them, expressing their dissatisfaction. Oh, don't mind that. Look, this is my new friend Naruto. Naruto, these are the ninjas from our village, Huayan and the demon wolf. Hello, I'm Naruto. After introductions, Naruto and Fu engaged in an animated conversation, while Huayan and the demon wolf trailed behind, still wary of Fu's so-called new friend. Noticing the forehead protector on Naruto's head, which belonged to Konoha, their vigilance lessened slightly, but only a fraction. Kyubi, it seems you are close to accepting that brat. Shomei communicated with Kyubi. It's still too early. Shomei retorted. You, with your fiery temper, have moments of shyness. Shomei, do you dare challenge me? Kyubi roared. Calm down. The two communicated through their minds, oblivious to Naruto and Fu. After a moment, Kyubi settled down and said softly, Do you remember the last words of the old man? Shomei nodded. Yes, he said that one day in the future, we would meet someone who cherishes us and considers us true friends. Kyubi reminisced. Shomei too fell into thought. Now, I am beginning to believe his words. Kyubi reflected. Shomei nodded in agreement. I also witnessed Fu's journey within her constant efforts to earn recognition, facing repeated failures, yet never giving up. That brat Naruto. I no longer harbor disdain for him. If that day truly comes, I will assist him wholeheartedly. Shomei chuckled, surprised by QB's newfound sentimentality. QB, you're not one to express such feelings often. QB scoffed lightly, continuing, however, I am most suspicious of that Jiraiya. His identity remains unclear to me, yet I sense no malice from him. Initially, I thought he might be the reincarnation of the old man. What? Show me, I exclaimed. Then, QB shook its head. Later, I concluded he isn't. Although he knows our origins and past, his approach is entirely different from the old man's. Show me is expression turned serious. If he were truly the old man, he wouldn't neglect us like this. His behavior resembles that of an outsider, merely guiding Naruto to get close to me without any further action. Of course, there could be other motives, but so far, I have not sensed any malevolence from him. Show me, I stated solemnly. Can't you discern that? QB nodded. Forget it. His identity remains a mystery. Now we should consider how to coexist with the Jinchuriki. What about you? Show me, how do you feel about it? Show me, I nodded, gradually relaxing its expression, then said, there is still room for improvement. I will observe for a while longer. And if it truly meets my expectations, I will make a decision. I wonder how that Brad and Fu are doing. Jiraiya, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, reclined against a grand tree on a soft patch of grass, lost in contemplation. Take your time, he mused, after all. Naruto doesn't need to worry. However, to conserve my energy, I shall remain in Takigakure for a while. Thus, Jiraiya made his decision. Unlike his previous encounters with Jinchuriki, he felt no desire to engage with Fu. On one hand, she was still a young girl, and he could not bring himself to harm her. On the other, she had yet to harness the full power of her tailed beast. Unlike Kurama and Han, her control over the beast's strength was still feeble, and she paled in comparison to Naruto. Thus, he felt no urgency. With 2 years remaining until the mission's completion, though progress was slow, he believed that once Naruto's strength surged, the mission would ultimately be a simple endeavor. With this thought, a smile crept across Jiraiya's lips as he closed his eyes and began to doze off. Chapter 56. Unsealing the tailed beast, that's wonderful, master. Naruto exclaimed upon hearing that Jiraiya intended to stay in Takigakure for a time. I must inform Fu at once. With that, he dashed off in a flash. Jiraiya watched the boy's swift departure, momentarily taken aback. This rascal, he actually stopped pestering me? Though he was curious about the developments between Naruto and Fu, he felt a surge of joy. This meant he had more time and could return to Konoha. Elated, he quickly found a lodging, settled in, and immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. In the following 2 weeks, Jiraiya was up before dawn and returned late, working harder than Naruto himself. Naruto, uninterested in Jiraiya's diligence, merely greeted him in the mornings before heading out to find Fu. Haha, Fu, I can now receive more chakra, and I can sense Kurama's thoughts. I believe it's time to grant him freedom. Naruto declared with delight. Me too. My relationship with Komi has improved significantly. I wonder if I can release him now. Fu replied eagerly. Let us fist bump and have a proper discussion with them. I want to gauge their attitude. If all goes well, I plan to do it today. Even though Master is not here, I want to surprise him if it succeeds. Fu, equally excited, nodded vigorously. Let us go find them together. Naruto extended his fist, and Fu followed suit. At the moment their fists connected, they were transported back to the dark space they had previously encountered. Kurama, Komi, Fu and I have discussed it and intend to release you today, if you both agree. Naruto announced. Kurama's attitude had shifted considerably, and upon hearing Naruto's decision, he smirked and replied, if you are not afraid. His tone casual. However, Komi's eyes sparkled with joy as he glanced at Kurama, internally amused. This guy still loves to put on a show. Have you truly made up your minds? Komi asked, eyeing the two with a serious expression. Yes, Komi, I genuinely wish to be your friend. Naruto is right. To truly be friends, we must stand on equal footing, so I want to release you. Fu responded promptly. Naruto nodded in agreement, directing his gaze toward Kurama. Fu, while I have accepted you, you must understand that if the seal is undone and you cannot handle my chakra, it could lead to your demise. Are you willing to take that risk? Komi asked gravely. Fu hesitated, glancing at Naruto. This was something her master had once mentioned, but now that the moment had arrived, she felt a moment of uncertainty. However, it was but a fleeting instant before her resolve solidified. Fu, over the past 2 weeks, you have trained just like I have. Though the time was brief, your physical prowess has nearly caught up to mine. I believe in you. Naruto encouraged, clenching his fists. Fu gazed into Naruto's sincere blue eyes, and with a smile, turned back to Komiai. Komiai, I believe in you and in myself. Haha, let us do this. Komiai nodded, grinning. Fu, you go first, and I will stand guard. Naruto declared. Kurama, if anything happens to Fu, please lend me a hand. Thank you. Kurama remained silent. Naruto chuckled softly, feeling Kurama's intention resonate within him. Let us begin. Fu. Okay. Fu nodded, forming hand seals. In an instant, Naruto found himself back in the real world. What is happening? Why am I out here? He exclaimed, a look of confusion on his face. He quickly noticed Fu seated before him, her body gradually exuding a crimson chakra. From a distance, Hagen and the Yukai wolf sensed the disturbance immediately. This is bad. The tailed beast is about to go berserk. They quickly dodged. As Naruto grew anxious, he sensed Hagen and the Yukai wolf's intent to thwart Fu, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Kid, if you intend to release Komiai, trust that girl. Kurama's voice rang in his ears. Naruto paused, then smiled. This was the first time he had received Kurama's thoughts without entering the space. He clasped his hands together and said, Kurama, thank you. I trust her and I trust you. I cannot allow Hagen and the others to interfere with Fu. With that, he sprang into action, racing towards Hagen and the Yukai wolf. This is not good. That guy aims to stop us. Yukai wolf, I will hold him back. You must find a way to stop Fu, or else. Hagen began, but his words were cut short as the Yukai wolf comprehended the urgency. He understood that a tailed beast's rampage would bring catastrophic consequences to the village. There was no time to inform the village chief. They had to rely on their own strength. Understood, the Yukai wolf affirmed, swiftly darting away. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, and instantly, thousands of Narutos appeared, blocking Hagen and the Yukai wolf. Vortex Naruto, do you even know what you're doing? Hagen roared, filled with anger. I believe in Fu. She is communicating with Komiai, and once successful, they will become inseparable partners. The foremost Naruto declared loudly. Naive, Hagen shouted. Once the tailed beast goes berserk, we will be unable to control it. You are risking the destruction of Takigakure. As he spoke, tears streamed down Hagen's face. He felt anger towards himself for allowing Fu to befriend Naruto. During their time training together, he never anticipated they would harbor such intentions. Yukai wolf, go report to the village chief. Hagen urged, realizing that with their current strength, they could not break through Naruto's defenses. The worst outcome would be a tailed beast rampage, and the situation had escalated beyond their control. Only the village chief could make a decision. The Yukai wolf remained silent, but wore a grave expression as he turned and raced towards the village. Naruto exhaled deeply, glancing back at Fu, who was now surrounded by an increasingly potent tailed beast chakra. A tremendous aura erupted from her, sweeping outward. Naruto hurriedly dodged, but the force was overwhelming, causing many of his clones to vanish in an instant. Hagen's face was drenched in cold sweat at the sight. This aura is too strong. It feels as though a colossal beast is about to break free from the darkness and annihilate everything. Hagen instinctively took a few steps back. Many of Naruto's shadow clones had disappeared, raising their arms to shield themselves. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. He trusted that Kurama would not deceive him. And he believed in Fu and Komiai. Moments later, a purple flame erupted from Fu's being, filling Naruto with joy. With a roar, dozens of figures appeared behind Hagen. Village chief, I have failed in my duty. That guy has incited Fu to prepare for Komiai's release. I am powerless. Hagen knelt before the newcomers. This is not the time for regrets. We must stop Fu. Charge. Fumatsu commanded, leading the charge towards Naruto. Naruto realized the critical moment for Fu had arrived, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt it. Stop them, he shouted. Dozens of ninjas were abruptly halted in their tracks. As the number of shadow clones dwindled, Naruto once again unleashed his technique, causing the clones to multiply once more. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of crimson chakra erupted from Fu. The intense energy propelled Naruto away. At that moment, Fu abruptly opened her eyes, a broad smile adorning her face. However, she was astonished by the chakra emanating from her body. Zhongming, is this your chakra? It's incredible. At this moment, Zhongming had already broken free from his shackles, brimming with vigor. Of course. But hold on, Fu. Thank you. Fu was taken aback for a moment. Then her smile widened. I should be thanking you. Naruto is my first friend outside of the mist, and you are my second. Zhongming chuckled lightly. All right, now is not the time to dwell on that. We must focus on the task at hand. Ah, Fu regained her clarity, surveying the chaos around her. Hundreds of Narutos were engaged in battle with the village ninjas. She spotted a very familiar figure. Naruto. Famo. Stop fighting. Fu shouted, instantly dashing before everyone with astonishing speed. Upon seeing the figure that suddenly appeared before him, Naruto was enveloped in a rich violet aura, his blue hair billowing, and two translucent wings unfurling behind him, exuding an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being. Naruto exclaimed with delight, "Fu, you did it." Fu beamed with pride and nodded. "Yes, I knew you would succeed." Naruto joyfully grasped Fu's hand. "Nanny?" Fama and the other ninjas looked on in confusion. Fu's current state was a complete transformation, utterly different from before, yet she appeared nothing like someone in a berserk state. "Fu, what on earth happened?" Fama interjected, interrupting their celebration. "Ah, Fama, I succeeded. Look, these are my two friends. This is Naruto, and the other is Zhongming. I've released him." "What?" Fama struggled to comprehend the significance of releasing the tailed beast, her face a mask of disbelief. After Fu patiently explained, everyone began to nod in understanding. "I see." Fu's excitement gradually subsided, and she turned to Naruto with a smile. "Naruto, it's your turn with the Nine Tails. I believe in you. You will succeed." "OSU." Naruto replied confidently, then sat cross-legged on the ground, delving into his consciousness space. Chapter 57. The reunion of Naruto's family. Fu led everyone to a distance, quietly observing Naruto after withdrawing her chakra. "Zhongming, do you think Naruto will succeed?" Fu silently inquired. "I am uncertain. The chakra of the Nine Tails is far more powerful than mine, and it harbors far deeper grudges. With its master absent, the risk is significant." Fu felt a pang of worry. Recalling the moment she shattered Zhongming's shackles, a torrent of malevolent thoughts and violent emotions had nearly overwhelmed her. Had it not been for Zhongming's awakening, she might have lost consciousness. Though she had succeeded, the memory lingered, and the agony of being engulfed by darkness, feeling as though she were tearing apart, was haunting. Fortunately, with the help of Naruto and Zhongming, she had managed to escape. Meanwhile, Naruto had entered the consciousness space. Approaching the enormous door, he felt himself rising. After his master had recounted the tale of the tailed beasts, he had been given a key. Now, he merely needed to remove the seal from the door. With a swift motion, the seal was peeled away. Naruto's heart surged with joy. But then, a powerful hand grasped his wrist, and when he looked up, the surroundings had transformed. "Naruto!" A warm voice called out, causing Naruto's heart to tremble. Before him stood a man with golden hair, clad in a white cloak, his handsome face radiating joy as he gazed at Naruto. "Is this my father?" Naruto felt a rush of emotion and dove into his embrace. "Minato!" he exclaimed, feeling a wave of nostalgia. After a long embrace, Naruto pulled back. "Dad, Master didn't deceive me. He said that when I released the Nine Tails, you would appear." Minato paused, then smiled. "Jiraiya is your master now? That's wonderful. Dad, I know our time is limited, so I'll be brief. I'm preparing to release the Nine Tails. Master told me that its past is as tragic as mine, but now, I have become its friend. I believe in it." Minato stared at his son, now a teenager, his eyes filled with determination, moved by the sight. He may not comprehend why Jiraiya would know these things, but it mattered not. His son had grown strong and independent, having made friends with the Nine Tails, surpassing even his father. "Naruto, I believe in you," Minato said with a gentle smile. Naruto returned the grin. "Dad, wait for me. I'll make sure you reunite with Mom." Minato's eyes widened, and then he watched as Naruto summoned a blue chakra flame with his fingers, pressing it against the seal on his abdomen, twisting it, and instantly releasing the Nine Tails. In a flash, a figure appeared beside Minato. Naruto, not pausing to reunite with his parents, turned to the emerging Nine Tails, saying, "Thank you, Nine Tails. My parents have limited time. I want to spend a moment with them before coming back to you." With that, his figure vanished before the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails observed the door being unsealed, its restraints dissolving, and the prison that contained it completely dissipating. A smirk formed on its lips. "Minato and Kushina, huh?" It then stretched lazily, showing no signs of urgency, lying back down and closing its eyes as if nothing had transpired. "Mom." When Naruto reappeared, he rushed forward to embrace Kushina. Tears streamed down his face in an instant. Minato felt a pang in his heart and stepped forward to embrace both mother and son, softly saying, "Kushina, Naruto, I'm sorry, as your husband and father." I cannot keep our family together forever. I am deeply sorry. Minato, don't say that. It's my fault as well. You died for me. Dad, Mom, let us not dwell on that. We are a family, and I'm so happy to be reunited with you. Minato and Kushina felt their hearts tremble at his words. They understood the hardships faced by the Jinchuriki, and seeing him so mature made them realize he must have endured great suffering. Naruto recounted his joyful experiences and the many friends he had made while holding them close. Kushina glanced at Minato, feeling both proud and bittersweet, wishing this moment could last forever. After a while, Minato smiled and interrupted, Naruto, Kushina, I'm sorry, but my time has come. The remaining moments are yours to share. Naruto, listen to your mother. What she says is what I wish to convey. I'm so happy to see you, and I'm proud of you. You've surpassed me as a father. Keep going. Naruto, reluctant to let go, clung to Minato. Minato gently ruffled his hair. I'm sorry, Naruto. Before he could finish, Minato dissolved into specks of starlight. Naruto felt an emptiness within him. Mom, Kushina felt a deep ache in her heart, but smiled. With Jiraiya-sensei by your side, I am at ease. It seems he has changed quite a bit, hasn't he? Has he made progress with Tsunade? Hearing this, Naruto wiped his tears and began recounting tales of Jiraiya. When Kushina learned that Jiraiya had guided Naruto in mending his relationship with the tailed beast and had informed him of their eventual appearance, she was utterly astonished. However, none of this seemed to matter anymore. Her son had companionship, and that brought her peace. Initially, she had hesitated to share the events surrounding Minato's death, but now it seemed unnecessary. Jiraiya has undergone significant changes and acquired remarkable abilities. He relishes the wonderful moments spent with his son. Suddenly, he mutters to himself, why is my eyelid twitching? Tsunade, overhearing him, chuckles lightly and replies, did you not say that a twitching left eye signifies wealth, while a right eye signifies misfortune? I wonder which eye is currently twitching. Both. Jiraiya retorts. Tsunade, dismissing the thought, says, never mind that. When are we going to do what you promised me yesterday? Jiraiya shakes his head, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Tsunade blushes and glares at him, stating, let me finish my work first. Jiraiya rubs his hands together, quickly assuring her, no rush, take your time. I won't disturb you. However, his eagerness is evident in his eyes. Tsunade finds it amusing, yet feels a pang of annoyance. Recalling her agreement from yesterday, if she were to follow through today, what would she do? Her mind is in turmoil, making her work seem lackluster. Jiraiya, sensing her distraction, grows anxious. Yet, he understands that he must not appear overly eager. Despite the oddness of the situation, he cannot help but look forward to the delightful evening ahead. His gaze inadvertently fixes on a certain part of Tsunade, stirring his emotions. Get lost. Tsunade suddenly shouts, startling Jiraiya. Her face has already turned a deep shade of red. It is one thing to feel flustered, but being blatantly stared at makes her quite embarrassed. Jiraiya quickly recovers, declaring, wife, once you finish your work, I will come to take you home. In recent days, he has purchased a large house in Konoha, a plan he had long envisioned. With Naruto occupied with Fu, he seized the opportunity to finalize the purchase. Little did he know that after hinting for days, Tsunade would actually agree yesterday. Fortunately, he had planned ahead. Everything was perfect. Jiraiya left the office, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Tsunade, upon hearing this, felt her fingers gripping her clothes turn crimson, her face almost glowing with embarrassment. Naruto, I'm sorry, but Mama has to go now, Kushina said reluctantly to Naruto. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes, yet he wore a smile. Thank you, Mama, for bringing me into this world. You and Dad are my role models. I will take care of myself, eat on time, sleep on time, and avoid the 3 forbidden practices of a ninja. With every word, Kushina's tears flowed more freely. Her child had truly grown up. Naruto, my child, goodbye? Once her arms were empty, Naruto stood frozen for a long while. Then he clenched his fists, allowing the tears to flow while smiling. Thank you, Mama and Dad. Chapter 58, Successful Transformation Kurama. Thank you. After calming himself, Naruto approached Kurama earnestly. Kurama didn't even lift his eyelids. Kurama, did I succeed? Naruto asked eagerly. Yes. Kurama snorted lightly. Wait, that's strange. When Fu unlocked her true form, it seemed perilous. Don't compare me to that fool. You bastard, you're the fool. Your whole family is foolish. A voice chimed in. My family. It's just you. Kurama lifted his eyelids slightly, speaking indifferently before closing his eyes again. I'm going to deal with you. The voice roared. TCH. I'm not interested in someone as weak as you. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Upon finishing, Naruto felt a flash as his consciousness returned to the outside world. Naruto, how did it go? Why won't you tell me? Fu looked at Naruto with anticipation. Naruto smiled confidently, nodded, and then stood up. He felt an unparalleled power within him. Clenching his fists, the energy surged through his limbs like a torrent. Suddenly, a golden cloak appeared around him, enveloped in brilliant flames, adorned with strange runes on his chest and arms. Wow! Amazing! Fu exclaimed, eyes wide. Is this Kurama's power? Naruto murmured. Can I transform like that too? Fu asked with envy. You can. Upon hearing this, Fu jumped up joyfully. However, this consumes a lot of chakra. Kurama has a massive chakra reserve, unlike the rest of us. Maintaining that golden flame alone will significantly deplete chakra, reducing our strength. No worries. During battles, I'll fight normally. Right now, I want to try that form. Fine. You brag, you handle it. Here I come, Kurama. Help me. Fu clenched her fists, beginning to gather chakra. Soon, transparent wings appeared behind her, and she donned a purple skirt that danced gracefully, her blue hair flowing, adorned with a colorful bow and a crystal necklace. Enveloped in chakra, she floated effortlessly in the air, exuding an ethereal aura. Naruto's eyes widened. Wow, Fu, you look beautiful. Fu, astonished, gazed at her hands and then hurried to the riverbank. Eager to see her reflection, the others nearby were already dumbfounded. Naruto's transformation was impressive enough, but now Fu had changed as well, resembling a celestial being. Leaving everyone in awe, Fu joyfully flew to the riverbank to see her reflection. Kurama, there's not much change. She looked at her hands, realizing her previous attire was nowhere to be found. My chakra can only sustain this for 5 seconds. What? Fu was in disbelief. Kurama fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. TCH. Kurama, if you lack the ability, don't make promises lightly. Kurama's voice echoed. What are you barking about? If it weren't for that old man favoring you and giving you all the chakra, would I be in this predicament? Kurama retorted. Kurama. I haven't even seen it yet. At least let me know what I look like. Fu said, looking disheartened. The others shook their heads, unsure of what to say. Kurama, what just happened? Naruto asked. Kurama replied. Fu is on the verge of tears. Why can Naruto look so cool while she can't even last a minute? Once I'm released, and our hearts connect, the duration will increase. Really? How long can it last? Fu asked eagerly. About a minute, I suppose. All right then. Fu consoled herself. A minute is still good. At least I have time to see what I'll become. Naruto thinks it's beautiful. I can't wait. Naruto approached her, grinning widely. Fu, you look truly stunning in your transformed state. Fu laughed happily. Although the duration is a bit short, I feel so much stronger than before. Naruto nodded in agreement. Shall we have a friendly competition? Sure. This is my first time competing with friends. Fu exclaimed. The others are too weak. They can't withstand a punch from me. Naruto, you're amazing. I've become stronger, yet I still can't break through your defenses. Your ninjutsu is impressive. Fu panted as she sat on the ground, complimenting Naruto. Naruto scratched his head. It's all thanks to Kurama's power. I didn't exert much effort. Don't underestimate yourself, Naruto. While you haven't fully adapted to my power yet, it is formidable. Your master has indeed taught you well. Kurama suddenly interjected. Naruto paused for a moment and then chuckled. Indeed, it's all thanks to my master. Naruto, I'm hungry. Let us go eat something. I want ramen. Sure. I haven't had it in a long time either. The next morning, Jiraiya opened his eyes. He gazed at the still sleeping Tsunade in his arms, a smile creeping across his face. However, noticing the slight furrow at the corner of her eyes, a pang of tenderness struck him. He had anticipated that last night would be Tsunade's first time. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but with the experience from his past life, he quickly became accustomed. The night of passion lingered in his memory. At that moment, he looked at the woman in his embrace with affection, concern, and a deep sense of fulfillment. He gently smiled and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before quietly rising, tucking her in, and stepping out of the bedroom to prepare breakfast. He wondered how Naruto was faring. It had been a while since he had stayed out all night, so he decided to check on him after finishing the meal. Jiraiya murmured to himself, skeptical of such superstitions, yet an inexplicable feeling made him somewhat apprehensive. After preparing breakfast, Tsunade still hadn't awakened. Jiraiya left her a note on the table and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the inn. Where is everyone? Jiraiya pondered, bemused. Did they leave so early? He sensed around and discovered Naruto was outside the village with Fu in an open area. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Chapter 59. The next plan. With a swift movement, Jiraiya's figure appeared before Naruto and the others. "Oh, Master, you're back," Naruto exclaimed, surprised. Jiraiya excitedly grasped Naruto's shoulders. "Have you reconciled with Kurama?" Naruto eagerly nodded. "Haha, Master, am I impressive or what? And everything you told me happened. I even met my mom and dad." Naruto rambled, brimming with excitement. Jiraiya's emotions were beyond words. "Come on, enter Kurama mode. Let me see how strong you've become." Jiraiya released his grip, urging Naruto on. Oos. The pride on Naruto's face was unmistakable. It delighted him to see his master so impressed, finally earning his respect. With a rush, a golden aura enveloped Naruto, and he donned a golden cloak that made him look incredibly striking. Jiraiya couldn't help but nod in approval. "Well done, Naruto. It seems you've put in a lot of effort these days. Impressive, very impressive." His smile stretched wide. He had initially thought it would take time for Naruto to build a rapport with Kurama, yet here they were, already at such a level. "Now, give me your all in a punch. Let me test your strength," Jiraiya urged excitedly. Naruto hesitated. "Master, Kurama said if I go all out, I might kill you." Jiraiya retorted, "Is he really that arrogant? I know Kurama is powerful, but surely he can't kill me, even with his full strength? Don't worry, let him come. I can handle it. Although I'm pleased you've grown stronger, don't get too conceited. A master won't easily be surpassed by his disciple," Jiraiya proclaimed candidly. "All right, here I come, Master," Naruto affirmed as Jiraiya nodded. Boom. Naruto struck with a punch, fast as lightning, leaving a sound barrier in its wake. So fast. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, feeling a fleeting shadow pass by, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. He immediately arched his back like a shrimp, hurtling backward, crashing into the ground hundreds of meters away, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ding. Host has received a terrifying critical hit. Power 30, Chakra 067. What the? The voice in his ear made him elated. "This is unbelievable." Jiraiya gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, a smile on his face, though the pain made it look somewhat grotesque. Nevertheless, he couldn't suppress his excitement. "Master, how are you? Are you all right?" Naruto appeared in front of Jiraiya, who had already returned to normal mode, concern etched on his face. "Cough, cough, Naruto, well done," Jiraiya replied, clutching his abdomen while giving a thumbs up. Seeing his master's praise filled Naruto with joy, but witnessing Jiraiya's pain still made him worry. "Just give me a moment to recover." Jiraiya finally succumbed, sitting down. It took over a minute for him to fully regain his composure. He clenched his fists, exhilarated. Indeed, such a level of attack was extraordinary. However, Jiraiya speculated that Naruto's control over his power was still somewhat lacking. That last strike held considerable room for improvement, as his strength was too dispersed. If concentrated, the damage he could inflict might be even greater. Nevertheless, Naruto's advancement exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought to encourage Naruto to engage more with Fu, but he never anticipated that it would directly facilitate his reconciliation with Kurama. If this continued, just a few hundred strikes would complete the task. How delightful. His joy was beyond words. Standing up, Jiraiya clapped Naruto on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Naruto, excellent work. Your strength has progressed significantly. You are now a formidable ninja. But there is still room for improvement. Your master is quite remarkable," Kurama remarked gravely. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. "Of course. Humph. You have no idea of his prowess. That last strike was my full strength, and despite our cooperation needing refinement, he took it without any defense. I dare say even the Sage of Six Paths would find it challenging to achieve that. Moreover, he recovered in such a short time. This is remarkable," Kurama stated solemnly. "Nani? Is he really that amazing?" Naruto, filled with joy, was also astonished. Though he didn't fully grasp it, Kurama's serious demeanor indicated his master's exceptional prowess. "Naruto, when did you unseal the seal?" Jiraiya inquired. "Yesterday noon," Naruto promptly replied. Jiraiya nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Your cooperation with Kurama is still incomplete, so your strength is limited. It seems you'll need to train diligently moving forward. Ask Kurama if it has any training methods. If not, I can find ways to enhance your synergy," Jiraiya said seriously. "What?" Kurama was taken aback by Jiraiya's words. Did he truly perceive the flaws in its coordination with Naruto? Truly remarkable. Naruto, tell him my method can only be developed step by step or cultivated in battle. There are no other alternatives for now. Naruto nodded and relayed the message to Jiraiya. Jiraiya agreed. All right. I will first work on strengthening your cooperation. Afterward, you can proceed to the next phase of training. Naruto nodded. Can I join your training, master? Fu interjected at that moment. Of course, Fu. Come along. Jiraiya smiled. Recognizing that she had also become partners with Naruto, it seemed Naruto was indeed a fortunate soul. Jiraiya led the two to a remote wilderness area filled with rocks. Nodding in satisfaction. Boom. Jiraiya opened the third gate, striking the base of a small mountain. With swift hand movements, the massive rock was instantly transformed into dozens of uniformly sized stone cubes. He then turned his gaze toward Naruto and Fu. The two of you have yet to achieve a perfect synergy with the tailed beast. Ultimately, it stems from your insufficient mastery of tailed beast chakra. Consequently, Kurama and Chome must divert their attention to assist you in this regard. Now, it is imperative that you embark on your own training, beginning with control. Use the tailed beast chakra to stack these stones. Jiraiya explained patiently. This method is derived from the original text, where Killer Bee imparts wisdom to Naruto, proving to be highly effective in enhancing control over tailed beast chakra. Awesome. Yay! Exclaimed Naruto and Fu excitedly. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Let us begin. Naruto swiftly declared. I'll go first. Fu gazed intently at Naruto's movements. A golden hand appeared behind Naruto, grasping a stone, preparing to place it upward. Crack! Crash! Just as Naruto felt elated. The stone held by the golden hand shattered instantly. You haven't controlled your strength properly. Try again. You must integrate the tailed beast chakra as a part of your body. Jiraiya reminded. Clenching his fists, Naruto attempted once more. Nearly half an hour passed, and Naruto finally grasped it. Meanwhile, Fu completed her task in less than 10 minutes. Jiraiya nodded with appreciation, speculating that, on one hand, Komiai's power was considerably weaker than Kurama's, making it easier for Fu to control, and on the other hand, it was due to her unique talent. Although the little girl was lively, she exhibited a relentless determination in her training. The training of stacking stones continued throughout the morning. Only when both could effortlessly pile them up at will did Jiraiya nod in approval. The next step involves further enhancing your physical capabilities. Naruto and Fu looked at Jiraiya in confusion. As expected, this guy continues to surprise. Kurama scoffed. Chome smiled slightly. Indeed, he is quite peculiar, yet undeniably strong. Master, our physical condition can already endure tailed beast chakra. Why must we pursue this step? Naruto asked, puzzled. Jiraiya shook his head. Though your bodies are strong, they are still limited by your age. You have not yet reached the threshold for enduring tailed beast chakra. At this stage, you still require time to grow. Within a year, your physical strength will reach an unprecedented level, at which point, the tailed beast chakra will become an integral part of you, and the bond with the tailed beast will deepen immensely. Jiraiya explained patiently. He never anticipated that, at this age, Naruto would achieve such a level, and Fu would follow suit. He hesitated, pondering whether he should take the two to Mount Myaboku for training. While their current strength might render the growth of sage techniques less impactful, the secondary benefits of sage training were undeniable. Firstly, tailed beast chakra, while powerful, could also erode their bodies to some extent, serving as a form of physical tempering. However, due to the tailed beast chakra carrying its own consciousness, its impact on physical refinement was limited, potentially affecting the Jinchuriki even after reconciliation with the tailed beast. In contrast, sage techniques primarily harness natural chakra, which is a purer form of power. During training, natural energy enters the body, further refining their physical condition. Jiraiya even speculated that had Naruto not undergone sage chakra training in the original narrative, his physical prowess would have been insufficient to endure the tailed beast chakra separated from Kurama. In summary, natural chakra's energy surpasses that of tailed beast chakra. This step was crucial for Naruto to achieve perfect synergy with Kurama in such a short time. He felt fortunate that he had previously guided Naruto through extensive physical conditioning, enabling Naruto to succeed independently. Additionally, he needed to consider Fu's situation. Fu was not from Konoha. Signing a contract with Mount Myaboku required the approval of the Toad Sage, complicating matters. However, after some contemplation, he felt at ease. He had always liked this little girl, whose previous life had been filled with misfortune. Now that he had the opportunity for redemption, he was determined not to let it slip away. Most importantly, Her character was commendable. She was pure-hearted and lively, making her quite endearing. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, her achievements might well surpass Naruto's. Jiraiya chuckled softly, making a decision. Fu, do you wish to officially take me as your master? Jiraiya asked earnestly. Fu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded with joy, sweetly calling out, Master. Jiraiya was surprised by her straightforwardness, but responded with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. His gaze shifted to the two ninjas standing at a distance, and he grinned. Since she was willing, he would accept her as a disciple. Summoning technique. Jiraiya swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Bang! With a soft sound, an orange toad appeared, adorned with a fist-sized necklace inscribed with the character for loyalty. The toad, Toad Cho, extended its tongue, unfurling a scroll and presenting it to Fu. This is the summoning contract of Mount Mayaboku. Fu, write your name on it and place your handprint. Jiraiya instructed seriously. Fu, brimming with excitement, though not as powerful as Chome, found the procedure incredibly exhilarating. All right. Fu promptly bit her finger, inscribing her name on the scroll, then dipped her finger in blood to make her mark. Naruto witnessed this scene with great delight. His master had taught him in the same manner, and now he had a little junior sister. He was overjoyed. Once the ritual concluded, Toad Cho rolled up the scroll and vanished with a bang. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, filled with excitement. This was the first time he had personally accepted a disciple in the ninja world, a feeling that rivaled the joy of fatherhood. His expression softened as he gently ruffled Fu's hair, speaking tenderly. Now, you and Naruto are both my direct disciples. From now on, he will be your senior brother. Naruto, she will be your junior sister. You must take good care of her. Of course. Don't worry, master. I'll protect my junior sister. Now I have a junior sister, haha. Naruto exclaimed happily. What? Why am I younger than Naruto, master? I don't want to be a junior sister. I want to be a senior sister. Fu pouted, crossing her arms. Jiraiya laughed. Being a junior sister comes with many perks. For instance, any delicious food will be given to you first, and during festivals, Naruto will have to give you gifts. Just enjoy yourself and leave the troublesome matters to your senior brother. Naruto responded. Why do I suddenly feel a bit unhappy? Fama, I have accepted Fu as my disciple. For the time being, I plan to take her out for training. Jiraiya informed the two as he approached Fama. Fama smiled bitterly. Lord Jiraiya, you may decide. However, I trust you understand Fu's importance to the village. I only hope you will protect her. Jiraiya nodded. Fama, the village leader, was indeed commendable. Although he had not been in the position long, he was intelligent, ambitious, and had a strong sense of the bigger picture. Allowing a Jinchuriki to be taken away by an outsider was a decision that would cause hesitation in others, but Fama made it decisively, demonstrating considerable courage. Rest assured, she is now my disciple. I will not harm her. Moreover, as she grows stronger, she will gain the ability to protect herself, which will be beneficial for both you and Takigakure. Jiraiya assured. Fama nodded solemnly and bowed respectfully to Jiraiya. Jiraiya understood his intent and accepted it with reassurance. Having received permission from the mist, Jiraiya explained his intentions to Fu. Upon hearing that her master planned to take her away from the village to a sacred place for training, she was filled with excitement. The village chief had never allowed her to leave the village, so this unexpected opportunity brought her immense joy. Jiraiya, with a fond smile, reassured her that once she became stronger, the world would be hers to explore without such constraints. Fu nodded earnestly in agreement. Summoning the art of summoning. Jiraiya formed hand seals and conjured the sage, Fukasaku. Long time no see, my friend. Fukasaku greeted cheerfully. Wow, Grandpa Toad, you look so old. Fu exclaimed. This is Fukasaku, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. Fu, show some respect. Jiraiya gently admonished. Oh, Fu shrank back slightly. Haha, is this little girl your new disciple? She seems to have a good temperament. Fukasaku remarked with a smile. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, this time, I wish to bring them to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage techniques. What do you think? Fukasaku paused, then responded. Their bodies are still somewhat lacking. It might be a bit early for them to study sage arts. Indeed, it is somewhat premature, Jiraiya replied with a smile, but circumstances have arisen, and I wish for them to engage with it earlier. It may be a risk, but with your supervision, I trust it will be fine. Oh, what circumstances? Fukasaku inquired, raising an eyebrow. Fu, Naruto, show him the results of your training. Naruto and Fu immediately understood. With a flourish, they transformed into their tailed beast modes. To further impress, Fu activated her sage mode. Though fleeting, it was a striking display. Fukasaku's mouth fell open in astonishment, his eyes wide at the spectacle before him. Fu maintained her form for only about 10 seconds before reverting back. But she had certainly improved since their last attempt. Jiraiya shared in his surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed such a breathtaking transformation from the young girl. She radiated a celestial aura, her translucent wings giving her an ethereal presence, truly remarkable. Jiraiya's admiration for her deepened. He resolved that he must keep a close watch on her, ensuring she remained untainted by others. Naruto, return your chakra, he instructed. After a moment, Fukasaku regained his composure. Little Jiraiya, they have reached this level already? He asked, his expression serious. Jiraiya nodded, feeling a swell of pride. These were his disciples, a reflection of his own prowess. After a pause, Fukasaku sighed. This is a remarkable arrangement. I have never seen a Jinchuriki coexist peacefully with their tailed beast. Little Jiraiya, this is indeed a groundbreaking achievement. However, it seems unnecessary for them to pursue sage training now. Master, while sage training may not surpass their current abilities, I wish for them to learn to absorb natural chakra. This will not only refine their bodies to better accommodate the tailed beast chakra, but also help them cultivate their character. Jiraiya asserted earnestly. Fukasaku raised an eyebrow, recognizing Jiraiya's intentions, and chuckled. Little Jiraiya, you are quite the teacher. To think of this approach. All right, I agree. Mount Miyaboku will welcome you whenever you are ready. Fukasaku said with a smile. We are ready now, we can leave at once. Jiraiya declared. Fukasaku smiled. Very well, I shall return shortly to summon you. Jiraiya nodded. Master, I leave them in your capable hands. I have matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you. Please take care of them. Fukasaku nodded. Little Jiraiya, I will convey your message and ensure their well-being. Thank you, Master. Jiraiya waved as Fukasaku vanished in a puff of smoke. Fu, Naruto, you will soon be heading to Mount Miyaboku. We may be separated for a while, so train diligently. When we meet again, I will assess your progress. Also, remember to heed Fukasaku and Shima's guidance. Fu, especially you, be respectful towards your elders. Do you understand? Jiraiya's reprimand was gentle yet firm. Fu nodded obediently. Understood, Master. Master, I want to go with you. Naruto piped up. Jiraiya playfully smacked him. Focus on your training. Why are you always following me? We will have plenty of opportunities to reunite. Oh, Naruto rubbed his head, slightly disgruntled. Remember to look after your junior disciple. Jiraiya reminded him. I will, Naruto replied. With a puff of smoke, both disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya gazed at the now empty space, momentarily lost in thought. He chuckled softly, feeling a twinge of reluctance. He shook his head, murmuring, those two are nearing the limits of their training. Once they are finished, I will have Kakashi take over. I am rather uninterested in developing new jutsu. It is too taxing on the mind. At present, Naruto's training speed had deviated significantly from his expectations. Yet he was gradually progressing in a positive direction. Once the two harmonized perfectly with their tailed beasts, they would be formidable in the ninja world. At that point, Jiraiya could finally relax, at least for a while. Just as he contemplated this, a soft sound caught his attention. He looked up to see a man in white appearing before him. The man had pale skin, white eyes, and light blue hair styled in a high ponytail, lacking eyebrows, with two circular marks on his forehead and horn-like protrusions resembling a half headband. Jiraiya blinked in surprise as recognition dawned upon him, his heart racing. Otsutsuki Urashiki, he thought. Startled, why has he come here? Logically, after traversing to this world, he had altered many events. If an Otsutsuki were to appear one day, with his ever-increasing strength and knowledge of their capabilities, he would undoubtedly address the situation before it escalated, preventing them from traversing into the past. He gazed at Urashiki, astonished. Hee, I just sensed the chakra of the fox. Where has it gone? Urashiki inquired with a gentle smile, exuding an air of gentlemanly charm. Jiraiya composed himself and shrugged. He has gone to a sacred place. I am unable to contact him for now. Oh, thank you for the information. When do you anticipate being able to reach him? Urashiki continued. Jiraiya smirked. That depends on my mood. Urashiki narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his smile remained. It seems I will need to exert some effort. Then why not give it a try? Jiraiya challenged with a light-hearted grin. Humph, how naive. Urashiki scoffed, flicking his wrist as a red fishing hook shot out. Jiraiya swiftly dodged, forming hand seals and striking his abdomen. What? Urashiki was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his smile widening. Is this self-sabotage? Jiraiya grinned, standing firm. The fishing hook struck him, piercing through his abdomen. Haha, got you, Urashiki exclaimed, pulling back the hook. What? Urashiki was shocked to find the hook empty. Is this your technique? Jiraiya chuckled softly. The Otsutsuki clan, be cautious from now on. Urashiki's pupils constricted. He knows my identity, having traversed from a world of the future. It seems implausible that anyone here would possess knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan. Without further contemplation, Jiraiya activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. He sought to ascertain just how much his current prowess measured against that of Urashiki. With a thunderous crash, he leapt forward, shattering the ground beneath him. In an instant, he vanished, transforming into a fleeting shadow that charged directly at Urashiki, delivering a powerful punch. What? Urashiki gasped in astonishment. Boom. Jiraiya's fist collided fiercely with Urashiki's chest. Ugh! Urashiki cried out, his body hurtling backward for several hundred meters. With a resounding thud, he crashed into a mountainside, causing the rock face to crumble. A smirk crept across Jiraiya's lips. It appeared that in his current state, he could barely hold his own against Urashiki's first form. However, he understood that the blow he landed had inflicted serious harm. Urashiki had been caught off guard and had let his guard down. The most troublesome aspect remained his Rinnegan's power. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was confident in his ability to dispatch him. Boom. The rubble exploded around them as Urashiki, somewhat disheveled, soared before Jiraiya, a smile on his face. Though it no longer bore warmth, replaced instead by a hint of cruelty. Indeed, I have encountered someone quite intriguing. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. But do not rush. There is more amusement to be had. Let us take our time. Haha. Urashiki laughed heartily. Indeed, those like you won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Swish. Oh, Jiraiya retorted disdainfully. Urashiki, momentarily stunned, turned his head in disbelief. He had not noticed how Jiraiya had appeared behind him in an instant. Boom. Jiraiya launched a kick, striking Urashiki's neck. Once more, Urashiki was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground, falling silent. The arena fell into silence. Hey, Otsutsuki, quit playing dead. Get up. We'll go again. Jiraiya called out with impatience, noting the lack of movement. If he hadn't been aware of Urashiki's true nature, he might have been fooled. Suddenly, crackling purple lightning surged forth. Jiraiya, unimpressed, reached out to grasp it. Ugh, what the? Poof. Jiraiya's white hair was instantly transformed into a wild mess, and he emitted a plume of black smoke. Great. Instead of looking cool, I ended up like this. Thud. Jiraiya slumped to the ground. Tap. A pair of feet appeared before him, followed by Urashiki's calm voice. Insect, have you overstepped your bounds after gaining a slight advantage? Jiraiya slowly rose, brushing the dirt off his clothes as if no one were watching, retorting, Oh, I truly do not grasp the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Would you enlighten me? Urashiki narrowed his eyes. You are not as simple as you seem. Jiraiya shook his head. You are the one who is not simple. This is only my second time fighting, and you managed to endure. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. His words, inadvertently placing himself on a pedestal, irked Urashiki. It appeared he would need to take this more seriously, lest he be seen as inadequate. Just as I hoped. Pretty boy, exert yourself. Do not let me down. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Urashiki grinned maliciously. Fear not. I shall make you wish you were never born. With that, Urashiki launched a vicious attack. Jiraiya deftly dodged, countering with a punch aimed directly at Urashiki's face. Urashiki swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding Jiraiya's blow. Propelling himself back with a kick, he caught Jiraiya off guard, sending him flying. Ding. Host has received one critical hit. Taijutsu 13, Chakra 021. Jiraiya frowned but pushed aside any concern, eager for a genuine battle. The last time he had fought pain, he had been too restrained. Today, he did not wish to hold back against such a worthy opponent. With a backflip, he landed and charged forward once more. Urashiki, unwilling to yield, had already closed the distance, wielding a fishing hook that ensnared Jiraiya's leg and flung him mercilessly to the ground. Damn it! Using weapons. Jiraiya cursed inwardly, gripping the line and yanking it hard, causing Urashiki to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to Urashiki's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. You scoundrel! Urashiki roared in fury, swinging the fishing rod again. Jiraiya, still entangled in the line, was once more pulled toward Urashiki. In midair, Jiraiya executed a quick spin, evading the incoming strike, and retaliated with a kick. Urashiki dodged desperately. Just as Jiraiya's defenses were down, Urashiki prepared to counterattack. Poof! With a loud cry, Urashiki froze in place. Hey, was it pleasant? Jiraiya smirked at his success, taking advantage of Urashiki's momentary distraction. He twisted in midair and delivered a backward kick to Urashiki's face, sending him flying. Due to the fishing line's control, Jiraiya was also affected, and both were sent sprawling several hundred meters away. Damn it! Urashiki shouted, retracting the hook and halting his momentum, while Jiraiya remained caught off guard, receiving a swift kick to the abdomen. Ugh! Jiraiya spat blood, his body propelled backward. But it wasn't over. Urashiki swung the fishing rod again, pulling Jiraiya back for another punch, which landed squarely on Jiraiya's eye. Damn it! Jiraiya cried out in pain. With each blow from Urashiki, he found himself increasingly restricted, unable to move freely or retaliate. After enduring a barrage of strikes, Urashiki delivered a final kick, finally sending Jiraiya crashing to the ground. The fishing line retracted. Now you understand my strength. Urashiki sneered. Yet in mere seconds, Jiraiya sprang back to his feet, stretching lazily and rolling his neck. Oh, I see. You're as weak as a feather. No real power behind your strikes. Urashiki, why? Why? After enduring such damage, how can you still stand? Huh? You're simply too weak. It feels like being tickled. You cannot harm me. Jiraiya mocked. What? Aren't you going to use your Rinnegan? Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Urashiki was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. How do you know this? Jiraiya shrugged. Curious to know? To his surprise, Urashiki nodded. I want to tell you. Jiraiya grinned, relishing the playful banter. Such teasing was low in harm, but rich in humiliation. Against an outsider like Urashiki, it was a matter of life and death. He would not miss a chance to strike at his opponent's pride. Urashiki's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to attack. However, recalling something, he turned his head to glance into the distance, his expression gradually cooling. I am here to capture that fox. I shall not risk everything for such trivial matters. You are not worth my full effort. Urashiki stated coldly. What? Preparing to flee? Jiraiya taunted. Urashiki grinned wickedly. Do not worry. You shall not wait long. Jiraiya shrugged. It's fine. Even if you escape, Naruto is still with me. You will come looking for me. This time, I shall let you go, but next time, I will claim your life. Consider your options carefully. Urashiki narrowed his eyes. You seem to know me well. Who knows? Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Heh, this little game has been enjoyable. I hope you do not renege on your word when we meet again. A dark portal appeared behind Urashiki, and he vanished into its depths. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. Jiraiya called out with a smile. As Jiraiya watched the disappearance of Urashiki, he shook his head. He had already determined that if he were to open the 8 gates, he could undoubtedly resolve the situation in the shortest time possible. However, he needed to verify something. Chapter 62. Cherishing his grandson, he meticulously sensed the surroundings. Indeed, Urashiki had vanished completely. Previously, he had left 4 flying thunder god marks on Urashiki's body. Logically, one should suffice, but to prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had left several. Yet, he could no longer sense his marks at all. His expression turned grave. There were only 2 explanations for this. Either the opponent had discovered the marks and forcibly removed them using the Rinnegan, or he had completely departed from this world. He chose to disregard the former. During their encounter, he had observed closely. The opponent had not activated the Rinnegan. Moreover, from past experiences, he knew that Urashiki, having traveled back to a previous era, would expend tremendous energy if he were to activate the Rinnegan, which was something he wished to avoid. This combat experience further solidified his conviction. This posed a significant challenge. It meant that the Flying Thunder God technique, aside from its use in battle, was essentially useless for continuously tracking the opponent's movements. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I will not hold back. This was his first encounter with the Otsutsuki clan, and he had gained a wealth of experience to ponder. He immediately sat down on the ground. The area around him lay in ruins. Fortunately, he had left the village early with Naruto. Otherwise, such a fierce battle would have been catastrophic for Takigakure. You've arrived, Jiraiya said softly, closing his eyes. What? Sasuke from the future found it hard to believe. He keenly sensed that Jiraiya seemed to have anticipated their arrival. Jiraiya opened his eyes and looked at Sasuke, who had lost an arm and had grown into adulthood, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Sasuke, you've grown. He chuckled lightly. What? Both Sasuke and Boruto were astounded. Uncle Arno, you. Boruto began, but Jiraiya interrupted him. Don't play coy with me. I know your origins. I have already fought Urashiki. The shock on Boruto and Sasuke's faces was immeasurable. Jiraiya disregarded their reactions and got straight to the point. I want to ask you something. Did the future me die? Sasuke's expression faltered, and Boruto simply stared at him in silence. I wish to verify something, Jiraiya said solemnly. But Sasuke attempted to argue, only to be interrupted again by Jiraiya. I merely need to confirm one thing. If it is not as I imagine, I will erase this portion of your memory to prevent it from affecting the future world. Sasuke was taken aback, his heart already stirred by a tempest of emotions. After a moment, he made a decision and spoke. He died. Jiraiya paused slightly. Was he killed by Nagato? Sasuke nodded. When did I die? Did I go to Amigakure alone? After that, did Nagato attack Konoha? Sasuke's eyes widened as he mechanically nodded. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. All right. I have confirmed it. What have you confirmed? Sasuke asked. I have confirmed that this world is not on the same timeline as the world you come from. In other words, your world is a parallel universe relative to this one, Jiraiya explained. Sasuke looked puzzled. Do you mean that the world we came from is not the future of this world? Jiraiya nodded. I am well aware of the developmental trajectory of your world. But due to my influence, this world has undergone many changes. Therefore, you need not worry that my actions will affect your world. Boruto seemed to ponder this. Uncle bang. Jiraiya swiftly delivered a slap. You have no respect. Your father still calls me master. Your grandfather also refers to me as master. Calling me uncle is already a concession. Boruto glared at Jiraiya, his face filled with defiance. What's that? Still defiant? Jiraiya cracked his knuckles. It's all right. I specialize in dealing with insubordination. I don't hold back even against your father, so you are no exception. For boys, Jiraiya firmly believed in the principle that one must learn from a young age. Bang! Without a second thought, Jiraiya slapped Boruto again. Boruto had no time to react and was sent flying. Hey! Sasuke called out, wanting to intervene. Get lost. This is a matter between grandfather and grandson. Stay out of it. When you return, he will still be your disciple. Right now, he is my grandson. It is only natural for a grandfather to discipline his grandson. Jiraiya interrupted him, then vanished in a flash, pursuing Boruto. Damn it! Boruto shouted angrily, instantly gathering a Rasengan to throw at Jiraiya. Humph! Jiraiya's temper flared. This little brat was clever and talented, but far too arrogant. He needed to be tempered. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Jiraiya instantly appeared behind Boruto. He knew Boruto's Rasengan had special properties, although it didn't affect him. He couldn't afford to lose his authority in front of his grandson. Getting hit by his grandson? Impossible. Smack. Another slap. You bastard. Humph. Let you insult me again. Bang. Jiraiya kicked up into the air. Too much. Heh. Grandfather is just bullying you. What is wrong with that? Another slap followed. I must say, you are indeed just like your father, both tough-minded. However, it is much more enjoyable to discipline you. By dusk, Boruto lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to muster any strength. His face was swollen, and his backside was bruised. Master, Grandpa, please stop. If you hit me again, I might die. Boruto cried out in surrender. Don't stop. Keep being tough. It's fine, I still have strength. Grandfather is not afraid of exhaustion. Master, I promise I won't do it again. Boruto's face was filled with fear, his voice quivering. Jiraiya gave him another slap on the backside, then clapped his hands. Consider this a lesson. If you disrespect your elders again, your grandfather has plenty of ways to deal with you. Don't worry, I won't hold back, and I can make you experience it thoroughly without killing you. Boruto was in tears, his body trembling. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Sasuke in the distance. You wait here. I will take this little rascal for treatment first. Whoosh. Jiraiya vanished with Boruto. Sasuke was somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing the two suddenly disappear, his pupils dilated. Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya returned home with Boruto, bringing him to the guest room and instructing him to lie down obediently. Boruto immediately nodded. He was genuinely afraid of this master. However, the pain was relentless, and he couldn't move at all. Whoosh. Jiraiya vanished again. Wife, I need your help with a little matter. It won't take long. Jiraiya appeared instantly in the Hokage's office. After Tsunade returned home yesterday, he had informed her of his abilities. Tsunade had been quite surprised. Now, seeing his sudden appearance, she felt joy in her heart. but she immediately recalled the wildness of the previous night, her face turning red. Fortunately, the office was empty at that moment. What happened? Tsunade asked. I picked up a small child who is too clumsy and fell. It's somewhat serious, so I trouble you to help treat him. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Lead the way. All right. In a flash, Jiraiya scooped her up. What are you doing? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. I'm carrying you. You worked hard yesterday. I figured you might not have recovered yet. Jiraiya grinned, disregarding Tsunade's reaction, and vanished from the office. Upon reappearing, Jiraiya gently set Tsunade down in the living room of his home. P.S. in the guest room. Allow me to escort you. Tsunade's face had not yet returned to its usual pallor, and as she took a few steps, she appeared somewhat awkward. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. My apologies, my dear wife. Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. The instant the door swung open, a dark line appeared on Tsunade's forehead as she turned to Jiraiya, questioning, Are you certain that he fell? Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh dear, this child is so clumsy. I truly have no idea how he managed to fall. Boruto lamented silently, wishing to cry but feeling too intimidated. Especially with the formidable Tsunade looming over him, a remnant of his childhood fears. He involuntarily shivered at the thought. Tsunade cast him a withering glance, feeling too weary to inquire further. This fellow is becoming increasingly untrustworthy, and there are many secrets he keeps. No need to rush. We shall uncover them in time. After giving him a meaningful look, she approached Boruto, her right hand glowing with a verdant light as she began to heal him. Boruto instantly felt a wave of warmth and tingling sensations. Jiraiya, under Tsunade's watchful gaze, couldn't help but shudder inwardly. His wife was surely harboring some scheme. He resolved to make a quick exit once Boruto was healed. In less than half a minute, Boruto's injuries had completely mended. Elated, he thought to himself how formidable Tsunade's healing techniques were, akin to those of his future mother-in-law. Although her appearance remained unchanged, he noted that she seemed a tad more imposing. Upon concluding her medical ninjutsu, Jiraiya quickly took Tsunade by the hand and led her out of the room, ingratiatingly declaring, My wife is truly remarkable. Allow me to escort you back to the office. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Jiraiya, as usual, cradled her in his arms. And with a flash of movement, they found themselves once more in the Hokage's office. He reluctantly placed Tsunade in a chair, his grip lingering before he released her. My dear, I won't be returning tonight. Do rest well over the next couple of days. Take care not to overexert yourself. Jiraiya urged with concern. Very well. When I return, we shall settle the score. Jiraiya recoiled slightly, sensing impending trouble. What? We've been married for ages. Why should we settle scores? Such matters can damage our relationship. He smiled, albeit with a hint of flattery. Humph. I simply wish to know how many secrets you've been keeping from me. I didn't get the chance to ask you about that incident yesterday. The moment Tsunade uttered those words, she realized her faux pas, her face flushing crimson. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya swiftly placed a kiss on her cheek. Rest assured, once I've resolved everything, I shall clarify each matter with you. Jiraiya sighed with relief, realizing the nature of the concern. However, some matters were best left unspoken, requiring discretion, and he was grateful there were no other issues at hand. Chapter 63. The apprentice battles. Urashiki. Jiraiya returned to Sasuke's side with Boruto. Sasuke had finally regained his composure after the earlier shock. Lord Jiraiya, was your technique earlier the Flying Thunder God? Sasuke inquired. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Sasuke understood, his frown easing as he contemplated the implications. He had finally grasped this critical point. Given Jiraiya's previous explanations, he recognized that this world diverged significantly from the historical accounts he knew. It appeared that certain fateful wheels had quietly begun to turn. You are here to find Naruto, I presume? He has gone to Mount Myaboku for training and will likely be occupied for some time. Jiraiya then recalled something, his expression growing serious. The fact that Urashiki's techniques had nullified even his Flying Thunder God signified that Urashiki possessed advantages over it in certain respects. He worried whether Urashiki might directly target Mount Myaboku. Considering Naruto and Fu's current capabilities, they could handle themselves well in the ninja world. But facing an Otsutsuki would prove problematic. Furthermore, their lack of battle experience against Urashiki posed a considerable risk. Shaking his head, Jiraiya knew he could not remain passive. He had to take action. He would feel immense guilt if anything befell the sages of Mount Myaboku, who had shown him kindness and respect. Resolutely, he made a decision. You all stay here. I will summon them immediately. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With 2 soft pops, Naruto and Fu appeared before him. Master. Our training isn't complete. Why have you summoned us? Naruto asked, puzzled. Yes, master. Just a moment ago, Sage Jiraiya mentioned he would prepare some delicious food for me. Fu pouted in dissatisfaction. I summoned you because significant events have unfolded. Someone is seeking you, and I fear for your safety at Mount Myaboku. If the older generation cannot handle this threat, it could spell disaster for the entire mountain. Jiraiya gently ruffled the little girl's hair, speaking in a soothing tone. Is this what my father was like when he was young? Boruto mused, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's arrival. However, he felt a twinge of jealousy at the tender way Jiraiya treated Fu. This is blatant favoritism, he thought. Here, I've found you a new junior apprentice. No, perhaps I should say a junior nephew. Master, you're recruiting apprentices at an astonishing rate, Naruto exclaimed, dissatisfied. Junior nephew? Master, does that mean he is a generation younger than us? Fu keenly seized upon the term and queried. Jiraiya nodded. This junior nephew is the child of a previous apprentice of mine. Hence, the son of that foolish apprentice is now your junior nephew. Boruto. Boruto seethed silently, while Sasuke inwardly prayed for Boruto's plight. Despite being his own apprentice, he was still outclassed by lineage. He felt powerless to intervene. Fu nodded earnestly, cheerfully declaring, Then master, I will certainly protect my junior nephew. Boruto muttered, Junior nephew is fine, but why add junior? Jiraiya, unfazed, smiled at Fu. Fear not, Fu. You will have your senior brother and junior nephew to watch over you. Just enjoy yourself, and feel free to give them orders. Sasuke, Boruto, master. Could you possibly be more biased? Master Jiraiya, I'm confused. Which of your disciples is this junior nephew from, and why must I have one? Caring for my junior sister is already exhausting. Adding this fellow is simply too much. With a swift motion, Jiraiya sent him flying. Boruto was momentarily stunned before he sighed in relief, feeling inexplicably balanced. Sasuke, it seems Naruto's life is indeed a challenging one, even more so than the Naruto from my own world. He silently mourned for Naruto's plight. After the commotion subsided, Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor. Your training has reached a temporary pause. We now have an adversary to confront and eliminate. Additionally, this serves as a test for you both. Do you have confidence? He addressed both Naruto and Fu. Absolutely, master. I will defeat him. Fu exclaimed enthusiastically. Master, I promise I won't let you down. Jiraiya beamed with delight. Very well. The time has come for you both to shine. Lord Jiraiya, are you truly going to let them face Urashiki alone? Sasuke questioned incredulously. What do you mean alone? Together, they should be able to protect themselves without issue. Besides, in a 2-on-1 situation, it is ultimately Urashiki who is at a disadvantage. Jiraiya waved dismissively, projecting confidence. Although uncertain whether they could defeat Urashiki, he was reassured by the presence of himself and Sasuke, knowing they could provide timely support in case of danger. Yet, there are no buts. They are all my disciples, and I would never bring harm to them. Moreover, they are no weaklings. Just wait and see. Jiraiya cast a knowing glance at Sasuke before addressing the two. All right, let us begin. Give it your all, Fu. Put away that charm of yours. Although it is beautiful, it is of no use in combat. There will be opportunities to showcase that later. For now, stay focused. Really? Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiraiya ruffled the little girl's hair, chuckling. Of course, master would never deceive you. Yay! Fu exclaimed joyfully. Let us begin. Jiraiya instructed Naruto. Naruto nodded and transformed instantly. Fu followed suit, her body radiating purple chakra, though her attire remained unchanged. Sasuke and Boruto stood in astonishment. You must be joking. Boruto exclaimed incredulously. Sasuke, momentarily stunned, soon comprehended Jiraiya's earlier words. His Rinnegan had yet to recover, preventing him from carelessly expending chakra. Thus he remained oblivious to the condition of Naruto and Fu. Observing their state, both Naruto and Fu felt a surge of pride. Suddenly, a black hole materialized behind Naruto. So it is you, Fox. What a disgusting creature. Who is this guy? Why does he harbor such intense malevolence? Kurama exclaimed, astonished. Zhongming echoed his sentiment. You too. Do not let your guard down. Your opponent is formidable. Rely on physical techniques. Anyone who dares to use ninjutsu will face my wrath. Jiraiya shouted. You pesky creatures. You've made it here as well? Urashiki sneered, glancing at Jiraiya. This time, are you not going to intervene? Jiraiya shrugged. Only after you defeat my 2 disciples will we talk. Amateur, I fear that if I strike, you will have no chance left. Urashiki retorted. With a flick of his wrist, he launched his fishing rod directly at Naruto. Naruto deftly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Fu launched a surprise attack. However, Urashiki swung the rod, redirecting it towards her. Fu was unable to evade, and the hook pierced her body. Jiraiya had refrained from sharing crucial information with the adversary. Such a rare opportunity for practical training was invaluable, knowing the opponent's abilities would be akin to cheating. Although he himself was merely a spectator, he did not wish for his disciples to become the same. In critical moments, they must rely on themselves, or how could he ever relax? Seeing the strike connect, Naruto shouted and rushed towards Urashiki. Urashiki effortlessly sidestepped, yanking the rod, causing Fu to stumble. However, upon noticing the hook was empty, he turned his gaze towards Jiraiya. Bastard! Urashiki glared as Jiraiya raised his hands in surrender. His non-interference did not imply total neglect. After being absorbed by the Otsutsuki clan, that portion of chakra had permanently vanished, transformed into energy pills for restoring the Otsutsuki clan. This was not what he wished to witness. Currently, the two had yet to fully acclimatize to the tailed beast chakra. Thus, they could not afford to relinquish even a trace of it. Hence, he had inscribed sealing techniques on them in advance. Naruto's assault was swift, and seeing that the hook was ineffective, Urashiki opted for hand-to-hand combat, engaging both in a fierce exchange. As usual, Jiraiya took out his notebook, meticulously noting their shortcomings. Sasuke watched in bewilderment. Even at such a time, Jiraiya remained focused on training his disciples, calmly identifying their flaws. He silently gave a thumbs up, truly a legendary Sannin. Chapter 64. A difficult confrontation with Urashiki. Sasuke remained vigilant, not daring to relax for a moment. Should Naruto find himself in peril, he would act immediately to remedy the situation. He and Boruto were there to protect Boruto. Allowing Urashiki to prevail would render their efforts futile. Jiraiya was quite pleased with the combat strategies of the two. With the assistance of the tailed beasts, their performance was indeed extraordinary, particularly in terms of action prediction. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, he placed his trust in them. Urashiki, frustrated by his inability to subdue the two, roared as his pupils transformed into the Rinnegan. What is that? Kurama and Jomin gasped in shock. Previously, Jiraiya had only mentioned that their enemy was powerful without disclosing the presence of the Rinnegan. Now, the sight of those eyes evoked memories of the Sage of Six Paths. And after millennia, to see this ocular power in another stirred tumultuous emotions within them. Kurama! Naruto bellowed, like a hammer striking, resonating in Kurama's mind. The beast quickly regained focus, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhongming was similarly roused by Fu. In a matter of moments, both were subjected to multiple attacks. Jiraiya squinted. Sensing the tension, is he finally showing his true colors? Lord Jiraiya, shall we engage? Sasuke urged. Boruto was equally eager to join the fray. Their mission had been to protect their father. Merely standing by felt unacceptable. It's all right, they still have some reserves. There is no need for you to intervene just yet. Jiraiya replied calmly. Master, why don't we inform them about the enemy's abilities? Wouldn't that hasten their victory? Boruto inquired curiously. Jiraiya turned his gaze to him. Your purpose here is to protect Naruto in this life and death battle. But for me, this is an opportunity for growth. Without experiencing life and death, they will not mature. Combat is the fastest route to growth. You might ask your most esteemed mentor, Sasuke. At your age, he too spent years honing his strength. To put it bluntly, he has faced more life and death situations than you have meals. Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. At this point, he had already defected, making him an unlikely role model. Such a statement was difficult for him to accept. Boruto's gaze flickered as he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke shot him a glance and could only nod in response. Boruto was taken aback. Once this is over, you must stay behind to train. After all, with your time-traveling artifact, returning to your original time is no challenge. Sasuke was accustomed to being shocked, yet the feeling of being seen through, as though everything was laid bare before someone else, sent tumultuous waves through his heart. Despite possessing the Rinnegan and formidable strength, Boruto's eyes widened in astonishment. He instinctively touched the backpack at his waist. Had he not felt the turtle within still in slumber, he might have suspected that Jiraiya had somehow uncovered its secrets. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he cast a brief glance at Boruto. This kid, aside from being a bit arrogant, possesses talents that far surpass his father's. His ability to learn the Rasengan in such a short time and infuse it with unique attributes is extraordinary. In the future, they will face formidable foes, and seizing this opportunity to lay a strong foundation will save them from future struggles. Unbeknownst to Boruto, Jiraiya's thoughts were far more profound. He sensed that his arduous life was about to commence. Sasuke contemplated the advantages of this situation. This master was remarkably familiar with their world, and since he needed time to recover, it would be wise to allow Boruto to train with Naruto and others. This not only bolstered their strength, but also improved Boruto's perception of his father. With this in mind, Sasuke reached a decision. As the battle unfolded, Urashiki began to gain the upper hand, inflicting varying degrees of harm upon Naruto and Fu. Boruto observed their battle closely and analyzed Urashiki's abilities. Jiraiya advised. Boruto was suddenly jolted awake, immediately focusing his attention. Sasuke found it somewhat amusing. It seemed this esteemed individual truly had a knack for Boruto. He activated his Rinnegan, meticulously observing the situation. Though it was a struggle, he could grasp the dynamics of the battlefield. Boom. Bang. Naruto and Fu were once again sent flying. Urashiki let out a wild laugh, swiftly dashing to Fu's side and delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward. Naruto barely had time to react before a shadow flashed past him, and he instantly felt a brutal impact on his neck. Thunderous sounds erupted as Naruto and Fu vanished from the scene. Naruto. Sasuke couldn't help but call out in concern. However, upon seeing Jiraiya's calm demeanor, he felt a momentary relief. For now, they could only place their trust in him. Given this esteemed individual's temperament, he likely wouldn't allow Sasuke to intervene. Don't worry. They haven't even exerted themselves yet. This level of attack won't harm them. Jiraiya reassured. Boruto, concentrate. You possess talents your father lacks. This battle is also a form of experiential learning for you. Huh. Oh, Boruto replied, feeling an inexplicable shift in his perception of the elder. Haha, humans are merely insects. Daring to challenge me. Urashiki sneered, turning his gaze toward Jiraiya and the others. You scoundrels, have you no intention of joining the fray? He taunted. Jiraiya shrugged, glancing at Boruto helplessly. Look at this fool, taking advantage of the situation while calling others scum, unaware he is the biggest fool himself. Remember, don't emulate his folly. Hubris can lead to downfall. Boruto was momentarily taken aback, but found himself nodding involuntarily. Urashiki's smile vanished as he roared. You will pay dearly for this. You're getting desperate. Such an idiot. It's hardly worth my time to berate you. Boruto, if you dare make the same mistake, just wait and see how I deal with you. At his words, Boruto instinctively recoiled. Boom. Naruto suddenly appeared behind Urashiki, hands clenched tightly as he delivered a fierce blow to his head. Just as Urashiki was about to activate his Rinnegan, Sasuke could no longer hold back and unleashed his ocular technique, rendering Urashiki's ability ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto struck with ferocity. As Urashiki was about to hit the ground, Fu appeared instantly, delivering a whip-like kick that sent Urashiki flying once more. Naruto manifested a Rasengan in his hand and pressed it against Urashiki's abdomen as he flew through the air. Boom. Urashiki had no time to react and, after enduring 3 powerful strikes, crashed into the ground like a cannonball. With his strike successful, Naruto quickly retreated to join Fu. Jiraiya shot a surprised glance at Sasuke, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had agreed not to intervene, yet. Jiraiya smirked, then called out to Naruto and Fu, stay alert. The enemy still has hidden cards. Don't be careless. Seeing them nod, he turned to Boruto. In battle, you must think strategically and trust your comrades. Strength is one aspect, but strategy is equally important. Do you understand? Boruto appeared puzzled. Jiraiya discreetly glanced at Sasuke and smiled gently. Sasuke sighed with relief, thinking he might be blamed. His gaze returned to the battlefield, where he noticed Urashiki was severely injured after the recent blows. Although his recovery ability was remarkable, it relied on chakra to sustain it. Jiraiya, sensing Urashiki's condition, smirked. In the original story, Urashiki had been severely weakened after being ensnared by the original's toad-binding technique, making him vulnerable to the Rasengan. Now, as he refrained from attacking, Urashiki's body remained intact, making Naruto and Fu's battle considerably more challenging. However, Jiraiya understood that the reason they had yet to unleash their full power was due to probing the enemy and gathering intelligence through their encounters. This was commendable. Yet, there were certain drawbacks. If the disparity in strength was too great, probing could become unnecessary. Should the opponent harbor murderous intent, they would not grant any opportunities. And withholding strength could lead to one's own downfall. Fortunately, with him and Sasuke providing support, Naruto and Fu's lives were not at risk. Now, Urashiki had been pushed to his limits. He might soon take drastic measures. Chapter 65. Seeking Death, You Insignificant Insects. Have you lost your minds? Prepare to die. One by one. Await your punishment. Urashiki cackled maniacally, then drew forth a massive orb of crimson light from the red fish basket at his waist, swallowing it before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Not enough. Urashiki grimaced, then grinned as he reached for his eyes. Jiraiya, unable to bear the sight, activated the 8 gates, opening the first gate. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, catching Boruto and Sasuke off guard. Without hesitation, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, delivering a swift kick that sent Urashiki crashing into a distant rock formation. After closing the 8 gates, he sighed in relief. Feeling cleansed, I cannot stand such repulsive displays. Naruto and Fu appeared bewildered, while Boruto's eyes sparkled with excitement at his mentor's prowess. Sasuke, however, was astonished. Was this the 8 gates? This esteemed individual could achieve such feats. The training process for the 8 gates was exceptionally arduous. In the future, only Might Guy and Rock Lee would master this technique in Konoha. Having never truly witnessed the 8 gates' power, he had only felt a hint of its might. Sensing a slight threat, of course, this was only in relation to his peak form, but he had a premonition that this esteemed individual still had more to offer. Reflecting on this, Sasuke found it hard to believe, but quickly came to terms with it. This world was starkly different from his own. This esteemed individual's strength was a boon for Naruto and the others. Boom. An explosion resounded. A figure was sent flying. Jiraiya murmured, "Is it complete?" At that moment, Urashiki had undergone a tremendous transformation. His once ordinary eyes had turned golden, adorned with a golden rinnegan on his forehead. Black streaks appeared across his face. And enormous horn-like wings sprouted from his head, while his feet morphed into black claws. Naruto, I sense an overwhelming malevolent chakra, Kurama warned gravely. Naruto nodded. Fu also regarded Urashiki with a serious expression. Sasuke and Boruto were utterly shocked. Jiraiya, however, waved his hand casually. You all continue. I'll take a breather. I'm a bit fatigued. Sasuke and Boruto exchanged bewildered glances. Sasuke's expression was serious, yet Jiraiya appeared unfazed, as though he had anticipated Urashiki's transformation. If not, he wouldn't be so nonchalant. Although he claimed to be tired, the relaxed expression on his face was a clear facade. Boruto shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, his mentor was powerful but had a quirky temperament. Old fool, you've angered me. Urashiki roared at Jiraiya. Oh, then give it your all. If you can't even defeat my apprentice, you're unworthy to challenge me. A mere waste. Jiraiya retorted with unyielding bravado. Urashiki's pin-up rage exploded, and he charged swiftly at Jiraiya. Your opponents are us. Naruto shouted, forming a Rasengan and appearing directly in front of Urashiki, driving it into his abdomen. Fu also leaped into the air above Urashiki, delivering a powerful downward kick. On the treacherous path of the battle, the fierce Ura swiftly evaded Naruto's spiraling sphere, causing Naruto to strike nothing but air, the attack veering towards Fu. Not good. Both Naruto and Fu exclaimed simultaneously, but it was too late to withdraw. Let me assist you. Ura pivoted midair and landed a kick on Naruto's back. Bang. Caught off guard, Naruto sped towards Fu. Boom. Boom. Fu's kick struck Naruto's head while the spiraling sphere collided with Fu's waist. Both were sent hurtling backward from the force of the blows. Temporarily abandoning thoughts of settling scores with Jiraiya, Ura seized the opportunity to strike Naruto again. Naruto coughed up blood, crashing violently to the ground with a thunderous sound. Ura continued his relentless assault, sending Fu crashing into the earth. Following this, he erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "Mere scraps are but scraps, easily crushed. The punishment has only just begun." As Naruto reappeared, he was once again struck by Ura. The battlefield clearly tilted in Ura's favor. Jiraiya clutched his head in frustration. These two youngsters are underestimating the situation. Are they not going all out? This habit must be corrected. Boruto watched in distress as his father was mercilessly beaten. Sasuke clenched his fists, but seeing Jiraiya's calm demeanor allowed him to exhale slightly. He was uncertain when his trust in Jiraiya had reached such heights. In this dire moment, Jiraiya maintained an aura of confidence, prompting Sasuke to inwardly marvel at the situation. Jiraiya's irritation grew as he turned to Boruto, saying, "If you dare to be so careless in the future, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Truly, two wasteful brats. Boruto retorted, "What does that have to do with me? That's my dad getting beaten up." He suddenly found himself thinking that his future father could be quite endearing, while the current version seemed intent on putting his son in peril. At last, Naruto and Fu unleashed their full potential. Naruto's golden flames intensified, while a dense purple chakra enveloped Fu. Their eyes met, and they swiftly moved into action. Boom! Naruto and Fu struck Yura from either side, only to be met with his hands blocking their punches. Bang! Suddenly, a tail appeared behind Naruto, crashing into Yura's abdomen. Yura arched his back, loosening his grip. Seizing the moment, Naruto and Fu intensified their blows, delivering a punch that sent Yura's head askew. They followed with a kick, propelling Yura into the air. Under the guidance of Jomio and Kurama, they quickly coalesced a massive, house-sized orb of purple-black energy. What a joke! Boruto gasped, witnessing the abrupt shift in the battle. "You bastards! I'm going to destroy you!" Yura roared, unleashing a purplish-red light that converged into an orb the size of a tailed beast's ball. With a shriek, the energy sphere descended upon the two fighters, saturating the surroundings in a hue of purplish-red. Fu and Naruto exerted all their strength to launch the tailed beast ball, resulting in a collision of colossal energy orbs that reverberated with a thunderous roar. A massive shockwave erupted, sending debris flying. Jiraiya, quick on his feet, grasped Boruto's shoulder, transporting them to safety. Sasuke followed closely behind. As the clash intensified, Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging the sheer magnitude of the power displayed. Should he join in the fray? Suddenly inspired, he decided to act. In a flash, he positioned himself between the colliding spheres. "This is a bit cramped," he muttered. Boruto remained unaware of Jiraiya's departure, but Sasuke, through his Rinnegan, witnessed Jiraiya's audacity, rendering him momentarily speechless. Is he even human? Even at my peak, I would struggle to withstand such a collision. Yet he rushes in. Unfazed by Sasuke's thoughts, Jiraiya pressed forward. With his addition, the energy orbs appeared to find an outlet, engulfing Jiraiya and producing an explosive eruption. As the deafening sound echoed, the world was momentarily shrouded in silence, only to be followed by a cataclysmic roar. Naruto and Fu sensed Jiraiya's presence, but could not hold back. "Naruto, Fu, unleash your full power. Your master is unharmed," Kurama bellowed, swiftly redirecting their focus. Understanding their master's encouragement, Naruto and Fu fully unleashed their strength. Jiraiya reveled in the thrill of the moment, despite the intense energy shattering through his cells, causing him immense pain. Ding! The host received a terrifying critical hit. Speed 50, chakra 34. 34, ha ha ha. 34. Jiraiya laughed inwardly. One attack equated to dozens from Gaia's 8 gates. Simply astounding. The tailed beast ball and Yura's energy sphere did not collide with each other, but erupted in place, sending Naruto, Fu, and Yura careening away. Fu and Naruto were deeply embedded in the earth, while Yura was flung skyward. That last strike had drained Yura significantly, and he continued to ascend uncontrollably. Jiraiya lay on the ground like a rag doll, softly moaning in pain. It took 2 full minutes for him to regain his composure. Noticing Yura had vanished from sight, Jiraiya knew he needed to act quickly to deal with Yura before any hidden traps were unleashed. Sensing Yura's mark, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from the spot. Sasuke, still in shock, found himself at a loss for words. The explosion alone had made his heart race, and witnessing Jiraiya's rapid recovery left him speechless. Is this truly what a human can achieve? He could not help but question. Boruto was still reeling from the prior explosion. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a hand emerged. Chapter 66. Resolution gasping for fresh air. Naruto's eyes reflected his survival from the brink. Kurama was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Their coordination still had flaws, and the exertion was indeed taxing. Meanwhile, Fu crawled out of the ground, appearing quite disheveled. "Jomio, that guy Jiraiya is indeed remarkable." Kurama communicated with Jomio, his tone serious. "Yes, his abilities seem to surpass our expectations. Quite formidable." Jomio replied, his expression grave. "Brother, is master all right?" Fu staggered over, filled with concern. Naruto chuckled wryly. Master must be out of his mind to engage in such a reckless act. I don't know either, but Kurama says he is fine, so he should be. Fu, panting heavily, sat down in relief. That's a relief. Old Naruto. Boruto, having regained his senses, approached alongside Sasuke. Naruto shot him an annoyed glance. What s with the old in my name? You should call me uncle since I'm your master's disciple. Boruto scratched his head, swiftly changing the subject. Are you two alright? Naruto nodded. Humph. If it weren't for Master holding us back, we could have dealt with that villain. Fu fumed. Master? He was holding you back? Boruto realized, glancing around, quickly discovering Jiraiya's absence. Where did Master go? Sasuke stated solemnly. He must have gone after Yura. Let us wait for him here. The group nodded in agreement. That bastard. Yura shouted in a desolate area, venting his frustration. To expend so much energy and be sent flying by my own attack's aftermath is utterly humiliating. All thanks to that white-haired fool. Bang! Jiraiya's figure suddenly manifested behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent his opponent flying. The 8th gate of Duinjia was opened. Jiraiya unleashed the full extent of his strength. Orochi was utterly unprepared for such a vigorous assault and was directly cast away. Following that, he faced a brutal onslaught. No matter how he attempted to evade, he could not escape the relentless strikes from Jiraiya. Additionally, his energy was severely depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. He wished to execute the technique Hagen Birizuka, but the opponent's astonishing speed left him no room for reaction. Moreover, this technique required the Rinnegan and necessitated a return to its initial form. Even in his second form, he could not withstand the opponent's onslaught. Reverting to the first form would surely expose him to defeat. Boom, boom, boom. Jiraiya vented the pent-up frustration within him. This unrestrained display of power was exhilarating. Eventually, as Orochi's aura weakened, Jiraiya executed Sunset Elephant 5 speeds, and a massive air cannon engulfed Orochi, reducing him to nothingness in the blink of an eye. With Orochi vanquished, Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief, closing the 8 gates. This fellow truly was formidable, Jiraiya mused, acknowledging that if they were equals in strength, he would have likely been slain by now. However, the robust physique of the Otsutsuki made their demise difficult. Had he not been gravely injured, Jiraiya would have faced considerable trouble in dispatching him. Surveying the devastation around him, he sensed no presence of others, and with satisfaction, he clapped his hands and departed. Just as Jiraiya left, a green pitcher plant sprouted from the ground. Did you see that? This guy is indeed extraordinary. Black Zetsu remarked solemnly. Indeed. I wonder if Obito and the others can handle this. White Zetsu replied softly. Let us return and inform Obito of the intel here. Upon finishing, the pitcher plant slowly closed and sank into the ground. How is the recovery? Jiraiya appeared before Sasuke and the others. They were already accustomed to such appearances. Master, you're not injured, are you? Fu exclaimed, jumping up in concern. Jiraiya felt warmth in his heart, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. I'm fine. He then turned his gaze to the others. I've dealt with Orochi. There's not a trace left. Everything is splendid now. You may resume your training. Jiraiya said lightheartedly. Os. Naruto called out with enthusiasm. He had gained much from the recent battle and was eager to head to Myobokuzen to digest his experiences. All right, Master. By the way, bring your little disciple along. Jiraiya added. Master Jiraiya, he already has a summoning beast and may not be able to go to Myobokuzen. Sasuke reminded. Jiraiya paused, directing his gaze toward Boruto. Boruto, somewhat proud, asserted, my summoning beast is the giant snake kin, so surely the master must regard me highly. Jiraiya shook his head, troubled. The 3 great sage lands were currently at odds due to the Sannin, making it somewhat perilous for Boruto to go to Myobokuzen. However, he was unfamiliar with the Dragon Cave and worried that his identity might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. How vexing. He had initially intended to enhance this kid's abilities, but it seemed he would need to take matters into his own hands. Boruto awaited eagerly for Jiraiya to request a demonstration, only to find that the latter had no such intention, instead displaying a hint of irritation. Boruto cautiously withdrew his head, choosing not to provoke this misfortune. After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya declared, in that case, he shall accompany me for now. Naruto and Fu can continue their training at Myobokuzen, but you? You should return to Konoha and strive to amend the regrets of your past. Jiraiya spoke with profound significance. Sasuke was taken aback, then chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Though you are his master, the enemies you will encounter in the future are rather formidable. Even your full power may not suffice, so during this time, I will develop his abilities to ensure your outcomes are not so tragic. Sasuke's pupils constricted, momentarily frozen. All right, you two, hurry to Myobo-Kuzen. Once your training concludes, I will come to retrieve you. I shall be evaluating your progress, Jiraiya stated, handing them a notebook in which he had recorded their errors during the recent battle. The two received it as if it were a treasure, bidding farewell to Boruto and Sasuke before activating the reverse summoning technique, disappearing from sight. What do you mean by my tragic outcome, master? Sasuke finally managed to inquire once Naruto had vanished. Jiraiya smiled knowingly. Do not concern yourself with that. Just remember, the village is important, but loved ones are equally so. Persisting solely in redemption is not only futile but also neglects family, which serves no purpose. Sasuke stood in place, perplexed. As for the specific methods, I shall inform you in due time. Sasuke contemplated briefly. The course of events had exceeded his expectations. Observing Jiraiya's unwavering confidence, with the entire sequence from Yoroshi's appearance to his obliteration unfolding with such certainty, the reality aligned with his thoughts. Sasuke chose to trust him. In that case, I leave Boruto in your hands. Sasuke bowed deeply. Jiraiya looked upon this future successor with pride. Having endured the pain of his clan's annihilation, overcoming countless trials, and ultimately achieving vengeance, only to discover that his dearest ones acted solely to protect him. Such a twisted sentiment. For Sasuke to have grown to this point was indeed remarkable. Jiraiya nodded. Go. After your training concludes, I shall return to Konoha to find you. He finished with a meaningful smile. Do not forget your promise. Extending his pinky finger playfully, Sasuke, feeling somewhat embarrassed and blushing, quickly bid farewell to Boruto before departing. Boruto watched as his master's figure faded away, feeling a surge of anxiety. Oh no, now it's just me and the master. I wonder how this peculiar mentor will torment me. He felt like crying. Chapter 67. The irritable Raikage. Let us first find something to eat. We can take our time with the training, Jiraiya gently suggested to Boruto. Boruto nodded eagerly. Subsequently, he followed Jiraiya, embarking on a day of travel. He was uncertain of their destination, but he would follow whatever his master instructed. Jiraiya felt relieved, although he was somewhat troubled by the lack of a concrete training plan for Boruto. Despite having assured Sasuke, he lacked confidence. However, having encountered this child who had traversed back, he felt uneasy allowing them to part ways without assurance. After all, he was the son of his disciple. Given his foresight, he felt compelled to take action. Boruto's primary issues lay with the pure eye and the tailed beast seal. The ability of the pure eye allowed him to see through time-space ninjutsu to some extent, but he had yet to master it. As for the tailed beast seal, it was a secret technique utilized by Otsutsuki Momoshiki for reincarnation. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. He possessed neither of these abilities, and the mere presence of the seal within Boruto kept him occupied. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could seek out someone who could assist Boruto in unraveling the secrets of the seal. With this thought, Jiraiya made his decision. After visiting the hidden cloud, he would go find him. Orochimaru, recently, we have received news that your old friend Jiraiya is traveling through various nations and even fought against the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure and Awagakure. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, addressing the esteemed Orochimaru with respect. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya has become increasingly arrogant. Orochimaru replied coldly. The intensity of Master Jiraiya's battles was so fierce that our intelligence personnel could not get close, but a child did witness that Master Jiraiya ultimately departed safely. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he sneered, quite impressive. He has made significant progress over the years. It seems I must accelerate my own plans. Sasuke is currently resting and will likely seek you out soon, Kabuto reminded. Haha, the stronger Sasuke becomes, the more delighted I am. Once I acquire this body, my power will undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed, growing fainter as it traveled down the dim corridor. Master, where exactly are we headed? We've been wandering for days. When will we begin our training? After enduring 3 days, even Boruto felt some impatience. He suppressed his trepidation and finally voiced his question. Jiraiya shot him a glance. What's the rush? Training isn't a matter of urgency. You're not in a hurry to return to the future world. So what is wrong with lingering a few more days? Show some respect for your elders. I asked you to accompany your master for a while, and yet you seem displeased. How tiresome. In the past couple of days, Boruto had discerned Jiraiya's temperament. As long as he didn't commit any foolish errors and maintain politeness, he could allow Jiraiya to lead the way. Jiraiya observed and secretly admired him. This little fellow is far more perceptive than his father. He can read the room and grasp the nuances. However, like Naruto, he tends to be impulsive. Though he had pressured Boruto to train during these days, it was partly due to a lack of direction and partly to temper his character. If he couldn't master sage techniques, he'd have to take the longer, more arduous route. He had little interest in the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. Even a genius like Orochimaru struggled to learn them. He wouldn't risk having Boruto end up in a grotesque state like Kabuto's. Boruto mumbled, feeling somewhat bored. He missed his master. But for now, his master was occupied, and he had no choice but to follow. As they progressed, Jiraiya navigated according to the map, heading straight toward the Land of Lightning. For days later, they meandered along and finally reached the border of the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. After facing their travels would be momentarily halted. By then, Naruto and Hinata's sage training would also be nearing completion. As for the Hidden Mist Village, Obito would likely act cautiously upon learning of his whereabouts. If he dared to disrupt Jiraiya's wedding day, he wouldn't hold back. Who goes there? Boruto suddenly exclaimed, launching a shuriken toward the rustling grass. Swish! Two ninjas wearing the headbands of the Hidden Cloud Village emerged, their expressions stern. The lanky ninja raised a hand to stop him, speaking coldly. Lord Raikage has issued orders prohibiting Leaf Village personnel from entering the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya frowned. Just as I suspected. Just like that stubborn Inoki. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. What if I were to force my way in? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. The two ninjas responded simultaneously. We would rather risk our lives than allow you to succeed. Jiraiya shook his head. They were merely foot soldiers. What would it matter if they risked their lives? It would be in vain. However, he did admire their courage. After all, individuals who dedicate everything for their country and families are worthy of respect. Boruto, bow to them. Boruto protested. Nanny? Why should I bow to them? Just do it when I say. No more nonsense. Hurry. Jiraiya glared at him, and Boruto, reluctantly, complied. The two cloud ninjas felt perplexed, but remained unmoved. Asking you to bow was merely a gesture of my admiration. It lightens my heart when I beat you down. Brace yourselves, I might strike a tad hard. Boruto mentally cursed, what a deceptive trickster. You admire them and want me to bow? What sense does that make? 8 gates, opening. Jiraiya vanished in an instant. Before the two ninjas could react, they were struck hard in the abdomen, sent flying, and crashed into several trees. Boom. Jiraiya unleashed his fury, targeting their most painful spots. The two groaned, utterly defenseless. He knew that given Raikage's volatile temperament, he would surely come in person after issuing such orders. Thus, he decided to indulge himself before his arrival and provide the Raikage with a taste of his own medicine to ensure he could unleash his full potential later. After a prolonged beating, the two had lost consciousness multiple times, only to be awakened again by Jiraiya's relentless strikes. The agony of their plight left them utterly despondent, tears welling in their eyes, eagerly awaiting Raikage's arrival. Boom. After yet another strike, Jiraiya halted, kicking the two away. Whoosh. A shadow flashed through, catching them midair. A burly man appeared, surrounded by crackling lightning. Boruto gazed in awe. Is this the lightning release chakra mode? Truly remarkable. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. So he has indeed arrived. If only that other one would show up too. But then shook his head. Given Raikage's pride, he probably hadn't intended to leave the village. However, having a present wasn't entirely unfavorable. If things went awry, he could subdue this man before seeking out the other in the Hidden Cloud Village. Are you Jiraiya? Raikage cut straight to the point, his tone icy. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, Lord Raikage. The Hokage must have sent you a message. Since you obstructed my path, I had no choice but to take some measures. How do your subordinates fare in their appearance? Raikage exploded. You scoundrel. The Hidden Cloud Village does not tolerate anyone's interference. Dare to harm my subordinates, and you will face consequences. The two ninjas, on the brink of unconsciousness, were moved to tears upon hearing this, their pain momentarily lessening. Oh, Jiraiya clapped his hands. Nicely expressed. If you disagree, come at me. But just so you know, if you can't defeat me, it counts as your loss. Boruto silently covered his head and moved away. This scene was bound to erupt into a major battle. If he didn't leave, he might get caught in the fray. Raikage leapt up, violently tossing the injured two backward. Several figures appeared, swiftly catching them and fleeing into the distance. Seeing his subordinates retreat from the battlefield, they roared. Come back here. Boom. Reikage took a step, causing the ground to shatter. He appeared before Jiraiya, delivering a powerful punch to Jiraiya's head. Bang! Jiraiya's head felt as though it had struck steel, producing a resounding crash as he was sent reeling backward. Reikage's figure loomed above him, poised to strike again. In an instant, Jiraiya was slammed into the ground. Ding! Host received a critical hit once. Power 15, Chakra 019. Ding! Host received a critical hit once. Taijutsu 14. Chakra 017. Jiraiya squinted, his body aching, but compared to his earlier encounter with pain, this was significantly lighter. In mere moments, his injuries were fully mended. As they charged at him once more, Jiraiya simply spread his arms wide, inviting the attack. Today, he intended to exhaust his opponent. If he couldn't tire him out, he would at least leave him half dead. After all, he could endure. Reikage unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each one infused with his full strength and without restraint. Boruto watched from afar, his heart racing. If it weren't for Jiraiya's earlier warnings to be cautious and avoid ambushes, he might have doubted he could soon lose his master. Despite the alarming situation, he could only hope for a favorable outcome. His master had confidence, so he remained untroubled. Reikage grew increasingly astonished with each blow until he unleashed a move, lightning release, lightning cutter. Only then did he exhale in relief. Jiraiya felt as if his neck might snap, his body collapsing in exhaustion. Just as Reikage prepared to deactivate his lightning release chakra mode, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 68, rhyming very impressive. Reikage truly lives up to his reputation. The force behind his strikes is indeed formidable. Jiraiya slowly rose, shaking his head and rubbing his neck, wearing a satisfied expression. Aside from some tattered clothing, all injuries had vanished without a trace. Reikage wore a solemn expression, having realized that something was amiss. His opponent made no defensive moves, allowing him to attack freely, and his wounds healed at an astonishing rate, leaving AI with no opportunity to find a flaw. Come on, Reikage, let us continue. I told you, if you can't defeat me, you lose. If you lose, you'll have to fetch your village's Jinchuriki. Well, never mind. I'll subdue you first, and then go find him. Jiraiya proclaimed to himself. Reikage, in a fit of rage, attacked once more. Jiraiya smirked, finding it amusing. The Reikage's onslaught persisted until midnight, but he finally succumbed to exhaustion. Kneeling on one leg as he faced the still vibrant opponent before him, anger flaring within. Yet at that moment, he was unable to even gather his lightning release chakra. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, or rather, his recovery ability was astonishing. Even with all his might, AI could not prevail. Having fought since noon, he was now at his limit. AI, I heard your father once battled 10,000 ninja for 3 days and nights before succumbing, and indeed, the name Reikage is not without merit. However, compared to your father, you are lacking. It hasn't even been a day and you're already exhausted? At those words, AI's hair bristled with fury, wishing he could swallow Jiraiya whole. Jiraiya, however, paid him no mind. You're just a defeated general. You can't even land a single blow on me. How pathetic. Boruto approached, having been nearly asleep. This fierce battle had been captivating at first, but witnessing Jiraiya's one-sided brawl grew tiresome. Upon hearing Jiraiya's call, Boruto hurried over. Jiraiya pointed at Reikage and said, Look at this. This is the fate of boasting. He claims to be formidable, yet he can't even land a hit on me. You must not emulate him. Remain humble and low-key. Avoid unnecessary rage and emotions, as they easily lead one astray. Do you understand? Boruto simply wanted to ask, Are you humble? Are you low-key? Nevertheless, he acknowledged the wisdom in Jiraiya's words. Controlling one's emotions was indeed crucial. Reikage, despite his considerable power, was hindered by his emotions, stubbornly confronting Jiraiya despite knowing he could not win. Even if he realized this, it would be futile. Jiraiya's temperament meant that fleeing would only lead to further pursuit, endangering his subordinates. Boruto observed keenly. While he was curious about Jiraiya's remarkable recovery ability and why he made no defensive moves despite his power, he trusted that Jiraiya had his reasons. Fewer questions and more observation. That was the true wisdom to avoid getting hit. Boruto nodded, affirming he understood. Jiraiya, with a sense of purpose, declared, Open the 8th gate. Instantly, he opened the 7th gate. With a swift movement, he struck Reikage, rendering him unconscious. Reikage, at the end of his rope, was astonished by his opponent's strength and fell into darkness from Jiraiya's blow. Jiraiya then applied numerous sealing techniques on Reikage, ensuring his chakra pathways were tightly sealed to prevent any troublesome awakening. Let us go. You carry him, and we'll find a place to rest. Tomorrow, we're heading to Kumogakure, Jiraiya commanded with enthusiasm. Boruto, begrudgingly, lifted Reikage and followed closely. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared. Jiraiya was taken aback. Oh, so many fearless souls. Release Lord Reikage, called a blond man leading the group. Jiraiya scoffed. Your Reikage is in my hands. You should be the ones worried. Since you're here, you might as well stay. I've been itching for a good fight. Boruto, keep an eye on him. These opponents are mine, Jiraiya instructed. With the 8th gate opened, he was determined not to waste time and unleashed his full power. The opposing ninjas unleashed their techniques, but Jiraiya effortlessly dodged countless shuriken and kunai. The speed of the 8 gates surpassed all comprehension, and in an instant, dozens of ninjas fell from the trees, unconscious. Having dealt with them, Jiraiya clapped his hands. I admire your spirit, but I have my own agenda, so I must trouble you. Boruto, hang them upside down. Their chakra has already been sealed. Boruto complied, tossing Reikage aside before getting to work. This was his first time doing such a task, and he felt a surge of excitement. Being with the master is truly extraordinary. Defeating Reikage and taking on the ninjas from Kumogakure sounds incredibly powerful. Jiraiya watched with amusement as Boruto diligently worked, finding his enthusiasm amusing. The two rested through the night, and at dawn, they set off toward Kumogakure. Boruto, carrying the still unconscious Reikage, silently grumbled but dared not voice it. By afternoon, they finally arrived at Kumogakure. The grand buildings were indeed more impressive than those of Konoha. At this moment, many ninjas had gathered at the village entrance. Hey, Kumogakure folks, your Reikage has surrendered, and you're surrounded. Hurry and send out your Jinchuriki Killer Bee to fight me, or I'll tear up the ticket. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Boruto, hearing this, felt speechless and immediately tore a piece of Reikage's clothing to cover his head, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. Jiraiya, oblivious, continued to shout at the ninjas standing at the entrance. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Jiraiya turned to see a massive purple octopus leg approaching, soon revealing a gigantic creature with the body of an octopus and the head of a bull. Jiraiya smirked. Finally, you've arrived. He seized Reikage and hurled him toward the 8 tails. Boruto, still processing the rapid turn of events, found himself back in a familiar room. Stay here. I can't attend to you right now. I'll come back for you once this is over, Jiraiya instructed before vanishing from sight. Returning Boruto to the village had been his initial decision. In the days that followed, Boruto had tempered his spirit considerably, and after this matter concluded, he intended to take him to meet Orochimaru, allowing him to familiarize himself with the present Konoha and meet his elders. Upon returning to Kumogakure, Reikage was caught by the bull demon. Killer Bee stepped forward, bringing Reikage beside the gathered ninjas. I'm here to fight you, so rest assured, your brother is fine. Merely unconscious for now, Jiraiya informed Killer Bee, standing before him. Since you wish to battle, I shall oblige. Let us see how you retaliate. I will ensure your demise. Oh yeah, Jiraiya replied. That rap is horrendous. He remarked. Let us begin. If you defeat me, I'll help you organize a concert and gather a massive audience. Killer Bee paused, quickly asserting, you'd better keep your word, or I'll be furious. I'll leave you alive, but only just. Let us go. If you take too long, I might change my mind. Jiraiya urged. Be careful. This opponent is no simple foe. Bull Demon warned. Whoever he is, I will treat him equally and defeat him. You need not worry. Bull Demon replied. After a fierce battle lasting a day and night, Killer Bee ultimately fell, exhausted. Jiraiya looked down at them, taunting, look at you, so bulky yet so fragile. Oh yeah, his poor rhyming made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Today, I have successfully defeated you, transforming you into a centipede. Allow me to collect a bit of interest. Lend me your glasses. Jiraiya mimicked a gesture with his fingers and then removed Killer Bee's small spectacles. He placed the glasses upon his own face, appearing somewhat peculiar. Observing Bee's eyes, which were weary and somewhat somber, he reflected on the plight of the Jinchuriki. For Killer Bee to possess such formidable strength is indeed extraordinary, and his character is truly exceptional. Bee, tell your elder brother that I am preparing for marriage. When the time comes, both you and your brother are welcome to attend. Of course, I hope you won't come to cause trouble. If you are willing, you may find time to hold a concert in Konoha. I will bring my disciples and friends to support you. Until we meet again. With that, Jiraiya waved goodbye to Killer Bee and vanished in an instant. Is this the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage? Nibi exclaimed suddenly. Killer Bee remained silent. Chapter 69. Misunderstanding upon returning home. Jiraiya searched for Boruto but found no trace of him. He let out a long sigh, relieved that his recent endeavors could finally come to a pause. After battling Killer Bee for a day and a night, although physically unscathed, he felt mentally fatigued. He rummaged through his kitchen for something to eat before retreating to his bedroom for a well-deserved rest. Master, what have you been doing these past few days? Boruto inquired, handing Sasuke 2 skewers of meatballs and taking a bite himself. Nothing much, Sasuke replied curtly. What has your master taught you? Sasuke diverted the conversation. Boruto shot him an exasperated glance, sensing that Sasuke was withholding something. He then complained, that so-called master of mine has dragged me all over to fight, and then just frolicked around, doing nothing. He claims he wants to teach me skills. But I think he is just bragging. Sasuke frowned, contemplating. Given that individual's nature, he must have some plans in mind. However, for now, I cannot discern them. Make sure to heed your master's words. Otherwise, you may regret it later. I can't help you then. Sasuke warned in a serious tone. All right, I got it. Boruto replied with a hint of frustration. I wonder how my father is faring with his training? He has changed so much. Sasuke nodded. In our world, my strength at your father's age was still quite weak. Compared to the Naruto you met, he was several tiers below. It is largely due to your master's influence. Boruto pondered this, struggling to comprehend how such a situation had arisen. The notion of parallel worlds was simply unbelievable. After a lengthy silence, both master and disciple sighed and fell into quietude. It was not until nighttime that Jiraiya finally awoke. Noticing the time, he realized Tsunade should be finishing her work soon. He washed his face, tidied himself up, and stepped out of the house. At the Hokage building, he encountered Tsunade just as she exited her office. With a smile, she approached him. What brings you back today? Jiraiya took her hand and smiled. I visited the Hidden Cloud Village, and as soon as it was over, I returned. Tsunade looked surprised. That was quick. Did the Raikage give you any trouble? I managed to convince them. Look, this is my spoils, Jiraiya declared, donning a pair of sunglasses with a flourish. Uft, just a pair of sunglasses. What is there to boast about? Don't underestimate them. These are the shades of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade's eyes widened. The bustling Hokage building was not the place for excessive displays, so Jiraiya quickly led her home. After purchasing a large quantity of groceries, Jiraiya commenced preparing dinner. Boruto returned home at that moment. Upon seeing Tsunade, he was momentarily taken aback. It did not take long for him to notice the peculiar atmosphere. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. She usually came here only when Jiraiya picked her up, otherwise. She remained at her own home. Meeting a young boy was somewhat disconcerting for her, even though they had encountered each other once before during her healing. Jiraiya noticed Boruto turning to leave and silently commended the boy for his perceptiveness. However, it was mealtime, and he felt it inappropriate to send him away. Stay for dinner first. Afterward, I will take you somewhere. Jiraiya called to Boruto. Boruto nodded in response. After dinner, Jiraiya utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Boruto to Naruto's home. Here is the key. Naruto wants to be back for a while, so you can stay here for now. His stash of money is in the cabinet by the bed. Feel free to take some if you need it, Jiraiya instructed. After all, he was his biological son, and it was only natural for a father to provide for his child. Boruto nodded, and soon after, Jiraiya vanished from sight. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "What a troublesome master. He promised to take me training, yet now he doesn't even share any news. How irritating." Grumbling to himself, he opened the door to the room. Inside, the space was small, clean, and tidy, with minimal furnishings. Opening the refrigerator, he was greeted by a plethora of instant noodles. He sighed inwardly. In terms of living habits, they differed greatly, yet the love for instant noodles remained unchanging through the ages. After washing up, Boruto donned Naruto's oversized t-shirt and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had originally arrived in this world to prevent Urashiki from targeting his younger father, and now that Urashiki had been dealt with, his master spoke of other formidable foes. Days had passed with no action taken, nor any plans revealed, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He dared not inquire. His master was not one to show mercy. He rolled over and muttered in exasperation before gradually closing his eyes. Can we really proceed like this? Tsunade gasped, her body limp like a rag doll in Jiraiya's embrace. Once the first time had occurred, countless more followed. Eventually, in the madness of the night, she could no longer endure and surrendered. Jiraiya felt a lingering desire. Yet with his wife's request, he had no choice but to acquiesce. They embraced and drifted into slumber. "Wife, shall we marry in a while?" Jiraiya suddenly proposed. Tsunade nestled her head back against him and murmured, "Whatever you wish." Jiraiya's heart soared with joy. "Rest assured, aside from the Mist Village, I have already made arrangements with the other villages. While I cannot guarantee they won't act, I am confident now that if they dare to stir trouble, I shall not hold back." His voice was low yet resolute. However, he received no reply, only the faint sound of her gentle snores. A week passed, with Jiraiya spending his days in contemplation and his nights engaged in fervent battles with Tsunade, leading an immensely fulfilling life. One afternoon, he was unexpectedly approached and handed a ledger. "Lord Jiraiya, here are your book sales for the past few months. The profits are quite considerable." The messenger exclaimed excitedly. Jiraiya gazed at the now noticeably thinner messenger, a slight frown creasing his brow. "You've worked hard. What about your share? Have you already taken it?" The messenger nodded. "I know you find these matters tedious, so I took the liberty of handling it myself." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "It's rightfully yours. There's no need for such formality. Just be cautious. If you're overwhelmed with work, do not hesitate to find assistance. There's no need to overexert yourself." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya flipped through the ledger and his eyes widened in astonishment at the impressive figures. He felt a surge of elation. This meant Tsunade's gambling debts would no longer be a concern. Initially, his motivation for generating income was to support Tsunade, and now, with such remarkable returns, he was increasingly validated in his decision. "Thank you," Jiraiya said earnestly, placing a hand on the messenger's shoulder. With a smile and a shake of his head, he acknowledged that all of his books had been printed, though some remained unpublished. As this continued, there would surely be greater profits in the future. He felt honored to have received recognition from Jiraiya-sama, and he believed this was simply his duty. Jiraiya chuckled lightly and mentioned that he still had a dozen or so books left, promising to hand them over in due course, leaving the remaining matters in his capable hands. Filled with exhilaration, he embraced the bustling daily routine. As the thrill of handling original manuscripts and the prospect of substantial earnings fueled his passion, his ramen shop was now entirely entrusted to his daughter and newly acquired apprentice, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the book release endeavors. When he learned of Jiraiya's new books, his interest was piqued once again, reigniting his enthusiasm. Unable to withstand his excitement, Jiraiya hastily retrieved several new scrolls and handed them over. With scrolls in hand, he departed in high spirits. Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Shizen, come here," he called, approaching her discreetly, startled by his suddenness and reminded of the time he had taken advantage of her. Shizen's expression became wary. Unaware of her thoughts, Jiraiya continued, "I have something important to discuss with you. After you finish, remember to meet me in the park. I need your assistance. Don't tell Tsunade." With that, he walked away. Shizen frowned, perplexed. Why meet in the park without informing Tsunade? Gradually, a sense of dread crept in as she resolved to inform Tsunade about Jiraiya's secretive behavior. Meanwhile, Jiraiya waited in the park all afternoon, growing increasingly puzzled when Shizen did not appear. Just as he prepared to leave, a melodious voice from behind startled him. "Who are you waiting for?" The soft, sweet tone made him shiver. Turning stiffly, he was met with a beautiful face adorned with a smile, and an uneasy feeling rose within him. Shizen. She must have told Tsunade. Thoughts raced in his mind, but he quickly masked his concern with a smile, turning to grasp Tsunade's hand. "I've been waiting for you. I knew Shizen would tell you. I was so worried." Tsunade coldly chuckled, shaking off his grip. Jiraiya inwardly cursed Shizen for being so unreliable. After much effort to placate Tsunade, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, the bad news was that today's benefits had vanished. After escorting Tsunade home, Jiraiya gritted his teeth in frustration. If he weren't worried that Tsunade would gamble recklessly upon discovering his wealth, he wouldn't have been so cautious. Once Tsunade entered her bedroom, he seized the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Shizen back to the park. The park was now cloaked in darkness, seemingly deserted. Shizen hadn't yet comprehended the situation when the environment shifted around her. Jiraiya glared at her fiercely, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Jiraiya-sama, you have Tsunade-sama now. Please let me go," Shizen pleaded, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Jiraiya, annoyed, thought to himself, what on earth is this girl thinking? He couldn't help but smack her lightly on the head. Shizen, feeling wronged, covered her head, eyes glistening with tears. Without further ado, Jiraiya stated solemnly, I called you here for a reason. I need you to tell me who Tsunade owes gambling debts to. I've made a bit of money and plan to pay off her debts. I'm worried she'll start gambling again if she finds out I have money. Which is why I asked you to come. What on earth do you think about all day? After explaining, he shot her an exasperated glance. Huh. Shizun finally grasped the situation, feeling even more aggrieved. You could have just said that. Sneaking around like this makes me think you're up to something again. Realizing Jiraiya's intentions, she felt relieved. She was not the target of his schemes after all. Jiraiya asked Shizun for the contact details of the creditors, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to send her home quietly, ensuring Tsunade remained unaware. The next day, Jiraiya exchanged greetings with Tsunade before leaving the village. After a day of work, he successfully repaid all of Tsunade's debts. Standing atop a mountain, gazing at the distant Konoha, he felt a surge of pride. With Tsunade free from worries and having temporarily resolved hostilities with other nations, he could finally enjoy some intimate moments with his wife. The thought excited him. How have you been, Sasuke? Jiraiya teased. Having not seen him for a week, Sasuke appeared considerably worn. He shook his head. Jiraiya found it amusing. This boy overthinks everything, getting tangled up in his thoughts without reaching a conclusion. Well, you've probably enjoyed enough of that. It's time to get back to business. I'm preparing to find Orochimaru. You'll lead the way. After much consideration, I believe Orochimaru is the only one who can resolve the issue with Boruto's seal. Jiraiya stated earnestly. Sasuke frowned, questioning seal. Jiraiya nodded, urging him to walk as he would clarify the situation for both him and Boruto. Sasuke complied, and soon they found Boruto standing not far from the Hyuga clan, observing two figures sparring in the courtyard, lost in thought. Boruto, let us go. It's time to focus on what matters, Jiraiya declared. Boruto raised an eyebrow, surprised at his master's serious demeanor, but nodded in agreement. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiraiya transported Boruto to Sasuke's side. Are you coming too, master? Boruto asked, to which Sasuke nodded. There's a location in Sunigakure. I have a general idea of where it is. I left several marks there during my previous visit. After hearing this, Jiraiya closed his eyes to sense the area, ultimately locating a mark he had left behind. With both of them in tow, he led them to the marked location. How convenient. Master, can you teach me this technique? Boruto couldn't help but inquire. Jiraiya cast him a glance, shaking his head. Mastering this technique requires considerable time and effort. Even your grandfather, Minato, spent years achieving success. Right now, your priority should be addressing the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan. Once we resolve the seal on you, we can focus on developing your Byakugan. This is the most suitable path to strengthen yourself. Don't stray from it. With an external advantage. He naturally didn't need to painstakingly learn any techniques. However, if Boruto wished to learn, he could only take it step by step. He wasn't inclined to waste time explaining it to him. If Boruto truly possessed talent, they could discuss it later. Boruto could only nod in understanding. Throughout their journey, Jiraiya narrated stories about the Otsutsuki clan members, including Kagaya, Momoshiki, and the yet-to-appear Kinshiki, detailing each individual's abilities and characteristics. When they learned that the seal's function was essentially a backup data for the Otsutsuki clan, Sasuke's expression grew serious. He looked at Jiraiya, inquiring, Sir, this sounds familiar. Jiraiya nodded, affirming, You're correct. It bears a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's cursed seal. This is precisely why I intend to seek him out. Sasuke lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Enough of this. Let us locate Orochimaru quickly so we can negotiate terms with him. It's been a few days already. I had hoped you two would enjoy your time reconnecting with old companions in the village. Yet here you are, lacking any charm. Either sleeping outdoors or lurking in the shadows. It's quite disappointing. Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. So that was it. He had thought Jiraiya had forgotten or was at a loss. It now appears that he has somewhat betrayed Jiraiya's goodwill. Ha. My dear friend has arrived again. What kind of surprises will he bring me this time? In a clandestine underground fortress, Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, hesitating. The events of the last encounter were still vivid in his memory. The treacherous ambush by Jiraiya was hard to forget. Now, Jiraiya had somehow tracked them down, heading straight for their base. Orochimaru-sama, should we make our exit? Kabuto inquired. Orochimaru shook his head. Having engaged in fierce battles with the Jinchuriki across 3 hidden villages and returning to Konoha unscathed, I am intrigued. I wish to see what this man has become. Furthermore, his arrival must indicate something significant. I am still curious about his peculiar reasoning from our last encounter. I wonder what his purpose is this time. After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto. Has Sasuke returned from his mission? Kabuto shook his head. He and Karen just set out yesterday. It will take them another week to return. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, falling silent. Jiraiya gazed into the dimly lit cavern, feeling somewhat envious. Orochimaru always chose such hidden locations. If it weren't for Sasuke's guidance, he would have never found it. The surrounding area was desolate, stretching for miles with nothing but desert. Losing one's way here could lead to death by thirst. Orochimaru, I have arrived. Are you not coming out? Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Soon after, two figures emerged at the cave's entrance. Long time no see, Orochimaru. It seems your hand has healed quite a bit. Jiraiya greeted casually. Sasuke regarded his former master with a hint of nostalgia. At this moment, the young version of himself should have been out on a mission with Karen. Ha ha ha. You've certainly been busy, engaging with the Jinchuriki and causing a ruckus in Awagakure. Truly a grand spectacle, Jiraiya. I find you increasingly inscrutable. Jiraiya shrugged, uninterested in further banter. I have come here to request your assistance. Well, it could be considered helping yourself as well. Oh, you still need my help? Jiraiya nodded with a smile. Of course. Your scientific genius is unparalleled, and your spirit of exploration is unmatched. In this regard, I humbly concede. Orochimaru chuckled softly, but remained silent. Boruto, show him the mark on your hand. Boruto nodded and walked towards Orochimaru. Whether he agrees or not is another matter. First, let him examine what this child possesses. I trust your keen eye will discern something. Once you've finished, we can discuss further. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Kabuto approached Orochimaru, ready to obstruct Boruto. Kabuto, stand down. I am eager to see what surprise Jiraiya has prepared for me. Kabuto cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru before stepping back. Boruto extended his right hand, revealing a black diamond-shaped mark on his palm. Orochimaru scrutinized the mark closely, his pupils contracting. Chapter 71. Confrontation with Deidara. Noticing Orochimaru's reaction, a smirk crept onto Jiraiya's lips. Indeed, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression darkened. What is this? Jiraiya shrugged. Aren't you inviting me in for some tea? Clarifying this will take some time. Orochimaru paused, then grinned wickedly. Oh, indeed. However, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. It seems we have guests. Jiraiya turned to see two dark figures approaching. He recognized them instantly. One was a golden-haired man with cerulean eyes, his long bangs obscuring his left eye. The other was short and portly, with a black mask covering his face and sparse, menacing hair. They both wore cloaks emblazoned with a red cloud pattern against a black background. Deidara, Sasori. Jiraiya grinned. What a delightful duo of artists has arrived. Haha, these two never give up. Orochimaru chuckled. Jiraiya turned back, grinning widely. It seems you've already crossed paths with them. Sasuke, keep an eye on Boruto. Jiraiya instructed. It took Sasuke a moment to realize he was being addressed. Boruto had returned to Sasuke's side, nearly laughing at the nickname. Sasuke's forehead twitched in annoyance. However, when it came to traversing dimensions, it was best for as few people to know as possible. He held his tongue. Orochimaru, do you need assistance? I came specifically to seek your help. You cannot leave me hanging. Jiraiya teased. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Then I shall not be polite. I, too, wish to see your prowess. Moreover, when seeking assistance, one must contribute as well, no? Jiraiya scoffed, as if this doesn't benefit you. Let us settle this matter after we defeat them. Orochimaru replied coldly. Jiraiya glanced meaningfully at Kabuto behind Orochimaru before turning to face their approaching adversaries. Sasori, it appears we have quite the lively gathering. Indeed, Deidara exclaimed. It seems we can confirm it is Orochimaru. Let us resolve this with my explosions. He has evaded capture twice. It is time. Fine, Sasori replied dully. Hey, you little fool. Your opponent is me. Jiraiya shouted, noticing Deidara's excitement. Nanny? Bastard. Is he talking about me? Deidara exclaimed incredulously, turning to Sasori. He can't possibly be referring to me. Hearing Sasori's grim voice, Deidara froze, his expression darkening as he bellowed. I will kill you. Instantly, Deidara formed a series of hand seals, summoning a white bird beside him. Jiraiya scoffed, turning away. You can handle that ugly-faced creature. I'll deal with this little fool. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Then I shall leave it to you. Jiraiya shook his head. Just don't die? He then exchanged a knowing glance with Sasuke, who understood immediately. If Orochimaru found himself in peril, he would intervene. Hey, little fool. If you wish to kill me, come along. Let us see how powerful your art truly is. Jiraiya immediately dashed off into the distance. Bastard. Sasori, I'm going to kill this guy. Deidara yelled angrily as he leaped onto the white bird. Remember, our mission is to eliminate Orochimaru. Don't lose sight of that. Sasori coldly reminded him. If you don't kill him, you won't be able to kill me. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Very well. Deidara, go take care of that one. I will deal with Orochimaru. Deidara beamed with joy, controlling the bird to fly towards Jiraiya. Do you two wish to intervene? Sasori asked coldly. You go ahead. I will hold back for now. Sasuke replied, mimicking Jiraiya's earlier gesture. Boruto glanced at him, realizing even the master was influenced by the mentor. No problem. I could use a couple more puppets. Although that kid is too weak, he is not worth making a puppet. Boruto, you ugly freak. Boruto shouted angrily. Sasuke instinctively pulled Boruto's collar, preventing him from moving forward. Sasori paid them no mind, turning his attention back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, let us begin. In an instant, a scroll appeared in Sasori's hand. Kabuto, seeing this, quickly formed hand seals to assist Orochimaru. After running for a considerable distance, Jiraiya finally relaxed, relieved that the distance was sufficient. He certainly did not want Deidara to destroy Orochimaru's base. Time was of the essence for his research. Resolving Boruto's issues sooner would provide him peace of mind. Suddenly, he felt a small white spider appear on his shoulder. He briefly froze, then his expression tightened. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, leaving Jiraiya's shoulder mangled and bloodied. Simultaneously, more white spiders descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions resonated, extending into the distance. Has the master begun? Boruto whispered softly. Sasuke also gazed into the distance, untroubled. After all, if even the formidable Otsutsuki had been dealt with, the current Deidara posed little threat. He recalled their earlier encounter, a chaotic clash that culminated in Deidara's self-detonation. He had narrowly evaded disaster by hiding within the body of Manda and employing reverse summoning techniques. He focused on the site of the battle, memories flooding back. Ah, yes. My art is an explosion, Deidara proclaimed from atop his great bird, brimming with excitement. Yet, the thick clouds of dust obscured the scene below. As the dust settled, Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, leisurely adjusting his half-exposed backside, flashing a charming smile at Deidara. The explosion had been quite severe, leaving his attire in tatters, though he was fortunate that his modesty remained intact. Having fully recovered and noting the cessation of hostilities, he decided to indulge in a moment of relaxation. Observing Deidara above him, a playful spirit stirred within him. Deidara, caught off guard by Jiraiya's gaze, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. In response, Jiraiya playfully blew him a kiss, his flamboyant demeanor accentuated by his long white hair and rugged features, presenting an utterly unconventional sight. Deidara, thoroughly disgusted, retched. Damn it! Don't you dare aim that at me. Jiraiya, seeing the spectacle unfold, quickly retreated, cursing as he fled. The sight of Jiraiya's pale backside gleaming in the sunlight was rather comical. Deidara, still retching in the sky, became the target of Jiraiya's laughter. Huh. How does it feel to be on the receiving end, eh? After that week of torment from Kakazu, it's your turn to suffer. The joy of witnessing another's discomfort was a refreshing change. After much delay, Deidara finally regained his composure, glaring at Jiraiya, who was seated and mocking him. With a furious yell, he declared, "You bastard! I will utterly annihilate you." Jiraiya, patting his backside and acknowledging the sound it made, suddenly remembered his half-exposed state. Well, I've run marathons in even shorter shorts than this. He steadied himself, thinking it unfair that Deidara could attack him from above. Don't think you can hide in the sky and escape my wrath. With narrowed eyes, he crossed his arms, unleashing the eighth gate of death. A brilliant golden light enveloped him. Now it's my turn. Boom. With remarkable speed, Jiraiya leaped into the air. Deidara, initially perplexed, quickly realized Jiraiya was charging at him. His pupils dilated in shock at the unfamiliar technique of walking on air. Reacting swiftly, he commanded his bird to ascend. However, Jiraiya's speed was beyond Deidara's capacity to withstand. And in an instant, he was upon him. Deidara's face blanched as he attempted to perform a technique to escape, but Jiraiya was relentless, delivering a powerful punch. The impact sent Deidara flying, his consciousness fading before he could even activate his substitution technique. In that fleeting moment, the great white bird vanished. Jiraiya landed gracefully, dusting off his hands. With Deidara incapacitated on the ground, Jiraiya surveyed his own tattered clothing, realizing he must maintain some semblance of dignity before Boruto. He had anticipated that Orochimaru would not attack him, hence he hadn't brought spare clothing, which now posed a problem. He decided to take Deidara's black and red cloud cloak, draping it over himself. Surprisingly, it felt not only comfortable, but also quite stylish. The material remained intact despite his fall, with only a light dusting of dirt. He resolved to procure a couple for himself upon his return. Chapter 72. A transaction carrying Deidara. Jiraiya returned to the entrance of Orochimaru's lair, where chaos reigned. Hundreds of puppets lay scattered, kunai and shuriken littered the ground, and a striking red-haired youth lay lifeless. Orochimaru sat, panting and weary, while Kabuto tended to him. Sasuke and Boruto watched from a distance. Upon Jiraiya's return, they approached him, and he exchanged a questioning glance with Sasuke, who nodded in response. With a smirk, Jiraiya remarked, "Orochi, you seem to be in quite a predicament." He tossed Deidara onto the ground, teasingly. Orochimaru shot him a glance, retorting, "And you are no better. Draped in someone else's clothes." Jiraiya scratched his head, dismissing the banter. "So, you didn't finish him?" Orochimaru inquired, eyeing Deidara with a furrowed brow. Jiraiya shrugged. "This kid isn't my enemy for now. Why kill him?" Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly. "You remain as naive as ever." Jiraiya chose not to elaborate further. "Scorpion is dead, and I intend to take Deidara with me. Don't interfere." Orochimaru paused, then coldly laughed, choosing silence. After a moment, he regained his composure and stood, addressing Jiraiya. "We cannot linger here. Let us move to another base." As Orochimaru turned to leave, Jiraiya asked, "Aren't you going back for anything?" "With Kabuto here." "There's no need," came the cool response. Jiraiya glanced at Kabuto, acknowledging his competence despite the man's past misdeeds. "You've acquired quite a capable subordinate," he remarked. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, nodding slightly. To stand alone against an Akatsuki member in scathe is impressive, deserving of respect, especially as one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya continued, "Kabuto, why not join me? I can promise you that one day I will resurrect your mentor, allowing you to reunite. Not through the impure world reincarnation, but truly." Kabuto shuddered, his gaze snapping to Jiraiya, while Orochimaru turned back, intrigued. Sasuke and Boruto exchanged surprised glances. "Jiraiya, it's rather rude to poach in front of me," Orochimaru remarked coldly, though the prospect of resurrecting someone piqued his interest. Kabuto's expression stabilized as he replied, "I currently follow Lord Orochimaru. I will remain by his side, and won't be easily swayed by others." Jiraiya spread his hands. "Relationships are the most precious things in this world. Even if you master all of Orochimaru's techniques, without self-awareness, you will merely become a machine. Do you not find Naruto and his friends naive? It is precisely this innocence that led him to discover his sense of belonging. Sasuke was the first true confidant among his peers, serving as a catalyst for him to find his place in the world. For this profound connection, he would sacrifice everything. Hence, his relentless pursuit of Sasuke, driven by an unwavering commitment, remained steadfast despite the pain he endured. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Boruto, observing his master's reaction, felt a spark of curiosity. The village had always been cryptic regarding his master's affairs, and despite his inquiries, he had received no answers. Now, as his master spoke, a semblance of clarity began to form. Kabuto found himself ensnared in a web of conflict. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of danger. Jiraiya, unfazed, continued, "Your pursuit of Orochimaru stems from a desire for him to assist you in discovering your own worth. I must assert that your value does not require validation, nor does it necessitate assistance from others to uncover. Having been a spy from a young age, you should comprehend the darkness of this world. Ninjas, in essence, are instruments of the state, yet even weapons harbor emotions, wounded for their brothers, risking their lives for their loved ones. It is this realization that drives them forward without hesitation. You are no different. Your frantic search for value merely reflects the absence of someone who cherishes you. Should you wish, you may seek me out. I promise to genuinely resurrect your dean." Jiraiya made this vow, and then turned to Orochimaru with a mischievous grin. "Let us proceed. We have yet to delve into the secrets surrounding that child." Orochimaru hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate this nuisance. Although he trusted Kabuto's loyalty, Jiraiya's boldness in his presence was irksome. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the thought. On one hand, Jiraiya was indeed formidable, and he felt uncertain about confronting him. On the other hand, he was intrigued by the mystery of the child's mark, sensing a familiar aura emanating from it. Furthermore, Jiraiya was accompanied by an unfamiliar man. Although he had not engaged in battle, the strangeness of his prior encounter with Scorpion raised suspicion that something unusual had transpired, enabling Scorpion's demise at his hands. Despite his arrogance, he was acutely aware of his declining strength, making it arduous to confront Scorpion, let alone eliminate him. The memories of his previous encounters with Deidara and the latter were still vivid in his mind. The unexpected outcome of the last battle with Scorpion had taken him by surprise. Weighing various factors, Orochimaru chose to endure. He cast a glance at Jiraiya before turning away to continue his journey. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, trailing behind with Deidara. Sasuke and Boruto instinctively followed suit. Kabuto remained stationary for a moment, a smirk gracing his lips. Quite alluring indeed. I have nearly forgotten the visage of the Dean. That said, memories of the past flooded back to him. Deidara and Scorpion had lost contact. It seemed they had either been captured or had perished. Black and White murmured softly. A figure adorned with an orange vortex mask observed Black and White, then shook his head. Losing two individuals poses some complications. Continue to have White search for them and ascertain whether they are truly dead. Inform Nagato as well, though he is quite wary of us, without his assistance. Our plans will be significantly delayed. Black and White nodded and then gradually sank into the ground. Obito lifted his head, revealing a crimson Sharingan that flickered slightly. Indeed, the role of the wedge is formidable. I believe you have noticed its striking similarities to your cursed seal, though, overall, it is far more advanced. Jiraiya meticulously explained to Orochimaru and the others, leading them into contemplative silence. At this moment, Boruto finally grasped the significance of the mark he bore. Meanwhile, Sasuke was astonished by Jiraiya's extensive knowledge, which even eluded him, a denizen of the future world. Orochimaru and Kabuto were visibly excited. This new power and ninjutsu were unprecedented. Should they unravel its mysteries, their research would ascend to new heights. Jiraiya patiently awaited their comprehension, knowing they needed time to digest this information. After a while, Orochimaru raised his head and regarded Jiraiya. I agree. Jiraiya chuckled softly. I anticipated your acquiescence. However, I have one condition. You must emerge from the shadows into the light. I will establish a research facility for you, funding all your endeavors, and I will take care of your adversaries. All you need to do is decipher this phenomenon. How does that sound? Orochimaru replied with a grin. Such audacious words. You seem rather tenacious. Jiraiya shrugged. It is not that I lack resolve, but rather I wish for you to cease those inhumane experiments, for they serve no purpose. Furthermore, one day our enemies will grow unimaginably powerful, and you could play a pivotal role. Jiraiya lavished praise, thinking that as long as he could enlist Orochimaru's help, he could afford to relax. When enemies arose, he could rely on high technology, while he and Tsunade could enjoy a simpler life. Besides, this particular research would demand immense effort. If successful, he would no longer endure the side effects of the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's interest was piqued, and he smirked. I accept your terms. Jiraiya nodded, agreed. Sasuke, you and Boruto shall remain close to Orochimaru. I will return to gather funds. He then turned to Orochimaru, adding, once the funding is secured, I will come to find you. Orochimaru nodded. As he watched Jiraiya gradually depart, a smirk spread across Orochimaru's face. How nostalgic. Kabuto, observing Orochimaru's expression, felt a stirring of emotions within him. Chapter 73. The ownership of financial power. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya formulated his next plan. Although Boruto and the others possessed artifacts capable of traversing time and space, allowing them to momentarily disregard future consequences, it was imperative to confront the existence of the remaining members of the Otsutsuki clan. Without delving into the likes of Kinshiki and Momoshiki, Ishiki, who still lurked within the ninja world, posed a significant threat. Not only was he formidable, but he was also exceedingly difficult to eliminate. After all, in the future world, even Amato's numerous designs had failed to vanquish him, ultimately allowing him to prevail, a testament to his strength. Jiraiya was uncertain whether the Shell organization had been established yet. Although it might not directly impact him, he had Tsunade, Naruto, and other vital relatives. He did not wish for them to suffer harm. He exhaled deeply. First, I must acquire funds. I will wholeheartedly support Orochimaru's research, enabling him to unravel the secrets of the wedge swiftly. This will simplify subsequent matters. With ample time remaining, he sought out a specific individual. At that moment, the individual was engrossed in reading. Over the past few days, profits had soared. The shop remained open thanks to loyal customers, entrusted to his daughter and apprentice while he immersed himself in his literary pursuits and promotional activities. As the volume of books increased, the original space proved inadequate, prompting him to relocate to a larger residence. Jiraiya surveyed the new abode, a smile gracing his lips. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Upon noticing him, the individual rose quickly, wearing a cheerful expression. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Jiraiya replied with a smile. Please, have a seat. After pouring Jiraiya a cup of tea, the individual inquired softly, Lord Jiraiya, what may I assist you with? I shall give my utmost effort. Jiraiya nodded, adopting a serious tone. I intend to establish a cultural empire. Taken aback, the individual appeared somewhat bewildered. Currently, my book sales are commendable, yet they fall short of my expectations. I plan to diversify and build different brands based on my work, vigorously developing entertainment projects. Feeling a surge of excitement, Jiraiya continued, the wealthiest individuals in any nation are concentrated in the upper echelons. Thus, our target audience must include these individuals, not just in the Land of Fire, but across the other 5 great nations. Wherever there are people, my products shall be present. He had given it considerable thought. The primary obstacle preventing Konoha from evolving into a true village lies with the daimyo. At a national level, the daimyo possess over 90% of the wealth within their realm, with the majority allocated for personal indulgence after covering a fraction for administrative expenses. Konoha, at best, resembles a mercenary organization entrenched in the Land of Fire. Essentially, the daimyo hire Konoha's shinobi, relegating them to a lowly status. To alter this dynamic, one must either seize control of the daimyo or instigate a complete regime change. However, such ambitions are not in his purview. His focus remains on the wealth wielded by the daimyo. Initially disinterested, he began to devise a plan to alleviate Tsunade's burdens and ensure her peace of mind. With the shifting circumstances and the financial constraints affecting Orochimaru's research, he intends to provide robust financial support to Orochimaru. The simplest method is to generate income from the daimyo. Upon hearing this, his body trembled involuntarily. The notion was something he had never contemplated. Not only would it be exceedingly challenging to manipulate, but the required funds would be astronomical. Lord Jiraiya, your plan seems rather impractical, does it not? He inquired. Jiraiya chuckled in response, awkwardly nodding in agreement. Indeed, realizing such a plan with their current resources and capabilities would be arduous, but where their SA will, their SA way. He had utilized a portion of their previous earnings, and there should be additional income from recent orders, substantial in number and promising in returns. Yet, to achieve what you propose would be akin to a drop in the ocean. Not to worry, I sought you out today specifically to discuss this matter. The funds in our account should suffice to support a conglomerate, correct? Jiraiya queried. It's quite strained. If we invest everything, we might cover 3 Konoha villages at most. He replied. Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging that while Konoha's power was formidable, its population paled in comparison to the millions in the past. For now, he decided to retain a portion of the funds to foster development within Konoha, establishing an entertainment company. Identify which stories could be adapted into films and discern audience preferences. Compile a list for me. I shall pen the narratives. There is no shortage of stories. It merely depends on your discernment. My only stipulation is to cover Konoha entirely in the shortest time possible. He spoke earnestly, nodding in agreement. I require a sum of money urgently. Please prioritize this. Jiraiya concluded before departing. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, his gaze turned contemplative. He understood that if Jiraiya's plan succeeded, the resulting profits would exceed his wildest imagination. Now that he had embarked on this journey, he must honor the trust placed in him, lest he face obsolescence. His resolve solidified. He vowed, Lord Jiraiya, I shall steadfastly follow in your footsteps. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the commercial empire you envision. Meanwhile, Jiraiya gazed at his savings book, letting out a faint sigh. He had only taken a fraction from it. Unfortunately, the forthcoming endeavors would require substantial funds, resulting in considerable pressure. However, Combined with what he had taken and the recent royalties received, it appeared ample, yet when allocated to research, it fell short. Merely the instruments for the research commanded exorbitant prices. It seems I must pursue quick gains. With a sigh, Jiraiya pondered. Am I truly destined to engage in a murderous trade? Are you going out again? Tsunade asked, frowning in discontent. Jiraiya grasped her hand, playfully replying. I've hit a financial snag. I must, excuse me? Tsunade said, bewildered. Given the myriad tasks he had undertaken, his claim of financial need seemed utterly absurd. What are you up to? Why do you need money? She pressed. Jiraiya scratched his head. To get married. Don't weddings require funds? I want to give you the grandest ceremony imaginable. Tsunade paused, her cheeks flushing. It's not that urgent. She considered the implications of funding a wedding. While somewhat pleased, she quickly thought it more prudent to use the money to settle her gambling debts. After all, he was already hers. Surely, asking him for a bit of money was not unreasonable. She had handed over her Hokage's salary to Shizun for debt repayment. Were it not for Jiraiya's kindness during this time, providing her with delightful meals, she would have faced greater hardships, but the quality of her life had inevitably diminished. As for the wedding, she was not particularly concerned. They had already shared what was essential. She was not one to fuss over trivialities. That money could be better spent elsewhere. You did say that after marriage, you would entrust the family business to me. Hand it over. I want to see just how much savings you have before considering the wedding's extravagance. Tsunade demanded. Jiraiya was taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, I will handle everything. You needn't worry about such mundane matters. Focus on being Hokage, and I shall take care of the rest. He would not foolishly allow Tsunade to gain control of the finances. After all, her previous experiences had left her vulnerable. He was well aware of her little schemes. The family's financial authority must remain firmly in his grasp. Giving her access? She would likely squander it in no time. Furthermore, he insisted that Shizun keep his assistance in repaying her debts a secret, to which she readily agreed. The days spent wandering with Tsunade had been fraught with difficulty. But now, with Jiraiya's guidance, she was content to observe from the sidelines. Jiraiya knew that prolonging the conversation could lead to his own misfortune. So he swiftly kissed her and used the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. Tsunade, momentarily bewildered, felt the warmth of his kiss before realizing he had already disappeared. In a fit of frustration, she began to stomp her feet. Whoosh! Tsunade glared angrily at the newcomer. An ANBU member stood at the entrance, sweating profusely beneath his mask under the intensity of her gaze. Master, what brings you here? Conan asked, surprised by Jiraiya's sudden appearance, as she was currently patrolling Amigakure. Jiraiya smiled gently. Let us converse elsewhere. Taken aback, Conan nodded in agreement. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, they found themselves outside Amigakure. Conan, do you know where Kakuzu's subordinates are located? Furrowing her brow in confusion, Conan replied earnestly. They are in a small town outside Amigakure, but I lack precise information. Master, what is your intent? Jiraiya shifted the topic. Has that masked individual resurfaced recently? Conan shook her head. He visited once before, stating that Deidara and Sasori had lost contact. But the masked one did not reappear. Jiraiya pondered momentarily before nodding. Though Nagato is my disciple, he is still grappling with certain issues. As you are all my students, I wish to shield you from harm. A new enemy has emerged, temporarily repelled by me, but I cannot predict when they may return. Conan appeared perplexed. Jiraiya continued. This new adversary possesses the true Rinnegan. Conan's pupils widened in shock. In terms of strength, this individual surpasses Nagato's 6 paths significantly. And they belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Conan gasped. The Otsutsuki clan? Jiraiya affirmed, patiently elaborating. You are aware of the origins of the Rinnegan, correct? Conan nodded. It is said to be the eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. Jiraiya chuckled softly. It is not merely a legend. The Sage of 6 Paths did indeed possess the Rinnegan. However, Nagato's Rinnegan was not innate, but rather implanted later. Conan paused, struggling to believe this revelation. I understand you may find this hard to accept. We shall set that aside for now. The identity of the Sage of 6 Paths is none other than Otsutsuki. Conan's expression turned to one of profound shock, overwhelmed by the implications. Upon reflection, the Sage of 6 Paths is not truly the Sage of 6 Paths. Rather, he is a descendant of his mother's lineage, hence bearing the name Otsutsuki. The genuine Otsutsuki possesses the Rinnegan from birth. To speak candidly, even if the Sage of 6 Paths were to appear, he would undoubtedly be defeated by the true Otsutsuki clan. Konan's eyes widened in astonishment. The information imparted by her master exceeded her comprehension. Jiraiya paused momentarily, allowing Konan to absorb the weight of his words. He then continued, I have clashed with him and am well aware of his formidable strength. Currently, I find myself in need of funds. Thus, I must rely on the financial resources of your Akatsuki organization. For a moment, Konan was taken aback. So, Master, after all this discourse, you intend to exploit the organization's funds? Jiraiya felt a touch of embarrassment, yet in the presence of his disciple. What was the harm in being somewhat shameless as an elder? As long as Nagato maintains his strength, there is no immediate danger. That masked man will not act against him. This is why I sought you. If you remain silent, I will execute this discreetly and leave no trace. He will not notice. Konan felt torn. She struggled to comprehend her master's intentions. Although she had a compassionate heart, this seemed far too self-serving. On the surface, they were still adversaries, and she was acutely aware of Nagato's biases against Jiraiya. However, if what her master said was true, and the Otsutsuki were to attack, Nagato would indeed be in peril. Perhaps it was wiser to leave the resolution to Jiraiya, thereby concluding the matter once and for all. After much inner conflict, she finally spoke. Master, what do you need such a large sum for? For research. I have uncovered a peculiar aspect of the Otsutsuki and wish to unravel it. The financial gap is substantial, and presently, I lack sufficient funds. I must temporarily utilize yours, but rest assured, when I am financially stable in the future, I will not decline any requests from you. Konan shot him a disapproving glance. Her master had brought her to such a remote location, believing in her inherent softness. With a sigh of resignation, she conceded, You must be discreet, master. We are still ostensibly enemies. If Nagato learns of my involvement, he will not be pleased. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. Additionally, Deidara has been eliminated by Orochimaru, and I currently have him in my possession. He is safe and in good health. Konan paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. She did not care much for the safety of Deidara and his comrades. If it were not for her ultimate goal, she would not be concerned at all. The organization was filled with unsavory characters, and even she had blood on her hands. Nevertheless, her nature was fundamentally good, and the majority of those she had slain were truly wicked, rarely involving innocence. Jiraiya recognized this quality, which is why he exhibited such patience with her. Seeing Konan acquiesce, Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall come promptly. Konan nodded. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled her hair. She rolled her eyes. At over 20 years of age, being treated like a child was somewhat embarrassing. She wished to evade his touch, but Jiraiya offered no such opportunity. No matter the time, you shall always be my disciple, my child. Konan's heart warmed, and her cheeks flushed. She pouted, Master, you truly lack shame. You are simply taking advantage of my softness. Well, since Nagato's feelings remain unchanged, I had no choice but to seek you out. Furthermore, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The matter I mentioned earlier was not a fabrication. The Otsutsuki clan is indeed formidable. Konan was taken aback, then impatiently replied, I understand. Jiraiya, noticing her demeanor, laughed heartily. One day, I shall introduce you to a suitor. As for Nagato, well, he is not suited for you. You are becoming quite the young woman. It is time to consider settling down. Konan's expression shifted abruptly, her eyes reflecting a sense of melancholy. Jiraiya, understanding her feelings, reassured her, Fear not. The individual I shall find for you will undoubtedly surpass Nagato, and will take good care of you. In a quiet voice, Konan replied, Master, I only have eyes for Yahiko. Right now I am eager to have grandchildren. Regardless, I will bring him to you, and if you are unwilling, simply ignore him. Jiraiya feigned indifference. Konan was startled, observing her master's serious demeanor, feeling somewhat bashful. Rest assured, I will never impose upon you if you are unwilling. Jiraiya cast her a knowing glance. Konan sighed with a rueful smile and shook her head. After escorting Konan back, Jiraiya promptly headed to the location she had mentioned. The most efficient way to procure quick funds was through robbery. Stealing from ordinary individuals was futile and time-consuming. Targeting Kakuzu would be far more advantageous. Having lived nearly a century, Kakuzu had spent his time either killing or preparing to kill, specifically targeting those of wealth. Over decades, he amassed a fortune beyond measure. Although Kakuzu was repugnant, he was wealthy. Jiraiya simply needed to locate the subordinates managing his finances. By executing the operation cleanly, Kakuzu would be none the wiser. Even if they were to cross paths in the future, he would not fear. After being repulsed last time, he had learned from the experience and would not easily fall into a trap again. After traversing several towns and paying a price, Jiraiya finally found Kakuzu's underlings. He trembled with excitement. After a thorough interrogation, the subordinate divulged Kakuzu's assets without hesitation, prompting Jiraiya to nearly erupt with laughter. Hundreds of billions. Just the thought of it is intoxicating. What a fortuitous venture. He instructed the subordinate to gather all the wealth and store it within a summoning scroll. With a booming laugh, he declared, "With this sum, my Otsutsuki style will surely dominate the ninja world." Subsequently, he left the subordinate severely injured and swaggered away. Indeed, he had maintained his guys throughout. After all, they would inevitably become enemies in the future. It was prudent to elevate his reputation and facilitate future encounters. Such foes lurking in the shadows were the most troublesome. Dealing with a half-dead Kakuzu had already proven challenging. Otsutsuki would be even more formidable, and he needed to expedite the completion of his mission. With vast sums in hand, Jiraiya made his way directly to Orochimaru's base. The surroundings felt unfamiliar. He had arrived here guided by the mark left on Boruto. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Boruto was momentarily taken aback. "Master?" Jiraiya suddenly realized he had not reverted to his original form and hastily dispelled his transformation technique. Boruto exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he recognized his master's arrival via the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, he might have attacked. "Where are your master and Orochimaru?" Jiraiya inquired, ensuring they were alone. "I have no idea where my master went." Orochimaru mentioned he was gathering materials and equipment. Boruto replied. Jiraiya nodded. "Remain here. I will find Orochimaru." Boruto pouted, uninterested in engaging further. Upon locating Orochimaru, Jiraiya presented the scroll filled with funds. "This is the capital I have secured. The rest is in your hands. If you require living subjects, do not target the innocent or ordinary civilians. That is my only stipulation." Orochimaru chuckled ominously. "Oh, the naive are destined to be ensnared by such trivialities." Jiraiya shrugged. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. "Understood. As long as there is financial support, I shall handle the rest. Since you have conditions, I will do my utmost to comply. Then I trust you. If funds run low, contact me again. I am leaving." "Is that man Sasuke?" Orochimaru suddenly interjected. What a peculiar sensation. Jiraiya was taken aback, his lips curling into a grin. "What do you think?" He offered neither denial nor affirmation. Orochimaru shook his head. "Do not feign indifference. He is someone I hold in high regard. Even if he has grown and changed his appearance, I would still recognize him." Jiraiya chuckled softly, offering no further explanation as he departed. Orochimaru watched Jiraiya's vanishing figure, his eyes narrowing with intrigue, before erupting into laughter. "This is becoming increasingly interesting." In the spacious laboratory, bursts of laughter echoed. In another research room, Do heard this sound and smirked, whispering with curiosity. "Lord Jiraiya has once again brought surprises for Lord Orochimaru. I wonder what it could be this time. Let me go, you old fool. Once I free myself from these ropes, I will surely use my art to eliminate you." Deidara, bound like a dumpling, had his chakra sealed and his mouth stuffed with rags. Just as Jiraiya removed the rag from his mouth, Deidara began to shout. With a wicked grin, Jiraiya encouraged him. "Go ahead and curse. Soon, I shall teach you a lesson with my art. We shall see whose art is truly more torturous." Deidara was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his tirade. "If you have the guts, let me go and face me in a fair fight, you old trickster." Growing annoyed, Jiraiya hoisted Deidara up, securing his legs and removing his shoes. He then pulled out 2 feathers from his pocket. Deidara scoffed. "Is this all you can do?" "My art is the true art." Shaking his head, Jiraiya replied, "It is through the simplest of things that the most astonishing effects can be achieved. This is the essence of ultimate art, and you shall soon understand. You're delusional. Explosions are the ultimate art. How can such trivialities be considered art?" Jiraiya ignored his outbursts and unsealed a layer of Deidara's restraints, restoring his physical sensations. He then created 2 shadow clones, which began to tickle Deidara's soles with the feathers. Deidara erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his body thrashing about in an attempt to escape, but the clones provided him no respite. "Ha ha ha, you fool. Ha ha." Meanwhile, Jiraiya fetched a chair and a plate of apples, chuckling at Deidara's ridiculous antics. Although seemingly simple, this form of punishment proved effective. particularly against those with strong wills. For someone like Deidara, who fervently pursued art even at the cost of his own well-being, one needed to employ harsher methods. Initially, he feared that this trick would not work on Deidara, so he had even tickled under his armpits, which elicited shivers and laughter. Now, confident, he continued the current scene. 5 hours passed. Deidara was now reduced to weak chuckles. One could not deny the physical prowess of the shinobi world. An ordinary person could barely withstand such torment for an hour, yet Deidara had endured far longer. Jiraiya had even taken a nap. Yawning, he observed the pleading look in Deidara's eyes and finally commanded the clones to stop. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate, understand? Deidara nodded slightly. If you misbehave again, I will ensure you experience my art once more. Deidara shivered involuntarily. With a wave of his hand, the ropes binding Deidara snapped apart. Observing the sweat-soaked Deidara, Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Come, let me take you somewhere. Struggling to keep up, Deidara thought to himself, your explosive art is still lacking. Look at this prolonged art. It commands far greater admiration, utilizing the simplest means. It tests not only patience, but also the endurance of the opponent. How impressive. Yours merely excites for a fleeting moment. What is the point? Deidara wished to retort, but at that moment, standing was already a monumental challenge, let alone speaking. Besides, after laughing for so long, his throat had gone hoarse. This was the most humiliating and terrifying experience of his life. He cast a resentful glance at Jiraiya's back and vowed, once I recover, I will make sure you pay. Unfazed, Jiraiya continued speaking to himself, indifferent to Deidara's thoughts. After all, he was no match for him. Any mischief would simply result in further punishment. Just a mischievous child, he had plenty of ways to teach him a lesson. He led Deidara to a small house on the outskirts of Konoha. After knocking on the door, an old man with a white beard appeared. Uncle Su, as we discussed last time, I have brought you an apprentice. Let us see if he meets your standards. Jiraiya introduced Deidara. The old man scrutinized Deidara from head to toe and nodded. Lord Jiraiya, the kind of fireworks you mentioned is quite complicated. There are many aspects I still do not understand, the old man lamented. Jiraiya interrupted him with a light chuckle. No worries, I trust you. I'll leave the wedding fireworks for Tsunade in your capable hands. You are the finest fireworks master in Konoha. Many will come to witness it. Once my wedding concludes, you will undoubtedly gain fame throughout the shinobi world. Jiraiya flattered him. Originally, he wished to marry Tsunade sooner. Now, although everything was prepared, the Hokage's wedding was no trivial matter. Previously, he had rushed due to physical urges, but with recent developments, he was no longer in a hurry. The wedding must be grand and flawless, and fireworks were essential. He had long considered this, which is why he kept Deidara around during their earlier encounter. The latter was adept with explosives, making a fireworks spectacle a breeze. Deidara was utterly bewildered. A wedding? Fireworks? An apprentice? These words struck his ears, and combined with his abilities and current state of enslavement, he quickly realized the implications and erupted in outrage. You bastard. He could no longer care about his sore throat. Despite his hoarse voice, a profound sense of humiliation surged within him. How could he, a renowned explosive artist, be reduced to creating mere fireworks? He would never accept such an insult. Jiraiya's expression turned cold as he spoke. You are currently my defeated subordinate. If you refuse, I can always resume our previous art. Rest assured, I have more than one kind of art. Each will allow you to experience joy intertwined with agony. The sinister tone made Deidara tremble, silencing him. Noticing he was intimidated, Jiraiya understood the wisdom of offering a reward after a punishment and continued, if you do well, I may grant you your freedom. However, should any mishaps occur, you can forget about freedom. I will arrange for you to be fed extra rations daily for the rest of your days. Living in despair, Deidara shuddered violently, ultimately suppressing his humiliation and nodding in agreement. Jiraiya smirked, unbothered by any potential trouble. He had sealed Deidara's chakra. Any sudden movements would trigger the seals within him, and he had also placed a flying thunder god mark on him, ensuring he could not cause any disturbances. As Deidara began to follow Uncle Su into the house, Jiraiya sighed in relief. The fireworks would also serve as a delightful surprise for Tsunade and the guests. The rest would take time. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his thoughts. A spark of joy surged within him. Chapter 76. Successful Sage Mode Training Summoning Technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals. With a loud bang, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself at Mount Myaboku. Master, A figure swiftly approached him, sweetly calling out. Jiraiya ruffled Fu's hair, grinning widely. What's this? Have you completed your training? Fu nodded enthusiastically, proudly declaring, My brother is only halfway through. Sage Fukasaku said my temperament is excellent, and I mastered it in just over a week. Taken aback, Jiraiya's joy increased, and he quickly gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Come, let me see how well you've trained. All right. Fu replied eagerly, closing her eyes to focus, beginning to absorb natural energy. A few minutes later, a faint orange hue appeared around Fu's eyes, complementing her blue hair, creating an unusual yet captivating beauty. Master, how do I look? Fu asked eagerly upon opening her eyes. Haha, both beautiful and formidable. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled her hair. Fu immediately burst into joyful exuberance. Come, let us go see your senior brother. All right. Fu eagerly grasped Jiraiya's hand and dashed off in a particular direction. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. The little girl's vivacity was indeed remarkable. However, he was somewhat astonished by the considerable disparity between Naruto and Fu, which prompted a fresh perspective. Yet, upon reflecting on their ages, he felt a sense of understanding. In the original narrative, Naruto had mastered sage arts in a remarkably brief period. And given his youth and unremarkable aptitude, such a difference was quite reasonable. Although Fu was also innocent, her temperament was considerably better due to the care from individuals like Fumoto. Observing Fu's excited demeanor, Jiraiya gently shook his head. The bond they shared was increasingly akin to that of a father and daughter, a connection he had not reached even with Fumoto. While she cared for Fumoto, it was largely as a peer, for Fumoto was not much older, merely a dear friend, lacking the depth of familial affection. Fu noticed Jiraiya's favoritism and felt warmth from his tenderness and care, unconsciously viewing him as a father figure. Jiraiya sensed her reliance on him, which warmed his heart. Having such a daughter was indeed a delight. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the stone conical forest. Naruto was diligently seated there, striving to maintain balance. Jiraiya sighed softly. It appeared that more time was needed. He spoke gently to Fu. Let us go eat something delicious, Fu. We won't disturb your senior brother for now. We shall return once he is finished. Fu was about to greet Naruto when Jiraiya's voice interrupted her. Upon hearing that her master was taking her out for a treat, her heart soared, and just as she was about to leap with joy, Jiraiya swiftly transported her away using the flying thunder god technique. After exchanging greetings with Sage Shimizu, he departed from Miyaboka Mountain. Fu's training could take a temporary pause. Her future studies in ninjutsu would require thoughtful consideration. Master, while Sage Shimizu's insect feast was delightful, it was truly hard to get accustomed to. I nearly starved over the past week. Fu complained, her face expressing grievance. Jiraiya chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Whatever you wish to eat. Master will take you. For the time being, your training can rest. Wherever you wish to go, whatever you wish to eat, I shall accompany you. Really? Fu exclaimed, overjoyed. Jiraiya nodded. Yay, Master is the best. Over the course of a month, Jiraiya took Fu to numerous places. Indeed, the convenience of the flying thunder god technique allowed them to visit nearby towns for food and fun at will. In the evenings, he would bring Fu back to Konoha to dine with Tsunade and share late-night snacks, leading a life of splendid abundance. Upon learning that Fu was his newly accepted disciple, Tsunade expressed her fondness for her without reservation. Fu truly experienced the essence of familial bonds. The preparations for their wedding reached the final stages. To be honest, without the reliable presence of Kakashi, Jiraiya would have been quite burdened. He entrusted all wedding arrangements to Kakashi, only overseeing the process occasionally, inviting guests, sending out invitations, and managing the venue setup. He left all the tedious tasks to Kakashi. Each day Kakashi worked tirelessly, appearing as exhausted as a dog. His once lively eyes now devoid of spirit. Kakashi, you've worked hard. When it's your turn to marry, I shall assist you. Keep up the good work. Jiraiya encouraged. Patting him on the shoulder, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Whether I even get married in this lifetime is uncertain. What use is your assurance now? Master, I did it. After receiving the news, Jiraiya took Fu to Miyaboka Mountain, where Naruto hurriedly approached to boast. However, seeing Fu's exuberant expression made him feel a tinge of jealousy. Here, senior brother, this is a skewer of dumplings I brought for you. Fu joyfully offered a few skewers of dumplings to Naruto. He sighed with relief, feeling somewhat ashamed that he had fallen behind his junior sister in their training. Naruto, do not fret. The path of sage training is inherently lengthy. The speed at which you have grasped it is commendable. After all, I am now free, and your chakra influences me as well. It's entirely normal to progress slowly. Kurama remarked nonchalantly. Then why did Zhuangming and Fu advance so quickly? Naruto protested. There is no comparison. Zhuangming is simply too weak. Even if he has some influence over the little girl, it cannot compare to my impact on you. Zhuangming roared. I will say it again. If you continue to blatantly humiliate me, I will truly become furious. Oh, Kurama replied dismissively. Uffed. Fu couldn't contain her laughter and burst out. What are you laughing at? So happy. Jiraiya inquired curiously. Master, Zhuangming is just sulking with Kurama. Ha. Zhuangming. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then he laughed as well. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Fu's fate had indeed changed, and she had become friends with Zhuangming, no longer the naive girl who once wished for 100 friends. For now she had far more than that. He affectionately ruffled Fu's hair and chuckled. Do not always tease Zhuangming. He too needs comfort. The eve of the wedding arrived. Tsunade, having completed her work, stretched lazily. Jiraiya, feeling concerned, remarked, you should retire soon. Let Kakashi take over. I can't bear to see you work so hard every day. Tsunade shot him a glare. You think retirement is that easy? Have you ever seen a Hokage who has served for less than half a year and is ready to retire? Jiraiya scratched his head, embarrassed, and laughed awkwardly. I was just saying, but tomorrow you will be the bride. How can you still be working today? He complained while kneading her shoulders. Who told you to be in such a hurry? With so many guests attending the wedding, I, as Hokage, must make the arrangements. Tsunade snapped back, turning to glare at him. Yes. It's all my fault, my dear wife. You've worked hard. I simply wish to hand myself over to you sooner. Jiraiya flattered her. Tsunade instantly blushed. By the way, since we are getting married tomorrow, when do you plan to hand over the family business to me? Tsunade asked. Oh. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, frowning. Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Tomorrow. After we get married. I will give it to you. Tsunade, satisfied with his assurance, leaned back in her chair, though she mumbled, even if you're going to give it to me tomorrow. It would be better to give it sooner. It's such a hassle. The thought of having money after tomorrow night thrilled her. Once this busy period is over, I must try my luck. After accumulating for so long, I should be able to make a fortune. I'll strive to earn back everything I owe. Tsunade thought gleefully. Her eyes closed in anticipation. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Tsunade's demeanor clearly suggested ulterior motives. She was undoubtedly planning to gamble once she got the money. No. He had to do something about it. Chapter 77. The wedding. You're getting married tomorrow. I'm here to congratulate you. Oh yeah? After leaving Tsunade's side, Jiraiya immediately set to work on family matters and encountered the rapping Karabi on the street. Jiraiya's heart leaped with joy. Oh, Karabi, is it really you? Is your brother here as well? Did he come too? What a show of respect. A few days prior, Tsunade had sent invitations to all the village leaders and her former friends, and many had already arrived in Konoha. The Hidden Cloud village was no exception. My brother is at the inn, and my little brother is playing outside. Don't tell anyone I'm slacking off. Jiraiya replied. In that state, anyone would quickly recognize you. However, upon meeting Bai, he felt a surge of joy. At the very least, that rascal Raikage had not broken his promise. As for whether he would cause trouble, he believed he lacked the audacity. After all, he had single-handedly defeated both Raikage and Bai without taking their lives. He deserved at least that much respect. Even if he felt a tinge of discontent in his heart, he would weigh the consequences. He took Bai to the food street for a leisurely stroll, and afterwards summoned Fu and Naruto to join them. Both Naruto and Fu had become perfect Jinchuriki and naturally understood Karabi's sentiments. After exchanging fist bumps, they grasped each other's feelings and instantly bonded. Jiraiya found himself with some free time. Subsequently, he visited friends from Awagakure and Sunagakure. Gaara himself came, bringing along a few young ones he had previously taken under his wing in Sunagakure. After a round of pleasantries, Jiraiya entrusted the 3 children to Fu and the others, allowing the kids to play while he returned home to make final preparations. Other matters were left to Kakashi, but he personally took charge of the decoration of the bridal chamber. After a few days of clandestine efforts, he finally saw results. Lacking in design knowledge, he relied on habits and aesthetics from his past life, which felt rather incongruous compared to the customs of the ninja world. However, prioritizing festivity and comfort was key. He believed Tsunade would appreciate it. Jiraiya clapped his hands, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Everything was ready. He simply awaited the wedding the next day. As Hokage, Tsunade was inundated with responsibilities, returning home only past midnight. Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy for her. The following midday, in a spacious venue in Konoha, Tsunade appeared in a snow-white wedding gown, adorned with exquisite makeup, resembling a celestial being. Jiraiya held her hand in awe. Her fingers were delicate, her lips like rubies. A subtle blush graced her cheeks, and her hair was adorned with a glass hairpin, complemented by golden earrings and a beautiful necklace, illuminating her beauty. Surely, these jewels must be worth a fortune. Suddenly, Tsunade leaned in and whispered, catching Jiraiya off guard. As he was lost in her beauty, her words jolted him back to reality. A vein throbbed on his forehead as he grit his teeth and warned, "If you dare use them for gambling, I will make you regret it tonight." Tsunade shivered slightly, retorting, "It's just a joke. You really lack a sense of humor." The wedding commenced. Thunderous fireworks erupted in the sky, painting it with vibrant colors that left many in awe, amidst a chorus of cheers. Gazing at the fireworks, Jiraiya was filled with myriad thoughts. How joyous it would have made his parents to witness his marriage. Tsunade, entranced by the splendid display, had never imagined fireworks could be so dazzling and beautiful. What surprised her even more were the blessings that appeared after each explosion. "Do you like it?" Jiraiya asked. Leaning in, Tsunade came back to her senses, looking into his eyes, feeling an unexplainable pang of tenderness. She nodded and tightly grasped his hand. "Today, you look truly stunning," Jiraiya whispered again, regaining his usual carefree demeanor. Tsunade's cheeks flushed a shade of pink, her heart brimming with joy. Who wouldn't cherish the praise of their beloved? "Today, and in all the days to come, you shall be my only one. I will cherish you for a lifetime," Jiraiya declared earnestly, despite the booming fireworks. His words resonated deeply within her heart, warm and sweet. Unable to resist, she leaned in for a kiss. Jiraiya closed his eyes, indulging in their intimate embrace. The adults were captivated by the fireworks while the children cheered in excitement, oblivious to the unfolding scene on stage. Moments later, the fireworks ceased, and Jiraiya and Tsunade returned to a semblance of normalcy. The next order of business involved greeting guests, toasting, and delivering speeches. Both were past the age of destiny. With all elders gone, their wedding proceedings lacked the complexity typical of younger couples, who often had to honor numerous relatives. However, he had invited Fukasaku and Shima from Mayaboka Mountain, although the large-bodied Gamabunta and others could not attend. They were considered his elders, and he and Tsunade raised a toast in their honor. What delighted Jiraiya was how smoothly the wedding unfolded, even with a few envoys from Kirigakure offering their congratulations, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Previously, he had harbored concerns about potential disruptions, wishing for a serene wedding day, but the current situation exceeded his expectations. The afternoon passed swiftly. As night fell and guests departed, Jiraiya held Tsunade's hand as they returned to their new home, finally finding tranquility. They had indulged a bit too much in drink. Though Tsunade appeared elegant and demure, she exhibited a hearty spirit when it came to drinking. This day marked a pivotal moment as they formally became husband and wife, filling Jiraiya with immense joy. In this splendid moment, gazing at Tsunade's slightly flushed, delicate face, he felt a stirring desire, as if a cat were scratching at his heart. He eagerly grasped her hand, leading her toward the bedroom. "Bring it on," Tsunade replied leisurely, extending her graceful hand with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recollected. He had made a promise the previous day and was well prepared. Without further ado, he darted to the drawer to retrieve the prepared bankbook. Tsunade excitedly took it, ready to inspect it, but Jiraiya intervened. "Let us savor this moment first." The next day, Tsunade slept until noon, discovering that Jiraiya was no longer beside her. She buried her head under the covers, feeling annoyed. Once again, she had fainted. That man had no regard for her delicate nature. It was utterly excessive. However, recalling the bankbook he had given her, she promptly got dressed and rummaged under the bed until she finally located it. Her heart soared with joy as she opened it, but upon seeing the minimal amount inside, her excitement quickly morphed into anger. Jiraiya. At that moment, far away in Orochimaru's base, Jiraiya shivered. He knew Tsunade must have seen the bankbook. After a busy afternoon crafting a new one, he had only transferred a small sum, equivalent to her 2-month salary. Despite his grand declarations of pampering her and allowing her to gamble without fear, he now felt a sense of trepidation. Gambling was simply too costly. With Orochimaru's research requiring substantial funds and aspirations to establish an entertainment company, every bit of savings counted. Yet, this would undoubtedly incite Tsunade's wrath. Thus, the previous night, he had acted recklessly, causing her to faint. To be fair, having a sage body was advantageous. Even as a strong woman, she was manageable. To avoid her fury early in the morning, he took refuge at Orochimaru's base. Though I did not attend your wedding, as an old friend, I still wish you a happy marriage. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed, sounding more sardonic than congratulatory. Jiraiya remained unfazed, well aware of Orochimaru's true nature. Bring it on. He confidently extended his hand. Orochimaru chuckled softly, retrieving a wooden box from behind him. Jiraiya was taken aback. Was this guy truly presenting him with a gift? Upon receiving it, he opened the box to find several gleaming jewels inside. Wow, these must be quite valuable. Don't look at me like that. Tsunade is still my old friend. Even if we had our differences in the past, now that she is married to you, I won't be stingy. Orochimaru remarked blandly. Jiraiya's fondness for him instantly elevated to a new level. This fellow truly possesses a cool exterior, but a warm heart. Indeed, it was precisely because he witnessed the tragic deaths of his disciple and friends that he was driven to seek immortality. He extended his arm, draping it over Orochimaru's shoulder, and chuckled lightly. Since that's the case, how about you join me for a drink, old friend? I didn't enjoy my drink yesterday because you were absent. Humph. Drinking so early in the morning, be wary of an early demise. With that, Orochimaru subtly slipped from Jiraiya's grasp and moved towards a nearby experimental table. Jiraiya could only shake his head in response. Where have Sasuke and Boruto gone? He inquired aloud. Orochimaru chuckled. Have you come to terms with it? Jiraiya paused, then smirked. Did you not already know? I've just confirmed it. Jiraiya continued. They've gone outside. For the time being, their assistance isn't required. Sasuke mentioned he had some matters to attend to. As he spoke, Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at Jiraiya. Feeling slightly awkward, Jiraiya scratched his head. However, he was curious as to where Sasuke had taken Boruto. He hadn't sensed the flying thunder god mark on Boruto. Given Sasuke's nature, it was likely they had ventured into some dimension. Never mind, with Sasuke accompanying him, Boruto would be safe. Moreover, it seemed Orochimaru had more to conceal from him. Jiraiya shot Orochimaru a glance before dismissing the subject. When you have results, remember to inform me. You know how to reach me. Also, allow me to remind you that other scientists are likely researching the crest as well. If you do not wish to be surpassed, you must intensify your efforts. With that, Jiraiya vanished from the laboratory. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then a wicked smile crept onto his face. Quite remarkable indeed. I received the news only recently. Yet you were already aware. What secrets does Jiraiya hold? After a moment, Orochimaru regained his composure, his eyes narrowing slightly, harboring a hint of danger. It appeared he needed to hasten his progress. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya sought out Bai, only to discover that the members of the Cloud Village had already departed. After yesterday's wedding, he had suggested to Bai that she enjoy a few days in Konoha, but it seemed Raikage had not consented. Reluctantly, he altered his plans. Hey, am I free to leave now? Jiraiya arrived at the small cabin of Elder Su, only to see Deidara stepping forward to coldly inquire. Deidara, thank you. Thank you for not causing any disturbances, and for your splendid fireworks. Jiraiya expressed with a smile. Deidara scoffed. If I hadn't been threatened, do you think your wedding would have been so smooth? Unfazed, Jiraiya continued. Now, I acknowledge your artistry. You truly are a genius. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. If you weren't so reckless, you might actually be quite impressive. To pursue your lifelong art to the extent of turning yourself into a bomb is madness that only a few could achieve. Deidara's expression brightened slightly. Yet he crossed his arms, maintaining an aloof demeanor. Jiraiya formed a hand seal and slapped him on the back. Caught off guard, Deidara was sent flying, crashing into a distant stone wall with a resounding thud. You bastard! Deidara erupted in fury, charging forward. I've released your seal. Now you can leave. Jiraiya added. Deidara quickly regained his senses. Feeling the chakra within his body, he was elated, but his expression hardened, revealing a fierce determination. Last time you got the better of me. This time, I will reclaim everything. Are you Deidara? A young man suddenly sprinted over from afar, grabbing Deidara's hand and asking eagerly. Jiraiya smirked. The show was about to begin. Deidara, perplexed, nodded and threatened. Indeed, that is I. If you know what's good for you, get lost. I am prepared to kill. Upon hearing this, the The young man's eyes filled with tears as he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Master Deidara, your fireworks art is so magnificent. I adore it. Will you take me as your disciple? Do you think I am worthy?" As he spoke, dozens of figures rushed over from a distance. "Hurry! Lord Jiraiya says Master Deidara is here. We cannot let anyone else get ahead. I must be Master Deidara's first disciple. Get lost. I am the one meant to be Master Deidara's disciple. Idiot. I am Deidara's disciple." Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. Soon, he found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals clinging to his pant legs, tears streaming as they pleaded for him to take them on as students, showering him with praise for his art. Gradually, Deidara began to comprehend the situation, and pride crept onto his face. "My art is unparalleled. Indeed, Master Deidara's artistry is unrivaled." Jiraiya chuckled softly, entered the house, exchanged pleasantries with Elder Su, and then departed. He understood that Deidara had devoted his life to art, desiring nothing more than for the world to recognize his name. Now that his wish had been granted, it was likely enough to satisfy him for a while. One must recognize the terrifying power of fans. He shook his head, realizing as long as Deidara didn't wreak havoc in Konoha, he could do as he pleased. "Naruto, in the coming days, accompany me in training." Jiraiya prepared to upgrade his system. Now that Naruto was sufficiently powerful, he could unleash his full attacks, and Jiraiya was confident he could complete his tasks within a few days. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded eagerly. Master, what about me? I want to train with you too." Fu chimed in excitedly. Naruto then whispered a few words to her, causing Fu's eyes to widen in surprise. She quickly lowered her head, defeated. "All right, Master, I just can't bring myself to do it." Jiraiya affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling warmth in his heart. The little girl was indeed worth the affection. She understood compassion. "No worries, just watching from the sidelines makes me very happy. That is the greatest encouragement for me." Fu's eyes sparkled as she looked up. "Really?" Jiraiya nodded. "Yay. Then Master, do your best and hang in there." "All right." By evening, Naruto was utterly exhausted, barely able to rise. Every strike he delivered was with utmost effort. Jiraiya initially recovered slowly, but over time, his recovery accelerated, eventually allowing him to regain his strength almost instantaneously after Naruto's attacks. After escorting Fu home, Jiraiya carried Naruto back to their residence. It had been a long time since he had been so close to Naruto. Thus, he chose not to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but walked home step by step. "Master, what about that blonde-haired kid? I haven't seen him these past few days." Naruto inquired, resting on Jiraiya's back. Jiraiya explained, "He has some matters to attend to and cannot return for now." "All right." Before long, he felt Naruto's gentle snores against his back. Jiraiya chuckled softly. If Minato were here, this fellow wouldn't have to feel so lonely. However, he noted how much more mature Naruto was becoming. Since returning from Miyaboka Mountain, he had sought out Hinata and had been quite affectionate with her for some time. In a few years, he would need to prepare for this young man's wedding. The thought stirred a hint of jealousy within him. From the moment he arrived in this world to the time he began to recognize Naruto, it had been a brief span. Yet it felt as though an eternity had passed, with countless memories replaying vividly in his mind. Although he was technically Naruto's mentor, the current scene felt more akin to that of a father and son. He couldn't help but sigh softly. After placing Naruto on the bed and covering him with a blanket, he gazed at the tidy and clean room, smiling gently as he left. "Ouch, my wife. Take it easy." After hiding for a day, he still couldn't evade her. Upon entering his home, he was immediately confronted by Tsunade, who twisted his ear, demanding answers. Jiraiya had no choice but to comply, wincing in pain as he begged for mercy. "Tell me, where has all the money gone? After all these years of missions, you only brought back this little bit. It's utterly outrageous. Previously, you deceived me by claiming to possess a family fortune, leading me to harbor great expectations." Jiraiya could only smile bitterly at this. Once Tsunade had finished scolding him, he quickly helped her onto the sofa and explained, "My dear, please don't be angry. Didn't I tell you I was preparing for our wedding? Do you think the fireworks and those jewels came without a cost? The money in my savings account is all I have left, and I've given it all to you." With that, he even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Tsunade was taken aback, suddenly recalling the exquisite jewels she wore yesterday, and her expression softened. However, she quickly shifted her focus. She wanted money. After 2 days of anticipation, she had even planned to test her luck. Seeing that she was convinced, Jiraiya pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. gently assuring her, "Don't worry, with your husband around, you shall not be wronged." "But I don't want jewels, I want money." Tsunade blurted out her thoughts instinctively. Jiraiya's expression hardened, and he released her, narrowing his eyes. "If you dare to entertain thoughts of those jewels, I won't let you off easily." Realizing she had slipped up, Tsunade felt a pang of guilt. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, Jiraiya interrupted, "No. I must teach you a lesson." Tsunade felt a sense of foreboding, but before she could protest, her lips were sealed, and she let out a whimper. "Master, you are truly remarkable," Fu exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Glancing at Naruto, who was panting on the ground not far away, Jiraiya chuckled softly, "Of course. If I weren't remarkable, how could I teach you two little ones?" Ruffling her hair, he then focused on his data panel. Host, Jiraiya Strength, 89154 Taijutsu, 88421 Genjutsu, 71244 Speed, 89465 Chakra, 4852 points over the past 2 days. With the assistance of Kurama, Naruto had inflicted significant damage on Jiraiya, with nearly every strike being a terrifying assault. Naturally, the data reflected this astonishing fact. He estimated that with one more day, the system would be ready to upgrade. He was overwhelmed with excitement. "Master, what are you grinning about?" Fu suddenly asked, pulling him back to reality. Jiraiya quickly composed himself, responding gently, "Today, I was going to have you." "Oh, never mind." Spotting a figure in the grass nearby, he abandoned the idea of having Fu escort Naruto home. "Let us call it a day? Fu, you can head back on your own. I have something to attend to." "Huh? Master, why so early today? Shouldn't Naruto still have energy left? I'm waiting to cheer for you." Jiraiya thought, this girl is a bit naive, and shot Fu an exasperated glance, advising, "I have matters to attend to, so I can't join you for dinner. You can go eat by yourself or with Hinata." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Hinata, noticing, blushed slightly and hurried over. "Hinata, I leave Naruto in your care. Take good care of him." "Great. Hinata, I want to join you." Hinata shyly replied, fidgeting with her fingers, glancing at Naruto in the distance. Jiraiya chuckled softly at the scene, waved goodbye, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and departed. Chapter 79, System Unbinding. Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon seeing him, Tsunade glared fiercely. Jiraiya sheepishly withdrew his head. He had intended to join Fu and the others for dinner, but during lunch, a shadow clone had come to deliver food to Tsunade and noticed she seemed unwell, struggling to walk. Upon receiving this news, he could only shake his head awkwardly. Yesterday, in an attempt to teach Tsunade a lesson, he had paused, and she had fainted twice, waking up in tears before he finally relented. It was only due to Tsunade's remarkable recovery that she was able to stand today. Otherwise, she would likely still be bedridden. Thus, he concluded his training early today. As soon as she finished her work, Jiraiya swiftly carried her home, placing her gently on the bed, covering her with a blanket, and softly saying, "Rest for a while. I'll prepare dinner and come to call you later." Tsunade shot him a disgruntled glare before turning away. Aware of his shortcomings, Jiraiya didn't linger and left the bedroom. After preparing dinner, he entered the bedroom with a bowl of food. However, Tsunade turned her head away, refusing to eat despite the enticing aroma. Unable to resist, she said, "I'll serve myself. You can leave." "Oh, come on. Let your husband feed you. Consider it compensation for yesterday. Do you even know what you did?" Tsunade raised her voice, but then weakened. Jiraiya scoffed. "Who told you to covet those jewels? Those were my wedding gifts to you. You have no idea how long I searched, how much effort I put in, and how many skilled artisans I hired to customize them for you. And you wanted to gamble with them?" His voice rose as he spoke. Realizing she had crossed a line, Tsunade tugged at his clothing, meekly saying, "I was just joking. No need to be so serious." Jiraiya replied earnestly, "Some jokes should not be made." Seeing her look of grievance, he softened his voice. "I wish to give you the best. I have lost all my family in this world, and from the moment I confessed my feelings to you, I knew you were my beloved, my only family. Now that you are Hokage, I cannot assist you directly, but for our wedding, I wish to give you the finest. Regardless of the outcome, I do not wish for you to underestimate or disregard this sentiment, for I wish to walk with you until the end of time." Tsunade felt a tremor in her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she nestled into Jiraiya's embrace. Seeing her appear as fragile as a young girl, he felt a wave of relief, finally dispelling her earlier thoughts. With a gentle smile, he kissed her forehead, softly saying, "Come now, my dear, no more tears. Let me feed you." As expected, the following afternoon, Jiraiya completed the task requirements. He opened the task panel. Host, Jiraiya Strength, 1003, 4 Taijutsu, 10011 Genjutsu, 8012 Speed, 10007 Chakra, 5,115 points. He instructed Naruto and Fu to continue their training independently before returning home alone. The house was empty, providing the perfect opportunity to proceed with his plans. System upgrade, Jiraiya declared. Ding. Upgrading. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have reached 6 paths level strength. Please choose 4 rewards from the following options. Option 1. Perfect Sage Body. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. What a delightful surprise. The rewards had indeed doubled since the last time. He gazed at the options, barely able to contain his excitement. After a while, he managed to calm himself. There were numerous choices, and he needed to consider them carefully. Previously, he had chosen an offensive technique to avoid being beaten. Now that he was upgrading again, the perfect Sage Body was undoubtedly the top choice. With an infinite chakra supply. Furthermore, this time, both the Rinnegan and the Transmigration I had advanced versions, and without hesitation, he selected the Rinnegan. Regrettably, the Rinnegan and techniques were separate options, meaning he would need to sacrifice one slot for a technique. He could only select 3 advanced techniques, while the others would only include the basic functions of the Rinnegan. Ultimately, Jiraiya chose a perfect version of the Shoten no Jutsu, a low-energy version of the Rinnegan's innate techniques, and for the last option, he selected the ultimate version of Susanoo, primarily for its impressive appearance. Now, with 4 rewards, 1 slot occupied by the perfect Sage Body, another by the Rinnegan, and 3 advanced techniques taking 1 slot each, Jiraiya found himself in a dilemma for the last one. As he scrolled down, he was astonished to discover the Ten Tails option. Staring at that selection, he was momentarily lost in thought, and after his excitement subsided, he promptly chose the Ten Tails, feeling elated. After finalizing his selections, the notifications appeared. Ding. Host selection successful. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. The perfect Sage Body in its complete form has been successfully released. Ding. The advanced version of the Rinnegan has been successfully released. Ding. 3 advanced techniques have been successfully released. Ding. The exclusive distribution of the Ten Tails Cub has been successfully completed. As the system's notification faded into silence, Jiraiya found himself momentarily lost in thought. Before him appeared a fist-sized brown mass. What does this mean? How is it a cub? Is it not the Ten Tails? He couldn't help but inquire, System, what is the situation with the Ten Tails? Ding. Given that the host has chosen the exclusive option, in order for the tailed beast to resonate with the host, it must be nurtured from its cub stage to be deemed exclusive. Jiraiya replied, All right. I thought the Ten Tails would be immensely powerful right after distribution. However, a cub will suffice. Yet, he furrowed his brow. Host. How long does it take for the Ten Tails to mature? The growth cycle of the Ten Tails is 1,000 years. Jiraiya exclaimed, 1,000 years? Who knows how long I will live? And now you tell me it will take 1,000 years? What am I supposed to do with that? He suppressed his urge to curse. After so much, he realized that complaining about the system was futile. It might very well be setting him up for disappointment. System. Is there any way to accelerate its growth cycle? Ding. The host can utilize their chakra to nurture it, and the system will set up an automatic assistance option. Indeed. Good deeds are rewarded. How much can the time be shortened? Given the host's current strength, if nurtured with full effort daily, it could take about a year. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. This is splendid. Although a year still seems long, with his unlimited chakra, he need not worry about that. A year is a wait he can endure. He envisioned a future where, should enemies arise, his disciple serves as the vanguard while the Ten Tails provides backup. Far more secure than insurance. Furthermore, in critical moments, he could transform into a Jinchuriki. With the system's offerings, it must be of high quality. Since it is labeled as the exclusive Ten Tails, nurturing it to adulthood means he and the tailed beast could achieve a profound understanding without the need for adjustment, allowing for perfect synergy. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Cradling the small, soft mass, he began to channel chakra into it. He immediately felt his chakra depleting rapidly. Yet simultaneously, he experienced an inexplicable wave of joy emanating from the Ten Tails. He attempted to make the Ten Tails change form for easier transport, and indeed, he felt a response from it. Jiraiya smiled and placed the Ten Tails atop his head, where it instantly changed color, becoming part of his hair. This astonished and delighted him. Now, he could carry it with him all day. Moreover, From the Ten Tails' transmitted thoughts, he learned that as long as he did not deliberately control his chakra, it could autonomously absorb his chakra and grow. Truly convenient. Joy filled his heart. This must be the system's auxiliary setting, user-friendly and beneficial. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the system. Thank you, system. Ultimately, my current circumstances owe much to you. Though the journey was somewhat tragic, the outcome is favorable. Now, I have a powerful ally in the Ten Tails. A word of thanks to the system is warranted. You're welcome. Serving the host is this system's duty. Ding. The system has gained the host's acknowledgement and will soon sever its connection. What? Jiraiya was taken aback. System, what is happening? The mission of this system was to attain the host's acknowledgement. Now that the task is complete, the system will automatically discontinue contact with the host. In the future, the host will no longer need to endure beatings to gain strength. Jiraiya was stunned, then quickly realized, you're really leaving? Suddenly hearing this from the system left him feeling unaccustomed. Although his experiences had indeed been somewhat grim, on the other hand, the system had provided him substantial assistance. Without it, he was uncertain how long he could survive in this world. Despite the arduous process, he had not only survived but had grown stronger, even becoming one of the elite in the ninja realm. He felt a pang of reluctance. Sensing Jiraiya's emotions, the system let out a rare light laugh. Please do not be saddened, host. The mission is complete. You should rejoice. I wish for you to be reborn and rise anew amidst the impending calamities. Take care. Host Jiraiya. As the system's voice faded, the panel before Jiraiya transformed into twinkling starlight, blue luminescence swirling around him before soaring out the window and into the sky. Jiraiya hurried to the window, watching the vanishing light with a hint of melancholy. A sudden wave of inexplicable loneliness washed over him. After a moment, he forced a wry smile, realizing that the system had also been striving for human acknowledgement. Reflecting on the times the system had led him astray, he found himself feeling nostalgic. Gazing at the azure sky, he murmured, "Thank you." Chapter 80. Resurrection of the Rope Tree. Once Jiraiya regained focus, he fell into contemplation. He was elated by his tremendous increase in strength, yet felt somewhat disoriented without the system. He pondered the system's final words, his brow furrowing deeply. Calamity? Rebirth? Nirvana? What do these terms signify? The fact that the system expressed such concerns piqued his interest, yet he felt utterly clueless. It seemed that the course of this world had shifted, leading to unknown circumstances. Although the system was gone, he sensed his recovery abilities had not diminished. In fact, they had improved. This implied that, barring attacks that exceeded his physical limits, he would recover swiftly. However, without the system, he felt a sense of reliance had vanished. No matter, self-reliance is essential. He could not afford to slacken. At the very least, he needed to devise a strategy to confront the impending calamity mentioned by the system. He had an inkling of what was to come, but the significance of the system's concerns left him uncertain. It appeared he needed to expedite preparations. Regardless, he must be ready for the Otsutsuki clan's assault. As for the calamity referenced by the system, he would face it step by step. Having experienced rebirth once, endured innumerable beatings, and faced the specter of death countless times, he was no longer afraid. The only thing that truly concerned him were Tsunade and his few disciples and friends. Jiraiya, did you not say you were going to train recently? Why are you here today? Orochimaru, holding a test tube, was immersed in an experiment, speaking in a low tone. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. I am here to fulfill a previous promise. Orochimaru paused, slightly frowning as he turned to face him. What promise? Scratching his head, Jiraiya replied. To resurrect the director of the laboratory. With that, his gaze flickered, his eyes instantly transforming into the purple Rinnegan. Orochimaru's pupils constricted in shock. In mere moments, he regained composure, laughing heartily. Ha! Jiraiya, your secrets are multiplying. I am tempted to dissect you for research. However, it seems that I can no longer compete with you. Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, I have secrets, but they are of little consequence. As for the immortality you seek, I may have some insights to share. Also, whom do you wish to resurrect? With these eyes, I can perform a technique that fully revives a person. Orochimaru chuckled. In this world, no technique is perfect, especially one involving resurrection. Surely, using such a technique will come with side effects. Is it not too presumptuous to wield these eyes so recklessly? A slight smirk crept onto Jiraiya's lips as he replied, What if I am not of this world? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. This statement shocked him even more than witnessing the Rinnegan. After a pause, he finally laughed. I understand. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed refreshing. His decision to reveal his trump card in front of Orochimaru was not only due to their current alliance, but also because he sought a knowledgeable ally. Regardless of intellect or strength, it is evident that Orochimaru's current power may seem somewhat inadequate. Yet, in the realm of scientific research, he stands as an unparalleled asset. No matter the circumstances, he remains deeply concerned about the impending catastrophe mentioned by the system. Although many of Orochimaru's methods are cruel, he is unfazed as long as they do not encroach upon his moral boundaries. In this world, apart from Orochimaru himself, no one would take his experiences seriously. Others would merely dismiss them as a jest. So, do you have someone you wish to revive? Allow me to assist you. This technique is quite taxing and requires a day for recovery. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with surprise at the minimal cost of this technique. After all, it involves resurrecting the dead, rather than performing some trivial spell. The enigma of death has eluded humanity since time immemorial. Even he, who has drawn upon countless experiences from predecessors, has made only the slightest progress. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually returning to calmness as he stated, "If possible, I wish for you to resurrect Sashu." Indeed, Jiraiya nodded in silent agreement. As Orochimaru's disciple, Sashu held immense significance in his eyes and was a pivotal catalyst in Orochimaru's descent into extremism. This further substantiates the flicker of tenderness that lingers within Orochimaru's heart. Jiraiya chuckled, "Certainly. Although I would prefer to revive Don, given your current relationship with Tsunade, that would likely be out of the question." Orochimaru grinned wickedly. Jiraiya retorted, "I know you would say that. Isn't it just a simple annoyance?" He muttered under his breath, choosing to disregard the comment. "My resurrection requires a medium. We must ensure their soul returns to its rightful place. Thus I will need your assistance." Orochimaru paused, then nodded. He entered a nearby secret chamber and retrieved a small experimental vessel from the innermost compartment. "This is Sashu's bodily tissue." Orochimaru's voice quivered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Jiraiya acknowledged with a nod, knowing that this was also Tsunade's greatest wish in life. The thought of reuniting the siblings filled him with anticipation. Orochimaru then captured a diminutive figure from the prison, resembling a child. Jiraiya recognized that this was the living medium required for the technique, yet he felt a pang of reluctance and furrowed his brow. Don't be fooled by his youth. He has lived for decades, claiming countless lives, including many children, to maintain this appearance. Orochimaru discerned Jiraiya's thoughts and calmly explained, handing him a notebook. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru with confusion. "This contains a bounty list from the black market, filled with the most heinous of criminals. Rest assured, with your funding secured, I will uphold my promise and avoid unnecessary bloodshed." As Jiraiya perused the descriptions, he glared sharply at the unconscious figure in Orochimaru's grasp. The individual had committed numerous atrocities, deserving of the most severe punishment. He chose to trust Orochimaru. The moment he opened up about his own past, he had already accepted him. With this newfound understanding, Jiraiya nodded. "You may begin." Orochimaru chuckled and summoned Kabuto. Upon learning of Jiraiya's intention to perform the resurrection technique, Kabuto hurried over. Under Orochimaru's guidance, he began to weave hand seals. Suddenly, the unconscious figure let out a blood-curdling scream, its shrill cry echoing through the subterranean chamber. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, discomfort washing over him. The figure became enveloped in fragments, gradually revealing a youthful silhouette. As a wisp of ethereal light infused into the body, Sashu's form began to regain vitality, though it was marred with cracks like a shattered vessel. "I have yet to fully master the impure world reincarnation. I can only summon a fragment of the soul," Orochimaru remarked, gazing at Sashu's visage, his voice trembling slightly. Jiraiya nodded reassuringly. "That is sufficient. As long as we have some medium, I will handle the rest." "Rinne-tensei." Jiraiya formed the seals, activating the Rinnegan. Suddenly, his eyes trembled violently as he felt an overwhelming aura, laden with malevolent intent, akin to a demon, threatening to consume him whole. Yet, a sturdy membrane shielded him, obscuring its form. Without hesitation, Jiraiya followed the faint thread of Sashu's soul, forcibly extracting a pale green spirit from the firm barrier. He infused the spirit into Sashu's body, watching as color returned to Sashu's face, and clarity filled his eyes. Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. Was that presence the Grim Reaper? Truly formidable. Even with my robust physique and boundless chakra, I now feel an overwhelming fatigue. He resignedly sat on the ground to recover. Indeed, snatching a soul from the clutches of the Grim Reaper is perilous, but the only cost is temporary physical weakness. In the original narrative, Nagato's use of the Rinne Tensei technique was limited by the number of lives he could revive, as well as the depletion of his life force. Without the Vortex clan's exceptional vitality, he would have been unable to perform the technique at all. Now, experiencing it firsthand, Jiraiya comprehended its true power. Fortunately, he had the system's assistance, which did not drain his life force, but merely exhausted his chakra. He sighed softly, closing his eyes in meditation to focus on recovery. Where am I? Are you my master? Sashu gazed around in confusion, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Orochimaru. He dashed over, inquiring, Master, didn't I die? How am I here? Did you bring me back to life? Sasha chattered incessantly. Orochimaru affectionately ruffled his hair. Indeed, you have been resurrected, thanks to Jiraiya. The joy of reuniting with his disciple was indescribable, expressed only through this affectionate gesture. Sashu turned to see a white-haired man seated in meditation, recovering. Huh, is that Jiraiya, uncle? Why does he look so old? Jiraiya snapped. You better wait right there, you little rascal. Once I recover, he muttered a curse, choosing to ignore the matter for now, feeling utterly drained. Haha, it has been nearly 30 years since your death. What? Sashu's eyes widened in disbelief. What about my sister? He hurriedly asked. Well, your sister has also aged into a grandmother, and that fellow over there has become your brother-in-law. They just married a few days ago, Jiraiya replied. How could my sister possibly fall for Jiraiya? And they got married? I must persuade her. Why not choose a decent guy instead of that old lecher? Very well, you truly are something else. Jiraiya seethed, barely restraining his rage, planning to recover first before addressing this insolent child later. Kabuto stood quietly behind Orochimaru, his heart racing with turmoil. So, it was true. Lord Jiraiya spoke no falsehood. Don had indeed perished, and in the Second Great Ninja War. Orochimaru stated flatly, indeed. Sashu paused, a wave of sadness washing over him. My sister must be heartbroken. Just wait 2 minutes, and you'll discover why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Orochimaru watched the incessantly chattering Sashu with nostalgia, noting his unchanged exuberance. However, he knew that Jiraiya would not let him off lightly this time. With a sympathetic glance toward the quaking figure in the distance, Orochimaru smiled inwardly. With the connection to Tsunade, he knew that Jiraiya exercised restraint, and besides, with his abilities, even if he were to kill again, he could resurrect. Orochimaru indulged for a moment before turning back to resume his experiments. Suddenly, Jiraiya's eyes snapped open, filled with a murderous intent. He glared at the distant Shoju, roaring. Thousand Hand Shoju. Chapter 81. Strengthening ties with Shoju. Shoju was startled, turning to face the fiery-eyed Jiraiya, feeling a twinge of fear. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and arrogantly retorted, You actually married my sister. Let me tell you, if you lay a finger on me, I'll make her leave you. No, I must persuade her to distance herself from you. Spying on others is not something a decent person would do. Shoju rambled on, oblivious to Jiraiya's increasingly dark expression. If you're going to hit me, then do it, but don't destroy my research lab. It's worth quite a bit. Orochimaru's voice interjected coolly. In an instant, Jiraiya darted forward, seizing Shoju by the collar, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and they were transported to an open space at the edge of the desert. What do you want? Shoju finally panicked, recognizing the technique, which his great-uncle had once demonstrated. However, Jiraiya performed it effortlessly, without the need for numerous hand seals. What do I want? To thrash you. Jiraiya grinned wickedly, unleashing a furious barrage. This brat deserves a beating. My philosophy with troublesome kids is that hitting is affection, and scolding is love. Not satisfied? Then a kiss it is. Shoju's wails echoed through the air, crying out for his master to save him. Even if you scream your throat raw, he won't come. Today, I must teach you a lesson. How dare you disrespect your brother-in-law? I'll beat you to a pulp. You scoundrel. I will tell my sister. You bully the small. Shoju cried out. Jiraiya remained unfazed, his smile widening as he taunted. Oh, I am bullying the small. So what? If your sister finds out, she'll probably agree with me. Who knows, she might even join me. Nonsense. My sister loves me the most. It doesn't matter, you'll find out soon enough. For now, just endure it. Bam. Surprisingly, Shoju held out for quite a while, comparable to Boruto. Who could withstand a beating? Ultimately, amidst his cries for mercy, Jiraiya delivered another resounding slap to his backside. The crisp sound resonated in the air, finally relieving his pent-up frustration. Next time you dare to act so disrespectfully, just wait and see how I deal with you. Shoju nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face, silently vowing to inform his sister of the mistreatment he endured. Jiraiya clapped his hands and then led Shoju back to the research lab. At that moment, two figures emerged from behind a distant stone. Arno, Master, who was that person you were beating? It looked too brutal, Boruto exclaimed, still shaken. Sasuke glanced at him with a stoic expression, wishing to remind him that he, too, had been beaten mercilessly not long ago. That was too cruel. We must never provoke the master again. Boruto shuddered, recalling his own harrowing experience. I don't know. It was probably just some mischievous kid from the village. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. All right, the investigation is over. Let us hurry back to the base. Sasuke urged, turning to leave. Boruto nodded in agreement and quickly followed suit. Master, you didn't even come to save me. Shoju lamented. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, uninterested in his plight. Kabuto was already employing medical ninjutsu to treat Shoju. His eyes filled with shock. He had just meticulously examined Shoju's body and noted its formidable vitality, entirely unlike that of a reincarnated individual. Adjusting his glasses, he discreetly observed Jiraiya from a distance. All done, Lord Shoju, Kabuto respectfully announced. Shoju leaped up, stretching his limbs, joy radiating from his face. Thank you so much. What is your name? I feel your medical skills rival my sister's. Hee, I'm Kabuto. My medical skills still fall short compared to Lady Tsunade. You flatter me. Lord Shoju, don't keep calling me Lord. Just call me by my name. We're friends now. If you need anything, remember to seek me out. I'll do my utmost. As a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru, it is only fitting that I address you respectfully, Kabuto explained with a smile. Shoju pouted. No need for all that. Just call me by my name. I can't stand such formalities. All right then, Shoju. Hearing this, Shoju's face lit up with joy. Jiraiya observed the conversation between them, shaking his head slightly. This guy is truly as naive as a fool. But perhaps that's for the best. The simpler they are, the easier they are to educate. Kabuto, prepare the bodily tissues of your director. I will come tomorrow, and you shall reunite. Jiraiya instructed, then approached Shoju. Come, let us go meet your sister. I must warn you, she has become the Hokage. In front of outsiders, show her respect, or I will make sure you regret it. What? My sister has become Hokage? Shoju gasped, his face brightening with joy. She is amazing. I want to be Hokage too. I'll follow in her footsteps. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. You need to grow up first. We'll see who is stronger between you and Naruto. Shoju was around the same age as Naruto, and it was uncertain what kind of sparks would fly when they were together, especially since both were infatuated with the title of Hokage. Boruto just messaged me. They are returning soon. Don't you want to see them? Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Jiraiya paused, remembering that the two were indeed returning. He chuckled and shook his head. Forget it, we'll talk tomorrow. Suddenly, recalling something, he tossed a scroll from his bag to Orochimaru. By the way, please give this to Boruto. Orochimaru caught it, sensing its contents, and smirked, nodding in acknowledgement. Jiraiya waved goodbye and vanished into the underground base with Shoju. Uncle Orochimaru, where's my master? Boruto and Sasuke entered, inquiring. Your master just returned to the village with Tsunade's brother. Orochimaru replied without turning. Sasuke's pupils narrowed. He seemed to recall that Tsunade had a brother who had supposedly died over 20 years ago. Sensing Sasuke's emotions, Orochimaru turned, chuckling softly. He has been resurrected. Brought back by Jiraiya. He possesses eyes similar to yours. Sasuke was taken aback. It appeared he had never revealed his eyes to Orochimaru. You. Orochimaru shrugged. As my own disciple, I can still detect a trace of it. Haha? Sasuke paused. Then a smile crept onto his lips. The two exchanged glances, falling into a comfortable silence. Orochimaru gave Sasuke a meaningful look before returning to his experiments. Kabuto seemed to sense something, watching Sasuke with disbelief. Boruto, on the other hand, was utterly confused. What kind of cryptic conversation were they having? Chapter 82. A sibling reunion. This is the home I share with your sister, Jiraiya declared as he led Shoju back to the room. Shoju's eyes widened in astonishment as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. The interior was adorned with furnishings he had never seen before, boasting various sofas and beds, all exuding comfort. Jiraiya retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and tossed it to Shoju. Once your sister finishes her work, I'll go fetch her. And you two can finally reunite. Snapping back to reality, Shoju caught the juice, but looked somewhat displeased. I want to go get my sister too. I'm going right now. Have you forgotten your sister's status? Shoju paused, taken aback. Jiraiya shrugged. She is now the Hokage, after being gone for nearly 30 years. How do you think she will feel seeing you? The responsibilities of the Hokage must naturally be set aside. After all, delays in work are unacceptable. Shoju's expression fell as he slumped despondently into his chair. Very well, I shall not hinder her work. His eagerness to reunite with his beloved sister was palpable, and he understood, if he were in her shoes, he too would struggle to contain his excitement. Observing Shoju's demeanor, Jiraiya's tone softened slightly. Don't worry. She has been working diligently and will soon complete her tasks. Shoju nodded faintly in response. There is one more thing I wish to remind you. Jiraiya interjected. What is it? Shoju asked, somewhat perplexed. Given that you have returned from the dead after so many years, your revival will undoubtedly attract attention. However, most who recognize you are from the older generation. If you venture out, just be cautious and avoid revealing your connection with Tsunade. Should you wish to continue your path as a ninja, your sister can assist you, but beyond that, you must rely on your own abilities. Jiraiya cautioned. If too many individuals discover his power of resurrection, complications would surely arise. Shoju nodded in understanding. Though young, having experienced death had matured him slightly, allowing him to grasp these nuances. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you? Or would you prefer to dine out? Shoju gazed at him in surprise. Recalling that Jiraiya was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, had he suddenly changed? Let's eat out. Shoju hesitated at the thought of Jiraiya's potential culinary disasters. On second thought, it is getting late. Let us eat at home. Jiraiya rose, creating a shadow clone to fetch groceries. Shoju sighed. You've already made the decision. Why ask me? Can I refuse? Stay at home while I go fetch Tsunade. After a brief moment, Jiraiya instructed, then vanished from the room. Shoju pouted and began to wander around the house. At last, it is over. Tsunade stretched lazily. Jiraiya massaged her shoulders and said, My dear wife, you have worked hard. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance, then took his hand and stood up. Let us go home. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, but did not move. What is it? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. I want to give you a little hint. I have a surprise for you, so prepare yourself. Jiraiya spoke mysteriously. Tsunade scoffed, if it isn't money. Then what gift could it be? I am sure I will adore it. Noticing Jiraiya's expression shift slightly, Tsunade quickly changed her tone, pouting adorably. Jiraiya chuckled at her. Gently shaking his head, you will know soon enough. Tsunade eagerly nodded, excellent. I look forward to it. With that, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and they instantly returned home. Shoju was munching on potato chips when he saw the sudden appearance of the two, momentarily frozen in place. Tsunade's pupils constricted, then widened in shock. Tears quickly welled in her eyes. Suddenly, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Jiraiya's head. Jiraiya swiftly opened the sixth gate, catching her hand and pulling her into his embrace, speaking softly, he is alive. It is no joke, and I would never trivialize such matters. Tsunade shivered slightly, her gaze returning to Shoju. He too realized the situation, tears streaming down his face. Sister, I am alive. I have returned. Jiraiya leaned in to whisper. You are a medical ninja. You can examine him closely. I shall not intrude on your reunion. With that, he kissed Tsunade's forehead and vanished. Tsunade felt a sudden emptiness, collapsing to the ground. Sister? Sister, what is wrong? Shoju rushed to her side. Meanwhile, Jiraiya appeared atop the Hokage rock, breathing a sigh of relief. That was indeed a close call. Thankfully, my reflexes were quick. Otherwise, the new house would have been wrecked. Truly, marrying a strong woman comes with its challenges. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he settled onto the ground. His energy had not yet fully recovered from earlier exertions, and after having opened the sixth gate, exhaustion washed over him. Gazing at the distant horizon, the sun had set, leaving behind a gentle crimson glow, with stars beginning to twinkle. Jiraiya reclined on the ground, feeling the soft breeze, and closed his eyes. His power had surged, Tsunade had reunited with her brother, and everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Yet, the absence of the system left him with a slight sense of emptiness. It had not been apparent before, but now, alone, he felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. However, he found an odd enjoyment in this solitude. It was quiet and somewhat dull. He had not truly relaxed in recent days, and now, gazing at the stars, it was rather pleasant. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, he knew who had arrived. Kakashi, thank you for your assistance during the wedding. He had not taken the time to express his gratitude until now. Kakashi sat beside Jiraiya, complaining, please refrain from assigning me so many tasks in the future. I would be eternally grateful. Jiraiya sat up, smiling. With your capable assistance, Tsunade can avoid much hassle. I hope you become Hokage soon and liberate her from her burdens. Tsunade has only been in the position for a little over 6 months. It may be challenging for her to step down, especially considering. Kakashi shot him a pointed glare, as you are aware of the difficulties of removing Tsunade from that role. Jiraiya shrugged, helplessly admitting, it cannot be helped. Among our peers, you are the most exceptional and capable. Asuma is certainly more skilled than I. Do not flatter me, or I fear you may have more tasks for me. Kakashi replied, eyeing him warily. Oh, how did you know? Kakashi remarked, am I still in time to escape? Jiraiya replied earnestly, Naruto has made significant strides in strength. However, he faces a challenge with his ninjutsu. I believe you as his teacher can guide him in developing new techniques. Kakashi frowned. Considering Jiraiya's formidable abilities, teaching should pose no issue for him. Why involve me in this? Jiraiya shot him a stern look, reminding him, Naruto is also your student. Moreover, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Are you entangled with Lady Tsunade? With a swift motion, Jiraiya sent Kakashi sprawling. Watching Kakashi clutch his side and approach slowly, Jiraiya shifted to a serious tone. Earlier, I encountered a formidable enemy. Kakashi ceased his pretense, his expression growing grave. Is it a serious threat? Jiraiya nodded. Given Guy's strength, even opening the 8th gate may not suffice to defeat him. What? Kakashi was taken aback. He was aware of Guy's prowess when he opened the 7th gate. The sheer force was daunting enough to intimidate even himself. Unless one employed the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to ensnare him, Guy had long prepared against such tactics. Unless one possessed an extraordinary Jinjutsu like Itachi's, which did not require direct eye contact, the odds of victory were slim. However, Jiraiya's assertion that even the 8th gate would prove ineffective was chilling. The 8th gate grants a tremendous surge in power, surpassing even the 5 Kage. Without a doubt, he would struggle to withstand even a single strike. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly somber. Are you certain? Absolutely, Jiraiya affirmed calmly. Kakashi's demeanor darkened, but he quickly asked, did that person perish? Jiraiya chuckled softly, nodding. You were responsible? Not just me. Naruto and my other student, who is also a Jinchuriki, contributed as well. Kakashi comprehended, though he remained astonished. Based on their previous encounter with that individual, Naruto's attacks had proven rather predictable. My training with him has primarily focused on enhancing his physical capabilities. Following his reconciliation with the tailed beasts, they can now cooperate seamlessly. Therefore, I hope you can impart more combat experience and guidance on ninjutsu training. Kakashi stood in stunned silence. He was aware that Naruto's strength had improved, but he was taken aback to learn that he had actually come to an understanding with the tailed beasts. Observing Kakashi's rapidly changing expression, Jiraiya chose not to interrupt. After a moment, Kakashi processed the information and nodded. Why don't you assist as well? After all, whether it's one or two, it amounts to the same in terms of responsibility. Consider it a form of play. Kakashi replied, is this what you call play? Very well, I accept. However, do we still have intelligence on the enemies? Jiraiya responded, the overt enemies have been dealt with. There shouldn't be any immediate threats. Kakashi pondered, so there are still hidden enemies? They are known as the Otsutsuki clan, formidable in strength. Kakashi appeared momentarily lost in thought, then suddenly his pupils constricted, recalling something. Isn't that? Jiraiya nodded, confirming, indeed, they are of the same lineage as the Sage of 6 Paths, but technically speaking, the sage does not belong to the Otsutsuki clan, as it was his mother who inherited that name. Jiraiya succinctly recounted the situation of the Otsutsuki clan to Kakashi, leaving him stunned and speechless for a long while. Eventually, he solemnly remarked, it seems we must expedite the training of the next generation. Jiraiya chuckled softly, this is imperative. The Otsutsuki clan aims to overturn the entire shinobi world, viewing all humans as mere nutrients for their existence. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Should the sky fall, there is someone to hold it up. You have me. Kakashi's gaze flickered as he looked at Jiraiya's casual demeanor, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. I understand. I will do my utmost to enhance Naruto and Fuzz abilities. But does Lady Tsunade know about this? Jiraiya shook his head. She is already burdened enough. I do not wish to see her toil further. I will monitor these matters, and I hope you won't divulge a word of it. The fewer people who know, the better. Aside from me, there are only 6 others aware of this. Chapter 83. Boruto's clear eyes. The individuals Jiraiya informed included Sasuke, Boruto, Orochimaru, and Kabuto, along with a hint to Konan, and now, Kakashi made the 6th. What? 6 people? Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Jiraiya nodded. I cannot reveal all of their identities at this moment, but both Orochimaru and Kabuto are aware. Kakashi was taken aback once more. The enemies involved are not to be trifled with. If not managed properly, it could mean the downfall of not just Konoha, but the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru's current research is targeting the Otsutsuki clan, and it will likely take some time. Thus, we must strive to enhance Naruto's abilities as much as possible during this period. After a long pause, Kakashi finally nodded. He had been shocked multiple times by Jiraiya's revelations today. His mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. As long as Orochimaru does not invade Konoha, I will not pursue past grievances. Kakashi stated solemnly. Rest assured, he is quite occupied and has no time to concern himself with such matters. The reason I am sharing this with you is that should uncontrollable circumstances arise, I hope you can play a crucial role. Your mission now is to ensure Naruto and the others enhance their strength. In the future, they will be indispensable combatants. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Jiraiya gazed at the starlit sky from Hokage Rock throughout the night. Although he missed Tsunade, she required more time to adapt. After their conversation, Kakashi departed, leaving Jiraiya alone, gradually succumbing to slumber beneath the starry expanse. It was not until the dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of red, that he yawned and stood up. The ground felt hard. Certainly, it could not compare to the comfort of his own bed. He dusted off the dirt from his trousers. He had arranged with Kabuto yesterday to assist in reviving the director today. However, he resolved to minimize such endeavors in the future. If word got out that he was constantly reviving people, it would become exhausting. Moreover, when he had revived Rope Tree yesterday, he sensed an overwhelming presence that caused him to tremble slightly. Even with his current strength, it was somewhat disconcerting. He even sensed a thread of causality in the ether. Though he was uncertain of its implications, it undoubtedly carried consequences. Jiraiya shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts. He had initially chosen this technique to aid those dear to him, but it seemed he must exercise restraint. With a swish, Jiraiya vanished from Hokage Rock. He reappeared at Orochimaru's base. Starting experiments this early? Jiraiya remarked, somewhat surprised. Research is time-consuming. Even so, one cannot achieve significant results in a short period. I am eager to resolve this dilemma, Orochimaru replied without turning. Kabuto. I have come to fulfill my previous promise. Have you prepared what is necessary? Jiraiya addressed Kabuto, who had just entered the research room. Kabuto hesitated, his glasses glinting. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Lord Jiraiya, I no longer wish to revive the director. Jiraiya was taken aback by this sudden change. While I would be delighted to see the director revived, Lord Jiraiya, what happens after? The director had no knowledge that I am Kabuto. All she remembered was that I was the one who killed her. I do not wish to relive that experience. Kabuto's voice dwindled as he spoke, his face revealing a look of melancholy. Jiraiya nodded. Very well, I will not force you. However, she will always remain a thorn in your heart. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. I will always keep this opportunity available for you. Kabuto blinked in surprise and then nodded. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya, he said respectfully. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. An opportunity? Does your technique have other restrictions? Orochimaru frowned. He had always believed that any technique that defied the natural order was inherently flawed and would carry certain side effects. The greater the technique, the more pronounced its drawbacks. Yet yesterday, Jiraiya had shattered his understanding. Now, hearing such terminology from Jiraiya was perplexing. Indeed. When I revived Rope Tree, I sensed an immensely powerful force. Although it currently poses no threat to me, if too many individuals are revived, I may face some unknown backlash. Orochimaru was taken aback, then burst into laughter. It seems that even those not of this world adhere to the principles I have discovered. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. By the way, when will you move to a better research facility? This dark place is quite unappealing. Jiraiya grumbled. Orochimaru shook his head. Finding suitable test subjects is exceedingly difficult. let alone your stipulation against unnecessary slaughter. A significant portion of the funds you provided was spent on acquiring test subjects. Even so, there remains a considerable deficit. As for the laboratory, as long as it serves its purpose, I have no high demands. Jiraiya replied earnestly, not engaging in unnecessary slaughter is my bottom line. I will find a way to procure the funds. Orochimaru replied impatiently, I know, there's no need to emphasize it again. Jiraiya understood he was being somewhat repetitive, but this was a fundamental principle, and a little reminder was warranted. What about Boruto and Sasuke? Have they gone out? Sasuke is out. Boruto should still be asleep. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. It was clear he was ready to usher them out. Jiraiya smirked, offered a wave, and left the research room, intending to check on Boruto. In a dimly lit room, Boruto was poring over scrolls by candlelight. He had received the scroll entrusted to him by his mentor, which Orochimaru had prepared, and after reviewing it, he was filled with excitement. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. Grandpa Minato had carved out a place for himself in the shinobi world using this technique. Once he learned this skill, wouldn't he also be regarded as a formidable ninja? Hence, he had stayed up all night, diligently practicing, and had finally committed the Flying Thunder God technique to memory. The intricacies of the technique may seem daunting at first, yet this is merely the initial stage. With practice, one will be able to execute it effortlessly. Creak. Boruto turned to see a familiar figure entering the room. What are you doing? Orochimaru mentioned you were still asleep. I came to check on you. Jiraiya greeted him warmly. Boruto sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Master, thank you so much. With this technique, I believe I can become significantly stronger. Jiraiya shot him a stern glance. Don't get ahead of yourself. Whether you can learn it is yet to be determined. I'm giving you this technique primarily to assess your aptitude for it. If you lack the talent, I shall reclaim it. Undeterred, Boruto replied enthusiastically. Master, I feel I can master it, and I sense an inexplicable connection. What? Jiraiya exclaimed. Taken aback. It had taken Minato years to learn and perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, and this scroll had only just been entrusted to him by Orochimaru the day before. Jiraiya asked earnestly, Are you serious, Boruto? Boruto nodded fervently. Master, just watch. Jiraiya, slightly exasperated, recalled that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique through systematic absorption, rendering it almost instinctual for him. Suddenly, he remembered his Rinnegan. As a supreme ocular technique, its observational capabilities were unparalleled. All right, begin, and I'll observe, Jiraiya declared, discreetly activating his Rinnegan. The scene shifted before him, revealing Boruto's chakra flow in its entirety. The blue and white veins sparkled brilliantly against the darkness. Incredible clarity. Jiraiya marveled inwardly. Suddenly, he noticed Boruto's chakra surging towards a specific point. His pupils constricted in surprise. In an instant, Boruto's right eye gleamed with a brilliant light, as he keenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. Moments later, he regained his composure and shut his Rinnegan. Now breathless, Boruto slumped to the ground, a look of despair on his face. Master, I think I failed. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled his hair and chuckled softly. Indeed, you have failed. Boruto's spirits sank further. However, you've only practiced for one night. Achieving this level is quite commendable, and your direction is correct. Failure is a valuable lesson, far better than having no clues at all. Upon hearing this, Boruto's excitement reignited. Keep at it. Familiarize yourself with this technique, and it won't be long before you surpass your grandfather and leave your name in the ninja world. Jiraiya encouraged. Really? That's amazing. I will strive to do my best. Boruto's eyes sparkled with determination as he began to dream of the future. Jiraiya nodded, his expression turning complex as he left Boruto's room. What he had seen through his Rinnegan was evidently the power of the Byakugan. He was not particularly familiar with its capabilities. Yet even the extremely proud Toka had been astonished by the Byakugan, praising it as an extraordinary ocular technique, indicating its formidable strength. With the assistance of the Byakugan, perhaps unexpected results awaited. However, Boruto's Byakugan was not yet fully developed, and he struggled to control it effectively. A method to help him master it needed to be devised. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, and his expression shifted as he vanished from the spot. Chapter 84. Confrontation with Jigen Xiaonan. What is it? Are you hurt? Jiraiya inquired with concern upon his arrival. Xiaonan was slightly taken aback, surprised by his swift appearance. Seeing the worry etched on his face warmed her heart, and she promptly replied, Master, I'm fine. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. Having feared Xiao Nin had encountered danger and had rushed over the moment, he sensed an anomaly with the seal. That's good. Is there something wrong? Xiao Nin nodded gravely. Kisame has been killed. Jiraiya froze, his brow furrowing. Do you know the cause of death? Haiden returned, mentioning they encountered a peculiar individual who merely asked why they were seeking him. Before launching an attack on Haiden and Kakuzu, Kisame had no means to resist and was swiftly slain. Only Haiden survived due to his immortality, she explained. I didn't intend to trouble you with this, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this individual is connected to the Otsutsuki you mentioned, which is why I summoned you. Jiraiya nodded, his suspicions forming. Do you know what he looked like? Xiao Nin nodded. Haiden described him as a monk, wearing a white haori, with a long braid behind his head and a strange symbol beneath his left eye, like this. As she spoke, Xiao Nin traced the symbol in the palm of Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya's mind raced. Confirmed it was a shiki. It seemed that his prior theft of Kisame's funds had incited resentment, leading to a relentless pursuit. Initially, he had acted under a shiki's name, hence Kisame's attack. Now that the pieces fell into place, Jiraiya was resolute. Since he has appeared, the subsequent matters will be manageable. Xiao Nin, where is Nagato? In the Hidden Rain Village. Jiraiya pondered. Is he still in that old building? Xiao Nin shook her head. After your last visit to the Hidden Rain Village, Nagato relocated, but not far. When did Haiden return? Jiraiya inquired further. Not long ago. I left the village to find you, leaving only a shadow clone behind, Xiao Nin replied. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, Master, my clone has been destroyed, and Nagato is in danger. Jiraiya's expression hardened, and he grasped Xiao Nin's arm, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, they were back in the Hidden Rain Village. Boom. An explosive sound erupted. Whoosh. A black rod shot toward Xiao Nin in an instant. Jiraiya yanked her into his embrace, then activated the 8 gates, narrowly evading the strike. The spot where they had just stood was immediately impaled by the black rod. Jiraiya broke into a cold sweat. It was too perilous. While he was unafraid, Xiao Nin would not survive that blow unscathed. A figure clad in a white haori floated toward them. Jigen. Jiraiya glanced behind him to see that the 6 paths of pain had been obliterated, reduced to mere remnants. His expression tightened, uncertain of Nagato's fate. Xiao Nin. Check on Nagato. I will handle him. Jiraiya instructed, gently placing Xiao Nin on the ground. Her face serious, she nodded and ran to one side. Just as Jigen was about to make his move, Jiraiya called out, Hey, Jigen, aren't you looking for someone? I am the one you seek. Jigen's pupils narrowed, his expression darkening. How do you know my name? His cold voice resonated, devoid of emotion. Jiraiya sensed other ninjas nearby and wished to avoid involving the village in this conflict. Curious? Follow me. With that, Jiraiya turned and sprinted away. Humph. Boom. An explosive sound erupted as the houses within 100 meters of Jigen were instantly reduced to ashes. Jiraiya froze, his expression turning icy as he reappeared before Jigen. Not running? Jigen taunted coldly. Jiraiya smirked. It seems we must settle this here. Arrogant. Whoosh. A sound of slicing air echoed as a black rod hurtled toward him. Jiraiya swiftly opened the 8 gates, unleashing his chakra, seizing the black rod, and hurling it back at Jigen's chest. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, the ground erupting beneath him as he charged toward Jigen. Unfazed, Jigen conjured another black rod, deflecting the incoming projectile before thrusting it forward. Jiraiya tilted his head, evading the strike, and delivered a powerful knee strike, sending Jigen crashing backward. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God, appearing above Jigen, and executed a sweeping kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom. An explosive sound erupted as the ground was instantly transformed into a massive crater. Jiraiya took a moment to catch his breath. This individual possesses an astonishing resilience. Despite employing the 8 gates technique, it seemed to have little effect on him. The rain had diminished the presence of smoke and dust. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, stones were sent flying as Sichuan gracefully floated before Jiraiya. You are quite formidable. Jiraiya squinted slightly. In this era, Sichuan, as a vessel, bore less damage compared to Boruto's time. He speculated that had his identity not been revealed, he might have continued to conceal himself until he could nurture the next generation of vessels. You too, Jiraiya responded, followed by a cold smirk. So, are you ready to have a conversation? Sichuan fell into silence for a moment, seemingly coming to a decision. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Jiraiya was taken aback. No fight then. As a black-red circular portal, resembling a black hole, appeared, Sichuan stepped into it and vanished. Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was better this way. This individual was incredibly powerful, should he be cornered. The surrounding Rain Ninja villages, shinobi could be drawn into danger, and he felt a twinge of guilt about that. He focused his senses and discerned that the mark he had left on Sichuan was now located far away in a hidden underground fortress. A smile crept onto his lips. During their close-quarters combat, he had seized the opportunity to leave a mark on Sichuan, and the fact that he could still sense it was indeed a positive development. However, the opponent was not to be underestimated. The moment he and Conan had appeared, they were met with an attack, indicating the strength of their adversary. Without exerting his full power, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat him solely with the 8 gates. This situation was indeed troublesome. Jiraiya rubbed his temples and swiftly moved to Conan's side. Initially, he had intended to rush to Nagato's side, but he could not sense the mark he had left on him. He realized that Nagato must have utilized the Rinnegan to erase it. Shaking his head, he gazed at the unconscious Nagato, while Conan looked on with deep concern. Jiraiya sighed internally, wishing that Nagato would trust him as much as Conan did. Conan, how is Nagato? Upon hearing his voice, Conan immediately responded, tears welling in her eyes. Master, please save Nagato. His life force is very weak. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Conan's hair, speaking softly to reassure her. Do not worry, he will be fine. We are heading back to Konoha. Conan nodded eagerly. Upon arriving at the Konoha hospital, Jiraiya sought out Tsunade for her assistance. After Tsunade's treatment, her brow furrowed deeply. Once finished, she pulled Jiraiya aside, speaking in a serious tone. Darling, what exactly happened? The last time was one thing, but this time, his life force has diminished so severely. Jiraiya hesitated, unsure whether to divulge the truth. What is it that you are hiding from me? Tsunade had already sensed that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Jiraiya's thoughts raced. Just yesterday, Tsunade had joyfully reunited with Shoju, and now he had to cause her concern. It was a difficult pill to swallow. He made a resolute decision. Scratching his head, he forced a light-hearted smile. It's nothing serious. That kid encountered a group of rogue ninjas, underestimated them, and used a highly depleting technique, resulting in his current state. Really? Tsunade inquired skeptically. Jiraiya nodded, reassuring her, rest easy. Your husband is currently the strongest in the ninja world. Such minor matters are nothing to me. Do not fret. Tsunade sighed with relief, then shot him a playful glare. She glanced around, noticing several medics in the distance, and took Jiraiya's hand, leading him to a secluded corner. Jiraiya was taken aback, unsure of Tsunade's intentions. Moi? Huh. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Was she pulling him into a corner just to take advantage of him? This is a reward for you. Thank you, darling, for bringing Shoju back to me. Oh, I see, that's the reason. Jiraiya chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Speaking gently, your brother is like my brother. He was once the person you cherished most. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally wish to help you mend that regret. Is there still a chance for that? Tsunade suddenly asked. Jiraiya felt a strange jolt in his heart, momentarily lost for words. Realizing her slip, Tsunade quickly corrected herself. I didn't mean anything by it. Jiraiya embraced her, interrupting her thoughts. This technique is extremely taxing. Yes, it will leave him without strength for an entire day. Moreover, there are some side effects. I had to rely on Orochimaru's assistance for this. Without his help, I would not have been able to bring Shoju back to life completely. I apologize. Jiraiya explained calmly. It was a joke. Bringing Shoju back to life was already a significant achievement, and he would not foolishly create another rival for himself, even if he trusted Tsunade's feelings for him. Tsunade leaned against Jiraiya's embrace, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing his explanation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Regardless of how beautiful the past had been, Jiraiya was now her partner, and for both emotional and rational reasons, she should not harbor any vain thoughts. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of release. She softly uttered, I am sorry. You need not apologize, you are my wife. By saying that, do you still not recognize me as your husband? Jiraiya firmly held her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Tsunade looked into his eyes, and then smiled. All right, I understand. Your apprentice is already out of danger. I must return to my office. There is a mountain of work awaiting me. Jiraiya nodded but then inquired, what about Shoju? What do you plan to do with him? Tsunade paused, pondering for a moment, then replied, I do not wish for him to become a ninja, but he has caused quite a stir with me, and I am somewhat at a loss. When he brought this up again, Tsunade felt a twinge of anxiety. Jiraiya once more enveloped her in his arms, speaking softly. Let us respect his choice. He is not a child anymore. Given his past experiences, he will not make foolish decisions again. Moreover, if possible, consider incorporating him into Team 7. With Sasuke absent, they need another member. Naruto has not been on a mission for quite some time, and Sakura has likely made tremendous progress. Together, I believe they will thrive. But do not worry. Naruto is incredibly strong now. Perhaps he can even surpass you at this point. Jiraiya chuckled. What? Tsunade pulled away, her expression one of disbelief. Jiraiya nodded, sharing the news of Naruto's reconciliation with Kurama, leaving Tsunade utterly astonished. Thus, there is no need for concern. With Shoju's impulsive nature and Naruto's foolish prodding, his strength will surely grow rapidly. Have faith in him. Additionally, I have left a mark on him. Should any danger arise, I will be there in a timely manner. Rest assured. In the end, Tsunade could only nod in agreement. Chapter 85. A conversation with Black Zetsu Konan. Do not worry. Tsunade said Nagato is out of danger. After seeing Tsunade off, Jiraiya returned to the hospital room. Observing Konan's lingering worry, he offered her words of comfort. Konan looked at her master and nodded. Thank you, master. You saved Nagato once more. Foolish girl. There is no need to thank me. Taking care of you both is my duty. Jiraiya ruffled Konan's hair again. She immediately blushed, saying, Master, please stop ruffling my hair. After a light-hearted moment, Jiraiya turned serious. Konan, this time, you must persuade Nagato to stay in Konoha. Konan's expression turned grave, torn with uncertainty. That person is quite powerful. Even if I exert all my strength, I cannot guarantee I can defeat him. Of course, this was without the Rinnegan's power. He will undoubtedly come seeking us again. Given the current circumstances, that mysterious Obito is likely to take action as well. Regardless of who it is, neither of you stands a chance. Konan was taken aback, then nodded resolutely. All right, I understand, master. I will convince Nagato to change his mind. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Due to his intervention, the Akatsuki organization has now become a mere shadow of its former self. Apart from Itachi and Kisame, who have yet to face any mishap, the other groups have suffered varying degrees of disintegration. Kakuzu and Sasori have been slain, while Deidara has now risen to become the most celebrated figure within the village, with countless admirers having lost all desire for battle. Nagato, now injured, remains in Konoha with Konan, while Jiraiya has resolved to find an opportunity to deal with Zetsu and Obito. As for Black Zetsu, one cannot overlook the fact that he has been lurking in the shadows for a millennium, with the aim of liberating his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, which is indeed commendable. Regarding Obito, he is willing to kill his own master for the sake of his beloved. On the surface, Minato is his disciple, and for that reason alone, he cannot be spared. However, before seeking out Obito, there is another matter that requires attention. This way, Nagato and Konan can also find closure. With a swift motion, Jiraiya bids farewell to Konan and vanishes in an instant. Obito and Nagato have been attacked by unidentified assailants in Amigakure, their whereabouts now unknown. White Zetsu reports the recent developments. Obito's expression hardens at the mention of unidentified attackers. Are there any leads? He inquires. None, but the scene bore familiar traces. Jiraiya must still be involved, White Zetsu responds. Obito lets out a cold scoff. This Jiraiya has provoked us time and again. It seems he cannot be allowed to live. However, the intelligence gathered from Nagato indicates that Jiraiya is exceptionally powerful. And what of it? Rest assured, I will not underestimate him. With the Sharingan at my disposal, I am confident that even if I cannot defeat him, I can escape. He declares. Where is he now? Obito questions. He has just reappeared in Amigakure. Comes the reply. Good. I shall pay him a visit. With that, he gestures, and his form disappears into a vortex. Ah, that scoundrel Nagato. Once he recovers, he shall receive a thorough lesson. I had clearly warned him last time, yet he still turned Yahiko's body into a puppet. Jiraiya grumbles as he tends to the shattered remains of the corpse. Huh, so you are Jiraiya? A voice interrupts, causing Jiraiya to turn, startled. A figure adorned with an orange swirling mask appears, draped in the Akatsuki's signature black cloak with red clouds. Jiraiya dismisses him. I have no time for your theatrics. I must first attend to Yahiko's remains. Underestimating me, are you? Obito retorts, voice low. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtles toward Jiraiya. Despite the damp air, its power remains undiminished. The raindrops vaporize before they touch the ground. Growing impatient, Jiraiya activates his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The colossal fireball is repelled before it reaches him. Obito's pupils constrict as he turns intangible. The fiery orb passes through him, obliterating a nearby structure. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Obito exclaims in disbelief. After arranging Yahiko's body and sealing it within a scroll, Jiraiya stands and faces Obito. I was just about to seek you out. Yet here you are. Since you have come, you might as well remain here. Obito is taken aback. Before he can react, Jiraiya unleashes the seventh gate and appears before him, launching a relentless assault. Obito activates his intangibility, exhaling a sigh of relief. This guy is far too fast. Fortunately, I activated my Sharingan just in time. Jiraiya smirks. Currently, Obito's intangibility lasts only a few minutes, at most 5. If I continue my onslaught, this predicament will soon unravel. Moreover, he possesses a formidable weapon. After nearly a minute of attacking, beads of sweat begin to form on Obito's forehead. Jiraiya grins wickedly, activating his Rinnegan to force Obito out of his intangible state. Bang! Jiraiya's fist lands heavily, striking Obito. Ugh! Obito cries out, his abdomen seizing up as he is sent crashing into the rubble. Jiraiya activates the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside Obito. Realizing the peril, Obito attempts to activate his Sharingan to escape, only to find his space-time ninjutsu rendered ineffective. Jiraiya's smile turns cruel as he seizes Obito by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Obito's eyes widen in terror as he meets Jiraiya's Violet Rinnegan. You've even acquired Nagato's Rinnegan? He gasps, struggling against the suffocating grip. Huh, Nagato is my disciple. I would never stoop to such treachery. But you, Jiraiya's tone turns icy. Obito, do you believe that donning a mask and disguise would prevent me from recognizing you? Had it not been for the Ninetales incident, I might have spared you. However, you caused the deaths of my students, Minato and Kushina. Today, we shall settle this score. Since you cherish Rin so dearly, go join her. Obito's struggles cease as Jiraiya's words penetrate his consciousness. Without further ado, Jiraiya snaps his neck with a sickening crack. Sighing in relief, he suddenly senses a spatial disturbance through his Rinnegan. A cold smile crosses his face as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. In an instant, a ripple of spatial energy alerts Jiraiya, who uses his Rinnegan to thwart Obito's escape attempt. This time, he decisively activates the 8th gate, seizing Obito by the neck once more amid his astonished gaze. Izanagi, is it? Obito ponders, a tempest of emotions swirling within him as he grapples with the realization that he has no chance today. How did you come to know my secrets? He demands. Jiraiya ponders briefly before tossing him aside. You have already met your end once. Consider our past grievances settled. In deference to Kakashi, I shall spare your life. Should you provoke me again, I will not hesitate to strike. And heed this warning. Those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their demise. I hope you can live up to Rin's expectations and Kakashi's sentiments. With that, Jiraiya vanishes, displaying no interest in Obito's questions. Staring blankly at the scene before him, Obito remains frozen in thought. What happened to Obito? Black and white Zetsu emerge from the ground. Suddenly, Jiraiya reappears, causing black and white Zetsu to freeze in place, attempting to retreat into the earth. Black Zetsu, shall we converse? If you still wish to save your mother. Caught off guard, Black Zetsu halts, eyes widening in shock. Jiraiya shakes his head, not launching an attack. Previously, he had intended to take revenge for Minato and Kushina, but he planned to resurrect them later, rendering their past grievances trivial. One death sufficed. As for Zetsu, although he sensed the danger, his cunning nature left Jiraiya uncertain whether he could trap him in an instant. Thus, he pretended to leave, confident that Zetsu would appear by Obito's side. Now, he drops a heavy bombshell, intending to capture Black Zetsu's attention. Regardless, Kaguya represents a formidable force. He aims to unleash her. When Zetsu refrains from attacking, he coolly inquires, "How did you come by this information?" Jiraiya shrugs nonchalantly. With these eyes, I can see the future. He chooses not to elaborate further, attributing his knowledge to his Rinnegan. You possess the Rinnegan? Black Zetsu gasps. Jiraiya shakes his head. Now is not the time for such matters. The Otsutsuki clan has arrived in the shinobi world. Your mother is powerful and could serve as a vital force in resisting them. What? Black Zetsu exclaims in shock. Obito, 2. Stares at Black Zetsu in bewilderment. After a brief moment, Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu parted ways. Shirazetsu approached Obito, while Kurizetsu maintained a steadfast gaze on Jiraiya. You have lurked for a millennium solely to rescue your mother. I admire your determination. Thus, I am willing to assist you. Of course, this is also for the sake of the ninja world. Kurizetsu possessed formidable strength. As long as he safeguarded Tsunade and his other loved ones, he would be fine. However, the impending catastrophe mentioned by the system threatened the entire ninja world. If they could not resist it, Tsunade and others would be in peril. Therefore, he must rally all available forces to confront the looming disaster. Indeed, with your eyes, I am confident that we can expedite my mother's rescue. Kurizetsu, who exactly are you? Obito suddenly inquired. Jiraiya, realizing that the information he possessed had rendered Obito incredulous, noted Kurizetsu's peculiar conduct and words. Coupled with the notion of lurking for a millennium to save his mother, Obito began to comprehend the complexity of the situation. Chapter 86. Arranging a Marriage. Jiraiya, wishing to avoid trivialities, addressed Kurizetsu. There should be alternative methods to assist your mother. However, I require some time to prepare, so it might take a while. He felt that utilizing his Rinnegan could potentially forcefully break Kagaya's seal. Yet, given his current capabilities, he was unable to do so. There was only one solution: to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Once he achieved that, he was confident he could easily dismantle the seal. And even if Kagaya harbored ulterior motives, he would be able to subdue her effortlessly. Kurizetsu hesitated. Why should I trust you? Because I am aware of the conditions required to release Kagaya, and I possess the ability to prevent and erase you at the moment you attempt your technique. Kurizetsu was taken aback. Rest assured, the Otsutsuki clan is a common enemy to both Kagaya and myself. I will not go back on my word. Her power warrants my investment of effort. After all, you have waited for a millennium, so there is no need to rush. Jiraiya replied calmly. After a moment, Kurizetsu nodded. I will agree, although I remain somewhat skeptical. However, the current circumstances leave little room for resistance. Jiraiya shrugged. As long as you cooperate, I will not act against you. My ultimate goal is also to combat the enemies of the future. Kurizetsu let out a light chuckle, signifying the establishment of their agreement. You can explain the remaining matters to Obito. Should anything arise, feel free to come to Konoha and find me. In case of danger, here is my Flying Thunder God seal. Infuse it with chakra, and I will sense it. Jiraiya tossed him a kunai marked with intricate seals. Kurizetsu nodded, and Jiraiya waved goodbye as he departed. Staring at the vanishing figure, Obito found himself momentarily stunned, then coldly asked, Kurizetsu, who are you really? Oh, my origins seem to be quite lengthy. Do you wish to hear the whole tale? Kurizetsu responded. Wow, Kurizetsu has become quite mysterious. Shirazetsu interjected. Kurizetsu ignored Shirazetsu. Previously, Jiraiya had spared Obito's life for Kakashi's sake, so he refrained from making a move. With circumstances having changed, he reached an agreement with Jiraiya. Whether Obito lived or died was of little consequence, and it would be more beneficial to recruit him. Kurizetsu recounted his experiences in the Otsutsuki clan. Orochimaru, lend me a hand and perform the Edo Tensei on this corpse as well. Jiraiya instructed as he arrived at Orochimaru's base, presenting Yahiko's body. Orochimaru paused slightly before narrowing his eyes. Is this Pain's Deva path? Jiraiya nodded. Ha! You truly are impressive, Jiraiya. Orochimaru remarked with a chuckle. Jiraiya shrugged, disinterested in explaining further. Orochimaru smirked and instructed Kabuto to bring a comatose man, replicating the Edo Tensei technique. After performing the Edo Tensei, Jiraiya activated the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, experiencing a similar situation as before. Having mentally prepared himself, he felt less apprehensive about that power. Yet, the bizarre energy still stirred something within him. He sensed that if he recklessly revived too many individuals, he would face backlash. Now that the system had been unbound, he found no place to seek guidance. Upon reviving Yahiko, he let out a sigh of relief. Are you Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko asked, looking at Jiraiya with uncertainty. Yahiko's face appeared gaunt, but without the black rods, he looked quite handsome. Orochimaru, seeing the technique complete, ceased his interference and left. Ah, Yahiko, it has been a long time. With the technique concluded, Jiraiya felt exhausted and simply sat on the ground. Sensei, are you all right? And, did I not die? Why am I here now? Yahiko hurriedly inquired. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. I was the one who revived you. What? Yahiko exclaimed in surprise. He distinctly remembered dying at Nagato's hands, yet now his teacher claimed to have brought him back. After a moment, realization dawned upon him. Observing his hands and sensing the chakra within, he confirmed that this was not a dream. Sensei, how are Nagato and Konan? Yahiko asked as he sat cross-legged. Looking at Jiraiya, Jiraiya chuckled gently. They are both well. They had strayed off course for a time, but things have improved. They are in Konoha, and I will take you back to see them shortly. Strayed off course? Yahiko's brows furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed. Being revived by his teacher was undeniably a joyous occasion. If they saw him again, they would surely be delighted. Thank you, Sensei, Yahiko sincerely expressed. Jiraiya waved his hand. You are my student. There is no need for such formality. Yahiko, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head and smiled. Jiraiya nodded inwardly. As expected of the pillar of strength for Nagato and the others, Yahiko was quick to react and optimistic, accepting his revival in just a moment. Jiraiya grinned. Yahiko, I have a matter to discuss with you. What do you think? Please, Sensei. I feel remorseful for not arriving in time during your peril. Sensei, please do not say that. My death was due to being deceived by that Hanzo fellow. If I had not been so naive, Konan would not have been captured. Jiraiya listened quietly as Yahiko recounted his past experiences, smiling as he remarked, You know that your departure caused them great pain, especially Konan, who has become quite thinner. Yahiko was taken aback, and guilt began to swell within him. Soon, you should marry Konan. The two of you should settle down. It would give Konan someone to rely on. Yahiko, this seems a bit sudden. His face flushed. Sensei, I have not seen Konan in a long time. Do you have feelings for her? Yahiko paused. Just tell me if you like her. Jiraiya pressed. Yahiko nodded. Then that is settled. I have spoken to Konan about it. I will introduce her to a suitable match, and she is still single. If you do not act quickly, I may introduce her to someone else. Wait, Sensei, I promise. I promise. Yahiko hurriedly exclaimed. Jiraiya smiled triumphantly. Then it is settled. I shall take a brief respite. Yahiko appears somewhat bewildered, as though led by the nose by his instructor. Logically, having just returned to life, he should seek out Nagato and Konan first. Yet here he is, inexplicably agreeing to a marriage with Konan. What tricks is Jiraiya up to? After regaining his composure, Jiraiya planned to bid Orochimaru farewell before departing. Jiraiya, it seems you are meddling in matters that do not concern you, Orochimaru remarked coldly upon seeing Jiraiya approach. A teacher hopes his disciple will settle down soon. After all, I wish to hold my grandchildren soon. Yahiko, overhearing from behind, felt his face heat up, awkwardly lowering his gaze. You carry on with your tasks. I shall take Yahiko with me. Should you require anything, do call. With a swift motion, Jiraiya and Yahiko vanished from the base. He has quite the depth of thought. Even calculating the actions of his own disciples, Orochimaru mused, shaking his head. Chapter 87. Naruto battles Fu. Kakashi is astonished you may enter and converse with them. I shall not intrude upon your reunion, Jiraiya said as he brought Yahiko to the ward's entrance. Thank you, teacher. Yahiko replied gratefully. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Remember your promise to me. It would be best if you confirm things with her yourself, lest I have to nudge you along. Yahiko's face flushed once more as he nodded in agreement. After leaving the hospital, Jiraiya wandered the streets. At long last, his tasks were nearly complete. Nagato should remain calm for a while, and with Obito being watched by Kaguya, there should be no significant issues. Now, he awaited Orochimaru to resolve the matter with the Otsutsuki before addressing the situation altogether. Lord Jiraiya, a voice called, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up to find Iruka. Lord Jiraiya, thank you for your guidance with Naruto. He visited me yesterday and shared stories of you. My gratitude is immense. Iruka spoke sincerely. Jiraiya chuckled again, saying, Iruka, as Naruto is my disciple, it is only natural to look after him. But what of you? When will you marry? At your age, shouldn't you seek companionship? Iruka replied. I merely came to greet you. Must it be such a topic? He chuckled awkwardly, offering a few perfunctory words. Intrigued, Jiraiya noted, this fellow certainly excels as a teacher. Yet, despite a lifetime of dedication, and now being the principal of the Ninja Academy, he remains solitary. He maintains a good relationship with Naruto, which I appreciate. Furthermore, having just played matchmaker for Yahiko and Konan, I feel somewhat unfulfilled. My primary goal in pairing my two disciples was to help Nagato settle down and prevent further disturbances. Additionally, with Obito lurking, keeping them in Konoha allows for easier oversight, preventing future complications. Seeing Irika now prompts me to mention it. After extending his polite thanks to Jiraiya, Irika hastily departed. Watching him leave, Jiraiya shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, he felt a sense of disquiet. Despite being only 30 in spirit, why did he find himself preoccupied with such elder concerns? Worrying over children? Pushing for marriages? Am I? He pondered, a chill running through him. Could it be that, due to physical reasons, he was entering a sort of midlife crisis? Rubbing his temples, he felt a headache coming on. Shalat, bring me a large bowl of ramen. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into Ichiraku Ramen and promptly ordered a bowl. The restaurant was not crowded, with only Shalat and another young man, presumably a disciple, present. Certainly, Lord Jiraiya, Shalat replied, immediately getting to work. While Jiraiya wrestled with the notion of a midlife crisis, a familiar presence approached. Lord Jiraiya. He turned to find Kakashi. It seems you have something on your mind, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi remarked casually. After ordering his ramen, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to inquire about Kakashi's thoughts. However, considering Kakashi was only around 30, he likely wouldn't understand. Best to let it be and think it through himself. After finishing his meal, Jiraiya bid farewell and left. Upon returning home, he found Tsunade still at work. While Shodai was nowhere to be seen, his home was empty. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he retreated to his bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. At a training ground. What? Kakashi-sensei has chosen this guy as a substitute for Sasuke? Naruto exclaimed incredulously, staring at Shodai before shouting at Kakashi. Shodai crossed his arms and scoffed, too disinterested to respond. In truth, he ranked higher than this teacher, and had his sister not advised him to conceal his identity, he would have already exploded. Kakashi replied coolly. It is your master's request. Oh, in that case, no problem. Kakashi, Shodai, who is your master? Shodai couldn't help but ask. Kakashi cast him a sidelong glance, replying, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. Shodai was taken aback. Then a glimmer of thought crossed his mind. If I cannot defeat Jiraiya, I can certainly deal with you. Little brat. Is it not fair to take my grievances out on his disciple? With that thought, a scheming smile crept across Shodai's face. Kakashi-sensei, is this guy a fool? He seems a bit simple-minded, Naruto whispered to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the two, shaking his head. A soft sound echoed. Naruto turned to Sifu. Good morning, brother. And good morning to you too, Kakashi-sensei. By the way, who is this young man? Fu greeted cheerfully. Someone had just informed her to gather here for a mission, and she had rushed over in high spirits, though she found Shodai somewhat unfamiliar. Shodai gave a cool acknowledgement, opting for silence. Ah, good morning. You must be Fu. Lord Jiraiya asked me to train you for a few days, so you will be practicing here. Huh, isn't there a mission? Fu's face fell at the unexpected news. This is a directive from your master. Due to certain circumstances, he cannot train you at present, so I will be overseeing your ninjutsu training for now. Upon hearing this, Fu's excitement surged. Ninjutsu training? Really? Kakashi nodded, and Fu exclaimed, that's fantastic. Our master has never taught us ninjutsu. Kakashi buried his face in his hands, feeling somewhat exasperated. These three little ones, two entrusted to him by Jiraiya, and one through Tsunade, were a handful. Naruto was energetic, Fu was just as lively. And this identity-ambiguous Shodai appeared a bit simple-minded. Lord Jiraiya certainly knows how to keep himself busy, Kakashi inwardly lamented before adopting a serious demeanor. All right, enough pleasantries. Now, you shall demonstrate your abilities. Naruto, Fu, you two will spar first while Shodai observes. Naruto and Fu nodded in agreement, while Shodai raised his chin with a hint of pride. It seemed this teacher recognized his extraordinary talent. Should he intervene, these two would surely be injured. Kakashi shot him a glance before ignoring him. Naruto and Fu stood facing each other, while Kakashi and Shodai positioned themselves at a distance. Come, let me see just how strong you are. Kakashi murmured softly. Sis, I won't hold back. Fu declared with a smile. Bring it on, little sister. I won't lose to you. Naruto replied confidently. Begin, Kakashi commanded. Fu and Naruto's expressions sharpened, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Boom. Their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound as shockwaves rippled through the air. Naruto, unable to land a hit, quickly retracted his fist and unleashed a swift kick. Fu, unyielding, evaded and countered with a spinning kick. Naruto leaned back to dodge, retaliating with a kick, but Fu blocked with her arm, flipping backward to dissipate the force. The speed of their exchanges escalated, becoming a blur that even the naked eye struggled to follow. The two individuals engaged in a fierce confrontation, and gradually, a thick smoke began to envelop the arena, with the sound of flesh colliding reverberating through the air, striking terror into one's heart. Kakashi, unable to restrain himself, unveiled his left Sharingan and began to observe intently, while tumultuous waves stirred within his heart. Is this the kind of strength that Lord Jiraiya spoke of? The two were merely engaged in a physical battle, not utilizing much chakra, indicating that neither had yet exerted their full capabilities. Even so, their speed was astonishing. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, questioning whether he could keep pace if he were to join the fray. Unless he used the speed of the Chidori, his body would struggle to keep up. Without the Sharingan, he might have found it challenging even to perceive this scene. Seeing their extraordinary prowess, Kakashi felt a sense of despair. Lord Jiraiya had suggested he teach them, and now it seemed he was merely a spectator. Shoju had already lost track of the action. Initially able to match their speed, he soon found himself only hearing the sound of sonic booms, confirming that he was not dreaming. His body trembled slightly. This is the strength of a mere genin? Shoju was bewildered. He had thought he could compel the two to submit through his own strength. But now it appeared he would only serve as a mere offering. It dawned on him that he was the weakest among the trio. The reason his teacher had kept him from the battlefield was indeed for his own good. He was certain that if he entered the fray, he would likely last no more than a single exchange, and should they not hold back, he would surely perish. Sister, what kind of extraordinary class have you enrolled me in? He felt tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending plumes of thick smoke billowing into the air. It was the Rasengan. Kakashi's pupils constricted, his expression one of shock. As the smoke cleared, the two combatants ceased their clash. Haha, senior brother, this time I have won again. Fu exclaimed excitedly. Naruto sulked. If you hadn't tickled me under the arm at a critical moment, I wouldn't have stepped back. Winning is winning. Fu retorted triumphantly. Kakashi and Shoju exchanged glances, bewildered by the exchange. Is there still time to tickle during a battle? Kakashi pondered. How did you perform, Kakashi-sensei? Fu rushed over, her face alight with anticipation. Quite well. Very well. Kakashi replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Fu cheered exuberantly once more. After calming his nerves, Kakashi composed himself and said, your skills are commendable, but your methods of attack are rather singular. Aside from these ninjutsu, have you both trained in any other techniques? I only have the Rasengan and the Tailed Beast Bomb in my Tailed Beast form. Fu's expression fell, feeling somewhat inadequate. Naruto nodded in agreement. Me too. Kakashi mused. Isn't having the A-rank Rasengan sufficient? He chuckled inwardly, realizing that Lord Jiraiya had indeed presented him with a challenge. Chapter 88. Chakra Attributes. Has Lord Jiraiya taught you about ninjutsu nature transformation? Kakashi inquired. Both Naruto and Fu shook their heads. What about you? Kakashi turned his gaze to Shoju, who paused before shaking his head as well. What do you mean by ninjutsu nature? I'm just a genin, a weak one at that. Kakashi rubbed his temples, bemused. How did Lord Jiraiya manage to teach them the Rasengan? Nevertheless, he felt a slight relief. At least he could still serve as their teacher in this regard. He consoled himself with this thought, although a bittersweet feeling lingered. Kakashi produced several pieces of chakra test paper and explained chakra properties, determining each of their affinities. To Kakashi's astonishment, both Naruto and Fu possessed wind attributes, while Shoju surprisingly had both water and earth attributes, a rare bloodline limit. A thought struck him. Could Shoju and Tenzo be subjects of Orochimaru's experiments? After some contemplation, he made a decision. He explained the characteristics and training methods of wind affinity to Naruto and Fu, though their comprehension was somewhat sluggish. Fortunately, Naruto had reminded him that they could use shadow clones for rapid learning. This revelation greatly surprised him. However, upon reflection, he understood. As Jinchuriki, their chakra reserves were naturally superior to that of ordinary individuals. While he wondered why they hadn't utilized shadow clones in their battle, this shortcut would indeed expedite their learning. He created a shadow clone to continue instructing Naruto and Fu while taking Shoju with him. Shoju was somewhat dazed. However, judging by his teacher's expression, his chakra attributes must be quite impressive. Tsunade was busy when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Come in. Kakashi entered with Shoju. Tsunade was taken aback. Just that morning, she had instructed Kakashi to look after Shoju, claiming it was Lord Jiraiya's request. How could it be that he brought Shoju so soon? Shouldn't they have just met? Had Shoju been misbehaving? Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Shoju was momentarily stunned, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was about to explain but remembered the promise he had made to his sister, causing him to shrink back in distress. Kakashi shot a glance at Shoju, surprised. He spoke earnestly, "Lady Hokage, I brought him here because I discovered something special. I just tested his chakra attributes, and his affinities are water and earth, indicating a bloodline limit." "What?" Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Shoju. "That's why I brought him to see you. His attributes are unique. And while I cannot impart much to him, I believe he could benefit greatly from Tenzo, an Umbu member whose identity you must be aware of. Although he cannot compare to the first Hokage, I feel he can provide substantial assistance regarding bloodline limits. Of course, I also welcome him to join Team 7. Tsunade was nearly beside herself with excitement. The bloodline limit of her grandfather had manifested in her younger brother, a cause for immense joy. Yet, to conceal her excitement, she clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain composed. "All right, I agree. You may seek him out. For the time being, Shoju's training will be under his jurisdiction." Kakashi nodded in response and led Shoju away. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Kakashi cast a curious glance at Shoju. Based on the reactions of Tsunade, there seemed to be some connection between them, though the exact nature of it remained to be pondered. Never mind, it was not his responsibility. Handing Shoju over to Tenzo would alleviate his own burdens. Shoju, however, was still in a state of shock. The abrupt changes from his sister's anger to this revelation left him bewildered, and he was unsure how he had even exited the Hokage's office. After a long moment, he sighed deeply, pondering what on earth had just transpired. "Can someone please tell me what's going on?" When Tsunade returned home, Jiraiya had yet to awaken. She excitedly entered the bedroom. Observing the slumbering Jiraiya, her curiosity piqued. He seemed to have never gone to bed this early. Today was indeed unusual. She sat beside the bed, and although her movements were light, Jiraiya stirred awake. Upon seeing Tsunade, he rubbed his eyes. "Why are you back so early?" he asked. "It's already past midnight. How is that early?" Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Jiraiya paused. "Well, the resurrection of Yahiko did take quite a toll." He casually pulled Tsunade closer, embracing her. Tsunade softly inquired, "Did something happen? You seem quite exhausted." Jiraiya replied tenderly, "It's nothing. Upon seeing you, my dear wife, I feel rejuvenated. Holding you now fills me with vigor." Tsunade's face flushed as she playfully spat at him, then excitedly exclaimed, "Do you know? Today, Kakashi conducted a chakra test on Shomatsu. He said his attributes are quite special, just like Grandpa's. He possesses a rare bloodline limit." Tsunade, nestled in his embrace, was brimming with enthusiasm. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What a delightful surprise. This is indeed wonderful news. He joyfully pressed a kiss to the back of Tsunade's head. "Thank you, my dear. Thank you for reviving Shomatsu. Although I have no idea what you went through to achieve this, it must have been quite arduous," Tsunade said with an inexplicable pang of concern. Jiraiya smiled gently and replied, "You've already expressed your gratitude." With a swift motion, he turned over, finding Tsunade atop him, and smirked mischievously. "If you truly wish to express your thanks, why not?" Tsunade paused, her face reddening. "I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare dinner. I want braised pork." Jiraiya blinked, glancing out the window to see nightfall had arrived. "Well, all right then." Reluctantly, he slid out of bed, and as he exited the bedroom, he turned to Tsunade and said, "All right, let us have dinner first, and afterward, I'll come back for you." Just as he finished his sentence, the door closed behind him. Brother-in-law. Shomatsu had already developed a shadow of fear. Regardless, it was only polite to greet him first to avoid a beating. Jiraiya responded half-heartedly, "Well, with this brother around, it seems I must endure for a while." Clenching his fists, a faint regret surfaced in his heart. Now, this is quite the unfortunate turn of events. Shomatsu is living right next door. When they arranged the rooms initially, comfort was the priority, and the house was not particularly large. Who would have imagined they would now have an additional brother? Jiraiya felt a wave of despair. Tsunade emerged from the bedroom, playfully patting Jiraiya and grinning. "Hurry up. I'm starving." Jiraiya shot her an exasperated glance, but obediently headed to the kitchen. The next morning, Jiraiya prepared breakfast for Tsunade and Shomatsu before stepping outside. He coincidentally encountered Kakashi, who had come looking for him. With a wry smile, he said, "Lord Jiraiya, the task you assigned to me is quite formidable." Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Let us discuss it elsewhere." They made their way to the summit of Hokage Rock. Given their exceptional abilities, I, as their teacher, feel rather inadequate. It's somewhat embarrassing to teach them. Jiraiya patted Kakashi's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Be confident. There is no need for embarrassment. You possess rich experiences that they lack, and that alone qualifies you to be their teacher." Kakashi, with a hint of bitterness, asked, "With their strength, their unique attributes could easily compensate with powerful jutsu like tailed beast bombs. Lord Jiraiya, why then, do you insist they relearn these techniques?" Jiraiya sighed softly. "In truth, the progress of those two little ones has exceeded my expectations. However, their rapid growth has left their fundamentals somewhat lacking. This shift in attributes will enable them to wield their chakra more proficiently and even innovate, developing superior jutsu. Though I have never witnessed a tailed beast bomb, I could feel its power from a distance, and this approach seems a bit misguided," Kakashi remarked. "You are mistaken. Sheer power is one facet, but the potential for greater strength is another. Fundamentals are akin to the foundation of a towering edifice. I have laid the groundwork for their physical techniques, but my involvement in ninjutsu has been minimal. Aside from the Rasengan, I have not imparted much else. Moreover, I wish for them to gain better control over tailed beast chakra through this training. They are the vessels of tailed beast chakra, and if they cannot utilize it fully, it would be a waste. The foes of the future will be formidable. They must grow stronger." Kakashi pondered for a moment and nodded. "I understand. You wish to enhance their synergy with the tailed beasts, correct?" Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, encouragingly adding, "These fundamentals are indeed simple, but articulating them is quite challenging. It will require your exceptional talent." Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Well, since I've committed, I'm merely venting my frustrations. I'll take my leave now, and I will do my utmost to elevate their skills." Kakashi pledged. Jiraiya nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and vanished. Jiraiya gazed at the distant sky, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he attempted to sense the flying thunder god mark left on Sui-Gen, but found it entirely undetectable. A figure resembling an aloe plant rose from the ground. "Lord Jiraiya, the white Zetsu I dispatched has perished. The target has vanished." White Zetsu said softly. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "What of Black Zetsu and Obito? What are they up to?" "Obito is still recuperating, while Black Zetsu has gone out, claiming he is preparing something," White Zetsu replied. Jiraiya nodded. "Very well. Thank you for your efforts." White Zetsu responded, "It is my honor to serve Lord Jiraiya. But may I inquire what nature's call refers to? I have been troubled by this question for quite some time." Jiraiya, Chapter 89, Training Plan after sending White Zetsu away. Jiraiya settled down to contemplate. Sui-Gen had undoubtedly retreated to his personal space, and it seemed the mark he left on him had also been nullified. A quiet sigh escaped him. Sui-Gen's strength was formidable, and his hidden cards were powerful. If he truly felt cornered and resorted to a self-destructive explosion, even if he survived, Konoha would inevitably face repercussions. This was precisely why Jiraiya had refrained from provoking him lightly. However, at present, he had likely not yet established a shell organization. Even if he had, the current level of scientific research in the ninja world was quite limited and posed no significant threat to him. If Orochimaru could uncover the secret of the seal, he would have a solid grasp. He sighed deeply. If only I possessed the body of Otsutsuki. When the system granted him rewards, he had not noticed such an option. If he could acquire the body of an Otsutsuki, he would have no need to worry about the seal's secret. Now, to enhance his strength, he could only rely on the rapid growth of the Ten Tails. He could feel the Ten Tails incessantly absorbing his chakra. He reached out to touch the tuft of hair transformed from the Ten Tails, sensing its elated emotions, and Jiraiya smiled faintly. Well, where there's a will, there's a way. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to allow the Ten Tails to devour freely. With that thought, Jiraiya sat cross-legged, transmitting his intentions to the Ten Tails, and then poured forth his chakra with all his might. The Ten Tails' absorption of chakra accelerated dramatically, growing increasingly joyous. Feeling his chakra rapidly depleting, he was taken aback, but this swift growth of the Ten Tails, and, consequently, the enhancement of his own strength was worth it. Jiraiya remained in this state for the better part of the day. During this time, he even sent a shadow clone back to prepare lunch for Tsunade before refocusing his mind and exerting chakra with all his strength again. It was not until afternoon that he ceased his output. He was somewhat breathless. There was no denying that although the Ten Tails was still a juvenile, its capacity to absorb chakra was extraordinary. Even if he claimed to have infinite chakra and stamina, that was only relative to ordinary individuals. Providing for the Ten Tails, a bottomless pit still required a degree of recovery. Fortunately, The current Ten Tails was merely a youngling, allowing him to bypass this issue for now. However, as it grew, its energy requirements would escalate significantly. It appeared he needed to allocate time to refine his sage techniques. Otherwise, he would have to pause for rest during full output sessions, which would be a waste of time. With sage techniques, he could gather sage chakra while allowing the Ten Tails to devour, functioning like a perpetual motion machine, completely free from concerns about chakra shortages. The original body possessed the ability to perform sage techniques, albeit imperfectly. Assistance from the sages, Jiraiya and Shima, was necessary to refine these skills. Moreover, the appearance of sage transformation was undeniably unappealing. A large face adorned with warty features could be rather intimidating. One needed to attain a flawless mastery of sage techniques akin to Naruto and his companions. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming yearning for the system. If only the system were present. Although it meant enduring some beatings, it spared him the mental strain. He recalled that his initial reluctance to engage his intellect led to his demotion by his superiors, landing him in a position of idleness, where he spent his days idling and dozing off, eventually leading to his reincarnation into the world of Naruto as Jiraiya. Throughout his journey, with the system's assistance, there was little need for cognitive effort. It was simply a matter of action. And now, he had to learn sage techniques on his own, which felt somewhat stifling. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Having grown accustomed to reliance on external aids, he was uncertain of his ability to succeed independently. What? You intend to leave for a while again? Tsunade inquired in surprise. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. After making his decision that morning, he had come to the Hokage's office to discuss it with Tsunade. This time, I am heading to Mount Myaboku, so if you miss me, feel free to have the communication frog contact me, Jiraiya said with a warm smile. Tsunade paused, then playfully retorted, "Who would miss you?" She then asked seriously, "How long do you plan to be gone?" Jiraiya shrugged, "I am unsure. This time, I wish to complete the sage training I previously left unfinished. Compared to Naruto and the others, as their master, I find myself lagging behind." Tsunade considered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I agree. But you'll have to endure hunger again in my absence," she muttered. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. "Even if I'm not here, Shizen will take care of you. So you won't starve." However, he found the feeling of being relied upon by a strong woman rather pleasant. He chuckled softly, "Don't worry. It won't be long. If anything arises, I will return immediately." Tsunade nodded. Given that in the original storyline the communication frog met its untimely demise at the hands of Danzo, Jiraiya took additional precautions to enhance its survival capabilities. He employed his Rinnegan to imbue it with a protective technique. Should it face any lethal threat, the flying thunder god seal on its body would activate automatically, teleporting it several kilometers away. With this safeguard in place, he was no longer concerned about the transmission of messages. He then visited the hospital to check on Konan and the others. Konan had already acclimated to the reality of Yahiko's resurrection. Upon entering the ward, Jiraiya found Konan gazing affectionately at Yahiko, her cheeks flushed. Nagato, equally excited, held Yahiko's hand, and Yahiko was joyfully reminiscing with them. "Master, you're here." Konan was the first to notice Jiraiya, followed by Yahiko, and lastly Nagato. Jiraiya smiled warmly and greeted them. "Konan, how is the matchmaker I found for you?" he teased. Konan's face reddened, and she nodded. "Thank you, master." Yahiko, too, felt a flush creeping onto his face, while Nagato beamed with delight. The beautiful moments they had once envisioned were manifesting before them. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "I recently ventured out, and once I return, I will begin arranging your wedding. You must put in the effort. I am eagerly awaiting the day I can hold my grandchildren." Konan immediately lowered her head, feeling somewhat flustered. "Master, please don't distract us," Yahiko interjected. "Oh, so you're protective now? Well, seeing you all gathered brings me joy. However, I am here to inform you, especially you, Nagato, to remain in Konoha for the time being. If anything arises, I will have someone notify you, and regarding your Rinnegan, I trust Konan has informed you. If possible, I hope you can relinquish it." Although he was a genius of the Uzumaki clan, the Rinnegan severely limited his development. This was not to say that Nagato lacked strength, but rather that the Rinnegan had been bestowed upon him too early, resulting in a significant drain on his vitality. Yahiko looked puzzled, glancing at Nagato. As he was still unclear about many things after his recent resurrection, he had assumed the Rinnegan was a natural gift of Nagato's. Jiraiya refrained from elaborating, leaving it for Konan to explain. Nagato appeared hesitant. Do not fret. You are a genius of the Uzumaki clan, and sealing techniques are your innate talent. The Rinnegan has overshadowed this aspect. By discarding the Rinnegan, you will grow stronger, and your health will gradually improve. Jiraiya stated earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Nagato nodded. Jiraiya continued. You have witnessed the power and ruthlessness of that individual. I currently lack the confidence to defeat him entirely, and he possesses trump cards. If cornered, he will do anything to drag us down with him, and Konoha would face utter destruction. I cannot bear to see that happen. Nagato's expression grew increasingly grave as he nodded. All right, when I return, I will enhance your strength. For now, rest well, and Yahiko, Konan. Please take good care of him. Yahiko hesitated, and Jiraiya patted his shoulder. As for the specifics, Konan will inform you. Konan, you may also share information about our enemies. With his instructions given, Jiraiya departed. Yahiko remained silent for a moment before his expression turned serious. Konan, you may proceed. Konan nodded and began to recount the details. Lord Jiraiya, do you have any instructions? White Zetsu inquired respectfully. Inform Black Zetsu and Obito that they need not mobilize for now. They should focus on Obito's recovery. Furthermore, summon Itachi and Kisame back and take them to Orochimaru's base to address Itachi's issues. White Zetsu acknowledged. Notify your clones that if they encounter insurmountable foes, their priority is to preserve their lives, without concern for anything else. White Zetsu was taken aback. Throughout their existence, they had been regarded as mere weapons, seldom receiving genuine concern. Thank you for your care, my lord. Following Jiraiya brought him considerable joy. Not only had he learned what it meant to have purpose, but he was also treated with kindness, evoking a peculiar emotional response within him. Jiraiya chuckled softly. White Zetsu, a product of the god tree's absorption and transformation of humanity, was a sentient being with emotions, albeit limited due to the god tree's influence. For this reason, Jiraiya refrained from treating them as mere instruments. The current White Zetsu was among the most unique of its kind. In the original story, it was the death of the original that caused the various White Zetsu to spiral out of control, transforming into grotesque monsters that wreaked havoc upon the world after Naruto and Sasuke sealed Kagaya. Presently, with the original in control, White Zetsu was relatively stable and more receptive to commands. He waved his hand, watching as White Zetsu gradually faded into the ground. Chapter 90. Sage Training Summoning Technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals. Bang! Fukasaku the sage appeared. Boss, I wish to complete the sage techniques I previously left unfinished. Jiraiya greeted him and promptly stated. Fukasaku paused, then smiled. Little Jiraiya has finally come to his senses. Very well, I will summon you when I return. Jiraiya nodded, but then spoke again. Boss, I would like to experiment with the technique and hope for your cooperation. Fukasaku raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued, but he nodded in agreement. What technique do you wish to experiment with, little Jiraiya? Boss, please extend your hand. Fukasaku complied, and Jiraiya placed a flying thunder god seal on his palm. Fukasaku's pupils constricted. What is this? Jiraiya chuckled softly and nodded. After calming his emotions, Fukasaku laughed. Little Jiraiya, you're impressive. You've even mastered the signature jutsu of Little Minato. However, given that Mount Myaboku exists in another space, the flying thunder god technique likely cannot be employed. Jiraiya nodded. Smiling, no worries, boss, I just want to give it a try. Fukasaku chuckled. All right, then I shall return. If you fail, I will summon you again. Jiraiya nodded. Watching as Fukasaku vanished from sight, Jiraiya instantaneously activated his Rinnegan. The seal he had just inscribed was the flying thunder god technique, etched through the power of his Rinnegan. He sought to experiment, merging the Rinnegan with the flying thunder god technique to ascertain whether he could transcend spatial boundaries. If successful, he would possess a more advanced version of space-time ninjutsu. While the flying thunder god allowed for spatial leaps, it was confined to the ninja world, lacking the ability to traverse different dimensions like the more sophisticated techniques. After a moment of concentration, a smile of joy graced his face. It worked, indeed. Inscribing the flying thunder god mark through the Rinnegan yielded results that surpassed the original technique significantly. Even from another realm, he could perceive the presence of Myaboku Mountain. With a swift motion, he vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, he materialized within Myaboku Mountain. Sannin Fukasaku was about to summon him with a summoning technique when he beheld a figure before him, his expression one of astonishment. Young Jiraiya, you succeeded? Jiraiya nodded enthusiastically. Haha, It's even more formidable than Minato's Flying Thunder God. What is so amusing? Tsunade inquired as she approached. Just now, young Jiraiya used Minato's Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Mayaboka Mountain without my summoning. What? Minato's Flying Thunder God technique? That should not be possible. Tsunade's face was filled with disbelief as she gazed at Jiraiya. Haha, sister, the original technique indeed cannot achieve this, but I've made some improvements, and now it can. Tsunade nodded, impressed. You're quite remarkable. It took Minato a long time to perfect that technique, so what you've accomplished is commendable. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Upon arriving at Mayaboka Mountain, he had deactivated his Rinnegan. For now, it was best not to disclose this to them. Explaining it would be quite troublesome. Nonetheless, the great sage might have anticipated it, though he likely wouldn't intervene excessively. Sister, I've come here to refine my sage arts, so I'll need to stay at Mayaboka Mountain for a while longer. Tsunade looked at him in surprise and remarked, have you finally come to your senses? I've reminded you before, but you didn't take it seriously. Now you understand the significance of sage arts. Jiraiya stood there, feeling embarrassed and silent. Quickly, let us prepare dinner. Young Jiraiya is married now, yet he still finds time to train at Mayaboka Mountain. We must hurry. It would be unfortunate if Tsunade grows impatient. Fukazaku interjected. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, forcing a smile. Understood. I'll go make dinner. Tsunade mumbled as she picked up a basket and departed. Come on, young Jiraiya. Fukazaku stated before walking away. You should still remember the training process, correct? Fukazaku inquired. Jiraiya nodded. Good, I'll merely supervise you. With diligence, you should reach the level of Naruto and Fu, who both excelled in under 2 weeks. As your teacher, you have a foundation, you cannot fall behind. Fukazaku encouraged with a smile. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. He was somewhat apprehensive, as he had previously relied on external aids. But without the system now, he was unsure of his true abilities. Training commenced. Jiraiya took a stone slab and began meditating atop the peak of the stone forest. Because his original self had successfully practiced, he possessed the memories of his past experiences, allowing him to attain tranquility with relative ease. He could already faintly sense natural energy swirling around him. So, this is what training is like, Jiraiya mused inwardly. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell. Oof. He clumsily picked himself up, glaring at Fukazaku with a frown. Why didn't you catch me? I was distracted by how quickly you entered meditation. I didn't notice. My apologies. Fukazaku replied sheepishly. Let us try again. With the lesson learned, Jiraiya managed to maintain his stillness for longer intervals. It wasn't until Tsunade called them for dinner that he temporarily ceased his training. How is it? With your foundation, if you put in a bit more effort, you should reach the same level as Naruto and Fu. Tsunade inquired while serving the food. Jiraiya could only nod helplessly. The feeling of being scrutinized by elders reminded him of his past life when his parents pressured him to complete his homework, which was indeed somewhat frustrating. However, there was no other option. He had chosen this path and had to forge ahead. 3 days passed, and Jiraiya finally made some progress. Noticing a hint of orange-yellow in the corners of his eyes, he sighed in relief. It had been quite the challenge, achieved only through the effort of splitting into 5 shadow clones. Fukazaku, having previously trained Naruto and Fu, had enhanced his observational skills and was now capable of supervising more individuals, albeit with limited time. He sensed that if he fully unleashed his Sage Chakra, his power could rival that of the 8th gate. If he could combine Sage Mode while opening the 8th gate, it would undoubtedly signify an even greater strength. At that point, even without activating the Rinnegan, his offensive capabilities would increase significantly. The mere thought filled Jiraiya with excitement. You've reached this level in just 3 days. Quite impressive. Fukazaku commended. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. As a teacher, it felt somewhat embarrassing to be outdone by Naruto and Fu. Fukazaku's praise was a kind gesture. Boss, I believe I can take a break from sage training for now. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. Jiraiya expressed sincerely. Haha, no need for thanks. Young Jiraiya, I'm pleased with your progress. When you return, cherish your time with Tsunade and strive for a fulfilling life. Fukazaku advised. Jiraiya nodded and bid farewell to Tsunade before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Masters, the great sage seeks your presence. A communication toad hopped up to the two. TCH, what scheme is that old man concocting now? Can't he have a moment of peace? Tsunade grumbled. Don't say that. It's quite disrespectful. The great sage must have important instructions for us. Let us hurry. Fukazaku urged. I know. Enough with the nagging. Chapter 91. Danzo's schemes. Jiraiya returned home directly from Mayaboka Mountain. Finding the house empty, Tsunade was, of course, absent. After retrieving a drink from the refrigerator, he settled onto the sofa, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Training was indeed a grueling endeavor. It was monotonous and exhausting. After 3 days, he felt as though he had lost weight, despite the nutritious meals provided by Tsunade. The fatigue lingered, both physically and mentally. He sighed contentedly, closing his eyes for a moment. After a brief respite, he rose and made his way to the Hokage's office. Did you miss me? He greeted with a smile as he entered. Jiraiya, please maintain decorum. This is the Hokage's office. Chojuro admonished sternly from the side. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself, smiling as he asked, what brings you both here today? However, as he glanced at Tsunade, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Pain injured an Umbu member and escaped. I just dispatched a communication toad to inform you, Tsunade stated gravely. What? Jiraiya's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he softly inquired. What has transpired? What about Konan and Yahiko? Were they not hindered? They have fled as well, Tsunade sighed with resignation. Jiraiya, this is all you're doing. Allowing unidentified ninjas from other villages to roam freely in Konoha is unacceptable. Konoha is not your personal domain. Tsunade's words were laced with coldness. Jiraiya's countenance darkened. Suppressing his impulse, he turned to Tsunade and demanded, Wife, what is truly happening? Just as Tsunade prepared to respond, a voice echoed from outside the door. Jiraiya, you have overstepped your bounds. Without needing to glance back, Jiraiya already knew who had arrived. Danzo Shimura. He spun around, coldly addressing him. Danzo, are you the one behind this? Danzo replied icily. It is your negligence that has allowed criminals bearing the Rinnegan to infiltrate the village. I am merely rectifying your mistakes. Fury surged within Jiraiya. He turned to Tsunade, stating calmly, Did you know? Tsunade bowed her head, explaining, I am sorry. I failed to protect them. A sense of relief washed over Jiraiya. As long as she was unaware, he could bear the burden. Above all, he did not wish for those closest to him to covet his disciples. If that were the case, he truly would not know how to respond. Fortunately, he clenched his fists. It was clear that he needed to take action. Forcing a smile, he remarked, I may cause you some trouble today, my dear. Tsunade paused, realizing the implications, her expression a mix of emotions. She reflected that if Sakura had faced such injustice, she would not rest until it was rectified. However, clashing with Konoha's upper echelons at this moment would be unwise. Yet, she had faith in him. With a gentle smile, she replied, It is all right. I am willing to be your support. Upon hearing her words, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. The sensation of being unconditionally trusted was delightful. He returned her smile before his expression turned serious. Jiraiya, do you wish to betray the village? Tsunade and Danzo questioned in unison. The Hokage of Konoha is Tsunade, and it is not for you to determine my fate. Nagato and the others are my disciples. If you covet his power, then prepare to perish. The 8th gate of death opens. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Jiraiya. Tsunade and Mito's eyes widened in shock. Danzo's expression tightened as he braced for impact. In an instant, Jiraiya appeared behind Danzo, launching a strike. Danzo, wielding his cane, blocked the attack. Although Jiraiya's strike failed, he was undeterred, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. And he and Danzo vanished from Konoha. He did not wish to cause further chaos in the village. Jiraiya, it seems you have been busy behind the scenes. Danzo slowly unwrapped the bandages from his right arm, revealing numerous Sharingan. Jiraiya regarded him coldly, patiently waiting. Since you wish to experience death, I shall oblige you. Are you ready? Jiraiya asked calmly. To master the Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage is commendable, Jiraiya. If I had that brat's Rinnegan, I could elevate Konoha's strength further. You cannot fathom my intentions. Danzo's words seemed to be a mix of soliloquy and explanation. Jiraiya was indifferent. If you harm those dear to me, you must pay the price. After all he had done to keep Konan and the others in Konoha, their sudden disappearance was unacceptable. He could not sense their presence. It was clear that Nagato had used the Rinnegan to erase his mark. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Clenching his fists, he declared, I have no time for your drivel. If you are ready, begin your feast of death. Jiraiya's voice was cold as he charged forward, appearing before Danzo in a heartbeat. Danzo's pupils dilated, so fast. With a swift thrust, Jiraiya pierced Danzo's heart. Pain washed over Danzo's face, mingled with disbelief. As Jiraiya withdrew his hand, Danzo's form flickered and reappeared some distance away. You are strong. Boom. Jiraiya vanished and reappeared in front of Danzo, delivering a kick that shattered his lower back. Danzo coughed up blood before vanishing again. This cycle continued, with each of Jiraiya's full-force strikes ensuring Danzo's demise. Yet, the Izanagi technique was used without restraint. Jiraiya observed the closed Sharingan on Danzo's arm, a cold smile forming within him. He held nothing back, continuing his assault until the last Sharingan was extinguished. Finally, Danzo coughed heavily, collapsing to the ground, dejected. Breathing heavily, he asked, Jiraiya, do you truly intend to go this far? Jiraiya chuckled coldly. The last time I faced Nagato and the others, I spared you as a courtesy, but now you have crossed my line. Heh, in that case, I must resort to that technique. Danzo chuckled softly. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. The divine standstill? He swiftly activated the Rinnegan. At the moment Danzo attempted to cast his technique, a powerful and peculiar energy rebounded the divine standstill. Danzo's body trembled violently, disbelief in his eyes. Crack! Jiraiya's fist struck, shattering Danzo's throat. Danzo's eyes remained wide open, unblinking in death. Jiraiya retracted his fist, shaking off the blood, then formed seals, unleashing a fire-style, fireball technique, reducing Danzo's corpse to ashes. He cast a cold glance at the charred ground before his gaze turned distant. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing to find Konan cradling Yahiko, tears streaming down her face. Thankfully, before leaving, he had inscribed a mark on Konan using the Rinnegan. Otherwise, the standard Flying Thunder God technique would not have detected them. Sensing Yahiko's faint aura, he rushed forward, asking, Konan, what has happened to Yahiko? Upon seeing her master, Konan cried out, Master, please save Yahiko. And Nagato. He was taken by that man from before. Yahiko was gravely injured while protecting me. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, a storm of rage igniting within him. He suppressed his fury and reassured, Do not worry. I will take you both back to Konoha. Saving him is paramount. Afterward, you can explain everything to me. Konan nodded immediately. Jiraiya escorted them to the hospital, then sought out Tsunade in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, what have you done to Danzo? Jiraiya charged in, seizing Tsunade and Mito by the neck, pressing them against the wall, coldly declaring, He has been slain by my hand. Do not force my hand against you. His bloodthirsty gaze intimidated them, causing their bodies to tremble. Years of living in comfort had dulled their will to fight, and under Jiraiya's threat, they instantly shrank back. He casually tossed them out of the Hokage's office. Wife, I need your assistance. He addressed Tsunade. She nodded, lead the way. They arrived at the hospital, where Tsunade immediately began treating Yahiko. Konan, tell me what transpired? Jiraiya inquired from outside the ward. Nagato, Yahiko, and I were attacked by the Umbu in Konoha. Nagato's injuries had not healed, and he did not want to burden you, so he led us to escape. During our flight, several Umbu members pursued us. But with Nagato's Rinnegan, we quickly detected and evaded them. Just as we reached an unknown location, that Otsutsuki man from before suddenly appeared, clearly aiming for Nagato. Yahiko fought valiantly to protect me, but was no match for him. If not for Nagato threatening to destroy his own eyes, Yahiko and I would not have survived. Master, you must save Nagato. Konan clung to Jiraiya's arm, pleading earnestly. Jiraiya patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. Your master will surely bring him back. Konan nodded, tears dampening his chest. All right, take care of Yahiko and listen to Tsunade. I shall set off now. Konan nodded again. Master, please be careful. Jiraiya waved his hand and vanished from sight. Chapter 92. Arrival in a different space. White Zetsu. Do you have any news? Jiraiya arrived at a dark underground cavern. The base of Zetsu. Lord Jiraiya. The individual only appeared for a brief moment. By the time we arrived, he had already vanished. Jiraiya lowered his head, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Right now, he was utterly at a loss. Initially, he believed that after fighting him, Suizen would be cautious, as he wouldn't want his nearly 1,000 years of preparation and effort to go to waste. However, the current situation was clearly beyond his expectations. Within just 3 days, Suizen appeared again. What could his intentions be? If his previous visit was due to his exposure, a desire to silence him, then this appearance, merely to abduct Nagato. What was the true purpose behind it? He pondered, knowing that the original body of the eye technique was remarkable, and aside from possessing the Uzumaki bloodline and the Rinnegan, Nagato had little else of value. From the perspective of Otsutsuki, this Rinnegan was relatively low tier. Logically, he should have deemed it unworthy. Yet, why then was he intent on capturing Nagato? After dismissing White Zetsu, he fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he sensed a faint summoning. With a thought, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood before two figures, Boruto and Sasuke. "Master, you have arrived," Boruto exclaimed with excitement. Sasuke spoke solemnly, "Master. Earlier Boruto and I ventured to a peculiar location. Concerned about Boruto's ability to handle it, I returned him before proceeding alone and discovered some new information." Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he eagerly asked, "Did you encounter a creature resembling the Ten Tails?" Sasuke paused in surprise, then nodded. "Not only that, I also found an extremely vast base." Jiraiya's heart soared with joy. "Let us depart immediately. Take me there," he commanded. "Boruto, you stay here." Jiraiya issued his order without hesitation. Boruto protested, "Master, I want to go too. Besides, it was I who discovered that place." Jiraiya was taken aback, looking at Sasuke in confusion. Sasuke nodded. "In recent days, Boruto has successfully trained his Flying Thunder God technique, and for some unknown reason, there have been changes in his right eye, allowing him to perform spatial travel. It was he who provided me a hint to find the entrance to that space." Jiraiya was astounded. Then he chuckled lightly. "Very well. Boruto, you can join us." He generously praised. "Well done. You are superior to your master, grandfather, and father." Overjoyed by Jiraiya's commendation, Boruto beamed. The three set off together. Along the way, Sasuke recounted some of Orochimaru's discoveries and their pursuit of the original body, allowing Jiraiya to finally understand why he had not seen Sasuke during his previous visit to Orochimaru. He had been tracking the original body. He silently admired Sasuke's exceptional tracking abilities. Leaving them behind had indeed been the right choice. The trio arrived at a desolate land, and Sasuke stated gravely, "This is the place." Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan and observed for a long while, detecting only a faint spatial rift. Unlike the original body's casual spatial traversal, his space-time ninjutsu required the combination of the Rinnegan and the Flying Thunder God technique, along with a mark for teleportation. This was quite troublesome. If it were a location he had previously visited, it would be manageable. However, for unknown territory, he could only lament. He regretted not selecting a space-time ninjutsu during the system upgrade, having been overly focused on power and might, completely disregarding this aspect. Such carelessness could be detrimental. Sasuke and Boruto gasped in astonishment. It was their first encounter with the Rinnegan on Jiraiya, and they were utterly taken aback. However, considering how different this world was from theirs, Sasuke quickly accepted this reality. Though intensely curious, the immediate task was to address the unknown enemy. "Master, please focus on your task." Jiraiya waved dismissively, signaling Sasuke to take action. Sasuke nodded, activating his left eye's 6-tomo Rinnegan. After a period of recuperation, Sasuke's strength had fully returned, allowing him to effortlessly perform the technique. In the blink of an eye, a spatial portal appeared before them. Sasuke nodded, softly instructing, "Stay close to me." He stepped inside first, followed by Boruto, with Jiraiya entering last, and they vanished from sight. "Konan, Yahiko is safe now. You can rest easy," Tsunade said, slightly fatigued. The day's series of events had left her mentally and physically drained, but after a frantic rescue, Yahiko had finally been saved. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." Konan expressed her gratitude. "No need for such formality. You are Jiraiya's disciples. I have seen how he regards you as his own children. This incident happened because I failed to foresee it in advance, and for that, I sincerely apologize." Tsunade confessed, filled with guilt. This time, Jiraiya had risked a falling out with Danzo, who might even have perished. She had genuinely realized Jiraiya's determination. "Lady Tsunade, may I call you that?" Konan asked suddenly. Tsunade paused, then chuckled lightly, "Of course." Konan bowed her head. "I have witnessed the kindness of both Master and you. It's our fault for not being more capable." Tsunade took her hand, sighing gently. "Your master seems to be involved in many matters unbeknownst to me. Although I am the Hokage, burdened with countless troubles, I often refrain from prying too deeply, allowing him to act as he sees fit. I believe one day he will explain everything to me. Yet he continues to keep me in the dark. I understand he cares for me, wishing to spare me from excessive toil. But the feeling of being kept in the dark is truly unpleasant. Konan, since you have called me Lady Tsunade, I hope you can honestly tell me what has transpired. What has Jiraiya been concealing from me?" Konan gazed into Tsunade's eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss. Her master had previously mentioned not wanting to disclose matters to Tsunade, yet under direct inquiry, she felt conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and recounted what her master had confided in her. With a soft thud, Jiraiya finally felt the solid ground beneath him. He surveyed his surroundings, a vast expanse of white. "My lord, the enemy's base lies not far in a mountain hollow. Follow me," Sasuke whispered, coming to his side. Boruto followed closely behind. Jiraiya nodded. "Soon, I will draw their attention. You two must seize the opportunity to rescue Nagato." He had already informed Sasuke about Nagato's abduction. Both nodded in agreement. "Remember, Sasuke, if I find myself in peril after rescuing Nagato, immediately take Boruto and leave for Orochimaru. Entrust this matter to him." As he spoke, he produced a scroll and handed it to Sasuke. "The rest is not your concern. Oh, and tell Orochimaru to hasten his research on the seal. If I do not return within 3 days, you must take Boruto back to your world and seek out someone named Amato. Collaborate with him. He possesses a means to counter the original body. But remember, do not fully trust him. You must gauge the situation yourself." Jiraiya spoke as if imparting his last wishes, earnestly advising Sasuke. Sasuke's expression grew complex. "Master." Boruto's voice trembled with emotion. Jiraiya smiled lightly. Although he did not believe he would easily meet his demise, he felt reassured by having conveyed these thoughts in advance. He affectionately ruffled Boruto's hair and smiled, saying, "If I do not return, upon your return to the future, heed your father's words more diligently and refrain from always opposing him. His role as Hokage is no small feat, and as his son, you must strive to understand him. Of course, you must also diligently train. Your eyes are quite extraordinary, and while I am currently unaware of their full capabilities, it is imperative that you explore their potential yourself. Given that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in such a short time, it is likely to be of great assistance to you in the future. Furthermore, protect your mother and your beloved." Unconsciously, Jiraiya found himself speaking more than usual. Boruto listened intently, his eyes gradually moistening, but he was momentarily taken aback by the last statement. Jiraiya then chuckled lightly, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I am merely preparing you. It does not imply that I am fated to die." After calming his emotions, Jiraiya adopted a more serious demeanor. "All right, I must begin now. You all should hide. Nagato, I entrust this to you." Sasuke and Boruto nodded in agreement. Although Sasuke wished to take Jiraiya's place, he knew he must ensure Boruto's safety and return him to the future, a promise he made to Naruto. Thus he had no choice but to play the role of a coward this time. The 8 Gates release. Death Gate has been opened. Jiraiya's white hair began to flutter. A golden aura radiated from his entire being, and he unleashed an astonishing momentum. Sasuke and Boruto exchanged glances before swiftly retreating to a safe distance. Jiraiya leapt into the sky. "Chikyu, I have arrived. Let us engage in battle," he bellowed with bravado. As his words echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the base below. Jiraiya halted his ascent, plummeting downward. Chikyu regarded him with a calm demeanor, observing as dust billowed around them. He waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the haze. "I am curious. Why do you seek Nagato?" Jiraiya queried. "Are you here for that boy with the Rinnegan?" Chikyu replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya glared at him coldly. "Though your eyes may be inferior, they are nonetheless unique to the Otsutsuki, precisely what I need as experimental subjects, and he would serve as an excellent specimen." Chikyu remarked, his expression unchanged. Jiraiya's countenance darkened. "What has happened to him?" Chikyu shrugged. "He is currently recuperating from his injuries and will be ready shortly." With a sudden burst, Jiraiya unleashed a powerful punch. He would never tolerate his disciple being treated as a mere tool. Instantly, black markings appeared on Chikyu's face, and he extended his hand to effortlessly block the attack. Jiraiya retaliated with a kick aimed at his head. Chikyu countered with one hand, yet was forced back by the sheer force. "Is this the extent of your strength?" Chikyu remarked blandly. "Do not rush. The best is yet to come. I wonder how long you can endure in this state." Chikyu furrowed his brow slightly. Jiraiya chuckled coldly, then unfurled a scroll from behind him, invoking the summoning technique. In an instant, orange-yellow markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. Sage mode activated. "Come forth. Let us commence the second round." With a resounding impact, Jiraiya delivered a powerful punch, catching Chikyu off guard and sending him flying. Empowered by Sage Chakra, the might of his 8 Gates release surged once more. He pressed the attack, delivering another fierce blow. Chikyu evaded with a swift motion, causing Jiraiya to gasp in surprise and quickly turned to block. The force sent Jiraiya staggering back several steps. A whistling sound pierced the air as Jiraiya ducked to avoid Chikyu's sweeping kick, swiftly pivoting to throw a straight punch. The two exchanged blows, each one connecting until Chikyu vanished, reappearing at a distance. "It is time to get serious," Chikyu said coldly, summoning several black rods in an instant. Jiraiya promptly dodged. The rods flew at him like arrows. He seized one with a single hand, swiftly maneuvering to deflect the incoming barrage. Suddenly, Chikyu appeared behind Jiraiya, launching two black rods from his sleeves. Caught off guard, Jiraiya found one piercing his arm and another his thigh. With a heavy blow, he was struck in the head and sent crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, he felt the constraining grip of the black rods and, gritting his teeth, he pulled them out. In an instant, he restored himself to full vigor. "Remarkable recovery, indeed," Chikyu murmured softly. Once more, Jiraiya roared, charging forward again. Jiraiya's body was once again pierced by several black rods, rendering him immobile once more. He paused, then let out a wry smile. "It seems this state is quite difficult to contend with." "Out of moves already," Chikyu remarked coolly. Jiraiya sneered, "Though I wish to see your true form. It appears I must reveal my trump card now." In an instant, he activated his Rinnegan, clarity flooding his vision, allowing him to break free from the rod's control. Chikyu narrowed his eyes. "You, my friend, possess quite a few secrets, and that Rinnegan of yours appears rather unique. It seems I must resolve this matter today." In a flash, Jiraiya was enveloped in a white chakra, and within moments, a towering figure clad in white armor materialized, resembling a war god. With a long blade that radiated white flames, this was his first manifestation of Susanoo. The power was indeed formidable. The surrounding white chakra enveloped Jiraiya, enabling him to sense even the slightest movements. To his astonishment, he noticed numerous black spots appearing on the warrior's body. With a tremendous surge, Jiraiya unleashed his might, the black spots erupting like splattered water in all directions. Chikyu stared at the imposing warrior before him, his expression hardening as a horn suddenly emerged from the figure's head. "Is this Susanoo? It does not seem quite right. Let me see how strong your defense is." With acute precision, Jiraiya used his Rinnegan to foresee Chikyu's movements, anticipating his next action, and swung his blade down. Chikyu vanished just in time to evade. "Behind you." The white warrior ducked low, narrowly avoiding Chikyu's charge, then reached out with a massive hand to grasp him. Chikyu shrank and disappeared. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Chikyu's movements were crystal clear through his Rinnegan. He enveloped his fist in chakra, and two additional hands emerged from behind the warrior, wielding long knives that swiftly aimed for Chikyu. With a series of dull, repetitive thuds, Jiraiya observed as Chikyu struggled to block the onslaught, his movements becoming increasingly frantic and swift. The two fists were riddled with wounds, and Chikyu was unfortunate enough to suffer a blow himself. With a sudden explosion of energy, Chikyu's clenched fist erupted into countless specks of white light. The two hands behind the white warrior swiftly filled the gap, the long knives striking again, forcing Chikyu to revert to his true form, brandishing a black rod for defense. With a clanging sound, the blade met the rod, producing a piercing noise as Chikyu was sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya thrust his blade forward, piercing Chikyu's body and pinning him firmly to the ground. A tremendous roar erupted as the earth was blasted into a massive crater. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, dispelling Susanoo. As he approached the edge of the crater, he beheld the fallen Chikyu within, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He had underestimated the power of his Susanoo. Initially, he had assumed it would struggle against Chikyu's charge, but to his astonishment, apart from himself, Chikyu could not breach his defenses. A sense of confidence washed over him. With a crack, he noticed a fissure appearing in the black crystal embedded in Chikyu's abdomen, igniting a surge of joy within him. Suddenly, a flicker of thought emanated from the tentails on his head, igniting a surge of ecstasy within him. The tentails conveyed that there was a juvenile tentails in the vicinity, which, if it could absorb the adult tentails, would drastically shorten its maturation time to merely a few days. This implied that he need not wait an entire year. Instead, he could acquire a formidable companion in just a matter of days. His mind began to race with possibilities. Currently, his strength was confined to the vessel of Sichuan, unable to unleash its full potential. Defeating the tentails would undoubtedly diminish his own power. A soft rustling sound caused Jiraiya to stiffen, his heart racing. He fought to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Sichuan was still alive, If he could not withstand the power as a vessel, it would lead to the emergence of the one known as Ishur. At that point, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Xiaobai, do you believe you can defeat that Ten Tails? Jiraiya mentally inquired, simultaneously bestowing a name upon it. Xiaobai responded affirmatively, yes. Overjoyed, Jiraiya instructed it to act autonomously while he remained to restrain Sichuan, entrusting the Ten Tails to Xiaobai. Having established their plan, Jiraiya stealthily released Xiaobai, awaiting Sichuan's recovery. His objective was to delay as long as possible. With all his cards played, he still could not eliminate his foe. If pressed too hard, Ishur might resort to a final, desperate measure. A cornered rabbit will bite, and Ishur, being a formidable opponent, was no different. If he failed to overcome his adversary, Tsunade and others dear to him, including Naruto, would face the repercussions of this entity's wrath. The mere thought sent a chill through Jiraiya. You shall not be forgiven. Sichuan roared, an unusual display of fury as he surged forth from the pile of rubble, confronting Jiraiya. Once again, Susanoo manifested around Jiraiya, though this time only partially. Sensing the impending intrusion of black rods into Susanoo's form, Jiraiya's expression hardened. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, countless slender black rods were obliterated. Boom. Sichuan's fist collided with the Susanoo armor, producing a resounding explosion. The immense force compelled Jiraiya to stumble backward. Crack. In disbelief, Jiraiya observed a fissure forming in the Susanoo armor. What the hell? Is this guy truly desperate? Jiraiya thought to himself, subsequently increasing his chakra output. Suddenly, Sichuan seemed to sense something, tilting his head toward a specific direction, a murderous glint in his eyes. How dare those scraps covet my Ten Tails? Boom. With a deafening crash, Susanoo finally succumbed, shattering into pieces. Jiraiya clearly observed the cracks in the black crystal on Sichuan's abdomen spreading. Thud. In a moment of inattention, Jiraiya found himself seized by the face, as Sichuan slammed him violently to the ground, leaving a long gash in the earth. Damn it! Jiraiya roared, conjuring a black rod that he plunged directly into Sichuan's heart. Thud. Sichuan's body jolted abruptly, becoming somewhat rigid. Thud. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya grasped Sichuan's arm and executed a powerful throw, sending Sichuan crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Without hesitation, he delivered a knee strike directly to Sichuan's abdomen, causing the black crystal's cracks to spread like a spider's web. Sensing impending danger, Jiraiya swiftly withdrew. Cough, cough. Sichuan rose, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. I cannot believe a mere insect like you has forced me to this point. Despicable. Infuriating. Sichuan bellowed. Jiraiya regarded him coldly, remaining vigilant. Any sudden movement from Sichuan would compel him to prepare for the worst. At this juncture, fatigue began to set in, a sensation he had never experienced before. Despite exhausting all his tactics, he still could not vanquish his opponent, an exceedingly troublesome predicament. Suddenly, a roar from a tailed beast echoed from afar, igniting a flicker of hope in Jiraiya's heart. However, Sichuan's pupils constricted. Chapter 94. Sichuan's escape. Sichuan resolved to no longer engage with Jiraiya. A portal materialized behind him. Jiraiya, unable to intervene in time, executed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself to Xiaobai's side. At that moment, Xiaobai's form had noticeably enlarged. In the center, a white single eye sat nestled in pudgy hands, exuding a charming aura reminiscent of the minions from a past life. Meanwhile, the Ten Tails within the cage appeared lethargic. Its roars significantly diminished. Jiraiya, uncertain of the juvenile Ten Tails' original size, noted that its body was now only slightly larger than Susanoo's foot. With a mental nudge, Jiraiya swiftly grasped Xiaobai and placed it atop his head. Xiaobai, how much have you absorbed? He mentally queried. Xiaobai responded with exuberance, relaying that it had absorbed nearly 70% of the Ten Tails' energy. Overjoyed, Jiraiya noted the emergence of a dark red black hole. Sichuan emerged from within, his gaze fixed on the listless Ten Tails as he roared. What have you done? Xiaobai had transformed back into strands of Jiraiya's hair, remaining undetected by Ishur. Jiraiya smirked, responding. Who knows what ailment your Ten Tails has contracted? What can I do? He shrugged, nonchalantly. Uffed. Sichuan spat blood, his legs trembling slightly. The injuries he had sustained earlier were now manifesting. No, I cannot perish here. Sichuan's inner thoughts screamed. He needed to force his opponent back to have any chance of survival. In an instant, he made a decision, waving his hand, summoning a massive black lid. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Is this a sealing technique? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Sichuan waved his hand, drawing the cage containing the tin tails into the fold. Once accomplished, he immediately activated the portal and stepped through, disappearing from view. On the other side, Jiraiya exhaled a breath of relief, but suddenly realized something amiss. He hastily employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return, only to find a vast pit where the tin tails and Sichuan had vanished. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, unaware of the sealing technique's range. He had kept his distance, unwittingly falling into his adversary's trap. A feint had allowed Sichuan to escape. Despite his irritation, a flicker of gratitude arose within him. After sustaining such severe injuries, Sichuan would likely refrain from appearing for a considerable duration. Jiraiya slumped to the ground, his composure unraveling. That was indeed perilous. Thankfully, he was reluctant to fight to the death. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a dire predicament. Xiaobai, if I dedicate myself to nurturing you from now on, how long will it take? Jiraiya silently pondered. Xiaobai relayed that it would require merely another week. A surge of joy filled Jiraiya's heart. A week should suffice. This battle had awakened a sense of urgency within him. One must never grow complacent, nor underestimate their foes. Although he was unaware of how Sichuan had managed to recover from such grievous wounds, his memories from a past life indicated that Sichuan had suffered far less during his battles with Naruto and Sasuke, yet had seemingly not taken this encounter seriously, as if he possessed hidden cards. Could it be that a new generation of the seal has already been cultivated? That shouldn't be the case. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Kawaki should not have been born yet. What other contingencies could he possibly have? Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. After a brief recovery, Jiraiya activated the Rinnegan and employed the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the ninja world. Sensing Boruto's chakra, he hurried to his side. Master, are you alright? That's wonderful. Boruto exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed with relief, ruffling his hair as he smiled. Of course. I never said I would die. What of Lord Sasuke? He inquired solemnly. Jiraiya glanced at Nagato, who lay unconscious on Sasuke's back. After examining him, he found that he had not sustained significant injuries, easing his concern. He escaped. He should not reappear in the short term. Sasuke's heart raced with astonishment. In a scene of fierce combat, he felt a bittersweet smile emerge as he realized that even at such a level of confrontation, the opponent had managed to escape. If he were to face them alone, the likelihood of survival would be slim, with the outcome possibly being his own retreat. Sasuke nodded, letting out a soft sigh. Jiraiya, sensing his emotions, chuckled lightly and reassured him, stating that their adversary was not an ordinary foe, so there was no need for despair. He expressed confidence that if Sasuke and Naruto joined forces, there was still hope. Moreover, in the future world, Chizuru should not possess such formidable strength. The real trouble lay within the technique embedded in his body. As he concluded, his tone turned serious. During Orochimaru's research on the wedge, you should also focus on enhancing your strength. I will think of ways to help you improve further, he added. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Bring me Nagato. I will take him back to Konoha. You should return with Boruto as well. Naruto has been inquiring about him these days, Jiraiya said with a smile. Boruto's heart leaped with joy, and he nodded eagerly, wishing to spend more time with his uncle Neji. Sasuke's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement as well. In an instant, the four of them appeared on the rooftop of the Konoha hospital. After exchanging greetings, Boruto and Sasuke departed. Jiraiya, carrying Nagato on his back, approached the ward and overheard Konan and Tsunade engaged in conversation. He chuckled softly, noting the significant progress in their relationship as the two women held hands while discussing matters. Honey, Konan, I've brought Nagato back. Please check if he has sustained any injuries, he said. Upon seeing Nagato on his back, Konan's eyes welled with tears, while Tsunade remained expressionless as she stood. Jiraiya felt a bit perplexed. After placing Nagato on the hospital bed, Tsunade began to treat him. Within a minute, Nagato's injuries had completely healed. He recalled Chizuru mentioning that Nagato would be turned into some kind of puppet, likely akin to the modified beings created by Amato. However, healing would occur before the transformation. Because he had swiftly located Nagato, the latter had not yet undergone modification. Noticing Tsunade pause in her actions, Jiraiya spoke softly. Honey, you've worked hard. He reached out to take her hand, but she sidestepped him. Come with me, Tsunade said flatly before exiting the ward. Confused, he glanced at Conan, who wore a look of guilt. Jiraiya's heart sank. Had Conan divulged something to Tsunade? He promptly advised Conan to stay put before hastily following Tsunade. Watching his master leave, Conan felt a pang of guilt. However, seeing Nagato return safely filled her with joy. She quietly sat between Nagato and Yahiko's hospital beds, tears streaming down her face. Jiraiya followed Tsunade to the rooftop. Observing her halt, he tentatively asked, "Honey? You didn't tea?" Before he could finish, Tsunade suddenly leaped into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Jiraiya, taken aback, allowed her to hold him, gently stroking her back. After a long while, Tsunade softly said, "Darling, I'm sorry for making you endure so much." He chuckled inwardly, realizing that Conan had indeed informed her. "Just focus on being Hokage. I will take care of everything else. I will protect you and ensure you are never harmed," he declared, his tone both tender and resolute. Tsunade nodded. After weeks apart, as he held her in his arms, thoughts began to stir within him. "What if, my dear Jiraiya began hesitantly. Tsunade immediately caught on, pulling away, her face flushing crimson. "No, it's just for a little while. I'll be very gentle. You don't understand. I've missed you terribly these past few days. I'm pregnant," Tsunade announced suddenly. Jiraiya froze, momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed into her eyes, bewildered, before his eyes widened in disbelief. "Nanny, is it true?" "My love," Tsunade nodded. "I discovered my condition after treating Yahiko. That's when I realized something was unusual." Jiraiya swiftly covered her mouth until she was slightly breathless, then embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, my love. You are truly remarkable." Tsunade, equally overjoyed, nestled against him, feeling the warmth of his chest, her heart brimming with satisfaction. With a loving husband and now a child on the way, happiness enveloped her. She was going to be a mother. Having spoken with Conan earlier, she hadn't fully grasped it, but now, sharing this moment with someone so close filled her heart with joy. Jiraiya, too, was thrilled. He was going to be a father. These two simple words seemed to carry immense weight. At that moment, Jiraiya's resolve strengthened. He would protect Tsunade and their child at all costs. "How long has it been?" Jiraiya asked softly. "Almost 2 months," Tsunade replied, her face reddening. It must have been around the time of their marriage. Reflecting on those wild days made her feel a bit embarrassed. "Come, let me listen," Jiraiya exclaimed, leaning down to rest his head on her belly, eager to hear something. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. "The baby is still very small, and the heartbeat is too faint to hear with the naked ear, but I can tell you it's a girl." Jiraiya was taken aback. "A girl? I had planned on having a son to protect his future sister." He sighed. "Well, a daughter is also wonderful." Immediately, he embraced Tsunade tightly, not letting go. "Honey, does that mean we can't, do that anymore?" Jiraiya suddenly inquired. "Well, not like you used to," Tsunade replied, blushing. Jiraiya chuckled ruefully. But for the sake of their daughter's health and safety, he could endure it. Chapter 95, Testing the Disciples Control Kakashi. How are Naruto and the others progressing with their ninjutsu training? After escorting Tsunade back to her office, Jiraiya sought out Kakashi. Kakashi, with his infamous deadpan stare, replied irritably, "Lord Jiraiya, the two you found for me are simply monstrous. In just one day, they developed new ninjutsu with astonishing power. Over the following days, they created even more new techniques, making me, as their teacher, feel utterly inadequate." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Without you as their teacher, they wouldn't have progressed this quickly. Now that they've achieved results, I'll take over from here. In the meantime, please help Tsunade out a bit." Kakashi felt a surge of joy and nodded in agreement. Jiraiya wanted Tsunade to take a break, but she was stubborn about not stepping down before completing her 3-year term. Feeling it would be disrespectful to their two mentors, Jiraiya reflected on this and conceded. Though he felt concerned, he knew that keeping her occupied would ease his burden as well. Since she couldn't resign just yet, he decided to have Kakashi assist her, making things a bit easier. "Tsunade is pregnant, so you need to be extra cautious. Notify me immediately if anything arises," Jiraiya instructed. Kakashi was taken aback, then smiled. "Congratulations. You should hurry and have children while you're still young and vigorous." Jiraiya scoffed, reminding him to be mindful. Kakashi realized he needed to help Jiraiya find a suitable partner. He recalled that a girl from the land of keys had shown interest in him. Perhaps he could try to bring them together in the future. Jiraiya observed Kakashi, nodding approvingly. Kakashi felt uneasy under Jiraiya's gaze, greeted him, and quickly took his leave. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat bored, called out, "Come here, You two little ones. Let me see the results of your training these past few days. He smiled at Naruto and Hinata. Boruto watched Naruto with a hint of pride, rolling his eyes. All right, master. I'll go first. Hinata replied cheerfully, eager to demonstrate her abilities. Jiraiya watched attentively as she extended her right hand, channeling chakra that whirled rapidly within her palm. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a tremendous white energy sphere materialized in her palm. Fu exerted herself and hurled a stone about 2 to 3 meters high into the distance. With a resounding boom, the boulder was instantly shattered into fragments, leaving a crater in the ground. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. In comparison, this technique paled in power against the tailed beast bomb. Yet his initial intention was not sheer force, but mastery. He could sense that the energy of this Rasengan was compressed to an extraordinarily precise degree. Otherwise, its range of attack might have been significantly larger. Jiraiya affectionately patted Fu's head, giving her a thumbs up in praise. Fu, keep going this time. Try merging in the chakra of the bright moon. Make it a bit less powerful, similar to this one. Fu responded eagerly, gathering the orb once more. This time, with the infusion of tailed beast chakra, the orb's hue deepened slightly. Fu threw it towards another massive stone, and the result was identical. The boulder exploded instantly. Jiraiya nodded appreciatively. Even with the tailed beast chakra merged, the destructive range of the two orbs was not significantly different, which required exquisite control. Jiraiya once again gave a thumbs up, unable to contain his joy. Fu, you are incredible. Truly marvelous. Fu immediately cheered with excitement. Naruto, it's your turn. Jiraiya turned his gaze to Naruto and spoke. Naruto nodded. All right, master. He too would execute it in 2 phases, first utilizing his own chakra, then merging in the tailed beast chakra. However, there was a noticeable discrepancy in the range of his attacks. Jiraiya nodded, offering praise. Although his control was somewhat lacking compared to Fu, the chakra of the 9 tails was immensely powerful, and achieving this range was quite commendable. The progress of both youngsters was truly gratifying to Jiraiya. It seemed that before long, they would be ready to graduate. Boruto looked on in astonishment, admiring Naruto's display. Though he maintained a stoic facade, Jiraiya found it amusing. Both of you performed excellently. Therefore, I will treat you. What would you like to eat? Just say it. As your master, it's my reward to you. Naruto and Fu's faces lit up with joy as they exclaimed, Ramen. Boruto muttered, Oh no. Jiraiya waved his hand grandly, leading the 3 to Ichiraku ramen. Fu and Naruto chattered excitedly in front, discussing which ramen was the best, while Boruto trailed behind, sullen. What's wrong? Don't you like ramen? Jiraiya asked, ruffling his hair with a smile. It's not that I dislike it. It's just that I've seen my dad eat it every day, and it's become a bit tiresome. Boruto replied nonchalantly. Haha, do you know why your father loves ramen so much? Boruto looked at Jiraiya and shook his head. Jiraiya sighed softly, recounting Naruto's grim childhood, devoid of friends, subsisting on expired food, and being subjected to cold stares. Many viewed the 9 tails within him as an ominous entity and a monster, leading them to shun him. Even vegetable vendors refused to sell to him. To stave off hunger, he was left with instant noodles, which were cheap and palatable. Boruto was taken aback. Jiraiya continued, explaining that during those times, the only person in the village who showed Naruto kindness was the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. To him, Naruto was just a child, and he did not reflect the disdain of the outside world, often offering Naruto ramen vouchers so he could fill his stomach on many hungry nights. Experiencing a glimmer of warmth, Boruto found himself becoming emotional, tears welling in his eyes. Jiraiya smiled gently, adding that it was also thanks to his mother and friends like Shikamaru and Choji that Naruto gained confidence. Otherwise, Boruto would not recognize the 7th Hokage, who, despite having a heart for the ninja world, was often hasty in life. To say he loved ramen was more to express his gratitude for that genuine kindness, a sentiment he would never forget. Only Ichiraku ramen and instant noodles could evoke memories of his initial struggles and the warmth he felt. I suppose your father and mother have never shared this with you, have they? Jiraiya chuckled. Boruto nodded. Mom always tells me to understand Dad, but she never explains why. He doesn't attend important family gatherings, even missing my sister's birthday celebration, only using a shadow clone to convey his wishes. Jiraiya affectionately tousled his hair, speaking softly. Making decisions is difficult for him. In his position, he has many considerations. Your father is one of the mightiest in the 5 great nations, and everyone is watching him. So he cannot afford to make mistakes. His pressure is immense. Of course, from a father's perspective, he is indeed lacking in certain duties. And you must try to understand that. Master, I understand. Boruto said earnestly, looking into Jiraiya's eyes. Well, you two should figure out your own father-son matters. I'm merely sharing some stories about him. Spend time with him over the next few days and try to understand him better. However, his habits have improved significantly now. When I first returned to the village, his home was quite a sight. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Boruto laughed as well. Master? Hurry up. You're too slow. Fu and Naruto turned back to urge him. Coming. Jiraiya responded with a smile, then turned to Boruto. Let us go. Your dad is probably getting anxious. Boruto scratched his head awkwardly and hurried to catch up. Chapter 96. Orochimaru's research. For the past few days, Boruto had been staying with Naruto. It was amusing to Jiraiya that both father and son were of the same age. However, Naruto was somewhat displeased that this guy had moved into his home without cause, eating his food and drinking his drinks. What vexed him further was that Master had declared this was something he owed Boruto. He had never even met the guy. How could he owe him anything? Were it not for Master's overly amiable nature, he would not have let it slide so easily. In his heart, Naruto seethed. Jiraiya instructed them to focus on their training over the next few days, promising to notify them once he had formulated the next steps. The group nodded in agreement. With the addition of Shinosuke, Team 7 had rarely gathered all its members, making tasks more convenient. Naruto's strength had surged, allowing the team to tackle missions of a higher caliber than before. Jiraiya was quite pleased and told Boruto to do as he pleased, with no special task requirements. Just to remain within the village. Boruto promptly agreed, and then dashed off to the Hyuga clan. The following morning, Jiraiya prepared a nutritious breakfast for Tsunade. Times had changed. With her pregnancy, she needed to be well cared for nutritionally. 3 meals a day were essential, and snacks were a must. Tsunade chuckled at the nutrition plan Jiraiya had devised, reflecting on how, aside from ordinary folk, women in the ninja world generally possessed exceptional physical resilience. Especially someone of her caliber. Nevertheless, she appreciated her husband's thoughtful preparations, and, honestly, who could turn down delicious food? She accepted it wholeheartedly. After dropping her off at the Hokage building, Jiraiya sighed in relief. Though her figure had yet to show, the considerations were not overly burdensome. A bit of daily attentiveness was sufficient. With the remaining time, he prepared to devote himself to nurturing Shiro. He created a shadow clone to assist Tsunade with her meals and daily needs while his main body settled at the Hokage rock, finding a secluded spot to sit and enter sage mode. As natural energy surged into his body, it transformed into chakra, which Shiro eagerly absorbed from atop his head. Like a voracious whale, Jiraiya distinctly felt his chakra being consumed at an alarming rate. If one were to draw a comparison, previously nurturing Shiro had been like a gentle trickle, but now it felt like a raging torrent, terrifyingly intense. Thankfully, with the foundation of natural energy, he felt he would not be completely drained. As Xiaobai continuously absorbed chakra, it transmitted a sense of elation to Jiraiya. A week passed, during which Jiraiya, resembling a monk in deep meditation, tirelessly nurtured Xiaobai. By midday, Xiaobai finally communicated a fragment of thought, indicating that it had reached a level of evolution. Overjoyed, Jiraiya's heart brimmed with excitement. Xiaobai, can you transform into your complete form? He inquired. Xiaobai's response conveyed that while it could indeed transform, its colossal size would result in widespread devastation. Am I now capable of becoming a Jinchuriki? Xiaobai affirmed. Jiraiya was overwhelmed with exhilaration. After a moment of calming his emotions, he began to integrate Xiaobai into himself under its guidance. The process became significantly easier without the necessity of a massive body. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the fusion of man and beast was successfully completed. Jiraiya felt an unprecedented surge of chakra within him. Brimming with unparalleled power, a mere punch could now split mountains, leaving him in a state of ecstatic wonder. With a flicker of thought, he extended his right hand, causing the chakra in his palm to whirl rapidly, forming a dark golden chakra orb. Though small, this orb harbored the potential to annihilate the world. Feeling the overwhelming power within, Jiraiya laughed heartily towards the sky. He sensed that if he unleashed his full strength, he would no longer be in a precarious situation as before. He was confident he could defeat Kaguya in one decisive blow. Having never encountered the full might of the original body, he found it difficult to assess his strength in comparison, but at the very least, he would no longer find himself in such a binding predicament. To prepare further, he devised a plan. Storing the chakra orb, he dismissed his shadow clone, knowing that Tsunade was, as usual, at her office and chose not to disturb her. With a shift of his mind, he appeared at Orochimaru's base. Jiraiya, I heard from Sasuke that you fought that Otsutsuki, Orochimaru said with a knowing smile. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. I must ask, with those eyes of yours, how strong are you now? Orochimaru inquired, curiosity piqued. I'm not quite sure how to describe it, but suffice it to say, it's formidable. Jiraiya responded. How formidable? Orochimaru pressed. Well, it should be stronger than the Sage of Six Paths, Jiraiya mused. Orochimaru paused, then chuckled. How do you know the strength of the Sage of Six Paths? Suddenly realizing something, he nodded. Ah, you mentioned that the sage is a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. Naturally, there would be a disparity in strength. Jiraiya shook his head, solemnly stating, the last encounter was quite challenging, and I ultimately allowed him to escape. To be honest, I felt a sense of relief at the time, but in retrospect, it seems rather troubling. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Has he gone missing? Jiraiya nodded, expressing concern over the extent of the Otsutsuki's recovery. I'm unsure how much he has regained. Aside from what I know, I am uncertain if he possesses other hidden cards, which is what I am wary of. If there are still uncertainties, that indeed presents a challenge. Orochimaru remarked with a grin. By the way, have you made any progress on the seal? Jiraiya asked. Orochimaru nodded. Though it resembles my curse mark, it fundamentally differs. My curse mark is created from the bodily fluids of Yugo, infused with my sage chakra, akin to splitting my own consciousness. As long as the curse mark exists, even if the original body is sealed, I can resurrect through it, granting me a form of immortality. Jiraiya acknowledged this. However, the drawback of this technique is quite evident. Upon resurrection, I am merely a fragment of the original consciousness, significantly weaker in strength. Yet, it is a necessary compromise. I have stated before that every technique has irremediable flaws, but in comparison to immortal life, these costs are of little concern. Orochimaru shrugged with a glimmer of excitement. In my study of the seal, I discovered that it could inscribe the genetic strands of the caster onto every gene in the body, metaphorically. It is akin to a supervirus. Normally, all gene fragments remain dormant, contingent upon the energy of the host. Once all gene fragments are activated, a person can achieve true self-resurrection. Furthermore, upon resurrection, they retain their original strength without any diminishment. The only downside is the lengthy recovery time. This is a significant advancement over my curse mark. How can it be controlled? Jiraiya inquired. Orochimaru smiled wryly, shaking his head. It cannot be controlled. Once it is implanted in the body, the only solution is to eliminate the host. Alternatively, if the caster chooses another host for resurrection, only then will the seal dissipate. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. It was only then that he grasped the terrifying nature of the seal. A supervirus. The term sent shivers down his spine. Having heard of its fearsome reputation in his previous life. Is there no other way? Jiraiya struggled to articulate. Killing Boruto was an unthinkable act for him. After all, he was his beloved student, and their bond had grown significantly over time. The thought of taking his own kin's life was unbearable. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. There might be a method that could potentially work. Jiraiya's eyes brightened with hope. However, with my current research capabilities, it remains unachievable, at least not for another year. Jiraiya's expression fell. Initially, he had considered the possibility of killing Boruto and then resurrecting him once he learned to perform low-cost resurrection. However, with the Otsutsuki genes already inscribed within him, even if he were to kill him, the genetic fragments would remain unchanged upon resurrection, rendering that path impossible. How lamentable. Orochimaru sighed. Jiraiya's heart sank, feeling despondent. Currently, we are still in the research phase. If given time, I will uncover its ultimate secrets. Perhaps even develop my own resurrection technique. Orochimaru remarked softly with a smile. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. He understood that given time, Orochimaru would surely achieve it. But time was precisely what they lacked. He was unaware of how many of Boruto's genetic fragments had awakened, nor could he determine if he could endure until the day Orochimaru discovered a solution. Fortunately, Boruto and Sasuke had returned to Konoha, away from this place. If they were to hear such dire conclusions, despair would surely follow. Chapter 97. Resurrection. The genetic fragments within Boruto had activated to approximately 40%, nearing half. If this continued, it would not be long before the Otsutsuki within him would fully resurrect. Orochimaru's words struck Jiraiya like a thunderbolt. At once, his heart leapt with urgency. Do you know how to suppress it? He asked anxiously. Orochimaru nodded, smiling knowingly. I discovered that emotional stimuli cause Boruto's cells to become agitated. This agitation prompts the cells to seek out deeper layers of power, thereby activating the dormant Otsutsuki genes. Thus, as long as there are no intense emotional triggers, the activation speed will significantly diminish. If managed well, the Otsutsuki within him should not resurrect within 2 years. Jiraiya pondered deeply. The factors that would induce strong emotional stimuli in Boruto would likely stem from worry for his family and a thirst for power. It seemed they could not allow Boruto to train for the next 2 years. After all, they possessed the means to traverse time. Even if they stayed here for 2 years, they could still return to the day they arrived. Orochimaru continued, in 2 years, I am confident that I will devise a solution. Jiraiya's heart leapt with joy as he turned to Orochimaru, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. Orochimaru paused, then chuckled. The funding you provided is sufficient for my research. We are merely utilizing each other. There is no need for such formality. Jiraiya smirked. Orochimaru, your audacity knows no bounds. Nevertheless, I appreciate your intention. Please refrain from that nonchalant demeanor. It is quite irksome. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, then replied with a smile. I will inform you once I have news. For now, I must commence my research. Clearly, he wished to dismiss Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya had more than just Boruto's seal on his mind. He had other matters to attend to. Wait a moment. I need you to assist me with something. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you have in mind? I intend to resurrect the 4th Hokage and his wife, as well as the 1st and 2nd Hokages, and even Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Do you realize the gravity of your words? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. With Jiraiya's current strength, he could likely subdue these individuals. He smiled faintly. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Jiraiya shrugged. Reviving the 4th and his wife is solely for Naruto's sake. While the 4th is formidable, he pales in comparison to the likes of the 1st Hokage. Faced with the Otsutsuki clan, he needed comprehensive defense, and that was something he could not achieve alone. The ninja world had undergone tremendous transformations due to his interference. Coupled with the cataclysmic warnings he received before the system's disappearance, he anticipated a formidable challenge ahead. It was imperative to seek out powerful allies to ensure his success. By the way, do you know of any other potent individuals? They must exceed the strength of a Kage. The stronger, the better. Orochimaru chuckled. I have many resources at my disposal, but are you certain you can handle resurrecting so many at once? Jiraiya waved dismissively. As long as they don't die. We can deal with the rest later. He had become the Jinchuriki of the White Sage, significantly enhancing his strength. Reviving more individuals should pose no significant issue. At most, he would need a few extra days of rest. The sooner he resurrected them, the better. He needed to find ways to elevate their powers. Taking advantage of the time while the Sage of Six Paths was absent to bolster his side's strength was of utmost importance. Are you certain you will have the strength left to control them after their resurrection? Orochimaru inquired once more. Jiraiya smiled confidently. I believe it will be manageable. Besides, with the 1st and 2nd Hokages, even Madara will think twice. Seeing Jiraiya's unwavering determination, Orochimaru sighed. Very well. However, before we resurrect them, we must first retrieve something from a certain location. The souls of the 1st and 2nd Hokages have been sealed by the 3rd. We need to release them and recover a few items. It feels rather unjust to keep letting Kabuto do the heavy lifting. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. The two returned to the decimated land of the Uzumaki clan. Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan, clearly sensing the familiar aura. After some searching, Orochimaru finally located the corresponding death god mask. Subsequently, Jiraiya led Orochimaru to a desolate area where Kabuto awaited. On the ground lay 6 unconscious figures. I am ready. After this, it will be up to you. With my current strength, I find it difficult to withstand even a single attack from any of them. Orochimaru declared gravely. Kabuto, overhearing this, was taken aback. Jiraiya chuckled. Aren't you the one who claims to be immortal? Are you actually afraid of death now? Orochimaru shot him a sidelong glance. I am indeed considered immortal, but I am not foolish enough to embrace death recklessly. When I previously summoned the 1st and 2nd Hokages, my technique was incomplete. Yet they were already formidable. Now, you wish to resurrect them at their peak, and with so many at once, one misstep could lead to my utter ruin. Jiraiya shook his head slightly. Rest assured, You are my friend, and I shall not allow you to come to harm. Orochimaru paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. But will you really not resurrect the third Hokage? He was our mentor. Jiraiya replied. His age is a factor. Even if resurrected, he would not be at his peak, so his utility would be limited. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Then let us begin. With that, he donned the Death God mask. In an instant, a peculiar chakra enveloped Orochimaru, binding him as Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan. This time, he truly beheld the face of the Death God, fearsome and powerful, as though sensing Jiraiya's gaze. The Death God grinned wickedly at him, causing Jiraiya to instinctively take a step back. As Orochimaru's jutsu progressed, the Death God drew a blade from its mouth and made a deep incision in its abdomen, creating a tear. Concurrently, blood erupted from Orochimaru's own abdomen, eliciting a pain scream. Soon, 6 blue soul forms emerged from the rift, swirling around before enveloping Orochimaru's hands. He laughed in exhilaration. After removing the mask, he wasted no time, forming seals to execute the Edo Tensei technique. The figures kneeling on the ground began to wail in agony, and in mere moments, several forms emerged, their bodies marred with cracks. Kabuto! Orochimaru shouted. Kabuto complied, widening the mouth of one of the unconscious individuals, allowing Orochimaru to enter and regain his strength. The jarring clarity of the scene was somewhat nauseating. Thankfully, Jiraiya had mentally prepared himself and had significantly bolstered his endurance. Where's this? The fourth Hokage, Minato, was the first to react, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon turning and seeing his red-haired wife, Kushina, he was struck with astonishment. Kushina? Minato? Realizing the situation, both of them stiffened and turned their gazes toward Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kabuto. It is my teacher, Jiraiya. Was it you, Orochimaru, who abused my technique again? The second Hokage remarked coldly, crossing his arms. What is happening? The first Hokage, Hashirama, inquired innocently. This is Orochimaru's doing. We have been resurrected by Edo Tensei. Hey, young man, who are you? And this little girl? You are Madara? You too have been resurrected? Hashirama exclaimed, noticing several figures beside him. Upon recognizing Madara, his expression hardened. It seems I was not revived by that fool Obito, but it matters not. Hashirama, I never expected our reunion to occur under such circumstances. Come, I can hardly wait for our next battle. Madara declared excitedly, eager to confront Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, the second Hokage, grew serious and shouted, Hey, Orochimaru, do you even comprehend the danger of resurrecting that man? Orochimaru chuckled and turned to Jiraiya. The rest is up to you. These individuals can easily break free from my technique. I am not their match. Seeing the sweat trickle down Orochimaru's forehead, Jiraiya smiled reassuringly. You should rest. I will handle the remaining matters. A fierce battle may ensue, so you and Kabuto stay alert. Orochimaru nodded and retreated with Kabuto to a distance. Hey, old Madara. It was I who orchestrated your resurrection. Do you not have a word of thanks? The scene fell into a profound silence. Teacher Jiraiya, Minato uttered, speechless. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. The Senju brothers and Madara exchanged glances, bewildered, as they turned their attention to Jiraiya. Young man, are you calling me? Madara asked coldly. Faced with a formidable opponent such as myself, you exhibit no trace of reverence. Do you wish to dance? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Then, under the watchful gaze of several onlookers, he approached Minato and Kushina. Minato, Kushina, it's been quite a while. Both Minato and Kushina felt a surge of joy, yet with the god of shinobi and the legendary Uchiha Madara present, they found little inclination for idle chatter. Jiraiya-sensei, your lack of decorum is astounding. Summoning so many people could disrupt the ninja world, and think of the headaches it would cause. Kushina exclaimed indignantly. Taking advantage of his height, Jiraiya ruffled their hair playfully. Don't worry. With me as your master, there's nothing to fear. As he tousled her hair, Kushina's body stiffened, her cheeks flushed, and she retorted, Jiraiya-sensei, I'm a mother now. Don't treat me like a child. Her thunderous voice rang in Jiraiya's ears, startling him. Meanwhile, Minato reminisced fondly, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Wow, this little girl still has quite the temper. Hashirama couldn't help but comment. Kid, are you ignoring me? Madara's expression darkened, barely suppressing his rage. Jiraiya cast a glance at Madara, then turned back to Minato and Kushina. Let us put the reminiscing on hold. I need to deal with that arrogant fool first. He then directed an apology towards Hashirama and Tobirama. My apologies for neglecting you too. It's just that seeing my students brings back so many memories. Tobirama maintained a stoic expression, while Hashirama waved his hand dismissively, chuckling that it was no trouble at all. Kid, who are you? Why are you with Orochimaru? Since he has handed matters over to you, you must be the mastermind behind this. Jiraiya shrugged. Tobirama, the second Hokage, was indeed impressive, exhibiting a calmness far surpassing that of the absent-minded first Hokage. Indeed, calling me the mastermind could be misleading, but it was I who instructed Orochimaru to resurrect you, as I planned to completely bring you back to life. Jiraiya stated directly. What? The group was taken aback, gazing at Jiraiya in disbelief. Humph, kid, don't be so arrogant. Do you even know what it takes for a complete resurrection? You dare to speak so boldly here? As Madara mocked him, he suddenly noticed Jiraiya's Rinnegan eyes. Madara's eyes narrowed, coldly questioning. Is that the eye of the Uzumaki clan brat? The others froze in place. Sensei, how did you? Minato stammered in disbelief. Jiraiya shrugged, saying, You don't need to know the origins of my eyes. Old Madara, don't be hasty. These aren't Nagato-s. I've reserved those for you, to be given upon your resurrection. However, before that, I must subdue you. The group was taken aback. Madara laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Haha, after disappearing from the ninja world for so long, a kid so ignorant of the heavens and earth appears. Haha. Madara's Sharingan flickered ominously as powerful chakras surged around him, coalescing into a giant samurai. It seems necessary for the world to know that Uchiha Madara has returned. Kid, I shall make you understand what it means to suffer. With a thunderous punch, the ground shook. Minato threw a kunai, instantly vanishing with Kushina to a safe distance. Kushina, stay back. I'll protect my master. I'm coming too. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Minato assured her softly, before disappearing. Tobirama and Hashirama swiftly leaped away to evade the impending chaos. Wood release. Wood human technique. Hashirama clapped his hands, causing a massive wooden figure to rise from the ground, preparing to intercept Madara's blow aimed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya remained motionless, appearing as if stunned. Get out of the way, Hashirama shouted. In an instant, Jiraiya observed the rapidly approaching fist and the desperate wooden figure trying to block it. A smirk crept across his face as he enveloped himself in white chakra, summoning an enormous white samurai that towered over Madara's creation. With a resounding crash, the blue Susanu's fist collided with the knee of the white samurai. Madara's pupils contracted in disbelief as he looked up at Jiraiya, who stood atop the giant warrior. Minato, having just reappeared, was thrust hundreds of meters away by the force of Jiraiya's Susanu, cushioned by its gentle power. He stared in awe at the colossal warrior, a bitter smile forming on his lips. It seems something extraordinary has occurred with my teacher. He shook his head and reappeared beside Kushina. Minato, what about the teacher? Kushina struggled to comprehend. Ah, yes, he has become even stronger. It seems I'm completely out of my league. Minato replied with a wry smile. They exchanged glances, then settled in to observe the unfolding spectacle. Haha, the white-haired kid is indeed formidable. Hashirama exclaimed in admiration. Tobirama stood beside him, his brow furrowed. Jiraiya's Rinnegan had already left him sufficiently astonished, and witnessing the summoning of such a massive Susanu was beyond comprehension. That white-haired kid is no ordinary individual. Madara was still processing the reality of his punch meeting the opponent's knee. The stark contrast shattered his previously unshakable confidence. Kid, you've provoked my wrath. Madara roared, unleashing a kick aimed at Jiraiya's Susanu. Executing such a maneuver with such a colossal form was no small feat, yet Madara poured all his fury into that single kick. The white samurai raised its arm to block, then tilted its head toward the distant wooden figure. Hashirama, you join in too. You two come at me together, otherwise it might be a bit dull facing only Madara. Hashirama appeared momentarily perplexed. Brother, let us go? He must have some purpose for resurrecting us. In that case, let us entertain him. Tobirama urged, his eyes narrowing as he began to ponder Jiraiya's intentions. With his brother's encouragement, Hashirama laughed heartily. The opponent was strong, and he was eager for a challenge. It had been a long time since he fought alongside Madara. All right, I'm coming too. White-haired kid, be careful. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With a resounding crash, a colossal wooden dragon formed, surging toward Jiraiya's white samurai. Jiraiya, witnessing this, was filled with exhilaration. It was a rare opportunity to battle alongside three of the greatest masters. He laughed boisterously. "This Jiraiya-sensei is truly formidable," Kushina exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Minato nodded slowly, then smiled indeed. At that moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto also arrived at their side. Orochimaru, why have you come here?" Minato inquired. Just to watch the show?" Orochimaru replied casually, though the shock within him was immeasurable. He had considered Jiraiya's strength, but witnessing it firsthand imparted a profound sense of oppressive awe. When he resurrected Madara, Hashirama, and Tobirama, he had noticed that his control over them was completely ineffective. To them, his attempts were as inconsequential as a strand of hair, easily cast aside. At this moment, three individuals simultaneously confronted Jiraiya, a scene so astonishing that it defied imagination. Yet, reality unfolded in this manner. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Initially, he harbored aspirations of surpassing Jiraiya, but now those thoughts had vanished without a trace. It was futile. These individuals were anything but ordinary, and as for Jiraiya, he was an exceptional anomaly. Perhaps it was best for him to focus on his research. Even though they were sufficiently distant from the battlefield, the commotion from their battle reverberated through the air. The violent gusts of wind rustling their garments and causing their bodies to sway. Do's glasses trembled precariously, astonishment flooding his mind. What tremendous power and might this was. Chapter 99, Minato's Choice Boom. The White Warrior was relentlessly pushed back by Madara's Susanoo and Hashirama's wooden giant. Jiraiya watched the two's assault from atop the warrior's head, nodding in approval. The sheer force of their attacks, not yet reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths, was indeed remarkable. If they were to attain that level, their strength could only be imagined. Jiraiya's excitement grew. These were undoubtedly formidable allies. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial detail. Hashirama and Tobirama were seemingly Tsunade's grandfathers. What a revelation! Such a fact should have been apparent earlier, but he had been too engrossed in observing their prowess. Now, retracting his intentions was no longer an option. He sighed, resolving to tread lightly. Hashirama was manageable, but Tobirama was another matter entirely. With a wry smile, he delivered a powerful slap that sent Madara's Susanoo crashing down, then braced himself to endure a strike from the wooden giant. Water release, water break wave. A formidable jet of high-pressure water erupted from Tobirama's mouth, surging toward Jiraiya. Upon encountering the Susanoo, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming pressure, yet the Susanoo remained largely unscathed. Symbolically, he took a step back and refrained from retaliating. Hashirama opposite him also ceased his assault. A smirk curled at Jiraiya's lips. Although everyone had held back to some extent, he had gleaned a fair understanding of their capabilities. He withdrew the Susanoo and landed gracefully. Hashirama similarly dismissed the colossal wooden giant, while Madara dispersed the Susanoo. "Who are you? And why do you possess the Rinnegan and such formidable power?" Madara inquired, frustration evident in his tone. From his initial offensive stance to collaborating with Hashirama in their assault, he had realized the vast chasm that separated him from Jiraiya. Though he had held back, had his opponent not done the same? Having reached this juncture, he could only concede. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Madara, there's no need to rush. Once I have fully resurrected you, I shall elucidate the circumstances that have transpired. I have gained insight into your strengths and acknowledge your capabilities." He altered his address. Previously, he had found Madara somewhat arrogant and aimed to instill a sense of humility. Now, having recognized Madara's prowess, he deemed it appropriate to exhibit a degree of respect, if not to foster goodwill, at least to ease tensions between them. The Rinnegan's innate techniques demand a sacrifice of life. To speak so casually of them, I wonder if you are confident or merely arrogant. Jiraiya chuckled again, dismissing the need for explanation. "Esteemed gentlemen. Oh, by lineage, I should refer to you both as grandfathers. Allow me to share some news. Tsunade is now my wife and the current Hokage of Konoha." "Nanny? What?" Hashirama and Tobirama exclaimed in surprise. Hashirama was the first to recover, scratching his head and laughing heartily. I never imagined little Tsunade would find such an outstanding young man. This is truly delightful." Tobirama nodded in rare agreement. "However, I find it quite hard to imagine her as Hokage." Hashirama tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. He worried for Konoha's future, recalling his granddaughter's lack of accomplishments beyond gambling. Jiraiya leaned in, reassuringly. "Fear not, grandfather. Tsunade is currently burdened with a mountain of gambling debts. which I have secretly taken upon myself to settle. She is diligently working to repay them and has ceased gambling. Hashirama paused, then burst into laughter. Haha, you truly possess a way with matters. All right, esteemed grandfathers and Madara, let us proceed with your resurrection. Afterwards, I shall elaborate on the predicaments I am currently facing. Hashirama and Tobirama nodded. Although they remained uncertain of Jiraiya's true intentions, having witnessed the astonishing capabilities of their grandson-in-law, they were inclined to trust him. If someone of such strength was encountering difficulties, then indeed, the ninja world faced dire threats. Madara stood silently to the side, awaiting the proceedings. Jiraiya formed the necessary hand seals, invoking the Rinnegan's innate techniques. His chakra was rapidly depleting. Unlike the previous revivals of Rope Tree and Yahiko, these individuals were immensely powerful, demanding considerable effort on his part. The sensation of formidable threat surged anew within him. Shiro, assist me. Boom. An explosive surge of energy erupted within him. As Jiraiya's strength flowed forth, as the others' forms were restored, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Completion. Hashirama and the others, feeling their restored powers, wore expressions of disbelief. Such a miraculous technique truly exists. Thanks to Shiro's assistance, Jiraiya's expenditure was minimal, though he felt slightly fatigued mentally. Esteemed grandfathers and Madara, the resurrection is successful. Please, test your newfound powers and observe any changes. Madara squinted, nodding. Due to his revival, he currently possessed only one Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, this is the pinnacle of my strength in life. Young man, you are impressive. To perform such a technique with apparent ease. Jiraiya laughed lightly. What is your name? White-haired boy, Tobirama inquired. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ah, so you are the monkey's apprentice? It seems he has taken on a fine student. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. A fine student who has not yet considered reviving his master. Teacher, are you all right? Minato appeared beside Jiraiya, cradling Kushina with concern. I am fine. Come now, meet my esteemed grandfathers. Minato and Kushina exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this child? Hashirama asked. He is the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, and this is his wife, Kushina. Jiraiya introduced. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am Minato Namikaze. Oh, is he the husband of Mito's granddaughter? Kushina wondered, promptly bowing in greeting. After introductions, Madara, growing impatient, pressed. Young man, clarify the situation. What has brought you here? And where is that boy Obito? Seeing the time was ripe, Jiraiya recounted the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan. The expressions of the gathered individuals grew grave. If this was indeed the case, the situation within the ninja world was perilous. Hashirama nodded. If they are a clan, there must be other powerful members. If even you cannot eradicate them completely, should they mobilize, the ninja world would face annihilation. Tobirama remarked solemnly. Indeed. Jiraiya concurred. Currently, we know of only 4 members of the Otsutsuki clan. Urashiki has been dealt with, while Kinshiki and Momoshiki have yet to appear. The remaining member, Ishiki, is still lingering in a state of desperation. I am certain that the injuries I inflicted upon him are not something he can recover from swiftly. If he seeks to fully resurrect, he will require a suitable vessel. With time still before the births of Kawaki and others, Naruto remained just a child, let alone Boruto or Kawaki. As for the other Otsutsuki, he remains unaware. If they were to appear again, it would be a time of utter darkness, where all intelligence would be void, making combat exceedingly arduous. This is precisely why he must seek assistance. Madara, here, this is the pair of Rinnegan you placed on Nagato. I have removed them, returning them to their rightful owner. Jiraiya produced a test tube from behind him, containing a pair of purple Rinnegan. These were extracted by the doctors during Nagato's treatment, and he also had Obito deliver a well-preserved pair of Sharingan. The Rinnegan demands immense chakra, even with Nagato's Uzumaki physique. It proved unsustainable. He was nearly drained to a husk. The Sharingan, however, presents a different scenario. A person of Kakashi's ordinary constitution experienced a significant increase in power upon acquiring the Sharingan, yet the primary concern remains the lack of chakra. Nagato's physique does not suffer from this issue. In fact, his exceptional constitution allows for rapid recovery. After careful consideration, he opted to equip Nagato with a pair of Sharingan. With his innate talent, should he master the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and harness the unique abilities of the Sharingan, Nagato's strength would undoubtedly soar. Upon seeing the eyes, Madara smirked wickedly and reached out to accept them. Although I aspire to realize the once envisioned goal of peace, with stronger adversaries emerging, perhaps it is prudent to defer that ambition for now. As he spoke, Madara forcefully implanted the last remaining Sharingan into his own eyes. Blood trickling from the corners as Jiraiya, despite having endured countless beatings to enhance his own strength, shivered slightly at the sight. He couldn't help but wonder if it hurt. Shaking his head, he redirected his gaze to Minato and Kushina. Minato, you now face a choice. Will you transfer the Nine Tails to Naruto in your Edo Tensei state and allow me to resurrect you thereafter? Or will you simply retain it and be revived later? Of course, Kushina need not contemplate this, as she will be revived directly. Minato and Kushina were momentarily taken aback, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Is Naruto all right? Kushina tentatively inquired. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. He is thriving and has reconciled with the Nine Tails. Oh, I suppose it should be referred to as Kurama now, gaining a tremendous boost in strength. Hearing this, Kushina felt a wave of emotion wash over her, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, rest assured, Naruto is living his best life. He has made many friends and earned the respect of countless people. This time, Kushina refrained from lashing out, instead embracing the comfort offered by Jiraiya. Teacher, has Naruto truly reached this level? Minato expressed his surprise. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Thus, I present you with a choice. If you choose to keep Kurama within you, upon revival, you may participate in the forthcoming battles. If you transfer him to Naruto, you will be unable to join the fray. The enemies are too formidable. Even with your Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan, you would not pose a threat. Minato pondered for a moment before responding with a soft smile. Teacher, I believe I will temporarily retain Kurama within myself because I do not wish to stand idly by while my son faces these challenges alone. If it comes to that moment, I will pass Kurama to Naruto without regret. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Minato's decision. After a pause, he managed a wry smile. Very well, I respect your choice. But rest assured, if it comes to that, I will resurrect you once more. Jiraiya assured him. Thank you, teacher. Minato replied with a smile. Jiraiya chuckled softly and then proceeded to revive Minato and Kushina. Jiraiya, how is my chosen successor Obito faring? Madara inquired. Obito is already aware of the Otsutsuki situation. As for his actions, I cannot say. However, I do know his whereabouts. Jiraiya responded. Aside from the fact that Obito had recently sent a pair of Sharingan through Black Zetsu, Jiraiya had not seen him and remained oblivious to his current endeavors. Reflecting on his previous promise to Black Zetsu to aid in rescuing Kaguya, he concluded that the time had come. Tell me his location. I shall seek him out, Madara declared. Jiraiya promptly summoned a White Zetsu to guide Madara to Obito. If there are any matters, you may contact me through White Zetsu. Madara waved dismissively as he followed the White Zetsu. Jiraiya smiled with ease, nodding to himself. He had placed a mark on Madara, ensuring he could quickly locate him if necessary. Teacher, who is this Obito you speak of? Jiraiya suddenly realized that Obito was still Minato's student. However, having previously punished Obito for the deaths of the couple, he no longer felt the need to tread lightly and divulge the details about Obito. After a while, Minato finally comprehended the situation, letting out a bitter laugh. I am not a very competent teacher, am I? I failed to recognize my own student. Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder, chuckling lightly. It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities to make up for this regret. Minato nodded in agreement. Jiraiya then turned his attention to Hashirama and Tobirama, cheerfully stating, Gentlemen, let us return to Konoha. Tsunade will be overjoyed to see you. Hashirama's face brightened at the prospect, while Tobirama felt a tinge of nostalgia. After many years apart, he wondered how Konoha had fared in their absence. Minato, come with me. I will lead you back, Jiraiya said to Minato. Minato looked puzzled but complied. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiraiya transported everyone instantaneously to the rooftop of the Hokage building. What is this? Minato exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, quite impressive. You've refined my Flying Thunder God to this extent. Tobirama praised. Minato sighed in exasperation. Even if he were unsure of the previous location, it was littered with sand, likely within the Wind Country. To traverse such a vast distance was beyond his capabilities, even at full strength. Jiraiya responded with a chuckle. Minato, Kushina, you two wait here for a moment. Gentlemen, you do too. I will fetch Tsunade. It's best to keep your revival a secret for now to avoid unnecessary complications. The others nodded in agreement. Having all faced death once, they found waiting inconsequential and appreciated the opportunity to observe the village from above. With a flash, Jiraiya vanished from the rooftop, reappearing in the Hokage office. Darling, come. I have a surprise for you. Jiraiya exclaimed upon spotting Tsunade, who was engrossed in her work. Tsunade looked up, momentarily bewildered. Husband, what brings you here? Wait, I'm not done yet. I'll talk to you when I finish. She attempted to return to her work. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground. Realizing too late that Jiraiya had swept her off her feet. No, before she could protest, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God again, and they appeared on the rooftop in an instant. Upon seeing familiar faces, Tsunade froze. The words she had prepared caught in her throat. Jiraiya gently set her down and greeted the two elders with a smile. Gentlemen, I've brought Tsunade for you. You may catch up while I take Minato and the others to see Naruto. Both Hashirama and Tobirama nodded. Jiraiya exchanged glances with Minato and the others before departing. All right, Minato, Naruto is currently on a mission and is not in the village. Let us go to his home and wait for him. Jiraiya informed them after consulting Kakashi, who relayed that Naruto had left the village for a task. Unable to do anything else, he returned to inform Minato and the others. Kushina felt a slight pang of disappointment. Kushina reassured herself, it's all right. Our son has gone on a mission. This is a good thing. We can wait for him to return at home. No need to fret over a little time. Minato comforted her tenderly. Kushina could only nod in agreement. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Come, let us visit the place where Naruto resides. To be honest, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet as Naruto's mentor, he had to muster his courage. The fourth Hokage's entire savings had been forfeited to the village, leaving no inheritance behind. Naruto's dwelling was merely a small, meager room, utterly lacking in comfort. Fortunately, he had altered some of Naruto's living habits back then. Otherwise, today would have been quite embarrassing. Upon arriving at Naruto's home, Minato gazed at the tiny, shabby attic. A wave of sorrow washing over him. Creak. As the door opened, they were greeted by Boruto lying on the bed. Oh, master, what brings you here? Boruto sprang up. A sense of vague familiarity washing over him as he noticed the couple accompanying Jiraiya. Huh, who are they, master? Boruto looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Master. He calls you master? Minato was taken aback. Kushina was equally bewildered. What was this title? Did Jiraiya have disciples? And one had even fathered a child? Jiraiya felt a bit awkward, surprised to find Boruto home. Allow me to introduce, these are Naruto's parents, and thus, your great-grandparents. What? Kushina and Minato's eyes widened in shock as they exchanged glances. Boruto was stunned to discover how handsome and beautiful his grandparents appeared in their youth. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, then leaned closer to Boruto's ear. Make up a story. Don't let them know your true relationship. They're a bit dim-witted. And it wouldn't do to let Naruto find out. Master, how can you call your own grandparents dim-witted in front of your grandson? What position does that leave me in? Boruto retorted silently, his face filled with a forced smile. Dad, I apologize. This was your master's suggestion. Kushina let out a long sigh of relief. I knew it. There's no way Naruto could have gotten married and had children so early. You scared me. She patted her chest, her heart still racing. Minato, however, was filled with curiosity. The only person in the village with hair resembling his own was Naruto. Could this little fellow truly be his? No. He had never done anything to betray Kushina. Minato hastily calmed himself. Hello, Boruto. We are Naruto's parents. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. I am Naruto's. Well, good brother. Boruto quickly apologized again. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward as they introduced themselves. Moments later, they sat around the table, engaging in light conversation. Yet, Boruto inwardly lamented, what a troublesome master. Although I'm happy, this is just too embarrassing. Chapter 101. Unsealing the seal after leaving Naruto's home, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Though he felt somewhat unscrupulous, they were indeed a grandfather and grandson. Boruto was clever enough to handle it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This world was distinctly different from Boruto's. Perhaps he need not worry about identity exposure. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. It seemed to be the case. He intended to return and remind Boruto but decided against it. Aside from Boruto, who was slightly clever, the rest were rather naive. Let them figure it out. Kushina, that careless girl, probably wouldn't suspect that Boruto was her grandson, and Minato might have a hint of awareness. Jiraiya smirked, finding the situation amusing, and his mood lightened considerably. Tsunade was likely reminiscing with the two grandfathers. He decided to return and greet Orochimaru. With a thought, Jiraiya appeared beside Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was walking back with Kabuto. "Ah, have you finally remembered us?" Orochimaru scoffed. Jiraiya looked at him strangely. "Hey, Orochimaru, are you jealous?" Cough. Kabuto choked, quickly covering his mouth. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "What do you want?" Jiraiya laughed lightly. "Just came to say hello and to escort you back. It's quite a distance from here to your laboratory. After all, I brought you out." "All right then," Orochimaru sneered. "Come on, my good brother, don't be like that." There were so many people before, it was quite overwhelming. Suddenly, multiple brown snakes appeared in Orochimaru's hand, swiftly lunging towards Jiraiya's face. Taken aback, Jiraiya reacted instantly, vanishing and reappearing behind Orochimaru. "No need to get worked up." "Ha." Kabuto was drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, he witnessed Jiraiya appear behind Orochimaru. A kunai pressed against his neck. The speed was truly astonishing. If it were him facing Jiraiya, he would certainly be dead in an instant. I dislike unnecessary words. Next time, it's best to refrain from such superfluous dialogue. Orochimaru remained unfazed by the kunai at his neck, coolly declaring. Jiraiya sheathed the kunai, unconcerned. He knew it held no threat to Orochimaru. Both understood each other's limits, and this was merely a way to express his stance. He laughed heartily. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to the laboratory, greeted them briefly, and departed. When he reappeared, he found himself beside Obito. Madara had yet to arrive. Only Black Zetsu was attached to White Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, I have come to fulfill my promise. Now, I can break your mother's seal." Black Zetsu and Obito were taken aback, and after a moment, Black Zetsu showed a hint of excitement. Jiraiya shrugged. "Let us go. I'll take you." Black Zetsu nodded. Lacking a physical form, it could only attach itself to White Zetsu. Jiraiya remained wary, not wanting to be possessed by it. Although he was confident he wouldn't be harmed. One could never know what special abilities it possessed. If something went awry, it could become troublesome. "Obito, wait here. I previously resurrected Madara. He is on his way now. You should have received the news, right?" Jiraiya addressed Obito. Obito nodded, his expression complex, hesitating to speak. Jiraiya found it amusing, but didn't he wish to waste time. Rescuing Kaguya was his priority. "Let us go. We can discuss matters later," he declared, taking Black Zetsu with him. With the Rinnegan, he could now fly through the air. Simply put, it was a refined version of Shinra Tensei, and he could carry another person with him. Kaguya was sealed on the moon, thus. They needed to ascend high into the atmosphere, beyond the Earth's layers. In the original story, there seemed to be a passage leading to the moon, but he was unaware of its location, so he opted for the most direct approach. He swiftly propelled himself towards the moon, the biting wind isolated by his Rinnegan, ensuring a smooth and perilous journey. As the two ventured beyond the atmosphere, Jiraiya, with his Rinnegan, cast a gaze towards the distant moon, where he discerned several figures beneath its surface. A frown creased his brow. Those figures must be the puppets crafted by the descendants of Ymura. He murmured, "Humph." Ymura left offspring on the moon, yet now only one remains. Black Zetsu mocked. "First, let us rescue your mother," Jiraiya sighed. Black Zetsu nodded in silence. Jiraiya closed his eyes to meditate, entering sage mode. There was no alternative. Only in this state could he perceive the deeper movements of the moon. However, upon transforming, he unexpectedly sensed a faint energy emanating from the cosmos. "Xiaobai, what is this power? So profound, so immense." Jiraiya pondered internally. Xiaobai scratched its head and shook it, though it exhibited signs of excitement. Unperturbed, Jiraiya suddenly conceived an idea. If he were to enhance sage mode, could he directly absorb energy from the universe? The power of the ninja world derived from the earth, which, when compared to the cosmos, was merely a drop in the ocean. If he succeeded, his strength would be unimaginable. The environment around them still lay within the realm of the ninja world, where the air was exceedingly thin. Despite Jiraiya's sage body, prolonged exposure to the cosmos would inflict considerable harm. The unfiltered ultraviolet rays alone could cause injury. Thankfully, his Rinnegan allowed him to temporarily overlook this issue, but over time, he would succumb to it. Ultimately, he remained mortal, lacking the ability to survive in space. Should his aspirations come to fruition, not only would survival in the cosmos be feasible, but enhancing his power through cosmic energy would also be within reach. Suppressing his excitement, he began to finally attune to the energies within the moon. What he discovered was indeed delightful. In a very deep part of the moon, he distinctly sensed a formidable energy emanating from a spatial rift, calm and silent. Opening his eyes, he smiled at Black Zetsu, declaring, "I can sense your mother's power. Wait a moment, I shall release her shortly." Black Zetsu appeared somewhat astonished. Jiraiya turned his gaze towards the moon, clapped his hands, and activated his Rinnegan. As his hands gradually parted, a small, gleaming, dark golden particle materialized between them. He forcefully propelled it towards a specific direction on the moon, causing the golden particle to pierce through the void and tear open the fabric of space. Unable to perform time-space ninjutsu across unknown realms, he resorted to this brute force method. He deliberately narrowed the area of effect, concentrating it at a single point to amplify the impact. In the blink of an eye, the golden particle, akin to a golden thread, pierced into the moon's surface, descending several dozen kilometers until it reached the spatial rift. Through the technique applied to the golden particle, Jiraiya examined the rift closely. It was sealed by an extraordinarily powerful sealing technique. "This is troublesome," he furrowed his brow, beginning to stimulate the golden particle. To his surprise, a pair of ethereal golden hands appeared on its surface. With a clap, they began forming seals and subsequently pressed against the spatial rift. With a soft, rending sound, the rift opened wide. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. He could already sense a beautiful silhouette. Dispersing the golden hands, he transformed the particle back into its original form and guided it gently through the rift towards that figure, ultimately merging it within her essence. Encased within the golden particle was a compressed surge of sage power, which, under Jiraiya's meticulous control, became exceedingly gentle, ensuring no harm would come to Kaguya. Nonetheless, the exertion had drained him considerably. This operation demanded precise management of his energy and a high degree of mental acuity. Fortunately, with Xiao Bai's perfect assistance, he managed to maintain control over his strength and spirit. Otherwise, accomplishing this feat alone would have been nearly impossible. He exhaled deeply. "I have transmitted some power to your mother. This should be sufficient to awaken her," Jiraiya said, fatigue evident in his voice. "Thank you, my lord," Black Zetsu expressed sincerely. "No need for such formality. I fear you might harbor treacherous thoughts against me. Rescuing Kaguya is merely an act of self-preservation against the Otsutsuki clan. We are ultimately just leveraging one another," Jiraiya quickly dismissed. At that moment, his mental energy was considerably depleted, and he genuinely feared that this entity might attempt something unexpected, leading to unforeseen complications. Black Zetsu hesitated, momentarily taken aback. It had indeed harbored plans to betray Jiraiya once its mother awakened, but with the revelation of Jiraiya's suspicions, it became cautious. It seemed that the other party had been wary of it all along. Attempting a surprise attack would entail significant risk. Regardless, it reassured itself that with its mother soon to be revived, any threats could be dealt with then. In the darkened expanse, a graceful silhouette slowly opened her crimson Rinnegan. After a moment's flicker, two white eyes gradually opened. Kaguya floated upwards from a reclined position, perplexed. "What is this?" she wondered. Sensing the power emanating from a distant rift, she glided towards it, and upon emerging from the rift, she felt a radiant light. Following its guidance, she found herself outside the moon. A glance revealed two figures watching her from afar. In the realm of the heavens, a dark, gaping void appeared beside her, and she slowly entered it. When she re-emerged, she stood before Jiraiya and Black Zetsu. "Who are you?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by her stunning beauty. Even more astonishing was the clarity and ethereal quality of Kaguya's voice, completely uncharacteristic of someone who had lived for millennia. "Mother." Black Zetsu's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Jiraiya quickly shook his head, smiling. "Hello? I am Jiraiya. Do you remember what happened before?" Kaguya pursed her lips, furrowing her brow, and shook her head. How is this different from my past impressions?" He turned his gaze towards Black Zetsu. At that moment, Black Zetsu began to detach from White Zetsu, transforming into a dark liquid that floated towards Kaguya. As White Zetsu was suddenly exposed to the harsh sunlight at the moment of separation, it let out a pained cry. Jiraiya swiftly intervened to shield it. "My lord." "Thank you," White Zetsu exclaimed, having narrowly escaped, though its voice was tinged with a hint of stiffness. Jiraiya gently shook his head. White Zetsu's intelligence appeared limited. having just been scorched by the sun and likely left somewhat impaired. Stay close to me, don't wander off. By the way, can you shrink? Or perhaps transform into a spore that can attach to me? I fear I might not be able to keep an eye on you later. White Zetsu affirmed it could do so, prompting Jiraiya's delight. He immediately instructed it to transform into a spore and attach to his shoulder. His gaze shifted towards Black Zetsu, who was nearing Kaguya. Suddenly, Jiraiya realized something and activated his Rinnegan to cast an illusion on Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu possessed a degree of immunity to Genjutsu, it succumbed instantly to the Rinnegan's enchantment. Seeing it halt its actions, Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. He surprisingly overlooked a crucial detail. Kaguya's consciousness resides within Black Zetsu. This maneuver by Black Zetsu undoubtedly aims to merge with Kaguya. Should this fusion succeed, she would inevitably fall under Black Zetsu's control. What if Kaguya turns against him? Previously, he received a hint from Shiro, who sensed hostility emanating from Black Zetsu. Therefore, he must not allow Black Zetsu to prevail. Jiraiya, without hesitation, enveloped Black Zetsu in chakra using his Rinnegan, much like he had dispatched the golden particles earlier, sending it near the spatial rift where Kaguya had once lingered. He created a shadow clone to remain in place, while he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the lunar surface, where he sent Black Zetsu into the spatial rift. Subsequently, he employed several sealing techniques through his Rinnegan to stitch the rift back together. After completing these tasks, he finally exhaled in relief. "What are you doing?" Kaguya inquired, observing the shadow clone. Just moments ago, there were only 3 individuals. Then a white figure transformed into a small seed, and the black figure morphed into a mass of liquid, subsequently immobilized. The only normal person before her then conjured an identical form, which vanished in an instant. Jiraiya, having returned to his original body, dispelled the shadow clone. Feeling uncertain about her earlier question, he cautiously probed, "Do you remember anyone from your past?" Kaguya paused, then nodded. Jiraiya's pupils dilated as he stammered, "Who? You." Kaguya replied innocently, "Why me? We just met, didn't we?" "Yes, you said your name is Jiraiya, and I remembered." After confirming through Shiro that she was not lying, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. His luck was astounding. He had anticipated that dealing with Kaguya would require considerable effort, but it turned out that this young lady, well, perhaps not a young lady, let's call her a beauty, had a blank slate for memories. How delightful. He mused that he could probably convince her he was her husband. Ahem. He only thought about it. "Jiraiya, is there something over there? I feel like something I really like is nearby." Following her gesture, Jiraiya grew cautious. Kaguya was pointing towards the moon. "Is it that black thing from before?" Jiraiya inquired tentatively. Kaguya appeared puzzled. "What was that black thing just now?" "It vanished in the blink of an eye. It seems like you sent it to the place where I emerged." Jiraiya, uninterested in dwelling on what Black Zetsu was, swiftly redirected the conversation. "You mentioned something you like is over there?" "Yes." Kaguya nodded vigorously. "What does it look like? Can you sense it?" "It's bright and beautiful." Jiraiya instantly grasped the situation, feeling relieved. It seemed she was not referring to Black Zetsu, but rather to something else on the moon. The only luminous object on the moon appeared to be the Rinnegan. Could it be? Jiraiya's heart raced with excitement. He could sense Kaguya's immense power. Though her amnesia rendered her thoughts simple, her strength remained concealed within her. The Rinnegan on the moon must have coalesced from the numerous Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan, all descendants of Hagoromo, Kaguya's progeny. Thus, the Rinnegan would indeed be accessible to Kaguya. If she acquired the Rinnegan, her power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Had he been uncertain of Kaguya's intentions before, he would have never entertained such thoughts, perhaps even attempting to intervene. However, given the current circumstances, he was compelled to enhance his ally's strength, which, in turn, would bolster his own. With this in mind, he declared, "Very well. Since you have something you like, I shall accompany you to see it." Kaguya's face lit up with joy as she grasped Jiraiya's hand. "But how shall we get there?" Jiraiya pondered, concerned that in his current form, he would perish in space before long. Before he could receive a response, Kaguya pulled him into a black hole. The scene shifted abruptly, and suddenly, a massive eye appeared before them, causing Jiraiya to momentarily freeze in shock. Right. Kaguya possesses time-space ninjutsu. He smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten such a crucial detail at a critical moment. "Wow, it's so big and bright." Kaguya exclaimed in delight. "Can you capture it?" Jiraiya asked, just as a figure materialized in the distance. "Who are you, and how did you discover this place? Also, Was that previous attack you're doing? Jiraiya tilted his head to observe a child, roughly the same height as Naruto, who was staring intently at them, his eye sockets dark and eerie. This child must be Otsutsuki Shurin. Jiraiya, who is he? Why do I feel uneasy? Kagaya tightened her grip on his hand, biting her lip in distress. Jiraiya's heart raced. Even without Black Zetsu's memories, remnants of its consciousness lingered within her. He gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, he poses no threat. I've got everything under control." He positioned Kagaya behind him and chuckled lightly. "You focus on capturing that eye. I will engage in conversation with this child." Kagaya nodded in agreement. "All right." Jiraiya released her hand and swiftly approached Shurin. The child gasped and vanished, reappearing a short distance away. "Little one, your clan members should be long gone," Jiraiya spoke softly. Shurin regarded him with palpable suspicion. As he noticed Kagaya making her move towards the Rinnegan, several figures suddenly surrounded them. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. It seemed he would have to fight after all. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Jiraiya formed seals, and dozens of shadow clones materialized around him. His original self returned to protect Kagaya. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad of puppets launched their assault. A flurry of golden energy orbs surged towards the pair. The shadow clones swiftly interposed themselves, conjuring 10-meter-tall, white Susanoo forms that shielded them both. Jiraiya no longer focused on the battle. Though the shadow clones lacked significant power, they were more than sufficient to handle the puppets. Moreover, Otsutsuki Shurin was still in his youth, even with remarkable talent. He lacked a mentor to guide him and could only exert limited strength, posing no real threat to Jiraiya. Turning his attention back to Kagaya, he beheld her gently closing her beautiful eyes, her right hand extending to touch the Rinnegan. Instantly, the Rinnegan emitted a dazzling light, transforming into a beam that flowed into her arm and subsequently into her being. Kagaya radiated a brilliant white light, akin to a celestial being gracing the world with her presence. Jiraiya found himself momentarily entranced. As the light gradually receded into her, Kagaya opened her eyes, a smile gracing her face as she turned to Jiraiya. To his astonishment, her once pure white pupils had transformed into a soft blue, shimmering with white luminescence. "Is it beautiful?" Kagaya asked joyfully. Jiraiya, taken aback, wondered, "Didn't you say you had no memories? How do you still inquire about such things?" He quickly cleared his throat and nodded. "Is it done?" "Yes," Kagaya confirmed, nodding enthusiastically. At this moment, the shadow clones fell silent, likely due to the Rinnegan being absorbed by Kagaya, causing the puppets to lose their sustaining power and fall into disarray. "Let us go. I'll take you to a very lively place." Kagaya's eyes sparkled as she smiled and nodded. Otsutsuki Shurin, meanwhile, was in a state of shock. He still could not comprehend what had transpired. Hadn't his father and the elders claimed that only he could subdue and wield the Rinnegan? Now, it appears that an outsider has taken him in. Jiraiya, feeling disinclined to engage in a debate with the individual, recognizes him as an extremist. Although still a child, he harbors significant psychological issues. Had he listened to a few kind words from the beginning, there might have been a chance to guide him towards a better path. However, at this moment, he suddenly lets out a cry of despair, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Chapter 103, The Rebirth I Possess is Thought. The response from the individual is rather peculiar, leaving Jiraiya in a state of confusion. "Wait here, I shall check on him," he instructs. Kagaya nods obediently, remaining in place and not following. Initially, he intended to take the individual to Earth, but now with Kagaya's presence, that plan must be abandoned. Judging by her reactions, even though she has lost her memories, a trace of them still lingers within her. This is not to suggest he aims to exploit her vulnerability. After all, engaging with someone complex and imbued with inexplicable hostility is far less appealing than interacting with a pure and innocent soul. Given his connection with the individual, he cannot dismiss the possibility that Kagaya might one day regain her memories due to some external stimulus. Though the likelihood is slim, he wishes to avoid complications. Approaching the individual, he carefully examines his body with the Rinnegan, discovering no abnormalities. It appears that the loss of the Rinnegan has caused a sudden decline in his powers, leaving his body unable to cope. Jiraiya shakes his head. Utilizing the Rinnegan, he erases the memories of seeking vengeance against Earth. Simultaneously, he glimpses the hidden passage to Earth within the individual's memories, filling him with joy. This alleviates the burden of effort. The surrounding space shows little damage, so he need not worry about the individual's survival. Having resolved the matter, Jiraiya returns to Kagaya, chuckling softly. Let's go. Kagaya instinctively takes his hand. Jiraiya can only manage a wry smile, pondering the potential repercussions from Tsunade. Gazing at Kagaya's delicate and beautiful visage, he shakes his head, dismissing his concerns. We are innocent. Jiraiya leads Kagaya to an entrance of a cave. Upon entering, they arrive at a spring. Jiraiya glances sideways and notices a gigantic crab lying lifeless in the distance, evidently affected by the disappearance of the Rinnegan as well. Can you swim? He inquires. Kagaya shakes her head. No worries, I will take you with me. Take a deep breath, and we shall jump in. Do not be afraid, I will hold you. Kagaya nods. With a splash, they plunge into the water. The water is remarkably clear, filled with countless floating green orbs. Jiraiya pulls Kagaya in a specific direction as they swim. Before long, they surface in a spacious area. Following the individual's memories, they continue on their way. Swimming is quite enjoyable. Kagaya exclaims cheerfully, trailing beside him. If you like it, I shall take you to a real beach next time. Here, the water is merely an illusion and does not wet their clothes, lacking a bit of charm. Kagaya's face lights up with joy. Jiraiya smiles with ease. Beautiful women are quite easy to please. But why do I increasingly feel like a lecherous old man luring innocent maidens? He shakes his head vigorously, casting aside such thoughts. I am of pure intentions. How could I be lecherous? It must be an illusion. What is wrong? Kagaya inquires. Oh, nothing. Let us continue. There is a lake ahead. If you wish to swim, I can let you play a while longer. All right. Kagaya responds eagerly. After swimming for a considerable time, Jiraiya leans back on the shore, resting his head and enjoying the sight of Kagaya swimming. Despite the absence of swimwear being a slight disappointment, it does not detract from the pleasure of the view. Have you had enough fun? Jiraiya asks as Kagaya approaches the shore. Why aren't you playing? She questions. Jiraiya chuckles lightly. I was a bit fatigued from earlier. And seeing you enjoy yourself, I didn't want to interrupt. We can swim in a larger place next time. All right, you must keep your promise. Kagaya insists. Jiraiya is momentarily taken aback, then smiles and nods. Upon exiting the cave, Jiraiya promptly destroys the passage. He has no desire for anyone to stumble upon this route to Earth in the future, so before departing, he leaves behind some explosive tags. With a rumble, he watches as the cave entrance collapses, transforming into a heap of rubble, and Kagaya looks somewhat aggrieved. Why did you destroy it? That was my first swimming spot. I completely forgot about that. He replies hurriedly, reassuring her. This place is not very safe. Do not worry. I have etched your joyful swimming moments in my memory. If you ever feel nostalgic, I can show you. Saying this, Jiraiya uses the Rinnegan to recreate the delightful scenes of Kagaya swimming. Only then does her expression improve. Though she still pouts and turns her head away in a huff, Jiraiya feels a sense of helplessness. Kagaya, though not a child, exhibits a demeanor that evokes a sense of protectiveness. Her pale blue eyes twinkle with beauty. He can only manage a wry smile, relieved that he had previously contemplated this. Or else he might have found it hard to resist. Upon returning to Earth, Jiraiya feels a weight lift from his shoulders. Now in his domain, he need not worry about traveling. However, he must find time to experiment with his previously conceived enhancements to sage techniques. If he succeeds, it could elevate him to new heights. Let us go. I shall take you to savor delicious food. Jiraiya announces with a smile. Kagaya nods in agreement. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, they instantly arrive outside of Konoha village. Wow, this ability is incredible. It seems more powerful than mine. Kagaya exclaims in awe. Jiraiya covers his head. Do you believe I envy your abilities? He shakes his head, choosing not to dwell on it, and subsequently releases her hand. Come, this is where I reside, Jiraiya states, and Kagaya firmly grasps his hand, refusing to let go. I only avoided returning directly to the village to prevent misunderstandings. If you continue this way, I could truly be in trouble. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Jiraiya takes a deep breath and softly says, Kagaya, my dear Who is Kagaya? He responds, You've forgotten your own name. He sighs, opting not to dwell on it, and straightforwardly declares, From now on, your name shall be Kagaya, just as I am called Jiraiya. How does that sound? Kagaya ponders for a moment. Kagaya? Yes, I like that name. Jiraiya patiently continues. Once we enter the village, we cannot hold hands anymore. Otherwise, people will misinterpret our relationship. Why would they misunderstand? What could be impure about our relationship? Kagaya questions. Jiraiya has never been so speechless in his life. He feels a surge of frustration. If Naruto or the others dared to speak this way, he would have slapped them. Yet here he is, dealing with the memory-impaired Kaguya. He feels utterly helpless. If others were to see them, and Tsunade found out, he would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Furthermore, it appears that Kaguya is heavily reliant on him. He even questions whether, if he were struck, she might retaliate against Tsunade. Realizing the magnitude of the trouble he has brought upon himself, he feels tears welling up. This cannot stand. I must address this matter before it spirals out of control. Tsunade is currently pregnant and must not be subjected to any stress. With this thought in mind, he begins to devise a plan. Jiraiya, what is the matter? Kaguya asks, noticing his silence. I was contemplating how about you becoming my sister in the future? Sister? Kaguya looks at Jiraiya in confusion. He nods affirmatively. Yes. Due to my existing marriage, if my wife were to discover your persistent attachment to me, she would undoubtedly perceive you as a nefarious individual. I am not a villain. She is the one with ill intentions. Where is she? I demand to confront her. Kaguya furrowed her brow, clenching her fist, and declared vehemently. Jiraiya interjected, this is disastrous. I have irrevocably tarnished her initial impression of Tsunade. If they were to meet, it would be catastrophic. He hastily gestured. No. I did not imply she considers you a villain. In fact, she regards you as a commendable person. Kaguya nodded. Precisely. I am a good person, indeed a formidable one. Jiraiya, perplexed, inquired, how do you know this? She replied, this eye has revealed it to me. Jiraiya exclaimed, by the gods, the Rinnegan possesses cognition? It can provide Kaguya with insights? What a revelation. Does it impart other knowledge as well? He probed cautiously. It states you are indecorous and advises me to maintain my distance from you. Jiraiya's frustration mounted. What constitutes indecorous? Why should I distance myself from you? At this moment, he yearned for a crevice to hide within. To be chastised by a living being was one thing, but to be scolded by a mere pair of eyes was another. This indignity, who could possibly understand? However, he was somewhat relieved to realize that the Rinnegan was not as sagacious as he had feared. It exhibited the intellect of a child. Otherwise, it would not utter such remarks. After a moment's contemplation, he donned a smile, preparing to further elucidate to Kaguya. It states you have become even more indecorous. Jiraiya's smile froze, and he trembled with agitation. What is wrong, Jiraiya? Are you unwell? Kaguya inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Jiraiya took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. I must endure. To quarrel with a pair of eyes is sheer folly. I shall treat it as if it were an imbecile. If an imbecile hurls an insult, replying in kind only renders one a fool as well. He felt considerably lighter. Suddenly, a green figure appeared before him, startling him. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, long time no see. You haven't sought me for training lately, exclaimed Might Guy exuberantly. Who is this person? Guy queried, staring at Kaguya with unblinking curiosity. Kaguya felt a surge of annoyance. Being scrutinized by someone other than Jiraiya made her uncomfortable. Jiraiya, sensing her discontent, quickly squeezed her hand. Kaguya glanced at Jiraiya and calmed down. Ah, Guy, I did not wish to intrude while you were on a mission. How did it go? Jiraiya asked with a smile. Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing a brilliant smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. This mission was somewhat challenging. However, before my Konoha Azure Beast, it was merely a minor ripple. Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled, but Guy leaned closer to Jiraiya, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he whispered, Lord Jiraiya, are you and this young lady? Gesturing with his finger, Jiraiya thought, who said Guy was simple-minded. He felt a wave of frustration but refrained from expressing it, his countenance darkening. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to Lady Tsunade. Guy added with a conspiratorial grin. Allow me to introduce. This is my distant cousin Kaguya. Do not misconstrue our relationship. Jiraiya quickly clarified. Guy paused, scratching his head before nodding. No wonder you both bear a resemblance. Jiraiya thought, this is not mere facial blindness. This is sheer ignorance. He could not reveal the truth, and merely responded. She has missed me, so she has come to reside in Konoha for a while. Do not spread any rumors. Oh, and right. You have forgotten that you have met her before. Yes, you have never encountered her. Have you met her? Jiraiya inquired. Guy shook his head. Precisely. You have only met me today, not her. Remember that. Understood. Guy nodded. Lee is still waiting in the village for your youthful training. Hurry, Guy. Sweat freely. You have 3 minutes to reach Lee. If you fail, complete 10,000 push-ups. Jiraiya commanded. Guy, momentarily taken aback, sprang to life at Jiraiya's command. I shall ignite my youth. 3 minutes, Lee. I am on my way. With Guy's exuberant voice fading into the distance, Jiraiya finally exhaled in relief. Jiraiya? He seems a bit foolish, Kaguya remarked. You have discerned that as well. Jiraiya responded with an expression of inevitability, then shook his head. If only Tsunade were so easily deceived. Kaguya, you shall henceforth be my sister. Thus, refrain from holding my hand constantly, otherwise, others will think you have not matured and remain a child. Jiraiya coaxed. Kaguya regarded him skeptically. His unease grew under her gaze, likely due to the Rinnegan offering her further explanations. Moments later, Kaguya nodded and released his hand. Jiraiya sighed in relief. Finally resolved. He waved his hand. Come, I shall treat you to some delightful delicacies. Despite Kaguya's actual age being greater than his, the current circumstances suited a sibling relationship, and he welcomed the addition of another sister, prioritizing navigating the present situation. Upon entering the village, numerous individuals greeted him. Having become accustomed to using the Flying Thunder God technique, he had not strolled leisurely through the streets in quite some time. After treating Kaguya to various snacks, her joy was palpable. Nevertheless, she remained somewhat shy around strangers, instinctively reaching for Jiraiya's hand. Yet, recalling his earlier admonition about her not having grown up, she hesitated. Suppressing the urge, Jiraiya observed her and smiled inwardly. This tactic proved quite effective. Now, Tsunade need not fret. After a leisurely promenade, Jiraiya began to worry again. He intended to visit the Hokage building to prompt Kaguya to return home, but she stubbornly refused, insisting on accompanying him. Moreover, her accommodation posed a dilemma. His humble abode, once cozy, had already been compromised by the presence of a rope tree, and now with Kaguya, bringing her home was out of the question. It would undoubtedly create chaos. Kaguya, I shall find you a place to stay. I must attend to some matters first, and will return shortly, all right? Jiraiya coaxed. To his surprise, Kaguya paid him no heed, insisting on following him, and even questioned if he found her bothersome. Ultimately, tears welled in her eyes as she expressed her grievance. After considerable effort, Jiraiya managed to placate Kaguya, promising he would not abandon her, which elicited her joyful smile as she grasped his hand once more. In that moment, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Jiraiya, who is she? Senju Tobarama asked, frowning as he observed Kaguya holding Jiraiya's hand. Jiraiya had just transported Kaguya to the rooftop of the Hokage building using the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, their hand-holding was likely to attract unwanted attention. To his surprise, upon arrival, they encountered Tobarama, who was resting atop the building. Jiraiya recoiled slightly, quickly explaining, "She is my sister, Kaguya?" Tobarama scrutinized the pair, narrowing his eyes before shaking his head. "I do not oppose your affections for others, provided Tsunade is amenable. I shall not interfere." Tobarama's cold voice sent a chill through Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hee, don't worry, uncle, I know my limits. If anything arises, I will clarify it with Tsunade. Tobarama nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle, there's something I wish to convey. My sister possesses formidable strength and will greatly aid us. Due to unforeseen circumstances, she has grown somewhat reliant on me, so I hope you can understand. Tobarama raised an eyebrow, intrigued. During a previous conversation, Jiraiya had mentioned that even with Madara's assistance, it would only provide limited help. Now, an unexpected sister had emerged, claiming she could offer significant support. This piqued his curiosity. Jiraiya, who is this? She seems a bit intimidating. Kaguya asked in a hushed tone. Kaguya, this is Uncle Tobarama. Since you are my sister, you should also address him as uncle. Jiraiya explained to Kaguya. Nodding, Kaguya complied and greeted Tobarama. A hint of a smile crept onto Tobarama's lips as he accepted her greeting, though the surprise in his eyes remained unchanged. He was genuinely curious about where Jiraiya had found such a sister. If he were to believe their relationship was purely innocent, he would certainly not be convinced. However, if it were his elder brother with his naivety, perhaps it could be true. It seemed his granddaughter would have her share of headaches in the future. Tobarama chuckled softly and shook his head. Uncle, where's grandfather Hashirama? Oh, he is probably off gambling again. Jiraiya inquired. Where does he get the money? Hashirama just revived. He shouldn't have any funds, he added skeptically. He listened to some debts and then excitedly mentioned borrowing money. Jiraiya exclaimed, what the heck? This Hashirama is utterly unreliable. It seemed he was aware of the debts he had helped Tsunade pay off and was only showing excitement because he believed he had money. Realizing this, Jiraiya nearly lost his composure. He suddenly recalled why Hashirama had not squandered wealth in the past, while Tsunade had ended up with nothing. It was due to supervision. This won't do. He must resurrect someone. Otherwise, this pair of grandfather and grandson would surely squander his modest inheritance. While money was trivial, the need for it was pressing. Orochimaru was already cutting costs, and the film adaptations would take time to yield profits. If he incurred further large expenses, research would stagnate, leading to more complications. Uncle, which direction did grandfather Hashirama go? Jiraiya promptly asked. Tobirama gestured in a direction. Just as Jiraiya was about to turn, he suddenly remembered something and inquired, "What about Tsunade? Is she still working?" Tobirama nodded. "All right, uncle, please keep an eye on Tsunade for me. I have a matter to attend to." Tobirama huffed softly. "You should be aware of Tsunade's condition. Take care of yourself." Jiraiya offered a wry smile, nodded, waved, and swiftly departed with Kaguya. Chapter 105. The Rinnegan in an instant. Jiraiya and Kaguya arrived at Orochimaru's base. Kaguya frowned. "Where is this? It feels rather eerie." It was no surprise Kaguya felt this way. Jiraiya had similarly felt uneasy upon his first visit, but he gradually became accustomed to it. He had once suggested changing locations, but his request was ignored. He attributed this to Orochimaru's preferences, as serpents tend to favor such places, and thus he let it go. "This is a laboratory belonging to a dear friend of mine. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could wait outside for me," he gently suggested. Kaguya shook her head, indicating she was fine. "Jiraiya, back again?" Orochimaru said, somewhat impatiently. "Do you have the body of the Vortex Clan's Mito? I wish to resurrect her as well." Orochimaru paused, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "It seems the resurrection technique has had a minor effect on you, reviving several powerful figures in a single day, and now you wish to resurrect another." Jiraiya had no time for banter. He stated directly, "My uncle, Hashirama, went gambling. Hurry and resurrect Mito. If he is not supervised, we might lose our funds." Orochimaru's expression darkened. He had never imagined that Jiraiya's motivation for resurrecting Mito was this, when research funding was at stake. Orochimaru wasted no time and promptly turned to search for Mito's body. He then captured an unconscious, notorious criminal and immediately performed the impure world reincarnation technique. Before Mito could react, Jiraiya activated the Rinnegan and swiftly brought her back to life. "What is this?" A graceful figure materialized, incredulously gazing at her own hands. Mito felt as though she were in a dream, realizing in an instant that she was alive again, not through her brother's research, but as a living being. "Mito, I am Jiraiya, Tsunade's husband. This is all my wealth. I previously resurrected grandfather Hashirama, and he immediately went off to gamble. We are currently preparing for research. But funds are scarce. If we do not stop him, our ability to confront formidable foes will be severely compromised." Jiraiya promptly offered all he possessed. Mito was momentarily dazed, but after a moment, she grasped that this was not a dream. Processing Jiraiya's words, she noticed Kaguya holding Jiraiya's hand, a hint of dissatisfaction in her gaze. "Young man, since you are Tsunade's husband, what is this girl doing here?" Jiraiya quickly shot Kaguya a glance. Understanding, Kaguya released her grip. "This is my sister, Kaguya?" After clarifying his relationship with Kaguya, Jiraiya proceeded to explain the threat posed by the Otsutsuki. Mito's expression grew increasingly serious. "I see. It appears we must take this matter seriously." She had no doubt about Jiraiya's words. Possessing all the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, her sensory abilities were exceptional. And through the eye of Heart's joy, she sensed he bore no malice. "Very well, lead me to my husband," Mito said softly. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated Mito to be so serious. In the original story, she seemed rather amiable. In the end, he could only attribute this change to his identity as Tsunade's husband and the misunderstandings with Kaguya. "Mito, I possess the flying Raijin. I can take you there instantly." Mito nodded. This time, Jiraiya did not take Kaguya along, instead vanishing with Mito. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a casino. "Mito, the rest is up to you. I'll take my leave." After a brief farewell, Jiraiya swiftly departed, returning to the base. Upon his return, he spotted Kaguya performing the heavenly hand power. "Kaguya!" Jiraiya called out urgently. Kaguya halted her actions and quickly returned, though a hint of grievance lingered on her face. "I'm sorry, I got a bit anxious. But I'll send Mito over and return immediately," Jiraiya hastily explained. Kaguya, however, remained tight-lipped. resolutely clutching Jiraiya's hand with a determination that suggested she would not let go easily. Jiraiya found himself both amused and exasperated, eventually soothing her. Jiraiya, not long after your marriage, you found another, and she's quite unique. Orochimaru's voice cut through coldly. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, having forgotten Orochimaru was still present. Don't talk nonsense. She is my sister. Orochimaru smirked, clearly entertained. Do as you please. Though I wish to remain uninvolved, Tsunade is my friend, after all. One day, I might just tell her. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiraiya offered a wry smile and left the base with Kaguya. Once outside, Kaguya's mood brightened considerably. Jiraiya, where shall we go next? Jiraiya pondered for a moment, recalling that Obito seemed to have some matters at hand. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to pay another visit. Come, I shall take you to a place. Kaguya nodded in agreement. In an instant, the two figures flickered and reappeared before Obito. Standing beside him was another shadow, while a figure lay motionless on the ground. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Madara, who is this young lady? Madara cast a fleeting glance, responding nonchalantly. I encountered her on my way here. She was besieged by several ninjas, so I rescued her. However, I glimpsed Konoha in her memories and contemplated eliminating her. Jiraiya replied, since she is yet to be killed, does your statement reflect your stance? He let out a wry smile, his gaze drifting to the enchanting silhouette. The girl, clad in the garb of a wandering performer, was shrouded in shadows, obscuring her features. Jiraiya's frown deepened. Did her memories truly contain Konoha? Madara, disinterested in further explanation, glanced at him and Kaguya before turning away. This old man is quite aloof, Jiraiya muttered under his breath, approaching the unconscious woman. Despite her state, her beauty was undeniable, prompting him to recall someone. Could she truly be? If his suspicions were correct, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. Obito, did you have something on your mind earlier? After confirming that the girl was merely unconscious and in no serious danger, Jiraiya stood and turned to Obito, curiosity piqued. After a moment of hesitation, Obito finally spoke. Sir, could you assist me in resurrecting someone? Is it Rin? Jiraiya inquired. Obito nodded solemnly. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Have you considered what will transpire after her resurrection? She passed away at a tender age of just over 10, while you are now nearing 30. How will you reconcile this disparity, especially knowing that her affections lie elsewhere? As Obito lowered his head in despondency, Jiraiya sighed. Take your time to ponder this. Should you insist on reviving her, I have no objections, but I fear you may find yourself in despair once more. Of course, if she reciprocates your feelings, perhaps there exists an alternative path. Obito, lost in thought, eventually raised his gaze and asked, Sir, what is this alternative path? Awakening the Rinnegan. Obito was taken aback. The Rinnegan possesses numerous extraordinary abilities. If you can acquire a technique to manipulate a person's age, the insurmountable chasm before you could be bridged. However, the foundation of this is her love for you. Jiraiya reiterated. He mentioned the Rinnegan because he recognized Obito's exceptional talent, surpassing even that of Itachi. Upon first awakening, he achieved a two-tomo Sharingan, and shortly thereafter, he unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thanks to his acquisition of Hashirama cells, his body exhibited a remarkable immunity to the Mangekyo, compensating for the absence of a blood relative to replace his eyes. It could be said that if he truly cultivated to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, rather than relying solely on Madara's Rinnegan as in the original narrative, his power would be formidable. Moreover, his Sharingan inherently possessed spatial capabilities. Should he awaken his unique Rinnegan, it would undoubtedly be linked to time-space ninjutsu, potentially allowing him to manipulate an individual's age. Restoring himself to Rin's age would not be insurmountable. After listening in silence, Obito finally met Jiraiya's gaze with determination. At that moment, he bore no mask, revealing several ghastly scars on the right side of his face. Clad in dark attire that exuded an unmistakable resolve. Sir, I have decided to awaken the Rinnegan. I hope you will assist me. Obito earnestly implored. Jiraiya chuckled softly, shaking his head. I can help you, but you must first agree to one condition. Obito nodded eagerly. Please, speak. I will do anything to resurrect Rin. The condition is simple. Return to Konoha and apologize to the fourth Hokage and his wife for your past actions. Jiraiya stated firmly. Obito was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. This is a debt I owe to my teacher. It must be repaid. Is there anything else, sir? Jiraiya smiled lightly. You must also apologize to Kakashi. To this day, He remains unaware that your reckless words led to the demise of his sensei and his wife. This apology is also necessary. Fulfill these 2 points, and we shall discuss the rest later. Obito bowed sincerely to Jiraiya. Taken aback, Jiraiya smiled in return. In terms of both sentiment and reason, he felt he could accept this gesture. Having once punished Obito in place of Minato, and with both Minato and Kushina now revived, their previous attitudes indicated no lingering resentment, thus leading to this moment. Now that Obito had acquiesced, Jiraiya softened his demeanor, saying, "Go on, apologize, and then return to me." Suddenly, Jiraiya halted, glancing at the still unconscious girl on the ground. To confirm her identity, he utilized the Rinnegan to probe her memories, verifying that she was indeed the woman with whom Kakashi once harbored feelings. He smiled, saying, "Bring this girl along, and present her to Kakashi." Obito paused, bewildered by Jiraiya's request. It seemed he had not delved into the girl's memories. Jiraiya chuckled softly. "To help you let go of Rin, this girl is pivotal." He regarded Obito with a knowing glance, imbued with an inexplicable meaning. Although his methods seemed somewhat underhanded, this girl was the only one who had ever captured Kakashi's heart. Rin had merely been a friend to him, devoid of romantic ties. Jiraiya hoped to witness love triumph in the end. The girl had fled Konoha, and it was unlikely that the Land of Water would accept her. She might even be pursued, rendering her a homeless wanderer. Under such circumstances, Jiraiya doubted Kakashi could bring himself to cast her aside. Previously, he had chosen loyalty to the village over love, while the girl had chosen affection. Fortunately, their paths had not ended in tragedy. Now, with an opportunity to mend their regrets, Jiraiya was eager to see it come to fruition. Obito was momentarily stunned, then gazed at the girl with disbelief, feelings of joy and sorrow flooding his heart. Elation surged within him at the thought of Kakashi finding love. Yet sadness loomed as Rin might be heartbroken. After a moment of stillness, Obito regained his composure and nodded solemnly to Jiraiya, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you, sir." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "Go on." Obito acknowledged him, and a swirling vortex appeared, enveloping the girl before he vanished from sight. The area was left with only 2 remaining figures. White Zetsu, emerge. If there is anything to discuss, do inform me later. Jiraiya called out to the white Zetsu that had previously attached to him. As his voice faded, a white seed gracefully floated away, transforming into white Zetsu. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Go and rest." White Zetsu nodded and gradually sank into the ground. "You are quite remarkable," Kagaya suddenly remarked. Jiraiya turned to face her, meeting her bright, clear gaze, and felt a stir in his heart before responding with a smile. "What makes you say that? It seems as though everything is under your control, so perceptive, as if you are an outsider observing the scene." Kagaya observed, her voice gentle. Jiraiya was taken aback. Was she truly that perceptive? It appeared that the Rinnegan had alerted her. Feeling the warmth of his hands, he chuckled. "Not everything is within my grasp. It is merely familiarity that stems from certain reasons. These individuals, apart from the aforementioned elder and the one who has just departed, are all my disciples. Understanding them is a duty of a master, is it not? And what of me? Do you know me?" Kagaya suddenly inquired. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. "Our acquaintance is still quite recent. Your inclination towards me likely stems from the fact that I am the first human you have encountered, which has perhaps sparked a sense of fondness or curiosity within you. To say that we are familiar would be an overstatement, but now that we are friends, I shall endeavor to understand you better. Should the day arrive when you come to know me in return, I surmise that our dynamic may change." Jiraiya chuckled lightly, raising the hands they held together. Kagaya's lips pursed, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Moments later, she spoke. "That will not happen. I shall remain by your side as long as you do not abandon me." Her melodious voice lingered in the air, and Jiraiya felt an inexplicable warmth. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze away, clearing his throat awkwardly. Are you hungry?" Kagaya shook her head. "I've just eaten quite a lot. I'm not hungry." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "By the way, is there anything you wish to do? I can accompany you now," Jiraiya asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Kagaya shook her head again. "I would like to swim, but I just did not long ago." After a brief moment, Jiraiya sighed in resignation. "Let us return then." After a pause, he finally spoke. He mused about Madara's whereabouts, wondering what he was up to. Yet, given Madara's prowess, unless he encountered someone of equal strength or a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he was virtually untouchable. The fact that he saved Kakashi's beloved without harming her life indicated that he was not a murderer at heart. In the original narrative, he claimed many lives during the Fourth Great Ninja War, yet his fundamental aim was merely to establish peace for all, despite ultimately becoming a pawn of Kagaya's will. Witnessing his dreams shattered. Thus, Jiraiya felt no apprehension. If something were amiss, he would sense it. Kagaya nodded in response. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, realizing he needed to find a way to explain things to Tsunade swiftly. Otherwise, when she learned the truth, the consequences could be dire. Upon returning home and sensing the absence of others, he exhaled in relief. Shimizu was off on a mission with Naruto, and they would not return for several days. It was the perfect opportunity to devise a plan to ensure Shimizu moved out upon his return, or they might have to find a larger residence. He chastised himself for not securing a bigger house earlier. Now, their guest rooms were limited. Kagaya let go of Jiraiya's hand. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings with wonder. Would you like to watch television? Jiraiya offered with a smile. When he had renovated the house, he had installed a large television. However, after viewing it, he lost interest. The shows were filled with melodrama, lacking the excitement of his own writings. And it had since gathered dust. With Tsunade perpetually busy and Shimizu absent, their dinners had devolved into intimate moments, leaving the television largely untouched. After Shimizu's revival, it was even less likely that he would indulge in such trivialities, as he was wholly focused on becoming stronger, leaving little room for television. Thankfully, he occasionally dusted it off, preventing it from becoming completely forgotten. Television? What is that? Kagaya inquired, intrigued. Jiraiya chuckled softly and switched on the TV, revealing a short clip. Behold, this is television. Kagaya watched in astonishment as figures materialized behind the glass, promptly settling herself before the sofa, captivated by the display. Jiraiya glanced at the screen, feeling a twinge of disdain. A quintessential melodrama. Well, once I undertake my adaptation, it should prove far more engaging. He realized he needed to hasten the process and perhaps produce some variety shows to captivate a broader audience. Kagaya, please remain here. I must step out for a moment to attend to some matters, Jiraiya advised cautiously. Kagaya hesitated, glancing between the television and Jiraiya before finally nodding in agreement. Sinking back into the world of the screen, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. It was splendid that Kagaya could be so engrossed. Yet, a pang of inexplicable sadness tugged at him. Never mind, he thought. This is a good thing. I must hasten to explain matters to Tsunade. After bidding her farewell, he retrieved some snacks and milk from the fridge before vanishing from the house. Kagaya sensed his absence and turned her gaze momentarily before her attention returned to the television. As long as there is television, I can temporarily forego clinging to Jiraiya, she mused, reaching for a bag of chips from the table and beginning to snack. Chapter 107. Tobirama joins the research upon Jiraiya's reappearance atop the Hokage building. Tobirama smirked. What is this? Your sister did not accompany you this time? Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. Uncle, must we resort to such sardonic remarks? I am well aware of the issues at hand. Her mind is innocent, and I believe she will adapt in due time. She possesses formidable strength, and if I were to adopt a harsh stance, it may incite rebellion within her, which would surely complicate matters. Tobirama frowned. Is she truly strong? Just how strong? Strong enough to easily overpower both you and grandfather Hashirama, in conjunction with Madara. Tobirama exclaimed. Hey, are you attempting to mock me? A vein throbbed on his forehead. Jiraiya realized he had misspoken and hastily shifted the topic. Uncle, I actually came to see you because there is a matter that requires your involvement. Tobirama's tone turned icy. Speak. I trust you are aware of Orochimaru's reanimation technique. He has advanced your research to a new level. However, this progress is contingent upon the foundation you established. We are currently facing a significant dilemma. One of my apprentices has been marked with a seal known as the Wedge. I would like to request your assistance in studying this alongside Orochimaru. If we can unravel the mystery of the Wedge, we could bolster our means of confronting future adversaries. So, this is the reason for your resurrection. Tobirama crossed his arms. Tauntingly, Jiraiya chuckled softly. It seemed he had learned of the third's demise, and Jiraiya's failure to revive him did not escape his notice. Very well, I shall agree. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not cause Tsunade distress. While I may not have been heavily involved in her upbringing, she is now my only remaining family in this world, and I do not wish to see her sorrowful. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, speaking gravely. Jiraiya timidly added, and Shimizu. He has also been revived. I am aware. Tobirama shot him a glare. Jiraiya felt a surge of relief and nodded eagerly. Do not worry, uncle. I will always prioritize Tsunade above all else, especially now that she carries my child. Tobirama replied nonchalantly, it is good that you understand. Where is Orochimaru? Take me to him. Tobirama placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. In an instant, Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them to Orochimaru's lair. Oh, Lord Tobirama has arrived. I presume this is regarding the wedge? With your involvement, my research will progress swiftly. Orochimaru greeted them enthusiastically. Tobirama replied coolly. Though I hesitate to admit it, your ability to advance my techniques to this point is indeed impressive. Orochimaru nodded slightly. You flatter me, Lord Tobirama. Compared to your illustrious achievements, I am but a mere flickering candle. Tobirama waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this banter. Show me the research data. With that, Tobirama strode into the laboratory. Take care of uncle, will you? Jiraiya instructed. Haha, bringing Lord Tobirama here? You certainly have a cunning mind. Orochimaru teased. Jiraiya shrugged. A fleeting glance from Tobirama made Orochimaru turn and enter the lab. Watching his retreating figure, Jiraiya felt a twinge of exasperation. Was his intent so easily discernible? It left him feeling somewhat sheepish. Shaking his head, he exited the underground facility. Unexpectedly, he encountered two figures approaching him. Two figures stood before him. One tall and one short, both cloaked in dark red and black. The taller one possessed long, deep blue hair and a visage reminiscent of a shark, with cheeks that subtly moved as if mimicking gills, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, all set against a blue complexion. He bore a large, bandaged sword on his back. The shorter figure had long black hair, black eyes that conveyed a sense of weariness, and delicate features adorned with two-tier marks on his face. It was none other than Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, it has been quite some time. Kisame's deep voice resonated, laced with a hint of amusement. It was unexpected that former adversaries had now become subordinates, as he had heard from White Zetsu. Even the resurrected Madara was no match for them now. Itachi regarded Jiraiya with a calm gaze, his expression tranquil. Jiraiya smirked. Why have you two only just returned? I seem to recall notifying you some time ago. Kisame chuckled ruefully. The journey was rather long, and we were a bit slow. I hope you won't hold it against us, my lord. Suddenly, a white Susanoo skeleton appeared around Jiraiya. With a resounding crash, he delivered a punch. Kisame and Itachi's expressions shifted as they swiftly leapt back to evade the attack. Once they regained their footing, Jiraiya dismissed the Susanoo and said, from now on, any communications must be executed promptly. I do not wish to witness such a lackadaisical attitude as displayed today. Kisame was taken aback. Despite having received prior warnings from White Zetsu, he had underestimated Jiraiya's formidable power. A palpable sense of danger surged within him, and he adopted a serious demeanor. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. Recognizing the need for a firm approach with these two, Jiraiya spoke. Now that you are my subordinates, I expect immediate execution of orders. Rest assured, I shall not command you to harm your comrades as your previous superior did. Rather, my first decree is that you must never injure a companion. Not even a hair on their head, not even White Zetsu. Kisame grinned. It seems Jiraiya-sama is indeed different. I understand, he affirmed. Jiraiya nodded, confident in Kisame's loyalty. For in the original narrative, he had sacrificed himself to convey intelligence to Madara. Such fidelity was truly rare. As for Itachi, he would not resist as long as his brother and Konoha remained unharmed. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. Itachi echoed, nodding in agreement. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, waving his hand. For now, you have no tasks. My only request is for you to enhance your strength. If you seek techniques, consult Orochimaru. If you have questions, approach Lord Hashirama Senju. Dedicate yourselves to power enhancement, for with your current abilities, facing future adversaries would only lead to demise. And Itachi, your Sharingan is nearing its limits. Use it sparingly. Allow Orochimaru to assist you in implanting Hashirama's cells, and eventually, your body will regain its functions, eradicating your ailments, enabling you to utilize the Sharingan without restraint. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression shifted. He had not disclosed his affliction to anyone, not even Kisame, who had only sensed a hint of it. The depth of Jiraiya's understanding startled him, stirring a tumult of emotions within. After arranging matters, Jiraiya utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. The two watched his vanishing figure in stunned silence for a considerable time. After a moment, Kisame regained his composure. It appears our superior is well-informed and quite generous. I find myself anticipating future assignments. He then tilted his head to glance at Itachi. Curious, Itachi-san, I cannot believe you have been unwell all this time. And I remained oblivious. Such carelessness on my part. Itachi activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, casting a fleeting glance at Kisame, his eyes glimmering. This man possessed profound knowledge of his condition and unfathomable strength, remarkably intimidating. He shook his head. From White Setsu, he learned that Konoha remained stable. Their superior had even challenged the Jinchuriki of various nations, and they had received news of it. Experiencing his prowess firsthand confirmed that those rumors were no fabrication. Konoha was secure, and with such a powerful figure overseeing it, he felt reassured. Moreover, he discovered that Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, was Jiraiya's disciple, which put his mind at ease. Now he could care for his brother Sasuke without reservation. A gentle smile graced his lips as he stepped into the base. Kisame chuckled lightly. It seems Itachi-san can smile too. How delightful! He exclaimed excitedly, following suit. Chapter 108. Tsunade's intentions after departing from Orochimaru's base. Jiraiya made his way directly to the Hokage building. Noting the time, he surmised that Tsunade's work was nearly complete and decided to speak with her privately to prepare her mentally. Upon entering the office, he found Tsunade stretching, a hint of fatigue on her face. Jiraiya hurried over to knead her shoulders. What is this? Is your true self here to fetch me today? Tsunade remarked with a sense of comfort. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, quickly clarifying, I was merely enhancing my strength and preparing to resurrect Grandpa and the others. From now on, I shall fetch you daily. That is not what I meant. I'm just a bit curious. Love, how strong are you now? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Jiraiya smirked, leaning closer to her ear, quite strong. Would you care to test it? Tsunade's face flushed, and she shot him a reproachful glance. I can't right now. I'm pregnant. Also, I need to discuss something serious with you. I wasn't jesting. Jiraiya feigned innocence. Tsunade's forehead twitched in irritation. Fine, let us get serious. I want to discuss something important. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted as he knelt before her, taking her hand earnestly. Tsunade's surprise faded, returning to her usual composure. You should have heard from Conan that the enemy is formidable. A few days ago, I engaged him. The outcome was neither victory nor defeat, and I let him escape. At that time, I lacked confidence, but now my strength has increased, and I should be able to handle him. Tsunade listened intently, her expression fluctuating with concern. Though it was fleeting, he has since gone into hiding, making him difficult to locate. Moreover, I fear unforeseen complications, which is why I've enlisted assistance. That sounds promising. Tsunade interjected. Having someone to help you means you won't have to bear the burden alone. Jiraiya chuckled softly. The person I've sought may lead to some misunderstandings. His expression wavered. That's all right. As long as they can assist you, I have no objections, as long as you remain safe. Jiraiya felt warmth in his heart and continued. The individual I've chosen is quite powerful. She is a woman who has lost her memory for various reasons and currently relies on me somewhat. I wanted to clarify this beforehand to avoid any misconceptions. Tsunade's eyebrows raised, her gaze shifting as she processed his words. While she was generally forthright, she was not one to overlook her man's affairs. After a brief moment, she suddenly asked with a smile, Is she beautiful? Jiraiya nodded, then quickly shook his head. Tsunade regarded him with a knowing smile. Jiraiya sensed impending trouble. Come, take me to see her. I wish to witness just how formidable this legendary woman truly is. Tsunade declared, rising. Jiraiya grasped her shoulders earnestly. She has lost her memory, and for certain reasons, her strength has grown significantly. If conflict arises, I may find it challenging to control her immediately. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and asked, What? Do you feel sorry for her? Jiraiya replied solemnly, I do not pity her. Rather, I pity you. If you truly disagree, I will let her go. I do not wish for you to encounter any trouble. Regardless, you will always hold the foremost place in my heart. Tsunade was stunned. What could she possibly do, now that he had spoken so earnestly? As a woman who had endured countless upheavals, she regarded all worldly matters as fleeting. Here, in Jiraiya's presence, she felt warmth and meticulous concern. For any woman, sharing a husband is a profoundly challenging choice. She was certain he genuinely worried for her, which compelled him to seek her understanding. Conan had previously mentioned that their opponent was formidable, Even Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, was rendered powerless before this adversary. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, seeing Pain and his companions injured repeatedly stirred doubts within her. What troubled her most was the unexpected resurrection of her two grandfathers, and one of them had revealed that Uchiha Madara had also been brought back to life. If her grandfather's revival was solely for her sake, what could be the reasoning behind Madara's return? As the Hokage, she quickly deduced the implications. What kind of enemy could compel such renowned masters of the ninja world to take action? From her grandfather's words, she learned that even their combined strength could not overcome her husband, who himself remarked on the adversary's tenacity, highlighting the formidable nature of their foe. In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through Tsunade's mind, leading her to a resigned sigh. Jiraiya's inquiry into her feelings was not merely an act of assistance. It undoubtedly stemmed from a flicker of hope within his heart. Reflecting on Jiraiya's past, when he had been a voyeur, she realized he had since reformed. Now, he simply had someone else he cherished. Although she felt a tinge of melancholy at the notion of shared love, it was not insurmountable, at least. Having someone to share the burdens was a comfort. Unaware of Tsunade's contemplations, Jiraiya aimed to prepare her emotionally, ensuring she would not become unexpectedly upset or jealous. Should circumstances reach an irretrievable point, his loyalty to Tsunade would remain unwavering. Noticing her sudden sigh, Jiraiya's heart tightened, and he promptly reassured her, "My dear, please do not be upset. I will send her away immediately." With that, he began to leave. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm, and Jiraiya froze. Glancing at Tsunade with a stirring in his heart, Tsunade nestled into his embrace and softly said, "I am truly glad that you care for me. However, since you have chosen this aid, I have no reason to oppose it, as long as you hold me dear." Jiraiya was taken aback, then embraced her tightly, soothingly assuring her, "Rest assured, I would never betray your trust. It's fine. Finding me a sister would be good too. It might help alleviate some of my stress in the future." Tsunade quipped, a playful smile gracing her lips. Jiraiya immediately grew wary, pondering if she were testing him. Releasing Tsunade, he firmly grasped her shoulders and vowed, "I speak only the truth. If I ever wrong you, may I face the fiercest of fates." As if in response, a thunderclap echoed from the heavens, startling Jiraiya. Tsunade paused, taken aback by Jiraiya's earnest yet comical reaction, before bursting into laughter. She nestled back into his arms, whispering, "I was quite serious. Otherwise, I might not be able to bear it when the time comes." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Jiraiya, still processing the thunder's abruptness, thought, "Why did the heavens choose to strike so suddenly? It nearly frightened me to death." However, as Tsunade's embrace tightened around him, he felt a warmth in his heart. He understood her decision was largely motivated by a desire for her safety, which touched him deeply, acknowledging the significant sacrifice she made. Yet, the future remained uncertain. If Kaguya regained her memories, it was unclear whether she would be friend or foe. For now, he could only take one step at a time. After a lengthy moment, Tsunade finally released Jiraiya. "Let us return and meet my future sister," she teased. Jiraiya shot her a glance. "On paper, she is now my sister. Do not misconstrue that." "I am not misconstruing anything. I merely referred to her as my future sister," Tsunade replied innocently. Upon returning home, Tsunade noticed a figure on the sofa. With long blue-white hair cascading over her shoulders, pale skin, and a strikingly beautiful face, adorned with red lips and two horns atop her head. She wore a flowing white garment that exuded an exceptional aura. Tsunade inwardly marveled at the beauty before her. "You are Kaguya, correct?" she inquired warmly, her tone inviting. Kaguya, absorbed in the television, felt a flicker of joy at the sight of Jiraiya. Yet, the gentle demeanor of the woman before her felt remarkably welcoming. Moreover, the Rinnegan indicated to her that this woman was worth befriending. Beaming, Kaguya responded, "Yes. What is your name?" "I am Tsunade. You are truly lovely." "Is that so?" "Thank you." Jiraiya, taken aback by the harmonious exchange between the two, felt somewhat perplexed. "Shall I go prepare dinner?" "Where do you hail from?" Kaguya asked. "I come from a very dark place up in the sky." Jiraiya thought, "Am I being ignored here?" Observing the two getting along splendidly, he reluctantly retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner, his mind continually attuned to the conversation in the living room. Should anything go awry, he would be ready to intervene. However, throughout their interaction, the two women engaged in delightful conversation, with Kaguya primarily asking questions and Tsunade responding. Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. surprised at how well they were getting along. He had anticipated a confrontation, but instead, he was greeted with this serene scene, filling him with joy as he realized he could finally relax. Jiraiya prepared a sumptuous and nutritious dinner, mindful of Tsunade's pregnancy and the dietary considerations that came with it. He had crafted a careful meal plan, and with Kagaya's presence, he simply doubled the portions. During dinner, the two women continued their lively chatter, while Jiraiya found himself relegated to the role of an outsider. Halfway through the meal, the doorbell rang. Jiraiya swiftly dashed to answer it. "Is that really Mito and Hashirama?" he exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the commotion, Tsunade hurried over. "Grandma, you have been revived too?" Overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of Uzumaki Mito, she leaped into her embrace. Mito, smiling warmly, gently chided, "You are with child now. You must be more careful." Tears welled in Tsunade's eyes, and Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, felt a pang in his heart. "My dear, let your grandparents come in and talk. It is not proper to stand at the door," he urged gently. Tsunade immediately released Mito and ushered her inside. Hashirama, scratching his head, smiled at Jiraiya as he entered. "Ha ha ha, Jiraiya, it seems Mito has also been brought back. I cannot thank you enough." Jiraiya offered an awkward smile. Had it been anyone else, given the events of the day, he might have assumed they were joking. Yet, Hashirama's earnest expression filled him with guilt. Initially, he had intended to wait a few days before reviving Mito, but learning of Hashirama's visit to the gambling den had compelled him to act sooner than planned. With a sigh, Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt, sensing his motives were less than noble. "Ah, grandfather, you jest. I simply could not revive Mito sooner due to my own limitations. By the way, Tobirama is currently on a mission. Once he returns, our family will be truly reunited." As the evening unfolded, Hashirama nodded with enthusiasm. The group gathered around the table, exchanging pleasantries and enjoying a sense of camaraderie. Yet, Kagaya's curious gaze lingered on Hashirama, a peculiar emotion surging within her. "Jiraiya, why do I sense a familiar aura emanating from him?" Kagaya suddenly inquired. The others, taken aback, turned their attention to Hashirama. He scratched the back of his head, bewildered. Jiraiya felt a jolt of surprise, having momentarily forgotten that Hashirama was of his grandson's generation. "Young lady, have we met before?" "I don't recall," he replied. Tsunade furrowed her brow, having just learned about Kagaya's background and her recent awakening, which, according to her husband, was accompanied by amnesia. However, Hashirama had only just returned to life. How could they possibly have crossed paths? Mito observed Hashirama and Kagaya thoughtfully. Could it be that this girl belonged to their era? Kagaya shook her head, expressing her confusion. "I'm not sure where this feeling comes from. It's both delightful and painful." Hashirama, Mito, and Tsunade exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with skepticism. "Kagaya, perhaps it's simply your grandfather's kindness that reminds you of family," Jiraiya quickly interjected, hoping to deflect any potential discomfort. Kagaya looked into Jiraiya's eyes with sincerity, and after a moment, she nodded, relieved to have momentarily sidestepped the issue. Jiraiya thought it wise to ensure they had fewer encounters in the future. The situation was indeed comical, a grandmother now appearing as a granddaughter. "Come, let us dine. By the way, grandfather, have you found a place to stay?" Hashirama and Mito exchanged glances, Mito's expression darkening as she gazed at Tsunade. This granddaughter of mine, learning nothing but bad habits from her grandfather, has even mortgaged the ancestral home. Now, upon their revival, they have nowhere to reside. Tsunade shrank back slightly. "Grandfather, grandmother, please stay at our home for now. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a proper place for you," Jiraiya offered, relieved that there were 2 guest rooms available for the time being. He resolved to quickly arrange a larger house for them in the coming days. Mito nodded, recognizing the need for discretion regarding their unexpected resurrection. Entrusting these matters to her granddaughter would alleviate her worries. After dinner and tidying up, Jiraiya initially intended for Kagaya to occupy the guest room. To his surprise, Kagaya spoke up. "Jiraiya, may I stay with you? I don't wish to be alone." Jiraiya's heart raced, realizing this would complicate matters. He cast a troubled glance towards Tsunade. Tsunade, slightly taken aback, recalled that Kagaya had indeed expressed a desire to consider her a sister. However, on the first day, was it appropriate to share a bed? Jiraiya understood Kagaya's intention was simply to avoid solitude, and sleeping together was merely a practical arrangement. Yet, Tsunade's peculiar gaze made him uneasy. Mito's eyes also hinted at discontent. Kagaya, would you mind sharing a bed with Tsunade tonight?" Kagaya looked at Tsunade and smiled. nodding in agreement. Seeing her consent, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, who smirked and replied, "Sure. Kaguya, let us sleep together. Just a heads up. I might be a little restless tonight, as I'm pregnant." Kaguya softly reassured, "It's all right. I won't disturb you." With the situation progressing harmoniously, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Tsunade was understanding. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Once calm settled in, Jiraiya lay in the guest room, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Now, Kaguya had effectively joined his side, and with the acquisition of the Rinnegan, her power had substantially increased, bolstering their resistance against the Otsutsuki. Other aspects of their strength required careful cultivation. He planned to visit Madara the next day, hoping to also guide Hashirama in training. The only means to elevate their power further lay with the Rinnegan. Madara's Rinnegan had returned to its rightful owner once he adapted to its power. His strength would undoubtedly surge, perhaps even surpassing Hashirama's. Moreover, since Madara had previously acquired Hashirama's cells, should he become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, his power would grow exponentially. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Should he consider making Kaguya the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Given her strength, even with the Rinnegan, he felt confident he could maintain control. However, if she were to become the Jinchuriki, he might struggle. After all, he lacked the Otsutsuki bloodline. And possessing the Rinnegan was merely a gift from the system, rendering him significantly weaker compared to the unique power of the Otsutsuki clan. Additionally, Kaguya was a formidable being who had consumed the fruit of the divine tree. Even though she had lost her memory, there was no guarantee that, upon regaining it, she wouldn't harbor hostility toward him, a fact he had to be cautious of. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed. "Forget about the Jinchuriki for now. I will make a decision once I am certain of Kaguya's intentions." If feasible, he leaned toward making her the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, as high-caliber combat power would prove more advantageous against the Otsutsuki clan than the ordinary 6 paths level strength of Madara and others. However, considering both of his disciples were already Jinchuriki, he needed to weigh this carefully, as extracting a portion of the tailed beast's power would significantly impact them. Of course, if the Sage of 6 Paths could appear and bestow power upon Naruto, it would alleviate much of his burden. After contemplating for a considerable time, he forced a smile. Naruto is still so young. Thrusting him into this war seems cruel. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the Sage of 6 Paths remained unknown. And unless Naruto and Sasuke faced a dire threat simultaneously, his appearance was unlikely. With a heavy sigh, he gradually closed his eyes. For now, I shall rest and ponder tomorrow. Chapter 110. Revealing the truth in the dead of night. Jiraiya sensed something amiss, stirring from his slumber with half-opened eyes. A pale visage loomed before him, causing his heart to race and nearly leap from his chest. Instantly, he regained his composure. "Kaguya, why are you here at this hour?" The moonlight streamed into the bedroom like a silvery veil, casting a luminous glow throughout the room. Kaguya, exhaling softly, lay beside him, propped up on one arm, gazing intently into his eyes. Jiraiya, feeling a mix of resignation and unease, sat up. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had strengthened over time, sparing him from exclaiming in shock. While Kaguya was indeed strikingly beautiful, her sudden nocturnal appearance could easily startle anyone. Thankfully, he had faced enough hardships in this life that he had developed a degree of resilience against such frights. As Jiraiya sat up, Kaguya followed suit, now clad in Tsunade's nightgown, a light blue, flowing garment that accentuated her homey beauty. "I had a dream," Kaguya whispered. Jiraiya felt his heart skip a beat as he met her gaze. What sort of dream? It seemed to involve a woman and a great tree. Ultimately defeated by 2 individuals, Kaguya's voice was somber, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that she was on the verge of regaining her memories? And then, he prompted. Kaguya shook her head. Then I woke up. I couldn't clearly see the woman's face, but she felt familiar. She bit her lip, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. Jiraiya understood. After a prolonged silence, he let out a bitter laugh. Previously, he was troubled by the thought that Kaguya might regain her memories and turn against him. Little did he expect that after a short while, she would have a dream, and if this continued, it would not be long before she fully restored her memories. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed deeply. What is not severed will only lead to chaos. It would be better to clarify matters sooner rather than later, alleviating his own anxiety and allowing him to understand their positions more clearly. "What is wrong?" Kaguya inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Did I disturb your sleep? Jiraiya chuckled softly and shook his head. Let us step outside, Kaguya. There are matters I wish to clarify with you. Kaguya paused, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, then gently nodded. Before sleep, he had not changed out of his clothes, his tea-colored robe lending him a relaxed appearance. He grabbed a cloak and took Kaguya's hand. And in an instant, they arrived at the summit of Hokage Rock. The night breeze was cool. Jiraiya draped the cloak over Kaguya and then sat at the edge of the rock. She tightened the cloak around her and pressed her lips together. Sitting beside him, her bare feet dangled in the air, feeling the caress of the night wind. In truth, I know you, Jiraiya said, gazing into the distant moonlight. Kaguya's expression remained composed, as if she had anticipated this revelation, and she did not respond. Your name is Otsutsuki, a being from beyond the stars. And a millennium ago Jiraiya's voice resonated clearly in the night air as he recounted her origins and the tale of her being sealed by her two sons. At this juncture, he had nothing left to conceal. He had expected this moment to arrive later, yet it had come so swiftly. After finishing his account, he exhaled deeply. Turning to Kaguya, he noticed her face was already streaked with tears, stirring an inexplicable discomfort within him. After a brief pause, he continued. The reason I didn't share this with you earlier was to avoid conflict. We will face formidable enemies ahead, and I need your assistance. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. The choice is yours. His tone was light, almost indifferent, yet he felt a strange tension. Throughout, Kaguya remained silent. He did not know what her decision would be. Indeed, he hoped she would stand by him, but if she chose to oppose him, he would have no choice but to act. He recalled her carefree joy as she swam, always holding his hand, the warmth of her touch. He admitted to having harbored fanciful thoughts, yet he understood the boundaries. Perhaps, after this night, everything would change. The gentle summer breeze enveloped them as they sat in silence. From the starry night until dawn began to break, Jiraiya's heart gradually found its calm. I have made my decision. Kaguya suddenly spoke. Jiraiya's heart tightened as he turned to her face. The traces of tears had dried, leaving a softness about her. With a blossoming smile, she softly declared, As I said before, my feelings will not waver, so I will help you. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Both of your sons who sealed you are already deceased. What will you do now? He asked. Kaguya turned her head and replied softly, I don't know. Shall I help you come up with a solution? Jiraiya offered with a light laugh, his tone earnest. Kaguya looked into his sincere eyes. What solution? The descendants of the Uchiha have already been punished, and you have taken their Rinnegan. For now, let that be sufficient, Jiraiya suggested. Kaguya pondered for a moment and nodded. The two sons of Kaguya, Indra and Ashura, their new reincarnations have emerged. Technically, you are their grandmother, so let the mistakes of Kaguya be borne by them. In the future, let their reincarnations make amends to you. What do you think? Kaguya frowned, her expression conflicted. Rest assured, one of them is my disciple, and the other I will bring back to honor you. If they dare to disrespect you, I will deal with them. How does that sound? Jiraiya said earnestly, watching Kaguya closely. She couldn't help but nod in agreement. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy and chuckled lightly. Then let us return and continue our rest. Kaguya shook her head. I want to see the sunrise. Jiraiya was taken aback. The television said the sunrise is beautiful. I want to see it. Kaguya gazed quietly at the distant sky. Jiraiya leaned back, relaxed. Very well. I will accompany you. Kaguya remained silent. It was the height of summer, and the sunrise came early. After watching the sunrise together, they returned home to find Tsunade still asleep. However, Mito was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. You're back? Mito said without turning as she noticed them emerging from the guest room. Jiraiya felt a twinge of unease. This situation could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yet Mito seemed to sense their whereabouts. Grandma, let me cook. You should rest a bit more. Jiraiya quickly stepped forward, ready to take over her tasks. You youngsters, staying up all night to enjoy the night breeze, really. Mito shot him a glance before handing over the duties. Jiraiya sighed in relief. It seemed Mito was not upset. Grandma, I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Mito nodded, glancing at Kaguya sitting at the table before heading into the bedroom. Kaguya propped her head up with one hand, quietly observing Jiraiya as he skillfully washed vegetables and cooked. Sensing her gaze, Jiraiya smiled. You should rest a bit more, and perhaps change into some new clothes. Kaguya nodded, and then got up to go to Tsunade's sleeping quarters. Jiraiya shook his head. Kaguya's outfit was too conspicuous and not very approachable. Although he had revealed the truth to her, her demeanor seemed unchanged. To help her integrate into Konoha, she would need to alter her attire. Unexpectedly, after breakfast, Tsunade said, "Dear, take Kaguya to buy some clothes. She only has one outfit, and my clothes do not fit her well." Jiraiya smiled inwardly. Seeing Tsunade's proud little expression, he knew she was showing off. He nodded, glancing at her impressive figure, and replied, "Understood, my love." Mito and Hashirama exchanged puzzled glances, not grasping the underlying meaning of their words, and remained silent. Kaguya watched the two of them, her eyes glimmering, lost in thought. Chapter 111. Facing Madara again after dropping Tsunade off at the Hokage building, Jiraiya took Kaguya to a clothing store. Kaguya wandered around with keen interest, examining items left and right, her enthusiasm palpable. Jiraiya was taken aback. He had anticipated that upon learning the truth, Kaguya would become more aloof and indifferent. Yet, her current demeanor was far from that of a cold goddess, resembling instead an innocent girl unacquainted with the world. He felt a sense of confusion. Had she poured most of her emotions and sentiments into Kaguya? Now, she was not a blank slate, but rather exceptionally pure. He shook his head and focused on following her lead. After a while of picking and choosing, Kaguya purchased over 10 garments. Her face lit up with joy. Jiraiya felt a sense of happiness as well. As long as she held no hostility towards him and the others, that was enough. If conflict truly arose, he would struggle to take action. After a long time, Kaguya's interest waned, and she decided to return home to watch television. Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Shopping could indeed be exhausting. Upon returning home, they found that Mito had gone out, leaving only Hashirama behind. Jiraiya turned on the television. "Kaguya? Would it be alright for you to stay at home and watch some TV for a while?" Kaguya nodded without turning her head. Jiraiya chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward Hashirama. "Grandfather, shortly, I shall accompany you to Madara's place to see if we can enhance your strength." "Excellent," Hashirama replied, eager for the challenge. With a shared adversary, he felt a rekindled camaraderie with Madara, ready to once again fight alongside his friend. Jiraiya shook his head inwardly. At present, Madara had acquired the Rinnegan, placing him a tier above Hashirama. Should they engage, it was likely that Madara would hold the upper hand. It would depend on Madara's disposition at that time. After reiterating his instructions to Kaguya, Jiraiya led Hashirama to Madara's side. Upon seeing the colossal figure in the distance, Jiraiya's pupils constricted. "Kid, what brings you here?" Madara inquired, slightly displeased at their arrival. "Oh, come on, Madara. My grandson brought me here to enhance our strength," Madara huffed, turning his head away, his thoughts lingering on the outer path's golem. Jiraiya observed the massive shell of the 10 tails. Thankfully, he had come today. Otherwise, Madara might have taken matters into his own hands and attempted to capture the tailed beasts. "I plan to have the 10 tails absorb the tailed beasts to awaken it. Only then shall my power ascend further," Madara stated after a moment of hesitation. Jiraiya shook his head. "Madara, your strength is sufficient for now. I cannot permit the 10 tails to absorb the tailed beasts. Even with the 10 tails, you would not be able to defeat future foes. To triumph over enemies, one must become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Only then can one hope to contend in battle." This resolution had crystallized in his mind when Kaguya had shifted her stance the previous night. Even if the 10 tails were revived, it would be Kaguya who would become its Jinchuriki. Allowing Madara to do so would only yield an increase in power, but he would still fall short against the Otsutsuki clan. It was far better to let the stronger Kaguya take that role, especially since the 10 tails inherently favored her. Madara's brow furrowed, and he scoffed. "What if I insist?" Jiraiya's expression hardened. "Then I shall have no choice but to sever ties." Madara glared at Jiraiya for a long moment. Sensing the tension, Hashirama interjected, "Madara, no need to be so stubborn. My grandson surely has alternative methods. Our goal is the Otsutsuki clan, is it not?" Madara shot a glance at Hashirama, snorting dismissively. "Do not compare me to you. I shall not heed anyone's command." "This is not an order," Jiraiya replied coolly. "If you are unwilling, I shall return you whence you came." Madara narrowed his eyes, his demeanor growing colder. Jiraiya shrugged, continuing, "Think as you wish. I am unconcerned. Even with the Rinnegan, you are no match for my techniques. If I can revive you, I can certainly control you." Madara was proud and arrogant. Thus sometimes it was necessary to resolve certain matters through force. Only by subduing him could true respect be cultivated. Hashirama was about to mediate once more when Madara coldly declared, Let me see if my Rinnegan can withstand a single strike from you. With that, Madara vanished in an instant. Grandfather, you need not intervene today, merely observe, Jiraiya said softly. Boom. Jiraiya raised his hand in defense. Before Madara's figure reappeared, an attack came forth. The Wheel of Judgment, perhaps? Jiraiya murmured. Then the Rinnegan activated, revealing several shadowy figures before him. For shadows launched an assault. Madara's true form followed with a strike. Jiraiya ducked, blocking the blow and countering with a knee to push Madara back, his nonchalant demeanor further chilling Madara's expression. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as Jiraiya executed the Leaf Great Whirlwind, his speed reaching its zenith. With a single blow, the four shadows were sent flying, while Madara barely evaded. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya opened the seven gates and delivered a powerful punch. Madara's eyes narrowed as he crossed his arms in defense. Bang! The impact was immense. Madara was thrown back, crashing heavily against a distant rock wall. Jiraiya shook his head lightly. This was merely the extent of his base strength. Without even tapping into Sage Mode, let alone the power of his companion, the White Snake. How about it, Madara? Care for another round? Jiraiya chuckled. Madara, struggling to rise, let out a cold laugh. This isn't over yet. Whoosh. Madara lunged forward, delivering a punch. Jiraiya shook his head lightly. That same technique will not work on me, especially since you are far from my match. He adeptly dodged, and seeing his physical techniques falter, Madara swiftly formed hand signs for the fire release. Ashen Dust Technique. Taking a deep breath, Madara expelled a cloud of dust toward Jiraiya. Through the Rinnegan, Jiraiya discerned the immense chakra contained within. Madara then leapt back. While Jiraiya was enveloped in the searing dust, boom, a thunderous explosion ensued. The group had been inside a cave, which now collapsed under the ferocity of the blast, sending massive stones tumbling. Madara and Hashirama had already escaped the cave's confines. Madara, you know full well that you cannot match my grandson. Why engage? Hashirama questioned, perplexed. The cave lay in ruins. Humph, I am not so easily subdued. I wish to test just how strong this kid truly is. Once resolved, I shall face you, Hashirama. I eagerly anticipate it, Madara replied coolly. Hashirama shook his head. If you seek battle, I shall accompany you to the end. Madara snorted, turning back to the now destroyed cave. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Jiraiya emerged, enveloped in white chakra, a colossal Susanoo wielding the Outer Path's golem. To the astonishment of both, the Susanoo towered over the golem. Madara's brows knitted tightly. Even his complete Susanoo could not reach such heights. It was evident just how formidable Jiraiya had become. However, he had already anticipated this, opting not to summon his own Susanoo, instead seeking alternative methods to claim victory. Clearly, upon witnessing Jiraiya's unscathed form, Madara recognized his defeat. That kind of assault had little effect on Jiraiya, who emerged without a smudge of dust on his attire, while Madara found himself slightly winded. Even with the abilities of the Rinnegan, he could not budge Jiraiya in the slightest. This sense of helplessness stirred a peculiar irritation within him. Still fighting? Jiraiya soared through the air with a light laugh. Madara shook his head, resigned. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to concede. Jiraiya approached him, with Hashirama by his side. Madara, I understand your intentions to revive the Ten Tails and even become its Jinchuriki. However, let me be clear, with your current strength, even as a Jinchuriki, you cannot guarantee victory against the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, I must dismiss that notion. I have other candidates for the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As for you and Hashirama, I plan to have you both study sage techniques. Hashirama paused, speaking up, grandson, I trained in the Wetbone Forest and already know sage techniques. Madara frowned in agreement. Jiraiya interrupted Hashirama, stating, the sage techniques I intend to teach you differ somewhat from those you learned in the Wetbone Forest. If successful, your strength will ascend to new heights. Both Madara and Hashirama stared in confusion, filled with questions. He prepared to immediately embark on the cultivation of his previous vision of Shinsu. Grandfather, the Shrigulin Shinsu you learned earlier is based on natural energy, creating Shinsu chakra that fundamentally centers around the energy of the ninja world. My forthcoming plan, however, will focus on cosmic energy. Ben furrowed his brow, somewhat incredulous. Hashirama, he said gravely, do you comprehend the magnitude of cosmic energy? When I mastered Shinsu chakra, although the time taken was brief, the process was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to liquefaction, merging with nature. As for cosmic energy, just considering the sun alone. Its power is unfathomable, far beyond what our human bodies could possibly endure. Having practiced Jutsu, Hashirama was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Jiraiya understood Ban's concerns as soon as he spoke. It must be said, this notion was audacious, yet fraught with peril, given his current strength. Even if he could enter Shen mode at will, the concept of cosmic energy instilled a sense of trepidation, rendering him powerless in the face of such formidable force. This is fundamentally different from the balance of natural energy. It is akin to courting death, Jiraiya mused with a wry smile. I am aware of the risks involved, and this path has yet to be traversed by anyone. Nonetheless, it is the sole avenue through which we can swiftly enhance our power. I wish to attempt it. Ben spoke in a low voice. Do you have confidence? I do not wish to engage in such a reckless endeavor without assurance. That would be folly. Jiraiya shrugged. I have no guarantee, but I can resurrect you at any time, so there is no need to fear death. Both men paused, and Ban's gaze grew colder. Are you suggesting we serve as your test subjects? Jiraiya nodded helplessly. While this may put you two grandfathers in a difficult position, my reincarnation ability can resurrect you with minimal cost. As long as there is a glimmer of progress, I can replicate it through my Nguyen until I succeed in my research. I too possess Nguyen and can replicate, Ban replied coolly. So, Hashirama, you shall take on this task. Hashirama exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, who awkwardly admitted. That does seem quite reasonable. Jiraiya cast a shy look at Hashirama, unsure of how to respond. Hashirama paused for a moment, then scratched his head and laughed. It appears I am the only one without Lin Huyen. It seems this task falls to me. Jiraiya secretly admired Hashirama's open-mindedness. Such an optimistic outlook was genuinely commendable. Though he could be resurrected repeatedly, the experience of death was already terrifying enough after one occurrence. Contemplating multiple deaths sent shivers down his spine. Observing Hashirama's decisiveness, Jiraiya could only sigh inwardly. Among the three, it was indeed only Hashirama who could accomplish this task. What could be done? His aptitude was simply too high. When he practiced Jinsu, it was said he mastered it in no time at all, and he could enter Shonen mode instantaneously, surpassing both him and Naruto by leaps and bounds. Jiraiya steadied his mind and spoke. Grandfather, Ban, since we aim to endure cosmic energy with our bodies, I believe we are not yet ready and must strengthen our physical prowess. Ban rarely expressed agreement. Although I am unfamiliar with the process of cultivating Shinrin mode, I understand the most direct manifestation of cosmic energy is the energy of the sun, even with power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. My current physical condition is far from sufficient to reach the level you describe. A thought struck Jiraiya, and he smirked. It seems I have a most suitable place for cultivation. Once our physical capabilities have sufficiently strengthened, we can proceed to the next step. What do you think? Hashirama nodded, somewhat astonished by his grandson-in-law's idea, yet affirmed, as long as it leads to strength, I wholeheartedly support it. Jiraiya felt warmth in his heart and nodded in acknowledgement. Truly, having such unwavering support from his wife's grandfather was exhilarating. Humph. I hope your vision proves effective. Ban scoffed. Jiraiya took a deep breath and smiled. Fear not. I shall strive for success. Though uncertain of what the future held, he resolved to act decisively at this juncture. Suddenly, Jiraiya sensed something amiss. A flicker of foreboding passing through his mind. There's a situation. Grandfather, Ban, I will take you there. Hashirama and Ban's expressions hardened, and they nodded. Jiraiya swiftly placed a hand on their shoulders, and in a flash, they appeared in a forest. Boom! An explosion echoed, rocks shattered, and the forest lay in ruins. Jiraiya immediately dashed to the front of Naruto. Shinra-tensei. An invisible wall of energy blocked the incoming attacks. He looked up to see two figures floating in the sky. Gazing down upon them, Jiraiya's pupils constricted. One was a diminutive, youthful-looking man perched on the shoulder of a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. Both bore strikingly similar features, pale skin and gray-white hair, lacking eyebrows. The taller figure had a hard horn protruding from his head, while the smaller figure sported 2 circular dots on his forehead and 2 rabbit ear-like horns, draped in a white veil, both clad in white garments. Peach and gold, Jiraiya thought, utterly astonished. Their arrival should not have occurred for another decade. Why had they appeared now? The two descended to the ground, and Peach leapt down from Gold's shoulder, sneering. Ah, more nuisances have arrived? Jiraiya glanced at the unconscious Fu and Sakura nearby, anger surging within him. He swiftly reached Naruto. Grandfather. You two hold them off for a moment. I will take them back. Whoosh. In an instant, Jiraiya vanished. When he reappeared, he was in a hospital. Fu and Sakura were gravely injured, their chakra severely depleted. Naruto, though still conscious, appeared weak. Jiraiya had no time to linger, offering brief instructions before flashing back to confront Peach and the others. Gold raised a hand. Whoosh. A red beam streaked through the air. Boom. Jiraiya leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the attack that created a massive crater in the ground. You dare abduct someone right under my nose. Such rudeness is intolerable, Peach said coldly. Jiraiya stood firm, recalling Fu's unconscious state, flames of fury igniting in his chest. Yet, before he could act, he needed to ascertain why these two had arrived years ahead of the original timeline. How did you find this place? Peach and Gold exchanged a brief glance, then sneered. Ah, so you are aware of our identities. I ask again, how did you find this place? Jiraiya demanded, struggling to contain his rage. Humph. I have no interest in conversing with scum like you. Tell me where Kagaya is, and why the chakra of the god tree is scattered. Unable to endure any longer, Jiraiya vanished in a flash, launching a powerful punch. Jinshi immediately positioned himself before Taosher, delivering a powerful punch in return. A thunderous explosion resonated, and a terrifying wave of sound surged outward like a tidal wave. Heh, it is quite impolite not to let one finish their words. But alas, they are merely a group of inferior beings. Let us dispose of them swiftly. Afterward, we can extract information from the two Jinchuriki. Jiraiya snorted disdainfully, activating Sage Mode. With a swift motion, he seized Jinshi's arm and, with a forceful swing, hurled him to the ground. A swift kick sent Jinshi flying away. Grandfather Madara, it's up to you now, Jiraiya shouted. Humph. No matter how many scraps there are, they are still mere scraps, since they are destined to die anyway. It would be better to end it quickly, Taosher sneered. Heh, underestimating your opponent can lead to your demise. Jiraiya grinned maliciously, activating the Rinnegan and vanishing from sight. What? Taosher's pupils constricted. Boom. Jiraiya's fist struck Taosher's abdomen, causing him to arch backward and fly off. Dare to bully my disciple? I shall make you taste despair. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward once more. Chapter 113. Taosher leaks information bang. A loud crash echoed as Jinshi braced himself with one hand on the ground, forcibly regaining control of his body, finally coming to a halt. Hashirama and Madara stood opposite him, their expressions grave. Is this the formidable enemy my son-in-law spoke of? Indeed. Quite powerful, Madara scoffed, recalling the boy's words about relying solely on taijutsu or sage techniques. Shall I go first, or will you? Jiraiya had intended for both of them to join forces, never anticipating that these two would entertain thoughts of a duel. Rock, paper, scissors. Hashirama proposed first. Madara nodded in agreement. After 2 rounds, Hashirama emerged victorious. Haha, Madara, I shall not hold back. Jinshi, witnessing the actions of his opponents, felt his anger surge. You two lackeys dare to underestimate me. In an instant, a massive crimson axe appeared in Jinshi's grasp, swinging down ferociously. Hashirama clapped his hands together and instantly entered Sage Mode. Crack! As Jinshi's axe descended, Hashirama raised his palms to block it, pushing back with great force, causing Jinshi to stumble. Hashirama delivered a side kick, but Jinshi managed to parry with his axe, sending him reeling. Jinshi bellowed as he charged once more with the axe raised. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither willing to yield. Madara watched from a distance, frowning. This guy doesn't seem as strong as that boy claimed. He glanced at Jiraiya and Taosher in the distance, snorting in disdain. What on earth is that boy doing? If the Otsutsuki clan's power is only this, then they are far too cautious. Meanwhile, Taosher regained his composure and coldly remarked, It seems that even you, a lowly being, possess our clan's signature Rinnegan. Quite unexpected. Has Urashiki also arrived? Jiraiya inquired, ignoring Taosher. Although he had previously dealt with the future Urashiki, the realization that this world had diverged from the future filled him with foreboding. Oh, you even know of Urashiki? Have you fought him? It seems his premonition was not mistaken. Taosher retorted. Humph. A group of lowly beings has instilled fear in the noble Otsutsuki clan. You shall not be forgiven. Taosher shouted, his figure lunging forward in an instant. Jiraiya's mind raced. Premonition? Could my killing of the future Urashiki have triggered a response in this world's Urashiki? Before he could ponder further, Taosher's assault was upon him. He swiftly threw several kunai. Humph. Resorting to such petty tricks. Taosher scoffed, delivering a swift kick. Jiraiya activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing behind Taosher with kunai in hand, delivering a powerful strike. Taosher's gaze sharpened as he activated his Byakugan. Are those the runes? He murmured, promptly dodging. Jiraiya activated the 8 gates, his speed escalating dramatically. What? Taosher gasped as Jiraiya appeared before him, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. Seizing the momentum, Jiraiya leaped above with the Flying Thunder God, slamming his elbow into Taosher, who crashed to the ground. A deafening boom echoed as debris exploded, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he observed the figure in the crater. He knew his opponent had sustained minor injuries, yet remained largely unharmed. Damn it! Taosher roared, emerging from the haze to charge at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head, recognizing that there was still a considerable gap in strength. He believed that by seizing the opportunity and unleashing his full power, he could swiftly resolve the situation. However, he was also curious to witness Taosher's true form. Jiraiya closed the 8 gates, crossing his arms defensively. Taosher unleashed a punch, and Jiraiya feigned being sent flying several steps back. Feeling weak? Taosher mocked, intensifying his assault. Jiraiya could only evade hastily, unable to mount any resistance. It was only when he pretended to be exhausted that Taosher finally relented. Why have you come here? Also, what premonition did Urashiki have? Why did he not accompany you? Jiraiya sighed heavily, posing the question. Out of compassion for your impending demise, I shall grant you clarity. Kaguya concealed this world for some unknown reason. But now a crack has appeared, which we sensed, prompting our arrival. Urashiki claimed to have had a troubling dream, so he returned to report. Taosher sneered. I believe that fellow is merely overreacting. This planet is hardly worth reporting. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, realizing the situation was more perilous than he had anticipated. Urashiki actually detected a crisis and chose not to accompany you, instead opting to return for reinforcements? If the enemy summoned more allies, he could defend himself with his own strength, but Tsunade and the others would undoubtedly be powerless to resist. Despite having Kaguya as a formidable ally, he felt it was still insufficient. If they could send Taosher and Jinshi, then next they might dispatch 3 or 4 individuals. Or even recognize the complexity of this world and mobilize a large contingent. In such a scenario, no matter how skilled he was, protecting everyone would prove exceedingly difficult. His brow furrowed tightly, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Taosher, noticing Jiraiya's unsettled expression, let out a mocking laugh. What? Afraid? Ha! Fear not, for I shall soon send you away from this world, so you need not worry. Jiraiya lifted his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. How long will it take for Urashiki to return to headquarters? With that fellow's speed, it should take about half a month. But rest assured, you will disappear today. So there is no need to worry about that. Jiraiya pondered momentarily, then smirked coldly. Thank you for providing me with this valuable information. Do you still wish to resist? Taosher extended his palms, sneering. Resist? No. I am preparing to eliminate you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiraiya instantly opened the 8 gates, vanishing and appearing above Taosher, delivering a crushing elbow strike that sent Taosher crashing back into the ground like a cannonball. Jiraiya shook his head, reflecting on how tedious this act had become. Yet this fool is truly naive, to fall for such a clumsy performance. Should I call it arrogance or folly? Taosher floated back up, staring incredulously at the golden light shimmering on Jiraiya. You still have strength left? Jiraiya shrugged. With your meager power, it is still far too early for you to defeat me. If you have any hidden cards, you might as well reveal them now. Otherwise, you won't have another opportunity. Taosher's expression turned serious as he glanced toward Jinshi, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Hashirama. Extending a hand, Jinshi swiftly broke free from the battlefield, racing towards Taosher. He sensed something, excitement bubbling within him. Lord Taosher, my ancestors bestowed their power upon me, waiting for this very moment. Come, do not hesitate. Taosher smirked coldly. Naturally, Jinshi transformed into a blood-red fruit, appearing in Taosher's hand. As Hashirama and Madara appeared beside Jiraiya, their brows knitted in concern. What was he doing? Before Hashirama could utter a word, Peach Style had already consumed the fruit in 3 swift bites. Their gazes sharpened, expressions turning complex. Madara, who prided himself on his willingness to sacrifice everything for power, felt a wave of nausea at this act of raw cannibalism. Even if the individual had already transformed into fruit, Is this the terrifying adversary you spoke of? Madara remarked coldly. Jiraiya nodded, having closed his eyes to sever his perception. This grotesque spectacle was too much for him to bear, and he preferred to remain oblivious to it. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in billowing smoke as a figure gradually emerged. Even Madara, who usually wore a disdainful expression, now bore a look of grave seriousness. Hashirama, in sage mode, was even more perturbed. Peach-Style's strength now seemed worlds apart from before. Was this the power of the Otsutsuki clan? Their brutal evolution had led to such formidable prowess. Hashirama felt a slight tremor of fear. Jiraiya, too, furrowed his brow. Recalling scenes from his previous life, this individual had not seemed exceptionally strong. Ultimately defeated by Naruto's chakra and Boruto's unique Rasengan. Yet now, the aura he exuded was entirely different, evil and powerful. Even Shiro felt an inexplicable restlessness. Jiraiya's expression hardened. It was evident that much had changed, and Peach-Style's strength had surpassed that depicted in the original narrative. He suddenly felt regret for not having dealt with him at the earliest opportunity. This time, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. He chuckled wryly, recognizing that arrogance was not merely a flaw of his opponent, but also of himself. Chapter 114. Resolving Peach-Style. At this moment, Peach-Style's form had transformed dramatically. His once white eyes glowed gold. A golden Rinnegan manifested on his forehead, and the Rinnegan on his hands also turned golden. His long hair billowed fiercely. Black stripes adorned his body and face, and the horns atop his head stood upright. If his previous appearance had resembled that of a courteous gentleman, now he had morphed into a fearsome demon king. Trash, are you ready to face my wrath? Peach-Style sneered. Grandfather, Madara, you need not intervene. I will handle this. Jiraiya softly declared. Hashirama nodded, while Madara scoffed, but remained cautiously silent, eager to witness Peach-Style's true strength and to gauge Jiraiya's actual prowess. Even after absorbing his kin, it seems you are not all that impressive. Jiraiya stepped forward with disdain. You will soon find out. Peach-Style retorted, arms outstretched. Grinning wickedly, I will show you what happens when lowly beings defy a god. The 8th gate of death opened. Jiraiya instantly activated the 8 gates. Golden light flashing as his white hair danced wildly. The Rinnegan in his eyes flickered. Boom. Without further ado, Jiraiya lunged forward, the ground exploding beneath his feet as he charged at Peach-Style. Peach-Style's expression shifted, and with a swift motion, he conjured a beam of red light. Jiraiya deftly sidestepped, his pace unwavering. Peach-Style's attack missed, creating a massive crater in the ground instead. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya reached Peach-Style, delivering a powerful punch with overwhelming momentum. Peach-Style hastily raised his arm to block. Boom! The force sent him hurtling back. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya followed up with a whip kick aimed at Peach-Style's head. A red staff materialized in Peach-Style's hand, raised defensively. Bang! Peach-Style was sent crashing down, hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Damn it! Peach-Style shouted angrily as the dust settled, launching himself toward Jiraiya at high speed. Unfazed, Jiraiya charged forward to meet him. Their battle intensified, each exchanging blows with remarkable ferocity. The air resonated with explosive sounds. Is this the power of a grandson-in-law and an Otsutsuki? Hashirama mused, momentarily dazed, then felt a bitter pang. The intensity of this battle, even with him in sage mode, seemed insufficient. Madara too was astonished. The spectacle of their previous clashes had been earth-shattering, but those had relied on large-scale attacks. The sheer destructive force generated from pure taijutsu was staggering. Even from a safe distance, the overwhelming power was palpable. Now, he truly comprehended the prowess of the Otsutsuki clan. Jiraiya's 8 gates were familiar to him, yet they diverged from the tales of red steam after opening the 8th gate of death, instead radiating golden light. He questioned whether he could withstand even a single blow from Jiraiya. Should he be hit, survival would be unlikely, and even if he did, his fighting capability would be severely compromised. Through the Rinnegan, Madara could discern the flow of chakra within Jiraiya, and under such intense combat, he noted that Jiraiya's chakra was not diminishing. Rather, it surged at an accelerated pace, leaving him in awe. As the two fighters continued their fierce exchange, Jiraiya began to gauge Peach-Style's limits. With the 8 gates opened, and aided by the Rinnegan's meticulous insight, he found himself nearly evenly matched with Peach-Style, even gaining a slight upper hand. However, to eliminate him completely, he would need Shiro's assistance. A smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. Shiro, it's time to conclude this battle. Receiving the signal, Shiro immediately began channeling power into Jiraiya's limbs. In an instant, Jiraiya felt as if his muscles had been inflated, his strength surging dramatically. Madara's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed an inexplicable surge of chakra flowing into Jiraiya's body, leaving him utterly shocked. This chakra radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun. Madara had no choice but to close his Rinnegan, a bitter smile gracing his lips. So this is the gap between us. Even mere observation felt arduous. Hashirama, however, remained fixated on the battle. In sage mode, he acutely sensed Jiraiya's sudden surge in power, filling him with joy. It seemed that this time, his grandson-in-law would handle the enemy with finesse. Boom! Jiraiya launched himself, striking Peach-style in the abdomen with tremendous force. Peach-style let out a pained wail as his body flew backward. Jiraiya immediately pursued, his hands clasped tightly as he delivered a crushing blow. Peach-style, now devoid of any means of resistance, was driven into the ground. Whereas their previous battle had been a back-and-forth affair, this encounter was decidedly one-sided. Suddenly, Peach-style sensed something unsettling within Jiraiya. His eyes widened in disbelief. You! Boom! Before Peach-style could utter another word, Jiraiya delivered another knee strike to his abdomen. Peach-style's body arched as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, now teetering on the brink of defeat. Jiraiya, after the knee strike, refrained from further assault. Gazing coldly at Peach-style, Peach-style struggled to speak. You have the 10 tails. Who exactly are you? Humph. That is not for you to know. In your next life, do not be reborn as an Otsutsuki. Jiraiya scoffed, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike aimed at Peach-style's heart. In an instant, Peach-style's eyes bulged. And in that fleeting moment, life left him. This time, Jiraiya left Peach-style's body intact, choosing not to employ high-destruction ninjutsu, intending instead to preserve him as research material for Orochimaru. Such an advanced experimental subject is exceedingly difficult to procure. After a meticulous examination using the Rinnegan, Jiraiya confirmed that the heart of the individual had ruptured, leaving no trace of life, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, two figures materialized behind Jiraiya. Is he dead? Despite having sensed it through sage mode, Hashirama found it hard to believe. Kid, do you intend to leave this guy's corpse for research? Madara inquired. Jiraiya glanced back at the two, relaxed his body after retracting the 8 gates, and chuckled softly. Yes, I plan to take him to my great-uncle and Orochimaru. One of my juniors has fallen prey to this fellow's seal, and we must find a way to eliminate it. Additionally, this could aid in our forthcoming plans. At this point, Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly once more. Sensing the unease, Hashirama asked, Son-in-law, what troubles you? Jiraiya replied, I just learned from this fellow's mouth that one of his accomplices has already returned to their clan. If all goes as expected, within a month, the earth will once again be graced by the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing this, both Madara and Hashirama's expressions grew grave. Having witnessed the battle today, they both realized the formidable nature of their adversary. Currently, it seemed that Jiraiya was the only known individual capable of countering them. Should the enemy dispatch a large force, the earth would face inevitable destruction. This was no longer a matter of peace or war, but rather one of survival. Jiraiya shared the same concern. With merely a month's time, he hoped the enemy would not send too many reinforcements. With Kagaya's assistance, he was confident he could annihilate them. Provided their numbers were limited, it appeared imperative to hasten preparations. For safety's sake, he needed to further enhance Kagaya's strength, ensuring he had a solid foundation. Madara, Grandpa, we are now confronted with an uncontrollable situation. Your strength is unlikely to increase significantly in the short term. If the enemy sends only a few, that would be manageable. But if they come in droves, I may struggle to keep up. Thus, we must expedite our preparations. Jiraiya spoke earnestly. What preparations? Madara inquired. I have another ally whose strength rivals that of a true Otsutsuki, capable of vanquishing them. However, to ensure maximum efficacy, I must make her the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Madara's brow furrowed. Hashirama scratched his head in confusion, silently wondering if the ally was the woman brought back by his son-in-law. Understanding Madara's train of thought, Jiraiya continued, Madara, you witnessed the battle. Even if you became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, you would struggle to hold your ground in physical combat. It would be far more effective to let her harness that power. Madara's eyes narrowed, and after a moment, He begrudgingly accepted this reality. He let out a cold huff, indicating both agreement and a hint of dissatisfaction. Jiraiya felt relieved. As long as Madara harbored no ulterior motives, he could rely on him and Hashirama to safeguard his rear. After all, there was still an entity lurking in the shadows, watching with keen interest. He needed to be fully prepared. However, I can first take you to a location where, during this period, you can enhance your abilities as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the two men paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. While Jiraiya was concerned for his apprentice, time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Carrying the corpse of Toshi, he led Madara and Hashirama to Orochimaru's base. At that moment, Orochimaru's expression was one of delight. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Has there been progress in researching the seal? Tobirama, on the other hand, maintained a stoic demeanor as he scrutinized the experimental data. Great Uncle, Orochimaru, I have brought you an exceptionally valuable experimental specimen. The two paused, glancing at the figure on the ground, their expressions shifting dramatically. Who is this? Orochimaru asked incredulously. Jiraiya nodded. This is Toshi, the Otsutsuki, who sealed Boruto. Orochimaru erupted in laughter. I didn't expect that just as we were making progress in our research, you would present us with such a gift. Truly, it is a delightful surprise. Tobirama, equally astonished, approached for a closer inspection and recognized the individual's extraordinary nature. He then turned to Jiraiya. Did you kill him? Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Hashirama added, this Otsutsuki is incredibly powerful. Neither Madara nor I were a match for him. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's expression grew serious. Great Uncle, I hope you can expedite your efforts. According to the intelligence we have gathered, this individual has associates who have already returned to their clan. In about a month, they will call for reinforcements, and we will face even more formidable adversaries. Tobirama pondered for a moment before nodding. Understood, we will accelerate our efforts. We are now in the final stage. If possible, I hope Boruto can assist us. Orochimaru interjected. If feasible, I would like you to preserve the unique and powerful essence of the seal. This way, when Boruto returns to the future, he will be better equipped to handle the Otsutsuki. Haha, you are quite the overseer. Orochimaru teased. Jiraiya shook his head, acknowledging that their arrival had allowed the world to uncover the Otsutsuki's presence without delay. Otherwise, without preparations, it was likely they would cease to exist within the next decade or so. While he may have exaggerated, he sought to instill a sense of urgency in Orochimaru. Orochimaru remained silent, merely nodding. By the way, where is Sasuke? His mission should be completed by now, and I intend to bring him back. You likely have little time left to instruct him. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. He will be back soon, probably this afternoon. You can take him then. Jiraiya regarded him with a strange expression, but after a moment of contemplation, he surmised Orochimaru's intentions. Taking Sasuke as a disciple was entirely for his own purpose of conducting the impure world reincarnation, enhancing his life and power. Now that there had been significant progress in researching the Otsutsuki, Sasuke's role had diminished greatly. Furthermore, with Toshi's corpse now available, Orochimaru's ambitions had only grown. Jiraiya's expression hardened. Sensing danger and cautioned, Orochimaru, while Toshi's corpse can serve your research, I advise against harboring any other intentions unless absolutely necessary. The peril posed by the Otsutsuki clan is beyond your imagination. Should you proceed down that path, you would merely become a puppet of the Otsutsuki, which contradicts your fundamental goal of attaining immortality. It would be wiser to spend time uncovering their weaknesses rather than integrating with them. Although he did not explicitly state it, Jiraiya was confident Orochimaru understood his meaning. Orochimaru paused, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Am I so easily seen through? He chuckled softly. I have my own plans. Noting that Jiraiya merely offered a warning without outright opposing him, Orochimaru felt a mix of surprise and eventual understanding. This man was a fool, overly trusting of himself. Haha. The experience of being trusted despite having traversed through darkness is quite unique. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Seeing Orochimaru's reaction, Jiraiya chose not to press further and turned his attention to Tobirama. Great Uncle, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. Tobirama nodded. Jiraiya then waved at Orochimaru. I will come to collect Sasuke this afternoon. Until then. With that, he vanished with Madara and Hashirama, reappearing in their home moments later. At this moment, Kaguya lounged lazily on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the television. Dressed in a flowing white home dress, she showcased her exquisite figure. her fair skin glistening in the sunlight that streamed through the window, almost dazzling. Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow hard. When he had taken her shopping for clothes earlier, her beauty had not been as pronounced, but now, donned in this attire, she appeared inexplicably more alluring. He shook his head briskly and spoke. Kaguya, could you assist me with something? Seeing Jiraiya return, Kaguya's heart leaped with joy, and she sat upright. What do you need? Do you possess a gravity space? Kaguya furrowed her brow slightly and nodded. Then please send these two gentlemen into your supergravity space. I intend to have them enhance their physical prowess. The pressure and gravity there are immense. Even I cannot withstand it for long. Are you certain? Kaguya cast a glance at Hashirama and Madara behind him, her expression laced with hesitation. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Fear not, the two of them are quite formidable. Then, leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, this afternoon, I shall return with two grandsons for you. You can command them as you wish. Hashirama and Madara, with their remarkable hearing, found his words perplexing, but since it did not concern them, they refrained from intervening. However, Madara noticed a hint of doubt in Kaguya's eyes, sensing a slight underestimation. If Jiraiya is no match for me, how could I be thwarted by a mere woman? Gravity is trivial. It cannot possibly challenge Uchiha Madara. He mused with a touch of disdain. Hashirama, meanwhile, reflected on Jiraiya's mention of the gravity space, realizing that it was likely quite complex, and surmised that the powerful ally Jiraiya referred to was indeed Kaguya. Kaguya, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, felt a flicker of determination. After hearing him recount his lineage, her heart had experienced great tumult. Yet, with her memory lost, she accepted the reality, though her mind remained a blank slate, now adorned with just a few strokes. In her heart, her utmost trust lay with Jiraiya, now joined by Tsunade. As for grandsons, she held little interest, but since Jiraiya had requested it, she acquiesced with a nod. Jiraiya smiled easily. Very well, let us send them in. He then turned to Hashirama and Madara, instructing, once inside, do your utmost to endure and strengthen your physical capabilities. If you can no longer persevere, remember to signal. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced back at Kaguya. I will set up a door within the space. If they cannot endure, it will lead to another realm. Kaguya assured him. Jiraiya sighed with relief. Thus, the training ground for the two was established. Once they were prepared, Jiraiya nodded, and the environment surrounding Hashirama and Madara transformed instantaneously. Chapter 116, Sasuke's Misery Bang. The overwhelming gravity forced Hashirama and Madara to the ground in an instant. Is it really this heavy? Hashirama's forehead glistened with sweat. Madara's expression mirrored his discomfort. But within a moment, a smile crept onto his lips. It seems this environment can indeed enhance our physicality, he stated with difficulty. Indeed, Hashirama replied, trembling as he rose. Madara, summoning his strength, managed to stand as well. If you cannot endure, feel free to rest. Hashirama advised. How could I possibly be outdone by you? Just watch. I shall grow stronger, and soon, you will be unable to keep up with my pace. Hashirama's gaze at Madara was filled with determination as he chuckled. Though straining, his features twisted with effort, yet it was evident he was smiling. Madara, I am delighted to train alongside you. You may have a head start, but I will not concede. Madara scoffed lightly, then focused all his efforts on resisting the astounding gravity. The two began to compete, neither willing to yield. I leave these two gentlemen in your care. Kaguya nodded. Jiraiya chuckled softly. You may continue watching television. I have some matters to attend to. All right. With that, Kaguya settled back onto the sofa, resuming her television viewing. Jiraiya cast one last glance at her alluring form before disappearing. When he reappeared, he found himself at Naruto's home. Knock, knock, knock. As the door swung open, Boruto's head peeked out. Master Jiraiya, what brings you here? He asked, his expression brightening. Jiraiya smiled. I came to see you. Where are your grandparents? They're cooking. Boruto welcomed Jiraiya inside. Kushina and Minato greeted him warmly upon his arrival. It seems you are all getting along splendidly, Jiraiya remarked with a grin. Boruto rolled his eyes. His grandparents truly cared for him, preparing delicious meals and sharing heartfelt conversations. Through Minato and Kushina, he had learned numerous touching stories about them. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya proposed taking Boruto out for a while. The two felt a twinge of reluctance at the suggestion. Minato and Kushina, despite having spent less than 2 days with Boruto, felt an unusual attachment to him. Rest assured, I have pressing matters to attend to, and I will return shortly. I spoke with Tsunade. Naruto should be back tomorrow. And you can all reunite then. Boruto inwardly grumbled. I am also part of this family, you know? Kushina and Minato felt a swell of anticipation upon hearing this. After bidding them farewell, Jiraiya took Boruto to Orochimaru's base. Upon seeing someone within the base, Boruto's expression tightened. The crimson eyes glinted with a hint of bloodlust as they slowly approached Boruto. Hey, Sasuke, long time no see. Jiraiya greeted enthusiastically. Boruto recognized him immediately. This was his master, albeit in his youth. Sasuke gave Jiraiya a fleeting glance, dismissing him with indifference. Jiraiya's expression darkened. Had this guy been with Orochimaru for so long that he had lost even basic courtesy? Who are you? Why do you resemble that fool so closely? Sasuke scrutinized Boruto coldly. Boruto thought to himself, why does my master in this timeline seem a bit foolish? Suddenly, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, intending to delve into Boruto's memories. However, Boruto's Byakugan instinctively activated, nullifying Sasuke's Genjutsu. Sasuke was taken aback, gazing at Boruto with surprise, his eyes narrowing. Bang! Jiraiya swiftly slapped Sasuke. He had no time to react and was sent crashing against the base's stone wall. Hey, Orochimaru, I'm taking Sasuke with me. Jiraiya called out. Orochimaru chuckled as he observed Sasuke. Well then, Sasuke, you shall follow Jiraiya. I believe he will help you enhance your strength. Sasuke rose from the ground, his expression icy. Anger simmering at Jiraiya's sudden aggression. Seeing his defiance, Jiraiya remarked coolly, when encountering an elder, is there no semblance of courtesy? Courtesy is irrelevant to strength. I do not care. Sasuke replied flatly. Boruto's anticipation grew. The memory of his previous thrashing was still vivid. Now it seemed his master would also face a beating. He wondered how long Sasuke could endure. The last time, that fellow named Shinosuke had held out for quite a while. Jiraiya chuckled. No worries. I will take my time teaching you. With that, he flashed to Sasuke's side, grasping his shoulder, and they vanished from the spot. Boruto was taken aback for a moment, then called out to Orochimaru. Uncle Orochimaru, I'm going to check it out. I'll be back to find you. With that, he activated his Byakugan and swiftly followed Jiraiya's trail, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. Once again, he found himself in a desolate wasteland, concealed in the distance. He prepared to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a black hole materialized beside him, and a figure emerged. Master, what brings you here? Boruto exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the figure. Since returning to the village, his master had been elusive, now appearing before him. Haha, master, your timing is perfect. Let us see how well the younger you can withstand the blows from the elder. Boruto excitedly remarked to Sasuke. Sasuke, however, felt a sense of disarray at the thought of witnessing his younger self being mercilessly beaten. Yet, he pondered. The rebellious spirit of his younger self would likely endure for quite some time. Master, care to take a guess? Boruto inquired with anticipation. Sasuke shot him a disapproving glance. Had he not possessed a modicum of restraint, he might have already tackled Boruto to the ground in frustration. Understanding the need to temper his exuberance, Boruto fell silent. His attention fixated on the two combatants. Sasuke wrestled with his conflicting thoughts. Should he watch, unable to turn away from curiosity, or avert his gaze? Knowing the outcome would be dreadful? After all, that version of himself was fiercely stubborn, willing to sacrifice anything in pursuit of power, even if it meant enduring a few blows. Nonetheless, the ensuing events took him completely by surprise. Ah, stop hitting me. Jiraiya-sama, I concede. Sasuke cried out in despair. With a sharp slap, Jiraiya responded, next time, will you show some respect? I will. Boruto exclaimed. Sasuke, his face flushed with embarrassment, clutched his forehead, wishing he could vanish into the ground. This was utterly humiliating. He cursed silently, recognizing the absurdity of being defeated in such a degrading manner. Taking a deep breath, he decided to leave. Boruto cast a sympathetic glance at his master's vanishing figure. He shuddered again, grateful that such treatment had not been directed at him. It was terrifying. Shaking his head, he hastily returned to the base. In the arena, Jiraiya clapped his hands and sprang to his feet. Casting a glance at the direction where Sasuke and Boruto had disappeared, chuckling softly. Pull up your trousers. Sasuke, humiliated, crawled from the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. It was the first time in his life that someone had pulled down his pants and spanked him, even flicking his private parts. How could one stoop so low? He wished to resist, yet whether through physical prowess, illusion techniques, or ninjutsu, he found himself utterly suppressed. This was not mere humiliation, it was a psychological scar. Jiraiya grinned wickedly. Warning, next time, if you fail to respect your elders, just wait and see how I'll discipline you. Sasuke nodded vigorously, too afraid to retort, although tears continued to trickle down his face. Rest assured, Naruto was subjected to similar treatment in the past. You children truly need a firm hand, or else you'll run amok, ignoring reason. Jiraiya lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Sasuke paused, feeling a sense of balance at the thought of Naruto enduring the same fate, yet he was also filled with resentment. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the humiliation he faced was unbearable. His expression shifted, and Jiraiya noted this with a smirk. Indeed, Naruto had been reprimanded, though not to this extent. That boy was simple-minded and could only endure the beatings. Sasuke, on the other hand, was astute and independent-minded, and tackling him required a blow to his pride. While this might leave a mark, it was far better than allowing him to stray down a dark path. Strength could be nurtured over time, but character must be instilled. The world had changed dramatically from the original tale. He could no longer permit Sasuke to grow wild and unchecked. It seemed that Sasuke had yet to meet Itachi. Jiraiya contemplated the possibility of orchestrating a reunion between the two brothers, hoping to eventually guide Sasuke toward awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, time was of the essence. He needed to address the matter of the Ten Tails first. Chapter 117. A dialogue with Kurama and Reime. Jiraiya returned to Konoha with Sasuke, giving him some instructions before leaving him in the care of Kaguya. Sasuke was reluctant, but after a stern warning from Jiraiya, he reluctantly acquiesced. As he glanced at the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the television, he felt a surge of anger at the oppressive situation he found himself in. He needed to resist. "Little Sasuke, go fetch me a plate of fruit," Kaguya said casually, her eyes glued to the screen. Sasuke clenched his fists and turned toward the refrigerator. Endure. Now was not the time to rebel. After dropping off Sasuke, Jiraiya set off again, intending to check on Naruto and Fu. Although he had been worried about their condition, he trusted Tsunade's capabilities in the hospital. This time, he opted to walk rather than employ his flying thunder god technique. As he walked, he reflected on the path ahead. "Sir." A vortex appeared, and Obito manifested before him. Jiraiya halted, observing the rugged scars on Obito's face and the flawless crimson of his eyes, eliciting a soft chuckle. "Have you apologized yet?" Obito nodded. "How is Kakashi?" Jiraiya inquired, noticing that Obito's Sharingan had been restored, indicating that Kakashi had returned the eye. Obito appeared somewhat melancholic. "He is still in the hospital. He willingly gave me his eye," he replied. Though he felt guilty, he had no other choice for Rin's sake. Jiraiya nodded, understanding the burden Kakashi bore with the Sharingan. Unable to deactivate it, Kakashi faced a depletion of chakra, while the eye granted him insights in battle. His limitations as a non-Uchiha hindered his mastery. "Let us go. I'm heading to the hospital anyway. I'll check on Kakashi and help with his eye." Obito was taken aback, surprised that Jiraiya possessed medical ninjutsu. He nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the hospital. After inquiring with the medical ninja, Jiraiya learned that Naruto and the others were not severely injured, only suffering from minor wounds and exhaustion. The only one in critical condition was Sakura, but she had improved significantly under Tsunade's care. Upon learning that Tsunade had returned to the Hokage's office, Jiraiya felt a pang of sympathy, but recognized that this was not the time for sentimentality. Entering the ward, he found Naruto sitting on the bed, head bowed. Upon noticing Jiraiya, Naruto despondently said, "Master, I'm sorry. I failed to protect my sister and Sakura." Jiraiya glanced at the adjacent bed, where Fu appeared to have shielded Naruto from an attack and was now in a deep slumber. Approaching, Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. "Don't worry. You did exceptionally well today." Naruto lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes. Jiraiya chuckled. "Why are you crying? A man should bleed, but not weep. If you wish to protect them, strive to become stronger. I believe in you." Hearing this, a newfound determination sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Jiraiya moved to Fu's side and gently stroked her head. The little one remained asleep, her tranquil demeanor a stark contrast to her usual vivacity. "Little Bai, lend me a hand." Jiraiya silently called out to Little Bai. Instantly, a soft golden glow enveloped Jiraiya's hands. Moments later, Fu opened her eyes. Jiraiya smiled gently. Indeed, it was as expected. After becoming the Jinchuriki, he acquired the power of Yang. He had not noticed this before, But it was during the battle against Peach Style that he realized it. His strength had long surpassed that of the Sage of Six Paths, and with the 10 Tails as his aid, he became the perfect Jinchuriki. Coupled with his mastery of sage techniques, the yang power within him surged, complemented by the Rinnegan as a source of yin power. Now, he possessed not only chakra of all attributes, but also the extraordinary power of yin and yang. In an instant, he restored the internal injuries of Fu. However, Fu's injuries were not severe. She was merely fatigued. With the assistance of the luminous spirit, she would recover swiftly. Master? As she opened her eyes, Fu beheld her mentor. To her, Jiraiya had become akin to a father figure. At that moment, upon waking from his stupor and seeing him, she felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. Noticing the tears welling in Fu's eyes, Jiraiya spoke gently. Does it still hurt? Fu grasped the sleeve of Jiraiya and shook her head. One hand held hers, while the other tenderly brushed her hair. Your master has defeated the one who tormented you, avenging you. With a sudden rush, it seemed as though a dam had broken, and Fu's tears flowed freely as she leapt into Jiraiya's embrace. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile ruefully. This little one, so lively in her usual demeanor, was now overwhelmed with tears, making it hard to bear. He patted her back, listening quietly to her sobs. After a moment, Fu calmed down. Jiraiya released her, wiping her tears away. No more crying. Look, you're turning into a little raccoon. Fu couldn't help but laugh, then declared, Master, I will train diligently, and next time, I won't lose. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but then replied with a smile, Good. I believe in you. What about Naruto, Fu, Kurama, and Shomei? After a while, Jiraiya inquired. Kurama is fine, though it seems a portion of his chakra has been drained. Naruto replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Shomei too. Its chakra has diminished significantly, and it feels much weaker. Fu lowered her head in despondence. Can they recover? Shomei stated that it would need about 2 days to regain its original strength, and Kurama would recover as well. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. It appeared that after the tailed beast's chakra was absorbed, they could replenish it by absorbing natural energy. The energy expenditure during collaboration with their Jinchuriki was akin to human consumption of food. However, after being drained by the Otsutsuki, it resembled the principle of human injury, which could be replenished through natural energy. Yet, this would require a longer duration. He sighed with relief. If that were the case, he could allow the 10 tails to absorb their energy and then recover on its own, with only time as the cost. With this in mind, Jiraiya shared his plan with the two. Naruto and Fu fell into silence. Hey, let me handle this. I'll speak to your master. Naruto nodded, allowing Kurama to take over. Kid, do you understand the risks of reviving the 10 tails? Kurama asked coldly. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, but nodded. For certain special reasons. I must use your chakra. Reviving the 10 tails is a necessary part of the plan. However, I must confirm one thing. If the 10 tails absorbs your chakra, are you certain you can recover on your own? Given that you are Naruto's master, I trust you. You needn't doubt this. Even the weakest among us, Shikaku, can manage that, though the recovery time varies, Kurama explained. At that moment, Fu allowed Shomei to take control. I sense no ill intent from you within Fu. So like Kurama, I support you. Although I may not match Kurama in power, my recovery ability is superior. Shomei clarified. Kurama scoffed. It's only because you're so weak that your recovery is quicker. Shomei rolled its eyes, feeling too exhausted to retort. Fu and Naruto had been inseparable during this time, fostering a close bond between the two-tailed beasts, and she had grown accustomed to Kurama's sharp tongue, uninterested in further arguments. After all, who could deny its strength? What if there is yin-yang power? Would your recovery time decrease? Jiraiya suddenly interjected. The two were taken aback, and Kurama's expression turned serious. That is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. If we possess yin-yang power, our recovery time could be significantly expedited. Jiraiya's heart leapt with joy. He had not realized yin-yang power possessed such an effect. In that case, I will not hesitate. Kurama, Shomei, I will entrust you with the revival of the 10 tails. Allow it to absorb as much of your chakra as possible within your limits, and I will provide the utmost assistance. Thank you. Jiraiya expressed his gratitude sincerely. The two paused in surprise. Kurama smirked. Who would have thought that besides our Jinchuriki, someone else could speak such words to us tailed beasts? Indeed, haha. Don't worry. Since you've requested this, I will do my utmost. Shomei echoed, its voice earnest and powerful. Kurama's gaze was resolute, trust evident in its eyes. Jiraiya smiled to me. You are the companions of my apprentice, and you, too, have been exploited in the past, which is why you are bound to the Jinchuriki now. It was never your intention. However, I am honored to call you friends. Friends? Kurama murmured, a smile creeping across its face. Naruto, it's your turn, Kurama instructed. Retreating back into Naruto's body, Shomei also smiled lightly, returning to Fu. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. With the aid of the two-tailed beasts, the tasks ahead would be significantly simplified. Chapter 118. Kakashi's eyes restored Naruto. I have revived your parents, and they are now residing in your home. Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. Naruto was momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the reality. Master, is that true? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. As Naruto gazed into Jiraiya's eyes, he too broke into laughter. Haha, Master, I have a mom and dad now. Jiraiya ruffled his hair, nodding. Go home and see them. I haven't told them about your injuries. Naruto nodded vigorously, then jumped off the bed and ran out. His injuries were not severe, so he was entirely capable of being discharged. Jiraiya watched Naruto's retreating figure, smiling and shaking his head. However, when he glanced at Fu, his heart ached. Master, my brother has parents now, why do I not? Fu spoke with a hint of melancholy. Jiraiya felt a pang of regret for having overlooked this aspect. He sat beside her, gently patting her head. Do you have any memories of your parents? If you know their whereabouts or have any of their genetic material, I could also revive them. Fu looked at Jiraiya, shaking her head softly. I lost my parents at birth. Fama does not know where they are, whether alive or dead. Jiraiya's heart ached at her words. He comforted her. It's all right. You now have me as your master, and you have your mistress. From now on, I and your mistress will be your mom and dad. I have long considered you my daughter, so you are certainly not an orphan. Fu looked up at Jiraiya, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes, followed by a radiant smile. Hee, Master, I have already regarded you and mistress as my parents. It feels wonderful to have you. This feeling I never experienced with Fama. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, affirming that regardless of the circumstances, a master serves as an unwavering support, offering love and affection. Fu nodded earnestly, her lively demeanor returning. After a playful exchange, Jiraiya advised Fu to rest well and promised to visit her again before departing the hospital room. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Fu felt an inexplicable sense of security. The sensation of being protected and cherished was truly unique. She sincerely appreciated her master for allowing her to experience the love of a mentor, making her feel the warmth of family. The hardships of her childhood seemed to fade away during this time, replaced by an abundance of joy and cherished memories that flowed through her heart. She smiled brightly, genuinely happy. Obito had been waiting outside, feeling envious of the warm atmosphere shared between Jiraiya and his student. He murmured to himself, pondering how different things might have been if he and Kakashi had not met their demise. Jiraiya exited the room to find Obito lost in thought and greeted him with a smile, inquiring about his musings. Upon regaining his focus, Obito nodded as Jiraiya, discerning his thoughts, suggested they visit Kakashi. Arriving outside Kakashi's room, Jiraiya spotted a familiar figure seated beside Kakashi's bed, holding a tray of fruit. A smile crept onto Jiraiya's lips. Had she already begun to care for him? Kakashi, he called as he and Obito entered. At that moment, Kakashi, his left eye bandaged and dressed in a thin black outfit with a mask, appeared somewhat flustered. Upon hearing their voices, he greeted them. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here? And Obito. Jiraiya exchanged a meaningful glance with Kakashi before turning to the girl. You must be Eri. Thank you for your efforts. Yesterday, Eri had been brought back by Obito while still unconscious, leading Kakashi to take her home. After hearing Obito's apologies and learning that Minato and Kushina had returned, Kakashi gradually found peace. He had sensed this moment during his earlier conversation with Jiraiya, but when Obito appeared before him, disbelief washed over him before he accepted the reality. Feeling grateful that his friend was alive, aware of the formidable foes Jiraiya faced, he recognized his limitations but decided to return his eye to Obito, believing it would aid their cause. After some hesitation, Obito accepted without protest. Following the removal of his eye, Kakashi was confined to the hospital, aware that recovery would take time. Yet, he was prepared. When Eri learned of his situation, she rushed to the hospital, becoming a devoted caretaker for Kakashi. Although Obito initially considered intervening, he ultimately decided against it, trusting Eri to provide the care Kakashi needed. Jiraiya's words echoed in his mind, and upon receiving the eye, he departed, leaving Kakashi entirely in Eri's hands. Eri was more than happy to oblige. When Jiraiya spoke to her, Eri's face lit up with a smile. You are Jiraiya-sama, right? I've heard so much about you. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved his hand dismissively. Those are mere accolades. Just fleeting fame. Haha. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya approached Kakashi, instructing him to remain still. He extended his right hand, and with the assistance of Shiro, a faint golden glow emanated from his palm. Moments later, he retracted his hand, chuckling. All right, you may now remove the bandage. Everyone paused in disbelief. Eri quickly stepped forward to assist Kakashi in removing the bandage. Previously, Obito had not paid attention to Jiraiya's healing method, but now he was astonished by the sight. As the bandage fell away, Kakashi gradually opened his left eye, revealing a bright and dark iris. Eri exclaimed in excitement, Wonderful, Kakashi. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Though you have recovered, please exercise caution. While you assist Tsunade, I entrust you to Eri during your other hours. Eri expressed her gratitude with a nod, while Kakashi wore an exasperated expression, thinking it amusing that even in recovery, Jiraiya reminded him of his responsibilities. Jiraiya waved goodbye and departed with Obito. Once outside the hospital, he chuckled again, having noticed Kakashi's awkwardness. However, Eri was a spirited individual. Having endured past trials, she would not easily give up on Kakashi. Jiraiya shook his head with a smile, contemplating that it seemed Kakashi's later years were secured. What a delightful development. Obito shared in the joy, realizing that with Eri by Kakashi's side, Rin would belong solely to him. Where's this? Obito asked, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. This is the Cloud Village's Yunlei Gorge. Jiraiya explained before calling out to the figure seated cross-legged in the distance. B, long time no see. The last time you ran away, your brother caught you, ruining the concert. Such a disappointment. Jiraiya continued. B, later I will speak to your brother and ask for a favor. May I speak with Nibi first? Jiraiya requested. Your wish is my command. B replied, instantly altering his tone. Jiraiya, is this about the Otsutsuki matter? Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Kurama has already spoken with me, and I have agreed. Nibi replied solemnly. Jiraiya smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Nibi. Also, regarding Yumura, please share my regards. I haven't interacted much with her. Humph. Who are you calling a little girl? A voice interrupted. Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head, turning to face the speaker, a woman with long, chestnut hair styled into a waist-length braid. Her demeanor strikingly elegant. By age comparison, are you not just a little girl to me? Jiraiya remarked with a light chuckle. Yumura, I am already aware of your situation. A deeper feminine voice chimed in, causing Jiraiya to pause in surprise before responding with a light-hearted laugh. Then, Yumura, what are your thoughts? If I were to disagree, what would you do? Chapter 119. The Beast's Agreement. Hearing Yumura's inquiry, Jiraiya chuckled softly. Kurama, Nibi, and the others trust me, which brings me joy and gratitude. I have never viewed you as anything less than equals. Each of you possesses your own thoughts and names. In my eyes, you are akin to humans. Due to certain individual selfishness and prejudice, you have been unjustly confined within Jinchuriki. I empathize with your suffering. However, the future Otsutsuki are formidable, and resisting them is a necessary step. If time permits, I will gradually earn your trust. Yet, time is of the essence, and if you refuse, I may have to resort to force. Yumura's eyes narrowed, contemplating. Kurama has informed me that if a portion of your chakra is separated and protected by yin-yang power, you would sustain minimal harm. So, Jiraiya shrugged. Yumura smiled slyly, though reluctant to admit it. At this stage, you still consider the well-being of the tailed beasts. You truly possess a kind heart. Hearing such words from you brings me great joy, thus I agree. Jiraiya grinned. Excellent. Thank you, Yumura. Haha. The word thank you has only been uttered by Yumura. No one else has ever said it to me. Yumura sighed lightly, her voice tinged with excitement. Jiraiya responded warmly. It is only right. When the Ten Tails is resurrected, you will undoubtedly suffer some damage. In terms of both sentiment and reason, you all can bear this expression of gratitude, and I will do my utmost to assist you in recovery. Yoryu nodded lightly, chuckling. I have conveyed your words to the other tailed beasts, including the Shikan, and they have all consented. Jiraiya, slightly taken aback, quickly regained his composure. It was clear that Kurama had already communicated with all the tailed beasts, but the others still harbored some reservations. Yoryu's current stance seemed to represent the sentiments of the others. He felt a surge of joy within. This would certainly save him considerable effort. That is splendid. In that case, I shall bring them here. Yoryu exchanged a glance with Yuki before nodding in agreement. The current adversary was Otsutsuki, and the rifts between nations should be temporarily set aside. Moreover, with a formidable ally like Jiraiya present, there was no fear of mutual suspicion leading to reckless actions among the countries. Jiraiya smiled, inquiring where the bubbles and Shikan were, admitting he lacked their coordinates. Oh, and also Isabu. It may take some time. As for the others, I shall bring them over shortly. The Shikan had already made amends with the bubbles and was on its way. You simply need to meet them at the borders of the Land of Lightning. Isabu is still in the Land of Mist. Yoryu remarked, glancing at Toby behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya understood and nodded. With Madara and Toby switching sides, the fourth Mizukage had naturally escaped his control. It was reasonable to assume that he had also reconciled with Isabu. He turned to Toby, stating, I do not possess the coordinates for the Land of Mist. You will need to guide me there. Toby nodded in agreement. Witnessing the harmonious interaction between the tailed beasts and Jiraiya, Toby's heart was stirred with tumultuous emotions. Over a decade ago, he had summoned the Nine Tails to instigate the Nine Tails chaos. Since then, the tailed beasts had merely been tools in his eyes, at best formidable subordinates. His initial intentions were based on the world envisioned by Madara, where tailed beasts were merely a crucial component, and he had never contemplated coexistence with them. Now, as he observed firsthand, he realized that the bonds among the tailed beasts were no different from those of humans. He gazed at Jiraiya's figure and felt an involuntary sense of admiration. Only someone as powerful and benevolent as him could unite such diverse forces. If he were to have aspirations, unifying the ninja world would not be beyond reach. He silently vowed to follow this great man closely in the future. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Toby's thoughts were racing as he conferred with Yoryu and Bai, agreeing to wait at the Cloud Thunder Gorge while Jiraiya took Toby to gather all the Jinchuriki. Initially, Jiraiya had anticipated that reaching an agreement with the tailed beasts would require some time, and, if necessary, he would resort to force. However, he was pleasantly surprised at how effortlessly consensus had been reached. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Jiraiya accompanied Toby to the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages, bringing Han and Old Z along. Due to his special status, Gaara, now the Kazekage, could not leave easily and was in the midst of preparations. Furthermore, Jiraiya was concerned about any unforeseen complications that could arise, causing delays and potential chaos. So he decided to let Gaara manage affairs within the village for the time being before bringing him over. In the subsequent visit to the Hidden Mist village, Jiraiya was guided by Toby into his dimension. Observing the dim surroundings, Jiraiya chuckled, Is Rin also in this space? Toby nodded, leading Jiraiya to a stone platform. An ice casket stood tall, revealing a delicate, youthful face, somewhat different from his memories of Rin, as there was no purple paint upon her visage. This space appeared peculiar. Although Rin had been deceased for many years, her body within the ice casket showed minimal signs of decay. Toby produced a strawberry and placed it before the casket. Remaining silent for a long while, Jiraiya patted his shoulder, gently sighing, Strive to enhance your strength. I believe it won't be long before you reach that level. At that time, I will assist you in reviving her. Toby gazed at Rin within the casket and nodded. Upon reaching the borders of the Hidden Mist village, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, awaited them. A small figure with green hair and purple eyes, marked by a scar resembling stitches beneath his left eye, bore an odd stick-like weapon on his back. You must be Lord Jiraiya, Yagura exclaimed upon seeing the two, though his gaze towards Toby was wary. Jiraiya nodded, smiling. Isabu must have briefed you. If there are matters to discuss, I can return later. Yagura acknowledged, I understand, but I have one condition. Jiraiya replied with a smile, Speak. As long as it does not cross the line, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Yagura coldly stated, It is quite simple. I want to kill the person behind you. Jiraiya shook his head. That is out of the question. It appeared that Isabu had recognized Toby's identity through chakra. Why? Jiraiya raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He is currently my ally, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. Besides, you are not his match at this moment. Yagura narrowed his eyes, his tone growing colder. If that is the case, I may not easily agree to your request. Jiraiya sighed, suggesting, Let Isabu speak with me. If it does not agree, I will make a decision then. It has already consented, but I cannot allow those who threaten my village to go unpunished. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Killing him now would not rectify the damage already done. Moreover, he might be a crucial ally in the future against their enemies. and he could not abandon him. After a moment of silence, Yagura finally spoke. Regardless, I will not agree. This fellow must pay some price. Jiraiya, feeling a tinge of impatience, replied, if you refuse, I shall not hold back. Yagura smirked. Isabu informed me that I am not your opponent. However, I still wish to test my strength. I also want to know what caliber of enemy can induce such caution from you, my lord. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. It seemed that he merely wished to gauge his own power. Very well, since you are so eager, then proceed. I shall endeavor to hold back. Jiraiya conceded. Yagura unsheathed the weapon from his back, gripping it tightly, his gaze turning cold. My lord, allow me to take the lead. Toby suddenly interjected, preparing to step forward. Jiraiya waved his hand, stating, if the Mizukage wishes to witness my strength, let him see it. In the meantime, you can observe as well. He then turned his attention back to Yagura. I will only exert a fraction of my strength. If you can breach my defenses, I shall concede defeat. I must clarify that the enemies we face require my full effort to be defeated. You all may take note of the disparity in strength. Toby nodded in agreement. Yagura's expression grew serious, tinged with indignation. The implication of being underestimated was rather insulting. He prepared himself, commencing to gather chakra. Chapter 120. Yagura's defiance with a resounding explosion. Yagura, filled with rage, swung down his staff. Jiraiya retaliated with a powerful punch. He did not activate the 8 gates, call upon Shiro, nor enter Sage mode. It was merely a straightforward strike. The staff collided with his fist, producing a dull thud. The tremendous force compelled Yagura to stagger backward a few steps. Multi-shadow clone technique. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, his white hair unfurling like vines, swiftly enveloping Yagura, who found himself immobilized in an instant. Rasengan. A blue sphere materialized in Jiraiya's hand. Just as he aimed the Rasengan at Yagura's abdomen, a layer of dark red chakra enveloped Yagura, and 3 tails emerged behind him, unleashing a surge of formidable power. One tail swiftly intercepted Jiraiya's Rasengan, halting its advance. Without a change in demeanor, Jiraiya intensified his effort. His white hair constricted around Yagura like shackles, and despite Yagura's explosive display of power, he remained ensnared. Boom! In an instant, Jiraiya broke through the tail of Yagura, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. The half-tailed beast Yagura let out a mournful roar. Jiraiya showed no mercy, using his hair to slam Yagura forcefully against the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding crash as stones shattered and trees toppled, creating a large pit. Jiraiya did not release Yagura, continuing to pound him into the ground. After a while, he withdrew his hair, and as the dust settled, Yagura's pitiful form was revealed. He had shed his tailed beast exterior. Obito had not blinked throughout the entire encounter. He had never witnessed Jiraiya's full strength. He understood that the 3 Jinchuriki were formidable, and had it been himself in that situation, he would have faced considerable difficulty. However, Yagura's effortless defeat at the hands of Jiraiya exceeded his expectations. The last time he had been nearly defeated by Jiraiya, he had observed the techniques employed, yet now, Jiraiya had not even utilized those techniques, leading him to speculate that Jiraiya's power had increased. Otherwise, based on the strength he had previously displayed, such a simple attack could not have produced such an effect. Jiraiya gazed at the weakened Yagura, shaking his head. At present, Yagura's strength was entirely on a different level from that of an ordinary person. The 3-tailed beast ranked near the bottom among tailed beasts, and even with Yagura's transformation, he was only marginally stronger than a regular human, posing no significant threat to Jiraiya. Now, even the 2 renowned masters of the shinobi world, dubbed the god of shinobi and the dance king, could not compel him to unleash his full power, let alone the significantly weaker 3-tailed beast and the 4th Mizukage. Sighing, he approached Yagura and utilized the power of yin and yang to heal his injuries. Once restored, Yagura sat up and looked at Jiraiya, giving a wry smile. My lord, did you truly only use a fraction of your strength? Jiraiya nodded. After a moment, Yagura resigned himself to his fate, conceding, very well, I accept. Although he could still undergo complete tailed beast transformation, he had learned from Isabu that even then, he could not inflict any harm upon Jiraiya. Moreover, after being restrained, he found himself inexplicably unable to use ninjutsu, let alone injure his opponent. Upon hearing his consent, Jiraiya chuckled lightly, asking if there were any matters to delegate concerning the village. If they were to commence, it would likely take some time. Yagura nodded. stating he had already instructed Terumi to act on his behalf in the event of any emergencies during his absence. Jiraiya laughed, teasing what? Are you already considering stepping down as Mizukage? Yagura glanced at Obito nearby and replied, because of my actions, the village has suffered significant losses, resulting in many innocent lives lost. I cannot escape responsibility. The elders told me that Terumi possesses outstanding leadership skills, hence my decision. Jiraiya patted his shoulder with a smile. Stepping down is fine. Returning home to enjoy time with your grandchildren is wonderful. I assent it? Yagura gave a bitter smile, responding, My lord, I'm not as magnanimous as you. Jiraiya shrugged. Let us go. Do you have news from Fu? Yagura nodded, mentioning that Isabu had informed him that Fu would be arriving shortly, and they could wait here. No sooner had he spoken than a transparent bubble descended from the sky, revealing a figure. With brown bangs and a left eye obscured by hair, clad in a blue haori, he was strikingly handsome, holding a device for blowing bubbles. Are you Lord Jiraiya? His voice was slightly languid, yet irresistibly magnetic, creating a pleasant auditory experience. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. Fu, and you're Raijin. Raijin mentioned that he had just spoken with Isabu, who told him that Jiraiya had already clashed with the fourth Mizukage, which seemed rather intense. Yagura rolled his eyes. You might as well say I was thoroughly beaten. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya suggested they head to the Hidden Cloud Village, as the four of them had been waiting. They both nodded in agreement. The four returned to the Yunlei Gorge, where six-tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki had gathered, leaving only the two from Konoha and Gaara. Please wait. I'll make a quick trip back to Konoha and bring them along. The others nodded in understanding. With a wave, Jiraiya and Obito returned to Konoha. Do you still have a way to summon the Ten-Tailed Shell, the Outer Path Golem? Jiraiya inquired. Obito shook his head. That is a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Currently, I cannot achieve it. Jiraiya felt a sense of resignation. Had he known, he would have left one of Madara's eyes behind. Never mind. I'll look for Kaguya later. The two arrived at Naruto's home, where the three of them were joyfully chatting. Upon entering, Jiraiya and Obito were warmly greeted by Minato, who glanced at Obito with a soft expression, harboring an unspoken guilt. After a brief exchange, Jiraiya explained his purpose for visiting, and Naruto immediately agreed. Jiraiya smiled at Minato. You should join us. If we have the full power of the Nine Tails, it will greatly assist us moving forward. Minato nodded eagerly in agreement. Fu was still in the hospital, so Jiraiya left Obito with instructions to take Naruto and Minato to the Hidden Cloud. Obito acknowledged, and then Jiraiya swiftly departed, heading to the hospital. Sakura had already awakened, and Fu was happily chatting with her. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Fu rushed over, taking his hand and playfully saying, Master, did you miss me that much after such a short time? Jiraiya playfully flicked her nose, chuckling. You know very well the reason for my visit. Fu giggled. Hee, are we leaving now? Jiraiya nodded. Sakura also sat up and greeted Jiraiya. Noticing her injuries had nearly healed, Jiraiya smiled gently. Take care of yourself. Fu and I will be leaving now. Sakura nodded. Watching the two disappear, she felt a tinge of loneliness. If it weren't for Fu and Naruto, she might not have made it through. This realization made her acutely aware of the gap between her and them. However, it wasn't long before she regained her resolve, determined to grow stronger. With her master currently expecting and busy with Hokage duties, she could only strengthen herself for now. The tasks entrusted to her were more than sufficient for her to digest. She believed that by pacing herself, she would eventually catch up to Naruto and the others. Jiraiya brought Fu back home, where Sasuke was giving Kaguya a leg massage. The scene was unexpectedly amusing. You're back? Kaguya asked softly. Then her gaze shifted to Fu, her expression tightening slightly as her brows furrowed. Jiraiya's heart raced, discreetly pulling Fu behind him. Kaguya had likely sensed something unusual about Fu. Fortunately, before arriving, he had placed several seals on her. She could not be allowed to discover his plans just yet. The Ten Tails had no emotions but remained fiercely loyal to Kaguya once its power erupted. His plans to keep the tailed beast safe could very well unravel. I need to speak with Madara. Could you release him for a moment? Jiraiya asked. Kaguya nodded, waving her hand as a figure stumbled into the living room. Madara gritted his teeth, his body tense, appearing ready to spring into action. Chapter 121. Resurrection of the Ten Tails. This posture was rather unseemly. Jiraiya quickly cleared his throat. Madara, I would like to borrow one of your Rinnegan eyes. Just one. As Madara felt the sudden release of pressure, he looked around in confusion, finally grasping the situation. Standing upright, he heard Jiraiya's voice and nodded, inserting his hand into his eye socket to retrieve one of his Rinnegan eyes. Ugh! Fu behind Jiraiya shivered involuntarily, clutching his clothing tightly. This uncle was a bit too ruthless, wasn't he? Her master had specifically instructed her to remain silent before coming here, and it seemed that he truly was rather fearsome. Sasuke looked equally bewildered. A mysterious individual suddenly appeared, provoking questions about his presence. What compelled him to gouge out his own eye? Furthermore, why did his eye seem so peculiar, almost familiar? Suddenly, his pupil constricted dramatically. Was that the Rinnegan? Is there something else? Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Nothing. What about you, Madara? How is your training progressing? Madara casually wiped the blood from around his eye socket, tossed the Rinnegan to Jiraiya, and coldly remarked, Nothing. I will continue my training. Do not disturb me again. Jiraiya caught the Rinnegan and sighed with a wry smile. Realizing that this man was indeed terse and ruthless, he nodded at Kaguya, who waved her hand, causing Madara's figure to vanish once more. Sasuke's gaze toward Kaguya transformed. Initially brought by Jiraiya to serve this elder, he had been quite resistant. Yet, he now recognized her prowess. If even a legendary figure with the Rinnegan could so effortlessly shift reality, did that not imply that this elder surpassed even the Sage of Six Paths? This thought ignited a spark of hope within him, being with her promised strength. Unaware of Sasuke's inner turmoil, Jiraiya smiled at Kaguya and inquired, How is this grandson faring? Sasuke interjected, That sounds a bit derogatory, doesn't it? But if the elder is strong, then I shall submit. Kaguya laughed lightly. Yes, he is quite obedient. Jiraiya nodded. That's good. Once I finish my tasks, I will bring another grandson to you. Kaguya nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jiraiya waved goodbye as he departed with Fu, leaving Sasuke in a state of bewilderment. Another grandson? Who could that be? Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Could it be Naruto? Though skeptical, a hint of anxiety crept into his heart. I arrived first. I must earn the elder's favor before anyone else shows up. How would I maintain my standing and grow stronger? In that fleeting moment, Sasuke resolved to become formidable, to cling tightly to this powerful elder. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented determination. Elder, do you drink milk? It is good for the skin. Sasuke ventured. Kaguya glanced at him and nodded before returning her attention to the television. Sasuke excitedly dashed to the kitchen, thoughtfully warming the milk in the microwave. Jiraiya secured the Rinnegan and, accompanied by Fu, arrived at Sunagakure, where Gaara was prepared. Without unnecessary words, Jiraiya led them to Kumogakure. The nine-tailed beasts had gathered, and Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Approaching, he presented the Rinnegan to Obito. The outer path golem is now your responsibility. Obito paused momentarily at the sight of the Rinnegan before nodding. Although somewhat reluctant, it would suffice. Jiraiya chuckled softly. No worries. I will assist you when the time comes. While Madara could have taken the lead, in this critical moment, every ounce of strength mattered. With Madara's constitution, one Rinnegan would be sufficient to cope with the challenges ahead. Hence, Jiraiya opted for a single Rinnegan for Obito to utilize. Obito nodded, retrieved a container, removed his left eye, and placed the Rinnegan within before securing his Sharingan. With Hashirama's cells already in his body, the moment he secured the Rinnegan, it melded seamlessly with him. Jiraiya discerned a noticeable increase in Obito's strength, albeit limited. Had it been his own awakened Rinnegan, the enhancement would have been far greater. Jiraiya shook his head gently, considering such matters for another time. Their current task was to resurrect the Ten Tails. Summoning technique. Obito swiftly formed hand seals. With a thunderous boom, a colossal, fearsome creature emerged from the ground, leaving the Jinchuriki in shock. Master, is this the Ten Tails that separated into 9 beasts? Fu quivered beside Jiraiya. He reassuringly rubbed her shoulder, strictly speaking. It is merely a shell, lacking life for the moment. Are you afraid? Fu shook her head, though her grip on Jiraiya's garment tightened. He comforted her, do not worry. I will ensure your safety. Fu looked up into Jiraiya's eyes and nodded. Obito, what shall we do next? You will lead, and I will assist from the side. Obito nodded and addressed the Jinchuriki, explaining that the 9-tailed beast had been separated from the 10 tails, and to revive it, they must allow it to absorb the beast chakra, necessitating their emergence. The group nodded in agreement. Jiraiya gently tousled Fu's hair, reassuring her, fear not. Your master will be here to support you. Nothing will happen. Fu nodded firmly. Jiraiya smiled softly. Let us begin. Dark red chakra enveloped them, altering their forms as the nine-tailed beasts emerged, with two of them being Kurama. Minato joined in as well. To maximize the Ten Tails' power, the full version of Kurama was indispensable. However, having divided into two, each beast possessed its own consciousness. With Jiraiya's involvement, the beasts easily achieved complete transformation. Observing the 10 beasts, Jiraiya remarked, "I leave the rest to you." The beasts nodded and began extending their tails to channel their chakra into the outer path golem. "Little White, can you suppress this 10 tails?" Jiraiya inquired internally. Little White nodded, indicating that the 10 tails, having diminished after centuries, was not its match, despite being fully grown. Jiraiya felt relieved. "If any unforeseen events arise, lend them your assistance. We cannot allow their foundations to be harmed." Little White nodded in agreement. As anticipated, the moment the chakra from the 9 beasts surged into the 10 tails, it slowly opened its eyes, rapidly increasing its chakra absorption. The beasts sensed the danger, realizing their chakra was depleting swiftly. "Little White," Jiraiya shouted internally. An invisible pressure erupted from within him. Instantly, Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan to suppress the 10 tails. Perhaps sensing the threat posed by Little White and Jiraiya, the 10 tails accelerated its chakra absorption. The beasts attempted to halt the chakra transmission but were powerless, helplessly witnessing their chakra diminish. Jiraiya bellowed, directing all the pressure released by Little White onto the 10 tails while simultaneously employing his Rinnegan to disrupt its actions. The 10 tails finally recognized that it was no match for Jiraiya's formidable strength and reluctantly slowed its absorption. Seeing the beasts gain a moment of respite, Jiraiya quickly initiated their transformation. A massive, pristine white 10 tails manifested instantly, startling the beasts. Meanwhile, Obito, controlling the 10 tails from a distance, felt a chill. The moment the 10 tails began consuming the tailed beast chakra, he realized that merely relying on a single Rinnegan was insufficient to suppress it. Thankfully, Jiraiya had intervened. However, this newly emerged white 10 tails was a mystery to him. In terms of size and pressure, it surpassed the original 10 tails, exuding an aura capable of catastrophic destruction. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Jiraiya's disappearance, Obito felt a sense of relief. It appeared this was the Elder's method of support, truly astonishing. At that moment, Jiraiya found himself within Little White, observing the trembling tailed beasts and the quaking 10 tails with great joy. Had he known it would be like this, he would have released Little White earlier, sparing himself the effort. Having never appeared in its true form to the outside world, Little White felt a sense of exhilaration at this first appearance. Jiraiya chuckled softly and said, "In the future, feel free to tell me whenever you wish to play." Xiaobai responded joyfully, "You focus on the transmission. I shall provide assistance." Jiraiya communicated to the multitude of tailed beasts through Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Yangju Lama huffed. "This fellow actually possesses another 10 tails. Truly remarkable." Enough said. Regardless of the circumstances, he stands with us, does he not? You reminded. Understood, you are truly tedious. Gio Lama retorted with dissatisfaction. Jiraiya pressed his palms together and began to absorb natural energy in abundance. Xiaobai, lend them a hand. Xiaobai nodded, extending its 10 colossal tails towards the 9-tailed beasts. The moment they made contact, chakra surged into the bodies of the 9 beasts. The chakra that had been lost was swiftly replenished. The tailed beasts rejoiced and quickened their pace. While consuming chakra, they were simultaneously replenishing it. In just half a day's time, the 10 eyes of the 10 tails fully opened, marking its official resurrection. Chapter 122. The summoning of Kagaya by the 10 tails. It was only when the 10 tails ceased its chakra absorption that Jiraiya finally exhaled in relief. Given that chakra transmission took time, had he disregarded the well-being of the tailed beasts and allowed the 10 tails to consume them directly, the revival would have taken less than a minute. However, that was not Jiraiya's intention. The loss of the tailed beasts would mean the death of the Jinchuriki. He was acutely aware of this, which was why he had gone to such lengths. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Although there was no danger to their lives, the tailed beasts had still lost a significant amount of chakra. Even with the replenishment from Xiaobai and Jiraiya, the tailed beasts felt strained. It was akin to a complete blood transfusion for a human. Originally, Jiraiya had intended for Xiaobai to transmit chakra directly to the 10 tails. But Xiaobai expressed concern that doing so could potentially cause mutations, possibly elevating the 10 tails to a higher level than itself. Jiraiya had no choice but to abandon that idea, for he did not wish to cultivate an unknown entity more powerful than himself. Kid, it's over. I'm going back to rest. Both Ju Lama exclaimed in unison. After exchanging glances, Jiraiya solemnly thanked the tailed beasts. The Yin-Yang Ju Lama waved his hand, and the other tailed beasts also bid farewell before vanishing from sight. The Jinchuriki appeared, slightly out of breath. After all, they were partners tied to their lives, and the loss of chakra had a considerable impact on them. Jiraiya used Xiaobai's tail to channel Yin-Yang power, healing everyone, and then smiled, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. Now, leave the rest to me." After the 10 tails was revived, it seemed eager to engage. Xiaobai wrapped its tails around everyone, shielding them. "Xiaobai, is it preparing to challenge us?" Xiaobai nodded. "All right then, let us entertain this creature." Jiraiya laughed. With a thunderous roar, the 10 tails began to transform, shaking the earth. The once gigantic humanoid 10 tails sprouted 10 tails, each tip resembling claws, with a single eye, one ear, and a massive mouth, its form robust. Each swing of its enormous tails sent waves crashing in the distance, while the roars of wild beasts echoed through the Yunlei Gorge. In the distance, dozens of figures watched in awe. "What in the world is that monster?" a Yunin ninja exclaimed, trembling as he turned to his companion, who was already stunned into silence. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Everyone turned to see a towering figure appear. "What has happened?" One of the Yunin ninjas managed to kneel, his voice quaking as he spoke. Lord Bai was still here, and then appeared the other 8. No. 9-tailed beasts. Lord Nyogoe has also shown up. They seem to be transmitting chakra to that brown creature. Then that white monster appeared. But we do not know the specifics of what transpired. What? Reikage AI fumed. It was outrageous that such a significant event in Yunin had only just come to his attention. With a thunderous stomp, the ground exploded beneath him, and he vanished from sight. The others finally grasped the situation. Not good. The Reikage has gone to confront those 2 monsters. Quickly follow him. Jiraiya sensed a powerful presence approaching. He turned to see a familiar figure rushing toward him. A smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. This battle was beyond the Reikage's capacity to endure. Regardless, that fellow was resilient. He would likely sustain only minor injuries. A resounding crash echoed as the 10 tails launched an attack, charging forward with a giant claw aimed at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, towering even over the 10 tails, raised a hand to block the strike. Boom. A deafening explosion unleashed shockwaves. Jiraiya felt the recoil and was astonished. Such immense power would overwhelm him even if he opened all 8 gates. If not for Xiaobai, facing this alone would be perilous. Xiaobai swung its other arm, forming a fist that it struck with great force. The 10 tails attempted to block, but it lacked the strength to do so and was struck squarely in the face. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai delivered a powerful kick, sending the 10 tails tumbling back. As the 2 beasts clashed fiercely, rocks shattered, sending countless debris flying. Reikage AI, rushing toward the center of the battlefield, was struck by the flying stones and sent reeling. Despite his speed, he could have easily evaded this danger. But he had to divert his attention due to his subordinates, and the proximity of the battle created a suffocating atmosphere that left little room for resistance. Even in his urgency, Reikage had to prioritize rescuing his subordinates, only to realize he had been injured. "Lord Reikage, it seems Lord Bai is unharmed." A blonde youth spoke up. Before the Reikage could inquire further, a terrifying wave of force swept through the area. Cursing under his breath, Reikage quickly retreated with his subordinates to reassess the situation. In the arena, Jiraiya and Xiaobai worked in unison, forcing the 10 tails back. Just as they created some distance, a massive dark purple-tailed beast ball suddenly appeared before the 10 tails. Goodness, what in the world? Jiraiya cursed under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Xiaobai, stop it. If that attack lands, we may be safe, but the entire Yunlei Gorge could be obliterated, possibly even affecting Yunin Village." Xiaobai understood immediately, extending its tail rapidly to restrain the 10 tails, preventing any movement. The 10 tails struggled, trying to ensnare Xiaobai with its own 10 tails. Jiraiya comprehended its intentions and swiftly emerged from Xiaobai, activating the 8 gates and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beneath the 10 tails' chin. Boom. With a forceful punch, he sealed the 10 tails' mouth, redirecting the tailed beast ball. Whoosh. The tailed beast ball shot into the sky with explosive speed. The 10 tails emitted a whimper, the immense force causing it to stagger backward. Thunderous roars echoed. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief, but his Rinnegan seemed to perceive peculiar ripples spreading outward, extending further and further. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Suddenly, a dark hole appeared in the sky, and a figure emerged from within. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Then, a smile crept onto his face as he instructed Xiaobai to remain in place, swiftly appearing before the figure. Kaguya gazed at the fallen, wailing 10 tails, appearing quite aggrieved. "What brings you here?" Jiraiya asked Kaguya with a gentle smile. At this moment, Kaguya was still adorned in her previous homey white dress, which revealed a hint of her alluring cleavage. The crisp wind stirred her garments, heralding the arrival of spring. Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily retrieved a summoning scroll, summoning a cloak before him. This was a spare he had kept on hand, inspired by his earlier battle with Deidara, which had prompted him to carry a cloak for protection. Fortunately, with the assistance of Shiro, his attire had remained intact since then, and it was now proving useful. Noticing Kaguya's indifference, he reluctantly draped the cloak over her shoulders. However, she remained fixated on the 10 tails, ignoring him completely. After covering her with the cloak, Jiraiya's heart raced. Could she be seeking retribution against me? After a moment, she tilted her head towards him and softly stated, "It called for me." Jiraiya glanced at the 10 tails, understanding dawning upon him. It seemed that peculiar sound wave had been summoning Kaguya. "I resurrected it, and I wish for you to become its Jinchuriki," he declared directly. Kaguya nodded. "I know." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Is that your companion?" Kaguya gazed into the distance at Shiro and replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya stole a glance at Shiro, nodding in acknowledgement. Unable to contain his curiosity, he ventured, "How do you know?" "My eyes tell me," Kaguya replied, her gaze unwavering. Jiraiya was taken aback. "When you brought that little girl here, it sensed her presence. But it seemed you had deployed some seals at that time." Kaguya's intense stare made Jiraiya feel somewhat awkward. He had thought his actions were flawless and unnoticed, only to discover they had been seen through by the renegade. He let out a chuckle, exclaiming, "You truly are impressive." "You caught that." Kaguya remained silent, leaving Jiraiya at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Kaguya turned her attention back to the 10 tails and softly remarked, "You heard it." Jiraiya was startled, then looked towards the 10 tails, retorting softly, "It provoked me first." After a moment, Kaguya nodded. That, before Jiraiya could finish, Kaguya gently floated towards the 10 tails. Positioning herself before it, Jiraiya followed suit. "Why are you coming along?" Kaguya turned her head to look at Jiraiya. He scratched his head, then nodded, "You go ahead. I'll come find you later." Kaguya shifted her gaze back to the 10 tails. Jiraiya felt perplexed, unsure of Kaguya's intentions. Was she contemplating a change of heart now that she had found the 10 tails? Chapter 123. Kaguya becomes the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya lowered his head in thought, and when he next appeared, it was atop Shiro's head. "Shiro, return," he softly commanded. Shiro nodded and instantly transformed into specks of starlight. Jiraiya descended slowly. A chibi version of the white 10 tails now perched upon his shoulder. "All right, whenever you wish to return, or if you wish to play outside, it's entirely up to you." Responding to Shiro's thoughts, Jiraiya smiled. Approaching the other Jinchuriki, Fu joyfully rushed over, grasping Jiraiya's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, Master, you're amazing. Is that the big fellow from earlier? So adorable." Observing the small Shiro on Jiraiya's shoulder, Fu inquired curiously. Jiraiya ruffled her hair and chuckled. "Yes, this is Shiro." After shrinking, Shiro appeared soft and cuddly, with a single purple renegade on its head, reminiscent of a cute little minion. It floated before Fu, widening its eyes, mirroring her excitement. "Master, can I play with it for a few days?" Fu asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiraiya hesitated, then laughed. "Let's see if Shiro wants to join you. I have no objections if it wishes to." "Yay, Master," Shiro agreed. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "All right, you'll take care of it for the next few days." "Oh, Shiro, can you create a clone for me?" "Nothing too strong, just enough to help me when needed." Understanding Shiro's intentions, Jiraiya shook his head. "No need for your main body. A clone will suffice for now." Shiro pondered for a moment before nodding. With a soft pop, an identical Shiro appeared on Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya smiled and turned to the others. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Now let's get you all back." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Jiraiya turned to see the 10 tails struggling to rise, gradually merging into Kaguya's form. He raised an eyebrow, curious about what choice Kaguya would make next. The others fell into silence. As the 10 tails completely vanished, only Kaguya remained in the air. Her attire remained unchanged. Still clad in the simple home dress and the cloak Jiraiya had draped over her, her eyes gently closed, exuding an ethereal glow. Kagaya's gaze fell upon Jiraiya, and she invoked the power of the heavenly realm, summoning a black portal through which her figure emerged. Jiraiya sighed with relief, realizing Kagaya had not changed her mind. Presently, if she were to reconsider, even with all his might, he doubted he could defeat her. He could only seal her. Of course, that was if she became an adversary. But for now, it seemed she had no such intentions. He chuckled lightly. So how do you feel? Kagaya nodded. I feel my strength has increased. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiraiya tentatively probed. Would you like to spar with me? Kagaya nodded affirmatively. Jiraiya mused. Is this a test, or merely a desire to gauge your strength after absorbing the 10 tails? However, Jiraiya was not eager to endure a pointless beating. He shook his head and stated seriously, I believe you sense our enemies as well. Kagaya nodded. Jiraiya continued, Momoshiki and Kinshiki have arrived on Earth. I didn't inform you earlier, but I've dealt with them. Urashiki has returned to his clan. Now, I am preparing to initiate a plan. If successful, our strength could ascend further. At this moment, I prefer not to expend energy. If we were to fight, it would take 3 days and nights to reach a conclusion. Kagaya regarded Jiraiya thoughtfully, pondering for a long while before finally nodding, a hint of regret in her eyes. Jiraiya noted this and pondered silently. The lack of preamble in mentioning Momoshiki and Kinshiki indicated that she showed no surprise, suggesting that after becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, she had regained her memories. Fortunately, her current objectives seemed to align with his own. As for what lay ahead, Jiraiya chose not to dwell on it for now. Regardless, having a powerful ally was undoubtedly a boon. He would no longer need to fight alone. You should return for now. I will notify you when something arises. Kagaya nodded. Oh, and bring Naruto along. Yes, the other grandson. Kagaya raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze towards the other Jinchuriki. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, approaching Minato, for these days. Let Naruto accompany her. It should be beneficial for him. Minato nodded. Sure, sensei, I will inform Kushina. Jiraiya nodded, then looked towards Naruto. Master, why do I have to follow this sister? Naruto asked, perplexed. You should call her grandma. What? Smack. Jiraiya wasted no time, delivering a swift slap. Naruto fell silent immediately. Sasuke is following her too. He also calls her grandma. Remember, from now on, when you're with Grandma Sasuke, be obedient. If I find out you do anything mischievous or foolish, well, you know what will happen. Naruto shrank his head slightly and nodded eagerly, only to be taken aback moments later. Sasuke was also present. Minato, observing the scene, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Oh, to be beaten in front of his own father. This son truly had it rough. However, he dared not utter a word. After all, Jiraiya was also his teacher. Such actions must hold profound meaning. Provoking the teacher might result in him facing the same fate, if his son was to be punished. The father could not afford to repeat the same mistake. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, glancing at Minato. I will explain the details later when the opportunity arises. Minato nodded, indicating that it was all right. Naruto pouted, casting a glance at his father. To see his son being beaten while the father remained silent. How lacking in spine. Minato easily discerned Naruto's thoughts and chose to disregard them. Jiraiya led Naruto to Kagaya. With a swift motion, Jiraiya struck Naruto lightly on the cheek. Grandma. Kagaya regarded Naruto, then looked at Jiraiya before nodding. A portal appeared before her, and she stepped inside. Follow me, Jiraiya instructed. Naruto hurriedly leaped in. When they re-emerged, they found themselves at Jiraiya's residence. At that moment, Sasuke was busy in the kitchen, clad in an apron, when he suddenly sensed something and dashed out. Sasuke, it's really you. Master said you were here. That is fantastic. Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Sasuke. Quiet. I want to watch television. Kagaya said coolly. Naruto's smile faltered, but he quickly silenced himself. He certainly did not wish to provoke this peculiar grandmother. If Master found out, he would inevitably face a reprimand. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. His premonition had proven accurate. This guy had indeed come to compete for the grandmother's attention. However, Naruto was rather foolish and prone to mistakes. He could devise a plan to push him aside, and then the grandmother would belong solely to him, significantly boosting his own strength. With this in mind, Sasuke made up his mind and chose to ignore Naruto, returning to the kitchen instead. Naruto, brimming with excitement, followed him. Seeing the two enter the kitchen, Kagaya removed her cloak, paused for a moment, and then folded it neatly, storing it in her space. Meanwhile, after Kagaya departed, Jiraiya exhaled in relief. If she had taken direct action, he would have had no choice but to confront her. He could sense that Kagaya's power had ascended to a remarkable level. Should a confrontation arise, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. He also did not wish to appear foolish in front of Kagaya, especially given that she was a beautiful ally. Of course, it would be a different story if she were an enemy. Suddenly, a figure landed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 124, Epilogue. Jiraiya waved his hand, dispersing the smoke to reveal a figure within. Jiraiya, why have you summoned so many people to my village hidden in the clouds? Do not think that your strength intimidates me. If you dare threaten my village, I will ensure you pay the price, even if it costs me my life. Reikage roared. The other Jinchuriki furrowed their brows. Suddenly, Reikage's gaze caught sight of Minato, and he was taken aback. You are the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato? I thought you were dead. Reikage questioned, bewildered. Well, due to certain circumstances, I have returned. Minato scratched his head and chuckled. Reikage's expression tightened with apprehension. Dealing with Jiraiya was already challenging enough. Now, the fourth Hokage was here, along with numerous allies. This was troublesome. Do not fear, brother, we are all friends. We would risk our lives for one another. He exclaimed as he approached Reikage, gesturing animatedly. Boom. Reikage's fist slammed into B, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. The onlookers murmured, this younger brother seems to be in a precarious situation. You scoundrel. You didn't inform me of any trouble. Do you even regard me as your elder brother? Reikage bellowed, preparing to strike again. Jiraiya swiftly intervened. Haha, Reikage. Do not be so violent. We are all friends here. These are all Jinchuriki from various villages, and they are merely here temporarily to resolve an issue that has now been settled. No one has been harmed. Except for you. I hope everyone else is fine. Noticing the bandage wrapped around Reikage's arm, Jiraiya hesitated to ask. Reikage snorted in disdain, believing that his strength allowed him to wreak havoc in others' villages without regard for their feelings. Jiraiya shrugged. I already mentioned it was just a minor issue. What were those two gigantic monsters earlier? Reikage suddenly inquired. Jiraiya was taken aback and then turned to B, who was now standing, jotting down notes. He is too lazy to waste time here, Jiraiya called out. B, you explain the matter to your brother. I will be taking my leave now. When you have time to visit Konoha, I will set the stage for you and support your performance. Agreed. No backing out. When I hold a concert, I will be on fire. Yay, Jiraiya exclaimed. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Kurama remarked nonchalantly. B, your Jinchuriki is quite foolish. Indeed, a bit dim-witted. Shikaku concurred. Kurama scoffed. Your group of Jinchuriki is foolish, while ours is merely a group of tailed beasts lacking sense. What did you say, you foul fox? Do you dare challenge me? Kurama lay on the ground, closing his eyes. Even your 8 tails cannot defeat me. Shikaku proclaimed. Foul fox, dead fox, do you dare challenge me? The other tailed beasts remained silent, listening to the banter between Kurama and Shikaku. As they communicated through their unique bond, the Jinchuriki remained oblivious. Jiraiya, seeing this, ceased his chatter. Reikage, we will explain the remaining matters to you. We borrowed your territory this time, and we will compensate you next time. We are leaving. He then turned to Obito, who had been a bystander throughout the encounter, unaffected due to his phasing abilities. Now that the conflict had concluded, he joined the others. Obito nodded in agreement. Everyone, do not resist. He instructed the crowd before activating his ocular technique, drawing all the Jinchuriki and Jiraiya into his space. Only B and Reikage remained on the scene. Once inside Obito's space, the Jinchuriki were astonished. Let us head to the village hidden in mist first, Obito said, glancing at Mei and Chojuro. Both nodded in agreement, and no one else objected. They returned the Jinchuriki to their respective villages, while Jiraiya instructed Obito to continue his training and provided him with the location of Orochimaru's base. After receiving the information, Obito departed. Jiraiya returned to Konoha with Minato and Fu. Master, will our future enemies be as formidable as those you faced in your previous battles? Minato pondered, having yet to witness the true strength of the Otsutsuki. However, the visual impact of Jiraiya's battle with the Ten Tails had left a profound impression on him. Jiraiya nodded. To be honest, at this stage, I cannot predict how powerful our future foes will be. I can only strive to grow stronger. Your abilities are becoming somewhat inadequate to contend with them. It is not just you. Even Madara and Hashirama are feeling the strain. However, they are the closest in strength to me, and through arduous training, they may achieve their own transformations. Minato pondered for a moment before giving a wry smile. I once believed that with my strength, I could at least contribute to your efforts, but now I feel somewhat. Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder and spoke softly. Your role is still significant. If our enemies invade, it will be up to you to defend Konoha. Once the battle begins, I may not have the luxury to attend to these matters, so the rest will be left in your hands. In truth, Jiraiya felt a sense of regret. The shadows of each village are formidable individuals, and if they were to unite, they could form a significant force, perhaps even manage to hold back one or two adversaries. However, such victories would come at the cost of lives. Presently, each village has its own comrades. Whether they are Jinchuriki or leaders, they have all intertwined with him in some manner. He cannot bear to send them to their deaths. Moreover, should they perish, the next generation cannot be nurtured in time, leading to a severe power gap within the ninja world, which may trigger unimaginable weaknesses. Although the rebirth technique exists, he is reluctant to employ it extensively. Thus, he will refrain from allowing Minato and the others to engage in battle. Currently, both he and Kaguya have become Jinchuriki, with the matured 10 Tails as their aid, significantly enhancing their strength. Even if formidable foes arrive, most have only gained power through consuming chakra fruits and lack extensive training, rendering them inferior in comparison. Minato's expression gradually solidified. Rest assured, Master, I will protect the village alongside everyone. Jiraiya chuckled softly and shook his head. He had never been overly concerned about the village. As long as his beloved and his disciples and friends were safe, the rest mattered little to him. His affection for Tsunade merely extended to her associates. Tsunade's unwavering dedication to the village was something he could not alter. He could only acquiesce. Furthermore, with so many new friends, he felt a sense of joy. After Minato took his leave, Fu expressed her melancholy. Master, I'm sorry, but I lack the strength to assist you. She had absorbed the earlier discussion, understanding that the adversary her master faced was formidable. When she encountered the likes of the two from the Peach clan, she had barely put up a fight. Even her previous victory against the Uchiha was largely due to Sasuke's help and the decline of her opponent's strength. Reflecting on this, she suddenly felt helpless. Jiraiya sensed her despondency and glanced at her little companion, Shiro, and smiled lightly. Silly girl, didn't you just help your master? Reviving the 10 Tails will greatly aid his upcoming plans, so do not belittle your contributions. Spend the next few days enjoying time with Shiro. It has never had the chance to play, and you must take good care of it. Fu's expression brightened, and she assured, Don't worry, master. I will ensure it has a wonderful time and won't be left wanting. Jiraiya patted her head, nodding with a smile. Fu happily ran off with Shiro. Watching her retreating figure, he shook his head gently, turned his gaze towards the distant Hokage building, and walked there at a leisurely pace. Chapter 125. Confiding in Tsunade about Kaguya's identity upon entering the office, Tsunade was engrossed in her work. Jiraiya shook his head quietly and sat down nearby. Before long, a familiar figure entered. Lord Jiraiya? Shizune inquired curiously, having not seen him for quite some time. She had heard Tsunade was busy but was unaware of the specifics. Jiraiya chuckled softly and greeted her, then fell silent. Oh, what brings you here? Tsunade looked up upon hearing Shizune's voice, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Jiraiya. I've been here for a while. You seemed so focused. I didn't want to interrupt. Jiraiya naturally approached Tsunade from behind and began to massage her shoulders. Shizune observed the two with amusement, recalling how they had transformed from adversaries to a couple and eventually to a married pair, now with a child. She had witnessed their entire journey. Tsunade, this is intelligence brought back by the Umbu. Shizune, reluctant to disturb their tender moment, nevertheless felt duty-bound to inform them. Jiraiya remained unfazed. After Tsunade reviewed the report, she turned to Jiraiya. You truly are impressive. The Sand Village has already reported that the Kazekage you commissioned has urgent matters and has taken him away? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Yes, there are indeed matters to attend to. Tsunade pouted. It seems the other nations should also be involved, then. Jiraiya playfully rubbed her earlobe, chuckling. What's wrong? Didn't he tell you? Are you upset? Tsunade felt the warmth near her ear. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare. Shizune. I'll excuse myself. Noticing the atmosphere becoming increasingly intimate, Shizune hurriedly took her leave. Tsunade merely nodded and then swatted Jiraiya's hand away. Now, your influence among the nations surpasses even my authority as Hokage. Jiraiya hastily clarified. That's impossible. They fear me, but I fear you. In the end, you are the strongest. Tsunade rolled her eyes and then asked seriously, so, what has transpired this time? Jiraiya nodded, initially reluctant to disclose this to Tsunade. He realized that keeping secrets would only cause her anxiety. It was better to be forthright. I have revived the 10 tails. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she turned sharply to face Jiraiya. The 10 tails? Jiraiya's heart raced. Ah, dear wife, please be gentle. He even heard a slight crack. Fearing she might hurt herself, he quickly adjusted the chair to face her directly. Tsunade frowned slightly. I only know of the 9-tailed beasts. How could there suddenly be a 10 tails? Jiraiya held her hand and sought the correct pressure point. The neck point should be right here. He began to apply pressure. You must have heard the tale of the Sage of Six Paths, right? Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya continued. The 9-tailed beasts were separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of Six Paths. Tsunade paused, then realized, so that means. Jiraiya smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Naruto and the others are fine. I used certain methods to ensure the tailed beasts remained unharmed, and the 10 tails has been revived. Tsunade sighed in relief and then inquired, what about the revived 10 tails? Where is it now? It resides within Kaguya. She has become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. What? Tsunade exclaimed, jumping up in shock. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya swept her into his arms. Please don't be too excited, dear. It's not good for the baby. Jiraiya wore a wry smile. Do you realize what it means to become a Jinchuriki? Naruto is the perfect example, and now you're saying. Tsunade, still in Jiraiya's embrace, was furious and pinched his side. Ah! Jiraiya yelped in pain. Yet he held on, wincing, and continued. Please, let me explain first. Put me down. I want to hear what you have to say. Tsunade retorted, her expression stern. From the very beginning, upon learning that Kaguya was Jiraiya's ally, she had accepted her as one of her own. Upon discovering Kaguya had lost her memory, her concern for the girl deepened. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, her innate kindness amplified. She had already considered Kaguya as a sister. Now, learning that Kaguya had become a Jinchuriki, she felt a surge of anger. Jiraiya gently set her down and squatted before her, saying with a wry smile, I didn't tell you about Kaguya's origins before. I only mentioned that she was my ally, right? Tsunade huffed and nodded. Well, considering her lineage, she might be the most venerable figure in the ninja world. Also known as the progenitor of chakra. Jiraiya sighed softly. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Kaguya is actually the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. His revelation struck Tsunade like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Jiraiya felt he had sufficiently pressed her pressure points and reached toward her. However, Tsunade remained oblivious. Still in shock, after a moment, she sensed the pressure on her chest. Smack! She shot him an annoyed glare and decisively pushed him away. Continue. Jiraiya reluctantly withdrew his hand and continued. The 10 tails is essentially her pet. Reviving the 10 tails and making her its Jinchuriki is, in fact, returning it to its rightful owner. The only difference this time is that no lives of the 9-tailed beasts were harmed. After a brief moment, Tsunade finally processed this information and cast him a glance, saying, You kept something so significant from me. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and replied, If I had told you earlier, it would only have worried you. Now that she has become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and regained her memories, I felt it was best to inform you. However, her stance is clear. She is on our side. Therefore, your interactions with her can remain as they were. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then nodded. Subsequently, she recalled something and inquired. And what about you? Although I can sense Kaguya's closeness, what if something changes after she becomes the Jinchuriki? Jiraiya gently patted her hand and reassured her, Do not worry. I also have a partner, and a very good one at that. At that moment, his small white clone appeared on his shoulder. The clone sensed Tsunade's presence and floated gently in front of her. What is this? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief as she cradled the small white creature, her eyes wide. The clone sensed the life force within Tsunade and hopped onto her lap, tapping her belly before burrowing into her embrace. Jiraiya silently remarked to himself, I didn't expect you to be such a mischievous little one. The clone conveyed the thought, My master is just as he appears. Tsunade felt the warmth and softness in her arms, finding it quite comfortable. Her cheeks flushed as she pulled it out and tossed it back to Jiraiya, spitting out, Why are you so lewd, just like you? Jiraiya blinked as the clone returned to him. He rubbed his temples, contemplating. My wife is being taken advantage of by this pet. Can I even keep this pet? Tsunade then asked a few more questions before dismissing Jiraiya. Initially, He wanted to stay and wait for her to finish her work so they could return home together, but she firmly stated that his presence would disrupt her work. Reluctantly, he exited, preparing to return once she was done. Suddenly, he felt a summons, his expression tightening as he quickly explained to Tsunade, leaving behind a shadow clone while his main body swiftly departed. Chapter 126. The arrival of Ada and her brother as Jiraiya just arrived at Orochimaru's base. A thunderous explosion echoed in his ears. Boom. The experimental equipment was shattered to pieces, and debris from the underground base began to fall, teetering on the edge of collapse. Jiraiya inwardly cursed the situation and immediately activated his Rinnegan summoning technique. He swiftly formed hand seals. Bang! With a soft sound, his small white clone appeared instantly. Help me. Small white. Jiraiya exclaimed urgently. The clone quickly entered his body, replacing the shadow clone. Jiraiya swiftly navigated through the base. Discovering that Orochimaru and the others had already fallen unconscious, he immediately brought everyone to the surface, just as the entire underground base collapsed. Jiraiya clenched his fists, a surge of fury boiling within him, ready to erupt. After the dust settled, 3 figures emerged in the distance. One was a burly middle-aged man clad in a black coat, his face adorned with gray-white facial hair, marked with the Roman numeral 3. Another was a diminutive child with short, teal-green hair streaked with pink, sporting purple eyes with yellow pupils and prominent canine teeth. He was dressed in a turquoise shirt, a red hooded jacket with star patterns, red shorts held by a white belt, and sandals, a mischievous grin on his face. The last was a tall woman with long blue hair styled in circular curls, pink stripes in her hair, captivating blue eyes, and a strikingly beautiful visage. Wearing a white semi-transparent long-sleeved turtleneck and a dark skirt adorned with star, moon, and planet motifs, her expression cold. Jiraiya's heart sank. It was them. Boru, Diamond, and Ada. His eyes narrowed, shocked by their early appearance. It seemed to Shiki was getting desperate. Buzz. A vortex appeared, revealing Obito and Kisame. Sir, the opponent's movements are too swift. I couldn't rescue everyone in time. Obito said, a hint of guilt in his tone. Jiraiya cast him a glance before shifting his focus back to the trio before him. I didn't expect you all to arrive so soon. Jiraiya spoke coldly. Sister, this guy actually knows us. Diamond exclaimed boisterously. Hey, kid, hand that guy over to us. And we can spare your life. Boru said ominously, fixing his gaze on Jiraiya. Jiraiya snorted coldly, knowing he referred to the unconscious Boruto. Whoosh. Diamond swiftly leaped onto Jiraiya's head. Ha ha ha, this guy's hair is so long. It's so comfortable. Jiraiya reached up and grabbed him in one swift motion. Hey, what are you? Boom. Jiraiya delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. Bang. Jiraiya was also propelled backward. Diamond landed gracefully, smirking wickedly, fool. Jiraiya regained his footing, a smirk on his lips. Your ability is to rebound, isn't it? And you, Ada, your clairvoyance and unique abilities. As he spoke, Jiraiya discreetly instructed Small White to relay a message to the Ten Tails. The 3 opponents paused, bewildered. How do you know all this? It seems Ashiki didn't lie. Ada's voice was cold yet melodious, like soft cotton. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Your abilities do not affect me. However, Diamond, I am curious to see if you can rebound all my attacks. Just then, a black hole appeared beside Jiraiya. Kaguya emerged. Her long dress flowing, her hair billowing, exuding an air of elegance. She glanced at Ada, her brow furrowed. Jiraiya spoke softly. I'll leave Boru to you. I'll handle Diamond. Kaguya nodded, as she had sensed a familiar aura from Diamond and Ada. Obito, take them into your space. We'll handle things here. He instructed. Obito nodded and absorbed Orochimaru and the others into his space. Kisame wanted to say something, but, seeing Jiraiya shake his head slightly, he too entered Obito's realm. Diamond, how about a wager? Jiraiya suddenly proposed. Why haven't you been countered? Diamond asked in confusion. Intrigued by Jiraiya's challenge, he inquired, what wager? Let's see if you can completely rebound my attack. If you lose, you and your sister will join Konoha. How about that? Kaguya's expression turned perplexed. Sensing a hint of threat from the two, Jiraiya noticed her unease but did not explain, fixing his gaze on Diamond. Diamond, puzzled, turned to Ada, sister. Is he out of his mind? Can I kill him? Wait a moment. Ada replied coolly, then turned to Jiraiya. It seems you know us well. However, I don't understand why you would say such things. You are not a member of the Otsutsuki, yet you possess the Rinnegan and are unaffected by my influence. Who exactly are you? Ada's brow furrowed slightly. Jiraiya smirked. Listening to you is quite pleasant. You two are not inherently evil. So far, you have not committed unnecessary slaughter. I can offer you a chance to join us. But since you managed to find this place and harm my companions, you will have to pay a price. As for my origins, I will reveal them once you join Konoha. The injuries inflicted on Orochimaru and the others were caused by Diamond, whose rebound abilities rendered their attacks ineffective and resulted in their own injuries. With Boru's lethal attributes, had he taken action, the injuries sustained by Orochimaru and his companions would have been far more severe. Thus, he decided to spare the siblings, yet he felt that Diamond certainly warranted a lesson. As for Boru, with Kaguya intervening, eliminating him posed no challenge. This fellow was unwaveringly loyal to Ishiki, rendering any need for seduction unnecessary. Conversely, Ada and Diamond possessed formidable strength and lacked any allegiance to Ishiki. This, he perceived, could be exploited. Sister, leave this to me. This fellow is rather arrogant. I shall take care of him, Diamond declared confidently. Ada observed Jiraiya's calm demeanor, feeling a twinge of concern, yet she nodded, placing her trust in her brother's abilities. Jiraiya flexed his wrists and murmured, Kaguya, be cautious, do not get hurt. Kaguya nodded in agreement. And thus it began. With a light chuckle, Jiraiya surged forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. His intent was not to kill but to teach a lesson, thereby tempering the ferocity of his assault. He wished to ascertain the extent of Diamond's capabilities, firmly believing that even the mightiest of rebound abilities must have its limits. Without hesitation, he entered Sage Mode, summoned Shiro for assistance, and activated the 8 gates, unleashing his full potential in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Diamond. Boom! Diamond was propelled backward. A wave of agony surged through Jiraiya's body. However, a smirk crept onto his lips as he noted the slight tremor at the corner of Diamond's mouth, indicating that he too had sustained some injury. Upon his arrival in this world, equipped with a system and an eccentric leveling mechanism, he had grown accustomed to severe pain, having not experienced such torment in a while. He felt an exhilarating madness surge within him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless ferocious strikes rained upon Diamond, while Jiraiya continued to endure the pain coursing through him. Diamond attempted to evade, but his opponent's speed was akin to lightning, leaving him unable to control his own body. To his astonishment, he began to feel the pain more acutely. The confidence he once possessed now began to wane, replaced by a flicker of fear. After all, he was still just a child. Jiraiya, fighting through the pain, unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, his bloodthirsty grin rendering him somewhat sinister. Ultimately, Diamond's body could no longer withstand the onslaught, and he cried out in agony as he was sent flying. Jiraiya prepared to capitalize on this momentum. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before him, causing Jiraiya to halt abruptly. You shall not be forgiven. Ada's eyes shimmered as an invisible wave of spatial energy surged toward him. Jiraiya scoffed, activating his Rinnegan, which swiftly nullified the force. Ada's complexion paled as she stumbled back a few steps. I have no habit of striking young ladies. Have you thought this through? Chapter 127. The Surrender of the Ada's Siblings. Ada gazed at Jiraiya, who remained unperturbed, her heart racing with shock. She was certain that Diamond's abilities had not faltered. The moment he had been sent flying earlier was evidence enough. Yet the ensuing battle had become overwhelmingly one-sided, with Diamond showing no signs of resistance. His recent cry had made it clear to her that he had reached his limit. Their adversary was far too powerful for them to contend with. At this moment, Jiraiya too was not in a good state. He bore significant injuries, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his prior experiences with pain allowed him to adapt quickly to the situation. It seems you have yet to make your decision. Diamond has been quite rude. I will teach him a proper lesson while you contemplate, Jiraiya remarked, noticing her prolonged silence before vanishing from sight. Ada felt a chill run down her spine as she quickly reappeared before Jiraiya, only to find his fist poised dangerously close to her nose. Cold sweat broke out on her brow. Her abilities were ineffective against him. His earlier pause had been entirely voluntary. I shall reiterate, I do not strike young ladies. Think carefully, otherwise, I will not hesitate to make you experience some hardship. Jiraiya's tone had turned frigid. Shiro promptly materialized before him. Keep your eyes on her. If she makes any sudden moves, intervene, Jiraiya instructed, preparing to resume his assault on Diamond. We agree, Ada exclaimed hurriedly. Jiraiya regarded Ada's striking features, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes, evoking a sense of sympathy. A grin spread across his face as he remarked, "Had you done this sooner, it would have been far simpler." Jiraiya seized Diamond from a distance, finding him unconscious. He entrusted the boy to Ada. "Ensure this young man learns some manners, otherwise, next time, I will make him truly comprehend fear." He cast a fleeting glance at Ada before turning his attention elsewhere. Kaguya had already defeated Boru, leaving no trace behind. She stood at a distance, arms crossed, quietly observing. Jiraiya surveyed the chaos strewn about, astonished by how swiftly the battle had concluded. "Let us depart," he urged Ada softly. Ada nodded, cradling Diamond in her arms. Obito also appeared, freeing everyone from captivity. Aside from Kisame, who remained unscathed, the others were injured and unconscious, Itachi included. Jiraiya harnessed Yin-Yang release to heal the injured, and soon, Orochimaru and the others began to regain consciousness. Relieved, Jiraiya approached Kaguya, whispering, "How are you? You were not harmed, were you?" Kaguya nodded, her gaze drifting toward the Ada siblings, remaining silent. "They are also quite powerful. I believe they will be of assistance when confronting the Otsutsuki in the future," Jiraiya added. Kaguya shot him a sidelong glance before conjuring a black hole before her. "I shall return now," she stated coolly before stepping into the void and vanishing. Jiraiya watched Kaguya depart, a wry smile crossing his lips as he shook his head before approaching Ada and Diamond. "Do you know the whereabouts of Amato?" he inquired. Ada shook her head. "When I awoke, only Shirzwan was present, and he seemed gravely injured. Did you come here to retrieve Boruto?" Jiraiya asked. Ada glanced at Boruto, who had just regained his footing, and nodded. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, realizing Amato's intelligence was indeed keen, having picked up on this detail. However, he was intrigued by the absence of Sasuke's presence. "Boruto, where has your master gone?" Jiraiya queried. Boruto shook his head. "I don't know, Sensei. Earlier, Uncle Orochimaru mentioned needing to conduct an examination and gave me an injection. After that, I lost track of everything." Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he turned to Orochimaru. He shook his head, explaining, he must have found something and gone to investigate. He didn't disclose his exact whereabouts, only stating he would explain upon his return. Jiraiya's brow furrowed further as he turned to Ada. "Can your clairvoyance detect him?" Ada's gaze flickered momentarily before she shook her head. "I have already seen Sasuke's figure on Orochimaru, so I am well aware of him. However, concerning Jiraiya from my memories, I can only see a blurred silhouette, completely indistinct. This is the first time encountering such a situation. He must have ventured into another dimension. My clairvoyance is confined to the same space. If it extends beyond the Earth's range, I cannot perceive it." Ada elucidated. Jiraiya pondered deeply, his expression tense. "I presume you two have lost track of Shirzwan's whereabouts by now," he remarked, to which Ada nodded in agreement. Jiraiya contemplated silently. What truly transpired with Sasuke? Could it be that he has returned to that previous realm? It seems rather implausible. Since his last encounter with Boruto, there has been an eerie silence in that place. Moreover, Ishiki would not be so foolish as to reactivate a location that has already been compromised. That would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, the whereabouts of Sasuke remain shrouded in mystery. Presently, Ishiki has emerged once more, dispatching Ada and others to capture Boruto, likely in an effort to expedite his plans. Previously, Shiro had absorbed a significant portion of Ishiki's ten tails. To fully restore it, he would need to hasten the process by allowing ten tails to devour a member of the Otsutsuki clan. I inquired of Shiro, and although it has absorbed most of Ishiki's ten tails, if it were to consume an Otsutsuki, it could begin to grow and recover swiftly. At this moment, Kawaki has yet to be born, and Ishiki's seal remains unaddressed. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to seek out an Otsutsuki for consumption. The notion of Boruto becoming an Otsutsuki must have been relayed to him by Ada, and I have corroborated this detail with her. Jiraiya stroked his chin, contemplating Boruto's form. Lost in thought, Orochimaru, has the seal on Boruto been resolved? Jiraiya turned to inquire. Orochimaru nodded, stating that with the assistance of the second Hokage, their research had progressed swiftly, and the side effects had been eliminated, reducing it to merely a source of Boruto's power. However, the specifics have yet to be thoroughly validated. It remains theoretical at this stage. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy, with Ada and her allies turning against Ishiki and his plans being exposed. It is unlikely he will act in the immediate future, unless he becomes desperate and takes matters into his own hands. If I remain vigilant, I am confident I can intervene before Ishiki makes a move. With that thought, Jiraiya exhaled, finally allowing a smile to grace his lips. Grandfather, Orochimaru, continue your research and ensure that Boruto's issues are resolved flawlessly. Orochimaru and Tobirama nodded in agreement. However, the research facility has been destroyed. Ada suddenly interjected. Jiraiya looked at her in surprise. I can manifest anything, transforming my thoughts into reality. Restoring the base should not pose much difficulty. Jiraiya paused, then chuckled lightly. Very well. I will leave it in your capable hands. Thank you. Orochimaru frowned slightly. How could Jiraiya place such trust in someone who had just switched sides? Yet, since she had declared her intentions, he had no choice but to trust her. Tobirama had no objections to Jiraiya's decision. Having been reborn, he had little concern and was more than willing to take a lighter approach now that they had a research direction. With his granddaughter as Hokage and her husband in charge, he felt reassured that Konoha would remain secure. Ada nodded, a smirk playing at her lips. While she could not quite discern Jiraiya's true intentions, his actions were certainly unexpected. Such trust in me? Is he not worried I might cause trouble later? Jiraiya chuckled. Your natures are inherently pure. You have merely been unwittingly altered by Amato. As of now, you have not committed any grave errors, and I place my faith in you. Of course, it would be best if your brother refrains from being too mischievous. I'm not particularly fond of overly troublesome youngsters. He shrugged at the end of his statement. Ada narrowed her eyes slightly before nodding. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and she had no choice but to concede. However, the thought of Amato made her grind her teeth. She vowed that one day she would personally bring about his downfall. Seeing her agreement, Jiraiya relaxed. All right. From here on out, you may organize things as you see fit. Ada and Diamond will remain. Itachi, I have arrangements for your brother, so you need not worry. Focus on your growth and protect Orochimaru and the others as best you can. I trust your eyes have recovered? Itachi nodded, stating that Orochimaru had injected him with the first Hokage's cells, and the side effects of his eyes had vanished. Jiraiya nodded, like a Beto, prepared to evolve to an even higher level of ocular power. In due time, I will have Madara come to mentor you. During this period, do not become complacent. Both Obito and Itachi acknowledged his words. After organizing matters, Jiraiya bade them farewell and departed. Kisame chuckled, shaking his head. It seems I have become somewhat of a transparent figure. Chapter 128. The orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Upon returning home, Jiraiya found Tsunade had concluded her work, and Mito had prepared dinner. Hisashi, are Grandpa and Madara still training? Jiraiya inquired. Hisashi nodded, mentioning that dinner had been brought to them. Jiraiya smiled, suggesting they could come out to eat if they wished. Did they specifically request that I let them out? Hisashi asked, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. If that is their wish, then let them be. He had already informed Mito of Hashirama's whereabouts, and she merely nodded, no longer pursuing the matter. At the dinner table, Jiraiya announced, Grandma, my dear, Hisashi, I may not return for the next few days. I have to step out and wanted to inform you in advance. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Is something the matter? Jiraiya replied with a smile. It's nothing major. Do not worry. I will be back in a week or two at most. Hisashi regarded him thoughtfully. Tsunade, however, fixed her gaze on Jiraiya, wanting clarity but ultimately relinquishing the inquiry. Although she disliked this feeling, she understood Jiraiya's intentions were to spare her from worry. She grasped his hand, admonishing him to be careful. Jiraiya gently patted her hand, reassuring her, rest assured. Hisashi observed Jiraiya in silence. Matters concerning men were beyond her concern, and she was unaware of what her son-in-law was up to. However, given his strength surpassed that of her own husband, she presumed he would be fine. She offered a couple of words of caution, but fell silent thereafter. Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled something, addressing Mito. Grandma, tomorrow I will bring 2 little ones. They are orphans of the Uzumaki clan. I hope you can guide them. Mito paused, a moment of silence passing before she nodded, though her eyes glistened with memories. The only known orphans of the Uzumaki clan were Nagato and Konan. With Mito revived, it was fitting for her to take them under her wing. In the future, they might prove useful with their sealing powers. Konan, despite her initial weakness in the original work, managed to give even an Akatsuki member of great strength a run for his money, showcasing her remarkable talent. As for Nagato, his potential was undeniable. The Otsutsuki clan possesses formidable strength. Should they encounter any insurmountable abilities, these orphans might be of assistance. After dinner, Jiraiya prepared to depart. Tsunade's brow furrowed tightly. Are you in such a hurry? Jiraiya nodded. Ishiki has already made his move. Urashiki has returned to the Otsutsuki clan, and we cannot afford to waste time. After comforting Tsunade, Jiraiya glanced at Hizashi before vanishing from the room. He arrived outside a modest dwelling and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened to reveal Conan's figure. Master, what brings you here? She exclaimed with delight. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. I've been rather busy lately. But today I have some time and wanted to discuss a few matters with you. Conan nodded, welcoming him inside. The interior was simply furnished, evoking a sense of nostalgia. A smile crept onto his lips, reminiscent of the time they lived together in Amigakure. Nagato and Yahiko were seated at the table, setting out bowls and chopsticks. And their faces brightened upon seeing Jiraiya. How is life in Konoha treating you? Are you adjusting well? The trio exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Master, we are doing well here, but I do worry about the village. I wonder when we will be able to return. Yahiko's voice carried a hint of melancholy, mirrored in the expressions of Conan and Nagato. Jiraiya paused, having overlooked this aspect. The most troublesome situation has temporarily dissipated, with his target now shifted to Boruto. Nagato and the others are no longer in danger, allowing them to return. With this in mind, Jiraiya smiled and said, now that the crisis has been averted, you may go back. However, Nagato must stay. The three were taken aback. Yahiko and Conan exchanged glances, understanding each other's sentiments. Master, I wish. Nagato hesitated to speak. Jiraiya patted his shoulder, saying, you remain in Konoha to grow stronger and face more formidable foes. For the time being, Yahiko and Conan's abilities are somewhat lacking, but they are sufficient to lead the village in the ring. Yahiko and Conan fell silent, and after a moment, Yahiko looked up and smiled. Nagato, just listen to Master. When you become stronger, the village will always welcome you back. Conan nodded in agreement, her expression resolute. Nagato felt tears welling up. He truly did not wish to part with them, yet he recognized the reality. He was not strong enough to confront the Otsutsuki. He had experienced his own weakness firsthand when he was easily defeated last time. After a long pause, he nodded. Jiraiya smiled again. It's not a permanent separation. Why be sorrowful? This temporary parting is for a better reunion in the future. The three nodded. Conan, Yahiko, remember to keep the kunai I leave for you safe. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, inform me promptly. They both nodded. Nagato, you have undergone modifications with Orochimaru, correct? Nagato nodded. He has injected me with the cells of the first Hokage, and now my Sharingan no longer rejects me. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, feeling delighted. With the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the cells of Senju Hashirama, and the Uzumaki clan's formidable physique, Nagato might reach a level akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Coupled with sealing techniques, Nagato's strength could rival that of the Otsutsuki clan. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. However, the growth period would likely be lengthy. He chuckled lightly and told the trio, if you wish to return to the reign, you may do so anytime. Just inform your teacher's wife. Nagato, come to my house tomorrow to meet Granny Uzumaki Mito. I have arranged for her to be your teacher, to instruct you in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato was momentarily stunned. Uzumaki Mito? Isn't she the wife of the first Hokage? Didn't she already pass away? However, recalling his master's Rinnegan abilities, he quickly felt at ease. Jiraiya offered a few more pieces of advice before leaving. Upon his return, he found himself at Orochimaru's base. To his surprise, the base had already returned to its former state after such a short time. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim how impressive Ada's abilities were. What brings you here again? Orochimaru remarked coolly upon seeing him. Jiraiya replied with a light chuckle, I'm here to find Kinshiki. I'm preparing to send her to Granny Mito. By the way, where's Ada? She has exhausted herself and has gone to rest, Orochimaru remarked. That ability of hers truly is akin to that of a deity, Jiraiya acknowledged. Realizing that a base of such magnitude would require an immense amount of chakra to restore, even for someone with her unique physique, he lightly reminded Orochimaru to take good care of the siblings. Orochimaru glanced at him, saying, Kinshiki has returned to the northern base. You can find her there. If you are unsure of the location, Boruto can take you. Jiraiya was slightly surprised. This kid is already so familiar with Orochimaru's base? He nodded, waved, and headed towards Boruto's room. Master, you're here again? Boruto said, slightly taken aback. Jiraiya shot him an annoyed glance. What? Can't I come again? Seeing Jiraiya's displeased expression, Boruto quickly changed his demeanor, laughing. Of course, welcome. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, cutting to the chase. Take me to the northern base. I need to find someone. Boruto hesitated. Oh, ISNT that where Aunt Kinshiki. Oh, I mean Sister Kinshiki, is staying? You seem to know a lot. Boruto explained with a smile. Uncle Orochimaru asked me to transport experimental subjects, so I've been there many times. Jiraiya understood. It seems your flying thunder god technique is becoming quite proficient. Even your grandfather cannot manage such long-distance travel at the moment. Boruto boasted, of course. It's also due to my unique ocular abilities that I can do this. Though, my chakra is a bit low, so I can only transport one person at a time. Jiraiya ruffled his hair, smiling. Once you grow a bit more, your chakra will increase, so this isn't something to worry about. You're already quite strong. The praise from a respected elder filled Boruto with joy. All right, take me to Kinshiki. Boruto nodded, activated his ocular ability, and they vanished from the spot. Chapter 129. Kagaya's assistants. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. The sky had darkened, and the stars twinkled, creating a stunning scene. Master, let us go. Many of the individuals held here are dreadfully wicked. So they set up numerous traps. I will guide you inside, Boruto said. Jiraiya nodded and followed Boruto. Upon entering the base, it was not the darkness he had anticipated. Instead, it was bright as day, far superior to Orochimaru's place. They arrived at a secluded room, and Boruto knocked on the door. Sister Kinshiki, it's me. A female voice replied from within. Boruto opened the door, finding Kinshiki staring at Jiraiya with some wariness. Sister Kinshiki, this is my master, one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Uncle Orochimaru. As Boruto sensed the tension, he quickly clarified. I know, sir. You were the one who made Sasuke suffer back then, right? Kinshiki's expression soured, but recalling Sasuke's pitiful state back then, her cheeks flushed slightly. Jiraiya was momentarily bewildered. Boruto then whispered, Master, it seems Sister Kinshiki since the incident where little Sasuke got spanked. With her thoughts exposed, Kinshiki immediately retorted, Nonsense. Who said I saw his fair? Smooth behind. Don't slander me. Boruto, Jiraiya, I didn't see anything. Your descriptions were just too vivid. Sister Kinshiki, how could you be so shameless? Not only did you spy, but you also saw it so clearly. Little Sasuke only got a few slaps. It's not like he was harmed. Nonsense. He received 46 slaps, and his behind bore 30 distinct imprints. 16 of them overlapped, and you even. As Kinshiki spoke, her face became increasingly flushed. Boruto widened his eyes in disbelief. You saw that clearly? Jiraiya, this girl has some astonishing insight. Yet, why does it feel a bit foolish? After Kinshiki finished venting her anger, Jiraiya finally conveyed his intentions. Kinshiki immediately refused. Why would I listen to someone who bullied Sasuke? Sasuke is here too. Well, that has something to consider. If you don't agree, then forget it. With that, Jiraiya turned to leave. Kinshiki panicked. I agree. You really could have pretended for a little longer. Jiraiya explained that he wanted Boruto to bring her back to Konoha tomorrow and that she should arrange for personnel management here. Why can't we go now? Kinshiki asked. He is asleep. Kinshiki paused, her face turning red as she said, That's even better. I can keep him company. Jiraiya was taken aback, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. She looked infatuated, even making Boruto feel a bit repulsed. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya smiled mischievously. If Sasuke finds out you saw him getting spanked and that you caught a glimpse of that area, what do you think he would do? Kinshiki, who had been daydreaming about the two of them having children, suddenly froze, her gaze shifting to Jiraiya, a chill running down her spine, her forehead slick with cold sweat. Jiraiya chuckled softly. I think he would kill you. Kinshiki shivered, stepping back 2 paces. Boruto looked at Jiraiya, his expression one of astonishment. He was somewhat perplexed by the intentions of his mentor. Jiraiya's words grew sinister. Even if he spared your life, he would use illusions to completely erase your memories. Xianglin let out a piercing scream, retreating several steps before stumbling and collapsing onto the sofa. Jiraiya intensified the flames of his threat, then disregarded her entirely. Upon hearing this, Xianglin burst into tears. Boruto remarked, Master, do you derive a sense of accomplishment from bullying a love-struck sister? Achieving his objective, Jiraiya chuckled heartily, declaring, All right, I won't disclose this to her. Xianglin's sobbing momentarily halted, genuinely surprised. Jiraiya, speechless, nodded in response. Thank you so much, my lord. From now on, I shall heed your every command, Xianglin exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she promptly assured him. Boruto pondered why his sister a highly capable individual managing the northern base with remarkable intelligence, transformed into a fool in matters concerning their master. He shot a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. Narrowing his eyes, was this his mentor's intention all along? How cunning. Noticing Boruto's gaze, Jiraiya advised, change your outfit. What kind of girl exposes her belly button every day? You're still young. It's inappropriate. Boruto rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, I actually find it quite appealing. Xianglin eagerly nodded. I will change, I promise. Boruto sighed in exasperation. Now even his sister had succumbed to their mentor's manipulation. He found it baffling how Jiraiya always seemed to pinpoint their vulnerabilities. He, his master, that rope tree, and even his father had all fallen prey to this. Now, Xianglin had joined their ranks. It seemed Jiraiya was indeed a clever individual, always finding ways to handle them, compelling them to behave more obediently. He surmised that Xianglin's initial attitude upon entering was the reason for Jiraiya's treatment of her. However, compared to the others, Jiraiya's method of disciplining Xianglin was considerably gentler. Yet, it appeared that this approach only worked on her. Boruto silently shook his head. After receiving Xianglin's promise, Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, instructing Boruto to escort her back to Konoha the following day before taking his leave. Once this matter was settled, Jiraiya let out a breath of relief and ascended into the void. He then sat cross-legged in the emptiness, closing his eyes to meditate and begin his focused training. This time, he was ready to embark on his grand plan. Suddenly, a black hole appeared before him, followed by the emergence of a figure. What are you doing? Kaguya inquired, her brow furrowed. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, I was just about to meditate. What brings you here? Suna has fallen asleep, and my curiosity led me to come and see, Kaguya responded, her tone shifting. Can I also partake in such a method of cultivation? Jiraiya shook his head. I don't have a clear understanding yet. Even if you join me, I wouldn't know how to instruct you. Kaguya paused, then asked, do you have a plan? After deliberating, Jiraiya revealed his intention to harness the energy of the universe for his training. Upon hearing this, Kaguya was taken aback. This method of cultivation is unprecedented for me. In my past memories, I recognized its similarity to the three great holy places, but their practices were merely based on natural energy, achieving balance between their spirit and chakra to receive assistance from nature. The sage arts of the three great holy places, while simple, do carry inherent risks. Yet, the power of the universe is vast and unfathomable. It is beyond human endurance. Even the Otsutsuki clan cannot withstand it. Ultimately, they are just a race in the universe with stronger physical gifts, but compared to the cosmos, they are minuscule, let alone capable of bearing such cosmic power. It is far too dangerous. Kaguya's expression tightened with concern. Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a serious expression on Kaguya's face. Realizing that she genuinely cared for him, warmth spread through his heart as he reassured her, there's no need to worry. I will take it slow. Kaguya shook her head, insisting, it is too perilous. Are you confident in annihilating all the Otsutsuki who come to invade? Seeing her stubbornness, Jiraiya countered with a question. Kaguya fell silent, contemplating. In her memories, she had prepared extensively to guard against the Otsutsuki. She yearned for peace, but to resist them, she had no choice but to sacrifice a small portion of her people to allow the God Tree to transform them. In retrospect, she had underestimated the strength of her kin. Her preparations with white Zetsu were far from sufficient. Now that she had awakened, she was no longer alone in opposing the Otsutsuki, which brought her some relief. Yet, Jiraiya's actions filled her with trepidation. The cosmic power was terrifying. She recalled the intense and radiant energy of light, which even the clan leader feared, not to mention the terrifying forces released from the explosions of planets in the universe. Jiraiya's desire to invite such fearsome power into his body seemed akin to courting death. However, Jiraiya's counter-question left her conflicted. Even if she consumed the fruit meant for the God Tree of the Otsutsuki clan, she lacked confidence in her ability to eliminate all the clan's skilled practitioners. Moreover, there were certainly others within her clan who had consumed the God Tree's fruit. Noticing Kaguya deep in thought, Jiraiya chuckled softly. You lack certainty as well, don't you? Kaguya met his gaze, her eyes filled with complexity. Jiraiya reassured her, our strength can handle ordinary Otsutsuki, but we would struggle against stronger foes. So we must seek alternative paths. After a moment, Kaguya reluctantly nodded. Rest assured, I will be very cautious. Once my experiments succeed, you can join me. At that time, We will have a greater chance against the more formidable Otsutsuki. I want to stay, Kaguya said softly. Jiraiya was taken aback, then forced a wry smile, preparing to explain. But Kaguya interrupted him. They won't be here for more than a month. With my assistance, you will be able to master this method sooner, if it proves effective. Kaguya's gaze was resolute, and Jiraiya's mind raced. If that were the case, it would be beneficial. Kaguya was powerful, possessing the Rinnegan and Byakugan, which would allow her to perceive the changes in her body more clearly and intervene in time. With this in mind, Jiraiya nodded. Chapter 130. Cultivation. Jiraiya grasped Kaguya's hand and led her to an uninhabited valley. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its gentle and luminous light upon the earth. The serene moonlight reflected on the lake, enveloping the night in tranquility and harmony. The two stood atop a tree, observing the moonlight filtering through the foliage, creating dappled shadows upon the ground. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Let us practice here. To enable Kaguya to better assist him, he needed her to first engage with sage arts. Kaguya nodded in agreement. The two sat cross-legged facing each other, maintaining stillness. Within mere seconds, Kaguya entered a meditative state. Can you feel it? Jiraiya inquired softly. Kaguya opened her eyes and nodded. Jiraiya smiled wryly. It was no wonder she belonged to the Otsutsuki clan. Truly remarkable. He recalled his own initial struggles with sage arts, which required the assistance of toad oil, and even then, it took him a long time to sense natural energy. Yet Kaguya had done it in mere seconds, which left him feeling a bit embarrassed and, admittedly, a twinge of jealousy. However, he quickly dismissed those thoughts. Now, Kaguya had become a Jinchuriki, aided by the Ten Tails, making it effortless for her to sense natural energy. Jiraiya chuckled lightly before continuing. From here on, pay close attention to the balance of natural energy and chakra within my body. He slowed his pace. Normally, when entering sage mode for battle, it took him less than a second, but this time he took a full 3 minutes, allowing Kaguya to perceive the process more clearly. As the orange hue appeared at the corner of his eyes, he finally opened them. How was it? Did you see clearly? Kaguya nodded and closed her eyes once more. Jiraiya was about to intervene. The practice of sage arts poses minimal danger to the Otsutsuki clan, yet it carries certain risks. Recklessly beginning to absorb natural energy may result in injury. Before he could voice his thoughts, a faint azure shadow appeared at the corners of Kaguya's eyes. Jiraiya's expression froze. The words he intended to say suddenly lodged in his throat, swallowed back. Is this truly talent? He found himself bemused. Already in sage mode, he could perceive the transformation that had taken place within Kaguya. She had successfully entered sage mode, reflecting on his previous life, where he had to toil for years. And even after his reincarnation, it took him several days of arduous practice to attain sage mode. He could hardly fathom how Kaguya had accomplished it in mere seconds. From sensing natural energy to absorbing it, the entire learning process transpired in mere moments, igniting a fresh wave of envy within him. What is it? Kaguya opened her eyes. The delicate azure shadow enhancing her ethereal beauty. Bathed in moonlight, her eyes sparkled as she donned a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being. Jiraiya's jealousy dissipated in an instant. He quickly cleared his throat and exclaimed, "You did it." Kaguya nodded, her emotions remaining largely unperturbed. Forget it. It's not worth quarreling with someone so beautiful, Jiraiya thought. Am I handsome? Kaguya suddenly inquired. Jiraiya found himself nodding instinctively. Kaguya smirked, letting out a light laugh. Indeed. You appear somewhat foolish, like a lovesick fool. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before realizing she was referring to the Rinnegan. He cursed silently, incredulous that her thoughts had yet to be cleared. It says you seem to be cursing it, Kaguya commented, her brow slightly furrowed. I was merely jesting, Jiraiya hastily replied, attempting to dismiss it with a laugh. Why would I curse something I am unfamiliar with? It says you do, Kaguya insisted. Jiraiya retorted, let us not dwell on this. I'd drive myself mad if I do. Since you have successfully cultivated sage arts, let us proceed to the next stage of our training. Kaguya pondered for a moment before stating, it says you are changing the subject. Call it out. I will teach it a lesson, Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Oh, Kaguya replied, falling silent thereafter. After waiting for a moment without any response, Jiraiya asked, where is it? Why doesn't it come out? It's scared. Kaguya shrugged. Jiraiya, disinterested in the matter, was nonetheless curious about where Kaguya had learned such behavior. On television? After this brief interlude, the two returned to the void. It seems your theories might be realizable, Kaguya remarked, gazing into the endless expanse. Jiraiya was taken aback, turning to Kaguya with an expression of astonishment. The Rinnegan can even contemplate this? Kaguya nodded, adding, Sage mode was also taught to me by it. Jiraiya felt a twinge of jealousy. What about me? I was the one who taught you. Kaguya chuckled lightly. It says you are quite inexperienced. Entering Sage mode is akin to an elderly woman struggling to walk. It must have taken you considerable time to learn this technique. Jiraiya clenched his fists, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. Slowly. Wasn't that to allow you to see more clearly? However, explaining it that way would ultimately lead to self-reproach. There was no denying that he had indeed invested significant time in learning Sage mode. He felt stifled, yet had no outlet for his grievances. The Rinnegan and Kaguya were intertwined. He could not possibly resort to violence against Kaguya because of the Rinnegan. As a ninja, he would endure. Do you have any suggestions? Jiraiya inquired, unwilling to continue squabbling with a single eye. Kaguya nodded, stating, It suggests I conduct the experiment, as that would yield faster results. Absolutely not, Jiraiya swiftly rejected. That is far too dangerous. As a man, it is unbecoming to hide behind others. I have Shiro, and we can collaborate without significant issues. Your physique is indeed formidable. But the Ten Tails is relatively weak and cannot share the burden in critical moments. I cannot trust you to take this risk, Kaguya countered. Her words left Jiraiya momentarily stunned. A slight ache filled his heart, and a glimmer of moisture appeared in Kaguya's eyes. Wouldn't it be more perilous for you to intervene? She argued. Jiraiya shook his head, asserting, This method of training was my proposal. I refuse to let anyone else bear this risk. After contemplating for a moment, Kaguya smiled and said, You have feelings for me. Jiraiya was taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Is this the right time to discuss such matters? While the sensation was peculiar and somewhat nostalgic, he ultimately decided to take charge. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, Kaguya suddenly grasped his hand, laughing lightly. It informed me that there is a 90% chance of success. If it were you, I doubt you could achieve such a feat feeling the warmth of her hand. Jiraiya's heart stirred, and he reluctantly nodded. Kaguya continued, After all, you can perform the rebirth technique. Even if danger arises, you could revive me, and I trust you. Jiraiya let out a bitter laugh, realizing that a soft spot for Kaguya had unknowingly formed within him. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Kaguya and declared resolutely, Very well, I will watch over you. If any danger arises, I will act immediately. He had mentally prepared himself for this method of training. Yet Kaguya's confidence instilled him with even greater resolve. Although Kaguya was reputed to be immortal, he understood that at their level, the likelihood of an ordinary ninja defeating them was exceedingly slim. The disparity in their levels was simply too vast. It was akin to a solitary ant attempting to slay an elephant. No matter the time or effort expended, success was improbable. This created the illusion that they could only be sealed rather than killed. Kaguya gazed at Jiraiya for a long moment before chuckling softly, squeezing his hand before settling into a meditative position in the void. Jiraiya took a deep breath, activating his Rinnegan and focusing intently on the flow of chakra within her. Time vanished in the pursuit of training. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The two engaged in relentless experimentation within the void. Jiraiya distinctly sensed that Kaguya's body had undergone a monumental transformation. From initially absorbing a mere hint of cosmic energy, which had caused her to cough up blood, she had progressed to the point where she could now absorb small quantities of cosmic energy. Through his Rinnegan, he observed that Kaguya's internal organs had become extraordinarily resilient, radiating a faint luminescence. After absorbing cosmic energy, Kaguya appeared even more divine and radiant, dazzling under the sunlight like a celestial being. How do you feel? Jiraiya promptly inquired. Kaguya sighed deeply. Her cells had been fully transformed, yet she could still only absorb a fraction of energy. After a week of countless experiments, they finally discovered that the absorption of cosmic energy could indeed transform their bodies. Once the transformation was complete, cosmic energy would gradually permeate every cell, providing them with power. Kaguya's bodily transformation had been completed 2 days prior, but her cells could only withstand a minuscule fraction of the energy, though each cell could only handle a tiny portion. With billions of cells in her body, the collective power would be astonishing. Should each cell be capable of accommodating 50% of the cosmic energy, their prowess would surpass that of the Otsutsuki clan by several levels. At that point, Not only the Otsutsuki, but even the sun could be obliterated with the aid of cosmic energy. This was what the Rinnegan had revealed to them. While Jiraiya's Rinnegan could also perceive this, it lacked the same level of detail. Do you wish to give it a try? Jiraiya's heart raced with excitement. He yearned to gauge Kagaya's true strength. Kagaya scrutinized Jiraiya's eyes, frowning slightly. If you fight me, you might perish. In sage mode, he could sense Kagaya's formidable strength. Yet her words stirred a hint of defiance within him. If anyone else had uttered such a statement, he would have swiftly retaliated. However, the sincerity in Kagaya's gaze left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. He should be able to withstand it, right? You can be gentler. I should be able to endure this. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before speaking. Kagaya nodded. Come, let us test your defense first. If we measure the attack, we may not be able to gauge your defense later. Jiraiya mused. By the way, why does it feel like she has become increasingly cunning? Her words always seem to be laced with sarcasm. Jiraiya muttered to himself, then distanced himself from Kagaya. Are you ready? Here I come, he called out. Aware that their strengths had diverged significantly, even with Shiro's assistance, he doubted he could match her, so he resolved to unleash his full power from the outset. Kagaya nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya began with taijutsu, entering sage mode and activating the 8 gates, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding bang echoed through the air. Kagaya raised her hand to block it, standing firm in the void, her skirt billowing gracefully, utterly unyielding. Jiraiya was astonished. Despite unleashing his full strength, she did not budge an inch. The control and power she exhibited were worlds apart from before. He dismissed his thoughts and attacked in succession. Employing a series of maneuvers, whip kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, he tried every technique he could think of, yet Kagaya remained steadfast, not retreating even a step. Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. It felt akin to an ant shaking a tree, utterly futile. Were Kagaya to harbor ill intentions, he would likely find himself in dire straits. Your attacks have some strength. I can barely withstand them, Kagaya suddenly remarked. Jiraiya responded, Is this something it taught you? Kagaya nodded, explaining, It said that saying this would ease your heart. Jiraiya retorted, What if I feel worse? He rolled his eyes silently. Over the past few days, he had endured countless jabs from the Rinnegan, and he had begun to grow somewhat accustomed to it. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself not to lose his temper. Anger could lead to illness. Rubbing his face, he forced a smile. It said, Stop talking, sister, or I will break down. Jiraiya interrupted. Oh, Kagaya replied, falling silent as expected. Your taijutsu has improved significantly. Let's move on to ninjutsu. I will unleash my strongest attack, so be cautious. As she seemed about to speak, he hastily added, No need to say anything. It's just a routine concern. With that, he began to gather a black orb in his hand. With Shiro's assistance and in sage mode, the tailed beast bomb coalesced into a pearl-sized form. Though small in appearance, the energy it contained was immense. This was his ultimate strike. Nevertheless, at the last moment, he withheld 30% of his strength. He knew she could endure it, but he still wished to retain some power. With a soft hiss, the tailed beast bomb surged toward Kagaya, carrying terrifying might. In the blink of an eye, it struck her. At the moment of impact, brilliant white light illuminated the void, followed by a deafening explosion that scattered the surrounding clouds. On the ground, Tsunade was handling paperwork when she sensed something amiss. She promptly ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building and gazed into the void, where it appeared as though a new sun had emerged, blindingly bright. All the ninjas felt the terrifying spectacle, reminiscent of apocalyptic light sweeping across the entire ninja world. Tsunade shielded her eyes from the radiance, though it remained piercing. What on earth is happening? She couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. Above in the void, Jiraiya was equally affected. He was blasted away by the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. It wasn't until he was propelled several miles away that he finally dissipated the overwhelming force. He thought to himself, This is not good. The power seems to be rather excessive. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the magnitude of the reaction his strike had caused on the ground. His only worry was whether Kagaya had fared well under the assault. Thankfully, she had only been caught in the shockwave and sustained minor injuries. Previously, he had left a flying thunder god mark on Kagaya, allowing him to instantly appear not far from her. At that moment, the impact of the explosion had already dissipated. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Before him stood a pale blue circular barrier. Once the barrier faded, Kagaya's figure was revealed. Jiraiya quickly approached her and inquired, How are you? Are you all right? Kagaya shook her head, indicating she was fine, and added, "You held back." After inspecting her thoroughly and confirming her safety, Jiraiya nodded in relief. Though he had known she could withstand it, he did not expect it to be so effortless. Kaguya seemed to recall something, a smile gracing her lips. "What are you smiling about?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "Well, let's just say I'm a bit frightened," Kaguya replied. Jiraiya promptly interrupted her, not wishing to hear more. He found it futile to engage with her. It was best to avoid conflict. "Oh," Kaguya conceded, falling silent once more. "Your defense is astonishing. But as for your attack power, well, I think we can forego that assessment." Jiraiya mused aloud. Kaguya frowned slightly, surprised. Jiraiya, maintaining his composure, explained, "I cannot breach your defense even with my full strength, and I doubt I could withstand your attack power, so let us leave it at that. I fear pain. When a man must be humble, he must indeed be humble. That is the essence of adaptability." Kaguya nodded in agreement, though a smirk played at her lips. "Now, let me begin teaching you," Kaguya declared. Jiraiya nodded, enthusiasm bubbling within him at the prospect of such significant improvement. Without delay, they commenced their training. Over the next 2 weeks, Jiraiya grew rapidly amidst pain and adversity. The pain stemmed from the side effects of absorbing cosmic energy for bodily transformation, while the adversity arose from Kaguya relaying the Rinnegan's words, which often pushed him to the brink of giving up. Even more frustratingly, it was Kaguya's provocations that spurred him back into action. Jiraiya was perplexed, unable to discern whether those words originated from the Rinnegan or were solely Kaguya's. Why did she seem to wear such a peculiar expression? Time passed swiftly, and indeed, innate talent proved to be a significant hindrance. Kaguya completed her bodily transformation in just 5 days, and within 2 days, her cells could accommodate 1/10,000th of cosmic energy. Yet for him, after 2 weeks, he had only barely completed his bodily transformation, and that was with the benefit of Kaguya's prior experience. Compared to the simplicity of Kaguya's initial training, his journey was significantly prolonged, and despite this, he had still consumed considerable time. Their initial plan to conclude training within 2 weeks had now stretched to 3. Finally, after 2 additional days, he completed the process. Thankfully, he had utilized shadow clones. To expedite progress, he deployed thousands of shadow clones, which ultimately allowed him to finish. In comparison to Kaguya, he felt profoundly inadequate. After all, Kaguya had undergone her entire training alone, whereas Jiraiya had employed countless clones and taken twice as long to barely reach her starting point. Such thoughts filled him with embarrassment. However, he was pleasantly surprised that after completing his bodily transformation, his cells could hold more cosmic energy than Kaguya's 1/10,000th within just 2 days. This astonished both of them. Logically, given Kaguya's superior aptitude and formidable physique, one would expect their disparity to widen. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable for Jiraiya. Upon reflection, they discovered that the bloodline factor played a crucial role. Kaguya's physique was both an advantage and a limitation. While her advanced bloodline conferred strength, it simultaneously restricted the development of other abilities. Additionally, the Otsutsuki clan's method of enhancement was through the absorption of chakra fruits, which weakened their tolerance to cosmic energy. In contrast, Jiraiya's body, having undergone transformation through cosmic energy, became more attuned to it. Coupled with Shiro's assistance, he felt as though he was swimming effortlessly in the waters of progress. At last, he had caught up to Kaguya in strength. In pursuit of a more fitting title, Jiraiya conferred with Kaguya and decided to refer to this newfound power as Divine Technique Mode. "Ha ha ha, I am finally not weaker than you," Jiraiya exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Kaguya merely pouted, remaining silent. After several weeks of companionship, the relationship between the two seemed to have subtly transformed. Kaguya became increasingly at ease in Jiraiya's presence, gradually revealing her darker nature, which starkly contrasted with her previously serene and aloof demeanor in the original narrative. Upon reflection, Jiraiya understood the cause of this change. In the original story, Kaguya had been alone, preparing to resist the Otsutsuki, consumed by worries and the pain of betrayal, shrouded in an aura of gloom and anxiety. Now, she was no longer solitary. She had a reliable teammate in him, allowing her true nature to gradually emerge. Ultimately, it was the essence of humanity that had begun to influence her. Perhaps those days spent watching dramas had some effect as well. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters now. He had fully acknowledged her identity as a dependable partner worthy of his life. "Let us go. It's been a while since I returned home. Tsunade might be a bit worried," Jiraiya said with a smile. Kagaya nodded and instinctively took Jiraiya's hand. With a slight grin, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, they appeared in his home. Chapter 132. The little brother moves out. Hey, brother-in-law. Jiraiya was taken aback by the voice of Shosuke. Wasn't he this fellow training with Yamato? Had he completed it? Kagaya released Jiraiya's hand and began watching television. Jiraiya chuckled softly and turned to Shosuke, asking how his training was going. Shosuke, with curiosity, pointed at Kagaya and asked, "Brother-in-law, who is she? And how did she end up in my house?" Jiraiya smacked him lightly on the head. "What do you mean, your house? This is my home," he emphasized. Shosuke rubbed his head and muttered, "You're my brother-in-law, so isn't this my house too?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes and asked, "So how is the training going?" Shosuke's enthusiasm peaked. He exclaimed, "I've made some progress. I can use the house-building technique now. I can create several rooms at once. Isn't that impressive?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up with joy. Without further ado, he dashed back to his room. Shosuke furrowed his brow. "Hey, why don't you compliment me, brother-in-law?" Within seconds, Jiraiya reappeared before him, carrying a bundle of belongings. "You can build your own houses now? That's incredible. Tell your sister to allocate you a plot of land. Hurry and move out." Jiraiya could hardly conceal his delight. Shosuke protested, "I wanted you to praise me, but not like this." He wore a pained expression and pleaded, "Brother-in-law, don't rush me. I want to see my sister and my grandmother. Can we wait until I'm older?" Jiraiya shot him a stern look. "You're already grown up. Boys shouldn't be so attached to home." He couldn't allow this third wheel to obstruct his moments with Tsunade. Keeping Shosuke around would surely bring trouble. As for Granny Mito, she was experienced enough not to meddle in such matters. "I've already agreed on your sister's behalf. Go find her and get your land. Actually, I'll take you there. Let us move quickly." Shosuke felt a wave of despair. He bade farewell to Kagaya and, laden with his belongings, accompanied Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. Sensing their presence, Tsunade looked up, momentarily stunned, before she leaped into Jiraiya's arms. "Did you miss me?" Jiraiya awkwardly embraced her. Tsunade playfully punched his chest, her voice choked. "Didn't you say you'd be back in 2 weeks? Why have you taken so long?" Jiraiya felt guilt wash over him as he held her tightly in silence. Shosuke, feeling awkward with the door open, quietly edged towards the exit. Jiraiya noticed and gently said, "All right, this time it's my fault. I lost track of time during training, and Shosuke is still here, so let us not give him something to laugh about." Shosuke, cursing inwardly, could only stop in his tracks and forced a smile. "Yeah, sister, upon seeing Tsunade's fierce gaze. The words he intended to say were swallowed back. "What brings you here? And what's with the luggage?" Tsunade inquired after regaining her composure. Shosuke had intended to mention he was being kicked out, but before he could speak, Jiraiya interjected, "Well, Shosuke feels he has become stronger, and staying at home is inconvenient for training. He believes he has grown up and shouldn't always rely on us, so he plans to move out. I've tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Sigh, this child is really growing up." He sighed dramatically. Shosuke, internally cursing Jiraiya for his antics, thought, "You're such a nuisance. Just because you're strong, you bully your younger brother." Tsunade regarded him suspiciously. Shosuke sensed the danger in Jiraiya's eyes and forced a smile, nodding reluctantly. "Damn Jiraiya, you'll pay for this." He vowed silently. Tsunade looked between them and finally nodded. "Well, moving out could be good. It'll help you become stronger without worrying us." After saying this, she stepped away from Jiraiya's embrace and walked to her desk to allocate a plot of land to Shosuke. "Here, this location is quite good. You mentioned you've learned the house-building technique. It's finally time to put it to use." Shosuke grumbled, "You've got to be kidding. Yamato-sensei led me to believe this was the way to go." He realized that while this technique was convenient, it had inadvertently trapped him. Moreover, was this what a sister did? She was practically kicking him out with her husband. After a moment of resignation, he accepted his fate. With a heavy heart, he left the office, his demeanor forlorn and solitary. Jiraiya glanced at him, shaking his head with a light chuckle. "Where have you been training these days? Why have you been so elusive? Also, do you know where Kagaya went the next day?" Once Shosuke left, Tsunade immediately asked. Jiraiya smiled and explained, "She has been with me all this time. Thanks to her, my strength has significantly increased. As for where we trained, well, it was in the sky." Tsunade paused, her expression shifting. "It seems there was a sun in the sky for a brief period. Do you know the reason behind it?" Jiraiya hesitated, his brow furrowing. "Another sun? 2 weeks ago, the sky suddenly became exceptionally bright, followed by a tremendous sound. Many speculated it was an apocalyptic crisis. I, too, wondered if it was related to those terrifying enemies you mentioned, Tsunade said, her face grave. Jiraiya finally pieced it together. That must have been the result of his training with Kaguya? He chuckled wryly. That noise was probably just the commotion we caused during our training. Tsunade froze, her eyes widening. You mean that was caused by you and Kaguya? Jiraiya nodded. Tsunade's disbelief quickly morphed into joy. I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be that formidable. You truly are my husband, huh? Seeing Tsunade's cheerful laughter, Jiraiya felt relieved. He had feared she would be frightened, but it seemed he had overthought it. What about Kaguya? How is she? Tsunade asked, snapping back to the present. Jiraiya gently stroked her forehead and smiled. She is fine and has grown stronger too. That is wonderful. I had no idea the commotion was caused by you two. You know, the 5 great nations convened a meeting specifically for this. They've been preparing defenses for the past 2 weeks, fearing some unmanageable crisis. Tsunade replied with a smile. Jiraiya was taken aback by the unexpected reaction. Curious about the responses from the other Kages, he inquired. The Raikage expressed an interest in forming an alliance, while the Wind and Water Kages leaned towards supporting Konoha, also showing a willingness to ally. As for the Tsuchikage, he had recently appointed the granddaughter of Inoki. Although she was quite young, she possessed a strong will and wished to investigate further before reaching a decision. Yet she indicated that a Wagakure would prepare for battle in advance. Oh, Inoki has truly abdicated? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Tsunade nodded, sighing. I've heard he seems to have a son now. Humph, that old man, at his age, still engaging in such matters. I wonder which young girl has suffered because of it. I hear she is quite young. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then a smile crept onto his lips. Could it be that the seeds he had sown in the past were now bearing fruit? He had previously neglected to inquire with Han or Old Purple. But it was not too late to know now. Have you prepared a gift for Inoki? Jiraiya chuckled. Tsunade shook her head, stating that a Wagakure had not confirmed this matter. It was merely hearsay. The truth of it was still uncertain. However, as the leader of a village, such occurrences would undoubtedly be considered a disgrace. It was unlikely they would publicly announce it. Jiraiya understood. Regardless of the truth, he felt a sense of responsibility and decided a gift was in order. Calculating the days. The child should be just a month old, right? Jiraiya chuckled softly, forming a plan. By the way, the Kages will hold a face-to-face meeting in 2 days. Accompany me. Jiraiya nodded at her words. Haha. If they knew that commotion was caused by you, they would surely be astounded, Tsunade exclaimed excitedly. Jiraiya embraced her, smiling. Regardless. I am yours. You may flaunt as you wish. Tsunade nestled against him, feeling an immense sense of security. Jiraiya, with his eyes slightly narrowed, realized that the gathering of the 5 Kages was a splendid opportunity. It was time to share the precise information regarding the Otsutsuki. While the Jinchuriki from various villages might have relayed some details, it was not comprehensive. His objective was to unite the forces of the shinobi world to safeguard the homeland. Chapter 133. My dear, the debt is cleared. After 3 weeks apart, Tsunade was particularly clingy. Jiraiya worked alongside her until the end, and they strolled home hand in hand. Upon returning, Tsunade spotted Kaguya and immediately approached her joyfully, holding her hand and inquiring about her well-being. Kaguya appeared pleased, and the two engaged in animated conversation. At that moment, Mito returned home, and, upon seeing Jiraiya, paused momentarily before smiling. Back already? Jiraiya nodded. Grandma, thank you for taking care of Tsunade these days. By the way, how are Karui and Nagato? Mito waved her hand dismissively while changing her shoes. My granddaughter. What hardship. Those 2 youngsters are quite talented and learn quickly. After saying this, she headed towards the kitchen. Let me help, Grandma. Jiraiya followed her in. Mito, without turning, said, You handle your own affairs. Leave this to me. Tsunade has been going on about you all day. Spend more time with her, especially during her pregnancy. After saying this, she glanced at him and waved her hand. Jiraiya suddenly recalled the moment he had embraced her, distinctly feeling her belly was slightly rounded. He cursed himself for forgetting this matter. All along, he subconsciously believed that the physical constitution of the shinobi world was significantly superior to that of his previous life, especially for someone like Tsunade, who stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi realm. Hence, apart from devising a nutritional meal plan, he had treated everything else as usual. After reviving Mito, she had taken over the meal preparations, and combined with the weeks of training, he had overlooked this aspect even more. A wave of guilt washed over him. No wonder she had been so excited upon seeing him previously. Realizing this, he nodded in acknowledgement and exited the kitchen. Tsunade and Kagaya were deep in conversation when Jiraiya quietly took a seat beside Tsunade, grasping one of her hands firmly. Their discussion halted, and Tsunade looked at him in surprise, asking, "What's wrong?" "I missed you and wanted to spend more time with you," he replied. Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she playfully scolded him, then leaned in closer to whisper, "Let us talk tonight." With that, she withdrew her hand. The momentary intimacy was interrupted, leaving Jiraiya feeling somewhat awkward. He wished to clarify that was not his intention, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him to turn on the television and watch a mundane show instead. Frowning, he wondered, is there still no progress? Why is it still this tedious soap opera? After dinner, Mito tidied up and excused herself, stating she was going to check on Shinaru. Jiraiya understood she wanted to avoid disturbing him and Tsunade's tender moments. He sighed, wishing to merely alleviate the guilt he felt. As the moon rose high, Tsunade pulled Jiraiya back to their room and eagerly began to take action. He quickly grasped her hand, chuckling, "Wife, Kagaya is still outside. This might not be appropriate." Tsunade shrugged off his concern, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine. She's watching television and won't notice us. Just indulge me tonight, okay?" Her pleading gaze made it difficult for Jiraiya to refuse. At that moment, sharing a room seemed harmless. Besides, as a medical ninja, Tsunade must surely understand these common sensibilities better than he. This time, he was gentle and took his time. But just as they reached the final step, he suddenly froze, turning to see Kagaya curiously observing them. Jiraiya and Tsunade both noticed Kagaya at the same time, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them. "What are you two doing?" Kagaya asked. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, unsure of how to explain. He suddenly questioned whether she truly had given birth to two sons. Logically, having regained her memories, she should understand these matters. Fortunately, they were both concealed beneath the covers, which alleviated some discomfort, yet he knew that with her Rinnegan, she could see their movements clearly. With a wry smile, he said, "Kagaya, Tsunade and I have something to discuss. Could you step out for a moment?" Kagaya frowned and approached the bedside, shaking her head. "I'm curious. Can I join?" Jiraiya was at a loss for words, preparing to respond when Tsunade suddenly pulled Kagaya under the covers with them. The following morning, Tsunade woke up early, gazing at the still sleeping Jiraiya with a sly smile. After a night filled with tenderness, she had stopped at the right moment and drifted off to sleep, leaving the rest to them. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Jiraiya looking so disheveled. While she found amusement in this, she also felt a twinge of nostalgia. The unfolding of events had been rather surreal. However, she had her own plans in mind. Jiraiya had long harbored concerns that Kagaya might develop a divided heart due to her immense power. As his wife, she needed to assist him. After subtly probing, she discovered that Kagaya was quite naive in social interactions. Upon learning about Kagaya's identity and past, she too was taken aback. Later, she came to understand that Kagaya's two sons were not born through conventional means. During their discussions, she could distinctly sense the sorrow and pain in Kagaya's emotions. Thus, she made a quiet decision. Now that the two had reached their conclusion, it was not entirely beyond her expectations. With a slight smile, she tucked the two of them in and quietly exited the room. Just then, Mito entered, opening the door. "Grandma," Tsunade greeted with a light laugh. "Is my son-in-law still sleeping? I came to bring you breakfast." "Where did you rest yesterday?" Tsunade asked, holding Mito's hand, feeling a bit awkward. "Having gone to the rope tree, I am prepared to move there today. When the time comes, I shall come over to cook for you. I also wish to keep an eye on the situation at Rope Tree." Tsunade felt a pang of guilt and was about to speak, but Suigetsu waved his hand, placing the food on the table with a smile, urging her to eat. Tsunade's voice quivered slightly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya awoke, resting a hand on his forehead, glancing at the beautiful woman beside him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. How had he inexplicably ended up like this? At that moment, Kagaya opened her eyes, gazing intently at him. Jiraiya gently brushed her temple and twirled a strand of hair, softly saying, "You should sleep a little longer. I will take Tsunade to work. She is pregnant now and needs more companionship." Kagaya nodded, closing her eyes once more. Unable to resist, Jiraiya kissed her forehead and then rose to dress. The wild night lingered in his thoughts. Kagaya was indeed formidable. He sighed deeply, straightened his garments, and exited the room. "Grandma, I am truly sorry." Jiraiya sat at the table, feeling a sense of guilt as he looked at Suigetsu. He had heard Suigetsu's words, and Although he wished to keep the elderly man around, he ultimately remained silent. However, Suigetsu smiled and waved his hand, saying, I understand the matters of the young. Just be careful. I'll be moving to Rope Tree shortly. Jiraiya's expression turned complex. Suigetsu continued, I am getting old and need a grandchild to keep me company. With you looking after Tsunade, I feel reassured, so there is no need to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a sting in his heart. While Tsunade shed tears, Suigetsu sighed softly, wiping away her tears. You are already a mother. Stop crying so easily. It's not good for the child. Tsunade nodded immediately, drying her eyes. After breakfast, Suigetsu departed, and Jiraiya accompanied Tsunade to the office. Hand in hand, they strolled down the street. Observing her slightly protruding belly, Jiraiya formulated a plan. Dear, prepare yourself over the next few days. Once the 5 Kage summit is over, I think you should step down. Tsunade paused, looking at Jiraiya with a puzzled expression. It's been 4 months. I could be lax before because your health was fine, but I've neglected you these past weeks. And I feel guilty. Regardless, I don't want you to toil so much anymore. Tsunade was taken aback, then shook her head. I am not that fragile. Besides, I still have debts to repay. Every month, my Hokage salary goes toward paying off my gambling debts. If I don't work hard, how will we manage when the child arrives? As she spoke, she shot him a look. If I didn't know you were busy with serious matters, I might ask why my husband isn't earning an income to alleviate my burdens. With a sigh, she continued, forget it. It's a mess of my own making. I don't want to trouble you while you're dealing with future enemies. Therefore, I want to give up my position as Hokage. If I save a little from my salary, I should be able to pay off the debts before the child is born. Shizen said it isn't too much. Jiraiya felt increasingly awkward. So, her refusal to relinquish her Hokage position was solely for this reason. Initially, he had concealed the truth from her out of fear she would gamble again, even considering the idea of wedding gifts. However, now that Tsunade was pregnant, so much had changed. He felt a sense of relief. Well, it's about time I revealed the truth to her. My dear, the money you owe. Well, I've already paid it off. Chapter 134. An unknown dream. As soon as Jiraiya uttered these words, Tsunade froze in place. What did you say? The debts are paid off, so you need not continue as Hokage. I've saved up some money that should be sufficient to support you. Jiraiya clarified. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. When did you pay it off? She inquired suspiciously. Jiraiya met her gaze, feeling a pang of urgency, and quickly explained. It wasn't too long ago. Shizen mentioned the debts were diminishing. Think about it. That large sum of money. How could a Hokage's meager salary cover it all in just over a year? Tsunade pondered briefly before nodding. However, she recalled something and asked. But wait, didn't you say the money was spent on the wedding and gifts? How could there be any left to pay off the debts? Jiraiya quickly adjusted his reasoning. The wedding was to ensure you wouldn't feel wronged, and the gifts were meant to express my feelings. If you hadn't been fixated on wedding gifts, I wouldn't have been so upset. At this, Tsunade felt a bit embarrassed. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle at her and continued. Later, I received a few decent payments for my writing, and I used all of it to settle your debts. You're the best, my husband, Tsunade exclaimed, pulling Jiraiya into a hug and planting a kiss on him joyfully. Jiraiya felt a wave of relief but was caught off guard when Tsunade continued. But, husband, do you still have more writing fees? Jiraiya immediately became wary. What are you planning? Tsunade sighed, looking down. Just paying off debts isn't enough. After the baby is born, expenses will be everywhere. I need to continue as Hokage. Otherwise, what will we do? Jiraiya sighed again in relief. It seems that having a child had indeed changed her. Tsunade was truly different now. He smiled, gently playing with her hair by her ear, whispering, Don't worry, I'll take care of you both. After much hesitation, Tsunade finally relented, and Jiraiya handed her his wallet along with the household savings book. I've instructed the publisher to deposit my royalties into this account, so don't worry, my dear. Holding the savings book and seeing the numbers inside, Tsunade was astonished and then burst into laughter. All right, I'll heed my husband's advice. I'll start preparing today and have Kakashi take over sooner. Hearing her say this, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. He planned to devote himself entirely to Tsunade after the 5 Kage summit, until the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Counting the days, it wouldn't be long now. After escorting Tsunade to the office, Jiraiya gave her a lengthy set of reminders before reluctantly leaving. As Jiraiya disappeared from the office, Tsunade took out the savings book and studied it closely. So much in royalties. and they're deposited regularly every month. This is wonderful. Now I needn't worry about the baby formula. It seems there's even a surplus. Ha ha ha. In the hallway outside, Shizune heard Tsunade's voice. Feeling somewhat surprised, she approached the door and observed Tsunade's silly grin, feeling a bit speechless. Shizune, you're here. Please go call Kakashi. I have something to discuss with him. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shizune, Tsunade immediately instructed her, then couldn't he help but laugh again. Shizune, somewhat perplexed, didn't he dwell on it and went to find Kakashi. Leaving the Hokage office, Jiraiya rubbed his temples, chuckling to himself. Upon reflection, he finally realized something was amiss with Tsunade. Fortunately, he had arranged things earlier, as he had his own expenses each month. He reminded her to save a little from her profits each month, not too much. As for Orochimaru's research and the funds for establishing an entertainment company, those were managed separately. He had little desire to worry about those matters. He trusted her character. Moreover, this was the ninja world, where strength was paramount. No one would dare to covet his wealth. Today, having given the savings book to Tsunade, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Well, let her be. As long as she was happy, he no longer minded. His power had transcended the bounds of the ninja world, and money held little value for him. As long as she was content, he would not hesitate to lavish the entire ninja world's wealth upon her. With a smirk, he dismissed the thoughts and returned to his residence. At that moment, having just finished a meal, he prepared to head out, dressed sharply in a fitted suit, exuding vigor. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, you finally found time to visit me, he said, promptly ushering Jiraiya inside. After pouring him a cup of tea, he produced a ledger, presenting it to Jiraiya with both hands. Sir, we've made considerable profits during this time. The company has prepared 3 productions, though they are still in filming and expected to be completed within 2 months. Jiraiya took the ledger and casually flipped through a few pages. As he gazed at the string of numbers, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by tranquility. Nodding with a smile, he expressed his gratitude, stating, "You've worked hard." Shaking his head, he added with fervor, "Entrusting me with such an important task as your logistical support, I assure you, I will not hinder your progress." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. "Earlier, when I sought your presence, the Hokage informed me that you were away training. Coupled with the peculiar occurrences in the ninja world 2 weeks prior, I surmised that you must be putting forth efforts to protect both Konoha and the entire ninja realm. Additionally, your previous instructions to regularly deposit substantial sums into a certain account led me to discover it was the address of a research facility. Thus, I deduced that these preparations were your doing. It is truly an honor to assist you, and I shall ensure that your logistical needs are met, readying ourselves for the impending crisis without being a burden to you." His sincere words left Jiraiya somewhat taken aback, prompting a rueful smile. He had not anticipated such deep contemplation. Yet, the direction of his thoughts was not entirely misguided. There was indeed a connection. Patting him on the shoulder, he chuckled. "You are quite thoughtful, thank you." This sentiment brought tears to the young man's eyes. Jiraiya, chuckling softly, shook his head. The two exchanged pleasantries and discussed various matters before Jiraiya took his leave. Upon returning home, Kaguya was lounging in a nightgown on the sofa, watching television. She smiled slightly at Jiraiya's arrival before turning her gaze back to the screen. Jiraiya approached her, enveloping her in his embrace, and softly murmured, "Once Tsunade gives birth, I will marry you, all right?" They had shared their intimate moments, and he was not the type to take advantage without bearing responsibility. At the moment of their union, through the tentails, he glimpsed Kaguya's past experiences, realizing that her 2 sons were not conceived in the traditional human manner. Yesterday marked her first night. Kaguya naturally nestled closer to him, nodding in agreement. Tsunade and Kaguya, one spirited and impulsive, the other cool and serene, made Jiraiya feel that his life had truly been worthwhile. The television show grew dull, and Jiraiya soon succumbed to slumber. In a hazy dream, he found himself in a dimly lit space, where a figure stood in the distance. The silhouette seemed familiar. Curiously, he approached, attempting to draw nearer. The figure, clad in a flowing white dress, stood out starkly against the gloom. Just as he neared, the figure turned, and the once pristine white gown was suddenly stained crimson. Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead as he recognized the face. It was Kaguya. A massive blood-red rinnegan appeared atop her head. In an instant, blood trickled from her lips, and her form began to dissipate. Jiraiya jolted awake. Glancing around to find himself in familiar surroundings, with Kaguya peacefully resting in his arms. Perhaps due to his sudden movement, Kaguya stirred, furrowing her brow slightly. Jiraiya observed her face for a moment before chuckling softly. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a bit tired. Did I wake you? Kaguya regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. He rose, gently carrying her back to the bedroom. Let us rest a little longer. I have some matters to attend to, he reassured her before swiftly departing to Orochimaru's base. He did not wish to disturb Orochimaru but sought out Ada instead. In the brightly lit room, Ada sat on the sofa, swirling a glass of wine. Despite being in an underground base, her surroundings were quite exquisite. Can you foresee future events? Jiraiya inquired directly. Ada paused, surprised by his question, before shaking her head. I can only perceive present occurrences and select scenes from the past. Moreover, she added with a soft chuckle, I cannot see your past at all. Jiraiya was taken aback, confusion clouding his thoughts. I find it curious. I can see everyone in the base, including Boruto, yet you elude my sight. Even in their memories, all traces related to you appear hazy. My abilities are ineffective against two types of individuals, blood relatives and members of the Otsutsuki clan. You are neither. Yet you somehow negate my powers, which perplexes me. Ada had rarely spoken so much. Jiraiya met her gaze in silence. With a sigh, he waved his hand dismissively. Apologies for the intrusion. With that, he vanished from her presence. He ascended to a high mountain, sitting cross-legged, contemplating the dream he had just experienced. He was uncertain of its meaning. Thus far, only Kaguya seemed to possess the Rinnegan, yet there was something different about it. He struggled to articulate his feelings and recalled that Kaguya had bled just before disappearing. Had she been injured? Initially, he had interpreted this as a sign of her potential betrayal. But the more he pondered, the more he sensed an external force at play. His thoughts drifted back to the system's warning before its departure, great nirvana, calamity. Suddenly, he recalled the prophecy of the great sage of the toads, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He quickly rose and performed the summoning technique. Chapter 135, The Crisis of the Great Sage of the Toads Summoning Technique. A soft sound echoed as the Great Sage of the Toads appeared before him. Upon seeing Jiraiya, the sage sighed softly, Little Jiraiya, what brings you here today? Jiraiya, furrowing his brow, asked in confusion, What has happened, my master? The great sage's demeanor was markedly off. He appeared weak and dispirited. Gazing at Jiraiya, he fell into a moment of contemplation before bitterly stating, The great sage of the toads is on the brink of death. What? Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. What has transpired? He urgently inquired. Suddenly, he recalled that his Inyong powers might be of assistance. Take me to Mount Myaboku. My Inyong abilities may save the great sage. The great sage glanced at Jiraiya, letting out a long sigh. Very well, I shall take you. The great sage previously instructed me not to inform you, but the situation is dire, and I can no longer adhere to that directive. Little Jiraiya, I will return shortly to summon you. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. The great sage vanished from sight. With a furrowed brow, Jiraiya pondered how the great sage of the toads, known for his longevity, could be nearing death. What could have possibly transpired? His concern mounted, compounded by the enigmatic dream he had just experienced. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his heart. He could not wait for the summoning and instead utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the location. Kid's father, the old man specifically instructed not to inform him before losing consciousness. Why did you bring this boy here? Kid's mother. Little Jiraiya claims he has a way to save the great sage, so I thought it best to let him try. As Jiraiya materialized, he overheard the dialogue between the great sage of the toads and the Shima sage. At that moment, he learned that something grave had transpired at Mount Myaboku, and the great sage had intentionally concealed it from him. Head of the family, what exactly has happened? Jiraiya inquired gravely. Humph. The kid's father usually listens to that old man. Now he refuses to. The Shima sage retorted. Should I just stand by and watch the great sage perish? The great sage of the toads seethed in anger. The Shima sage fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Jiraiya before sighing, Come with me, boy. Jiraiya promptly followed. They arrived at a grand hall where the great sage of the toads sat in the highest seat, eyes tightly closed. Through the Rinnegan, Jiraiya could clearly see that a strange, dark, and powerful force enveloped the chakra within the great sage, rendering his condition perilous and his vitality waning. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. The situation regarding the great toad sage and the big toad has persisted for an extended period. Jiraiya sighed softly, recalling that after the last time he visited to cultivate his sage techniques, Both he and the father of the child were summoned by the old man. They had anticipated some prophetic dream or guidance, yet all he uttered was a cryptic warning of disaster. Both were taken aback, as the old man had never before mentioned such dire words. Just as Jiraiya sought clarity, the great toad sage began to cough up blood uncontrollably, and before losing consciousness, he urged them not to inform Jiraiya. Now that you have arrived at Mayaboko Mountain, the father of the child has placed his hopes in you, sighed Jiraiya. His expression turned grave. He was convinced that the great toad sage had foreseen something significant, but for reasons unknown, he had suffered a violent backlash. In the original narrative, Jiraiya was training Naruto at that time and was destined to provide him with prophecies. It was inconceivable for him to be on the brink of demise. Observing the increasingly weak heartbeat within the great toad sage, he spoke, "Head sister, allow me to attempt something to see if it proves effective." The sage nodded in agreement. He immediately activated his sage mode, a faint golden aura emanating from him. Approaching the great toad sage, he extended his hand forward. The power of yin and yang, intertwined with a peculiar force, began to flow slowly into the great toad sage. However, he soon felt a formidable resistance. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his face darkening. This was not a mere backlash, but the force of a curse. His heart sank as he ceased the transmission. "What's the matter?" the sage inquired. Jiraiya shook his head with a heavy heart. "The great toad sage is afflicted by a curse. My yin and yang powers are ineffective against it." The sage paused, taken aback, while the distant Shima sage sighed and departed. "What is this curse?" the sage asked again. "I am uncertain. It appears to be a backlash following a prophecy. A force I cannot contend with at present," Jiraiya admitted, feelings of guilt weighing on him. He refrained from mentioning that within his sage mode, a certain additional power seemed to have an effect on the curse, but that would require years of concentration and immense effort to diminish. Setting aside all else, the Otsutsuki were imminent, and he could not afford to remain idle. If he were to be weak, Kaguya alone would suffice. But should a formidable foe or numerous adversaries arrive, even Kaguya would be unable to manage them all. He had to be present. Thus, he had to relinquish the great toad sage's plight. In that instant, he realized something, a bitter smile creeping across his face. It seemed the great toad sage's warning to Shima and Fukasaku not to disclose the situation to him was predicated on this very understanding. Knowing he would not ignore the crisis in the ninja world, he looked up at the great toad sage, filled with admiration and guilt. Why didn't the old man forewarn us about this? Why is it so severe this time? The sage pondered aloud. Jiraiya replied with a bitter tone, "This time, it must be something of immense consequence, though the specifics elude me. I am sorry, head sister." The sage paused, gently shaking her head. "It is not your fault. The old man has lived long enough. Even a sage cannot escape the ravages of time." With that, the sage turned and walked away slowly, her form noticeably bent. Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow. At this moment, no amount of guilt or words could alleviate his feelings. The weight of his apprehension grew heavier within him. After a moment, he bowed to the great toad sage and vanished from Mayaboko Mountain. When he reappeared, he found himself back home. He approached the bedroom where Kaguya lay with her eyes gently closed, breathing softly. Jiraiya sat by her side and took her hand, deciding to share the dream he had experienced, hoping it might hold significance. Regardless, he resolved to do everything in his power to avert the impending disaster. "You're back?" Kaguya opened her eyes and spoke softly. Jiraiya nodded, then lay beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. "I had a dream," he murmured. "Yes," Kaguya nestled against him. Nodding gently, "I saw it." Jiraiya felt a jolt of surprise, his body instinctively shivering. "It must have been my demise," Kaguya said in a light tone, as if discussing something unrelated to herself. Jiraiya sat up, gripping her shoulders, his face a mask of horror. Yet, Kaguya smiled softly. "It's all right. Though I do not know what will happen, I had a dream too." Jiraiya stared at her, momentarily speechless. "I dreamt that I did not die." At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Jiraiya. He was uncertain if she spoke to comfort him or if it was genuine. Perhaps fortune favored him. He chose to believe her words were true. They exchanged a silent glance. "I'm feeling hungry," Kaguya suddenly declared. Jiraiya was taken aback, but forced a smile. "What would you like? I'll make it for you." "Fried rice balls," she replied. Jiraiya rose from the bed, tucked her in, and left the bedroom. In the afternoon, Tsunade began preparing for the upcoming 5 Kage summit scheduled for the Iron Country. After consulting Jiraiya, She learned he had not left a flying thunder god mark, and thus would need to travel on foot. After some consideration, Tsunade decided against taking a guard. Besides Jiraiya, she intended to bring Kagaya along. The affairs of the village would be overseen temporarily by Kakashi. I believe Asuma is a suitable choice to take on the role of acting Hokage, suggested Shizune. Kakashi remained silent. I concur, while Kakashi is indeed capable. Asuma possesses unique qualities, and, being the son of the third Hokage, is the most fitting candidate for the position, Shizune added. As the two advisors had already received news of Tsunade's intention to cultivate the next Hokage and her plans to step down, Tsunade smiled coldly. I am attending the 5 Kage summit, not resigning. I merely intend for Kakashi to manage things in my absence. Yamato, we are aware of your intentions to step down. Although I do not agree, I understand your reasoning given your pregnancy. Still, I hope you will consider the next Hokage's successor carefully, Shizune echoed. Tsunade raised her brows. Your sources are quite reliable. I only confided in Kakashi. It appears your surveillance over the Hokage's office is quite thorough. Shizune huffed. We are merely fulfilling our duties as advisors. Just as Tsunade prepared to retort, Kakashi stepped forward, speaking gravely. I too hope the Hokage will deliberate carefully. Tsunade paused, staring at Kakashi in surprise. Hokage-sama, in comparison, Asuma is indeed superior to me, Kakashi declared. Tsunade scrutinized his eyes, detecting a hint of conflict. She then chuckled lightly. I will give you time to ponder this matter. In my absence, manage the village affairs appropriately, and we shall discuss it upon my return. But I am still Hokage. Does my command now hold no weight? She suddenly rebuked. Kakashi hesitated, lowering his gaze in silence. Tsunade, we are discussing matters concerning the Hokage. You cannot act unilaterally. Yamato interjected coldly. Tsunade glanced at the two, her tone unyielding. I have not yet stepped down. Are you both so impatient? Her voice was soft, but carried a palpable intensity, pressing forward. Yamato and Shizune exchanged glances, ultimately choosing silence. They understood that provoking Tsunade would yield no advantage, especially with Jiraiya's protective nature looming behind her. The memory of the scenes involving Danzo's assassination and the threats they posed still lingered vividly in their minds. Though reluctant, the two felt powerless. Tsunade, sensing the moment was ripe, coolly commanded, Kakashi, obey the orders. Kakashi acquiesced and stepped back. Mito Gate-in and Tanaka Komatsu ceased their futile attempts and exited the Hokage's office. Observing their retreating figures, Tsunade let out a cold huff, fully aware of their ulterior motives. Although Asuma was indeed powerful, he paled in comparison to Kakashi, who frequently operated by her side. The only reason they sought Asuma was to exploit him to further solidify their family's standing, revealing their insidious intentions. Since Jiraiya's previous warning, they had been relatively subdued. But as soon as Tsunade displayed even a hint of vacillation, they seized the opportunity to maneuver closer, eager to take advantage. Influenced by Jiraiya's words, Tsunade now regarded the two with little favor. They had not only acted treacherously, but had also contributed little to the overarching vision. Moreover, she had already discerned Asuma's lack of ambition for the Hokage position. He merely wished to serve as a soldier. Kakashi's decision was undoubtedly influenced by his desire to maintain a cordial relationship with Asuma. Tsunade gently shook her head, realizing she needed to find an opportunity to guide that man properly. Shizune, she called out, and a figure promptly entered from outside. I will be departing shortly. You will assist Kakashi and follow his lead in all matters, Tsunade stated firmly. Shizune nodded. Lady Tsunade, is Lord Jiraiya accompanying you? She inquired. Tsunade had instructed that no guards accompany her to the 5 Kage summit, which caused her some concern. Upon Tsunade's nod, Shizune felt a wave of relief. After acknowledging her, she withdrew. Tsunade left the Hokage's office and returned home. At that moment, Jiraiya was seated on the sofa with Kagaya, engrossed in a drama. Upon Tsunade's return, Jiraiya rose to greet her. Let us set off now, Tsunade declared. Jiraiya replied, somewhat surprised. Isn't there still some time left? I possess the Flying Thunder God technique. So even if I cannot arrive directly, I can significantly shorten the journey. There's no need to leave so early. Tsunade chuckled lightly. I feel like taking a stroll. Kagaya, you should join us. Perhaps we won't have many more opportunities like this in the future. Jiraiya understood and nodded with a smile, then turned to Kagaya. She similarly smiled and agreed. Jiraiya gathered some clothing, mostly belonging to Kagaya and Tsunade. Kagaya stored their belongings in a spatial pocket. and the three set off with empty hands. After leaving Konoha, Jiraiya held one hand of each, feeling immensely satisfied. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a leisurely walk. Kaguya was also relaxed, her smile never fading. Not long after exiting the village, the sky gradually darkened. Jiraiya found a spot to set up a tent. Kaguya then produced some delicacies she had preserved in her space, and after dinner, the three sat quietly under the night sky, admiring the moon. "Do you think there are people on the moon?" Tsunade asked with a smile. Jiraiya and Kaguya exchanged glances and nodded with smiles. When Kaguya was rescued, Otsutsuki Kaguya was the second person she encountered on the moon. "Really?" Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. "When I was just rescued, I went to the moon and encountered a little creature there. I wonder how it is now." Kaguya reminisced. Tsunade felt a twinge of jealousy. Jiraiya noticed her emotions and tightened his arm around her, laughing. "Your body doesn't permit such things, so you can't go there. But if you wish to visit after the confinement period, I will find a way to take you to the heavens." "Confinement period?" Tsunade frowned, puzzled. Jiraiya took a deep breath, reminiscing. "It's a saying I once heard. After a woman gives birth, she must be careful for a month and cannot leave the house, or it may lead to lingering health issues." Tsunade, unfamiliar with this notion, found it rather novel. In the ninja world, women who had given birth typically rested for only a day or two before resuming their duties. If it were wartime, they might be sent to the battlefield shortly after giving birth. The thought of a month of confinement seemed unbearably dull. Moreover, endowed with the power of the Byakugan, she believed childbirth would be a trivial matter. Jiraiya offered no further explanation, gazing silently at the night sky. He wrapped his arms more firmly around the two. Kaguya, perceptively sensing Jiraiya's emotional shift, asked, "Are you reminiscing about something?" Jiraiya nodded lightly. After a moment, he suddenly smiled, as if speaking to himself or inquiring. "If I told you I came from another world, would you believe me?" Kaguya paused for a moment before nodding. Tsunade, however, was taken aback. Sitting up with a furrowed brow, "Another world?" Jiraiya looked into Tsunade's eyes and chuckled softly. "Yes, another world." Tsunade fell silent for a moment before letting out a light laugh and burrowing back into his embrace, ceasing to speak. Kakashi, due to Asuma's influence, had developed some aversion to the Hokage position. After a while, Tsunade remarked, "I'll speak to him when we return." Jiraiya replied, slightly startled, then nodded. "What will I do if I abdicate? I might find myself bored." Tsunade added. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, with me by your side, you can pursue whatever you desire. Just be happy." Hearing this, Tsunade smiled, her lips curving upward, and she fell silent. Kaguya remained quietly gazing at the moon, lost in her thoughts. After a long while, Jiraiya noticed a soft snore. He looked down at Tsunade and found she had fallen asleep, a gentle smile gracing her lovely features. Jiraiya gently kissed her forehead and glanced at Kaguya. Kaguya rose with a soft laugh. "I'll leave Tsunade in your care for a bit," Jiraiya said to Kaguya with a smile. Kaguya nodded. He then carried Tsunade into the tent and cast a glance at Kaguya. She smiled and waved gently. In an instant, Jiraiya vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was high above in the sky. Before him stood three figures. Chapter 137, The Manifestation of One Style. One of them was the familiar Otsutsuki Urashiki. The other two were slender and handsome individuals. "Urashiki, is this the enemy you dreamt of?" asked a slightly taller man with two straight horns atop his head. Staring at Jiraiya, Urashiki respectfully replied, "Eldering Shan, I'm not certain, but there was indeed a vague figure of him in that dream. Humph, just a lowly creature. And you make such a fuss over it. Truly wasteful," sneered another young man, disdain evident in his tone. This youth had short, sprawling horns and appeared rather irritable. Jiraiya admired the trio's appearance, remarking that indeed, the Otsutsuki clan was remarkably handsome. Aside from Urashiki, the other two sported long, silvery white hair and white eyes, adorned with sheer white veils that flowed gently in the void, exuding an exceptional beauty. "Hee, Elderine, please show a little respect. If it weren't for those of us patrolling the outside, you wouldn't have advanced so swiftly," Urashiki replied calmly, his tone significantly cooler towards the horned youth. "Humph, what about Peach and Gold? Why haven't we heard anything from them?" The Otsutsuki Inshi interjected, ignoring Urashiki. "They must have perished. The communicators they left with me have ceased to emit any signals," Urashiki replied with a light laugh, seemingly indifferent to their demise. The Otsutsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, and he coldly remarked, "Indeed, they are worthless. How could he easily acquire subordinates for sacrifice? Otsutsuki Yoshiyama's expression grew grave as he was acutely aware of the strengths of the two individuals. Kinshiki was somewhat inconsequential, lacking in power, but Momoshiki was different. He possessed a noble lineage and the ability to summon Kinshiki at any moment. Should he undergo his second transformation, even Yoshiyama would find it extremely challenging to prevail. It seems we have underestimated these inferior beings, Yoshiyama stated solemnly. Urashiki slightly nodded, acknowledging Yoshiyama's concerns. I sensed trouble previously, which is why I returned to the main base seeking support. I never anticipated that they would send these two fools. While Yoshiyama was not weak and possessed some intellect, the same could not be said for the Otsutsuki, who was utterly dim-witted. Should he persist in his obstinacy, it was likely that this expedition to Earth would end in his demise. With no news from Momoshiki and Kinshiki, it was reasonable to assume that they had met their end, indicating that the enemy was exceptionally formidable. After a moment of internal lamentation, he continued, previously, I used a special method to notify the elder Ishiki, who is still on Earth. He should have received my message by now and is on his way here. Jiraiya, listening quietly from a distance, was in no rush. Through the conversation among the group, he had gathered a portion of their identities. However, he was surprised to learn that Urashiki had managed to contact Ishiki. Hearing this, Otsutsuki's brows furrowed in annoyance as he looked at Urashiki and asked, is that fool also present? After a millennium, he still hasn't perished and was ambushed by a woman? Truly a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan. Urashiki silently scoffed at this assertion. Where did this individual derive his confidence? Ishiki not only outranked them in seniority, but was also significantly stronger. Had the main base not underestimated the situation, he would never have thought to contact Ishiki. However, sensing Ishiki's condition seemed somewhat precarious. Just as he was lost in thought, a dark portal appeared nearby, and a figure stepped through. Jiraiya squinted slightly. It was the long-lost Kaguya. Yet, unlike before, the black crystal embedded in her abdomen was now intact. Suddenly, another dark portal appeared next to Jiraiya, and a young man clad in black emerged. Jiraiya looked at the figure in surprise, questioning, Sasuke? What brings you here? Sasuke paused briefly before joining Jiraiya's side. Sir, I discovered a trace of Kaguya, which led me to follow her here. I didn't expect to find you as well. As he spoke, he glanced at the trio across from them, his pupils narrowing. Sir, who are they? Jiraiya nodded. They are members of the Otsutsuki main base. Sasuke felt a tinge of anxiety. He was already struggling against Urashiki alone, and now two unknown individuals appeared alongside Kaguya, complicating matters further. Jiraiya paid no heed to Sasuke's unease, instead focusing intently on the opposition, hoping they would reveal more information to aid in their response. Ishiki, your condition is quite deplorable. You've resorted to parasitism on an inferior being, Urashiki derided. Kaguya cast a fleeting glance at him before turning her attention towards Urashiki. You are the Otsutsuki who contacted me earlier? Urashiki replied smugly. It appears, Elder, that you have made a significant recovery. However, your state still leaves much to be desired. Kaguya chose not to respond and inquired. Are these the individuals you brought from the main base? Infuriated, Urashiki snapped. How dare you ignore me? Yoshiyama bellowed. Remember your purpose for coming here. Urashiki halted, casting a cold glance at him before suppressing his fury and falling silent. Were it not for the fact that this is not the time for internal strife, I would make you wish for death. Urashiki clenched his fists in anger, barely containing himself under Yoshiyama's watchful gaze. Urashiki coldly regarded him, silently cursing his foolishness. It was absurd to engage in infighting at such a moment. He truly wondered what the main base was thinking by sending such a dimwit. Kaguya glanced at Urashiki before addressing Yoshiyama. I have but one demand. You must restrain him. Kaguya is mine to deal with. Yoshiyama replied, Elder, this doesn't seem like the right moment for your personal vendetta. You should be aware that you were the one who failed the mission, not us. You have no grounds to make demands. Yoshiyama remained composed and unyielding. Kaguya narrowed her eyes, contemplating for a moment before a smirk crossed her lips. It seems you possess some wit. In that case, let me hear your plan. Yoshiyama chuckled lightly, after observing for some time. I believe we should first eliminate the audience. What do you think? He turned to glance at Jiraiya, who appeared to be watching the drama unfold, and then added with a light laugh, Very well. You may proceed first, and I will assist you. Kaguya smirked. Elder, you have a clever scheme in mind. However, we will not be mere pawns for you. Since you have already engaged the enemy, You should take the lead, allowing us to learn from your experience. When we return to our clan, we can support your cause. Can we not? Yashiyama spoke with a smile, though his eyes hinted at a veiled threat. Kagaya's expression turned icy, and after a moment of silence, she fixed her gaze on Urashiki. Urashiki shrugged. Elder, this time Yashiyama is in charge. I will defer to him. Kagaya narrowed her eyes, letting out a cold laugh. In that case, I hope you are prepared. If the mission fails, do not blame me for not demonstrating properly. Yashiyama nodded slightly, gesturing politely for her to proceed. Jiraiya's lips curled into a smile, realizing that the parties had come to an understanding. You all, Jiraiya said, raising a hand with a smile, just watch from the sidelines. I will handle them. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback before he let out a wry smile. This man truly was domineering. However, he acknowledged that he could not tackle the enemy alone, so he positioned himself at a distance to observe. Chapter 138. Resolving the Ishiki situation. Kagaya approached, locking eyes with Jiraiya, and coldly asked, Have you seen enough of this play? Jiraiya shrugged, responding, Not quite. Perhaps we could chat a bit longer. I would like to learn more about the Otsutsuki main base, if you don't mind. Just as Kagaya prepared to strike, Jiraiya added, Think carefully. This time, there will be no luck like last. Kagaya huffed. Last time I resorted to underhanded tactics. This time, I will reclaim everything. With that, Kagaya launched her attack. Boom. A punch came flying. Jiraiya calmly raised his hand, entering sage mode, effortlessly blocking the strike. Kagaya, failing to land a hit, narrowed her eyes as several black rods suddenly shot towards Jiraiya. With a faint smile, Jiraiya's white hair grew rapidly, batting each rod away while simultaneously binding Kagaya in place. How? Kagaya stammered in shock. Previously, their battle had lasted hundreds of exchanges, resulting in a stalemate, had it not been for the Ten-Tails issues. She was confident she could have subdued him. However, the current scenario was far from optimistic. The ease with which he handled her made her uneasy. Would she truly have to resort to that? Kagaya pondered, her expression growing grave. Thud. Jiraiya retracted his hair, causing Kagaya's body to be involuntarily drawn towards him. He delivered an elbow strike, and her face instantly contorted as she was sent flying backward. Kagaya felt a surge of resentment as she activated her ocular technique. Shinra-tensei. The tiny black rods around Jiraiya suddenly expanded but were swiftly deflected by his flowing hair. Jiraiya smirked. Here, take this. Upon acquiring the Rinnegan, he had also obtained this technique among the 3 great arts. Whoosh. Dozens of black rods expanded from Kagaya's body, and she let out a muffled groan, blood gushing forth from her wounds. The expression on Sichuan's face twisted into a grimace as he activated his ocular technique, shrinking the black rods embedded in his body and propelling himself forward once more. Otsutsuki Inshan scrutinized the battle between the two, his expression growing increasingly grave. It appears their opponent possesses formidable strength, he remarked. Inshan, I warned you about this long ago. It is not too late to seek reinforcements from the main branch. Uruishi said with a faint smile. Otsutsuki Inshan let out a cold snort. Fool. Just because the opponent shows some strength, you already consider fleeing to seek help? What a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan. In my view, Ishire's current state is declining, being pressured by the enemy. What a display of incompetence. Uruishi remained unperturbed, calmly observing the distant skirmish. Since the last time he had that dream, where he envisioned his own demise at the hands of an extraordinarily powerful foe, he had felt an unsettling premonition. That very sensation compelled him to exercise caution. He understood that the omen from his dream was not without significance. It was a warning he needed to heed. As for Inshire's insults, he chose to disregard them. That man was utterly foolish. Inshan cast a dispassionate glance at Uruishi without uttering a word. Although they formed a team under Inshan's command, Inshire's prowess surpassed his own. While he perceived the opposing force as formidable, perhaps Inshire regarded them as merely average. If it weren't for the higher-ups' concerns about Inshire's temperament jeopardizing their mission, compelling him to heed Inshan's commands through threats and inducements, Inshan would have had no means to control him. After a moment of contemplation, he cast aside his distractions and refocused his attention on the clash between Jiraiya and Ishire. Before long, Jiraiya began to grow weary. The longer the battle dragged on, the more the unfamiliar Otsutsuki duo gleamed about him. After successfully countering another of Sichuan's strikes, Jiraiya seized his fist, channeling the power of the cosmos and concentrating it within his own, delivering a devastating blow to the black crystal embedded in Sichuan's abdomen. Sichuan coughed up blood and was sent hurtling back. With a series of sharp cracks, numerous clear fissures appeared across the surface of the black crystal. In an instant, it shattered. With a thunderous boom, Sichuan's visage vanished, replaced by Ishur. His white haori transformed into a fitting white long-sleeved tailcoat adorned with 6 black magatama, stretching from his abdomen to his chest. His pale skin and silver-white hair framed a single long, curved horn emerging from the back of his head, while a solitary brow rested above his right eye. His right eye bore a golden circular pattern, encircled by 8 triangular shapes, while his left eye was a Byakugan. Jiraiya smirked. "At last, you have made your appearance." He then shook his head. "This one is quite the pretender, changing his attire even in this dire moment." Nevertheless, such abilities proved to be quite useful, Sasuke observed from a distance. Upon witnessing Ishur's true form, he was taken aback. Though Jiraiya had long informed him of the connection between Sichuan and Ishur, seeing it with his own eyes stirred a tempest within him. Through his Rinnegan, he sensed the overwhelming strength of his opponent. For the first time, he began to doubt his own capabilities. The Fourth Great Ninja War and subsequent battles had led him to believe he had reached his zenith, yet since crossing over, Jiraiya's presence had repeatedly undermined that confidence. Faced with an Otsutsuki alone, he felt no assurance of victory. Now, with the enemy growing stronger and the emergence of an unknown adversary, a sense of despair washed over him, leaving him feeling powerless. He could only resign himself to the role of a mere spectator. After a long pause, he let out a silent sigh. Meanwhile, Ishur scoffed. "This state of affairs can only last 2 days at most. It seems Ishur is nearing his end." Inshan remained silent, observing the fray with keen interest. Uruishi squinted slightly. "Indeed, the senior is remarkably powerful. However, it appears that the opponent, Kid, you have provoked." Jiraiya swiftly closed the distance, landing a punch on Ishur's abdomen, cutting off his words. Jiraiya lifted him with a smirk. "Did I anger you? Huh. I am intent on killing you." Once severely wounded by Kagaya, now, with Kagaya becoming his own forbidden fruit, annihilating Ishur aligned perfectly with his character arc buzz. In an instant, Jiraiya conjured a minuscule tailed beast bomb in his hand and pressed it against Ishur's abdomen. He leaned down, whispering into Ishur's ear, "In your next life, do not trample upon others' worlds so recklessly." Ishur's expression turned to one of shock, a hint of fear flooding his heart. "No, boom." Before he could utter a final word, an explosive sound erupted, akin to a dazzling firework bursting in the sky. Ishur was instantly consumed, reduced to nothingness. Jiraiya swiftly retreated, shaking his head while murmuring, "Perhaps I overexerted myself." Sasuke, Uruishi, and the others were blown back several miles by the shockwave from the explosion, their faces filled with astonishment as they beheld the epicenter of the blast. Sasuke paused for a moment, then offered a wry smile. "As always, you never fail to surprise." "My lord." Inshan and Ishur wore solemn expressions. Uruishi's eyes narrowed, revealing signs of retreat. Though he felt a sense of disdain, survival was paramount. One must live to fight another day, was it not? What transpired here? Ishur was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Ishur had revealed his true form, showcasing a strength that was worlds apart from before, yet in an instant, he was obliterated. Such power exceeded his expectations. Despite his usual confidence, he found himself feeling a twinge of anxiety. "What do we do, Inshan?" Inshan's face was grave. After a moment of deep breathing, he stated, "Ishur is dead. It seems our plan has fallen apart. Must we simply flee?" Ishur protested. Inshan shook his head. From the outset, the opponent has not exerted their full strength. The earlier exchanges with Ishur felt like a game, but that last strike indicated he has grown weary of this engagement and swiftly eliminated Ishur. "To be frank, I lack confidence. However, if the 3 of us coordinate perfectly, we might still have a fighting chance." At Inshan's words, a flicker of battle spirit ignited within Ishur. Alone, he faced considerable difficulty, but united, he regained his confidence. "Hey, Uruishi, what are your thoughts?" Ishur's eyes narrowed as he turned to Uruishi, his tone icy. Uruishi chuckled lightly. "Though I wish to suggest we return for reinforcements, since both of you seniors have spoken, I shall put my life on the line and face the opponent alongside you." Seeing Uruishi's acquiescence, Ishur's lips curled into a smile. "In that case, let us confront this inferior being." The trio advanced, positioning themselves not far from Jiraiya. Sasuke joined Jiraiya's side. "My lord, are you all right?" Jiraiya chuckled softly, shaking his head before glancing at the opposing side. What's this? No longer fighting solo. Indeed. It is rather taxing to be among two fools. Urushi, you have my sympathy. Ingshan and Inshur narrowed their eyes, directing a dangerous gaze toward Urushi. Jiraiya, relishing in the chaos, added fuel to the fire, praising, well done. Not only did you attract 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan, but you also exposed Ishur, granting me the opportunity to eliminate him. I am immensely grateful. Next time, I shall treat you to fine wine. With those 2 sentences, Jiraiya effectively drew Urushi into his camp. Urushi, you scoundrel! How dare you engage in such treachery? With an implicit outburst of anger, Ingshan was momentarily taken aback but swiftly regained composure, issuing a sharp command. However, Pushur paid no heed to this outburst, casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya with a sinister smile. Jiraiya, having entered sage mode, sensed that Pushur was not his true self at this moment. The caution displayed by this individual was remarkable. The death of the future Pushur had evidently left a significant impact on the Pushur of this world, a realization that caused Jiraiya to sigh. His casual remarks were merely spontaneous, with no expectation of securing victory through such means. Truly impressive, one of the legendary Sannin, Pushur remarked. Strangely, a fleeting memory surfaced in his mind, of himself from the future, having traversed to this timeline only to be slain by the very person before him. The glint in his eyes hinted at a sense of amusement. It seemed that his adversary had already caught on to his intentions. Ingshan's gaze turned icy as he commanded, take action. Without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch, followed closely by Ingshan's kick. Jiraiya countered with a palm strike and a knee to block their attacks, resulting in a resounding crash. A crimson energy sphere launched by Pushur struck Jiraiya in the back. Even though I know it's futile, with 2 esteemed seniors in the fray, I cannot remain idle. Pushur taunted. The blow to Jiraiya caused him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Ingshan executed a whip kick, while simultaneously activating the Renegade's ocular technique. Jiraiya suddenly sensed the surrounding space constricting, rendering his movements sluggish. Activated his own ocular technique, causing Jiraiya's blood to boil within him, an excruciating pain coursing through his body. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya instantly entered sage mode. With a thunderous explosion, a surge of energy erupted from him, dispelling the techniques of both adversaries, who were forced to retreat. Jiraiya seized the moment, grasping their heads and delivering a swift collision. The 2 experienced a rather intimate encounter, their noses stinging as warmth flowed from them. Quickly regaining composure, they concentrated energy spheres in their hands and hurled them at Jiraiya. With a determined expression, Jiraiya allowed his hair to grow rapidly, enveloping the 2 energy spheres. The resulting explosion sent his white hair flying in disarray, compelling him to release his grip on them. Ingshan and immediately retreated. A red thread suddenly surged from behind. With a clang, Sasuke appeared, slicing through the air. You 2 seem restless, Pushur remarked with a light chuckle. Sir, leave Pushur to me. You focus on those 2, Sasuke stated, turning his back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya smirked. While he could handle it himself, he sensed that Sasuke, too, felt discomfort in merely observing. Be cautious, Jiraiya warned, charging towards Ingshan and Shall we call it a truce for now? Let them settle their scores first, Pushur suggested. Sasuke snorted in response, his form flickering as he swiftly engaged. Pushur shook his head, reluctantly joining the fray. Why is it so difficult to remain a mere spectator? In the void, the 2 battlefields erupted with sounds of explosions. After some time, Ingshan and found themselves thoroughly outmatched, their resistance waning. Jiraiya grasped their necks, a wicked smile forming on his lips. It seems I have overestimated you. Ingshan managed a strained smile. I never anticipated such a powerful presence in this small corner. It is a lapse on our part. But next time, luck shall not favor you. With a cold laugh, Jiraiya snapped their necks. This decisive blow was delivered with force, sealing their abilities with the Rinnegan, making their demise effortless. Meanwhile, Sasuke had also achieved a challenging victory, witnessing Pushur's demise. However, Jiraiya's gaze narrowed as he observed Pushur's vanishing form. His true self was no longer present here. It appeared he had been prepared for this. This complicates matters, Jiraiya mused, brow furrowed before he released a sigh of resignation. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur. Approaching Sasuke, he began to heal his wounds. Once Sasuke was restored, Jiraiya contemplated before saying, after Boruto resolves the sealing issue, you and he should return to the future. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Sir, you? Jiraiya interjected, the developments in this world have exceeded my expectations. I fear that unforeseen complications may arise, potentially preventing your return to the future and impacting its progress. Sasuke's expression grew somber at this revelation. After a moment, he nodded. Jiraiya continued, you will face Ishiki alone in the future, and with your current strength, you are still lacking. In the coming days, seek out Orochimaru to enhance your physical cellular structure. Additionally, prepare some documents to bring back to the future's Orochimaru. Sasuke acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Moreover, your strength now surpasses that of Madara and the others. I intend to pass on a technique to you. Whether you succeed in mastering it depends on your own fortune. Sasuke's eyes reflected gratitude as he solemnly said, thank you, sir. Jiraiya smiled lightly. Both you and Naruto are my juniors. Witnessing your growth brings me joy. I only hope that the future world does not descend into the absurdity of this one. With a final, inexplicable sigh, Jiraiya sealed Inshan and In's bodies into a scroll and handed it to Sasuke before settling into a meditative position in the void. Sasuke understood that Jiraiya was about to impart new techniques to him and complied immediately. Jiraiya shared the training methods for Sage Mode. Under the meticulous observation of the Rinnegan and Sharingan, Sasuke progressed rapidly. By dawn, he struggled to open his eyes, his body utterly drained. Jiraiya chuckled softly, very good. Though it may be taxing now, your progress is remarkable. At this rate, you'll grasp the essence of it in less than 2 weeks. Sasuke nodded. His eyes filled with gratitude. I will leave a shadow clone to assist you in mastering this technique. You should return to Orochimaru. Remember what I instructed previously. Sasuke acknowledged, indicating his understanding. After creating a shadow clone, Jiraiya waved goodbye and descended to the ground. Kaguya stood before him, smiling gently. Finished? Jiraiya smiled slightly, nodding. How is Tsunade? Still asleep? Kaguya laughed, nodding in affirmation. Let us go. We shall continue our journey once the sun rises. Kaguya nodded. Sasuke-kun, here are the materials I prepared. The other 2 are experimental subjects and some cellular structures, she said with a playful tone. Orochimaru handed Sasuke 3 scrolls, chuckling lightly. Collaborating with my future self is rather intriguing. Sasuke expressed a brief thanks before securing the scrolls. The experiment with Boruto's sealing is nearing its final phase. In 3 days, we will no longer need to worry about its dangers. Orochimaru added. Sasuke nodded. I leave Boruto in your hands. I will be away training for a while. By the time I return, it will likely be time to depart. Sasuke said this calmly to Orochimaru, who chuckled softly, casting a glance at Jiraiya's shadow clone before shaking his head in silence and departing. Sasuke glanced at his silhouette, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he resolved to complete his training in that technique first. Regardless, it served as a necessary means for him and Naruto to confront the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Let us proceed. Master, Sasuke addressed the shadow clone of Jiraiya. Do you not wish to rest for a moment? The clone inquired with a smile. Sasuke shook his head. I can manage this much for now. The clone nodded in agreement. Activating his Rinnegan, Sasuke conjured a black portal before stepping into it, with Jiraiya's clone following closely behind. As they resumed their training. Chapter 140. The request the following afternoon, Jiraiya, accompanied by Tsunade and Kaguya, arrived in the Land of Iron. They were met by representatives who had been sent to welcome them. Hokage-sama, we have been dispatched to greet you, announced the leading samurai with respect towards Tsunade. She acknowledged him with a nod. Thank you for your efforts. Please, lead the way. The samurai nodded and guided the trio into a grand building where several other Kage had already assembled. Upon seeing Jiraiya, the Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, instantly erupted with fury. Boom. A lightning-fast kick aimed at Jiraiya was thwarted as Tsunade prepared to retaliate. However, Jiraiya chuckled lightly, squeezing her hand gently, and then tilted his head to evade the attack. When Kuratsuchi missed his strike and prepared for another, a white-bearded samurai admonished, Tsuchikage-sama, please be mindful of your position. At that moment, Inoki and Akatsuchi arrived to restrain Kuratsuchi. Though their glances towards Jiraiya were anything but cordial, Jiraiya chuckled softly. Are we such old friends that we must display such fervor? He then disregarded their hostility. Moving to the seat reserved for the Hokage, pulling out a chair for Tsunade before taking his place behind Kaguya, adopting the role of protector. Kuratsuchi, seething with rage, took his seat, glaring daggers at Jiraiya. Tsunade, perplexed, observed Kuratsuchi's demeanor and then glanced at her husband. Puzzled by what Jiraiya had done to provoke such ire from the Tsuchikage, who was willing to jeopardize the peace between their villages. She contemplated confronting him as Hokage, but Jiraiya had subtly advised her to focus on the pressing matters at hand, deeming this petty conflict unworthy of pursuit. The other Kage, astute and ambitious, understood the gravity of the situation. Despite their grievances towards Jiraiya, who had decisively triumphed over their villages in the past, they recognized the legitimacy of his victories. Esteemed colleagues, Jiraiya began, I wish to overlook the recent altercation. The purpose of this 5 Kage summit is to address the imminent threat from external enemies. Therefore, let us delve into the preparations each village has undertaken. Tsunade interjected succinctly. We have discerned that the recent phenomena are indeed omens of the impending arrival of external adversaries. Behind her, Kaguya frowned slightly, glancing at Jiraiya. He gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain composed. Indeed, I have encountered these foes firsthand, he continued. It is evident that the shinobi world is on the brink of a significant catastrophe. The calamity foretold by the system bore a resemblance to the curse that had endangered the great sage of the toads. Presently, Jiraiya lacked clarity on the specifics, but resolved to prepare for the worst. Lord Jiraiya, could you elaborate? Inquired the Mizukage, Shizune. Jiraiya nodded. Let me elucidate the adversaries we are likely to face. He detailed the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, their Rinnegan abilities, and the recent encounter with Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, which left everyone's expressions grave. Tsunade's heart sank, overwhelmed with guilt. It was no wonder Kaguya had been absent by her side the previous night. She had been confronting foes. Suppressing her emotions, she maintained her composure. After a brief silence, Gaara spoke up. Lord, if you claim these are the visible enemies, does it imply there are hidden adversaries as well? His inquiry prompted the other Kage to turn their attention to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, albeit with some reservations. To say there are hidden enemies may be imprecise. Truthfully, I am uncertain. However, what I do know is that, apart from the Otsutsuki clan, we may also face a grand calamity. The room fell silent once again. Kuratsuchi suddenly spoke. If even you cannot ascertain the truth, it casts doubt on your claims. To assert such without evidence is rather irresponsible. Jiraiya shrugged, unfazed. Believe what you will. However, I must inform you that the great sage of Mount Myaboku is currently suffering backlash due to a prophecy. I leave it to you to consider the implications. This revelation struck the Kage like a thunderbolt, though their villages had little interaction with the 3 great sage regions. They had heard of the unique abilities of the great sage of Mount Myaboku. If even such an esteemed figure had fallen victim to prophetic backlash, the impending crisis must be dire indeed. After a moment, Gaara spoke again. I trust you, Lord. Do you have any recommendations or measures we should take? The Mizukage echoed his sentiment, while the Reikage remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya with a questioning intensity. The Tsuchikage, however, narrowed her eyes, contemplating her next move. Before she too turned to Jiraiya with a look of inquiry. Jiraiya smiled faintly. I have no suggestions. The assembly was taken aback, and both Gaara and the Mizukage appeared confused. The Tsuchikage scoffed. To place hope in such a dubious individual is rather frivolous. Indifferent to her scorn, Jiraiya noted that the girl had been a thorn in his side repeatedly and decided it was time to teach her a lesson. I withhold suggestions not to imply that Konoha harbors ulterior motives. The duty of a Kage is to protect their village. How you choose to do that is for you to decide. I shall refrain from excessive counsel, but I do have a request. With a swift motion, the Tsuchikage slammed her hand on the table, prepared to object, but Jiraiya's hand raised, an invisible force gripping her throat, lifting her effortlessly. As the situation took a turn for the worse, both Lus and Red Earth immediately directed their actions towards Jiraiya. However, they too found themselves ensnared by an invisible force gripping their necks. The others observed this spectacle with a detached demeanor, refraining from intervening. Jiraiya cast a fleeting glance at Lus and Red Earth, before his gaze settled on the struggling Kuratsuchi. He remarked nonchalantly, the young lady possesses a rather tempestuous temperament. I shan't strike a girl, yet I wouldn't mind imparting a slight lesson to those lacking in courtesy. Furthermore, if one is outmatched, one ought to bow their head in humility. Your grandfather, Anoki, has chosen to let bygones be bygones regarding the previous incident. Clinging to it incessantly is rather petty. With that, Jiraiya released the 3 of them. Immediately, Kuratsuchi and her companions gasped for breath, clutching their throats. Jiraiya paid them no further mind and turned his attention to the assembled crowd, stating coolly, "I have but one demand. You must all hand over the management of every Kage-level ninja from your villages to me, including the Jinchuriki." The gathered Kages exchanged tense glances, their expressions tightening. Reikage slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming furiously, "Are you attempting to force us to submit to Konoha? I vehemently oppose this." The other Kages echoed sentiments of discontent. Such a demand was tantamount to disarming their villages and surrendering power, essentially forcing them into submission to Konoha. Unfazed by their dissent, Jiraiya continued, "To speak candidly, your lives and deaths hold little significance for me, nor do I harbor any ambitions of domination over the ninja world. What I seek is merely a sanctuary where my loved ones can live in peace. However, this straightforward request may very well dissolve amidst the impending calamity. Were it not for the consideration of your feelings, I would not find myself here, speaking so amiably, relying solely on my own strength. Apologies, but I do not possess such grandiosity." He elaborated. "The reason I mention this is that I have mastered a technique which, upon successful cultivation, can significantly enhance one's power. Yet, the criteria for the practitioner are stringent. Only those of Kage level or above stand a chance of success, and thus a glimmer of hope amidst the forthcoming disaster. I must clarify, should even one of you refuse, I shall relent and consider it as if I had never spoken," he added. The Mizukage interjected, "What if we refuse? Do you have a countermeasure?" Tsunade, too, regarded Jiraiya thoughtfully. A smirk graced Jiraiya's lips as he replied, "I don't fear revealing this to you, should you decline. I have little interest in discussing the defense of the ninja world. With my current strength, I could easily relocate with my loved ones to another planet. As for the future calamity, it is of no concern to me. This is not a negotiation. Rather, I am offering you an opportunity." The room fell into a stunned silence, the gravity of his words weighing heavily upon them. Jiraiya had indeed contemplated this course of action. If he could not defeat them, he could certainly evade them. Since acquiring the ability to train through cosmic forces, he had gained the means to survive in the vast universe. Moreover, with Kaguya by his side, the harsh environment within her dimensional space was still bearable for a ninja, provided that adequate resources were prepared in advance. When the time came, he would have Kaguya transport all his loved ones into her dimension, and afterward, they would seek out another habitable planet. It sounded somewhat like a coward's escape. Yet as long as he could safeguard those dear to him, he felt no qualms. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, silence reigning supreme. The Kages could scarcely fathom that Jiraiya would take such a drastic step, nor could they comprehend the notion of him departing the ninja world for the stars. They did not doubt the veracity of his claims. Having reached this point, he certainly possessed the confidence to back them up. After a moment, Gaara's gaze toward Jiraiya grew resolute as he declared, "The Sand Village will heed Lord Jiraiya's instructions." A light chuckle escaped Jiraiya as he turned his attention to the other Kages. At this juncture, their thoughts were tumultuous. With the matter laid bare, they were left with little choice but to accept this new reality. From the Jinchuriki, they had gleaned a sliver of information, and now, with Jiraiya's declaration, they were reluctant to see their homes destroyed. One by one, they nodded in agreement, thus, in a sense, forging a coalition among the 5 great nations, albeit with Konoha at its helm. Seeing their acquiescence, and noting the absence of their previous hostility, Jiraiya smiled with relief. Had he not previously swept through the 5 great nations, leaving an indelible mark of fear, persuading them would have undoubtedly required more forceful measures. However, he had no desire to beg. "Then let us cooperate harmoniously. By the way, you 5 Kages are included in this as well. Return and delegate tasks to your subordinates. You have 1 day to arrange matters. Tomorrow morning, I shall send a clone to escort you." With that, Jiraiya distributed kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal to each of them. He then created several clones, stating, "For the sake of expediency, allow my clones to accompany you back to your villages." The Kages nodded in agreement, and thus the meeting of the 5 Kages drew to a close. Jiraiya took Tsunade's hand with one of his own and Kaguya's with the other, using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them directly to the Hokage's office in Konoha. Upon arrival, Kaguya released Jiraiya's hand, curiously surveying the Hokage's office. At that moment, Kakashi was poring over documents at a nearby desk. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the trio, before rising to greet them. Due to his unfamiliarity with Kaguya, he only offered a brief inquiry, which she disregarded. It was her first visit to the Hokage's office, and she quietly gazed out the window at the distant scenery. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi and asked, "Well, are you adjusting?" Kakashi nodded. "It's manageable, though somewhat tiring." Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "Excellent. I believe you are ready to take on the mantle now." Kakashi offered a rueful smile, preparing to decline, when Tsunade interjected. "Can I participate this time?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in surprise and shot her a disapproving look, asserting firmly, "You need to forget about that. Tomorrow. Focus on going home and resting." But Jiraiya shot her a stern glare, exclaiming, "Dare to make your own decisions? Go ahead and try." Tsunade shuddered at his tone. Kaguya turned her head to observe the two, a faint smile gracing her lips, before her gaze returned to the horizon. Kakashi, meanwhile, furrowed his brow in confusion. "I initially intended for you to assume your position immediately, but it seems that is no longer feasible," Jiraiya remarked to Kakashi with a sigh. He then recounted the events of the Kage meeting and his plans. Kakashi listened intently, his expression growing solemn, and he replied earnestly, "I will heed your orders, Lord Jiraiya." Tsunade suddenly muttered, "I am the Hokage, after all." Kakashi merely blinked in response. Jiraiya cast her an amused glance, then turned to Tsunade, stating, "My esteemed Hokage, I propose that the two advisors temporarily oversee the affairs of Konoha. What do you think?" He had given this matter considerable thought. With Konoha needing to allocate personnel, there would inevitably be a void in leadership. The two old-timers had been itching to take charge for quite some time. It would be better to entrust the village's management to them. Though they may not possess the best capabilities, their intentions were not malicious. Temporarily delegating authority to them would not cause significant harm. Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances, taken aback by his suggestion. Tsunade frowned. "Have you thought this through? Those two old coots are hardly reliable." Jiraiya chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, with me around, they won't stir up too much trouble." After a brief moment of contemplation, Tsunade nodded. "You all have tasks to attend to, while I, as Hokage, find myself with an unexpected abundance of free time. It feels somewhat disheartening." Jiraiya gently grasped her hand and softly spoke. "What I previously conveyed to the five Kage was not a mere fabrication. The individuals I hold dearest in this world are you and Kaguya. Were it not for you, I would have been disinterested in involving myself in such matters. I could simply walk away. However, here lies Konoha, which you protect, along with friends and family, and I do not wish for you to lose these connections. What you must focus on now is nurturing the child. Leave everything else to me, all right?" Kaguya, momentarily captivated by the scenery, stirred slightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya with tenderness and resolve before nodding in agreement. "Kakashi, gather all elite jonin and above within the village, including the Umbu, former root members, and Naruto and his father, for a meeting in the conference hall." Tsunade issued her command. Kakashi acknowledged and vanished from the Hokage's office. Jiraiya observed Tsunade, who had regained her goddess-like demeanor, and smiled softly, squeezing her hand, murmuring, "Your aura is quite fitting." Tsunade shot him a playful glare. Subsequently, Jiraiya approached the window, taking Kaguya's hand, and asked softly, "Will you accompany me, or shall we return home?" Kaguya glanced at him, then replied, "Let us head home. It's more relaxing." Jiraiya chuckled lightly, nodded, exchanged a knowing look with Tsunade, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Kaguya adeptly switched on the television while Jiraiya rummaged through the refrigerator for snacks, sending a shadow clone to fetch Sasuke, giving Kaguya a few instructions before departing once more. Back in the office, Tsunade sat at her desk, gazing out the window into the distance. Sensing Jiraiya's presence behind her, she softly expressed, "I have some concerns." Jiraiya wrapped his arms around her gently from behind and reassured her, "Leave it to your husband. Focus on nurturing our child." Tsunade leaned into his embrace, relishing the warmth of the moment. Jiraiya, feeling a twinge of guilt, said, "I may not be able to accompany you much in the time to come. I apologize." Tsunade smiled softly. "I will take good care of myself." He kissed her hair, feeling a sense of unease. The sudden emergence of the Otsutsuki had altered his plans, and the situation felt increasingly urgent. Urashiki had escaped and was likely on his way back. Perhaps next time, it would not be merely a handful of individuals. This was the reason for his considerable efforts. In addition to enhancing the strength of all skilled fighters, he too needed to engage in training. A month felt rather pressing. Chapter 142, Refining the Divine Technique in the Conference Hall. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood at the forefront, addressing the assembly. Among them, only Naruto remained a genin. Although Sasuke had also reached the 3-tomo level around the same time, his abilities paled in comparison to Naruto's, rendering him temporarily unhelpful. Hence Jiraiya had brought Sasuke to Kaguya. To his surprise, he had anticipated around 10 elite jonin, yet over 30 individuals were present, far exceeding his expectations. Some were familiar faces, while others were not. Following Danzo's demise, Root had disbanded, and Tsunade retained a formidable subset, integrating them into the Umbu, while the remainder chose their own paths. Most opted to stay, revealing a considerable number of skilled fighters. Among them was Minato, though he wore a mask, donned a new outfit, and had his hair styled, wrapped in a black headband. A choice he made himself. After his rebirth, he wished to live for his family, avoiding undue attention. Meanwhile, Naruto had been enjoying the warmth of family life, cherishing the presence of both his mother and father, which brought him immense joy, reflected in his ever-present smile. Fu was also present, standing in a corner. Noticing the solemn expressions among the crowd, Tsunade issued her orders, stating that they were to follow Jiraiya's instructions henceforth. The assembly acknowledged her command. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and departed. She had previously considered appointing the 2 advisors to temporarily handle Hokage duties and had ultimately agreed, recognizing their management skills despite their lack of combat prowess. Their presence would ensure Konoha remained stable. Jiraiya stepped forward, clad in black attire, his expression grave as he declared, "In the upcoming period, I shall teach you a new technique, but I must preface this by stating that it demands rigorous physical conditioning. Failure to meet the requisite standards may result in severe consequences." A palpable tension filled the room. Jiraiya paused before continuing, "You need not worry. Prior to beginning formal training, I shall administer a test. Should you pass, you will earn the right to train in this technique, and I will do my utmost to ensure everyone's safety." The assembly regarded Jiraiya with solemnity. He smiled lightly. "Let us commence." He summoned Shiro, enveloping them within her form before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them to a picturesque location. Jiraiya spoke with authority. "Your task now is to attune yourselves to Shiro. This tailed beast is named Shiro. You must carefully sense her energy, as she will transmit natural energy into your bodies. My shadow clones will supervise you throughout this process. Naruto will elucidate the specifics of the training." Naruto, step forward. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, approached the assembly under Shiro's chakra's influence. For this duration, he would instruct them in the methods of sage mode. He then addressed the group, explaining that mastering sage art was merely the beginning. If they could not even grasp sage art, it would indicate their unworthiness to train in the subsequent techniques, leading to their elimination. Having clarified the rules, Jiraiya observed the determination in their eyes and nodded appreciatively. After reiterating the key points, he summoned dozens of shadow clones. Having previously informed the group about utilizing shadow clones for training, Kakashi immediately understood, recalling his earlier guidance with Naruto and Fu, which had employed the same technique. However, Naruto's capacity vastly exceeded theirs, allowing him to create hundreds, even thousands of clones. In this instance, every additional clone would enhance their chances of success. The remaining shadow clones would sufficiently supervise their training. After instructing Naruto, Jiraiya noticed Guy amongst the crowd and felt inspired. "Guy, step forward." Guy complied and approached Jiraiya. After exchanging greetings with Naruto, Jiraiya departed with Guy, leaving Naruto feeling somewhat awkward. Having spent considerable time learning sage art himself, he found it rather unfair that his master had entrusted this challenging task to him. However, it wasn't long before Naruto overcame his nervousness and began explaining the training for sage art. He had learned from Kurama that the group, enveloped by Shiro, was akin to the frog oil he had once applied, facilitating their connection to natural energy. Even Kurama could not help but admire Shiro's remarkable abilities. Under Naruto's guidance, the group commenced their training. Minato stood at the back of the line, observing Naruto with a beaming smile, proud of his son's growth and newfound strength. Meanwhile, Jiraiya accompanied Guy to Orochimaru's base. Upon seeing him, Orochimaru smiled, stating, "Boruto's body has shown no adverse effects." Jiraiya grinned, replying, "Thank you for your efforts." Yet, he sensed a subtle change in Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly. "What brings you here this time?" Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of gravity as he replied, "I wish to resurrect certain individuals, powerful yet pure-hearted souls. Do you possess their biological materials?" Orochimaru paused in surprise before responding. I had some in the past. Currently, only a sample of the third raikage remains. Jiraiya slightly furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before sighing helplessly to himself. Then let us resurrect the third raikage first. Orochimaru did not inquire about the reason. Instead, he turned and retrieved a vessel. Kai wanted to ask something, but after some thought, he decided it was best to remain silent, as the adults were engaged in serious matters, and he could inquire later. Thus, he stood quietly behind Jiraiya. After a cruel sacrifice of a notorious villain, the third raikage was brought back to life through the technique of Edo Tensei. The third raikage gazed around in confusion at the dim surroundings and asked, "Where is this?" Jiraiya smiled and explained, clarifying the reason for his resurrection. After a moment of contemplation, the third raikage replied, "It is exhilarating to engage in battle with strong opponents." I agree. Upon hearing this, a smirk played on Jiraiya's lips as he cheerfully said, "In that case, allow me to truly resurrect you." With that, he formed hand seals and invoked the rebirth of the samsara, causing the cracks on the third raikage's body to gradually disappear, his skin regaining its color. The raikage was astonished as he witnessed the transformation of his body. Kai, standing not far behind Jiraiya, was equally astonished. He had initially been shocked by the brutality of the Edo Tensei technique, but now, seeing the raikage fully restored before him, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Did the adult possess such remarkable abilities? The third raikage clenched his fists and then smiled faintly. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. In return, I shall temporarily heed your commands. Very well, I shall not restrict your freedom. However, your current strength is still lacking in relation to my expectations. I will send you to a place where you can refine your body, Jiraiya responded. The raikage nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jiraiya chuckled softly, greeted Orochimaru, and then placed his hands on the shoulders of both the third raikage and Kai, instantly transporting them back home. Kaguya was sitting on the sofa, cradling a doll while watching television, and Sasuke was busy in the kitchen. Kaguya, please send them to the gravity space as well. Jiraiya instructed Kaguya. She nodded, her gaze never leaving the television, and with a casual wave of her hand, the third raikage and Kai vanished from sight. Jiraiya let out a wry smile. Not wishing to say much more, as long as she was happy, that was enough. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya left home once more and ascended into the void. Hashirama and Madara were already making progress in the gravity space during their training. This was something he could see through his Rinnegan. Since developing a bond with Kaguya, she had opened her heart to him, allowing him to effortlessly observe the scenes within the primordial space. Currently, he was familiar with only a few powerful individuals. Besides Kai, the raikage was the only one with sufficient physical prowess. His intention to gather so many was to experiment with improving the training model of the divine arts. Essentially a simplified version. While it might be somewhat weaker than the divine arts he and Kaguya practiced, it would undoubtedly surpass the sage mode. As for Hashirama and the others, he opted to have them train in the original divine arts, which offered a higher starting point and lacked a ceiling. This was also a testament to his trust in them. He believed that with Kai's self-discipline and diligent training, he would quickly catch up to Madara and the others. The raikage was equally confident in his own strength, and, being a proud individual, he would find it easy to keep pace. The rest was up to him. Previously, during his and Kaguya's training, when they first absorbed cosmic energy, their internal organs had suffered severe erosion. However, now that they had successfully trained, they could promptly address past issues. Yet, for Kakashi and the others, there remained some danger, and further improvements were necessary. After creating thousands of shadow clones, Jiraiya immediately set to work refining the divine arts. After a day and a night, as the thousands of shadow clones vanished in an instant, Jiraiya lay exhausted in the void, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Haha, finally succeeded. Chapter 143. Arrival of the Sand Village's people. The simplified divine arts could store a portion of cosmic energy within the skin, transforming it into a continuous energy reservoir for the practitioners. In contrast, the divine tree training he and Kaguya engaged in directly absorbed cosmic energy into their bodies, refining their internal organs, resulting in not merely qualitative changes but, to some extent, a form of evolution. He decided that for Kakashi and the others, they would not need to absorb cosmic energy into their bodies. Instead, they would utilize a special chakra flow to draw upon the cosmic energy stored in their skin. The skin would serve as a buffer, significantly reducing harm to ordinary individuals. Naturally, the potency would also be diminished. Nevertheless, this method could yield quicker results, though true qualitative enhancement would still require the utilization of cosmic energy to refine the internal organs. As it stood, the number of participants was sufficient once they successfully trained. 3 to 5 individuals should be capable of handling an average Otsutsuki. However, he was still somewhat concerned about how many would reach the first step. Theoretically, as long as they could enter Sage mode, training in the simplified divine arts would pose no issue. Yet, the extent of their progress would depend on their individual efforts. Jiraiya let out a sigh. After a brief recovery, he moved and appeared in Sunigakure. "Master!" Yum exclaimed upon seeing him, her face lighting up with joy. Chiyo and Kuro also realized his presence, respectfully greeting him with expressions of delight. Jiraiya ruffled Yum and Chiyo's hair. The two girls had grown even more vibrant during their time apart. Chiyo had grown considerably taller, while Yum still appeared quite short. Yum's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Master, I missed you." Jiraiya felt a slight pang in his heart. Since his last visit to Sunigakure, he had not paid much attention to the little ones, which filled him with a sense of guilt. He patted their heads and smiled. "I'm here now? But why didn't you send me a message if you missed me?" Yum replied, her voice choked with emotion. "Lord Gaara said you were engaged in something very important, and I didn't want to disturb you." Jiraiya felt a twinge of pain in his heart and coaxed, "Once I finish this busy period, I'll take you both out for a nice outing, okay?" Yum and Chiyo nodded eagerly. "Master, can I go too?" Kuro stepped forward hesitantly. Chiyo and Yum also looked on with anticipation. Jiraiya felt reluctant but ultimately refused, saying, "You are still too young and your strength is inadequate. We can discuss this again when you've grown up." Yum and Chiyo lowered their heads in disappointment. However, Kuro remained resolute. "Master, I want to go. Even if my strength is weak, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I won't give up." Jiraiya pondered for a while, gazing into the unwavering eyes of Zyro. Finally, he nodded, conceding, "Very well. However, should you fail to pass the first round of selection," Zyro resolutely declared, "I will strive to succeed." Jiraiya chuckled lightly, no longer troubled by the matter. After offering words of encouragement to Chihaya and Yemo, he vanished from the spot along with the others. Watching their departure, Chihaya felt a pang of loneliness. After a moment, he clenched his fists and resolutely proclaimed, "Yemo, I must train even harder. One day, I too wish to stand beside them and contribute to the shinobi world." Upon hearing this, Yemu's eyes filled with determination as he nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, Jiraiya appeared before Naruto and the others. "Naruto, how has the explanation been going?" he inquired of Naruto, who was already instructing the villagers of Konoha. Naruto turned his head, his face displaying a look of despair. "Master, it's exceedingly difficult." Jiraiya found himself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he patted Naruto's shoulder and said calmly, "Keep at it. Your master believes in you. After all, you have Fu and your father to assist you, don't you?" Jiraiya felt a twinge of confusion. Although Minato wished to keep his identity secret, he should be able to help with such matters. This was something Jiraiya had tacitly accepted, though he had not explicitly mentioned it. Upon hearing his words, Naruto jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier, master?" Jiraiya suddenly became curious. "Oh, where have your father and Fu gone?" He scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of them. Naruto lamented. "Fu said that grandma can perform that technique you mentioned, so she went to find her." Jiraiya was taken aback. "To seek Kagaya? I recall that Fu seemed quite afraid of her." Immediately, Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan and, after a brief investigation, discovered them in the void above, where Kagaya was patiently instructing them. Furthermore, 2 additional figures stood beside them, Madara and Hashirama. Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. After entrusting the Sand Village to Naruto, he swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Naruto, now faced with Gaara and the others, felt overwhelmed. He quickly created dozens of shadow clones to begin explaining things to the Sand Village contingent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's clone assumed the role of the original sage, ensuring they did not absorb excessive energy that could lead to physical elementalization. The task of explaining sage techniques was entrusted to Naruto, which was also Jiraiya's intention to cultivate his abilities. With Shikaku's assistance, Gaara quickly grasped the concepts and began to make progress. On the other side, Jiraiya arrived in the void above. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Fu immediately lost her composure. She frowned and suddenly coughed up blood. Jiraiya remarked. At this moment, Fu opened her eyes, her complexion pale and her breath weak. Nevertheless, she managed to smile, saying, "Master, you've come." Jiraiya rubbed his temples, feeling a mix of affection and frustration. This little one, with such remarkable talent, dared to become distracted at a time like this. "Ouch! Master, why did you hit me?" Fu exclaimed. Jiraiya lightly tapped her head, admonishing, "Next time. If you're not focused and hurt yourself, see how I'll deal with you." His gesture was gentle, yet the warning in his eyes was evident. Fu immediately shrank her neck in response, acknowledging him. Hashirama and Madara remained absorbed in their meditative states, deeply attuned to the cosmic energies. Jiraiya urged Fu to concentrate, then approached Kaguya, taking her hand in gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts." Kaguya shook her head. "Well, since I had nothing to do, I might as well watch television. Fu begged me, so I came out." Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Kaguya had changed considerably over time. However, this was a positive development. "Are you considering forming an army to resist the Otsutsuki?" Kaguya inquired softly. Jiraiya nodded. "While it may not be an army per se, with the strength of many, our burdens will lighten. Moreover, the two individuals we previously dealt with did not evolve into their second forms, which strikes me as rather peculiar." Kaguya furrowed her brow. Falling silent. "Curious," Jiraiya asked, "do you know what the main base is like?" Kaguya shook her head. "That memory seems to have vanished. I do not know where the main base is." Jiraiya felt a sense of helplessness. The information available was still too scant. The last visit had 2 individuals. He wondered how many would come next time, and he was entirely in the dark about the true strength of these formidable beings. That slippery fellow, Urashiki, was indeed cunning. Otherwise, he would have detained him again to perhaps delay matters further. Jiraiya felt a pang of regret. After a brief silence, Kaguya suddenly said, "Their powers seem to be suppressed." Jiraiya was taken aback, his thoughts racing. Previously, he had heard Urashiki mention that individuals from the main base were promoted by external personnel. Combining this with some previously acquired information, he began to speculate about the governing structure of the Otsutsuki clan. In a vibrant world like the shinobi realm, where life flourished, it was highly probable that the fruits produced by the divine tree would need to be surrendered. Those who attempted to partake in them would be deemed traitors and pursued relentlessly. The surrendered fruits would then be handed over to individuals akin to the earlier Otsutsuki Kaguya and Urashiki. Ordinary planets discovered by the likes of Momoshiki and Kinshiki would yield only common fruits, which, once converted into pills by the Rinnegan, could be consumed by them for sustenance. From Urashiki's demeanor, Jiraiya discerned that these two did not hold particularly high status within the main base. Otherwise, Urashiki would not have threatened Kaguya in such a manner. Jiraiya suddenly turned to Kaguya, softly inquiring, "Kaguya, prior to training in sage techniques, could you transform?" Kaguya pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "The form you rescued me in was my final transformation." Jiraiya couldn't help but scrutinize her current appearance. It was not the traditional long skirt adorned with tomo, but rather a refreshing casual long dress, subtly accentuating her form with an air of purity and elegance. Kaguya gazed intently at Jiraiya, her eyes slightly narrowed. Jiraiya hastily cleared his throat, pulling his gaze away and meeting Kaguya's eyes with composure. "It seems that those who have consumed the fruits likely lack any further transformation forms. The 2 Otsutsuki we encountered must have ingested the fruits, but their quality was significantly inferior compared to what you once consumed." Noticing Kaguya's silence, Jiraiya assumed she was contemplating. To his surprise, Kaguya suddenly exclaimed, "I want to do it again." Jiraiya responded, puzzled. "That transformation you just thought of?" Kaguya smirked. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. "What? That one you were just thinking about?" Jiraiya froze, awkwardly scratching his head and chuckling. "It seems the timing is not quite right for that." In order to prevent Fu from sensing anything amiss from a distance, Jiraiya deliberately used his Rinnegan to conceal their presence and voices. After some persuasion, he managed to dissuade Kaguya from that notion. He internally lamented how powerful Kaguya's Rinnegan was. She could detect whatever he thought, which was indeed frustrating. Nonetheless, her candidness evoked a peculiar feeling within him. Yet, this was not the moment for such thoughts, since all individuals from the main base had consumed the fruits. Conventional methods of combat would hold little efficacy. A smile crept onto his lips as he began to formulate a plan. After contemplating for a moment, he gently told Kaguya, "Let us not dwell on these matters for now. Focus on enhancing your strength. Overthinking is unnecessary." Kaguya's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Seeing this, Jiraiya chuckled softly, squeezed her small hand, and took his leave. After bringing the powerful individuals from Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages over, he had them commence their training in sage techniques alongside the Sand Village. Meanwhile, both he and Kaguya embarked on their own training journeys. In truth, at their level of mastery, their bodies could autonomously absorb the cosmic energy at any time and place, although self-directed absorption was still somewhat faster. Moreover, Jiraiya's recent training had significantly enhanced his strength. Kaguya sensed a slight disparity and commenced her own training. Before long, a week had elapsed. Many individuals on the ground had already been filtered out. Among the 5 great hidden villages, there were a total of over 160 people. Apart from the Jinchuriki, nearly 100 could sense natural energy. This was largely thanks to the assistance of Shiro, for without it, sensing natural energy in such a brief period would have been exceedingly difficult. After all, not everyone possessed the vast chakra reserves akin to the Jinchuriki, capable of employing numerous shadow clones for training assistance. Regardless, the results were substantial. Both Jiraiya and Kaguya had greatly improved their capacity to harness cosmic energy, nearing 2%, an astonishing acceleration. He was confident that should he face those 3 individuals again, he could eliminate them in an instant. This realization bolstered his confidence considerably. To Jiraiya's surprise and delight, both Madara and Hashirama were progressing rapidly in their training, their bodies having undergone mutations. All that remained was for them to begin absorbing cosmic energy. Such talent was enviable. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly. Had it not been for his traversal and the system's aid, attaining such accomplishments would have seemed like a distant dream. However, witnessing their burgeoning strength day by day lifted his spirits, signifying that he was no longer alone. With this group of allies, he felt more assured in confronting the Otsutsuki. He and Kaguya returned home to find Tsunade intently watching television, her expression one of deep focus and tension. Even upon their return, she remained oblivious to their presence. Jiraiya's curiosity piqued. When had Tsunade become so captivated by television? A glance at the screen rendered him speechless. It was a lottery program. Suddenly, Tsunade erupted in a loud shout, startling Jiraiya, who stumbled and hurried to her side, exclaiming, "Dear, take it easy." Upon noticing Jiraiya, Tsunade promptly wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Honey, I won. I won 100 taels." Jiraiya inquired cautiously, "How much did you buy?" He held her gently, protecting her abdomen, curious. Tsunade paused, then dismissively waved her hand. "What does it matter how much I bought? Winning is what counts." Jiraiya remarked, "From the looks of it, you must have bought quite a bit. Winning 100 taels won't even cover the cost of the cheapest bowl of ramen." Currently, Tsunade's gambling was a minor concern. His primary fear was that their future daughter might adopt such a habit. No, they had to confront the Otsutsuki. His wife could not be neglected. Allowing her to continue this way could lead their daughter astray. For the first time, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of crisis due to Tsunade's gambling. Before he could voice his thoughts, Tsunade finally registered his presence, asking curiously, "Aren't you supposed to be training? Why are you back?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes, realizing she had only just noticed. Nevertheless, he replied gently, "We've reached a bottleneck. We're taking a short break." Tsunade nodded in understanding. To be fair, Tsunade was quite carefree. Though she harbored deep concerns, her pregnancy prevented her from participating in battles, a fact Jiraiya had made clear to her. As a medical ninja, she was well aware of the risks associated with her advanced age and pregnancy. Even with her robust physique, carelessness could lead to miscarriage. Yet, idling at home all day was dreadfully boring for her. 3 days prior, she had officially stepped down from her duties, and all matters of the village were temporarily overseen by Shizune and Mito. With nothing to occupy her time, she resorted to this form of entertainment. Going out to gamble felt extravagant. It was through a recommendation that she had fallen into the lottery trap. It was unclear who initiated this craze. But after purchasing her first ticket, Tsunade became utterly enthralled. Moreover, she could experience the thrill of potential winnings without even leaving home, far more exhilarating than traditional gambling. Jiraiya discerned her inner joy and felt a sense of resignation. With Naruto and the clones managing training, he didn't have to worry much and could enjoy some time with Tsunade. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his hand and turned to Kaguya, who was holding on to him with fervent eyes. Jiraiya let out a wry smile. Tsunade seemed to sense their unspoken connection, then playfully pushed them into the bedroom, laughing. "You two have fun. I'm going to buy a few more tickets to test my luck." As she nudged them, she exclaimed, "Believe it or not, You can order them through the mail now. How wonderful. With that, she scampered to the television, jotting down notes. Jiraiya was then pulled onto the bed by Kaguya, and they shared intimate moments. By dusk, Jiraiya lay exhausted on the bed, holding Kaguya, feeling immensely satisfied. Had he not been concerned about Tsunade's discomfort with their absence, he would have loved to engage in countless rounds of playful battle with Kaguya in sage mode. Kaguya had already succumbed to slumber. Rising from the bed, Jiraiya covered her with a blanket and kissed her forehead. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He quickly activated his Rinnegan, and the sight that met his eyes left him astounded. Unbeknownst to him, a nascent life form had begun to take shape within Kaguya. He was taken aback. Just this afternoon, there had been no sign of it. How had it grown so significantly in such a short span? It was utterly unfathomable. However, this was indeed a blessing. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Kaguya, Jiraiya felt a swell of affection. Kaguya gazed curiously at the two, perplexed. Learning about Tsunade's gambling escapades and significant losses, Jiraiya couldn't help but lament the hardships that had ensued. Chapter 145. Sasuke and Boruto depart. Kaguya was pregnant as well. While Jiraiya was elated, he also felt a tinge of distress. Kaguya was incredibly powerful, a remarkable asset against the Otsutsuki, but now, with her pregnancy and the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki, he had to alter his strategy and allow Kaguya to take a step back. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but recall that inexplicable dream from earlier. Yet, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Regardless of whether it was ominous or fortuitous, he had no choice but to forge ahead. He exited the bedroom and found Tsunade dozing on the couch. Fatigued from her pregnancy and prolonged television viewing, Jiraiya approached her, and upon noticing him, Tsunade leaned against him and fell asleep. He sighed, carrying her back to the bedroom. After covering her with a blanket and kissing both their foreheads, Jiraiya swiftly departed the house. He had sensed an anomaly with the Flying Thunder God technique, and, upon reappearing, found himself at Orochimaru's base. Master, my mastery of the divine arts is beginning to bear fruit, Sasuke exclaimed, joy evident in his eyes as he expressed gratitude to Jiraiya. Boruto stood beside him. Jiraiya smiled and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, saying, "It seems it's time to return, Master." Boruto's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His voice choked with emotion as he gazed at Jiraiya with deep reluctance. Jiraiya tousled his hair, inwardly sighing, but quickly composed himself, smiling, "Once you return, make sure to treat your mother well and don't hold grudges against your father. Listen to your teacher." Boruto nodded vigorously. Jiraiya glanced at Boruto and then at Sasuke, feeling a similar sense of loss. After spending so much time together, they had forged profound bonds. This separation might very well be their last. He suppressed his emotions and smiled, saying, "As an elder, on the verge of parting, I must assess your abilities, serving as a final practice." Sasuke and Boruto exchanged glances before turning to Jiraiya, nodding in agreement. Jiraiya led them to a desolate area, with Boruto and Sasuke following closely behind. Sasuke's spatial abilities and Boruto's Flying Thunder God technique were now nearly on par with Jiraiya, which filled him with satisfaction. At the very least, upon returning to the future, they would possess greater means of self-defense. Turning to the two, Jiraiya gradually composed himself, declaring, "Let us see the fruits of your training during this period. Just to be clear, if you do not meet the standards, I will not hold back." Boruto grinned widely, clenching his fist confidently. "Don't worry, Master, we won't disappoint you. Prepare." With Jiraiya's command, the match commenced. Boom. Boruto and Sasuke vanished from their positions in an instant. Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan, raising his left hand and blocking with his right leg, successfully parrying their attacks. Boruto immediately unleashed the wedge, with peculiar dark blue markings appearing on his right arm and face, entering the first state of wedge. Orochimaru's successful research on wedge had alleviated Boruto's concerns, and he now wielded the power of wedge with perfect mastery and fluidity. Boom. With a steely expression, Boruto twisted in midair, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Jiraiya's head. Sasuke retreated swiftly after a failed strike, creating an opening for Boruto, while drawing his Kusanagi sword, poised for action. Bang! Jiraiya's long hair grew rapidly, intercepting Boruto's leg. Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth. Missing his target, Boruto vanished as Jiraiya's hair hardened, replaced by Sasuke's blade. Jiraiya quickly tilted his head to narrowly avoid the strike, simultaneously clamping down on Sasuke's sword. Buzz! Boruto reappeared behind Jiraiya, launching a powerful punch imbued with tremendous force. Jiraiya's hair could not withstand the impact. Upon closer inspection, Boruto had transformed into the second state of wedge. Bang! Jiraiya felt a severe impact from behind, causing him to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke executed a backward kick, prompting Jiraiya to lean back and evade. As Sasuke spun again, Jiraiya utilized the flying thunder god to retreat to a distance. Just as he thought to catch his breath, another punch came barreling toward him, aimed at his face. Jiraiya chuckled inwardly. These two were indeed serious. However, this was also good, as he would impart yet another lesson today. Jiraiya's expression became serious as he instantly entered Sage mode. With Shiro still aiding others in their training and absent from his side, he required additional time to fully enter God Technique mode. Nevertheless, he was adequately prepared to contend with the two. Bang! Jiraiya raised his hand, instantly blocking Boruto's punch. Sasuke had also entered God Technique mode, emanating a faint aura as he suddenly appeared behind Jiraiya, his sword slicing through the air, crackling with golden electricity, formidable in power. Jiraiya kicked backward, barely avoiding the strike, and then seized Boruto's fist, forcefully throwing him toward Sasuke. Sasuke's Rinnegan activated, facilitating a swift exchange with Boruto. Sage Art, Hair Thousand Blades. With a resounding clang, the Kusanagi sword collided with Jiraiya's hardened white hair, producing a piercing metallic sound. Sasuke sensed danger and shouted, "Boruto!" He quickly withdrew while rapidly wielding the Kusanagi sword, blocking countless blades. At that moment, Boruto gathered a Rasengan, appearing behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya hastily kicked backward, condensing a Rasengan in his foot to counter the attack. Boruto's eyes widened in shock. Though astonished, he did not hesitate, directly engaging Jiraiya's Rasengan. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending Sasuke and Boruto flying back several dozen meters, creating a significant distance between the three. "Master, that was incredible. You even formed a Rasengan with your foot," Boruto exclaimed in awe. Jiraiya smirked, remarking that techniques must be learned and adapted to the situation. Whether good or bad, any technique capable of repelling an enemy was a valuable one. Boruto nodded earnestly in agreement. "Continue," Jiraiya bellowed, charging toward Boruto. Sasuke swiftly joined him, and together they launched a coordinated assault. The trio exchanged blows vigorously, executing their techniques with the standards of the Otsutsuki, sparing no effort. It was not until the moon hung high in the starry sky that they ceased their battle. In that moment, Jiraiya finally revealed a satisfied smile. Although he had not fought with full strength, only utilizing a fraction of his capabilities in Sage mode, the fact that Boruto and Sasuke could barely hold their own against him demonstrated their remarkable growth. Even if they faced a formidable opponent alone, they would possess the strength to fight back, and in cooperation, defeating their adversary would be effortless. Moreover, Boruto had yet to learn Sage mode. Once he did, his power would soar. As for Sasuke, having only recently begun to grasp Sage mode, his prowess was indeed impressive. Beneath the moonlight, Jiraiya regarded the two with a gentle smile, saying, "Well done, you have made significant progress. Now, I can rest assured as you return." Boruto and Sasuke resumed their usual demeanor, and upon hearing these words, an inexplicable bitterness welled up within them. Initially crossing over merely to save Naruto, they had not anticipated such monumental changes in this world, which resulted in their prolonged stay. They had not only resolved Boruto's wedge dilemma, but had also undergone a profound transformation in their own abilities, all thanks to Jiraiya's assistance. Sasuke, filled with solemnity, bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Boruto followed suit, saying, "Master, please take good care of my father and the little master after I'm gone. And you must take care of yourself." Jiraiya approached them, ruffling Boruto's hair with a smile and nodding, saying, "Remember what I told you before." Boruto nodded in affirmation. Jiraiya then turned to Sasuke, urging, "I want you to convey a message to Naruto." Sasuke stiffened, his expression serious as he nodded earnestly. "When you return, practice Sage mode with Boruto and Naruto as much as possible. Tell him not to use heavy ion mode. Sage mode should suffice." Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused momentarily before nodding. "I understand, Master." Jiraiya smiled, patting his shoulder. "As we part, let me give you one last gift." Sasuke looked slightly taken aback. Suddenly, Jiraiya activated his Rinnegan, a flash of golden light appearing in his hand as he tapped Sasuke's left shoulder. In an instant, Sasuke felt a tingling sensation on the side of his left arm, and moments later, a delicate arm began to grow. This left Sasuke utterly astonished. I know you are reluctant to use a mechanical arm, seeking redemption for your past self. However, lacking an arm inevitably diminishes your strength. Remember, only by becoming stronger can you protect what you wish to safeguard. Jiraiya stated earnestly. Sasuke stood in stunned silence for a moment before nodding. Once his arm had fully formed, Jiraiya withdrew his hand, chuckling lightly, and glanced at Boruto, saying, I wish you both a safe journey. I will explain things to Naruto and your grandparents. Tears welled in Boruto's eyes. Jiraiya scoffed. He detested moments of parting. It's time to go. He turned, waved his hand, and activated the flying thunder god, vanishing in an instant. The two stared at Jiraiya's disappearing figure, remaining in place for quite some time. Eventually, Sasuke sighed, saying, Let's go? Boruto choked back emotion, responding, Master, I feel a bit reluctant. Sasuke gently rubbed his head and spoke softly. Your master also feels reluctant. However, he didn't want you to witness his sorrow, which is why he departed so hastily. Leave this place to your master and the others. We have a world to protect. Sasuke gazed up at the starry sky, feeling the long-lost strength in his left hand, his resolve unwavering. Boruto nodded in response. He retrieved a turtle from his bag. Finally willing to return, you have lingered in this world for far too long. Lee remarked, observing the two. Boruto nodded. We would appreciate your assistance in returning us. Sasuke added, Could you transport us close to the time we came from? Lee nodded. There may be some fluctuations, likely differing by 2 or 3 days from the original time. Both of them acknowledged this. Subsequently, Lee began to cast a technique, and in an instant, they found themselves amidst a starry expanse of time. We are almost there, Lee announced after a brief moment. Boruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. My energy remains abundant. I received plenty of supplies earlier. If you wish to visit another time, feel free to seek me out. Sasuke and Boruto were momentarily taken aback. Sasuke furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, If we were to traverse again, could you send us back to the very moment we just left? Chapter 145. The Rebirth. Eye of Obito. Lee pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed. Sasuke's eyes glimmered as he contemplated before suddenly stating, After you send us back, please enter a temporary state of dormancy until we return. Then I will ask for your assistance once more. Boruto was taken aback at this suggestion but then thought of something, his gaze towards Sasuke brightening. Sasuke blinked and nodded, initially believing they would not return. They now recognized that the world they inhabited was drastically different from the one they would return to, filled with numerous uncertainties. Moreover, after experiencing so much during this period, Sasuke had come to deeply understand the formidable prowess of the Otsutsuki clan. Even when he and Naruto joined forces, they could not emerge unscathed. To ensure their safety, he resolved to leave Lee behind. The past had already been resolved, yet their world had yet to act. Although the mysterious shell organization had revealed some hints, information remained scant. Nevertheless, he had a rough idea of its main members. With his current strength, he believed he could manage them without issue. The true threat, however, emanated from the Otsutsuki clan itself. Hence, leaving Lee behind would be greatly beneficial for their world. With this thought in mind, Sasuke made his decision. Lee nodded in acknowledgement. We've arrived. With that, a burst of white light enveloped them, and in an instant, Sasuke and Boruto found themselves atop a building. It was dusk. Gazing at the familiar streets, they exchanged smiles. Let us go home. Today, we shall rest, and tomorrow we will begin our intense training, Sasuke instructed. To which Boruto grinned in reply. They then parted ways, with Boruto heading home while Sasuke made his way to the Hokage building. Mom, Himawari, I'm back. Upon entering his home, Boruto excitedly shouted. A petite girl appeared, clad in a light yellow hoodie and a pink skirt, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement as she saw Boruto. Brother, you finally returned. At the same time, another figure emerged, Hinata. Boruto enthusiastically began to recount his experiences of traversing back, eliciting expressions of astonishment from both his sister and mother. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the Hokage's rooftop. After Sasuke succinctly outlined their mission, a smile spread across Naruto's face. I can't believe Master survived in that world and has grown stronger. What wonderful news. Sasuke nodded. He instructed me to tell you not to use the heavy particle mode. Do you know what that means? I didn't inquire further. I assumed you or Kurama would. Naruto frowned and shook his head. Heavy particle mode? I've never heard of it. Kurama, within Naruto, grew solemn, shaken. Such a mode would only be employed in dire situations, with the ultimate cost being its user's life. Has Jiraiya truly reached such lengths? Kurama mused, But then a thought struck him. If Jiraiya warned against using heavy particle mode, it implied that Naruto would someday face an extraordinarily powerful enemy, perhaps even a life-threatening one. Realizing this, Kurama's expression darkened. You must have heard what Master meant, right? Naruto mentally inquired. Kurama remained silent for a moment before responding gravely. Naruto, heavy particle mode is my ultimate technique. Once activated, your strength will multiply exponentially. Naruto was taken aback, but soon felt a surge of excitement. However, Kurama's next statement startled him. But the price for this technique is my life. With that declaration, Naruto fell into silence. You understand the implications, right? Naruto's expression darkened, and he nodded. Sasuke, puzzled by Naruto's fluctuating demeanor, wondered what had transpired. Since Master warned me against using that technique, it means we will encounter formidable foes, Naruto declared. Sasuke's expression grew serious as he recounted their encounter with the Otsutsuki clan in detail. The more Naruto listened, the more shocked he became. He never expected Sasuke, with his skills, to struggle against such enemies. Moreover, the involvement of the Otsutsuki clan's main family only added to their concern. Kurama shared in the shock. Having already faced Kinshiki and Momoshiki, they were painfully aware of the challenges posed by such foes. If multiple adversaries of that caliber appeared, even with their presence, the shinobi world would find it hard to endure. In that moment, he truly recognized how much Jiraiya had done for Sasuke and their group in another timeline. After a long pause, Naruto took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Sasuke, summon Orochimaru back to the village. Have him devote all his efforts to researching the Otsutsuki clan. The information Sasuke brought back included the body of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Originally, Jiraiya intended to hand over the body of the main family member to Sasuke. However, considering that the previous battle with Urashiki had caused a reaction in that world, he decided against it to prevent alerting the Otsutsuki clan. After all, Momoshiki had already perished in the future world, and Boruto's seal had been resolved, so there was no risk of being detected by the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Now that we have gathered substantial information about the Otsutsuki, your next task is to enhance your strength. Naruto continued. Sasuke responded affirmatively. I was thinking the same. Also, you need to train as well. Lord Jiraiya entrusted me with a technique to pass on to you, and with your shadow clones, you should be able to achieve great results. Naruto nodded. It seems I need to step up my game. Even Boruto has surpassed me in strength. It's quite humbling. Sasuke chuckled lightly. Regardless, we must all become vital forces against the impending Otsutsuki threat. We must be at the forefront. Even the powerful Lord Jiraiya prepared extensively. Our preparations have been woefully insufficient. Indeed, leaving Lee here was the right decision. Naruto's gaze grew resolute. For the sake of the shinobi world, we cannot falter. I will protect the village and everyone, even at the cost of my life. Sasuke stood resolutely beside him. The gentle breeze rustled their garments as the two of them, beneath the evening sky, were filled with determination for the future. After Jiraiya departed, a smile adorned his face. Yet a glimmer of moisture flickered at the corners of his eyes. He inwardly chastised himself for being so sentimental over merely sending off two younger comrades. Subtly, he wiped at the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared before him. Jiraiya steadied his emotions and gazed at the figure emerging, casually remarking, Obito, what brings you here? However, he soon noticed a pair of purple Rinnegan eyes, which left him utterly astonished. You succeeded? Jiraiya asked incredulously. He distinctly remembered that Obito possessed only one of Madara's eyes, yet now he had two. The only explanation was that his own Sharingan had evolved. Obito nodded excitedly, expressing his gratitude. Master, I have succeeded, and it is largely thanks to your assistance. The last time you healed me using the power of Yin and Yang, it sparked a profound realization within me. Coupled with my experience of Madara's Rinnegan abilities, awakening my own Rinnegan was far simpler than I had anticipated. Jiraiya, while shocked, felt deep admiration. Although Obito spoke lightly of his achievement, Jiraiya understood that the journey to this upgrade must have been fraught with hardship. Madara had endured immense suffering to evolve his ocular technique, and given that Obito was considerably weaker than Madara, the challenges he faced were undoubtedly greater. He patted Obito on the shoulder, commending him. Well done, you've worked hard. Obito smiled gently and shook his head, saying, This is the path I chose. There's no such thing as hardship. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. With Obito's advancement to Rinnegan, they had gained another formidable ally of the Six Paths caliber. The only regret was the lack of additional tailed beasts to serve as Jinchuriki. Otherwise, both he and Madara could have significantly increased their power. Fortunately, they could still make up for it through divine techniques. Jiraiya resolved to bring Obito to train alongside Madara and Hashirama, dispatching a shadow clone to provide guidance. After Obito expressed his thanks, he watched as Jiraiya departed. Upon returning home, Jiraiya felt immense joy. From Obito, he learned that his Rinnegan was exceptionally unique, aligning with his initial conjecture that its abilities were indeed related to space and time. However, as he had just awakened his Rinnegan, the specific capabilities were still unexploited, meaning it would take some time before he could gauge its full potential. Nevertheless, his insight and strength were already markedly different from before. With diligent practice, his prowess would undoubtedly soar, filling Jiraiya with increasing confidence about the future. He believed that one day, he would vanquish all adversaries and live happily with his family. Chapter 146. Enhancing strength with the addition of another expert, Jiraiya, as confidence grew. Their battle strength was steadily increasing, and recently, Mito had been exceedingly busy. Aware of the formidable enemies they faced, she had intensified her training of Nagato and Konin, with Kushina joining in as well. A detail Jiraiya learned during a casual chat with Tsunade. With him, Madara, and others providing direct combat support, and Mito's sealing techniques as backup. He felt confident that they could handle the Otsutsuki clan, even if they faced a dozen foes, without being thrown into disarray. However, for the moment, the enemy likely did not regard them with utmost seriousness, which presented an opportunity. Kaguya and Tsunade were still asleep, and Jiraiya carefully climbed into bed, embracing both of them. The two lovely ladies adjusted their heads slightly and continued to sleep soundly. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiraiya tidied up and prepared breakfast for the two before seeking out Mito. Uncertain of their training location, he decided to visit Shimoku's home. Upon entering, he found a young man yawning widely, bleary-eyed, and muttering, "Brother-in-law, why are you up so early?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Everyone else was training. Even Naruto and his friends were working hard through the night. Yet this guy looked as if the sun was barely rising. But he couldn't blame him. With such weak abilities, being a bit lazy was forgivable. "Where's Mito?" Jiraiya inquired as he stepped inside. Shimoku finally woke up. "Grandma hasn't returned yet. She seems busy training her new disciples, neglecting even her own grandson," he lamented, crossing his arms. Jiraiya shook his head. "Do you know where she is training?" Shimoku replied. "No idea. She must have gone to the Uzumaki clan's territory. I haven't been there myself, so I wouldn't know." Jiraiya nodded, realizing why he had sensed nothing after searching for so long. After exchanging farewells with Shimoku, he departed. As Shimoku prepared to say something, he noticed Jiraiya had already vanished. Shimoku was momentarily taken aback, then muttered, "How infuriating. Coming to disturb my sleep this early without even an apology." Having already left, Jiraiya was unconcerned with Shimoku's feelings. At that moment, he arrived at the Uzumaki clan's territory. Once somewhat dilapidated, it had now been restored to a tidy state, with buildings arranged in a manner that exuded a classical charm. Clearly, Mito and Kushina had tidied up the place after their revival. Through his Rinnegan, he detected a thin barrier, which turned out to be a sealing technique imbued with a sealing aura. Jiraiya chuckled softly before proceeding inside. Upon passing through the barrier, he sensed a profound silence. Even though the surroundings were neat, there was an air of desolation. After observing for a moment, he headed in a specific direction. Arriving at an open area, a rumbling sound echoed as a stone slab slowly shifted aside, revealing a dark entrance. It seemed Mito had sensed his arrival, and this must be the location where the Uzumaki clan stored their secrets. Upon entering, he traversed a dark corridor and finally reached a spacious hall, where four figures were engaged in an intense battle. Nagato and Konin were fiercely clashing, their bodies entwined with purple chains, attacking one another with fervor. Jiraiya approached Mito and Kushina. "Teacher Jiraiya, you've come." Kushina greeted politely. Jiraiya nodded, then turned to Mito. "Mito, I'm here to check on your progress." Mito acknowledged. These two have made significant strides. They have begun to grasp the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Konin excels in this regard, but with Nagato's Sharingan aiding him, he is no slouch either. She assessed the two combatants with a nod. Jiraiya, in silent agreement, observed until they finally ceased their sparring, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Clearly, their recent training using only sealing techniques had drained them considerably. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke. "Mito, I have another purpose for my visit today, which is to enhance your strength. Mito glanced at Jiraiya and then returned her gaze, nodding. She was not surprised. Even her own husband trained under this son-in-law. So it was only natural for her to receive the same opportunity. Revived in her youthful form, Mito was at her peak strength now. The Kushina who once called her grandma had transformed into a formidable ally who could stand alongside her. Having reached the pinnacle of sealing techniques, they would need to seek alternative paths to further their strength. Jiraiya smiled lightly. Kushina, come over here as well. Your strength is comparable to Mito's, and I can offer you both the same assistance. Kushina nodded with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and addressed Mito. Mito, I will begin now. Mito nodded in agreement. The three of them sat down on the ground, with Jiraiya positioned before them, extending his palms to rest on their foreheads. An invisible force began to flow into their bodies. This was his unique power of the six paths. In the original text, after the Sage of Six Paths transferred the power of the six paths to Naruto and Sasuke, they were able to ascend to a level comparable to that of the Sage. Mito and Kushina, being members of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a trace of the Otsutsuki bloodline within them, enabling them to endure a considerable amount of six paths power. Although this process would result in some loss of strength for Jiraiya, it was not a significant concern, as he would recover in a matter of days. Conversely, the benefit of gaining two sealing masters on par with the six paths was undoubtedly worthwhile. After a quarter of an hour, Jiraiya finally withdrew his hand. His slow pace was due to the fact that he had refined the internal organs of both individuals through the power of the six paths, enhancing their physical attributes and significantly increasing their adaptability to this power. Consequently, the six paths power could be fully utilized, rendering their sealing techniques even more formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that either of them could impact the Otsutsuki with their sealing techniques, and together, they could potentially seal him. A smile crept upon Jiraiya's lips, his heart filled with satisfaction. However, this method of enhancing others could only be applied to the elite of the Uzumaki clan. Presently, Nagato and Konan were still lacking in their training. Exposing them to the six paths power prematurely would not be beneficial. Once they had thoroughly mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he would then assist in elevating their strength. At this moment, Mito and Kushina slowly opened their eyes. Excitement radiated from Kushina's face as she exclaimed, Master Jiraiya, you are incredible. I feel immensely stronger than before. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. When the battle commences, your primary role will be to thwart the enemy's assaults, thus creating opportunities for others. Therefore, it is essential to enhance your capabilities. In due time, should Nagato and Konan meet my expectations, I will assist them as well. Upon hearing this, Kushina nodded eagerly. Mito, with a gentle smile, inquired, You must have been quite busy these past few days. Jiraiya shook his head. Not too much. I intend to spend some quality time with Tsunade, as she has been rather lethargic lately. Mito's expression turned somewhat regretful. I haven't visited her in several days. Jiraiya reassured her, Do not worry, Grandma. Tsunade is doing well, and I will take good care of her. Once the impending crisis is resolved, we shall enjoy peace together as a family. Mito gazed at Jiraiya, then nodded. Despite her youthful appearance, her tone conveyed a depth of wisdom and tranquility. Before her revival, Mito had lived a long life and had grown indifferent to many matters. Even though her body had regained its youth, her understanding of the world surpassed that of ordinary individuals, which was why Jiraiya held her in such high regard. After their conversation, Jiraiya exchanged a few more pleasantries with the two before taking his leave. Suddenly, his expression shifted, sensing something amiss, and he turned his gaze towards the distance, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, the sounds of fists and feet colliding between Demon and Kisame reached his ears. Jiraiya observed the two combatants, a smile forming on his lips. Not far off stood two figures, a man and a woman, Itachi Uchiha and Ada. Jiraiya approached them. Itachi offered a slight bow to Jiraiya, while Ada wore a playful expression. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face, or have I become handsome again? Jiraiya nodded at Itachi and, upon turning to Ada, could not help but tease, You have indeed accomplished quite a bit during this time. Ada smiled slightly and remarked, You've certainly been busy as well. Jiraiya's lips curled with envy as he acknowledged, Having the ability to see far and wide is advantageous. One can learn of the world's affairs without stepping outside. To his surprise, Ada complimented, I am impressed by the number of skilled individuals you have cultivated. Jiraiya shrugged. I had no choice. It was a matter of survival. Ada jested. I didn't realize you had it in you. When the time comes to confront the Otsutsuki, it could be seen as securing a place for you and your siblings. Jiraiya inquired. Although Ada has pledged allegiance to me, I still question the sincerity of that commitment. Ada possessed a mysterious strength that could easily eclipse the likes of the former Madara, and her unique charm techniques made her extraordinarily formidable. With a faint smile, Ada replied, "Haven't I already joined your cause? Besides, my abilities are ineffective against the Otsutsuki, so my involvement in battle wouldn't make much of a difference." Jiraiya shook his head. "We both know how much power you conceal. Otherwise, one would not hold you in such high regard, nor would anyone feel apprehensive about you. Concealing one's strength at this juncture suggests a lack of genuine commitment." Ada stared into Jiraiya's eyes for a long moment before scoffing. "No matter how strong I may be, I still cannot surpass you. Should I be weak, the ninja world would truly be in peril." "Ah, how confident you are," Jiraiya chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. The two fell into silence, turning their attention back to the ongoing battle. Itachi, listening to their exchange, found himself somewhat distracted. His strength had significantly increased since he had implanted Hashirama's cells. The side effects of his Sharingan were now nullified, allowing him to easily manifest the complete Susanoo. Additionally, his Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, had reached new heights. Yet, despite this, he found himself unable to strike at Ada, who effortlessly countered him, leaving him no choice but to concede defeat. Reluctantly, he acknowledged Ada's power and accepted her prowess in illusion techniques. In his understanding, Ada's charm techniques could indeed be classified as a form of Jinjutsu, rivaling even the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. However, her techniques were superior, with far fewer side effects, unlike Izanagi, which resulted in the loss of one eye. This realization only deepened Itachi's respect for her. As he listened to their conversation, he began to piece together some insights, but he refrained from voicing any thoughts, instead focusing his gaze on the battle unfolding before them. At that moment, Kisame found himself in a precarious situation, despite having trained in sage arts. Demon's abilities were particularly effective against him. The rebound effect was indeed troublesome, and even Itachi felt the strain of the situation. With a moment's lapse in attention, Kisame could easily find himself at a disadvantage. Were it not for Kisame's remarkable willpower, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain long ago. After watching for a while, Jiraiya recognized Kisame's dire state and promptly intervened to halt the fight. Demon had been aware of Jiraiya's presence and, with a snort, moved closer to Ada, positioning himself just out of Jiraiya's sight. "Sister, this is so boring. Spending all day training with them. There's hardly anyone who can match me." Demon grumbled, harboring some resentment. However, facing a formidable figure like Jiraiya, who could endure pain and inflict severe injuries on himself, he felt a twinge of fear and had secretly resolved to avoid provoking him. Although still a child, he understood the importance of self-preservation. Jiraiya, observing Demon's little antics, chuckled softly. "With your abilities, you either inflict pain on others or end up getting beaten yourself. It's truly hard to imagine how you could find it anything but dull." Demon shrank his head and fell silent. Jiraiya quickly reached Kisame's side and discovered he was on the brink of unconsciousness. He immediately began treatment. Moments later, Kisame's consciousness began to clear. What a sorry sight. "My apologies for the trouble," Jiraiya remarked with a smirk, extending his hand. Kisame blinked in surprise, then grinned and used Jiraiya's hand to help himself up. "Indeed, my strength has improved significantly. It seems I haven't been slacking off during my training," Jiraiya complimented at the right moment. Unexpectedly, Kisame appeared somewhat despondent. Jiraiya was puzzled. "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" Kisame chuckled lightly. "My strength still falls short. From your tone, it seems you aren't particularly surprised by my progress." Jiraiya waved his hand, indicating that no words could convey the experience as effectively as first-hand encounters. "Next time," he said, "when the enemy approaches, I shall allow you to feel the terror of our adversaries." Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, his eyes glinting with excitement. He approached Jiraiya and glanced at Itachi, then fell silent. Jiraiya addressed Ada. "I shall consider you fully committed to our cause. When the time comes to confront the Otsutsuki, your assistance will be invaluable." Ada crossed her arms and let out a soft hum, tacitly agreeing. She understood that whether she liked it or not, she had already joined their ranks, and she believed that refusal would surely lead to her demise, along with her brothers. Yet, amidst her apprehension, she sensed a peculiar tolerance from him. Was it merely an illusion? Ada pondered, shaking her head and murmuring, "I have a condition." Jiraiya, somewhat taken aback, quickly grasped the implication and nodded. "If you wish for Amato's life, that is your prerogative. Should we capture him, he shall be yours to deal with as you see fit." Ada's cheeks flushed with indignation. It seemed her intentions were laid bare before him. This sensation of being seen through was stifling, and she retorted, "That is not what I meant." She hastily conjured a rationale, asserting, "What I meant was that you must teach us how to cultivate your techniques." This excuse was barely acceptable. Jiraiya paused, then smiled, "Of course. As you have witnessed, I harbor no secrets. If your strength increases, it is beneficial for me." Ada smirked, her demeanor exuding a cool confidence. Aside from Itachi and Kisame, only Demon displayed minimal interest. However, with Jiraiya overseeing them, he had no opportunity to decline. Joining the others to rendezvous with Madara and Obito, despite Kisame and Itachi being notably weaker than Madara and his companions, their strength was still formidable. During this period, they had also learned sage techniques, making their entry into divine-level training quite feasible. Itachi was merely a step away from evolving into the Rinnegan. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt an urge to test whether his Six Paths power could catalyze Itachi's ocular evolution. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. Though he could elevate Itachi directly to Six Path status, doing so without a solid foundation would yield superficial strength, a precarious situation for him. Conversely, Obito's desire for power was more intense, having been influenced by Hashirama's cells for years. His self-evolution, though lengthy, had resulted in genuine strength. With proper guidance, his potential was immense. Itachi, on the other hand, had a significant part of his existence dedicated to his brother. With Sasuke now on the right path, his urgency to grow stronger was not as pronounced as Obito's. Nevertheless, his innate talent was undeniable. Jiraiya was confident that, in due time, Itachi would independently reach the Six Paths level. With this resolution, he turned his attention back to Ada and the others, who were beginning to enter training under his clone's guidance. A smile gracing his lips. Chapter 148. The arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Upon returning home, Kaguya and Tsunade were just rising, enjoying breakfast. Jiraiya settled beside them, cherishing the warmth of the moment. After breakfast, he embraced both women while they watched television on the sofa. Due to Kaguya's presence, Tsunade refrained from insisting on the lottery show. However, she clutched his clothing, betraying her urgency. Jiraiya chuckled inwardly, choosing to ignore it. The morning swiftly passed, and soon Tsunade had fallen asleep in his arms. He gently cradled her, allowing her to rest comfortably on his lap, while his other arm wrapped around Kaguya's shoulder. Noticing Tsunade's deep slumber, he softly reassured Kaguya, "You stay here with Tsunade. I will handle everything outside." Kaguya blinked, understanding his intent, and nodded lightly. Jiraiya focused on the television, his gaze resolute. With 2 wives and 2 daughters, he vowed to protect them from any harm. A week passed in this manner. During the day, he accompanied his wives for meals and television, and at night, after ensuring they were asleep, he ventured into the void to train. His life was remarkably structured. To his delight, his cosmic energy had risen to 4%. As he progressed, his training speed accelerated, and his body seemed to fully harmonize with the cosmic energy. With 3 more months of dedication, he was confident of achieving a transformative breakthrough. Unafraid of any members of the Otsutsuki clan, Ada and her companions had begun to integrate 1/10,000th of the cosmic energy, while Madara, Hashirama, Obito, and others had managed to assimilate 3/1000ths. Their strength had significantly increased. The ninjas dispatched from various villages, under Shiro's guidance, had all entered Sage mode, greatly enhancing their capabilities. Jiraiya observed this with joy in his heart, confident that he could cultivate a formidable force rivaling the Otsutsuki clan. One day, while sharing lunch with Tsunade and Kaguya, Jiraiya suddenly stiffened. Kaguya sensed it too, and their eyes met. He quickly finished his meal and smiled at them, saying, "It seems Minato and the others have encountered a bottleneck and are trying to reach me. I'll go check." Tsunade nodded, urging him to be cautious. While Kaguya gave him a knowing look, Jiraiya waved his hand with a smile, then vanished from the room. "Are they coming?" Tsunade asked, staring at the spot where he had disappeared. After a moment, she turned to Kaguya and softly inquired. Kaguya, meeting her gaze, smirked and shook her head. "Just eat your meal. He will return." Tsunade nodded and resumed her meal, though she was already certain that enemies were approaching. With just over 2 months until her due date, she understood that both men wished to spare her worry, and she could sense their intentions. Moreover, expectant mothers are often sensitive. As a healer, she was acutely aware of this. Thus, she feigned trust in them while secretly praying for their safety. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had arrived in the void, where Madara and the others stood solemnly, regarding the 6 figures before them with grave expressions. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, recognizing that more had come than he had anticipated. This time, there was no sign of Urashiki, leaving him uncertain of his whereabouts, whether he was lurking in the shadows or simply absent. Standing before the group, he spoke in a deep voice. "Where is Urashiki? Why have only you lesser beings come?" One particularly burly man was about to speak when a lean man beside him interjected coolly, "Heh, are you attempting to extract information from us? Unfortunately, your desires shall not be fulfilled." Jiraiya's expression tightened. These individuals seemed more intelligent than the last 2 he had encountered. However, he dismissed his concerns. As long as they had strength, he would not fear their numbers. "How do you intend to proceed? One-on-one duels, or shall it be a free-for-all?" he inquired. "Humph, a bunch of insignificant ants," scoffed a rotund man, but was abruptly interrupted by a petite youth. "Haku, have you not learned from your previous lessons?" The figure known as Haku fell silent, though a hint of disdain lingered in his eyes. Jiraiya paid them no mind and turned his attention to the slender man at the edge, grinning. "You must be the strongest among them." The lean man's expression was impassive, his white pupils betraying no emotion, as though he cared little for anything around him. However, Shiro had informed him that this individual harbored the most malevolent intentions. Upon Jiraiya's arrival, Shiro's original form had already returned, summoned by the clones within. Meanwhile, the ninjas from various hidden villages were on high alert below. They had yet to master their mystical arts and could not fly. Thus, the battle in the void was utterly unimaginable for them, relegating them to mere spectators under the guidance of Xiaobai. In the void, only Kisame and Itachi relied on Jiraiya's shadow clone abilities for assistance, while the others were able to fly autonomously. With Ten Jinchuriki, along with Madara, Hashirama, Obito, and Ada and Damon, their side boasted a considerable advantage in both numbers and morale. The gaunt man across from them, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, slightly lifted his eyelids and gazed at him expressionlessly, offering no reply. A strikingly handsome young man stepped forward, suggesting, "It seems engaging in a group fight may not be in our favor. Hence, I propose a one-on-one duel, haha." The rugged man snorted dismissively, retorting, "Since when do you get to command us, Izumi?" The individual named Izumi shrugged, stating, "Well, since we must choose, if you all remain silent, I shall decide regardless. Besides, this is not the time for internal conflict. Wouldn't you agree, Toshi? Heh?" The rugged man narrowed his eyes but ceased his protests, turning his gaze towards the slender man beside him. "Indeed, I concur," the slender man replied with a slight smile. The one called Hakuro also nodded in agreement. The petite youth spoke up resolutely, "I will follow brother Song." Izumi looked at the boy and then at the slender man. "Song, it's up to you now. If you agree, just blink," he said. Song's expression finally shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly. Izumi's mouth broke into a grin. "All right, unanimous consent." He then turned to Jiraiya and the others. "Master, we are at a disadvantage in one-on-one fights," Naruto whispered beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya merely chuckled and shook his head, disregarding the concern. His intent was to make everyone aware of their opponent's formidable nature. A one-on-one duel would serve as a valuable trial. Regardless, with his current abilities, he could intervene in any dire situation. Only Madara and Hashirama had witnessed his battles against the Otsutsuki, while Naruto and Fu had personally participated, fully aware of the adversary's prowess. Yet, Madara and Hashirama seemed eager for the challenge, ready to showcase their training results. Obito had already returned his eyes to Madara, and although his Rinnegan was not currently visible, an insatiable desire for battle surged within him, growing stronger by the moment. He exchanged glances with Hashirama, both recognizing the mutual craving for combat. "Given our side's relative weakness, you noble bloodlines shouldn't mind if we team up, right?" Obito said with a light chuckle. Izumi smirked. "What if I say I do mind?" "Ha ha ha, I agree." Song's voice was hoarse, a rare instance of him speaking. Upon hearing Song, Izumi shrugged. "It seems I have no choice but to agree." Jiraiya smiled. "Then it's settled. You may proceed first." Izumi narrowed his eyes, grinning wickedly. "In that case, allow me to demonstrate for you all." Hakuro snorted, Just don't embarrass the Otsutsuki clan. Izumi shrugged. They seem quite formidable too. I can't be sure of victory. However, I shall attempt to capture them. My daughter enjoys drinking the blood of such inferior beings, after all. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Gaara, Nibi. You two take action. Master, let me handle this. Fu interjected. I have some experience fighting them. Let me show Gaara and the others. Naruto looked at him. His eyes filled with determination. Jiraiya regarded the two, then nodded in agreement. Everyone else observed closely. Hey, this is too slow for a fight. The petite youth suddenly complained. We're already at a numerical disadvantage. Do you want to take further advantage of that? Jiraiya chuckled. Then what do you propose? Let us all go at once. We can still consider it a one-on-one. All right. Jiraiya did not refuse, knowing that the outcome would be the same. With a swift motion, Hashirama and Madara positioned themselves in front, ready to engage Song. However, the petite youth stepped in front of them, grinning. I'll be your opponent. Madara coldly retorted, Kid. Get lost. Find someone else to play with. The youth smirked. Looks like I've been underestimated. How about now? With that, his body transformed, swelling with muscle. And in an instant, the petite youth morphed into a towering figure, his voice now deep and robust. Ugh, every time I see Tsubaki transform, I want to vomit. Toshi remarked coldly. The Otsutsuki Tsubaki shot him a glance, but remained silent, his gaze fixed on Madara and Hashirama. Jiraiya felt a shiver of foreboding. It appeared their adversaries were indeed formidable. In a one-on-one, they were at a significant disadvantage. As everyone selected their opponents, Song remained still, his expression indifferent. Hey, you still have extra people on your side. I don't mind if you come at me all together. I'm just looking for some fun. Tsubaki exclaimed excitedly. Jiraiya exchanged glances with the others, and they began selecting their opponents. Whenever someone attempted to challenge Song, they were promptly intercepted by other Otsutsuki. Song seemed an outsider, completely unconcerned with the others' actions. Jiraiya observed that typically 3 would engage one Otsutsuki, while Hashirama and Madara each accompanied 2 weaker Jinchuriki. The 2 sides stood poised for confrontation. Anticipation crackling in the air as the battle was about to commence. Chapter 149, The Fierce Battle Buzz. 5 figures were surrounded by several individuals. Ha ha ha. It has begun. Izumi laughed heartily, launching himself forward with such force that the air cracked beneath his feet. Naruto and Fu stood ready, and as the opponent struck, they too responded swiftly. The others quickly engaged their adversaries, and to avoid interference, the 5 Otsutsuki created distance between themselves, leaving only Jiraiya and Song standing. Jiraiya watched Song leisurely. Aren't you going to make a move? Song lifted his gaze, remaining silent and composed. Yet Jiraiya could sense a tumultuous power simmering within him. A smile crept across Jiraiya's face as he struck with astonishing speed. Bang! Song raised his hand to block, his expression devoid of emotion. Jiraiya chuckled softly. So you aren't a mere corpse after all. Buzz. Sage mode activated, and the 8 gates opened in an instant. A tremendous aura erupted from Jiraiya. Boom. He unleashed his strength once more, the force of his punch reverberating through Song's palm. Song's expression shifted slightly, and he was thrust backward. After steadying himself, he stared at Jiraiya, a wicked grin curling his lips. A shrill, glass-shattering laugh echoed in the air. Jiraiya frowned. He is handsome. But why does he have such a terrible voice? Whoosh. Jiraiya darted to Song's front, delivering a fierce kick. Song raised his arm to block, then countered with a punch. Jiraiya evaded, spinning to attack Song from behind. Song ducked and sidestepped, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Executing a backward kick, Jiraiya calmly crossed his arms. Bang! With immense force, he was pushed back several steps. Song slowly turned to face him, grinning. Jiraiya's expression tightened. This opponent was indeed formidable. Suddenly, Song's eyes widened dramatically, revealing a pair of black Rinnegan. Thud. Unprepared, Jiraiya felt a violent sensation in his chest. Blood spurting from his mouth as he staggered to one knee. Disbelief etched across his face. How had he suffered such a heavy blow without seeing the attack coming? And that Rinnegan. Song's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty coldness. With a hum, he swiftly appeared before Jiraiya, towering over him. So, you possess such immense karma. Shall I deem you fortunate or extraordinary? With a sudden force, Song kicked out, and Jiraiya hurriedly blocked, yet the inexplicable injury from before had yet to heal, leaving him somewhat weakened. After barely withstanding the blow, He was sent flying through the air for thousands of meters before finally coming to a halt. Jiraiya took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "The Eye of Hell, is it?" he murmured, narrowing his eyes. This was the information conveyed to him by Bai. It appeared that the eye was inextricably linked to the Grim Reaper. Indeed, a troublesome situation. Observing Tsang before him, Jiraiya reigned in his contempt. As his internal injuries rapidly began to mend, Tsang chuckled wickedly. "It seems it's not luck after all. Quite delightful. You're worth my time." Jiraiya retorted with a cold laugh. "Let us see if you can handle the game." "Bai?" he shouted in his heart. Boom. Instantly, the God Technique mode was activated, and with Bai's assistance, an overwhelming pressure radiated from within him. Tsang was momentarily taken aback, his expression tightening. "You possess such depth?" he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Boom. Tsang laughed maniacally, his body undergoing a swift transformation. He grew taller, dark stripes appeared on his face, his skin gradually turned gray, and a long horn encircled his head, rendering him a terrifying figure. Boom. Both combatants threw punches simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying sonic explosion that shattered the clouds below. The fierce battle intensified, and Jiraiya felt increasingly alarmed. He was utilizing 1% of cosmic power with Bai's help, which had significantly boosted his strength. Yet his opponent still matched him blow for blow. Moreover, he sensed that Tsang was holding back. Boom. Seizing an opening, Jiraiya lunged forward with a punch, but Tsang, with no option to evade, opted for a trade of blows. A punch struck Tsang's face while Jiraiya received a blow to his abdomen, both warriors staggering back from the impact. The pain ignited a frenzied determination within him. "Come on, let us inflict mutual harm." Boom. The two descended into a state of madness, trading punches and kicks, each strike landing with brutal force. Their garments were tattered, their eyes increasingly bloodthirsty. "Ha ha ha. Delightful." Boom. Jiraiya executed a back kick, sending Tsang flying once more, and with a roar, charged forward again. Tsang, his face twisted in rage, retaliated with a powerful kick that caused the very air to tremble, producing a thunderous crack. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle. After thousands of exchanges, Tsang's movements began to slow, blood streaming from his mouth, and one arm hung limply. Jiraiya too was panting heavily, but the sight of Tsang's condition prompted him to taunt. "Still want to play?" Taking a brief respite, he surveyed the battlefield. Naruto and the others were faring poorly. Aside from Madara and Hashirama, everyone had sustained varying degrees of injury, though none had been killed yet. However, their opponents were also suffering. Although individually weaker than the Otsutsuki, the group's cooperation was impeccable, bolstered by their recent training, inflicting considerable damage on their foes. "You're fighting me, yet you dare to be distracted." Tsang seemed insulted, erupting into a renewed attack. Jiraiya remained unfazed. Had he not wished to delve deeper into Tsang's abilities, he would have unleashed his full power to finish the battle. However, the Black Rinnegan was a significant concern for him. Unconsciously, he felt a sense of foreboding. In that moment, he resolved to end the fight swiftly. Boom. With a surge of energy, Jiraiya called upon 3% of cosmic power. Slapping his left hand out, he intercepted Tsang's punch. Jiraiya's expression hardened as his lips curled into a smirk, his right hand forming a dark orb. Tsang, sensing danger, attempted to withdraw, but Jiraiya firmly grasped his fist, denying him an escape. Boom. He forcefully pressed the orb into Tsang's abdomen, causing Tsang's expression to shift dramatically. Rumbling. A deafening explosion erupted, startling everyone into halting their battles and turning their attention to the scene. Toka frowned deeply. The fact that Jiraiya had pushed Tsang to such a state was indeed formidable. At that moment, Toka himself was in dire straits, severely wounded, and despite his remarkable recovery abilities, the relentless attacks from three opponents left him no breathing room. He had given his all, yet could not achieve a swift kill, merely inflicting lingering injuries. This reality only fueled his already volatile temper. The other Otsutsuki warriors were similarly battered, especially Izumi, who had lost an eye in his battle against Madara. His companions, Han and Old Purple, were gravely injured yet still fighting. Upon hearing the thunderous noise from Tsang's location, their expressions shifted. Madara, however, remained unfazed, regardless of which side emerged victorious. They needed to eliminate the opposing force. This moment of distraction was his opportunity. The battle, initially paused due to Tsang and Jiraiya's conflict, reignited with even greater fervor as both sides sought to resolve their skirmishes before a victor was declared in the clash of Jiraiya and Song. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood breathless at a distance, gazing at the shattered sky, astonished. He had nearly exhausted his power, anticipating the end of the confrontation, only to find that Song had withstood his might. Observing the figure before him, Song's attire was now tattered, blood staining his body. Song raised his gaze, fierce and resolute. Yet a faint smile danced on his lips. Is this truly your full strength? Jiraiya's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated the tenacity of this foe. Ha ha ha. This visit has proven invaluable. Who would have thought there would be such a formidable warrior among the mortals? Truly worthy of the title that slays the one. Song's tone was tinged with excitement, bordering on madness. Prepare yourself. When I next appear, I shall reduce this world to utter chaos. And you shall be mine. Song bellowed with laughter before his form dissipated. Jiraiya frowned as he watched Song vanish. That last strike had consumed all his strength, and with Bai's energy fully expended, he would require time to recover enough to deliver such a blow again. Jiraiya noted that Song had sustained serious injuries as well, likely stripped of the ability to continue fighting. The method of his disappearance must have been one of his trump cards, eluding Jiraiya's Rinnegan detection, causing him to lose track in mere moments. Jiraiya felt a pang of regret. By allowing him to escape, Song might return with even greater strength. Cursing silently, he shifted his gaze to the battles of the other Otsutsuki. You have fled, then let your comrades accompany you to the grave. Jiraiya murmured, vanishing from his position. He reappeared facing the transformed Izumi. Do you not relish blood? Jiraiya sneered. Allow me to oblige. In an instant, before Izumi could react, Jiraiya flashed behind him. Seizing his neck, with a swift motion, he delivered a lethal strike, severing Izumi's head. Naruto and Fu were left in shock. Izumi clutched at his neck, attempting to escape with his Rinnegan, but Jiraiya denied him that chance, swiftly nullifying his ocular technique. As Izumi's defiant roar echoed, darkness engulfed him. Jiraiya struck decisively, swiftly moving to the next opponent's rear. His frenzied actions startled the gathered Otsutsuki. Sparrow, Song has already left. We are no match. We must flee, shouted Toshi, abandoning Nyogue and the others, preparing to intervene. Jiraiya had become a whirlwind of chaos. After engaging for a considerable time, even Song had not remained. If he allowed these few to escape, he would be courting disaster. He was fueled by a fierce determination, pushing his speed to its limits, striking without hesitation, leaving everyone unable to track his movements. Bang! Crack! Two sounds erupted as Jiraiya simultaneously dispatched by he and Toshi. Compared to Song, the strength of the others was laughably inferior. At best, they were on par with a mere one style. Just as he was poised to eliminate Sparrow and the final gaunt Otsutsuki, he noticed their figures, much like Song's, gradually fading away. Jiraiya surged forward at full speed, yet still could not capture them. The onlookers regarded Jiraiya's madness with confusion, but no one dared to speak. Jiraiya stood rooted, staring at the vanishing Otsutsuki Sparrow for a long while. After some time, he exhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous heart. He was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Song had ignited such fury within him. Naruto, take them back to the ground for treatment. Jiraiya commanded, then disregarded them, lifting the corpses of the Otsutsuki and vanishing in an instant. Naruto was about to respond, but realized his master had already departed, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Naruto, what is the matter with Lord Jiraiya? Gaara inquired, approaching Naruto with a puzzled expression. Naruto shook his head. I'm not sure. His mind was usually simple, and at that moment, with everyone's eyes upon him, he felt somewhat lost. However, recalling his master's instructions, he called out to Obito, Obito, could you please take us down? The group was severely injured, and flying would be taxing. At that moment, Obito was also heavily drained. Transporting such a large group at once posed considerable difficulty. Allow me. Minato stepped forward, urging everyone to gather. I will take you all back. Obito was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. The others, trusting his judgment, complied and clustered together, except for Madara and Hashirama, who remained motionless. Obito cast a glance at the two, then signaled to Minato, understanding the cue. Minato ignored the pair and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone back to the hospital rooftop. Although the group bore serious injuries, their lives were not in jeopardy, thus ordinary medical ninjas could provide sufficient care. This was also the reason Jiraiya had refrained from intervening. Minato, being less injured. Took charge of organizing everyone's needs at the hospital. Meanwhile, Jiraiya arrived at Orochimaru's base, carrying 3 corpses. It appears the battle was quite fierce. Orochimaru observed Jiraiya's tattered attire somberly. Jiraiya shot him a glance, diving straight to the point. Orochimaru, have you begun to experiment with Otsutsuki cells? Orochimaru was taken aback, but nodded. His pursuit of immortality had never waned. Now armed with superior materials and specimens, he sought to exploit them fully. The corpses of Otsutsuki Ingshan and Otsutsuki In had already been handed over to Orochimaru. He assumed they had been dissected and studied. What findings have you made? Jiraiya inquired, his brow furrowing. Do you mind my research on this? It's worth noting that even Lord Tobirama was unaware of my experiments. I've long been aware. Tobirama appeared beside them, speaking calmly. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. It seems I've overestimated my cleverness. Jiraiya spoke gravely. I warned you before because I fear that the Otsutsuki cells could corrupt you, leading to unforeseen consequences. If you truly possess strength. As long as you are not enslaved by the Otsutsuki, everything else is up to you. And one more thing, do not slaughter innocents. Jiraiya reiterated firmly. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Understood. Jiraiya tossed the 3 corpses onto the ground, stating seriously, I expect you to participate in this research, accelerating the process. I need to ascertain their weaknesses in the shortest time possible. Tobirama regarded the 3 bodies with a grave expression. Has something unexpected occurred? Jiraiya nodded. An enemy has emerged. Exceedingly powerful, even my strongest attack could not detain him. Furthermore, I have a foreboding that they possess additional strategies. Tobirama acknowledged with a nod. Jiraiya emphasized once more. There are surely others from the Otsutsuki clan. I implore you to expedite your progress. Our time may be dwindling. Orochimaru also grew serious, nodding in agreement. With that, Jiraiya vanished. Before returning home, he deliberately changed into a different outfit. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Had he returned in his current state, it would have surely worried Tsunade. Upon Jiraiya's return, Tsunade rushed to him, inspecting him closely and, upon finding no injuries, sighed in relief. Jiraiya ruffled her hair gently. Speaking softly, I'm sorry to have worried you. Tsunade nestled into his embrace, shaking her head. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Noticing Kaguya sitting nearby, Jiraiya approached her with Tsunade in his arms and squeezed her hand. Kaguya glanced at him and then leaned against his shoulder. For the next few days, I will not be able to accompany you, Jiraiya admitted with guilt after a pause. Tsunade nodded, while Kaguya remained silent. After a tender moment, Tsunade fell asleep. Jiraiya carried her back to the bedroom, tucked her in, and stepped out. He returned to Kaguya's side, holding her hand softly. You should focus on your health at home. Leave the matters outside to me. Kaguya gazed into his eyes. After a moment, she whispered, You cannot defeat him. Jiraiya's heart tightened, but his expression remained composed as he replied gently, I will find a way to deal with him. Kaguya shook her head. I sensed something amiss about him. Only the Rinnegan can discern it. Jiraiya frowned. What did you see? Kaguya remained silent for a while before shaking her head. I could not see clearly. Only face to face could I comprehend. Jiraiya stared into her eyes for a long time, then bowed his head in contemplation. After this battle, he finally recognized his own arrogance. He had believed that acquiring cosmic power would dramatically enhance his strength, and with his current abilities, he assumed he could easily contend with ordinary Otsutsuki. However, Sang's appearance had unveiled the looming threat. He could not help but recall the chilling dream from before. With this in mind, Jiraiya resolved. Lifting his gaze to Kaguya, I require your assistance. However, I will not permit you to join the fight. Kaguya was taken aback, contemplating before nodding. It was uncertain when Otsutsuki-san might return, likely not long from now. He couldn't predict if others from the clan would appear. So he prepared to have Kaguya support him, dedicating himself to hastening the enhancement of his cosmic power. He aimed to elevate his cell absorption capacity to over 20% before their next encounter. Chapter 151. Sasuke returns to the future world when Tsunade awoke. Night was approaching. Jiraiya had prepared dinner. During the meal, Jiraiya outlined his upcoming plans to Tsunade, stating that he would leave a shadow clone to look after her. Listening to him, Tsunade felt a pang of sorrow, suddenly feeling useless. Kaguya possessed formidable strength and could assist, while she felt like a caged canary. 7 months into her pregnancy, her emotions had grown exceedingly sensitive. Reflecting on this, tears unexpectedly welled up. Seeing this, Jiraiya was taken aback and momentarily unsure of how to respond. My dear, what's wrong? He quickly seated himself beside her, embracing her gently and asking softly. Kagaya, too, wore a puzzled expression, unable to understand. Honey, am I truly of no use? Kagaya can assist you, while I can only remain at home. Jiraiya paused, realizing her distress, and offered a wry smile for comfort. You are already 7 months pregnant. You mustn't become overly agitated. If you wish to aid me, it must wait until after the child is born. He gently patted Tsunade's back, adding, if I had the luxury of time, I would bestow upon you a substantial sum to gamble with. Fear not. My wealth has grown considerably. Tsunade, taken aback by his words, broke free from his embrace, her face a mask of confusion. Really? Jiraiya nodded earnestly. After soothing Tsunade and tidying their home, he took Kagaya by the hand and left. In the sky above, Kagaya remarked, you just told a lie. Jiraiya acknowledged her with a nod. I am aware. Tsunade genuinely worries for me, easily swayed by such transparent offers. In this situation, I must feign ignorance. They both pretended, each suppressing their own feelings for the sake of the other. He felt stifled, yet could only strive to enhance his strength to an unassailable level, ensuring his stability in the future. Kagaya frowned, observing his contemplative demeanor. After a moment, Jiraiya met her gaze, grasping her hand. Thank you for your support. I will devote myself entirely to my training. You need only assist from the sidelines. I aim to elevate myself to a level beyond that of the Otsutsuki clan in the shortest time possible. Kagaya stared at him for a moment before nodding in agreement. I shall begin now, Jiraiya declared. Kagaya nodded in affirmation. With a resounding clap, Jiraiya summoned nearly 20,000 shadow clones. Kagaya mirrored his actions, creating her own 20,000 clones to supervise and observe Jiraiya. The risks of absorbing cosmic energy were exceedingly high, especially with so many clones engaged in the process. Thus, supervision was essential. Previously, Jiraiya trained naturally, typically summoning only a few clones, but time was of the essence now, and he was determined to push himself to the limits. For Kagaya, her role was merely to supervise. With her vast chakra reserves and the acuity of her Rinnegan, she was more than capable. This was precisely why Jiraiya had chosen her. Time seemed to stand still as Jiraiya immersed himself wholly in his training. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's base, 3 unexpected visitors arrived. Haha. Sasuke-kun, it's only been a little over a month, and you've returned? Orochimaru observed the trio with a mix of surprise and amusement. He had previously been informed by Jiraiya that Sasuke and Boruto had returned to the future. It was surprising that Sasuke had come back to this era so soon, and even more astonishing that he brought Naruto along. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering the implications. It seems something significant has transpired in the future. After returning to the future, about a year had passed. Their return served 2 purposes: to offer assistance and to request Jiraiya's presence in the future as external support. Sasuke briefly explained. Where's my master? Adult Naruto inquired, towering over Orochimaru, adorned in a ceremonial robe that exuded a leader's presence. Orochimaru silently marveled at how much Naruto had changed. At that moment, a vortex appeared, revealing a familiar figure. Naruto gasped. Although Sasuke and Boruto had informed him that his mentor had revived many individuals in the past, seeing Obito alive before him, despite knowing the fate of his world, unsettled him. Before you arrived, we engaged in a battle with the Otsutsuki headquarters. The master has likely gone off to train again. Obito explained. Obito? A flicker of joy sparked in Naruto's eyes. Obito nodded, understanding their origins and the peculiar convergence of individuals from different timelines. He felt grateful for the presence of the master who had pulled him from darkness. Now, filled with confidence and strength, he believed he would soon resurrect Rin and be with her again. The 3 visitors turned their attention to Naruto, who reflected on the year that had passed. Boruto had grown taller but not drastically, yet his aura had intensified, a fact Orochimaru had already sensed. Naruto contemplated for a moment before addressing Orochimaru. I appreciate your hospitality during our stay here. Orochimaru shrugged. This place has plenty of rooms. Feel free to choose. Just don't interrupt my experiments. Naruto grinned, glancing at Obito. If you require assistance, I am here to help, Obito offered. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, the 4 departed. Orochimaru watched them leave, increasingly intrigued by the unfolding events. Matters involving time and space were undeniably captivating. He had felt a tinge of disappointment when Sasuke first departed. Yet now he was back. Once the Otsutsuki were dealt with, he intended to study this further. He smirked, turning back toward his laboratory where Tobirama and Kabuto were still engaged in their research. Had he not received Sasuke's message, he would not have interrupted his experiments to meet them. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others followed Obito out of Orochimaru's base, arriving in the vast desert. Dad, should we seek out Master now? I can sense his presence, Boruto asked. Naruto shook his head. He is likely still engrossed in intense training. The foes we faced in the future were formidable, and although we managed to resolve one issue, it came at a significant cost. We shouldn't disturb him just yet. As he spoke, Naruto turned to Obito. Is it all right if I call you that? Obito chuckled. Your father, Minato, was my teacher. There's no need for formality. Naruto felt warmth at his words. The changes in this world were indeed profound. Reflecting on his past confrontations with Obito, he realized how fortunate he was that Obito had turned back to the light. Otherwise, he might not have survived. This version of Obito had evidently endured much, yet retained a sense of warmth, embodying the ideal world Naruto envisioned. With a smile, he asked, "Could you share your previous battle experiences with us?" Obito nodded and recounted the details concerning the Otsutsuki clan, including Kaguya and the other 6. Sasuke furrowed his brow upon hearing this. So, you fought evenly with the master? Obito affirmed, their strength is formidable, and they possess hidden cards. The reason the master has been training so fervently is evident. Upon hearing this, Boruto and Sasuke gazed skyward, while Naruto, employing sage mode, sensed an overwhelming presence. Astonished, he exclaimed, that energy, it belongs to Kaguya, now the wife of Lord Jiraiya. Naruto looked at Sasuke for confirmation. Sasuke shrugged, resigned, I sensed something before, but didn't investigate further. I didn't expect them to have such a relationship. Naruto let out a rueful chuckle. The ultimate boss of one's own world has unexpectedly become one's mentor. After a moment of contemplation, he could only sigh deeply, silently praising his master for being truly formidable. The others withdrew their gazes, and Naruto pondered for a moment before saying, since the master is still cultivating, we should commence our training as well. The only way to better assist is to enhance our strength. Sasuke and Boruto nodded in agreement. Obito furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Sasuke and Boruto must have already practiced their divine techniques. Naruto, you should have trained as well, right? To what extent have you progressed? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, a smirk forming on their lips. Obito, how about we spar a bit? It would be a good opportunity to discuss some experiences regarding battles with the Otsutsuki. Chapter 152. The training of all. Obito was taken aback by their proposal and then chuckled, of course, but first, I would like to ascertain the extent of your divine technique training. Sasuke replied solemnly, we returned to the future for nearly a year, so we had ample time to train. Naruto and I have reached about 5%, while Boruto is a bit stronger, around 7%. Obito was stunned. What? That's so high? He could only manage 4%, and facing them would surely be a recipe for disaster. Immediately, he shook his head, forget it. I'll just provide verbal guidance. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he had never fought Sasuke directly, Jiraiya had once remarked that he lacked a certain power compared to Sasuke. Though this temporary limitation would become a constraint, if he could break through it, his potential would be considerable. At present, with a year of training separating them, he had no chance of victory and might as well concede. Naruto laughed lightly. Obito, we're not fighting to determine a winner. It's merely for exchange. Obito shot him a look. Do you think I believe that? Having his intentions seen through, Naruto decided not to pursue the matter further. The thought stemmed purely from childlike curiosity. He wanted to see how he measured up against his father's disciple. However, the other party was unwilling to engage, leaving him at an impasse. Let us focus on training. Time is of the essence, and every bit of strength we gain will aid our master, Sasuke stated directly. The others nodded in agreement. They then ventured into the void and commenced their training. Kurama, can I cultivate like my master? Naruto asked as he settled into a cross-legged position. Kurama scoffed, don't even think about it. It had sensed the divine power through its divine technique mode. That force, if pursued through Jiraiya's methods, would be far beyond what Naruto's body could withstand. Moreover, absorbing cosmic energy necessitated external supervision. Otherwise, such immense power could easily lead to a catastrophic explosion of the body. This method of training was something only a madman like Jiraiya could devise. For ordinary individuals, even attempting to enter divine technique mode or absorbing a mere fraction of cosmic energy could result in immediate death. From the moment Naruto and the others returned to this world, it sensed a chakra far superior to itself, astonishingly guiding hundreds in their sage arts training. Some individuals had even begun their divine technique cultivation. Although they paled in comparison to Naruto and the others, their physical constitution was not as exceptional, making their achievements quite remarkable. When it attempted to communicate with them, they revealed they were Jiraiya's tailed beasts. Therefore, it held little respect for Naruto's ambitions. Your master has the assistance of another 10 tails, making his strength vastly superior to mine. With that foundation, his training is manageable. Furthermore, he has the immensely powerful Kaguya supervising him, unlike you, whose physical constitution cannot compare, let alone find someone to supervise you, Kurama remarked, once again sensing that formidable chakra. Naruto pondered for a moment before suggesting, if there are fewer people, with Sasuke supervising, it should be manageable, right? That could work, but it would delay Sasuke's progress. Kurama replied, furrowing its brow. That's all right, we can alternate. Although it may be somewhat cumbersome, it would facilitate a quicker enhancement of our strength. Naruto chuckled lightly, and then shared his plan with Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke agreed. With their current limits, the two could manage to create up to 300 shadow clones for divine technique training and cosmic energy absorption. Beyond that, Sasuke's supervisory capacity would diminish. Moreover, since the Uchiha clan's strength primarily lies in their ocular techniques, when Sasuke trained in divine power, he could only manage 3 clones at most. Beyond that, it would be overwhelming. Having finalized their training plan, they immediately commenced. Boruto, on the other hand, began his training solo. His chakra was limited, and his physical conditioning did not match that of the other two, so he could only train in a conventional manner. Perhaps due to the influence of his pure eye, he exhibited a remarkable affinity for cosmic energy. This was why, despite his youth, he could train faster than Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Obito also began his training, activating his Rinnegan to carefully sense and absorb the cosmic energy. At Konoha Hospital, sister, why are you content with being just a medical personnel? Demon expressed his dissatisfaction while observing Ada. Ada shot him a glance. If you had time, you should rest well or train a bit. You are aware of the terrifying power of the Otsutsuki from our last battle. Demon felt a sense of trepidation, but stubbornly retorted, They've just lived countless more years than I have. It was precisely because they had lived for so long that they coveted the shinobi world so keenly. If they succeeded, we would all be obliterated. Ada spoke solemnly, recalling her battle with the Toki, where in a moment of death, she glimpsed some of Toki's experiences, planets being drained, ultimately perishing in the cosmos. If left unchecked, they might be the next to face annihilation. Though both she and Demon were modified beings created from the genes of Otsutsuki Kaguya, endowing them with extraordinary abilities, they fundamentally remained human. Once a planet was destroyed, they would not escape unscathed. They lacked the ability to survive in the cosmos. Even with their divine technique training, their achievements were limited. Without the capabilities of Otsutsuki Kaguya within them, they wouldn't even be able to soar into the sky. After this battle, Demon began to admire Jiraiya's foresight. From the very beginning, he had steadfastly opposed the Otsutsuki. However, being a medical personnel was not her original intention. She merely helped out due to the abundance of injured individuals at the time. Though lacking healing abilities, she learned simple treatments from other nurses and inexplicably grew fond of that feeling. Listening to his sister's explanation, Demon felt somewhat perplexed but soon lost interest. Forget it, sister. I'm off to find Naruto and the others to hang out. You continue with your work. With that, Demon vanished from sight. Ada cast a casual glance at his retreating figure and chose not to engage further. Demon arrived at the hospital rooms of Naruto and the others, only to find they had already been discharged. After sensing their presence, he discovered they were engaged in training. Eventually, he resigned himself to walking toward the place where Naruto and the others were, joining them. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Jiraiya had elevated the absorbed cosmic energy to 28% through relentless training, a truly frenzied pursuit. One day, he suddenly opened his eyes, dispelled his clones, and swiftly moved to Kaguya's side. Kaguya sensed something as well and similarly dispersed her clones. You should return. They have arrived, Jiraiya gently said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Kaguya's gaze turned serious, fixed on a point in the void. Chapter 153. Dreams turned to reality suddenly. 3 figures appeared beside Jiraiya and Kaguya. Master, Naruto beheld Jiraiya, whom he had not seen for many years, still sporting the familiar white hair and visage that stirred a multitude of memories within him, prompting him to call out tremulously. Kaguya, standing nearby, furrowed her brow in confusion. Jiraiya, taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Approaching Naruto, he patted his shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, you look more spirited now that you are Hokage." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes, his heart swelling with indescribable joy and emotion. Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and gently suggested, "Let us reminisce later." At that moment, Hashirama, Madara, and Obito appeared. This time, he had refrained from summoning the Jinchuriki, recognizing their insufficient strength. Their presence would only lead to injury. The company of himself and Madara sufficed. His gaze shifted to several figures emerging in the distance. "Hee, are you prepared to endure my wrath this time?" the malevolent voice declared. Jiraiya squinted his eyes and then turned to Kaguya. "I will refrain from intervening and observe," she stated earnestly, meeting his gaze. Jiraiya squeezed her hand gently, offering a faint smile and a nod before stepping forward to face the approaching threat. Addressing the malevolent presence, he coldly proclaimed, "This time, do not flee like a coward. I am ready to end you." "Humph, it seems your allies have dwindled," the figure retorted with a sudden laugh. "Nevertheless, once I deal with you, this planet will undoubtedly belong to us." With that, he raised his hand, seizing the other two Otsutsuki with a swift motion. Their anguished cries echoed as their bodies transformed into two dark fruits. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. With a crunch, the figure devoured them in an instant. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. "This is troublesome. I have never encountered such a form of fruit. Even when Kinshiki consumed Kinshiki, the resulting fruit did not exude such a chilling aura." In an instant, Jiraiya launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the figure. A transparent, invisible barrier enveloped the assailant. In a mere moment, the figure underwent a drastic transformation. His once pristine skin turned a ghastly gray, ominous patterns spread across his eyes, and two black, ram-like horns sprouted from his head, while his long crimson hair billowed like a demon from hell. A blood-red rinnegan appeared on his forehead, radiating a terrifying countenance. Jiraiya, now mere inches away, was captivated by the rinnegan, recognizing it as the very eye from his dreams. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply to glance at Kaguya, who was activating her rinnegan, her azure pupils shimmering. "Hee, now we can commence," the figure cackled, causing the surrounding energy barrier to dissipate. In an instant, he struck. Jiraiya, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the face, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. "Master!" Naruto shouted, rushing to catch him. Meanwhile, Madara, Hashirama, Boruto, Obito, and Sasuke launched their attacks against the malevolent entity. Explosions reverberated through the air. Jiraiya and Naruto regained their footing. Ignoring Naruto, Jiraiya swiftly moved to Kaguya's side, solemnly instructing, "You need to retreat." Kaguya stared at him in surprise for a moment. Suddenly, a sound erupted from behind Jiraiya. Realizing the impending danger, he silently cursed. Kaguya instinctively moved behind him to shield him. "Hee, Kaguya, I've been searching for you." The figure laughed, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her abdomen. "Damn it!" Jiraiya exclaimed, finally comprehending the situation as he unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick with all his might. Not only did he activate the 8 gates, but he also maximized his Sage mode, his speed reaching astonishing heights. With a resounding impact, Jiraiya struck the figure's waist before he could reach Kaguya, sending him hurtling away. Enraged, Jiraiya glanced back at Kaguya, relieved to see she was unharmed, and pursued the figure. After sustaining a heavy blow, the figure grimaced in pain. Just as he steadied himself, a sword swung down upon him. He quickly gathered chakra in his hands to block. The clash resonated with a metallic sound. "Hell's judgment!" Madara shouted, as 6 shadowy figures assailed the foe. Sensing the danger, the figure executed a spinning kick, forcing Sasuke back and colliding with Madara's 6 paths. Sasuke, with determination, invoked his Susanoo, surrounding himself with a purple chakra. As he readied his bow and aimed at the figure, the malevolent entity reacted swiftly, fending off Madara's clones and preparing to counterattack. Explosions erupted as Jiraiya and Hashirama struck simultaneously, landing powerful blows that struck the figure in the abdomen, sending him crashing toward the ground. Divine Arrow. Super Giant Rasengan. Naruto and Boruto simultaneously coalesced immense Rasengan. In this critical moment, Obito activated his own Susanoo, manifesting a blue armored warrior wielding 2 enormous shuriken. The 3, seizing the opportunity, hurled their attacks at the airborne figure with ferocity. Hashirama deftly evaded, while Jiraiya teleported behind the figure, delivering another devastating strike that propelled him toward Naruto and the others. The sky erupted with thunderous explosions, radiating a searing light akin to the sun. The force of the blasts pushed everyone back, as Jiraiya swiftly rejoined Kagaya's side. An ominous premonition stirred within him. He needed to protect her from harm. Grasping her hand firmly, he wore a grave expression. The figure's strength, having consumed 2 Otsutsuki fruits, was now unparalleled. As the dust settled, shock painted the faces of the gathered warriors. The figure was now battered and bruised, his attire tattered, save for a few modest areas, and his hair in disarray, presenting a disheveled appearance. Breathing heavily, his expression twisted with rage, he roared, "You vermin! I will slaughter you all." With a burst of unimaginable speed, he struck, shattering Obito's Susanoo and landing a devastating blow to his abdomen. Obito cried out in agony, hurtling backward as Naruto and the others rushed to save him, but they were unable to match the figure's velocity. Jiraiya's expression hardened as he vanished from his position, reappearing above the figure. He unleashed a powerful kick, but the figure narrowly dodged, only to have Jiraiya's strike connect with his shoulder, sending him spiraling toward the ground. At this moment, the others were suspended in midair, barely 2,000 meters from the ground. "Boruto!" Jiraiya shouted. Boruto understood immediately, teleporting to the ground to evacuate numerous civilians to safety. With a resounding crash, the figure slammed into the earth, producing a cataclysmic sound. "Divine Earth Explosion Star!" Madara bellowed. A black sphere manifested 100 meters above the ground, and an overwhelming gravitational pull ensued. The earth shattered, debris soaring into the sky, converging around the black sphere. The figure, reeling from the impact, was unprepared as his body was involuntarily drawn upward, engulfed by countless boulders, forming a colossal stone sphere. Madara exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as a massive stone arm burst forth from the giant sphere, swiftly forming into a gargantuan stone giant. Jiraiya, surrounded by white chakra, summoned his Susanoo, ready for the impending confrontation. "Divine Art, Myojinmen." With a thunderous roar, the pillar struck, forming seals with his hands. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several colossal red torii gates descended from the heavens, directly suppressing the giant. Jiraiya's white giant seized the opportunity, brandishing a staff and leaping to deliver a crushing blow. Divine Arrow. The purple arrow in Sasuke's hand was instantly loosed, and a flurry of attacks surged forth. The azure stone figure shattered instantaneously. Seizing the momentum, Jiraiya dispersed his Susanoo and advanced aggressively. With the explosion as his backdrop, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The azure figure was forcefully driven underground, creating a massive crater. Boom! A resounding blast shook the ground. Bang! The azure form shot out from the earth, standing before the onlookers, panting heavily. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. He had underestimated the formidable nature of this foe. He had assumed that with his current strength, he could easily vanquish him. Yet, despite the combined effort of everyone, the opponent had merely sustained severe injuries and was still capable of fighting. This incited a flicker of agitation within him. Hee. The azure figure suddenly lifted his gaze toward the sky, then let out a sinister laugh, as if to say, "It is almost time." Jiraiya's expression tightened. A sudden realization struck him, and he vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Kagaya. Seeing her unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a ripple traversed the cosmic expanse. A figure materialized. Ha 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 ha, it seems Lord Ao is struggling a bit. It was none other than the figure from this world, Urashiki. Buzz. The azure figure abruptly appeared beside Urashiki. "Did you obtain it?" he inquired coldly. Ha ha ha. With Lord Ao personally restraining him, I naturally succeeded, Urashiki declared confidently. He then retrieved a brown object from the red gourd at his waist and handed it to the azure figure. Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. It was, astonishingly, a miniature Ten Tails. What is happening? Wasn't the Ten Tails on Earth within Kagaya? No. He suddenly recalled that there was another Ten Tails under the care of Urashiki, its whereabouts currently unknown. Last time, Sasuke had tracked Urashiki but found no trace of the Ten Tails. He never anticipated that Urashiki had managed to locate it. Ha ha ha. The azure figure grasped the Ten Tails in his hand, observing its form before erupting into a raucous laugh. his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon Jiraiya and Kaguya. It is time to conclude this. In the stunned gazes of Jiraiya and Kaguya, the azure figure unceremoniously tossed the 10 tails into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Jiraiya's heart sank. He felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Having absorbed 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan, the azure figure's strength was already on par with the elite of the ninja world. Now, with the consumption of the 10 tails, he could only imagine the transformation that would ensue. He prepared to seize Kaguya and flee, but as he looked up, he was met with the sight of a gigantic, blood-red Rinnegan. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. It is happening. That moment, his anxiety escalated as he reached for Kaguya's hand, but she was slipping further away, blood streaming from her mouth, her form gradually dissipating like sand in the wind. No, Jiraiya roared in desperation, yet he was powerless to intervene, helplessly witnessing Kaguya's complete vanishment. Following this, the figures of Naruto, Sasuke, and others also began to fade. His Rinnegan bore witness to the unfolding devastation on the ground. Tsunade stood by the window, her pregnant belly prominent, gazing anxiously at the sky. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak, Fu, Gaara, little Naruto, and others whom he cherished also dissolved into the wind at that moment. Jiraiya stood there, transfixed, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. His heart felt as though it were being wrenched apart by a tremendous force, overwhelming pain flooding through him. Memories of the past flashed before him like a lantern show, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In his previous life, there was little to reminisce about. This life had unexpectedly brought him a system, crafting a legend that had enriched his existence. Moreover, he had acquired 2 beautiful wives and even had children on the way, only to have them vanish before their arrival. A surge of hatred suddenly welled up within Jiraiya. He turned to face the azure figure. The figure's expression was cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Be annihilated. Buzz. Jiraiya's head spun, followed by a piercing pain. His body felt as though it was gradually transforming into a wisp of wind, destined to disappear from existence. His eyes reddened as he struggled violently, yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Moments later, the light before him faded, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 154. Return to the real world. Time slipped away, and a mechanical voice echoed. Host. Your experiences in this life have reached perfection. You may now return to the real world. Jiraiya jolted awake. He looked around, finding himself enveloped in a vast, white expanse. System? He lifted his gaze, realizing that he had reverted to his former, ordinary self. Please make your choice. The mechanical voice intoned. Suddenly, a blue technological panel materialized before him, presenting an option. Do you wish to return to the real world? Jiraiya disregarded this and urgently inquired, System, what has become of the ninja world? And why have you returned after claiming to have departed? Host, this system is an artificial intelligence designed to refine your character. Aside from the initial assistance, I exist merely as an observer, monitoring your every action. You have now completed your tasks and passed the assessment. As for the ninja world, it has been utterly consumed by that Otsutsuki's corruption. Jiraiya's expression tightened, and his heart ached. He sank to the ground in despair. After a moment of silence, the system prompted again. Given that you have passed the assessment, upon returning to the real world, you will receive a substantial reward. I do not wish to return. Kaguya, Tsunade, they are with child. I cannot leave them behind. Jiraiya murmured, recalling his promise to protect them. Suddenly, it felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. He raised his head and asked, System, do you have any means to save them? The system fell silent for a moment, offering no response. System, Jiraiya shouted in frustration. Host, you have family in the real world. Are you certain you wish to abandon them for a group of fictional characters? Jiraiya was taken aback. Having lived a life of comfort, with modest ambitions and a lukewarm relationship with his parents, he could not fathom completely forsaking them. Moreover, after spending over 2 years in the ninja world, his yearning for his parents had intensified. He longed to see them again. But now, to abandon the 2 women he cherished, both carrying his children, was an impossibility. A bitter smile crossed his lips. They were indeed characters from a manga. Yet over the course of 2 years, each had become vividly real to him, with their own personalities and thoughts. He could not abandon them. However, the dilemma of choice weighed heavily upon him. After a moment, the system suddenly spoke. If you return to the ninja world, defeating that Otsutsuki will be arduous, and there is a risk of demise. Should you return to the real world, you will receive certain rewards and be reunited with your parents. Consider this carefully. Jiraiya remained silent for a while, then questioned, if I choose to return to the ninja world, will there be a chance to return to the real world again? There is a chance, the system responded, but you will need to wait 50 years. Make your decision wisely. The good news is, regardless of the time that passes in the ninja world, only a fleeting moment will elapse in the real world. Jiraiya's heart trembled, and ultimately, he made a resolution. System, I choose to return to the ninja world. Even if it means enduring 50 years there, I am willing. With that, he emphatically selected no. Host has made a choice. You are about to return to the ninja world. Please prepare yourself. Boom. A sudden sound reverberated before Jiraiya, and with a shift in the scene, he found himself in the vast expanse of the ninja world. A sharp gasp escaped him as he coughed up blood. Turning around, he was met with the fearsome visage of Kaguya Otsutsuki. You have forcibly broken through my domain, she exclaimed, but soon her eyes dulled, her presence fading as she collapsed to the ground. Jiraiya quickly surveyed his surroundings and spotted a figure plummeting from the sky. His expression hardened as he instantly flashed to the side of the descending form, cradling Kaguya in his arms. She lay unconscious, and upon examining her with his Rinnegan, he discovered her chakra was in disarray, nearly depleted. Fortunately, she was not in mortal danger, and the unborn child within her was safe as well. He breathed a sigh of relief, noticing several unconscious figures on the ground, which had created multiple craters upon impact. A pang of guilt struck him. Luckily, Naruto and the others were not too high above the ground, so they should be fine from the fall. His gaze shifted to the house, where he found Tsunade also unconscious, yet resting upon a bed. His attention turned back to the void, and with a flash, he appeared beside Urashiki, who was still in shock from witnessing Kaguya's fall. Jiraiya wrapped his left arm around Kaguya's waist, and with his right hand, he seized Urashiki by the neck, activating his Rinnegan to control him. Moments later, he extracted valuable information about the Otsutsuki clan, revealing that Kaguya's earlier adversary was indeed the clan's young patriarch, the most powerful among them. The older generation of Otsutsuki had already been absorbed by him, leaving only a few with special abilities in the clan. Delighted, Jiraiya realized that the Otsutsuki clan had finally lost its threat. A day later, in the future world, Naruto and Sasuke were ready to bring Jiraiya back. However, upon activating their abilities, they discovered they could not transport him. System, are you there? Jiraiya called out within himself. Do you wish to know why the Otsutsuki clan's treasure has no effect on you? The system responded. Jiraiya felt a rush of excitement and nodded internally. You do not belong to this world, thus you cannot traverse time and space. Doing so would disrupt the order of the entire universe, and in severe cases, you may never return to your reality. What can I do to help them then? They aided me in this world. I cannot abandon them in the future. Jiraiya asked tentatively. You may have them seal the ninja world. For reference, consult your wife, Kaguya Otsutsuki. She once sealed the ninja world in this manner, avoiding the Otsutsuki's attention for a millennium. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes brightened with gratitude as he relayed the method to his companions. After inquiring, he learned that they had cleaned up traces of their actions in the future world to prevent any Otsutsuki from tracking them down. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. From Urashiki, they gleaned that Jiraiya could not perform time travel without triggering unknown disasters, and thus they had no choice but to abandon the idea. Jiraiya then summoned Kaguya to teach the three how to seal the ninja world. The trio's strength had dramatically increased since the Fourth Great Ninja War, making sealing the ninja world a manageable task. Together, along with Boruto's assistance, they were confident they could seal the ninja world without arousing external suspicion. Therefore, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others spent 3 additional days in the ninja world, mastering the sealing technique before departing. After bidding farewell to Naruto from the future world, the ninja world returned to tranquility. The 5 great nations formed an alliance to uphold peace, and Jiraiya embraced a life of happiness. 50 years later, Jiraiya's children flourished, their powers unparalleled. Notably, his eldest daughter, Momo, and second daughter, Ru, surpassed him in strength. Even in the event of a crisis, they possessed the means to protect themselves. The only bittersweet aspect was parting with his 2 wives. However, as a filial son, he knew he must return to honor his parents. Now aged, Jiraiya held the hands of his 2 wives before succumbing to a peaceful slumber. The host is about to return to the real world. Please prepare yourself. Suddenly, Jiraiya opened his eyes to find himself in his former abode. On the table lay his identification, name, Wang Kai. In that moment, he reclaimed his past identity. Wang Kai? He murmured, nostalgia washing over him. His phone rang, and it was his father calling. He answered, "Son, I've arranged a marriage meeting for you this afternoon. If it goes well, I'll reveal a secret." His father's voice echoed, and Wang Kai felt a surge of emotion, ready to respond, but the line went dead. Listening to the busy signal, he chuckled softly. In the afternoon, after meeting the girl, Wang Kai felt somewhat disenchanted. She was ordinary but had a familiar aura about her. To appease his father, he reluctantly agreed to future meetings. As he escorted her home, she unexpectedly grasped his hand, sending a jolt through him as he gazed into her clear eyes. "Is that you, Momo and Linger? Surely, they will find happiness." Wang Kai felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. "Who are you?" he stammered. "Don't you recognize me? Tsunade? Kagaya? It's all me." 2 months later, they set a wedding date. Reflecting on those 2 months, Wang Kai was astounded to discover that his girlfriend was, in fact, his 2 wives from the ninja world. Even more astonishing was when, on the eve of their wedding, his father called him over. "Son, I never told you, but our family is quite wealthy. I'm a second-generation rich kid, and you are a third." Wang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. "I lived a life free from want, but it was only after meeting your mother that I discovered true happiness and sweetness. To prevent you from developing bad habits, your mother and I." Wang Kai was left speechless for a long time. In the stillness of the night, he finally chuckled foolishly. So this is what the system referred to as rewards. Truly delightful. The next day, at the wedding, he watched his bride approach, his heart brimming with joy. As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a smile graced his lips. "For 2 lifetimes, you cannot escape." The girl replied playfully, "The one who can't escape should be you." Wang Kai was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a goofy grin. "I won't run away. I'm already stuck to you." The end.